The man was holding the SSR Yukikaze figurine he had just drawn, smiling foolishly, but the next second, he was hit by a speeding dump truck and fell into a completely unfamiliar world. When he opened his eyes, he was still holding the Yukikaze figurine. The world has been ravaged by deep-sea monsters, and humans can only rely on shipgirls to fight against them. However, the man was surprised to find that the shipgirls here were all living girls, and the Yukikaze figure in his hand turned into a real shipgirl. What astonished him even more was that this Xiefeng was not only his nominal sister, but also the girl with whom he had secretly entered into a marriage contract when he was a baby. If the military police knew about this, they would probably hang him up and give him a good education. Fortunately, the standard cheat code for time travelers was finally in place, and Wan awakened a unique talent, Kankly transformation. As long as there are enough resources, he can transform a destroyer into a 10,000-ton destroyer, convert a battleship into a modern weapon equipped with missiles, and even build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. But what gave him a headache was that the only way to obtain transformation resources was to hunt those terrifying deep-sea monsters. However, the biggest problem at the moment is, he must first find a way to deal with Sister Xiefeng, who always wants to lock him up at home. Xiaowei, as long as we don't get discovered by the gendarmerie, it'll be fine. Besides, I'm your sister, so it's completely normal for us to be intimate. Xiefeng opened his big purple eyes wide and looked at Weiyan innocently. So sister doesn't deny that you are my marriage ship? Weiyan's gentle gaze made Xiefeng feel flustered, but as a sister, how could she be easily defeated by the brother she had raised for many years? Since you've already discovered it, what's the point of me denying it? Did you deliberately bring it up today? Knowing that I can't refuse you, Xiaowei, don't you feel bad for your sister's care for so many years? Xiefeng said, tears welled up in her eyes, and 2 small pearls rolled down her cheeks. The marriage ship is not only a breakthrough in the relationship between the shipgirl and the admiral, but also a symbol that the shipgirl is willing to give everything for her admiral. Once the shipgirl takes the oath, she will completely give herself to the admiral with whom she has sworn, and her heart will be with the admiral, always supporting his decisions, whether right or wrong. Although Xiefeng's oath to Weiyan brought him some trouble, it also bound him firmly to Weiyan. She didn't think too much about it at the time, she just didn't want to leave and didn't want to lose Weiyan. After all, he was the only one she had. After making the oath, the shipgirls often unconsciously rely on their admirals, which is what Weiyan is most worried about. After all, Xiefeng is a destroyer, but fortunately, the relationship between siblings is not easily noticed by the outside world. That's why I want to become an admiral, a powerful admiral, to protect my wedding ship, to protect my sister. The best place for you to live is always the seaside. As a wedding ship, sister should support me, right? Weiyan gently wiped the tears from Xiefeng's face, pursed his lips, looked at her tenderly, and said, yeah. Xiefeng didn't refute after hearing this. Instead, she buried her head in Weiyan's arms, rubbing her little head against his chest, and whispered, Xiaowei, do you really want to be an admiral and fight against the deep sea? Xiefeng is still worried about Weiyan's decision. I don't understand why my sister wants to stop me from fighting the deep sea, but I want to try. And as admirals, we can choose a relatively safe place. I have learned about the arrangements of the Admiral Academy. After graduation, students who officially become admirals can choose the location of their own garrison. If the results are up to standard, the admiral can choose a relatively safe area. Now we have taken back most of the sea areas from the deep sea, and the coastal areas of the major war zones are relatively safe. Weiyan knew that tonight had been a big shock to Xiefeng, so he tried to calm her worries. However, what Weiyan did not tell Xiefeng was that the place he longed for was not those remote areas without oil, water, or deep sea, because his talent was different from that of other admirals in this world. Other admiral talents can either make a certain type of shipgirl consume less energy, have stronger firepower, and be faster, or they can improve the affinity of the shipgirl, making it easier to build a specific type of shipgirl. However, Weiyan's talent consumes a lot of resources. These 5 simple words, Kankly great transformation, gave Wei, who had given up hope, new motivation. In his previous life, Weiyan always had bad luck, and it was very difficult for him to ship goods. He was afraid of traveling to this world with such unlucky luck, and he was afraid that his port area would become an empty kindergarten. Wei's transformation talent is not just about strengthening or transforming the shipgirls in the game. The shipgirls in this world are different from those in the game. Although the shipgirls can use ship suits, they do not have powerful firepower like in the game. If the shipgirls want to fully unleash their power, they must materialize their own ship. Ship hull, a historical ship summoned and materialized from another world, consuming a large amount of resources and controlled solely by the shipgirl. Although the shipgirls can walk on the sea and use ship suits, their power is equivalent to that of a small pistol, and they cannot compete with the giant steel ships in the deep sea. Different types of shipgirls can manifest different ship bodies. Based on the admiral's understanding of shipgirls can be roughly divided into several categories. Petite and cute shipgirls, who look like elementary school students, usually command small ships such as destroyers or submarines. The shipgirls are graceful and youthful like girls. Usually they are on medium-sized ships, such as light cruisers and heavy cruisers. The mature lady type of shipgirl usually has an impressive figure and a strong aura, and is often on large ships, such as battleships and aircraft carriers. These large ships, also known as capital ships, are the backbone of the fleet and often determine the outcome of battles. Generally speaking, it is difficult for small ships to fight against powerful ships, but Wayan's talent gave him hope because he was able to transform the shipgirl's warship. Wayan's talent enables him to transform the mental core of the shipgirl, and the resources required for this transformation are extremely precious, that is, the battleship core. The only way to produce battleship cores is by sinking the deep-sea fleet. There is a certain probability that the construction core will be salvaged from the deep-sea wreckage. A battleship core may come from the salvage of several or even dozens of deep-sea wrecks. The preciousness of this resource and the effect of transformation complement each other, and it can significantly increase the mental endurance limit of the shipgirl with the security contract. The original tonnage of the Yukikaze was only 2,490 tons, and the mental endurance limit of the ship that the Yukikaze shipgirl can materialize is usually consistent with the tonnage of her battleship. Through Wayan's transformation, Xiefeng's mental limit was raised to 3,000 tons, which means that she can control a 3,000-ton ship, and Xiefeng's hull was expanded by 500 tons, and her mental limit also increased accordingly. If a 2,000-ton ship is not enough to cope with the battle, it can be increased to 10,000 tons, which is enough to deal with various situations. However, if the ship undergoes large-scale modifications, such as strengthening of materials, armament, power, etc., it will also directly affect the mental endurance limit of the shipgirl. Through his exploration of the history of this world, Wayan discovered that many admirals tried to modify the hulls of their own shipgirls, but eventually found that although the appearance of the ships had been improved, the shipgirls could no longer operate them. This excessive transformation caused a great impact on the shipgirl's mental core, ultimately causing her to be unable to control the ship. Therefore, for the shipgirls, transformation is feasible, but it must be moderate. Too magical transformation will cause unbearable pressure on the shipgirl's mental core. If you try to use a 70,000-ton mind core on a small or medium ship, the results will surprise everyone. But Wayan's talent gives him the unique opportunity to transform the ship's hull into an arsenal ship, a missile destroyer, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and even an electromagnetic gun battleship. Compared with the admirals of other worlds, Wayan has another advantage. He understands the future development direction of warships. Why does he love shipgirls and ships so much? Because he was a ship designer. Every ship he designed was like his child, beautiful and powerful. It is also because of this that Xiefeng occupies such a special place in Wayan's heart. If the transformation of his mind core alone was not enough to excite Wayan, then he would also have another talent: ship equipment manufacturing. After he understood the capabilities of ship suit manufacturing, he lamented that the previous mind core transformation was just child's play. To make ship equipment, you need to first understand the design principles of the ship equipment, and then consume construction cores and resources to make it. These ship suits are usually obtained through retired shipgirls or deep-sea wreckage, but Wayan can make his own ship suits. As a ship designer, Wayan has a wealth of knowledge in his mind. As long as he can improve the mental endurance limit of the shipgirls, he can arm them to the teeth. Unlike the warships in the real world, the shipgirls in this world are more powerful because they only need to operate the ship themselves and do not need other crew members to jointly command. This makes the design and modification of ships more flexible, and the freed-up tonnage can be used to expand the ship's ammunition capacity, add more guns, engines or hangar space, etc. Therefore, even if the ship has the same name, it will perform very differently under different admirals. Maybe your Yukikaze has a more powerful main gun, more powerful firepower, or is completely replaced with a torpedo boat, or even has its air defense capability strengthened, improving the anti-aircraft firepower of the destroyer. However, ship suit production is not an easy task. Wayan's talent points out that only ship suits without major defects can be produced, otherwise it would be a waste of resources on research and development. But as long as Wayan has enough resources, cores and sufficient trial and error costs, he is even confident enough to try to build a star destroyer. This made him very excited, and he used the abilities of the shipgirls to materialize his beloved warships one by one. Even if he was unlucky, Wayan firmly believed that through the accumulation of resources, the 2,000-ton body of Xiefeng could be transformed into a 10,000-ton missile destroyer. Even old battleships could be transformed into high-speed battlecruisers through his transformation. Therefore, becoming an admiral, Entering the admiral's circle and obtaining the resources needed by the shipgirl is Wayan's primary goal, so that he can help Yukikaze realize her ideal ship. Wayan understood why Xiefeng had always resisted him becoming the admiral. That was because Xiefeng was not a shipgirl, but a shipgirl his parents picked up at sea. At that time, Wayan's parents were two admirals on the front line of the Western Theater, stationed in a garrison. Their strength was far superior to that of other garrisons. As the child of the admiral, Wayan was naturally very excited, because he had lived in the garrison since he was a child and had come into contact with more shipgirls. This made him full of love for shipgirls. Until one day, Wayan, while still in his infancy, witnessed with his own eyes those shipgirls being destroyed one by the deep-sea fleet at sea. Humans successfully reclaimed about 30% of the sea area, but this also angered the deep sea. The deep-sea fleet began to launch an orderly attack, counterattacked the defense lines of multiple war zones, and finally repelled the human defense line. Wayan's parents were not spared either. Their tutelage was eventually surrounded by the deep sea and fell in a tragic artillery fire. In their final moments, Xiefeng escaped with Vian, following the only order, escape with Vian and never look back. In that breakthrough battle, Xiefeng escaped with her seriously injured parents. Until their last words were completed, her parents passed away reluctantly, leaving Xiefeng crying while holding the baby Wayan. Chapter 5. It's bad. I'm going to be sent to the military police. Xiefeng saw all of this, but at that time, she could only lie quietly in Xiefeng's arms, with the little Wayan holding her, and one child holding another smaller child. At that moment, she had no choice but to hug Wayan tightly. Then, Xiao Xiefeng took little Wayan to seek help from the Kankli Union, and eventually they moved away from the ocean and moved inland. Life became calmer, difficult but somewhat secure. They avoided the storms at sea, but had to face new challenges. As a young girl with a baby, Yukikaze is often looked at strangely by others, but fortunately, the Kankli Union is always supporting them and ensuring that their lives do not fall into difficulties. Although Wayan's parents passed away, some of their property was given to Xiefeng. Although these properties are important, they are far less important to Xiefeng than Wayan in her heart. From the very beginning, Xiefeng regarded Wayan as her only hope. It was Wayan who gave her the motivation to continue to live strong. Xiefeng always believed that his responsibility was to ensure that Wayan could grow up like an ordinary child and have a future of his own. Xiefeng is working towards this goal every moment, and she doesn't want Wayan to shoulder too much responsibilities too early. She herself is the most staunch supporter of Wayan's growth, and Xiefeng is pleased with every bit of progress Wayan makes. In Xiefeng's heart, Wayan is not only the baby she takes care of, he also carries all her hopes. Xiefeng is willing to protect him forever. No matter what kind of person he becomes in the future, she will never abandon him. The position of Wayan in her heart is not an ordinary relationship between an admiral and a shipgirl, but a relative with deep feelings. Vian finally grew up and celebrated his 18th birthday. This day was not only a symbol of his growth, but also the 18th year since Xiefeng resurrected from the history of the battleship. She witnessed Wayan's growth from a weak and helpless baby to a man who is about to embark on the path of becoming an admiral. That day, Wayan confessed to Xiefeng what he had decided all along. He wanted to become an admiral. When Xiefeng heard this, he was shocked and filled with pride. She knew that Wayan had grown up and was ready to take on greater responsibilities. So, sister, don't you object to me becoming an admiral? Wayan asked softly. Seeing the tenderness and tears flashing in Xiefeng's eyes, he gently wiped away the tears on her face. Xiefeng raised her head, smiled gently, and stroked Wayan's face. She reached out to turn on the light in the room and changed into her regular clothes. Facing Wayan, she finally did not hide her identity anymore. Admiral, Yinyang Class 8th Ship, Xiefeng, reporting. Her voice was still soft, but full of firmness and solemnity. When Wayan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xiefeng to acknowledge his identity so formally in front of him. She was not an ordinary shipgirl. She was the former Xiefeng, the former battleship, and now lived for him. Xiefeng walked forward, took Wayan's hand, and gently pulled him to sit on the chair. Wayan looked at her with some confusion. Sister, what are you going to do? He looked at Xiefeng's actions, his eyes full of confusion, but he did not resist. At this time, Xiefeng stood in front of Wayan. They were about the same height. Xiefeng no longer needed to look up at Wayan. Her eyes met Wayan's gaze, as if she could see through all his thoughts. Admiral, remember you once said, what am I to you? Xiefeng's voice was trembling. She held Wayan's hand tightly, with deep emotion in her eyes. Wayan's mind recalled a moment before, and he stupidly blurted out, marriage ship. After he finished speaking, he realized what he had said, and his face instantly turned red. Xiefeng nodded, and before Wayan could react, Xiefeng suddenly came forward and kissed Wayan on the lips. Weiyan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this to happen. Xie Feng's kiss was gentle and strong. He couldn't react at all. Xie Feng kissed Weiyan's lips, and her hands tightly hugged Weiyan's neck. Weiyan was frightened by this sudden intimacy and even a little overwhelmed. Her every move made Weiyan more surprised and made his heart beat faster. Sister. Weiyan's voice was a little choked, with confusion and shock in his eyes. Xie Feng's movements became more and more bold, as if he wanted to release all the emotions that had been pent up over the years. Xie Feng's kiss became more and more intense, and Weiyan felt her emotional fluctuations. Her every move made Weiyan feel unprecedented intimacy. At this moment, Weiyan realized that his relationship with Xie Feng had undergone a huge change. Don't you think what I did was right? You've grown up and should take on your own responsibilities. Although Xie Feng's words contained a hint of anger, they were more filled with deep love. Weiyan was a little flustered, but still whispered to comfort her. Sister, no matter what you do, I will be with you. Whether as a sister or as Xie Feng, I will always be by your side. Xie Feng's words were full of determination, and her eyes revealed deep emotion. Weiyan gently stroked Xie Feng's hair. He knew that from this moment on, their relationship was no longer simple. No matter what the future held, they would continue to walk together, supporting and protecting each other. Chapter 6, First Encounter with Shanghai. Ever since Xie Feng admitted his identity, Weiyan's way of getting along with her has changed dramatically. Although Xie Feng had been close to him before, she had never been like this before, always holding his hand when walking outside. This made Vian realize that he had already stepped half a foot into the military police's prison, but he did not show it. Instead, he prayed silently, hoping that the military police's shipgirls would be more tolerant of him. After all, Xie Feng had a hard time these years, and now she is finally happy. Weiyan doesn't want to let her down. Now, Weiyan and Xie Feng are boarding the ship and heading to the Admiral Academy. Xie Feng agreed to Weiyan's request to go to the Admiral's Academy and began to busy himself cleaning the house the next morning. When Weiyan saw Xie Feng's actions, he couldn't help but be surprised at the powerful space of the ship. It could actually hold so many things. Xie Feng took away almost everything that could be taken away from the house, which made Vian realize for the first time that the ability of the shipgirl was so powerful. However, the only problem is that Xie Feng seems to have some difficulty in summoning the ship equipment, which also strengthens Weiyan's decision to go to the Admiral Academy. He hopes to help Xie Feng return to normal. On the boat, the oncoming sea breeze was filled with the smell of fish. Weiyan felt as if he had merged into the sea, and his soul seemed to have been sublimated. After all, as a ship designer in his previous life, he had always loved the sea and liked designing warships. The same was true for Xie Feng. Since arriving at the port, her mental state had improved significantly. After all, Kankali cannot live without the sea. In this world, there are not only warships incarnated by Kankali, but also civilian ships made by ordinary people, such as cargo ships. These ships usually travel in relatively safe areas, and ordinary people can also hire shipgirls to escort them. Weiyan learned that there were 3 ships in this batch, one of which was a passenger ship and the other 2 were used for commercial transactions. Next to these 3 ships, there was a majestic warship, which was more than 100 meters long and had twin 4.7-inch guns as its main guns. It was obviously a destroyer. Due to the existence of the Shipgirls Union, there are still many free shipgirls active in this world. Although the shipgirls have powerful abilities, they also need resources to survive, so many shipgirls will go to work to earn resources for their own use. The only currency in circulation on Azure is Azure coins. Shipgirls need to replenish special resources such as fuel, ammunition, and steel consumed by warships. Each unit of fuel costs 100 Azure coins, while aluminum is a little more expensive, requiring 300 Azure coins. Weaker shipgirls can hide among ordinary people. As long as they don't use ship equipment and ship bodies, they don't need special resources and can live like ordinary people. Xie Feng has not used ship equipment in recent years, so there is no need to replenish these special resources. And those stronger shipgirls, like Xie Feng, can escort merchant ships or participate in expeditions as mercenaries, earning high rewards, and then use these rewards to buy ship equipment that suits them, forming a positive cycle. Weiyan stood outside the cabin, staring at the battleship next to him. Xue Feng quietly walked up to him and held his hand. Xiaowei, do you like battleships? She asked softly. Well, this destroyer is so beautiful. This paint, this deck. Vian was completely immersed in the charm of the battleship and did not notice Xie Feng approaching. What type of warship does Xiaowei like? Xie Feng continued to ask. Aircraft carrier, preferably nuclear-powered. Vian answered subconsciously, and suddenly realized that he was wrong. He quickly closed his mouth and looked down to see Xie Feng's hand grabbing the soft flesh on his waist. Destroyer. I like destroyers the most. I like the Yukikaze destroyer the most. Weiyan quickly changed the words. He knew that he had just said a fatal question inadvertently. I'm sorry. Xiao Wei, it's my fault. I failed to materialize the ship. Xiefeng lowered her head, tears in her eyes. She had always felt that she was the weakest ship girl in the entire garrison. After all, her ship had not materialized. She had endured this silently over the years, and only now realized that she had never been recognized like the other ship girls. Wei felt a pain in his heart when he saw Xiefeng crying. Sister, when we get to the academy, I will try my best to accumulate resources for you and help you materialize the ship. He held Xiefeng's hand and said seriously. Since Xiefeng and Wei's relationship became clear, her emotions have become richer and she has become more dependent on Wei. She was no longer as lonely as before, nor did she try to hide her weakness. Instead, she was willing to lean on Vian's shoulders like a child. It's okay, sister can help Xiao Wei, so Xiao Wei doesn't have to work so hard. Wei comforted Xiefeng softly, and at the same time thought of what his parents had told him. Although they had said that they would wait until Wei became admiral before telling him, he could no longer stop himself from becoming admiral, and some things would have to be told to him eventually. It's okay. Isn't it right for an admiral to fight for his own ship girl? Besides, you are not only my ship girl, but also my sister. Wei smiled and patted Xiefeng's shoulder. Wherever my sister wants to go, we will go. Their destination this time is the Admiral Academy in the Central War Zone. Most of the territory there belongs to the ship girls. Wei thinks Yukikaze might know someone there, so he wants to go and relax. However, Xiefeng was unhappy about looking at other destroyers, and Vian decided that this issue must not be looked at any further. After arriving at the Admiral Academy, Yukikaze's hull problem will be put on the agenda, and Vian will also make preparations for it. In the cabin, in the small space, the two siblings snuggled together to rest. Although the passengers were crowded in several cabins, the smell was not very pleasant, and the speed was only 12 knots. The time they spent together was full of warmth. However, on the third day of the voyage, an alarm suddenly sounded on the ship, reminding everyone not to go on deck. It turned out that the fleet encountered a wandering deep-sea destroyer. Fortunately, there was a ship escort, so everyone was not worried. Wei saw a black-painted warship outside the window. There was a huge crack on the hull, like a shark's sharp teeth. It was a deep-sea destroyer. It was the first time that Wei saw a deep-sea destroyer in real life. Chapter 7. The safe left by my parents. Wei took out a telescope from the space of the Xiefeng ship and concentrated on observing the details of the deep-sea destroyer in the distance. This ship is equipped with a small single-mounted gun, and the loading time is about 30 seconds. He whispered to himself, his eyes focused on the target. Xiefeng nestled in Wei's arms, silently looking at his focused face. She didn't disturb him, but just stared blankly. She felt that compared to the ships that had fought against the Cossacks, this deep-sea destroyer was particularly small and not as fast as the Cossacks. Vian observed the movements of the deep-sea ship and quickly discovered that it was very slow. The deep-sea destroyer seemed unaware of the danger it was in, and Vian had noticed the torpedo tubes on the Cossack battleship. When the distance was reduced to 10 kilometers, the Cossacks fired 2 torpedoes, rushing towards the deep-sea ship silently like prey. The deep-sea ship still did not react, as if it was a fixed target. Well, 2 torpedoes hit the hull of the deep-sea destroyer accurately, causing a huge explosion. Although the deep-sea destroyer tried to fight back, its gunfire was obviously not enough to change the situation, and it soon sank. Vian confirmed the sinking of the deep-sea ship through a telescope, and the Cossack warship quickly sailed to the sinking site and jumped off the ship to salvage the sunken ship. After all, shipwrecks in the deep sea are extremely valuable resources, and many special resources are salvaged from these shipwrecks. Wei noticed that the deep-sea resources would not completely sink to the bottom of the sea, and the core part of the ship and some key resources would still float on the surface of the water. The Cossacks used salvage nets to scoop up a large mass of black substance from the sea. These substances were the raw resources, and only after simple separation could they become normal usable resources. This kind of resource is extremely important to the shipgirl, especially those ships that need to consume a lot of special resources. Although some resource points have been occupied by powerful garrisons, these resource points still represent huge wealth and can easily change the fate of a shipgirl. Wei also knew that deep seabedization was an irreversible process, which represented an endless supply of resources. Although the revival of the deep sea might lead to war, the resources in these places could still bring endless benefits. Vian remembers the time he spent as a child in the resource room with his mother, who held him in her arms as they walked around a warehouse full of aluminum. This aluminum is enough for us. We don't want to eat it if we can't finish it. He remembered that his mother often said this with a smile. The family's aluminum reserves were almost endless. However, Wei knew that steel was the most needed material for the ship's hull, and although aluminum was abundant, it could not meet all needs. Even so, he still longed to rebuild his parents' tutelary fort. It would be great if I could inherit it back, Wan thought to himself. He had been thinking about whether the wealth and resources left by his parents could still be of help to him and whether they could provide more support for Xiefeng. After the deep-sea destroyer was sunk, the crew quickly sent out an alarm, indicating that the passengers were no longer in danger. In the following days, the cabin was no longer attacked by the deep sea, and Wan finally arrived at the port where the Admiral Academy was located. The scale of this port far exceeds that of ordinary ports. Hundreds of warships are anchored here, including battleships, aircraft carriers, destroyers, and other types of ships. Wan was the only passenger left to disembark, and he felt a bit complicated. On April 1st, 123 of the Azure calendar, Wan arrived at WLZ-01 in the Central War Zone. Xiaowei, let's go. Xiefeng called softly, and Wan followed her to the residential area of the port. There, they took a short rest for a day. Today, Wan planned to take Xiefeng out to relax. However, when he saw the ship and gold coin signs painted on the target building, Wan suddenly fell silent. Xiefeng had been to this place before he left. This is the Azure Bank, and it is also where the trading house is located. The Blue Bank has branches in the 5 major war zones. It is a bank jointly built by the Navy and the shipgirls. The shipgirls can use it to exchange blue coins and obtain resources, while ordinary people can entrust or consign information here. Admiral, let's go. Xiefeng called out the name Admiral again, and the tone was a little wrong. Wan's mood also became heavy. He followed Xiefeng silently into the bank. Xiefeng took out a card from the ship's space and handed it to the staff. Safe deposit box number 1173. The staff quickly confirmed the information and took them to the safe deposit box. What was taken out was a suitcase, which Xiefeng held with trembling hands, and tears fell uncontrollably. After returning to the short-term rental room, Xiefeng finally handed the box to Wan, and his voice was trembling. Xiaowei, open it. Wan did not open it immediately, but gently comforted Xiefeng. Sister, it's okay. I know. I will never forget that day. He patted Xiefeng's back gently to calm her emotions. It was my sister who rescued me. My life was saved by everyone. I will never forget Area WLEX-0541, the Whale Sea Garrison. Wan said softly, recalling the difficult time. The garrison on the West Sea front was destroyed, and only a very small number of people escaped. Xiefeng was shocked when she heard this. Xiaowei, why do you know this? She looked at Wan with tears in her eyes. Sister, do you believe in rebirth? Wan asked. I don't believe it, but I believe what Xiaowei said. Xiefeng sobbed, and her little red nose looked so cute that Wan couldn't help but wipe her tears with his sleeves. I just remember those things that have long passed. The vow made on that day, you were so cute, sister. Wan smiled softly and gently scratched Xiefeng's little nose. Then Xiaowei, why do you still want to be an admiral? Aren't the deep seas scary enough? Xiefeng asked suddenly, his voice low, and it was obvious that his mood was still complicated. Ever since Xiefeng confessed to Wan, she no longer felt shy because of his teasing. Instead, she leaned lightly on Wan's chest and sobbed silently. Chapter 8, Legacy and Letters. Because I like the ship girl who is like my sister, I like the sea, and I want to complete what my parents have not completed, Wan said firmly, looking into Xiefeng's eyes. I know my sister is doing this for my own good and doesn't want me to become an admiral, but isn't all this my parents left behind just for this day? Wan whispered, feeling a little uneasy. A trace of pain flashed in Xiefeng's eyes. I'm just afraid that you will repeat the same mistake. If I can't take good care of Xiaowei, I will not be at peace when I die. She hugged Wan's neck tightly with her small hands, and her petite body moved slightly. Wan patted her back gently and said with a smile, I will take good care of myself. Don't worry, sister. I also value my life very much and will not die easily. He tried to make himself appear more mature and rational. Xiefeng relaxed a little after hearing this, but her eyes were still dim as she looked at the box on the table. Xiaowei has grown up, and your sister can no longer keep up with your ideas. As a wedding ship, I can only support you. Open it. After saying that, she pecked Wan gently on the lips. Wan looked at her and smiled helplessly. Sister, do you really want me to join the military police? After Xiefeng kissed her, she muttered playfully, but Admiral, I really can't help it. Wasn't it fine before? Didn't sister always keep her distance? Wan couldn't help but tease her and said with a smile. Xiefeng frowned slightly and whispered, Yes, we have always maintained a brother-sister relationship before, sleeping in separate rooms, and we are not that close. When she said this, her emotions were somewhat complicated. It seemed that her emotions were becoming more and more complicated and difficult to suppress. Wan raised his hand and gently stroked Xiefeng's hair. So, Xiaowei, don't make vows with the shipgirls casually in the future. I have always been afraid to get too close to you. Otherwise, I would have wanted to rely on you a long time ago. Xiefeng said softly with a helpless tone. Wan smiled and said, But sister, You are a destroyer. He thought about the gap between his dream life as an admiral in his previous life and the reality, and suddenly felt uneasy. Xiafeng was a little excited. I'm your sister. I don't care about the destroyer. Her eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Xiaowei, do you dislike me because I'm too small? Xiafeng asked in a low voice, with a hint of shyness. She knew that Weiyan always liked large ships, and she was short, and her ship was not as big as those big sisters. If I didn't like my sister, why would I point out that she was my marriage partner? Weiyan answered gently but firmly, I do have memories. Their eyes met, and Xiafeng's eyes flashed with tenderness. That Xiaowei always dislikes her sister and doesn't cooperate with her. She whispered somewhat aggrievedly. I don't dislike my sister. I'm just afraid that the gendarmerie will look for me. Weiyan sighed in his heart, but he didn't show it. Xiafeng pouted and muttered in a low voice. Military police? Forget it. It would be great if Xiaowei didn't become an admiral. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of being discovered and could stay with his sister forever. Weiyan couldn't help but relax when he saw her expression. So what should I do to make my sister happy? Xiafeng closed her eyes slightly, stretched her head forward, and looked expectant. Weiyan hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to embrace this moment, closed his eyes, and kissed her. I'm not a Lolita complex. I swear to VV, I'm really not. Xiafeng felt Weiyan's reaction and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to merge herself into his body. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and a smile gradually spread across her face. Weiyan felt his nervousness gradually disappear. Are you happy, sister? Weiyan raised his head and looked at Xiafeng's smiling face, feeling warm in his heart. Happy I'll let you go today. The Admiral's energy has been replenished. Xiafeng chuckled, tenderness in his eyes. Weiyan looked at her and felt like he had opened Pandora's box. Things seemed to be getting out of control. I hope everyone in the military police will be lenient in the future. I didn't take the initiative. It was all Xiafeng's doing. Weiyan still didn't fully understand the existence of the military police, the difference between a wedding ship and an ordinary shipgirl. Although a shipgirl like Xiafeng seemed gentle and kind, her feelings and actions were so strong that they even exceeded Wei and imagination. The kindness of a shipgirl could be easily exploited, and the oath was initiated unilaterally by the shipgirl. Once the oath was initiated, they were no longer restricted. Weiyan did not realize that although Xiafeng looked petite, she was already mature in mind. Her feelings for him and her dependence on Wei and were no longer the simple sibling relationship of the past, but a relationship deeply rooted in her heart. Sister, if I get arrested one day, please remember to appeal for me. I am innocent. I did not take the initiative to attack the destroyer. Weiyan said self-deprecatingly, with a hint of helplessness and worry in his tone. Xiafeng was still lying on Vian absent-mindedly, and whispered, yeah. Her eyes were still gentle, but her mind was no longer on the gendarmerie. She just wanted to stay with Vian forever. Okay, sister, let's unbox it. We will need it in a short time. Weiyan moved Xiafeng from his arms to his back and prepared to open the box. Xiafeng nodded and said softly, well, Xiaowei, I have fulfilled their last wish and raised you up. Weiyan did not respond to her words, but directly opened the box. There was not much inside, only 3 small blue light balls, a bank card, and a letter. Those small balls of light represent the core of the battleship, and each one represents an opportunity to build it. Weiyan's eyes stopped on the letter. He gently opened the envelope and read the contents. Son, if you see this letter, it means that Mom and Dad are no longer here, and you chose to become an admiral. As admirals, we have already made preparations for your soul to be buried in the sea, and these things were prepared for you when you were still in my belly. You can see this letter. It should be our shipgirls who took good care of you for us. They are all very cute children. Don't be sad about our death, and don't seek revenge for us. Just live your life well. If you have enough resources in your card, find a safe place and be an ordinary admiral. Battleship cores are very precious and cannot be stored, so I left 3 for you. Weiyan's parents love you. Weiyan's eyes sparkled with tears, and the letter was also covered with tears. At this moment, everything in the past seemed to come back to him. Chapter 9, Parental Love. Weiyan traveled through time when this body was just born, so the relationship with his parents is real. He met Xiafeng because of their arrangement. Even when surrounded by the deep sea, his parents still thought of him and sent him out. For all this, only 2 people were left out of the dozens of lives of the garrison. Although they had left, they still paved the way for him. This great and selfless love made Weiyan feel even more heavy-hearted. Admiral, you still have me. Although Xiafeng had tears in her eyes, she still carefully comforted Weiyan. She snuggled into Weiyan's arms and kissed away the tears from his eyes. Sister. Weiyan hugged Xiafeng tightly, unable to control his emotions any longer. Although he had long been prepared to face the inheritance left by his parents, he did not expect that the contents of the letter would still weigh heavy on him. The resource card in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The two hugged each other and cried for a long time, finally venting their emotions. Xiaowei, what do you decide to do? Xie Feng asked in a low voice, with tears still in her eyes. Two pairs of red eyes stared at each other. Wei Yan's eyes were firm. Listen to my mother and take good care of the ship girl who raised me. Wei Yan looked straight at Xie Feng, not wanting to miss any details on her face. You are my admiral. This is what I should do. Woo woo. Xie Feng looked at Wei Yan's actions with some surprise, then tenderness ignited in his eyes and he closed his eyes lightly. This time, they were carefully leaning on each other, and Wei Yan finally let go of her stubbornness. Admiral. After responding, Wei Yan suddenly realized that her usually delicate sister had a strength that she couldn't stop. Wei Yan, who was knocked down, took the opportunity to check whether the things in his trouser pocket were still there, while Xie Feng, who was kissing with his eyes closed, did not notice Wei Yan's little action. Xie Feng was only concerned with her love for the admiral at this time, and did not reject Wei Yan's 10 fingers at all. Until she felt a cold touch on the ring finger of her left hand, she was surprised but could not believe it. She found that Wei Yan held her head with one hand to prevent her from seeing the ring. She could only suppress her curiosity and excitement. It was not until Wei Yan gently let her go that she saw the diamond ring on her ring finger, her face full of disbelief. Admiral, aren't you afraid of the gendarmerie? Xie Feng looked at Wei Yan with wide eyes. Aren't you my wedding ship? But this is different from not having a ring. Xie Feng was a little puzzled, his eyes full of confusion. I've already pledged my loyalty. It's only a matter of time before I join the military police. Wei Yan responded calmly, but there was deep helplessness in his eyes. Then why did you always reject me before? Xue Feng couldn't help but ask, with confusion and grievance in his tone. I thought my sister still needed to adapt, but I didn't expect that she exceeded my expectations. Wei Yan lowered his head and said softly, with affection in his eyes. When was it bought? How come I didn't know? Xie Feng looked at the ring and couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. It was decided before, and I want to pick it up on my birthday. Wei Yan gently lifted Xie Feng's little head, clasped her left hand with the ring on it, and said gently, Xie Feng, although it's a little late, please stay with me forever and be my wedding ship. There was a flash of shock in Xie Feng's eyes, and then she smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. Admiral, Xie Feng will accompany you until death. These words broke the last barrier between the two and allowed Xie Feng to completely put aside his inner concerns. Admiral, Xie Feng wearing the ring when going out will bring you trouble, right? Xie Feng looked at the ring on her hand reluctantly and was about to take it off, but Vian's big hand stopped her. That's it. It's fine. It's a wedding ship after all. It's only a matter of time before the military police find out. Then I'll wear it. If Xiao Wei gets caught by the military police, I'll help you explain. Xie Feng had a silly smile on his face and his eyes were sparkling with happiness. Now sister won't be unhappy anymore, right? Yeah. Wei Yan nodded gently. Come on, sister, let's get the resources out and see how many there are, and if there's anything that can be used. Wei Yan mentioned the task they were facing. Although the resources left by his parents are somewhat chaotic, they also bring new opportunities to Wei Yan. If there are enough resources, he can help Xie Feng make plans in advance. At the same time, Wei Yan was troubled by how to use the 3 battleship course. When he came out of the bank again, Wei Yan already knew what kind of wealth his parents had left for him. The stock of fuel, ammunition, steel, and aluminum made him swallow. Especially the aluminum, the total amount reached 23,000 units, which made Wei Yan realize how powerful his parents' tutelary fort was. These resources are not only wealth, but also mean that Wei Yan can carry out many ship modifications and even prepare everything for Xie Feng. After Wei Yan converted these resources into Azure coins, he can already be considered a millionaire. When Xie Feng saw these resources, he shuddered and suddenly felt that the people around him might have evil intentions towards Wei Yan. Xiao Wei, let's go back quickly. Okay. Wei Yan nodded and returned to his residence with Xie Feng. He asked Xie Feng to take out the painting tools from the ship's equipment space. Xie Feng asked in confusion, Admiral, what are you going to do? Xie Feng, the ship modification plan. Vian said very firmly, his eyes focused. Me? Does the ship need to be modified? Isn't it just a matter of consuming resources? And Xiao Wei, can you draw a blueprint for a battleship? Xie Feng's eyes widened as he watched Wei and start writing. The Yukikaze destroyer has a total water carrying capacity of 2,500 tons, a length of 118.5 meters, a beam of 10.8 meters, and is equipped with twin 127mm main guns. As for me, I used to be a ship designer. Vian recited Yukikaze's hull data without turning his head, and Yukikaze blushed instantly. Why does Xiao Wei know the data of my ship? I never told you. It's like Xiao Wei saw through me. Not only the snow wind, I also know the ship data of the ship girl who escorted us today. As for why the snow wind was transformed, Wei Yan said. Wei Yan turned around and looked at Xie Feng seriously. Sister, do you trust me? Let me transform your ship. Xie Feng looked at Wei Yan's eyes full of confidence and determination, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. I am Xiao Wei's wedding ship, as long as Xiao Wei is happy. Then sister, just wait for my good news. Wayan smiled and began to draw the blueprint attentively. Chapter 10, Principal Queen Elizabeth. April 2nd, 123rd year of the Azure calendar, Admiral Academy. Xiao Wei, is it really okay? Xiefeng followed Wei and into the academy, nervously hunching his left hand, his eyes constantly darting. Although Xiefeng dared to let go in front of Weian, she was still worried that others would see the ring on her left hand when outside. Even though Weian had promised her, she was still afraid. Sister, now you know you're scared. Isn't this to prove my love for you? Vian looked at Xiefeng with a comforting tone. He didn't care about the looks from other shipgirls and the admiral, and held Xiefeng's little hand tightly. But I'm also really afraid that my brother will join the military police. I heard it's very scary, and every admiral who joins will lose a layer of skin. Xiefeng said. Xiefeng's pace was quickened by Weian, and the small hat on her head was a little unstable. She had to hold the hat with one hand, while Weian held the other hand. The ring on her left ring finger sparkled in the sun. I can't escape the fate of being sent to the military police, so no matter how strong the wind and rain are, let them come. Weian's firm words made Xiefeng feel sweet in her heart, even though she still had a worried look on her face. Her little hand slowly slipped into the gap between Weian's fingers. Kankali are often such easy to satisfy little fools. A little comfort can make them happy for a long time. My little brother has grown up. Different admirals have different reporting times. Today is the second day, and Weian and Xiefeng arrived earlier. With the guidance of the ship girl at the entrance of the academy, Weian and Xiefeng walked to the principal's office and knocked on the door gently. Please come in. A girl's voice came from inside the door. Her tone was surprisingly steady. Hello, Principal. I'm the new admiral here to report in. Weian pushed the door open and entered, his eyes falling on the girl in a white dress. Her long dark gray hair was scattered on her shoulders, and the crown on her head attracted Vian's attention. Queen Elizabeth. Vian recognized the ship girl at first sight. Hello, new admiral. Who's that person next to you? Elizabeth put away Vian's admission information and turned to Xiefeng. When Xiefeng saw Elizabeth's gaze, he immediately hid behind Vian, leaning sideways with only his little head showing, and their eyes looked at each other nervously. The main theme is social phobia. My ship girl, Yukikaze. Vian gently touched Yukikaze's little head, comforting her timid sister while answering Elizabeth's questions. Your entrance test showed that you didn't have a ship girl before. Have you signed a contract with a ship girl so soon? Elizabeth glanced at Xiefeng with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and then focused her attention on Vian's information. It was only after I came to the Admiral Academy that I found out that she was a ship girl. We are siblings who depend on each other. Weian answered seriously, while gently comforting Xiefeng. I see. Elizabeth nodded, her tone calm. Then do you know that the Academy will have different arrangements for new admirals who bring shipgirls with them? Although Weian had been in this world for a while, he only had a superficial understanding of the Admiral Academy when he studied with Xiefeng behind his back. He did not fully understand the Academy's arrangements for new admirals. Most normal new admirals don't have shipgirls, but there are also admirals like you who have shipgirls. This involves the Academy's welfare for you newcomers. Elizabeth smiled and her tone became relaxed. The character and achievements of every admiral who enrolls have been recognized by the shipgirls, so we will directly distribute resources to you. 1,000 units of oil, ammunition, and steel, 300 units of aluminum, and a battleship core. Elizabeth's tone was somewhat expectant. This resource is related to your 3 years of study and life. After building the shipgirl, you can work together with the shipgirl to improve and complete the mission of the Academy. But if the construction fails, you will need to earn resources before graduation and build your own shipgirl so that you can continue your studies. Elizabeth smiled with a hint of seriousness in her eyes, and if you choose to transfer the resources directly to the existing shipgirl, you can focus on her and help her grow further. After hearing this, Weian quickly understood his situation. As an admiral who already had a shipgirl, he did not need to build a shipgirl first like other new admirals. He could directly enter normal studies and enjoy more freedom. By the way, these resources are the only one that the Academy provides to you for free in 3 years. If you use them up, you will need to find a way to earn resources yourself. Elizabeth reminded gently, please consider it carefully. For Weian, resources are not scarce. He has 3 battleship cores, so he is not under much pressure. Then may I ask, Principal, how many resources does it take for the ship girl to materialize the ship? Weian was a little confused. Although he knew that resources were needed to materialize the ship, he was not sure how much exactly was needed. Well, are you considering materializing the ship's hull now? This is your graduation requirement. Elizabeth's tone was slightly interested and seemed more relaxed. After all, 400,000 Azure coins can greatly reduce the burden if used properly. Although the ship's ship equipment is powerful, it is still far behind the materialized warship. She smiled. The materialized ship can also better protect the safety of the ship. Wei held Xiefeng's little hand tightly, and had already decided in his heart that he must materialize the ship for Xiefeng as soon as possible so that they could do more. Are you worried about your own ship, girl? What a nice-hearted admiral. Elizabeth looked at Vian and praised him in her heart. Based on tonnage, if Xiefeng is a destroyer, it will probably require 2,000 to 3,000 tons of steel. Elizabeth continued, the other resources are half of the steel. For example, the embodiment of an aircraft carrier requires aluminum. Of course, this is just the basics. There will be some adjustments in detail. She squinted her eyes and smiled. You will learn this after you enter school. Just as he finished speaking, there was another knock on the door, and a young man about the same age as Wayan walked in. Okay, have you thought about the resources you want? If you have, I will sign for you directly. Elizabeth held up Wayan's admission information and shook it, looking at him with a smile. The new boy stood politely behind Wayan, and although his eyes were a little surprised, he didn't say much. Replace them all with steel. Vian looked at Xiefeng with a firm tone. Don't you need fuel and ammunition to replenish the ship, girl? Elizabeth was a little curious. I still have a little savings. Vian explained softly. Elizabeth nodded and quickly signed. Go to the construction room to collect the resources, and the teacher will tell you the next process. Chapter 11. The shipgirl in the coffee shop. Hey, boy. Looking at the cowboy-style shipgirl in front of him wearing a white hat and a white cloak, Wayan felt a little uncomfortable. Nevada looked at the new admiral with interest, especially since there was a little girl accompanying her. Nevada is the representative of 3-star battleships in the game, and she can be seen everywhere during construction and salvage. Every time Wayan heard her voice, he knew that he had failed to deliver again. Now he was in the construction room, and Nevada was the person in charge. If she were here, the construction admiral would definitely be lucky. Wayan thought to himself, and on the surface he still politely handed over his information. Hello, teacher. I'm here to collect resources. Well, there's a new admiral from the shipgirl. Not bad, not bad. After that, Nevada took out 4 boxes from her ship's equipment space. These are the steel you want. Check it out. After that, she looked at Xiefeng again. You are so lucky to have such a cute little sister. Nevada looked at Xiefeng's cute appearance and couldn't help but praise Wayan's luck. Even for a destroyer, the gap can be seen. Wayan opened the box and saw a piece of silver material the size of a chocolate bar. He weighed it with his hand and felt it was very light. Is this steel? The resources in the world of Kankali are really unique. Even 4,000 units of resources don't take up much space, so 4 large boxes can easily solve the problem. Teacher, there is also a battleship core. Wayan looked at Nevada with expectation. Nevada took out a small ball from his body and put it in Wayan's hand. Young man, now that you have a battleship core, don't you want to try it seeing that you brought a shipgirl to report? You should have a contract with the shipgirl, and you probably haven't had your blood tested yet. Nevada put his arm on Wayan's shoulder with a somewhat familiar tone. Blood test? Yes, every admiral's initial construction, some failed to build the most unlucky ones, some drove away the small boats and the big unlucky ones, and there were also Asians who tried to sneak across. And look, Nevada pointed in a direction and saw the door of the construction room open, and a male admiral and a big sister walked out. This body is either a battleship or an aircraft carrier. I bet, just like me. Wayan looked at the admiral and the shipgirl with a strange look in his eyes. Teacher Nevada, this is my newly built shipgirl, Street. Not bad. Boy, you're so lucky this time. I haven't seen this shipgirl before. Is this ship a battleship or an aircraft carrier? While helping the admiral register, Nevada winked at Vian, as if suggesting that he should try to build one too. Destroyer. What? Are you kidding me? Nevada looked at Straight's impressive figure, then looked down at himself. His eyes lost their luster. Lost, really lost. Despite this, Nevada still helped the admiral complete the registration step by step. Hee, that was an accident just now. Then boy, are you really not going to build it once? Nevada wiped the sweat from her forehead awkwardly and said to Wayan. Wayan shook his head and responded politely. No need, teacher. Where should I go next? We'll talk about construction next time. Nevada smiled and pointed to the side. Go directly to the living area and find the life teacher to get the dormitory key. She will also help you with your course schedule. After that, she sorted out the resources and piled them together. Sister, thank you for your help. After confirming everything was correct, Wayan looked at Xuefeng. Leave it to you, sister. But, Wei, don't you build it once? Sister is just a destroyer, and its combat power is not as good as other ships. And I have bad luck. Although Wayan didn't want to build it, he felt a little soft-hearted because Xuefeng was worried about her getting hurt. While collecting the resources, he comforted Xuefeng. Sister will still be in school for a long time. We are not in a hurry. After Xuefeng sorted out the resources, Wayan took her hand and went to the dormitory area. The president has found the target. and the target is heading towards the living area. Report completed. Over. Don't expose your tracks, keep tracking. Got it. A pair of binoculars stretched out from behind the bushes, quietly observing Wan and Skiefeng. After seeing them walk away, a girl quietly followed them. The Admiral Academy was very large, and it took Wan and Skiefeng 20 minutes to walk to the living area. This was the most crowded place, and although he was on campus, Wan felt like he was walking on the street. The neatly arranged shops and the dazzling array of goods dazzled him. At the same time, an enthusiastic girl came up to greet him. Admiral, you must be new here. You must be tired after walking for so long. Would you like to have a cup of coffee and take a break? The silver-haired girl in a maid uniform invited him warmly and tried to hold Skiefeng's hand without hesitation. However, the timid Skiefeng hid behind Wan again and refused to let the girl hold her hand. Sister, do you want a drink? Wan looked down at Xiefeng, who also looked at him. Wan understood. Then let's have a drink. The girl who was soliciting customers said excitedly, Great. First order of the day. We're open. Seeing the girl's excitement, Wan was a little skeptical. The flow of customers around him made him feel that this coffee shop was a little strange. The store is not big, with only 4 seats. Admiral, would you like to try our specialty coffee? Wan saw that there was no menu in the store, so he could only nod. Xiefeng sat obediently on the small stool next to Wan, shaking her legs, looking very cute, not like a sister at all. Soon, the girl who was both a waiter and a barista brought 2 small cups of coffee and a small cream pudding. Seeing the red strawberry jam on the pudding, Xiefeng's eyes lit up. Little Wei, come and eat. This pudding looks delicious. Xiefeng scooped a small piece of pudding with a small spoon and put it in front of Wan's mouth, looking at him expectantly. As a sister, she always gave the best to her brother. Even though her brother was her admiral now, she still did this unconsciously. The silver-haired girl who returned to the operating table was surprised to see the interaction between the two. What did she see? The interaction between a destroyer girl and the admiral, and the destroyer girl was so happy, while the admiral looked a little helpless. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. You can eat it. Wan saw Xiefeng's love for pudding, took the spoon, and fed her the pudding. Seeing her satisfied expression, Wan gently touched Xiefeng's little head. Chapter 12 Reasons for Loving Coffee. The stalker who had been following Wan and Xiefeng outside the cafe watched their interaction with gritted teeth. But she couldn't expose herself yet. She was outside now, and it would be bad to disrupt her plans. But the pudding tastes really good, and the destroyer seems very happy. The 2 people in the cafe didn't notice the girl outside and were still enjoying their short break. Seeing that Xiefeng liked to eat pudding, Vian put his portion of pudding in front of Xiefeng. She enjoyed the delicious pudding contentedly for her brother and the admiral's love, but she frowned at the shop owner's coffee. It's too bitter. Xiao Wei, this coffee is so bitter. It's not as good as the one I had outside before. It doesn't taste good. Just eat some pudding to slow down the process. This is espresso. No water or sugar is added. It's normal for it to be bitter. Looking at the oil floating on the coffee in the small cup, Wan drank it in one gulp. In his previous life, he would stay awake for countless late nights with just this cup of coffee. This admiral knows a lot about coffee. Wan's knowledge of Italian coffee immediately attracted the silver-haired girl's attention. Generally, I just drink a lot and understand a little bit. I see there aren't many people like you who like to drink Italian coffee, so there haven't been many customers in the store. Italian coffee is obviously the best. The girl sighed and looked enviously at the endless stream of customers coming into the dessert shop across the street. Is it an Italian shipgirl? The flavor of Italian coffee is too unique and may not be easy for most people to accept. I remember that most of the people who like this kind of coffee are Italian shipgirls. Wan looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him with interest. There is a nickname for Italian shipgirls called Italian kindergarten, and they are all heavy coffee lovers. Also, because it was a kindergarten, Wan was a little unsure about the shipgirl in front of him. What's wrong? Is the admiral interested in me? The silver-haired girl said this with a slight blush on her face. Just out of curiosity, even as an Italian shipgirl, in my memory, the silver hair is still like yours. Is it Zara or Gorizia? Xiefeng, who was eating pudding, looked at Wan in surprise. She didn't realize that the girl in front of her was a shipgirl, and she didn't know her. How much did her brother learn behind her back? If Wan knew, he would probably remain silent. In this world, most of the shipgirls that the admiral comes into contact with are relatively less rare ones. Only the particularly famous shipgirls will leave a deeper impression. Moreover, the appearances of the shipgirls with the same name are also different. Wan was able to remember this simply because he had seen a lot of shipgirls in his previous life, and he felt that his memory had improved a lot after he awakened his talent. That's why we can roughly judge the identity of the shipgirl, but there may be some mistakes. The girls with silver hair and drinking coffee are not necessarily Italian shipgirls. After all, they are also living beings who will grow and change, and their tastes may change. But Gorizia covered her little mouth in surprise. How did you know I'm from Gorizia? Well, I'm so touched. It's the first time someone knows about me. Gorizia wiped the tears from her eyes with her maid uniform. So it's Gorizia? How come no one else knows you? Gorizia. I remember she was a girl who loved cooking and was a little shy. Gorizia was remembered by Vian as a woman with a blushing face and a burning bubble teapot. Sister Zara and I are not as outstanding and well-known as the big sister of Vinado, so why do you know us? Gorizia's surprised expression and the blush on her face became more and more obvious as her excited tone increased. Why does this admiral know us? Is he interested in us? Why did he come here as soon as I recruited him? Does he like me? Should I reject him then? Gorizia's mind was in a mess and he was thinking badly. Isn't it the admiral's job to know every shipgirl? It would be terrible if he recognized the wrong person, don't you think? Weian looked at Xiefeng, who opened her mouth in surprise and fed her another small bite of pudding. Xiefeng looked cuter and cuter in his eyes, without any of the authority of an older sister. I can only keep repeating and reminding myself in my heart. Vivi, I swear I'm not a Lolita complex, it's just that the elder sister is too cute. There were so many coffee shops on the street, and even though Gorizia took the initiative to recruit him, he still chose this shop because he saw the words Italian coffee on the shop door. That is the past he misses and the reason why he loves to drink Italian coffee. Does Vivi in this world also like to drink Italian coffee? That's true. You even know about an unknown shipgirl like me. It shows that you are very attentive to shipgirls. You will definitely be a good admiral in the future. Gorizia gave a thumbs up to Vian. Then I'll take your good words. The coffee is delicious. I'll come again when I have the chance. Seeing Xiefeng forcing himself to finish the coffee, Weian couldn't help laughing at his cute frown and left while Xiefeng was playing around. Weian, right? Your dormitory has been arranged. Just take your shipgirl with you. But I remind you, don't attack the destroyer. The kitchen goddess looked at Weian and Xiefeng, who were walking over hand in hand, and she couldn't help but give a reminder. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. When can I start the class? Vian ignored the words of the Vesta goddess. It was not him who attacked the destroyer, but Xiefeng who attacked him. There is no such thing as safety. We can start tomorrow. Although you have arrived one after another, the situation of each admiral and shipgirl is different. So we only provide you with a teaching area and teachers. It is up to you to learn. As an admiral, the most important thing is to take good care of your own shipgirl. To make these elf-like children happy, training the shipgirls is also a compulsory course for the admiral. Here, this is the regional map of the academy and the function of each area. Take it back and have a look. As she spoke, the kitchen goddess handed Weian the dormitory key and a map. Excuse me, teacher. We will go to the dormitory then. Seeing that Weian and Xiefeng were still holding hands, the somewhat worried female kitchen god shouted from behind. Remember, don't attack destroyers. Until the two men disappeared from sight, the girl who had been following Vian jumped in front of the goddess of the kitchen. Goddess of the kitchen goddess, please cooperate with our actions. The admiral who just left has violated the regulations. Chapter 13. This time, I was really entered the military police, I was arrested. Because the admiral will be accompanied by the shipgirls, each admiral has a separate dormitory, and each dormitory room has 4 beds. There are only Vian and Xiefeng now, so there are 2 beds empty, but they will be useful when Vian gets a new shipgirl. Xiaowei, I didn't expect you to be an admiral already. The change is so fast that I still can't react. Xiefeng sighed as she watched Weian, who was washing his admiral's uniform, sitting on the already made bed. Sorry, sis, it happened suddenly. Weian lowered his head and carefully washed his clothes as he answered Xiefeng. It's okay, just protect yourself, Xiaowei. Have you decided which class you're going to take tomorrow, Xiaowei? Ship hull embodiment course. I need to understand the specific situation of the ship hull. I hope to help my sister realize the ship hull as soon as possible. Xiaowei, you've worked so hard. It's all my fault for being so useless. Xiefeng said this with some distress again, causing Weian to quickly wipe his hands to comfort Xiefeng. Xiefeng is the best sister in the world. Without Xiefeng, Xiaowei wouldn't be where she is today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive today. Weian lifted Xiefeng's head and looked at him seriously. Really? Am I the best person for such an unlucky person? I'm afraid that being a shipgirl by your side will bring you bad luck. All my sisters died because of me. If my sister is really unlucky, why haven't I been fine for so many years? Don't be afraid to face difficulties bravely. I believe my sister is the luckiest. Weian understood clearly why Xiefeng felt so inferior about himself. Because of luck. The reason why the Yukikaze destroyer became famous was also luck. It participated in all the major and medium-sized defeats in its naval career, and other ships were basically wiped out. And she. After dozens of large-scale air raids by a total of 15,000 enemy planes, the ship was hit by only 1 bomb, and it was a dud. The final outcome was that the Danyang was dismantled. After becoming a shipgirl, Yukikaze's luck turned into her special ability, which allowed her to absorb the luck of other shipgirls on her side and use it for her own benefit. So if you want to go sailing with Yukikaze, you must be extremely careful. However, even if she did not sail with other shipgirls, Yukikaze was still a very lucky shipgirl. She should be said to be the luckiest shipgirl, no doubt about it. Really? Vic? Xiefeng sobbed and felt a little sad, feeling unsure. Didn't my sister tell me that she would bring me luck? Why are you doubting yourself? Wiping away Xiefeng's tears, Weiyan spoke gently. Looking at the admiral who he could rely on, Xiefeng once again lost control of himself. The gentle touch swept over Weiyan. It was new to him, but now it was familiar to him. Weiyan closed his eyes naturally. Bang! The loud noise woke up Weiyan and Xiefeng, and they looked at the collapsed doors and windows in shock. At the same time, several dark shadows rushed in quickly and pinned Weiyan down. This made Xiefeng lose her mind. Weiyan was her spiritual support and the person she cared about the most. Never allow anyone to hurt him. Summoning his own ship suit, the main gun turned into a small pistol and Xiefeng pointed it at the person holding Weiyan down. When the lights were turned on, Xiefeng saw that it was the female kitchen goddess whom she had just seen today and other shipgirls that she had never seen before. The disciplinary committee has verified that you attacked the destroyer, so you are now being taken to the military police for investigation. Weiyan was pinned to the ground, unable to move his head. He could only feel the huge force on his body and was unable to move at all. But the female voice in his body was very cold. I can explain. Weiyan tried hard to defend himself. Explain. Explain slowly when we get to the gendarmerie. As the older sister who was escorting Weiyan said this, she winked at the two people next to her and prepared to escort Weiyan out of the dormitory. Let Xiaowei go. Let him go. Xiefeng reacted and watched Weiyan being taken away. As a sister, she subconsciously protected her brother. Xiefeng blocked the door and aimed her ship equipment at the shipgirl who was escorting Weiyan. The female kitchen god, who was a life teacher, was just about to go up and pull Xiefeng down to explain to her how hateful the admiral who attacked the destroyer was. After all, in her eyes, Xiefeng is the little sister destroyer that has just been built by Weiyan, and it is the duty of every shipgirl in the Admiral Academy to protect these newly built destroyers. But precisely because she was close to Xiefeng, the kitchen goddess also saw the reflective ring on the ring finger of Xiefeng's left hand as he held the ship-mounted hand cannon, etc. This discovery made the goddess of the kitchen a little panicked. What's wrong? The shipgirl with two pointed ears looked at the female kitchen god in confusion. You look at the left hand of this destroyer. As she spoke, the kitchen goddess didn't care about the imprisoned Weiyan anymore, and directly lifted up Xiefeng's left hand with the ring on it, exposed to the sight of all the shipgirls. This can't be a ring. Then this admiral not only attacked the destroyer, but he was also married to the destroyer. Damn it. Looking at the suddenly excited emotions of the shipgirls around her, Xiefeng knew that the ring had caused trouble for Weiyan, and quickly broke free from the hands of the goddess of the kitchen and held it up cherishingly. She even threw the ship equipment that was closely related to her onto the ground and left it there. Weiyan looked at the shipgirls around him with fire in their eyes. He knew it was best to remain silent now. The kiss before could still be explained. But now that the snow wind ring is on my hand, no matter how sufficient the explanation is, it seems powerless. He attacked the destroyer. Although he had thought about being caught by the gendarmerie, he did not expect that he would be sent to the gendarmerie the next day. He broke the fastest record for entering the gendarmerie among all his predecessors. Now leave your explanation to the gendarmerie, Fenty. The angry shipgirl kicked Weiyan hard on the butt. Xiefeng, who wanted to help Weiyan, was also firmly grasped by the kitchen goddess to prevent her from causing trouble. That's all. Weiyan was caught by the disciplinary committee on his first day of work. Defendant, please confess and I will give you leniency. Please confess and I will give you leniency. Weiyan has been handed over to the military police by the college's disciplinary committee and is now sitting in the interrogation room. Tianlong, the chairman of the discipline committee and the head of the gendarmerie, looked at Weiyan with a serious face while holding the interrogation form. I am innocent. I am innocent. I am not a Lolita complex. I am married. Weiyan did not lie and decided to confess in order to get a lighter punishment. Bang. So what we saw you kissing the snow wind destroyer was also fake? Long Dion slammed the seat with a loud noise and then threw out a photo. The photo had a dim environment and was taken when he and Xiefeng were kissing in the dormitory. Appeal. Appeal. It's from me personally. The female kitchen god, who was trying to comfort Xiefeng, saw Xiefeng stand up and said with a firm face. Chapter 14 Tianlong. I am cracked. This little destroyer sister, if your admiral forced you, just blink. We know that some admirals do bad things to shipgirls, and it is not easy for shipgirls to resist. Especially for a shipgirl like you who might have been deceived into marriage by a swindler, you can't refuse what they did. This is the military police, and you can tell us about your grievances. What kind of outrageous things has he done? And today is your first day of school. He was just built, and he wants to do these things. You piece of shit. Hearing Xiefeng's disruptive voice, Tianlong comforted Xiefeng in a gentle tone, while speaking viciously to Weiyan. Looking at Tianlong gritting her teeth, Weiyan really felt that she was very angry. But we have been married for more than 10 years. Yes. Xiaowei didn't force me. He didn't lie to me. Weiyan weakly raised his left hand to refute, and Xiefeng beside him also echoed. After hearing the rebuttals from Vian and Xiefeng, the shipgirls present were once again hit by heavy artillery and stood there in a daze, and it took them a while to come back to their senses. That's too much information. Let me sort it out. Tianlong, who was originally filled with righteous indignation, quickly steadied the stool and sat down, pressing his temple to think. The kitchen goddess even stopped herself from holding Xiefeng's hand. What did they hear? A destroyer had been married to the admiral for more than 10 years. What a concept. This admiral looks so young, and he just reported for duty this year, so he must be 18 years old and has been married for more than 10 years. Doesn't that mean that the admiral had already made a pact with the shipgirl when he was still a little kid? This huge amount of news is very explosive. Real. Weiyan and Xiefeng's words made Tianlong feel a little unconfident, and he could only look at them in confusion. The school has my information. Xiefeng and I have lived together for more than 10 years. She is my sister. Weiyan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Tianlong and the others were willing to sit down and have a good talk. But even more explosive news came out. Elder sister? Not only are you married, but you're also brother and sister? Tianlong felt like his world was collapsing. He felt numbed. She has been working hard to protect the destroyer and stop all kinds of people from wanting to attack the destroyer, but she has never experienced anything like what happened today. The news is more explosive than the last. However, as a shipgirl with excellent qualities and accomplishments, she would not believe Weiyan's one-sided words. But as a shipgirl is a creature that cannot lie, she cannot help but believe it. We are really siblings. If you don't believe me, check it out. Okay, the kitchen goddess will call the principal right away, and we'll extract Admiral Weiyan's information. As if catching a ray of light, Tianlong made a decision immediately. Who? Principal Elizabeth, I'm Tianlong. A terrible incident has occurred here, and I need the principal to retrieve some information. Tianlong, tell me, I'll help you take a look. Hearing Tianlong's serious voice, Elizabeth also knew Tianlong's usual duties and quickly opened her own file cabinet. At the same time, Tianlong looked at Weiyan with a dead look in his eyes. In her opinion, how could such an explosive thing happen? And who would believe a shipgirl using an oath on a little kid? It must be that the admiral was deceiving the little destroyer. An admiral named Weiyan and the destroyer Xiefeng, who have not changed into the Academy's admiral uniforms, should be freshmen this year. Principal, please take a look. Weiyan and Xiefeng, I remember what the new students who just registered today did. Elizabeth said to Tianlong as she dug out Weiyan's information. But Elizabeth's answer made Tianlong feel bad. Admiral Weiyan attacked Xiefeng, and he got married. What's going on? Tell me in detail, and I'll tell you why they are so close. But I seem to remember that they are siblings. Did you misunderstand? Elizabeth was a little surprised when she looked at Vian's information in her hand. They are really siblings. Tianlong asked Elizabeth in disbelief. After all, if Weiyan and Xiefeng are really siblings, then it is also possible that Xiefeng married Weiyan. In her mind, this was something that was unlikely to happen. After all, she had always encountered Fendi attacking little expellers or adult sisters forcing the admiral to marry. She had never encountered such a thing before. Yes, his profile says that he has a sister, Xiefeng, who he stays with. But what about him marrying Yukikaze? Compared to Tianlong's anger, she was more curious. Today we received a report that the admiral was too close to the destroyer, and then he kissed the destroyer in the dormitory and we caught him on the spot. I thought it was just an admiral attacking a shipgirl, but I didn't expect Yukikaze to be wearing a ring. Tianlong was interrupted by Elizabeth before he could finish his words. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. After he finished speaking, there was only the sound of beeps in Tianlong's phone, and he could only turn his attention back to Weiyan. Look, I've already told you that Xiefeng and I are siblings. We've really been married for a long time. These things all really happened, and Weiyan felt very open about it. If he wasn't afraid that they would be even more shocked, he would have said that he was married when he was a baby. Then did you know that the marriage destroyer would be locked up? You attacked the destroyer and there is no denying the fact. Tianlong, who was a little lacking in confidence, could not forgive the admiral for attacking the destroyer. I mean, is it possible that I was attacked? Weiyan said in a low and urgent voice while looking at Xiefeng on the other side. After all, if Xiefeng hadn't used the oath on him, he would have known that Xiefeng was his marriage ship, and he wouldn't have prepared that ring. This time Tianlong decided not to ask Weiyan anymore and walked directly to Xiefeng's side. Xie Feng's worried look towards Weian was heartbreaking. The already weak girl looked even more pitiful. She felt very guilty because her ring caused her brother to be arrested. Whether you are siblings or husband and wife, you know the shipgirl Xie Feng, it is impossible for her to lie. Look me in the eyes and answer me properly. Tianlong squatted in front of Xie Feng and looked into the purple eyes filled with tears. She has protected many little sisters, and this is the first time she has encountered a little sister rebelling against the admiral, so her mind is very confused now. Well, you say, as long as it doesn't embarrass Xiaowei. Xie Feng tightly grasped the ring that Weian gave her with her right hand, which gave her a little sense of security. Tell me, is he really your brother? You took the initiative to pledge your loyalty, Admiral? Yes. How long ago did they make the vow? How old is he? 17 years ago, he was 6 months old. Chapter 15. Expelling the marriage, Admiral? 6 months. Tianlong swallowed hard. She heard something. The destroyer little sister used the pledge on the 6-month-old baby and pushed it in reverse. It refreshed her worldview. But isn't he your brother? Don't you know that things like this between siblings are not allowed? Although there were some explosions, Tianlong was not very panicked. Hearing Tianlong's question, Xie Feng felt a little unhappy and pouted. My brother is not my biological brother, but the admiral is mine anyway. Even if you want to punish me, the admiral is still mine. Xie Feng, who had always been weak, was unusually firm at this moment. She only had her own admiral, so she wouldn't allow anyone to separate them. Seeing the stubborn Xie Feng gave Tianlong and the kitchen goddess a headache. Then did you know that the admiral will go to jail for attacking a destroyer? Tianlong also tried to see if Xie Feng could be saved. It was me who attacked Xiaowei. It has nothing to do with him. If you want to lock someone up, lock me up. If you still want to blame Xiaowei, lock me up as well. Xie Feng said this firmly and smiled sweetly at Weian. I can give up anything except my brother and admiral. This is what I insist on as a sister and a wedding ship. Xie Feng's words let Tianlong know that she was beyond help. Although the shipgirls are simple and kind, they will not change their minds once they have made up their minds about something, especially when it comes to the admiral. Xie Feng has already used the oath on Weian, which basically means they are dependent on each other for life and death. She will not be influenced by anyone except the admiral. Ahem. Now that Tianlong knows that this admiral was attacked by the shipgirl, what should this admiral do now? He doesn't seem to be a dung admiral. The female kitchen god who was watching asked Tianlong with an unnatural expression. But this admiral kissed the destroyer. Yukikaze is the marriage ship. She has released her restrictions, and the marriage ship can't help but feel for the admiral. The words of the kitchen goddess left Tianlong speechless. This is also the reason why she hates Fenty. A simple destroyer is easy to deceive. If he is deceived into making an oath, he will be like Xie Feng now. If ordinary shipgirls can still restrain their feelings no matter how much they like their admirals, then the oath is like unlocking the shipgirl's emotional module, and they can no longer control their emotions. I've already said that I was wronged. I should be fine now. I'm sorry, sister. In the end, I still have to rely on you to save me. Weian thought with some self-blame. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. I'm not late. Elizabeth's voice arrived before she did. Then Elizabeth saw several people in a stalemate in the interrogation room, especially Tianlong, who was usually swift and decisive, but now he was silent. What's going on? Aren't we going to judge Fenty? Why are you silent? Elizabeth said as she looked towards Vian's position. Your test scores were all good. How could you make such a mistake? I thought you were a good admiral, but I didn't expect that. When Elizabeth spoke, she didn't notice the strange expressions on the other shipgirls' faces. After saying that, she leaned on the shoulder of the kitchen goddess and whispered what happened here. Principal, the matter has been made very clear. Now the new admiral should be correct. The kitchen goddess spoke in an unnatural way. If it's correct, why don't you let him go? Didn't they say he would be expelled after marriage? How can it be correct? Elizabeth said as she noticed the ring on Xie Feng's finger next to her. The destroyer forced the admiral to marry her, and the admiral was still a baby when they made the vows. So they both have a relationship that has lasted for more than 10 years. The goddess of the hearth placed her mouth next to Elizabeth's ear and whispered in a mosquito-like voice. Elizabeth thought she understood every word, but when she heard them together, her mouth opened wide. Are you kidding me? Expelling the admiral from the marriage? Elizabeth said in surprise while staring at Xie Feng. Xie Feng, can you tell me why you used the oath on your admiral at that time? After all, we have never seen such a thing before. As Elizabeth asked, Tianlong, the goddess of the hearth, and their ears perked up. Can you tell me, admiral? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Xie Feng suddenly became timid again, and at the same time he felt his face burning because of what he had said before. Xie Feng's pleading look made Weian feel distressed. Sister, go ahead. We are already in the military police now, so it's a good opportunity to solve all the problems at once. Weian also didn't want to live in fear with Xie Feng every day. After all, the chief of the gendarmerie was here. Wei's encouraging look gave Xiefeng a lot more confidence. Xiao Wei is the child of my former admiral. Xiao Wei and I are the only ones left in the former tutelary fort, so I only have Xiao Wei, my current admiral. Xiefeng doesn't want to recall the past, so she feels very uncomfortable when talking about the past. What about the other people and shipgirls in the garrison? Tianlong, who was a little confused, asked further. She wanted to know what caused Xiefeng to do such a thing, and see if she could prevent such things from happening in the future. Dead, all dead, only us. My sisters sank in front of me, the admiral died in front of me, and only Xiao Wei in my arms and I survived. Xiefeng said with red eyes. I see. I understand. There are many reasons for the destruction of a garrison, and they all understand how much of a blow it can be to the shipgirls to see their admiral and sisters die in front of them. So they also understood that if it weren't for the child in Xiefeng's arms, she might have drowned herself. The painful question made the shipgirls feel sad, as they had also seen their sisters die in front of them. Tianlong even walked directly to Weian and untied the handcuffs that were on him. You were innocent. Take good care of your shipgirl in the future. I will tell the other people in the military police, but I don't want you to attack other destroyers in the future. For a shipgirl whose spirit is about to collapse, this admiral is her spiritual support, and she also understands the reason for the reverse oath. He was her motivation to live. Although she hated the admiral who attacked the destroyer, she would be happy if it would make the shipgirl happier. Isn't the original intention of establishing the Kankali Union and the military police to protect the weak Kankali? After Tianlong finished speaking, he patted Weian on the shoulder and left the interrogation room with the other members of the gendarmerie. Admiral. Seeing Weian without any restraints, Xiefeng ran to Weian crying, hugged his waist tightly, and refused to let go. Okay, sister. I'm fine now, right? We will be fine too from now on. Weian patted Xiefeng's back to comfort the poor little thing. Chapter 16. Kankali's Battleship. Elizabeth, is this the shipgirl that the admiral loves? Looking at Vian, who was full of tenderness towards Xiefeng, the Vesta turned her head and asked Queen Elizabeth. A shipgirl is a shipgirl, but not all admirals are like that. Why should our academy teach these humans? Isn't it just to teach them how to treat shipgirls? This child who was raised by a shipgirl must be so different. Let's go and stop disturbing others. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she dragged the goddess of the hearth away who was watching the show. When we were about to part ways while walking on the campus, remember to repair this admiral's dormitory. Tianlong must have enforced the law violently again. They disappeared into the darkness. Is my sister okay? After feeling the breathing of the little head buried in him stabilized, Weian spoke softly in Xiefeng's ear. Okay, sister, you don't have to worry about the military police seeing your ring anymore. We are safe now. Although we were a little scared tonight, it's over. What happened in the past is in the past. Xiao Wei will still have to rely on her sister in the future. Let's go back then, sister. As she said that, Weian wanted to pull Xiefeng away, but her steps did not move at all. Then he saw Xiefeng staring at his face longingly. Weian, who had lived with Xiefeng for so many years, immediately understood his sister's thoughts. Holding or carrying? Weian squatted down and looked at Xiefeng's red eyes. Hug. After Xiefeng finished speaking, he pecked Weian on the mouth. The fleeting tenderness didn't make Weian think too much. After all, tonight was a shock for Xiefeng, so now she was just a little uneasy and frightened. A hand passed under Xiefeng's legs, causing her to subconsciously hug Weian's neck, and a princess hug was completed naturally. Xiao Wei, you scared your sister. Xiefeng was suddenly frightened and patted Weian on the shoulder with her snow-white and delicate hand, scolding him. Does sister like it? Like? How could she not like it? This was her first princess hug in her life, and it was from her favorite admiral. Weian walked over to the ship suit that Xiefeng had dropped. Sister, don't you want your ship suit anymore? Yukikaze had happily forgotten everything and even forgot that her most important ship equipment was left behind, which made her feel a little embarrassed. I'm worried about Xiao Wei, so please don't get hurt in the future, okay? I'll be worried. With one hand around Weian's neck, Xiefeng waved the other hand and the ship suit that had fallen to the ground was taken back into the ship suit space. Of course, I am the one who is most afraid of death, but sister, you have recovered so quickly since we arrived at the beach. The speed at which your shipgirl space opens has also increased a lot. As they walked on the road, Weian and Xiefeng chatted intermittently. They are so fast. Looking at the repaired door of the dormitory, Weian exclaimed in surprise. Okay, sister, go wash up. You were frightened and cried tonight. Let's go to bed early. Looking at Weian's serious eyes, Xiefeng obeyed obediently. Weian felt that after Xiefeng revealed her identity to her, her former dignity as an elder sister was gone forever. Now the military police's worries have disappeared. I just need to avoid encountering a destroyer that looks at me with strange eyes again. Tomorrow, I will go to the ship realization class to study and check my sister's ship drawings to see if there is anything that can be modified. At the same time, Wayne thought about his talents that he had not used yet, as well as the 4 battleship cores he had placed there. 20,000 tons, which is larger than the tonnage of most heavy cruisers. When Wayne considers Yukikaze's hull, he not only has to take into account the battleship itself, but also Yukikaze's skills. The skills of the shipgirl. Xiafeng is very lucky, so lucky that he can make some risky modifications and tactical choices when Wayne is currently short of resources. After all, there is no such thing as a perfect battleship. Having a little bit of everything is the same as having nothing. Firepower, air defense, anti-submarine, speed, armor, torpedoes. When I was in school, most of the time, I needed to use a warship was for escort and transportation. Wayne thought about it and took out a notebook to write down his thoughts one by one. The school does not have many large warships. Most of them are destroyers and light cruisers. Most of the time when you are commissioned to escort, you will encounter ordinary deep-sea destroyers wandering around, but you still have to be able to outrun them. Without speed, you can't take the initiative. In Vian's memory, there are destroyers among the battleships that can run at 45 knots, while the limit of the Yukikaze destroyer is 38 to 39 knots. It will be very passive when encountering that kind of monster destroyer. Moreover, the warships in this world are not like the warships in the previous life. They are operated by multiple people and the coordination is not comparable to that of the warships in the previous life. In the previous life, we had to worry about the service life of the battleship equipment, but in this world, the battleship can repair itself by just taking a bath and consuming some resources. Therefore, some extreme data are particularly important, and as a shipgirl you can better unleash the potential of your battleship. The distance of the artillery fire and the speed of the warship mean that if you can't hit it, you can't hit it, and if you can't catch up, you can only watch helplessly. Alas, there aren't that many resources to waste right now, so the research and development of ship equipment will have to be put on hold. Although Wayne had many ideas for weapons and equipment, he only had 4 battleship cores and did not dare to waste any of them. With Yukikaze's luck, if he could increase his speed, coupled with his observation skills, given that warships in this world are still in the era of large cannons and giant ships, it's not impossible for him to move around and dodge the shells. When Wayne was learning about the knowledge of the shipgirls in this world, he found that although the shipgirls had some memories about the warships, they were very fragmented and vague. Only when the shipgirl's training level reaches a certain level will she have a complete understanding of the history and past of her own battleship. Wayne had already asked Xiafeng this question. Xiafeng's answer to him was that what she saw in her memory were the surrounding warships sinking beside her, and in reality all her sisters were dead. That's why she has such low self-esteem. Therefore, the use of aircraft carriers and shipgirls in this world is more for seizing air supremacy. After all, the strength of an aircraft carrier lies more in its carrier-based aircraft, and carrier-based aircraft are still rare ship equipment. Even the admirals with aircraft carriers would laugh out loud, let alone equipping the aircraft carriers with good carrier-based aircraft. The consumption of aluminum when carrier-based aircraft are destroyed is extremely terrifying, not to mention that aluminum is more expensive. Therefore, the admirals were more inclined to battleships, which were tough and powerful. The same cannon may ricochet when hitting a battleship, but may penetrate an aircraft carrier. So aircraft carriers did not sweep battleships into the coffin according to the development of the other world. The problem I am considering is that if the Snow Wind is given the tonnage of a large destroyer, it will have many disadvantages if modern weapons cannot keep up. In the era of cannons, if the speed cannot be increased, the ship will be hit. Displacement, waterline, and the proportions of the hull will all affect the speed. If the displacement increases, the power must also increase. The displacement has increased, but the armor, speed, and destroyer main guns are not good enough, so the ship can only be beaten. So it's very confusing. The main reason is that my articles are slow to start. When I put up the missile, it is basically in the middle of the article after 1,000,000 words. I am just revising the article, and the missile has been released after 1,000,000 words. If you don't really like watching battles, you can skip to the end directly. Even if you think it's poisonous, you can skip to the end. The following parts are basically about the daily life of girls in the port area and the surrounding areas. Chapter 17, Snow Wind Mind Core Strengthening. On the night of April 3rd, 123rd year of the Azure calendar, in the dormitory of the Admiral Academy. Xiaowei, did you understand the teacher's lesson today? Xiafeng looked at her admiral with her innocent big eyes. I understand, but you, sister, do you know how to materialize the ship? Of course I understand. I'm your elder sister. Such a small question certainly won't be difficult for me. Xiafeng patted his chest confidently. It is said to be an academy for teaching admirals, but the courses can also be attended with one's own shipgirls. So today's class was attended by 2 people, and the teacher today was the Langley, the world's first electric-driven aircraft carrier. At the same time, through Langley's explanation, Wayne connected all his previous fragmented knowledge today. I plan to revise Xiefeng's drawings today. Sister, I already know the principle of ship materialization. The blueprint will be ready soon. I have also completed the first phase of planning for your ship. Really? Thank you for your help, Admiral. She felt very distressed that Wayne had been staying up late to help her draw the blueprints during this period, and she was very happy to hear that the work was finally finished. Compared to her own ship and its equipment, she cares more about her brother, her Admiral. But sister, let me try my talent first. If you don't strengthen your mental endurance, you won't be able to use the blueprint I drew for you. Ah, okay. Come on, Xiaowei. Xiefeng did not doubt what Wayne said. He closed his eyes and waited for Wayne to use his talent. Looking at Xiefeng, who was not on guard against him at all, he smiled bitterly. Xiefeng is good in every way except that he is taken too seriously. He often feels sorry for Xiefeng for putting himself too hard. But there are more important things to do now. He took out a battleship core that had been prepared long ago and activated his own talent at the same time. Wayne felt that Xiefeng could be an optional target in the contract with him. At the same time, a simple snow wind template appeared in front of him. Battleship, Snow Wind. Level, 11. Mine core, 2,500 tons. Hull, unlocked. Xiefeng closed her eyes and hummed softly when Wayne touched the contract with her. The azure battleship core in Wayne's hand turned into a stream of light and entered Xiefeng's body from her forehead. The number behind Xiefeng's mind core on the panel in front of Wayne jumped directly from 2,500 tons to 7,500 tons. All of a sudden, the tonnage increased by 2 snow winds. Xiefeng reacted immediately to the physical changes. Xiaowei, I feel like I can now use the ship equipment that I was unfamiliar with very easily. Well, I have already helped you strengthen your mind core once. Now you can materialize a 7,500-ton ship. But sister, please bear with it for a while. I will help you strengthen it twice. As he spoke, Wayne took out 2 battleship cores and started the previous operation. As the most important ship body, Wayne must help Yukikaze lay a solid foundation at one time. Therefore, Yukikaze's mental limit before the ship body is materialized determines the lower limit of Yukikaze's future ship body. As armaments, main guns, torpedoes, and anti-aircraft guns can be installed later in reserve positions, but once the hull is materialized, it cannot be modified unless the entire battleship is dismantled. Only 1 battleship core was left for emergency use, and the rest of the maintenance equipment was given to Xiefeng. Soon Xiefeng's data changed. Battleship, Snow Wind. Level, 11. Mine core, 17,500 tons. The mental ceiling of 17,500 tons is larger than the tonnage of most heavy cruisers. Is Xiaowei okay? Xiefeng felt that her body had never felt so comfortable before, so she couldn't help but let out another soft moan. Okay, sister, how do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? This was also the first time that Wayne used his talent, and he didn't know if it would have any side effects on the shipgirl. No, on the contrary, I have never felt so refreshed. That's good. After saying that, Wayne put Xiefeng on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Sister, you take a rest first. I will rush to finish the remaining drawings. Although the technology in this world is not as advanced as that in the previous life, it has reached the level after World War I and before World War II. However, the emergence of the deep sea did not lead to any advancement in the world's technology, but instead caused it to stagnate. The deep sea once destroyed a large number of human coastlines and buildings on land, and humans had no ability to fight back. It was not until the appearance of shipgirls that the clarion call for counterattack was sounded. Later, the war between humans and the deep sea was also very dependent on shipgirls. So the world now has electric lights. On the blueprint under the light is a battleship that looks completely different from what the shipgirl and admiral in this world know. Slender straight prism-style design. It is completely different from Yukikaze's previous old hull. Because the drawings have not been completed yet, Wayne has not let Xiefeng know in order to maintain a certain sense of mystery. Looking at Wayne's cautious look, although Xiefeng was also curious, he finally chose to believe his brother. As a designer of modern battleships, Vian certainly would not follow the pace of history. He chose to let Xiefeng take another path. A type of ship called a guided missile destroyer. Therefore, a large amount of space is reserved in the design of the ship to reserve room for future weapon modules. Although Wayne also wanted to equip Xiefeng with such a powerful weapon in one go, it was just a thought. And it is different from other admirals who asked their shipgirls to materialize the warship's own armament at one time. Wayne was not planning to directly use the original weapons and equipment on the Snow Wind destroyer. Therefore, when Xiefeng materializes, only a warship without weapons and equipment, an empty shell, will appear. A battleship that can run but has no offensive capabilities. The purpose is to free up more tonnage for use in the hull and power. The design of a ship often starts with the power design. Steam, Oil, electricity, nuclear power, every option has been carefully considered. If nuclear power is to be used, it will undoubtedly reduce the cost of fuel use in the later period of Yukikaze, and the power will be more powerful. But Wei needs to test his ideas and see if he can test out nuclear power. This will also greatly extend the time it takes for the Yukikaze hull to materialize, unless the power system is made into a mounted ship like the rest of the ship. You can replace it later and use ordinary steam or fuel systems in the early stage. In this world of Kankali, only these two are mature. However, compared with the nuclear-powered solution, Wei has some ideas of his own about the all-electric propulsion solution. If successful, the world's release of positions will add momentum. Chapter 18 Snow Wind at Night. Wei felt that he could turn Xiefeng into a speed monster right now. Because there is no way to evolve Xiefeng into a missile destroyer right now, Vian still chooses to let Xiefeng use normal destroyer armament. It's just that the emphasis has changed a little. The speed is fast enough to take the initiative, and Yukikaze is also lucky enough to use some dangerous tactics. Wei decided to strengthen Yukikaze's torpedo capability by adding more torpedo tubes and use it as Ashimikaze. The reason for this choice was that the last time Wei saw that ordinary deep-sea ships were relatively slow and sluggish, and basically the closer the distance, the higher the torpedo hit rate. Moreover, because the attack is from below the waterline, the destructive power is not comparable to that of the small main gun of a destroyer. However, after the tonnage of Yukikaze increases, the main gun can be replaced with a more powerful main gun, and the firepower will be much better. As for Xiefeng's plan, Vian implemented the principle of running away if he couldn't win. Before Vian had a second battleship, Xiefeng was his command ship. Safety is the most important thing. Therefore, Wei thought about the resources left to him by his parents and invested a lot of money in his heart. Although Xiefeng has good luck due to the blessing of metaphysics, it is better to be safe than sorry. He used a special steel formula that he knew from his past life for the armor. The effect is also simple and crude, and armor of the same thickness has stronger defensive power. However, the steel consumption for the actual hull and subsequent maintenance will also be higher. But for the sake of his own life, Wei decided to use this steel. If you lose your life, you lose everything, especially in this world where resources are endless as long as there is a deep sea. As long as you have a big killer weapon, killing deep sea is like killing pigs, and you can get as many resources as you want. Slow development is the way to go. But before materializing the ship, we still need to prepare the ship equipment needed for the battleship sister. After learning today, Wei was very surprised about how the warships in this world change their weapons. It's not as imagined that we have to unload the weapons from the warships. It is a simpler and more brutal way. The shipgirl who materializes the battleship directly eats the ship equipment, stores the data of the ship equipment in her own mind core, and then consumes resources to materialize it. Therefore, even if Wei does not materialize the original weapons and equipment of the Yukikaze, they are still present in the core of Yukikaze's mind and can be materialized at any time if Wei needs it. But the number of manifestations depends on how many weapons are on the Yukikaze destroyer. If the original battleship has 3 main guns, then Xiefeng can only manifest 3 main guns. If you want to add 1 more main gun, you need to record 1 more ship equipment data. Wei needs to find an identical main gun for Xiefeng to eat. However, the replaced ship equipment will not be removed, but will remain in the core of the shipgirl's battleship forever, so the shipgirl's weapons and equipment can be adjusted according to the situation. It just takes a little time to adjust. If we follow Wei's model of only materializing the empty shell of the ship, all other systems will use the model carried by the ship. If Wei gives Xiefeng enough ship equipment, Xiefeng can use different sets of ship equipment according to different situations. When needed as a frigate, it can strengthen air defense and anti-submarine capabilities. When Yukikaze is needed as a striker, the ship-mounted modules of anti-aircraft guns and depth charges can be switched into missile and torpedo tubes. You just need to determine the duties and functions of the shipgirl this time before setting sail and use the corresponding ship equipment. Wei called it unscientific. But this also makes Wei more excited. Why not use one ship as several ships? What is the difference between him and other admirals? He can equip his ships by hand. As long as he can make it once, he can keep making it by hand. He can even go and learn how to make ship equipment with a higher cost effectiveness, and then make ship equipment to sell. As long as he has the physical strength to support it, it will be fine. Therefore, Wei does not have to work as hard and dangerously as other admirals to earn resources. During his time studying at the academy, he can slowly equip Xiefeng. It was not until Wei finished drawing the blueprint that he realized Xiefeng, who was lying on the bed, had not been sleeping but was staring at him. "Sister, why don't you rest?" Wei simply washed up, gently stroked Xiefeng's forehead, and returned to his bed to look at her. "I want to wait for Xiao Wei to come together. After coming to the academy, I can't help Xiao Wei a lot of the time. I can only watch you, so even if I can only watch you, it's fine." The little head buried under the quilt speaks with a heavy nasal tone, which makes him look very cute. Okay, sister, it's late, and we still have classes tomorrow. By the way, take your sister to the shipgirl class tomorrow. If you don't rest well, you will be very tired tomorrow. So I turned off the lights? After hearing Xiefeng's words, Wei-in, who had already consumed a lot of brain cells, yawned loudly, turned off the lights, closed his eyes and rested. After turning off the lights, Xiefeng pouted and felt a little unhappy because she didn't get what she wanted. Ever since being caught by the gendarmerie yesterday, Wei-in has been very polite to Xiefeng since he came back, which made Xiefeng a little unhappy. Especially considering that she had waited for him for so long today, she would have asked for a kiss at any other time. But today he just solved the problem by giving it a simple pat on the head, which made Xiefeng feel a little disappointed. If you don't come over, I'll go over there. Xiefeng, who had not properly absorbed the admiral's energy for a whole day, felt that she could not bear it any longer. Xiefeng could hear clearly the sound of Wei-in's breathing in the dark night. She quietly removed her blanket and moved in front of Wei-in without waking him. With the help of moonlight and snow wind, you can still vaguely see Wei-in lying flat on the bed. Because it is a dormitory, the bed is also a single bed. But although Wei-in exercises regularly, he is not very big and only occupies 3/5 of the bed. This gave Xiefeng an opportunity, and Xiefeng did not give up this opportunity. He went straight to the side against the wall, entered into Wei-in's quilt, and finally lay in Wei-in's arms. Coming. In the dark night, Vian's expected voice made Xiefeng's face burn, but Xiefeng, who had already come, could not retreat. He simply put his hands around Vian's neck and pecked Vian on the mouth based on his feeling. Why are you ignoring your sister today? Sister, calm down and go to sleep. He pulled Xiefeng into his arms so she could lean on him and kissed her forehead softly. Good night, sister. Good night, Admiral. After Xiefeng kissed Wei-in on the corner of his mouth, she fell asleep obediently in his arms. Chapter 19. First Ship Equipment Production. Xiao Wei, what are we going to do? After a week of study, Vian still hadn't started the materialization of the Xiefeng ship. As soon as the class was over today, Vian took Xiefeng away from school. Today I will help my sister find a suitable ship outfit and materialize a ship for her to use in the future. It also consumes resources for the ship's equipment to be realized by the ship's host. So if Wei-in does not plan to use Yukikaze's original main gun, she will need to look for new equipment. There are the most shipgirls in the Central War Zone, so the Azure Bank ship equipment inventory here is larger than in other places. It is also easier for Wei-in to find the ship equipment he needs. More importantly, Wei-in wanted to try to manufacture ship equipment in batches based on his own talent. Although it consumes battleship cores, compared to going to the deep sea to get random equipment or obtaining ship equipment from retired shipgirls, the benefits of consuming battleship cores to make designated ship equipment are immeasurable. Xiao Wei, why do you want to see such a big main gun? Sister can't use it. Xiefeng, who was sitting in Vian's arms, saw Vian stop flipping his fingers on a multi-barreled main gun and looked at Vian in confusion. After all, as a destroyer, she is currently only equipped with a 127mm twin-mounted gun as her main gun and can only fight against destroyers of similar size as herself. The main gun that Wei-in was looking at now was twice as thick as the main gun she was using now. Just because my sister can't use it now doesn't mean she won't be able to use it in the future. Besides, my sister is my only shipgirl now. If I continue to use the main guns of ordinary destroyers, I will be at a disadvantage. Don't I still have torpedoes? Although she also wanted to try out the power of the cannon barrel, the idea was just a thought. The current torpedoes are too slow. They are okay for hitting stupid fixed targets, but they are useless against fast shipgirls. The small ship guns are not powerful enough. Don't worry, sister. Since I dare to look, I am ready. You can definitely use it. Wei-in carefully read the information about this main gun. A triple-mounted 240mm main gun, a heavy cruiser gun, also triple-mounted, capable of continuous or single firing. It is a bit too big for a destroyer or light cruiser, but just right for a heavy cruiser. This gun can be installed on the hull that Vian designed for Yukikaze. Wei-in also took a look at the price of this cannon, 300,000 blue coins. Fortunately, it is still within the acceptable range. For Wei-in now, the price of aluminum is 1,000, but Xiefeng doesn't just need one door, so the price will have to be doubled. However, the upgrade and security of Xiefeng was not originally intended to be completed in one go. Soon Wei-in spent 1,000 aluminum to purchase the ship's main gun installation. When the shipgirl of Azure Bank took out the ship equipment that looked like a toy in Vian's hand, he had already prepared himself mentally. But it is still very surprising. If I have to describe it, it is like the plastic toys that Wei-in gave to children to play with in his previous life. Xiaowei, can you really put it down? I've never thought about using such a big main gun. Looking at the toy in Wei's hand, Xiefeng was still a little worried whether his small body could bear it. Sister, don't you believe Xiaowei? And even if it can't be used, sister, we can change to a smaller one. If it can be used, sister, won't we have one more means of attack in the future? Weiyan quickly took Xiefeng back to his dormitory. Although Weiyan hoped that Xiefeng would behave himself every day this week, Xiefeng couldn't bear it any longer and had to get into Weiyan's bed every day. In the end, Weiyan had gotten used to his sister's behavior. Sister, let me study this ship equipment first, and then I'll give it to you. After getting the new toy, Weiyan left Xiefeng aside after entering the room, showing his youthful demeanor. Xiefeng was not unhappy about this. After all, she liked to see her admiral being serious the most. It was so handsome. The second ability he was gifted with was making ship equipment, and now he was ready to give it a try. Thinking of this, he took out the last battleship core, because he found that although battleship cores were relatively rare, they were actually for sale in the blue bank in the central part. Although it is a bit expensive at 500,000 Azure coins, for Vian, at least it is an additional channel to obtain battleship cores. He was going to use the battleship core in his opponent's hand for experiments. Focus your attention on the ship equipment manufacturing module. The battleship core in his hand turned into a blue light, just like when Xiefeng used it before. But the difference is that it entered Xiefeng's body before, and now it entered his body. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of him. Energy, 5000/infinity. Physical strength, 100/100. Collect, discover collectible objects. Data, none. Research and development, researchable. Production, none. The target that the collection module can collect is exactly the 240mm triple-mounted ship equipment in Weiyan's hand. The energy value corresponds to the upper limit of energy that the battleship core can provide. Since this talent has never been used, there is no data. And this time, Weiyan was originally doing an experiment, so he chose to collect the toys he had. Then Vian saw the toy turned into a beam of light like the core of the battleship and entered his body. Xiefeng, who was standing next to him, looked so good that she could fit an egg in her mouth. She guaranteed that she had never seen such an amazing scene before. An admiral, a human being, could actually use a ship suit. This made her feel a little confused. Is Xiaowei a shipman? After all, no ordinary person can use ship suits. But she didn't disturb Weiyan. She knew Weiyan was busy and would tell him when he was done. After the ship equipment was collected, Weiyan saw an additional drawing of a 240mm triple-mounted gun in the data and an additional symbol for production in the production area. When Weiyan focused his mind on the production position, a window popped up. Optional target, 240mm triple gun. Target consumption, energy 2000, stamina 60. Confirm production, yes/no. Finally, Weiyan chose yes. Several values on the panel decreased rapidly. At the same time, the energy in Vian's body traveled on the surface of his body, and finally turned into a glowing ball of light on Vian's right hand through his right arm. About 10 seconds later, the light of the ball of light dissipated, and lying in Vian's hand was a 240 triple-mounted main gun. Successful? It was that simple. I just spent 200,000 Azure coins and a little bit of energy to complete it. Weiyan still looked at his hands in disbelief. His idea became possible, and he could actually earn resources by making ship equipment. But the only drawback is that Weiyan feels very tired now. Chapter 20 Consumption of Ship Equipment Production. The physical exertion is real. However, after taking a deep breath and eating a piece of bread, Vian found that his physical strength had increased from 40 to 41, and his physical strength had recovered. He can make ship equipment, but it will consume physical strength and battleship cores. As long as he operates it properly, the electric meter can be reversed. Xiaowei, what did you find just now? Did you spit out the ship suit you ate? Xiefeng, who had originally decided not to disturb Weiyan, couldn't help himself. It's okay, sister. I was just testing my innate ability. Now the test is complete. Weiyan, in a good mood, pinched Xiefeng's chubby little face, and it felt great. What's the use of your talent, Xiaowei? At the same time, he took the ship suit that Weiyan had just made and played with it, and found that it was no different from the ship suit he usually used. Make ship equipment. Sister, we don't need to buy this 240mm triple gun from outside. I can make it myself. Really? Now can Xiaowei do anything more? Xiefeng kept looking back and forth between the ship equipment in his hand and Weiyan's body, feeling a little bit unbelievable. How come the talents of her brothers are stronger than each other? She has never seen such an admiral. The talents of both admirals, Vian's parents, have made many people envious, because in Xiefeng's memory, Vian's father's talent is affinity with heavy cruisers. When building, the probability of a heavy cruiser girl responding increases, which is equivalent to the probability of other types of girl responding decreasing. Although the probability of aircraft carriers and battleships has also decreased, the probability of shipment is not high in the first place. And normally, most people build destroyers. I prefer heavy cruisers over destroyers, as they can provide stronger firepower to protect the naval base. Vian's mother's talent is to obtain 15 battleship cores. It can increase the probability of a battleship core exploding in the deep sea when sunk by her shipgirls by 15. It's extremely terrifying. This is why the garrison had more than 20 shipgirls before, and 3 battleship cores were left for Vian. So now that Vian has the ability to make ship equipment, Xiefeng can't imagine how luxurious the ship equipment of the shipgirls under Vian's command will be in the future. Sister, although I also want to make it, making ship equipment also consumes physical strength. And didn't you see that I also consumed a battleship core? If Xiao Wei consumes a battleship core, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss? This ship equipment only costs 300,000 blue coins, but a battleship core costs 500,000 each. Xiao Wei, do you want to take a rest? Wei's words made Xiefeng a little disappointed, and he looked at Wei's body worriedly. Sister, you haven't finished listening to me. Although a battleship core and some physical strength were consumed, the energy in the battleship core has not been used up. The cost of making this ship suit is about 200,000, and according to my current stamina, I can make one ship suit in about a day. We can sell the unused ship equipment and make some money. This time, without Xiefeng's interruption, Wei told Xiefeng the good news. At the same time, he found that his physical strength had recovered a little while talking to Xiefeng, which took about 15 minutes. Great. Xiao Wei, wait a minute. Xiefeng said excitedly as he took out a lot of snacks and happy water from his small cupboard. It would be unreasonable not to celebrate such a good thing. It seemed that Xiefeng, who was usually very restrained in eating snacks, could actually take out all his snacks at once today. Wei also cooperated very well and ate snacks with Xiefeng. But a new plan began in his mind. His talent in ship equipment manufacturing can give him an extra source of resources. Just now, he was studying the research and development button while Xiefeng was talking. Research and development is different from the production of ship equipment. You can either modify the original ship equipment data or design a ship equipment yourself from scratch. The consumption is 1,000 energy each time, but there is no physical consumption. This is equivalent to a battleship core that allows Wei to research and develop it 5 times, or to modify his existing ship equipment data. For example, she can consume 1,000 energy to transform a 240mm triple-barreled weapon. Whether it will be successful in the end depends on whether her design is reasonable. As for how he knew, it was because he had already consumed 1,000 energy points to test the waters, and the result was unsurprisingly a failure. Research and development is equivalent to giving him a chance to DIY. When he clicks to end, the research and development ability will automatically use the ability of the ship equipment once. If it can be used successfully, then the research and development is successful and will be recorded in the data for use by security. However, if it fails, the data will still be recorded, but it is in the failure data that Wei can discover the shortcomings of his own design. The idea that Wei just tested was to lengthen the gun barrel, which was also experimental. Although Wei felt a little sad about wasting a little energy, he also understood the ability of his second talent. Therefore, his new plan was to collect more data on ship equipment and then selectively manufacture them. Now he only has Yukikaze by his side, and the ship has not yet been materialized. If he produces the same type of ship equipment in large quantities, it will be very dangerous. If he is targeted by someone with ulterior motives, he will be in trouble. Therefore, he wanted to collect more ship equipment, carry out pseudo-random ship equipment production, and at the same time understand the resource consumption of other ship equipment. And now he feels that he can build a second shipgirl. After figuring out his own talents and abilities, Vian thought of Plan 2. How can you sell things in only one place? The war zones in this world are divided into 5 major war zones. He could have one shipgirl accompany him to learn, while the other could go to other war zones to sell the ship equipment he made. As for how to carry these ship equipment, of course, it is to use the ship equipment space of the shipgirl. So the second shipgirl was a little impatient. Moreover, the risk of transferring between blue banks in several war zones is not high. You can choose a low-risk route. All the shipgirl needs to do is to go to different banks to apply for different bank cards. Then just put the ship equipment you made up on the market at the specified price. Because the equipment trading of Azure Bank is also divided into 2 modes. One is that Azure Bank receives your goods, and it is the bank's business how much it sells for. The other type is the list that Wei flipped through when he was buying ship equipment today. Those were ship equipment that other shipgirls and admirals were consigning. The Azure Bank charges a handling fee, Wayne asked casually, and found out that the Azure Bank's commission is 5. This is also acceptable to Wayne, as long as they investigate the market before producing it. So Wayne decided to start his own blood test construction as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Preparing for Ship Manifestation. April 15th, 123rd year of the Azure calendar, the principal's office of the Admiral Academy. Are you sure you don't want to wait any longer? If you want to materialize the ship now, you need to apply for a place to park the ship in advance. You've only been at the Academy for 2 weeks. Do you have enough resources? After Elizabeth heard clearly why Vian came, she gave him serious instructions. Principal, am I not here just to apply for a shipyard? I still have a little bit of savings, which can materialize Yefeng's ship. Besides, isn't the reason I want to materialize the ship now for better learning? While Wayan was learning about Kankali, he did not let go of the things related to Kankali. Then he discovered that all the things that the shipgirl could learn, such as artillery fire, carrier-based aircraft, navigation skills, etc., were based on the shipgirl materializing the ship. So Wayan, who originally wanted to build the shipgirl first, finally decided to materialize Yukikaze's ship first. This will allow Yefeng to adapt in advance. After all, he still has to stay in school for a long time. Well, that's a reason. Okay, I agree. But where do you want to apply for the shipyard? The Admiral's Academy has no shortage of places to dock ships. A separate enclosed dock near the East Coast. A closed dock costs 50,000 Azure coins a year. Are you sure you want it? The boat space outside is free. Sure, I want a closed one. The ship that Yukikaze is going to materialize is different from that of other shipgirls, and this is also the first time that Yukikaze and Vian have experienced such a thing. Whether it is to protect the information of the battleship or to avoid being disturbed by others, this separate dock is well worth it. After all, the process of materializing the ship is like building blocks. It takes time for the shipgirl to control resources and build it up bit by bit. If it materializes in an ordinary ship position, wouldn't it just be waiting for people to watch? As for why Vian chose the dock on the East Coast, it was because that dock was closest to the dormitory in the Blue Bank, saving him time. After saying that, Wayan packed the blue coins he had exchanged for ammunition into his suitcase. It is now being placed in front of Elizabeth by Vian. Now that you are ready, I will sign it. Elizabeth also helped Vian sign the documents very quickly. After completing his goal, Wayan wanted to leave and go to the dock to take over. Are there any special changes to the ship that Yukikaze is going to materialize? Elizabeth, who was slightly interested in this pair of siblings, asked curiously. After all, every admiral will generally make some fine-tuning to varying degrees when making his shipgirl materialize. Keep it secret for now. You will know it after it materializes, right, Principal? Vian smiled mysteriously but did not tell Elizabeth. Because Wayan arrived at the principal's office early this morning, it was only around 10 o'clock when he got the signature and took Yefeng to the dock management department. As soon as he entered the room, Wayan saw a shipgirl with blue-purple hair, cool black clothes, and her eye-catching chest. Wayan, who was familiar with shipgirls, recognized her at once. The night ship of the Brooklyn class, Helena, is a light cruiser. Teacher Helena, I'm here to take over the dock. Vian didn't pay too much attention to Helena. He just did his work seriously. Vian's behavior made Helena nod secretly in her heart. After all, she was very troubled by her own heart. Since the day she was created, she had been receiving all kinds of strange, envious, and passionate looks. Especially the Admiral's fiery gazes made her feel helpless. Now that Vian just looked at her calmly and then did his work calmly, she had a good first impression of the Admiral Vian. Let me see, East Coast Dock 038, this is the key. Do you want me to go with you? After confirming that there was no problem with Vian's information, Helena took a bunch of keys from the wall next to her desk and handed them to Vian. Helena, who had a good impression of Vian and had nothing else to do today, was in a good mood and gave the suggestion. Thank you, Teacher Helena. Wayan just nodded politely to confirm, then took Yefeng's hand and followed Helena towards their destination. Are you a second-year admiral? Helena asked Vian, walking ahead based on her past experience. I'm this year's new admiral. I remember that this year's new admiral has only been in school for less than a month. Do you need a dock so soon? Vian's words surprised Helena very much. After all, in the past, admirals needed docks and ship spaces only after the second year of school. At that time, they had almost learned the knowledge of ship hull embodiment, and based on the shipgirl's description of the ship, they made subtle adjustments to the shipgirl's hull. These all take a long time. Moreover, for most admirals, the first year is also the time for them to collect resources. If the shipgirl is still a large ship, some admirals may need the third year to materialize the hull of their own shipgirl. That's why Wayan needs the admiral of the dock at the beginning of the school year. Either the shipgirl already has a place to dock the ship, or the ship needs to be materialized. Either way, Helena would be surprised. Well, we are ready to let the shipgirl materialize the ship. You are really amazing. The other admirals are in class and worrying about resources, but you are already preparing to manifest. You are a big step ahead of others. She looked carefully at the little shipgirl that Vian was holding. According to her memory of this academy, she had never seen a shipgirl similar to this one. But she could still infer from Yukikaze's physique that she was a destroyer. We can also roughly estimate the resources Xiefeng needs, which are not particularly terrifying. Then I'll take advantage of the teacher's good words. Soon Wayan and his group arrived in front of a dock with dock number 038 written on it, which was their destination this time. The interior of the dock is completely covered by the buildings outside, and nothing can be seen inside. The only ways to get in are the sea entrance and the small locked door on this side. Helena guided Vian to open the dock, and after introducing some commonly used operating components inside to Vian, she left the space to Vian and Xiefeng. Looking at this empty space made Wayan feel much calmer. The shipyard was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, he had worked in shipyards of all sizes, designing and building one ship after another. In order to avoid wasting space, the docks built by the Academy are relatively large to accommodate the large tonnage ships. He operated the equipment in the dock and adjusted everything to the state he wanted and drained the water from the dock. Only then did Wayan turn his gaze towards Xiefeng. Chapter 22 Ship Manifestation. Are you ready, sister? Xiefeng was a little nervous, but nodded firmly after hearing Wayan's words. At the same time, Wayan handed Xiefeng the drawings that he had never shown to her. As expected, the next second, Wayan saw Xiefeng open his mouth wide, looking at him in surprise, unable to speak. Until her nerves reacted. Xiefeng pointed at the battleship on the blueprint incoherently but could not utter a word. Sister, if you have anything to ask, just ask. There's no rush, and you can take your time. Why is the ship so big, Xiaowei? I've never seen a warship of this shape before. What did she see? A battleship 220 meters long. What was her original length? 118.5 meters. The battleship on the blueprint that Wayan drew for her was almost double in length. How could she not be surprised? Because from now on, sister, you are no longer an ordinary destroyer. As for the shape of this battleship, those empty spaces will be used to carry weapons in the future. The battleship blueprint that Wayan drew for Xiefeng did not include any weapons or equipment. It only had a simple hull, a bare deck, a command room, and the internal structure of the hull. Oh, sister, take a look at the second page of the blueprint. This is the steel formula I prepared for you. You will just need to materialize the ship according to the proportions in this formula. After hearing Vian's explanation, Xiefeng's worries were relieved a little. At the same time, she also understood why Vian prepared a 240mm main gun for her. It seemed that a ship of this size could indeed accommodate it. Xiaowei, if the hull of my sister's ship becomes like this, is it still a destroyer? Looking at the slender, prismatic warship, she could not associate it with a small destroyer. If she had to put it bluntly, it looked more like a battleship. But she noticed something different about this ship. Its beam was only 22.3 meters. The battleship is generally very slender, with a length-to-width ratio close to 110. A destroyer, it must be a destroyer. Sister, aren't we just a little bit bigger in tonnage? However, the design concept of the Yukikaze hull was indeed derived from the cruiser. If you insist, the displacement of the Yukikaze is no longer the tonnage of a destroyer. Okay, sister, let's get started. Don't worry about the power source for now. I still need to help you modify it. Xiefeng nodded after hearing Wayan's words, and took out all the resources in a ship's space. Especially since Wayan has already changed the amount of resources. Fuel, 15,225. Ammunition, 16,930. Steel, 54,000. Aluminum, 5,000. His steel has exceeded the 50,000 mark, but his aluminum is only left at 5,000. However, since he does not have an aircraft carrier now, he does not have such scarce aluminum resources and cannot use them. The most commonly used material for ship hulls is steel. Xiefeng, who was well prepared, summoned his own ship equipment and jumped into the dock, and began to communicate with the warship in his body. Then Wayan saw a very unscientific scene. The shadow of a warship appeared around Xiefeng in the dock, but it was very small compared to the dock. The length of the battleship is about 100 meters. Wayan knew that was the real Snow Wind destroyer, but the next second, the phantom completely dissipated and turned into nothing. At the same time, these bubbles turned into lines of blue light, outlining the contours one by one. It was very quick, and Wayan watched with great interest. It was not until 2 hours later that the blue lights completely stopped and the battleship was completely outlined. This is the hull that Vian designed for Xiefeng. Similarly, the appearance of the battleship inside Xiefeng's mind core also changed into this battleship. The steel scattered around the Snow Wind also began to be consumed rapidly, starting from the bottom of the battleship. When Xiefeng materialized the ship's hull, he was also somewhat confused about the function of the protrusion on the bottom front of the battleship. But now she was in the process of materializing and didn't have the energy to ask. Because he was worried that there might be problems with Yukikaze's first materialization of the ship, Vian stayed in the dock with Yukikaze the entire time. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening, after 10 hours of materialization, that Xiefeng finally materialized the hull, armor, and internal structure of the battleship. A perfect and beautiful hulk of a battleship. As long as she is given power and weapons, she will be a marine war machine. Feeling somewhat exhausted, Xiefeng collected all the remaining and used resources back into his own ship's equipment space. He jumped into Weian's arms. Xiao Wei, sister is so tired. Xiefeng persisted because he was afraid of giving up halfway. Now that he relaxed, he fell asleep in Weian's arms. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Leave the rest to me. While speaking softly to Xiefeng, Vian changed into a position that would allow Xiefeng to sleep comfortably before continuing to walk up the shore and the ladder on the dock to the battleship for a brief observation. Now that the hull is ready, we will start preparing the ship's equipment. In order to update and upgrade the battleship at a later stage, Weian decided to use ship-mounted equipment for all parts except the main hull of the battleship. So Weian will have to deal with the power and armament parts next. However, after entering the Admiral Academy for in-depth studies, Weian discovered that the warships manifested by the shipgirls in this world are somewhat different from those in his previous life. These warships have no radar. The only way to detect the enemy is through visual reconnaissance or the planes of the aircraft carrier. This is also the reason why aircraft carriers are not taken seriously. The admirals in this world treat aircraft carriers as lights to gain air superiority. Moreover, more skilled battleship girls can even use their secondary guns to shoot down planes. The combat effectiveness of the aircraft carrier girls was further compressed, especially after the aircraft carrier girls' planes were shot down. The admirals could only feel very painful when they saw their ability to consume aluminum. Therefore, it is better to just be the eyes. Aircraft carriers in the deep sea are not that powerful, and the losses in seizing air supremacy will be relatively small. As for why we don't use fast destroyers to light the lamps or something. After materializing the ship's hull, the ship girl must be on her own ship when operating the ship. Therefore, the time required for a destroyer to make a round trip is longer than that required for an airplane. Maybe the reconnaissance plane had just discovered the enemy, and the aircraft carrier had already received the information and began to report to the admiral and wait for instructions. There is no need to wait for the reconnaissance plane to come back. However, although there is no radar and no fire control system, there is still sonar. This made Weian feel relieved. After all, if there is no sonar, we will be completely in the dark at sea, and it would be very dangerous to encounter a submarine. The cautious Weian must develop sonar before going out to sea. Chapter 23. It makes sense that a 10,000-ton destroyer is a frigate. Xiefeng slept until noon the next day, and the first thing he did when he got up was to eat all the snacks in his ship's space. Sister, go slower and don't choke. Come and drink a sip of water. Weian's words had no effect at all, and Xiefeng only breathed a sigh of relief after he finished his snacks. Xiao Wei really exhausted me. Yesterday, I didn't dare to stop at all, for fear that the manifestation would fail. Xiefeng lay back comfortably in Weian's arms, and very consciously put Weian's hand on her flat belly. This surprised Weian very much. He had never seen Xiefeng eat so much, nor had he ever seen anyone eat so much without feeling any discomfort in his stomach. Sister, where do you keep the food you eat? Why is your stomach still so flat? Weian couldn't help but poke Xiefeng's belly with his index finger. Weian's actions and words made Xiefeng feel a little shy. She felt that Weian had seen her ugly side. Stop interfering in girls' affairs. Why do you dislike your sister? Xiefeng said this and stood up from Weian's arms, grabbed Weian's ears with her two little hands and pulled them out hard. Weian cried out in pain. Okay, sister, I won't ask any more questions, but now let's go and see the results of yesterday, the results of your hard work, sister. Weian said that Xiefeng was also very curious about the hull. It is because she has embodied it that she understands how difficult it is. She has materialized a ship of such a large tonnage, yet she can still move freely, all thanks to her talent as an admiral. Xiao Wei, can you tell me more details about this ship now? I only learned about destroyers before. Now that you've suddenly grown so big, sister needs to know what Xiao Wei wants sister to do in the future. Yukikaze will try her best to satisfy the admiral. According to the classification of warships in this world, Xiefeng is no longer a destroyer. It is more like a heavy cruiser, and the upper limit of the tonnage of heavy cruiser guns it can carry is 17,500, which is heavier than a heavy cruiser. This is also what confuses Xiefeng, because her admiral told her about destroyers. Now I only have one battleship, my sister. Of course, my sister is the flagship and also my main battleship. So sister has a lot to learn. In order to be my command ship, she also needs to learn how to fight as a capital ship. Well, of course I know these. Does Xiaowei have any others? You need to learn artillery fire, torpedoes, and air defense interception. And the knowledge of a frigate cannot be lost. It should be said that the knowledge of a frigate is more important. As he spoke, Wei had already set off towards the dock with Xiafeng. Do you want to escort expeditions frequently? Or do you want to escort battleships? Xiafeng was held in Wei's arms and asked curiously. Escorting aircraft carriers is the main force of our fleet in the future. But before Wei finished speaking, Xiafeng bit him hard. Sure enough, Xiaowei, you just like the aircraft carrier sister. You have always been thinking about her, including last time. Xiafeng raised her little mouth high up, not wanting to look at Wei. But now that Xiafeng has materialized the ship, Vian can tell him some of his plans. Sister, it's not that I like aircraft carriers. It's true that aircraft carriers are more important than battleships in the fleet I envision. That's not important, but the decisive battles are basically won by the battleships. Given the number of deep-sea battleships, it's hard for aircraft carriers and planes to do anything. When Xiafeng was at the garrison of Wei's parents, he saw that the main force in the garrison was battleships. Because the deep-sea creatures encountered in the frontline garrison are in groups, and there are also aircraft carriers in the deep sea. Powerful shipgirls can fire artillery at planes, while the main function of aircraft carriers is to seize air supremacy in the deep sea. Also, different aircraft carriers have different numbers of carrier-based aircraft launched, and they also have to return to replenish ammunition, which is completely different from the deep sea where they have endless ammunition. Therefore, in many cases, carrier-based aircraft are disposable items used to fight deep-sea aircraft carriers. Therefore, fighter jets play a better role than bombers. Fighter jets can seize air superiority and can also make suicide charges to reduce the pressure on other shipgirls. However, if bombers cannot enter the air defense circle, they are not as effective as fighter jets. That's why Xiafeng was curious why Weian was obsessed with the aircraft carrier. Even if the aircraft carrier is in good shape, the battleship is not bad either. Sister, have you forgotten my talent? The strength of an aircraft carrier lies in its aircraft. What if the aircraft on the carrier are strong enough to launch an attack from a few nautical miles or even dozens of nautical miles away? What if a strike involves dozens or even hundreds of aircraft striking at very long distances? Weian answered Xiafeng seriously, which made Xiafeng open his mouth again. But is this possible, Xiaowei? Attacking from dozens of miles away, even a battleship would have a hard time reaching it. Xiafeng still found Weian's words a little hard to believe and thought he was daydreaming. Sister, you used to be a 2,500-ton destroyer and could only use your 127mm main gun to hit a battleship without ricocheting. But now, Sister's main gun is about to be upgraded to a 240mm main gun, which can effectively kill the weakly armored areas of the battleship at close range. Wasn't this also a fantasy to my sister before? Weian didn't feel sad or anything about Xiafeng's surprise. Instead, he continued to explain to her. But Xiaowei, this is not the same concept. Battleships can become larger and carry larger main guns. But if airplanes want to fly that far and have lethality, how big will the airplanes have to be? If there are so many equipment on board, it will be very heavy. Will it be able to fly? Without modern knowledge, Xiafeng could not imagine the possibility of portable long-range strike means. Then why can't we make the weapon's attack range longer? How can we aim at such a long distance? Even a highly trained battleship girl can't guarantee her hit rate at such a long distance. In a real naval battle, you may fire hundreds of rounds without hitting the target, especially when both sides are moving. The error will be huge if the distance is far. Then improve your hit rate. Then Weian discovered that his usually timid sister was talking to him incessantly about battles, and firmly believed that battleships were the strongest warships. Sister, I know you will be very confused, so please trust your brother, just like you trust my transformation of you. I will put the perfect answer in front of you. Chapter 24. Snow Wind with Fear of Insufficient Firepower. I see, but Xiaowei, I still think the battleship is the strongest. The armor cannot be penetrated by bombs, but one shot can paralyze an aircraft carrier. So Xiaowei, do you know why your sister is willing to believe you? Vian and Xiafeng had already walked into the dock. Looking at the handsome warships inside, Xiafeng suddenly asked Vian a question. Isn't it because of my sister's trust in me? She approves of my battleship design. No. Xiafeng just stared at the battleship in front of her with fascination. That was herself. Actually, I had no confidence at all before the manifestation, but I still chose to manifest the battleship you designed for me, Xiaowei. Because you put a 240mm cannon in front of me and I couldn't refuse it. Only a ship this beautiful and powerful can carry this beautiful cannon. I hate myself so much that I had to run away before and needed other sisters to cover us, even though I wanted to fight too. I'm not afraid of the ship sinking. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid of not being able to fight. So why am I the only one left behind? Xiafeng's tone became more and more excited, until finally he stared at Wei with eyes full of tear marks. But Xiao Wei may help me realize my dream. Can I also own such a powerful battleship? So I think it's okay even if I take risks. I won't regret it even if I fail in the end. In response, Wei simply stroked Stefeng's head. Sister, I didn't expect you to be a big ship and big gun fan. Let's go. Today, sister, you can have a good look at your battleship. By the way, do you want to try this? Xiefeng's words reminded Wei of the pinnacle of a battleship in another world, which was from the same country as Xiefeng and was known as the strongest battleship. At the same time, he took out a toy from his bag, the 240mm main gun he had made earlier. Is it really possible? Xiefeng was very excited when he saw the big cannon in Vian's hand. Of course, this is the ship outfit I prepared for you, sister. But sister, how many resources did you use yesterday? Wei only knew that a lot of steel was consumed, but the exact number would depend on the user at the time, Xiefeng. 46,000 units of steel. The ship's hull weighs 9,200 tons, which is 5 times more than normal steel consumption. Xiefeng felt heartbroken as he spoke. 46,000 units of steel could be used to form a powerful battleship. But now it has only manifested itself as a 9,200-ton empty shell. Sister, don't feel bad about the steel. What about the armor's protective capabilities? This is what Wei cares about most. Resources can be earned, and the maintenance of warships in this world is not as troublesome as in the previous life. If there is any problem with the battleship, the shipgirl can find it at the first time, and there will be no hidden dangers. My own gun can't penetrate it, so higher ones need actual testing. Of course, this gun is a 240mm gun. As a battleship itself, Xiefeng can feel its own protective capabilities at the first moment, so it is also very happy. However, the consumption of steel still made her feel painful. It's already very good. It can defend against 240mm guns. Then the threat from destroyers and light cruisers' guns is not that high. Vian was very satisfied with the protective power of the Snowwind armor. Sister, try on the ship suit now. She had been coveting this cannon for a long time, but she had not asked for it until Wei confirmed that she could use it. Now that he can finally use the cannon, Xiefeng quickly put the toy-like main gun into his mouth. Crunchy. Then Wei saw that some of the steel resources were missing again, but this time it was not as outrageous as before, and it was not only the steel that disappeared, but also some of the ammunition. Then a turret grew out of the bare deck, with 3 thick gun barrels extending from it. It's so beautiful. After materializing the ship's equipment, Xiefeng immediately turned his attention to the cannons on the battleship. Xiao Wei, let's go up and take a look. This is my main gun, mine. Looking at Xiefeng, who was somewhat unusually excited, Wei chuckled and followed her. Does my sister have a fear of insufficient firepower? Seeing Xiefeng's love for cannons made him very suspicious that his sister suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower. After all, the other little destroyer girls cared about building castles on the beach every day. Catch fish with your admiral and have fun together. When Wei boarded the battleship, he discovered that Xiefeng was really different now. In the 18 years he lived with Xiefeng, he had never seen Xiefeng with such a light in his eyes. Xiao Wei, look, this is my sister's main gun. Hee. I know, sister. I know this is your gun. Wei answered somewhat helplessly as he fiddled with Xiefeng, who was obsessed with the gun barrel. An hour had passed by the time the Snowwind was satisfied. Xiao Wei, I suddenly feel so regretful. Xiefeng reluctantly took his hand off the barrel of the gun and said to Wei with some annoyance. What's wrong? Sister, what do you regret? Do you think you didn't materialize the ship earlier? No, I suddenly wondered if it was a mistake for me not to let you become an admiral before. Xiao Wei is so powerful. I never thought I could be so powerful. As he said that, Xiefeng hugged Wei's waist tightly. It's not too late now. Just trust me in the future. I will work hard to make you stronger. The reason why I use 240mm now is not because you can only use 240mm. It's because my ability is still limited, which limits my sister's upper limit. As long as you trust me, I will make your cannons able to easily hit the enemy from 20 nautical miles away. New. Okay, sister, let's take a closer look at the entire ship. Vian did not forget the main purpose of today. They came to familiarize themselves with the ship. As the battleship itself, Xiefeng took Vian up and down like a tour guide. Even when they left, they were still reluctant to leave and were more determined to complete the battleship as quickly as possible. For this purpose, Wei exchanged all of his last aluminum for 300 W Azure coins. Among them, 1 million turned into 2 battleship cores, which were used to develop ship equipment for Xiefeng. To this end, Wei began a week-long conception, drawing one blueprint after another, and finally, after repeated verification dozens of times to make sure there were no problems, Wei finally started his second research and development. Regarding the development of ship equipment for the power group of the Yukikaze battleship. A ship without power will always be just a model, no matter how beautiful it looks, it is just an empty shell. But with motivation, I can also earn resources for Wei-in. After all, the resources have been almost consumed. Chapter 25. With Xiefeng around, I can't be a loser. After finally wasting 2,000 energies, Vian had to use a battleship core to replenish his energy. But he has learned enough experience from these two failures, and he will definitely succeed this time. Sure enough, this time Wei-in adjusted the parts that had errors in the previous 2 times. After this research and development point was put forward, it was a sign of success. Then let Wei-in name the newly developed ship equipment himself. Move to the next level. Then Wei-in discovered that his data had an additional data of a dynamic modification type that could be mass-produced. After considering for a long time, Wei-in decided to equip Xiefeng with a fully electric propulsion system, because the later transformation of Xiefeng is towards modernization. Moreover, compared with traditional steam boilers and fuel power, it saves more space and fuel consumption, and directly integrates the power and electric systems. At the same time, Wei-in also knew the rating of the power system he developed under talent. Each manufacturing consumes up to 60 points of physical strength, which is 10 points higher than 240 millimeters. Thinking of Wei-in, he started his second shipbuilding with great excitement. Familiar energy flow, familiar energy ball, but compared to the previous 240 millimeters main gun, this time it actually consumed all of Vian's remaining 4,000 energy. But the result also made Wei-in quite satisfied. A scaled-down toy with a combined power system appeared in his hands. Xiao Wei, is this my power system? Xiefeng was already impatient when looking at the toy in Wei-in's hand. Sister, you try it first. After hearing what Wei-in said, Xiefeng took the toy from Wei-in's hand and ate it clean in one bite. Xiao Wei, let me try to materialize? Xiefeng was itching to install a power system on his warship. Don't worry, sister. There are other parts that haven't been completed yet. At the same time, Wei-in felt the resources he had retight. He had just developed and manufactured a power group ship equipment, which had already consumed 7,000 energy. The remaining battleship core has a total energy of 5,000, which means only 1,000 will be left after he materializes the remaining 2 main guns of Yukikaze. Let's go get some more steel. Originally, Vian thought that he could successfully develop and produce the power system in one go, but 2 failures meant that Vian had to produce 1 less main gun for Xiefeng, which disrupted his plan. After that, the 2 of them quickly went to the blue bank to exchange 10,000 steel, and the total amount of steel returned to 18,000. At least this will give Wei-in some confidence in Xiefeng's next power unit realization. With the expectations of the 2, Xiefeng quickly realized the power of his battleship. This time it consumed 2,000 tons of fuel and 3,000 tons of steel, which greatly relieved Vian. Xiao Wei, this time the internal use is a common materialization method, so it is much more economical than expected, but it is still too resource-intensive compared to my original power system. In order to make Xiefeng run faster, Wei-in could only use as many places as possible to increase Xiefeng's power. For this reason, this power group can be said to be modified specifically for Yukikaze. If other shipgirls want to use it, it needs to be redesigned, and its versatility is not very strong. However, according to Wei-in's calculations, assuming there is no major error, the maximum speed of the snow wind should be able to reach 41 knots. Sister, you have to sacrifice to gain. Look, now you have a more powerful main gun, more powerful power and armor. The next step is other weapons and equipment. Improving the warship bit by bit also gradually relieved the pressure in the 2 people's hearts. But now is not the time to show this warship. At the same time, Wei-in discovered the shortcomings of his talent in ship equipment manufacturing. More powerful ship equipment consumed more of his physical strength, and the manufacturing speed would be slower. The energy consumption is also quite huge, and the only way he can obtain the battleship core now is to buy it from the blue bank. So after returning to the dormitory, Wei-in made a new plan. A battleship core must be reserved from the remaining blue coins to build a new shipgirl. At the same time, Xiefeng's equipment had to be completed, so Wei-in had to temporarily give up the idea of his own research. The secondary guns and torpedoes will temporarily continue to use the 61 cm quadruple torpedoes from the previous Yukikaze hull data, and the previous main guns will be used as secondary guns. It can help him save some expenses and complete the basic armament of the warship. At the same time, he took out a battleship core to replenish Xiefeng's other 2 main guns. Vian planned to have a total of 3 main guns for Xiefeng. My talent is very strong, but I consume too many resources. I thought the resources my parents left for me were enough for Xiefeng to use, but I didn't expect that there were still some deficiencies. In the next 2 days, apart from going to class, Wei-in used his remaining battleship core and made 2 240mm main guns to materialize Xiefeng. Steel also further shrunk to the 10,000 mark. The initial armament plan for the Yukikaze destroyer only included secondary guns and torpedoes. This made Xiefeng smile all day, and he was especially clingy to Wayne at night, which made him feel helpless. Today, on the third day, Wayne sighed as he looked at the only 410,000 blue coins left in his account, as well as the new battleship core he had just obtained. Xiaowei, how are you going to use this battleship core? Now Xiefeng has become very accustomed to being his younger brother's little follower, and he doesn't like to use his brain anymore. If he doesn't understand something, he just asks his younger brother directly. Sister, your warship will be completed soon. You should start studying, and I will also start preparing to earn resources. So today we are going to welcome a new partner. The bright sunshine outside the blue bank is just like Wayne's mood, full of hope. Today he will start his first build. Really? Xiaowei, are you finally going to start building? Xiefeng is really happy for Wayne. After all, the more shipgirls there are, the more safety Wayne can be guaranteed, and as a shipgirl, she can fight more wholeheartedly. Yes, but sister, let me do some preparation before we start building. Wayne has not forgotten how unlucky he was in his previous life, and he even went to the construction room early this morning to check out the construction. Nevada was not on duty today, and I only felt relieved after I looked at the teacher on duty today. After saying that, Wayne quickly ran back to the dormitory with Shui Feng and started bathing and burning incense. Then, before leaving the dormitory and heading to the construction room, Wayne performed a dance of unknown meaning and knelt down devoutly facing the sea. Chapter 26, First Construction. Blood Test. The other shipgirls passing by looked at Vian like fools. However, such things have happened in the Admiral Academy before. There are many very unlucky admirals who believe in all kinds of metaphysics in order to build the shipgirl they want. But when Wayne came to the construction room holding Xiefeng's hand, carrying a cup of coffee, Xiefeng really couldn't hold it anymore. Xiaowei, does the construction really need to be so grand? Xiefeng was very sure that he had never seen his brother so serious and solemn. Sister, this is my first construction and also a blood test. If I don't have a good start this time, I can say goodbye to my big sisters. He was really afraid that his poor status in his previous life would affect him now. Although he could transform his little sister into a large ship, the core consumption of a large ship or warship was ultimately less. At the same time, other admirals who came to build the building also cast curious glances at Wayne. Generally, admirals who can perform such metaphysical rituals are not powerful enough, but they usually cannot change their fate. They were already waiting to see Vian's devastated expression when he built the destroyer. There were even some admirals who were more outgoing and friendly who came up to talk to Wayne. Excuse me, this admiral who is about to build the building. What year are you admiral in? The crisp voice of an admiral with a proud figure and big golden curly hair came from behind Wayne and Xiefeng. Vian turned around and saw the admiral and a 150 centimeters tall girl with pink hair, a black and white sailor suit, and white stockings and small brown leather shoes. What's the matter? I'm a first-year rookie admiral. At the same time, Vian turned his gaze to the shipgirl behind the female admiral. I'm a second-year admiral. We are just curious about what kind of ship you will build. After all, your ceremony is very grand. By the way, this is my ship, the Walkerlawn destroyer. After the female admiral finished speaking, she introduced the girl that Wayne was quite curious about to him. I'm just a little nervous because it's my first time building something. I hope I can have better luck. It's okay. Whether it's a big shipgirl or a small shipgirl, they are all good shipgirls. You see, I like my Walkerlawn very much. But don't you already have a shipgirl? After the female admiral finished speaking, she kissed Walkerlawn on the little face, which made Walkerlawn a little shy. At the same time, she looked at Xiefeng beside Vian. Xiefeng, she and I grew up together, and we have a direct contract, so this is my first time building it. Does Senior have any other shipgirls? As soon as Wayne finished speaking, he noticed that the female admiral's face became a little abnormal, and the people around her who had spoken to the female admiral before also laughed. Of course I do. I already have 3 shipgirls now. But before she could finish her words, someone nearby who was gloating over her misfortune had already finished the rest of her words. They're all destroyers. She is such a jerk. She always tries to do some magic every time she builds something, but ends up getting expelled. She is the worst student in our 2nd grade. After saying this, everyone laughed out loud. Although she was a little embarrassed by what other people said, she calmed down very quickly. Although that's true, I like my shipgirls very much, so junior brother, believe in yourself, destroyers are also very good. After saying that, he patted Wei and shoulder and ran back to the crowd, starting to physically confront the person who had spoken. That junior, don't believe her. She just can't stand that others are luckier than her, so every time she sees a newcomer coming to build a destroyer, she wishes them all the best. But we are also curious about what kind of ship you can build. We originally thought that your first shipgirl was a destroyer and a poor one. But now that you said it's a contract, your luck is still unknown. We are all looking forward to it. After saying this, the male admiral deliberately took a few more glances at Wayne's coffee cup. With everyone's curious gaze, Wei came to the teacher with the cup in one hand and Xiefeng in the other. Then, in everyone's astonished gaze, Wei bowed deeply to her. Great Lord Su, please pass on your good luck to me. Vian looked at Lord Su, who had the title of Star Destroyer in his previous life, Suk Bader. But this ship girl is a relatively lucky one. Haha. Lord Suk Bardo's luck will shine upon you, and you will have a good result today. Vian's praise made the childish Suk Bardo very happy. He summoned his own ship suit and tapped Vian's shoulder twice with the fishing rod. Blessings for Wei. At this moment, Wei felt that his plan had been completed by 99. After accepting the blessing, he drank the cup of espresso in one gulp. Then he rushed into the construction room holding Xiefeng. I have prayed so much. I hope there will be a good result. Wei entered the construction room and quickly invested his resources. He did not follow the metaphysical formula of the admiral of this world, but instead used the formula that he used most in his previous life. Fuel 500, steel 650, ammunition 30, aluminum 201, plus a battleship core. When Wei was about to press the build button, he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at his sister. Sister, come here and I will hold you, and build. Wei suddenly remembered that he also had a lucky ship by his side, but it just cost a bit to his teammates. After saying that, he held the obedient Xiefeng in his arms, held her little hand, and pressed the button in the middle of the construction machine. The resources in the construction machine's resource delivery pipeline turned into several blue lights and flowed directly into the core of the battleship in the middle, emitting a dazzling light. I have done so much. Will you respond to me? Vian's thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time a construction time popped up on the construction machine. 5 hours and 20 minutes. Xiao Wei, look, it's 5 hours. It should be a big ship. The first moment Xiefeng saw the construction time came out, he was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. With a construction time of up to 5 hours, it was likely to produce a good ship. In this world, a long time does not necessarily mean a big ship, but a short time must mean a small ship. This is a consensus. Only Wei looked at the construction time with some regret. Is it really still a little short? It took 10 minutes longer. Wei's words made Xiefeng a little confused. Wouldn't it be better if Xiao Wei took longer? In response, Wei smiled and did not answer Xiefeng's words, but just stroked her head gently, waiting for time to pass. The author is just a relatively indifferent admiral of the battleship or. He is not a military fan, and can even be considered a military illiterate. It was dizzying for me to read about the battleship data and look up information. Moreover, this is a magical battleship world that has been modified. Even the battleships of ordinary admirals and shipgirls will be stronger than normal. Therefore, readers who are too particular about real ship data may be disappointed. Today, when I was writing about the battleship power data, I was stuck for a long time. Finally, I decided not to write it because I really couldn't calculate it. It would be difficult for me, a novelist, to calculate the combined values of weapons and equipment. As soon as I calculated, I found that I couldn't continue writing. The battleships in this world cannot be treated as ordinary battleships. They have magical things such as legendary skills and admiral skills. The numbers cannot possibly be close to reality. QQ, I hope readers will be more tolerant of these places. Finally, guess the new shipgirl that appeared and which shipgirl the protagonist regrets. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 27 Bad News. It's Lolita. Good news. Battleship. Yeah, I should be content with such a long construction time. Wei smiled at Xiefeng in his arms. The first construction took 5 hours, which was far beyond Wei's expectations. He felt that the day of the smuggling would be today. He is finally not a non-African anymore. But he still decided to play it safe. After all, the construction of this world might still go awry, and there were other admirals who opened champagne at halftime before. After 6 hours of construction, a destroyer was finally built, which made the admiral very angry. A wrench-shaped prop was taken from the basket next to the construction room and pressed onto the construction machine. The wrench disappeared, and at the same time, the construction time on the construction machine was reduced at a rapid rate, becoming 0 in just 10 seconds. The construction is completed. Compared with the scarcity of battleship cores, the output of rapid construction wrenches is obviously much higher, and they are often not used up, so in the end they are provided free of charge by the Admiral Academy to the admirals for construction. A large amount of fog instantly rose up in the construction cabin, making Xiefeng and Wei nervous at the same time. Right and wrong are behind this door. The iron gate slowly opened, and Vian looked at the figure of the girl inside through the mist. He suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes, but in order not to leave a bad impression on his shipgirl. As a shipgirl who is being built, she will have a certain liking for the first admiral she sees when she is built. However, if the admiral is not satisfied with the shipgirls, or is unhappy with them, it will also affect these pure girls. So he held on. After all, to him, there is no difference between an older sister and a younger sister. He can strengthen them both. Looking at the figure, Wan had already prepared for the worst. The girl's height was about the same as Xiefeng, whom he had already put down. But at the same time, a little hope rose in his heart. Since this is a special period, I won't mind such a shabby reception. Lead the way. A high-pitched girl's voice appeared in the construction room. Although her body was small, her aura was no less than that of a normal person. When the smoke cleared, Xiefeng and Wan saw a blue hat with a golden fleur-de-lis emblem on it, short golden hair and a proud face, and a blue high-waisted skirt that was also very luxurious. The pair of small feet under the skirt were wrapped in 2 seductive white stockings. Being familiar with shipgirls, Wan already knew who this girl was, and then he looked at her pretty face which was raised high. He didn't look at the girl too rudely. Hello. I am your admiral. I know, but I need to correct you. There are mistakes in your words. You are a commoner, don't you know that? Wei's smiling greeting only received a proud response from the girl, but Wan was not angry. Similarly, Xiefeng next to him was very curious about the girl. With this figure and height, she must be the same as himself. So I came up to say hello as soon as possible. Hello. I'm the destroyer Yukikaze, the admiral's first shipgirl. Now you're the second. You're so cute. You must be a destroyer. Although Xiefeng was a little disappointed that the little sister was not a battleship or an aircraft carrier, she still stepped forward and held the hand of the new little sister as soon as possible. Welcome her warmly. But it is obvious that this new lowly girl's attitude towards Xiefeng is much better than that towards Wan. Although I am helpless that it was built by common people, but Yukikaze corrects me, I am a battleship. The 3rd Richelieu-class ship. Clemenceau. At the same time, she looked at Wan who was watching their interaction. Common people, just be thankful that you have a battleship as powerful as mine. Clemenceau displayed his arrogance to the fullest by calling everyone common people. But Wan still looked at this bad-tempered lowly gently. However, Xiefeng was very surprised that Clemenceau was a battleship, and then the disappointment in his heart completely disappeared. With an excited look on his face, he held Clemenceau's little hand and jumped happily. She was not unhappy about Clemenceau's arrogance, as she knew that some shipgirls had bad personalities. But the kindness in one's heart will never change, and at the same time, it is also an admiral's duty to maintain a good relationship with his own shipgirls. This is also a test for Wan. Are you really a battleship? But you are obviously the same age as me. As Xiefeng spoke, he gestured with his 2 little hands on his chest between the 2 of them. Sincere words often have unexpected destructive power. Clemenceau clenched his fists. Of course I am a genuine battleship. My height and all that is just an accident. After saying this, Clemenceau looked at Xiefeng's slightly suspicious eyes and snorted coldly. He summoned his own ship suit in front of them. The ship's 2 majestic quadruple-mounted main guns shattered Xiefeng's doubts. It turns out that battleships aren't necessarily big sisters. Xiefeng understood this truth for the first time. Okay, it's quite hot in the construction room. Let's take Clemenceau out first. Wan interrupted the curious baby Xiefeng, who was about to continue asking questions, and turned to look at Clemenceau. Let's just go out first. Then you lead the way, commoner. I just woke up and don't know what this place is like. The proud little head seems like it will never be lowered. Vian walked in front holding Xiefeng's little hand, and Clemenceau followed behind them. When neither Wan nor Xiefeng looked at her, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The look that had originally been disdainful towards Wan also softened. So a clown like me could be built? The admiral seems to have a good temper. He's not angry with me, but I almost screwed up again. Vian, who left the construction room, and Clemenceau, who had just appeared beside him, immediately attracted the welcome of the admiral who had been waiting outside for a long time. Especially when the female admiral saw the 2 little Lolas beside Wan, the joy in her heart was beyond words. She felt that she was not alone, and she was not the only one on the road of being a non-African. Well, Junior, why don't you introduce us to this new destroyer next to you? The lowly's height and barren chest may make her look a little arrogant and cold, but that doesn't stop her from washing her hair upside down. The several male admirals who had previously exposed the female admiral's dark secrets now looked at Wan with a look of gloating on their faces. As expected, I said that any admiral who dares to build something based on metaphysics is a fool. He already has 2 little Lolas. I'm already looking forward to his 3rd destroyer. Wan, who was unsure before entering, now just feels very relaxed. But Clemenceau, who was following behind Vian, was unhappy. Chapter 28 Clemenceau. I am the only one who can laugh at the common people. What qualifications do you have? And I am a battleship. The angry Clemenceau gracefully walked out from behind Vian, stood in front of Vian, looked around, and looked at the admirals around him who were gloating over Vian's misfortune with disdain. The small body exudes an unattainable aura. Wow, so handsome. Xiefeng looked at Clemenceau, who was emitting a strong aura, with little stars twinkling in his eyes. Looking at Clemenceau, who was protecting his child like a calf, Vian chuckled and looked at the admirals around him embarrassedly. I'm sorry, everyone. My new shipgirl has a bad temper. I apologize to everyone here. I haven't come into contact with a battleship either, so maybe that's just how she is. After saying that, he took Xiefeng's hand and left without waiting for others' reaction. Clemenceau, who followed Vian's pace, snorted coldly and left with Vian in elegant steps. After they left, everyone in the construction room was in an uproar. My eyes. I can't believe it. Metaphysics actually works. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that he was such a damn European emperor. Forget about the battleship, but she also has such a cute sister. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Several male admirals could only look at Clemenceau with envy as he followed Vian. The female admiral who first came up to talk to Wei and stood there like a petrified woman, her eyes dull, and she murmured softly, "Battleship, battleship." On the other side, Vian, who was walking on the road, slowed down his pace and waited for Clemenceau to come to his side. "Thank you for helping me, Clemenceau." "Humph. You self-righteous commoner. I just don't want others to misunderstand me. I am a battleship." Clemenceau didn't even look at Vian for thanking him. He just said coldly, "Wow, I screwed up again. I hope the admiral won't be angry. The admiral is so gentle." What Vian didn't see was the aloof Clemenceau next to him, his pretty face tense and looking a little unnatural. However, Clemenceau spoke very arrogantly, and Vian was not angry. Regarding his love for the shipgirl and his work as a ship designer in his previous life, Vian also learned a lot about Clemenceau's story. This is a very poor battleship. The famous Richelieu class was originally planned to have only 2 ships built, but because of the emergence of Bismarck, it was decided to build 2 more ships, one of which was Clemenceau. The day she started construction was the day Richelieu left the water, but due to the outbreak of war, her construction plan had to be terminated until her country was defeated. She was captured while still building, and due to lack of materials and workers, she had no more power to continue. The worst thing was that her unfinished hull was sunk by an air raid, ending in tragedy. After becoming a shipgirl, she is a poor child who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She can only use her arrogance and sharp tongue to protect her inferior self. So Vian, who understood her character, felt more distressed for Clemenceau. Looking at the two who stopped communicating after being scolded, Xiefeng whispered in Wei's ear, "Xiao Wei, it seems that the new sister is a little difficult to get along with. You should try harder. She is a battleship girl and should be proud of herself." "It's okay, sister. I know her, and I know this isn't the real her. I'm just not familiar with her yet." Wei gently ruffled Xiefeng's hair and explained. Clemenceau walked beside Vian gracefully like an elegant noble lady, staring straight ahead with a cold face. But his gaze would occasionally fall on Wei and Xiefeng, watching them whispering, his eyes full of envy. But she didn't dare to speak easily, even though he was her own admiral, so she could only keep a straight face. On the way back, Wei also packed some food and cakes. Just when Wei and the 2 shipgirls were about to enter the dormitory, they were stopped by an unexpected person. "President Tianlong, what can I do for you?" Wei looked at Tianlong nervously. After all, being approached by the discipline committee was generally not a good thing, especially when it came to the president. "You should be careful. Everyone in the academy is ours. Although the matter between you and Xiefeng has been put aside, you are still our key supervisor. Especially now that you have another shipgirl." Tianlong's eyes never left Clemenceau when he spoke. President Tianlong, I'm really not a Lolita complex. My sister and I were both accidents." Wei touched his nose somewhat unnaturally and said, "We can tell whether you are a Lolita complex or not, but you'd better not let me catch you doing anything to this little sister. Otherwise, you know the methods of the gendarmerie." After saying that, Tianlong wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wei. "President, I have a question. If she is a battleship, it shouldn't be a problem." Vian said this and pointed at Clemenceau. "Her? Battleship?" Tianlong looked at Clemenceau in surprise, and his gaze towards Vian became abnormal. "Boy, you are not trying to take advantage of us, are you? Knowing that we only arrest admirals who attack destroyers, you build a lowly battleship." The more he spoke, the more dangerous and expectant his eyes became. It's unfair. President, you see, I can't control things like construction. I was also very surprised, so I came to ask you now. I'm just afraid of joining the military police." Wei spoke with great emotion and sincerity, and he even shed a few tears because of Tianlong's misunderstanding. Tianlong also understood that the admiral had no control over the construction of the shipgirls and could only be forced to accept the construction results. Moreover, Wei had observed him for some time, and he had not done anything excessive. He came here today just because he saw a loli with him. Thinking of this, Tianlong looked at Wei with much kinder eyes. "If it's a battleship, that's fine, but you are not allowed to attack a destroyer, or I will arrest you myself." After saying that, Tianlong left Wei and touched Clemenceau's little head on purpose. Looking at Tianlong moving away, Vian breathed a sigh of relief, and then he saw Clemenceau looking at him with strange eyes. "Don't get me wrong, I'm really not a Lolita complex, so you don't have to worry. Vian's busy explanation to Clemenceau made Clemenceau's eyes even more strange. If you dare to set your sights on me, I'll see if your body can withstand the bombardment. Clemenceau turned his head away from Vian and snorted. Will someone as mediocre as me be liked by others? So the Admiral likes Xiao Xiao? I screwed up again. Chapter 29. It's not fair. Now, there is a problem before Wei-in. Although it is normal for a shipgirl to live in the same dormitory with her admiral, it is okay for Vian when there is only Yukikaze. After all, she is the marriage ship. But now that Clemenceau has joined, it will be the life of 3 of us from now on. He is going to live with 2 girls. You shouldn't mind that, Clemenceau? Wei-in said to the cold girl in front of him with some embarrassment. Commoner, I believe you dare not pay attention to me, and isn't it normal for a shipgirl and an admiral to live together? Clemenceau made his bed with a red face, but his tone was still cold. Yes, yes. After hearing what Clemenceau said, Vian breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xiefeng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, kept giggling. After no longer worrying, Wei-in left the 2 shipgirls in the dormitory to bond with each other while he went to class and considered starting to make money. But today, Mr. Langley brought some different news. Hello, new admirals. The admirals who came earlier have been here for almost a month. You're getting used to being with the shipgirls now. On the 1st of next month, all first-year admirals and your shipgirls need to take an assessment about your understanding of the shipgirls and their views on you. Admirals with better performance will be rewarded. As soon as Langley finished speaking, there was an uproar in the classroom. Those who are more impatient have already started raising their hands to ask questions. Teacher Langley, what do you want to know about? The name of the shipgirl, her knowledge of her warship, her usual preferences, and more importantly, her opinion of you admirals. Whether you have done what an admiral should do is also the criterion for evaluating your performance. Admirals who are above the standard will receive rewards from the academy, so there is no need to worry about ranking. As soon as Langley finished speaking, many admirals frowned. As for the reason, Wei-in still understood it. Since coming to the academy, he has discovered that the admiral in this world is somewhat different from the admiral he thought of. Especially in this academy, the admiral's education is more about how to be a good nanny. But Wei-in could still understand it. After all, this academy was established by the shipgirls, and it was also considered from the perspective of the shipgirls' interests. Everything is for Kinkali. So after a month of getting to know each other, this assessment was conducted to test the relationship between the admiral and the shipgirls. If you can make the shipgirls think more highly of you, it means that you are more recognized by the shipgirls under you in your daily life. During class, Wei-in had communicated with other admirals and knew that some of them were really passionate and some of them came for these beautiful elves. The hot-blooded people may care more about expanding territory and fighting in the deep sea, and they may not care enough about the shipgirls. Most of the people with sad faces are them. As for the other part, the admirals who came specifically for this group of elves may have an easy time in this assessment. Their ultimate creed is to live a harmonious life with the shipgirls, so they will be more concerned about the psychological feelings of this group of kind girls in life. As for Wei-in, he is an admiral in the middle. He likes to sail on the ocean, but because of his relationship with Xiefeng, he has lived a life that these admirals envy. If you don't make the shipgirl fall in love with you willingly, it is impossible for her to make a promise to you. After all, that means she is really putting her whole life in your hands. It is not a problem for Wei-in that some people are happy and some are sad. After all, he has lived with Xiefeng for more than 10 years and knows him inside and out. It's just that Clemenceau needs to have a good exchange. So Wei-in raised his hand. Teacher Langley, what if there are multiple shipgirls? Some of them have just been built and don't know each other well. Wei-in's words immediately attracted the attention of all the admirals. This is indeed a question. So, may I ask how many shipgirls do you have, Admiral? Langley asked Wei-in seriously. I now have 2 shipgirls. One of them was just built today, so if the assessment is on the 1st of next month, she and I have only known each other for 10 days. How should the assessment results be calculated in this case? After listening to Wei-in's question, Langley did not answer it immediately, but looked at the other admirals in the classroom. Are there other admirals who have the same problem as this admiral? Suddenly, 3 more admirals in the crowd raised their hands silently. The surrounding admirals were filled with envy and jealousy. The admirals who had just entered the academy had just become familiar with their own shipgirls, while others already had a second shipgirl. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. That's a good question, so don't worry. Each shipgirl's evaluation of the admiral is assessed individually, so if you have multiple shipgirls, congratulations. If you can satisfy all of you, the shipgirls, you can get double the reward. This is also the behavior that our college advocates and encourages. Before Langley could finish his words, Vian felt the jealous gazes of several admirals around him. Why? Some admirals who only have one shipgirl have started quarreling. Bang! In response to the quarrels and jealous voices, Langley simply slapped his little hands hard on the table, making a loud noise that interrupted the admiral's voices. What are you arguing about? It's their ability that they have 2 shipgirls, and don't forget that this is the Admiral Academy. What does an admiral do? Manage the shipgirls, take care of the shipgirls, command the shipgirls, and protect our home. They can take good care of the shipgirls under their command, and the recognition of them by the shipgirls is their achievement. If you have the ability, you can also make a contract with the shipgirl before entering the academy. I have also read the information of these admirals. You all had your own shipgirls before entering the academy. They have their own abilities and charm that make the shipgirls believe in them. This is what they deserve. Don't forget that there are still a large number of free shipgirls in our academy. If you are envious, you can go and make a contract with these girls instead of arguing here. The admiral and the shipgirls make each other successful. The academy is for you to learn how to get along with the shipgirls and gain their recognition. Being recognized by multiple shipgirls is also a skill. So you still have questions? The serious Langley stunned all the admirals present. Chapter 30, Navy and Shipgirls Alliance. There was no other sound in the classroom for a long while. Langley continued to speak. I only taught some professional courses before, but today I will talk to you about some off-topic topics. Looking at the admirals with different expressions, Langley softened his voice a little. I don't know where you will go in a few years, to the dangerous front line or to the safe garrison in the rear. But the strength of a naval base is always the shipgirls, so more shipgirls represent a more powerful naval base. And Kankali are not emotionless killing weapons, they are living beings, lively and lovely girls. They will be sad, upset, and depressed. I am a shipgirl. My mission is to fight the deep sea, but I don't want to be a weapon or consumable in the hands of the admiral. Even if you have a powerful naval base, if even the shipgirls who believe in you the most don't recognize you, have you failed as an admiral? Since you have come to the Admiral Academy in the Central War Zone instead of the Naval Academy, then be a good admiral recognized and loved by the shipgirls. We are living things, and we are not afraid of death, but we should not wither away in the sea at will, like cold weapons. Looking at the silent admiral in the audience, Langley paused. There will be another assessment in half a year. You need to get the approval of at least one shipgirl. Otherwise, this academy may not be suitable for you. A better place for you would be at the Naval Academy. I also know that many admirals are not aware of the differences between our 2 academies. Isn't that a place for training naval officers? Here I will tell you the difference between the Admiral of the Navy and the Admiral of the Shipgirl Alliance. After all, you have a shipgirl. Even if the shipgirl doesn't recognize you, you are still an admiral. If you want to have your own garrison, you can either go out from our academy or from the Navy. First of all, regarding the management of admirals, the admirals of the Navy are under the management of the Navy, and the admirals of the Shipgirls Union are under our management. I believe that most of the admirals who come to our academy like freedom and do not want to be subject to too many restrictions and forced orders. Langley spoke slowly and gently. The Navy has its own set of rules. If you are interested in that, you can go and learn about it yourself. However, if you leave the academy and are no longer the admiral of the Kankali Union, you will no longer be protected and recognized by the Kankali Union. After he finished speaking, the classroom became unusually quiet. They understood what Langley meant by not being protected or recognized by the Kankali Union, and Vian understood it too. If they become admirals of the Navy, they will really lose the opportunity to salvage the ship. The vast majority of free shipgirls are under the protection of the Shipgirls Union. Because the Shipgirls Union was originally organized for the interests and safety of the shipgirls, in order to prevent the weak shipgirls from being bullied or deceived. It is a mutual aid association truly built by this group of kind elves. Not being recognized by the Shipgirls Union is equivalent to being on the blacklist of freedom shipgirls. As for why they look down on the Admiral of the Navy, the benefits that the Navy can give to the Admiral can only be given by the Shipgirls Association more, and there will be fewer constraints and restrictions. The only difficulty is that the requirements for the Admiral are relatively high, and he cannot harm the shipgirl. The Admiral who is not recognized by the Kankali Alliance can be summed up as a shitty Admiral using a phrase from Wei In's previous life. They treat shipgirls as weapons and consume them. In their eyes, shipgirls are just consumables that can be rebuilt after they sink. So how can such a group of people be recognized by the shipgirls as admirals? However, this group of kind elves were already prepared to die after being built. This is also the difference between the constructed shipgirls and the free shipgirls. The constructed shipgirls have the most basic contract with the admiral. How could the shipgirls with good qualities betray and leave their admiral, even if he was a shit admiral? If the kind-hearted shipgirls cannot bear to see these admirals wanting to save them, they will stand firmly in front of their admirals and go to war with the shipgirls. Since we can't save these kind girls, we can only prevent more girls from falling into the hands of this group of people and protect them. The Kankali Union was born because of this. What means losing the protection of the Kankali Union is that this group of people who are not recognized by the Kankali Union will not be protected by the Kankali Union in the Kankali Union's garrison. As far as Wayan knows, not only are the shipgirls consumables in the Navy, but the admirals are also consumables. That side is dominated by humans and is full of filth. After all, those who want to be admirals are basically lining up, and if one admiral dies, he dies, and one can be promoted from the soldiers. However, if the naval base or admiral of the Kankali Union encounters difficulties, they can seek help from the headquarters. If you are an admiral recognized by the Kankali Union, the Kankalis will treat you with extra kindness. If the garrison is not strong enough to defend the deep sea, you can ask the headquarters for help and they will send shipgirls to help you. All you have to do is take good care of their lives. If you encounter some minor difficulties, you can help as long as you show your proof of identity as the admiral of the Kankali Union to the various branches of the Kankali Union or to the Kankali Union's Kankali girls, and they will help you. The prerequisite for all this is that you can successfully graduate from the Kankali Union. Moreover, you have no ambition and just want to be a lazy parasite. As long as you are good to your shipgirls, they will like you, and the shipgirls union can arrange a safe garrison for you. Let you be a parasite with peace of mind, because your heart is truly with this group of girls. There is no mandatory requirement to go on an expedition, nor are you forced to fight the deep sea. Just be nice to the shipgirls and take good care of them. As far as Wayan knew, many of the garrisons controlled by the Kankali Alliance were in good locations. The life of an admiral is limited, and many outstanding admirals will eventually grow old and return to the naval base they left behind. If there are original shipgirls, they will continue to guard the base. If there is none, the shipgirls and admirals will be sent jointly to guard the place. There are bad people among people, but there are also many kind people. Many kind admirals who are allied with shipgirls, especially powerful admirals, may terminate their contracts with shipgirls before the end of their lives. Because they have witnessed generations of shipgirls dying for their admirals and sinking in the sea together. This is also the difference between a married ship and an ordinary shipgirl. An ordinary contract can be terminated, but after the oath. When the admiral dies, it is also the end of the shipgirl's life. If they really die, they must die together. Therefore, many kind-hearted admirals could not bear to see these kind-hearted elves launching a death charge against the deep sea for themselves, and would choose to let them go free. After all, shipgirls are elves who will not age or die naturally. Chapter 31 Deep Sea Invasion. So this is also the reason why Kankali is not disappointed in humans, even though they have many shortcomings and weak bodies. This is also the original purpose of the Kankali jointly organizing the Admiral Academy, in order to guide and teach more admirals to follow the right path. Precisely because of the knowledge of the interests involved, the first place for every human who wants to become an admiral is always this Admiral Academy. Only the admirals who come out of the Admiral Academy are more respected and loved by everyone. So, all admirals, please go back and prepare for next month's assessment. I hope everyone can pass the assessment and live in harmony with their own shipgirls. We also encourage everyone to salvage boats. After all, there are so many children without goals who live in a daze. If you can salvage boats and win their love, it shows your ability. Langley turned back and said as he suddenly remembered something just as he was about to walk out the door. On the way back, Wayan kept thinking about the things between the shipgirls and the Navy. He knew that the shipgirls didn't like the Navy very much, but it was only after he came here that he realized their hatred for the Navy. At the same time, Wayan understood how tense the relationship between the two parties was. This is a conflict between two different ideologies, but it is suppressed by a greater crisis, the deep sea. So being an admiral also requires you to take sides. Should you stand on the side of humans or on the side of the shipgirls? Wayan strolled leisurely back to the dormitory, but the peace was broken by an accident. The alarm sounded in the port area, and this was the first time Wayan heard it since he came here. At the same time, Wayan saw some of the shipgirls who were usually busy in the shop, and he immediately dropped his work and ran quickly towards several ports and docks. Just when Wayan wanted to quickly return to the dormitory, he was stopped. "Admiral, don't run, don't panic, walk slowly." Looking at the short shipgirl next to him, wearing a red armband. A member of the discipline committee. "Then may I ask what happened? Why did the alarm suddenly sound?" It's okay, it's just some wandering deep-sea fish that have entered our waters. Just leave them to the shipgirls heading to the port. So don't panic. It would be bad if you bumped into someone. Just treat it as normal." After the little shipgirl finished speaking, she patted Vian on the back twice to comfort him. Even if the deep sea has been repelled and reclaimed, there are still times when deep sea roaming around in these less dangerous waters. Just like the deep sea that Wayan and Xiefeng encountered last time they were on a boat. Thinking of this, Wei felt much more relaxed. After saying goodbye to the little ship girl, he met two nervous ship girls in the dormitory. After explaining the reason to them, they felt relieved. At the same time, he told them exactly what Langley had said today. So, Xiaowei, do you have an assessment next month? You don't have to worry about that. I know my brother best. I even know that you have a mole on your butt. Xiefeng said to Wei proudly. But I forgot that there is one more person now. Clemenceau, who was standing by, heard Xiefeng's words and ate with his face flushed, not daring to speak. Sister, please be careful. Clemenceau is here with you. Vian looked at Clemenceau, whose ears had turned red, and reminded Xiefeng. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to make Clemenceau recognize him. Now their relationship is like this. Clemenceau has some feelings for him, but doesn't trust him yet. The most important thing now is to build trust. So Wei thought of a good idea. After everyone had eaten half full. Snap! Snap! As the admiral, Wei clapped his hands, attracting the two people's attention to himself. Sister, Clemenceau, let's play a game to welcome Clemenceau to join us. Okay. Xiefeng always supports Wei, so she is the first one to agree with Wei's idea. Since the common people have requested this, and I can sense your feelings, I will reluctantly play with you. Clemenceau hurriedly wiped the grease from his mouth and said coldly. Then what shall we play, Xiaowei? When Xiefeng asked Wei curiously, he took out the little thing he had just prepared when he went to the toilet. A simple little roulette wheel made with a pen. Spin the pen. Whoever you turn to gets to drink this and answer a question at the same time. Don't lie. At the same time, Wei took out the fruit wine that he had hidden before to prevent Xiefeng from being curious. Xiaowei, this is not it. Looking at the familiar packaging and the fruit wine that she had secretly bought without Wei's knowledge. In order to prevent Wei from finding out, she deliberately changed the packaging. However, Wei, who knew his sister well, immediately discovered that something was wrong with Xiefeng. As a result, the bottle of fruit wine was confiscated. Wei even specifically asked her what the alcohol content was, and she said it was more than 10 degrees. But now it was in front of her, her interest was immediately piqued, and she licked her lips with her little tongue. What is this, common people? Clemenceau looked at Xiefeng's greedy look with some curiosity. It's delicious. Can't you see that Xiefeng can't hold back any longer? Come on, let's start the game. Seeing Xiefeng's cooperation, Wei secretly gave Xiefeng a thumbs up in his heart. Although Clemenceau was a little curious about the excitement of Vian and Xiefeng, she did not suspect anything. After all, Kankali will not harm or deceive others. Moreover, Wei is also her admiral, and the contract will also affect her trust in Wei. As for why Wei chose drinking and telling the truth, it was because he was still a child, and Xiefeng was not as cheerful as he is now. Living in a dead silent atmosphere, it was at that time that Xiefeng developed the habit of drinking, which is why Wei did not allow Xiefeng to drink. Although they are shipgirls, they can get drunk after drinking, as Wei has seen Xiefeng drunk in front of him many times. At that time, he couldn't even walk and could only watch Xiefeng acting crazy in the house after drinking. Later, when he grew up, he strictly controlled Xiefeng's drinking problem. Over time, Xiefeng would only drink a few sips secretly behind Wei's back, and would basically hand it in obediently after being discovered. Now Wei was risking Xiefeng's drunken behavior and the possibility of him falling down first. First, it can satisfy Xiefeng's craving, and second, after drinking, many things that are difficult to say normally can be said more easily. Especially for a girl like Clemenceau who likes to be tough and strong. Chapter 32 Admiral, do you really like me like this? Alcohol plus the truth was the trick Vian had prepared for Clemenceau. Help her take off that mask. Especially since the mask is usually not easy to put on again after it is taken off. Only more honest communication can bring us closer to each other. In order to prevent Clemenceau from getting suspicious, Vian poured Xiefeng a small cup of wine to satisfy her craving. Come on, start. After taking a sip of wine, Xiefeng felt as if his body was awakened. He shuddered and said excitedly. Seeing Xiefeng getting into the state so quickly, Wei subconsciously touched his nose. This made Clemenceau, who was standing by, even more curious about what it was. The first turn of the dial turned to Xiefeng, indicating that she had to drink and answer a question raised by both of them. But this was not a problem for Xiefeng. If she lost, she would just want to drink a few more sips. You can ask Clemenceau questions. Xiefeng and I have known each other since we were kids. Vian left the task of asking questions to Clemenceau, hoping that Clemenceau and Xiefeng could get to know each other better. Since you, the commoner, have been so kind as to give it to me, I will ask you with reluctance. Clemenceau was shocked by Vian's sudden action, but he still insisted. On the other side, Xiefeng, who had already finished her meal, was now looking at Clemenceau with a smile on her face, waiting for her question. How long have you known the common people? I feel like there's something different between you and the other admirals and shipgirls. Wei-in and Xiefeng kept talking about her sister and brother, which made her a little concerned. How long has it been me and my brother? 6,596 days. I have known Xiao Wei since he was born. Okay, I finished answering. Next one. Wei-in felt helpless seeing that his sister, who often drank, was still so easily drunk. The next time, Clemenceau was lucky and it was his turn. She can also taste the flavor that Xiefeng likes. The fruit wine tasted more sweet at first, and the taste of the wine was covered by the fruit flavor. She didn't taste anything special. I just thought it was some kind of juice or something. Delicious. But Clemenceau felt that he quite liked the taste. So who among you has questions? Let me satisfy the common people's curiosity. Xiefeng didn't care about the problem. She just wanted to drink, so she just gave Wei-in a look and left everything to him. But this is more in line with Wei-in's ideas. What kind of admiral do you think I am at first glance? Wei-in didn't ask any sensitive questions right away. A perverted Lolita-loving commoner. Clemenceau said this subconsciously, and then he couldn't help but cover his little mouth. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wei is a Lolita lover. Then why does he hide from his sister every day? The snow wind was extra bold today after drinking. Vian now feels a little regretful, but when he thinks of Clemenceau, who was stubborn. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, so Wei-in started the next round of the game directly. This went on back and forth, and Wei-in even felt that his mind was beginning to become a little fuzzy. And now Xiefeng has completely started to let himself go. He is now lying on Wei-in, without any of his usual reserve. Admiral, I'm done. Now Clemenceau no longer had the stubbornness he had at the beginning. His face was flushed and the clarity in his eyes disappeared. Even the tone that had always been cold towards Wei-in was now soft and gentle. Then I asked. Wei-in shook his head to clear himself up. After all, he has drunk several bottles of wine now, and he rarely drinks alcohol normally. Okay. Clemenceau, who had been sitting elegantly on the chair before, now sat on the ground like a child, with the corners of his mouth raised and smiling happily. Why does Clemenceau speak as he usually does? Isn't Clemenceau very cute and lovable now? Wei-in, whose mind was not clear, did not realize that the question he was asking was no longer a different one. But compared to Clemenceau on the opposite side, he is much better. Woo. Wow. Vian's question seemed to have touched upon Clemenceau's most painful part, causing her to burst into tears uncontrollably. But the issue of security has not been forgotten. Sister Richelieu is so dazzling and a beacon in everyone's eyes, but as a younger sister, I don't have her confidence and strength. I am weak and don't want to be a burden to others. I also want to be recognized by everyone. Only by putting on these clothes, looking at these irises, and speaking like an adult in a stereotyped tone, can I forget my weak self and hide her. Clemenceau sobbed as he said this, raised his confused eyes, and looked at Vian. Admiral, am I really cute? Living under my sister's shadow, like a mouse, not remembered by the world, am I cute? No one ever praises me, and no one ever likes me. The world only has eyes for Richelieu. Clemenceau's confused eyes and empty words hurt Vian's heart. His intoxicated mind became a little clearer. Why did he do all this? Wasn't it because he knew she was such a girl? Clemenceau is Clemenceau. Why should he live like Richelieu? Clemenceau has her own unique loveliness. Her future should not be someone else's. You are just you. Your past has made you who you are now, and you have your own unique charm. No matter if you use stereotyped and clumsy words, or if you force yourself to be unsure, these are all your lovable qualities. You are just as real and frank as you are now. You are powerful in your own way. Wei-in's dizziness made it difficult for him to speak clearly, but at this moment, he patted Xiefeng, who was hanging on him. Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Xiefeng said this in a daze without opening his eyes. Sister, do you like Clemenceau? Lovely Clemenceau, the Clemenceau who is not trying too hard. Clemenceau. Cute. She must be as cute as Yukikaze. I like her. The excited Xiefeng waved his fists and shouted with his eyes closed, then fell on Wei-in and fell asleep. Xiefeng likes you like this, and the Admiral likes you too, so stop saying things that go against your will. You are the most dazzling when you are honest. Wei-in was troubled by a dizzy head and eyes that could hardly open. As soon as he finished speaking, he lay down on the ground with Xiefeng and began to sleep soundly. Admiral, do you really like me like this? Clemenceau smiled happily, but couldn't control his tears. If they don't like it, I'll beat them into submission. We Clemenceau must be liked by others. Wei-in murmured subconsciously with his eyes closed. Chapter 33 Clemenceau Cute. Admiral. Clemenceau blushed and spoke to Vian shyly and in a low voice. Well, Clemenceau is indeed the cutest like this. Vian stroked Clemenceau's little head, making her feel ashamed. Clemenceau was so drunk last night that when he woke up today, he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. She actually told Wayan everything, even her worst side, and also let him know what they drank yesterday. But deep down she felt a little relieved, because after all, her admiral knew what kind of person she was. Then she looked up and saw Wayan staring at her. The common people who wanted to say something at first could not utter a word at this moment, and could only whisper in a low voice. Is it really cute? A useless ship girl like me. Clemenceau, who had given up hope, no longer had his previous confidence. Instead, he kept his head down and did not dare to look at Vian. In response, Wayan put his hand on her face and lifted her head so that she could look into his eyes. But her eyes kept looking around, not daring to look him in the face until Vian straightened her head with both hands. Clemenceau, very cute. While Vian was speaking, Xiefeng, who had just woken up, saw their interaction, quietly walked behind Vian, and then put up a mirror in front of Clemenceau. Inside was Clemenceau's lovely little face. You are still a powerful battleship girl. Who can dislike you? If they don't like you, we can just use artillery fire to make them like you. Anyway, Xiefeng and I both like you very much, and we welcome you to join our big family. Yes, I like little Clement very much. The sudden female voice in Wei Yan's ear startled him. Sister, you're awake. Go drink some water. You drank so much yesterday. I know, Xiefeng said as she took small steps away from behind Wei Yan, leaving the two of them alone. Got it, Admiral. I may still be unable to restrain myself from showing my true self. I hope you won't be angry, but I will definitely try not to say anything against my will in front of you. Looking at Clemenceau nodding firmly in front of him, Vian couldn't help but rub her golden hair again. The girls in his family are so cute. Boom, boom, boom. But just as Wei Yan was about to wash up, there was a hurried knock on the door. Here it comes, here it comes. When he opened the door, he saw the kitchen goddess, looking at him seriously. Miss Kitchen Goddess, what's up today? Wei Yan looked down at her in confusion. After all, Wei Yan had lived here for so long, but the kitchen goddess had never come to visit them in daily life. And seeing that the doors of the dormitories next door were all open, it was obvious that the kitchen goddess was knocking all the way here. Hurry up and pack up. You new admirals have new lessons today. And remember to bring your shipgirls with you and gather at the eastern port. There are teachers waiting for you there. After saying that, the kitchen goddess stopped paying attention to Wei Yan and went to knock on the dormitory doors of other admirals nearby. What happened? Clemenceau and Xiefeng, who had just finished washing up, did not hear what Vian and the Vesta said. I have classes today, and I need to take you with me, so hurry up and pack up. After Wei Yan finished speaking, he also started to clean up without stopping. 20 minutes later, when Wei Yan and his shipgirl arrived at the port, there were already quite a few admirals and shipgirls there. Most of the admirals are surrounded by cute little girls, and only a few admirals are surrounded by very powerful older sisters. Wei Yan soon found a teacher to guide him. There are 3 in total. The maid Reputation and her sister Counterattack, as well as Yorktown's 3rd ship, Hornet. Prestige. It also made Wei Yan understand that today's course was different, otherwise 3 teachers would have been dispatched. After asking, Wei Yan soon understood why. Today's unique course is due to the sudden entry into the deep sea yesterday. Simply put, the Academy took into account that many admirals may have lived on the coast or inland before coming into contact with shipgirls and have never even seen the deep sea. This time, he broke into the deep sea and happened to encounter the new admiral entering school. So I arranged this class temporarily to take the new admirals and their shipgirls to see the deep sea. At the same time, let them understand how the shipgirls and the deep sea usually fight. Soon all the admirals gathered, and after the roll call, the head maid stood on the makeshift platform. Good morning, admirals. I believe many of you are still wondering what to do today. Then I'll make it short. Now a team from the deep sea has entered the Academy's waters. Today I'm going to take you to meet the deep sea. Today's course will be conducted on the warship. All students are now on board. After that, Wei Yan and the others were led onto a mass-produced warship. As for why not boarding the Kankali's battleship? Because the battleship is equivalent to the body of the shipgirl, generally no stranger will board her battleship unless there are special circumstances. Especially since the cabin is equivalent to their body, it is even more impossible to let strangers enter such a private place. The only person who can board the ship is the admiral. The admiral did not complain about this, as this had already been discussed during the ship embodiment course. However, Wei Yan and several other admirals still attracted more attention. Without exception, they are all accompanied by 2 or 3 shipgirls, which is in sharp contrast to other admirals. Soon everyone was on the deck of this mass-produced destroyer, and the fleet set off quickly. It was then that Vian saw that there were more than just these few shipgirls accompanying them today. In addition to the reputation, counterattack, and bumblebee that Vian had seen before, there were at least a dozen shipgirls with materialized ship bodies escorting them. Wayne took a look and saw both destroyers and light cruisers. This mass-produced destroyer was protected in the middle, and Langley, who usually gave lectures, was already waiting for everyone here. There may still be many admirals who are a little confused, but let me tell you now the purpose of arranging this course. Soon, the ship girl who was helping on the destroyer gave each of the admirals who were attending the class a telescope, and Langley began to speak slowly. Our admirals and ship girls were born because of the deep sea, so every qualified admiral must know and understand the deep sea, so that when encountering the deep sea, there will be no meaningless damage. And the reason why you are asked to bring the ship girls with you is that they will be the frontline warriors in the battle against the deep sea in the future. Fighting back. Chapter 34 Levels of the Deep Sea. When you're fighting the deep sea, can you bear to let these cute girls around you get hurt? The fleet speed was not very fast, only about 20 knots. Therefore, the shaking on this destroyer was not particularly violent. So you are very lucky today. The deep sea has come to you. You can observe the deep sea up close. Before that, let me tell you what the deep sea is. As Langley was speaking, the ship girl who was helping him pushed up a few small blackboards. There are different warships drawn on each blackboard. However, the difference between these warships and ordinary warships is that these warships look like they have shark teeth. And what is unified is that the whole body is black. The emergence of the deep sea can be traced back more than 100 years ago. Their appearance has made the ocean we are in now a restricted area for humans. Normal warships are no match for them. It's like they can never be defeated or finished, but also because of their appearance, you now have the ship girls who are with you now. They brought disaster, but they also brought the ship girls, that is, us, into this world. But we won't talk about Kenmusu today. We don't know what the purpose of the deep sea is, but if we still want to live, sail, and trade on the sea, then we will inevitably have a war with the deep sea. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. They cannot communicate and will only expel those they consider to be aliens from the sea. The most powerful thing about the deep sea is that it can be resurrected on the surface after a battle. Especially when the seasons change every year, there will be riots in the front areas of major war zones. A large amount of deep sea began to impact the coastline belonging to humans and ship girls. And you. Our job is to guard the coastline and push out. The deep sea has different types of warships, just like us, Kenmusu. I say you're lucky because there's a deep sea battle cruiser in the deep sea this time. But I understand that a large number of you admirals will not go to the frontline garrison in the end, or may not even be willing to go to the garrison. The most common ones you encounter are deep-sea destroyers. As long as they are not on a large scale, ordinary destroyer girls can take care of them. But if different patterns appear on these deep-sea warships, you need to pay attention. While Langley was lecturing seriously, for more blackboards were laid out. They all show the same deep-sea destroyer, but different colored patterns appear on the hulls of these deep-sea ships. The first one is colorless, followed by purple, gold, and red. At the same time, Langley's voice immediately became louder. The colorless deep sea is just the ordinary deep sea and is the easiest to deal with. The purple deep sea is equivalent to a ship girl of the same model and has a certain ability to think. Golden deep sea is currently the most troublesome deep sea for us. She is much stronger than the average ship girl. Without a certain level of training, we may not be able to defeat her. And they are always present during the riots on the front lines every quarter. As the colors change, the red pattern represents the strongest battleship in the deep sea. Remember, if you encounter a warship with red lines, if your ship girl is not well trained, immediately abandon your position and move quickly. This deep sea is not just about the horror of strength. They have the same mindset as normal ship girls. They can think, and they will even take the initiative to set traps to lure the ship girls and admirals to chase them. At present, most of the battles we encounter in the deep sea are more lost than won, but if we just defend our current coastline, they will not appear very often. The most important thing is that the colored deep sea behind is definitely not our warship. When the purple deep appears, it's usually a fleet of 6 warships, with it as the flagship. Golden deep appeared in a large fleet of 60 warships. There is no specific data yet on how large a fleet the red deep will be accompanied by. Langley's words struck everyone's heart like heavy hammers. But don't worry too much. The deep sea above purple won't necessarily appear in this number. Seeing the solemn mood of the crowd, Langley eased the atmosphere. You will basically not encounter the golden deep sea unless you go to the front line. If you are in the rear garrison, the probability of you encountering purple deep seas is very small. These deep seas are only encountered by admirals at the front line. As soon as Langley said this, he found that the faces of some admirals suddenly improved. At the same time, she secretly sighed with regret in her heart. The changes in the expressions of these admirals all showed that their ambition was to stay in the rear, and they lacked the fighting spirit for the deep sea. However, they would not let such admirals go to the battlefield at all. After all, when faced with life and death, there will still be deserters. So after taking you to see the deep sea today, you should help your ship girl materialize the ship and complete the school's course indicators. Your ship girls can easily handle the ordinary deep sea. The remaining lessons will be continued when we arrive at our destination. When Langley left, he exchanged glances with the several ship girls who were assisting him. Only after they were out of sight of the admirals did they reunite in a separate cabin. Everyone, have you observed carefully? Langley spoke to several ship girls. Don't worry, don't you trust our eyes? Here is the location map. As she spoke, the ship girl handed over a hand-drawn picture, which showed Admiral Vian's position. Then let's get started and write down each admiral's reaction. Langley left the rest of the work to them, and soon the reaction status of many admirals was compiled on the chart. Langley then filled in their names. If Vian saw it here, he would find that the numerous admirals are now divided into 3 categories by Langley and other ship girls: calm, responsive, and emotional. And the column where he was calm also had the fewest people among the 3 columns. Sister Langley, this year there are more admirals with good mental qualities than in previous years. The blonde, red-eyed girl wearing a small white hat looked at Langley's division in surprise. Well, but it's a pity that this admiral is here. As he spoke, Langley nodded at Vian's name. Sister Langley, what's the problem with this admiral? The girl asked doubtfully. Through investigation, we found out that both his parents were admirals who died on the front lines. Besides, Xiefeng, as the person involved, would not allow him to go to the front lines. Langley said with some regret. Chapter 35, The Shipgirls' Flight. The allocation of garrisons to the admirals every year is actually the result of the shipgirls constantly observing them after they enter the academy. Then, they are assigned garrisons according to the different situations of the admirals. They will take different admirals, different personalities, different shipgirls, and different work habits into consideration in a timely manner. The record of their reactions this time will also serve as a basis for their subsequent arrangements. Such a good mental quality. I heard from Elizabeth and Helena that he has already found a shipyard. Now his shipgirls should be preparing for the ship to materialize. An admiral who is considering the materialization of the ship at this time doesn't seem like someone who wants to spend the rest of his life in peace in the rear. That's why Langley felt sorry for Wan. His situation was so special. It was so special that Elizabeth gave her private instructions. Most of the admirals who were raised by shipgirls have a relatively good impression of them and are more inclined to support them. And the shipgirl who raised the admiral is also his marriage ship, so the influence she can have on him is enormous. By comparing the information and age in Wan's file, they easily filtered out the information about Wan and Xiefeng. Although there are many cases where shipgirls raise humans, for someone like Vian who has been with a shipgirl since birth, it is likely that Yukikaze is the shipgirl of his parents, or he was entrusted with the child by someone else. So following the clues, most of the shipgirls, who had nothing to do, dug out some information about Wan and Yukikaze. Although there are many garrisons on the world's front lines, most admirals have the ability to defend their own garrisons, so there are not many garrisons that encounter accidents every year. However, there were still survivors in the garrison that had an accident 18 years ago, and they soon turned their attention to the Whale Sea garrison on the front line of the Western Theater. Moreover, this garrison happens to belong to the Kankali Union. Both admirals in this garrison are from the Kankali Union. We can dig deeper based on this information. He found out the information about Yukikaze's request for help from the Kankali Union, and immediately found out Wei's identity. In terms of good origin, Wan's origin is more decent than that of most admirals. The numerous buffs gathered on Vian attracted the attention of these ship girls. At the same time, it was noted that after this naval base was recaptured by the ship girls dispatched by the headquarters, it has been garrisoned by the ship girls ever since. After learning about Vian's situation, Elizabeth picked out the information about this garrison separately. So after knowing so much information about Wan, and considering that he wants a dock, it is not difficult to infer that he may want to materialize the hull. Maybe his parents left something for him? Sister Langley, isn't there still a long probation period? What if his performance in the future doesn't warrant him going to the front line? The pursuer who didn't quite understand this said. Then let's look forward to his performance. After half a day of sailing, at noon, Vian and his team arrived at the target sea area. When Vian got here, he saw more warships, and also used the telescope to see the deep-sea ships that were surrounded and whose main guns had been blown up. How can one word, pitiful, describe it? Although the deep sea can have unlimited ammunition, it can float on the sea and slowly recover after not being damaged. But what Vian saw now was that the weapons on the deck of the deep-sea warship were almost all destroyed. There is no chance of explosion. The surrounding shipgirls were driving them away, looking like they were all villains. However, in order to prevent any danger, the destroyer where Vian and his crew were located was still several nautical miles away from the deep-sea creatures. This group of admirals used their telescopes to observe the deep sea over there, wanting to find out what was going on. Okay, time to come back to your senses. The serious teacher Langley attracted everyone's attention and started a new round of teaching. Did you see that? Even though these deep-sea swarms have lost their ability to fire, they still want to use their warships to destroy us together with them. What Langley was talking about was this group of deep-sea ships that, even after being surrounded, still wanted to ram the closer shipgirls. But because the shipgirls were a little farther away from them and their power systems had been damaged, I can only struggle helplessly. These are our enemies. They will drive away any warships that are not deep-sea warships in front of them, no matter what means. But that's not important right now. After Langley finished speaking, he turned and looked at the shipgirls around the admirals. All the shipgirls, step out. Langley's solemn and serious voice did not elicit a response from the shipgirls. Instead, these shipgirls looked at the admiral beside them. In their eyes, the admiral's orders are more important. Sister Clemenceau, please step out first. Vian patted the two little shipgirls on the back, especially Yukikaze. The fact that he thought of asking the shipgirls to step out at this time was most likely related to the surrounded deep sea. Other admirals who reacted faster also asked the shipgirls to listen to Langley's words and step out one by one. Soon, all the admiral's shipgirls present formed a new team and turned their eyes to Langley, waiting for her next instructions. Well, I was not disappointed. Langley was not angry about the shipgirls' dilatory behavior. Instead, he nodded with satisfaction. We have a shipgirl with an admiral. The highest order is always given by the admiral. You are very good at this. But just like they need to understand the knowledge of the deep sea and have the courage to face the deep sea, our shipgirls are the sharp knives in their hands and the main force in fighting the deep sea. Now is the test for you, so follow the shipgirl next to me and get off the ship. As she spoke, the shipgirl next to Langley took a quick run and jumped down from the deck several meters above the sea surface in front of the gazes of the admirals. Standing firmly on the sea. Following the admiral's orders, the shipgirls jumped off the battleships one by one. The admirals were also surprised by their physical fitness. Then the admirals saw that shipgirl gliding quickly on the sea, and a group of shipgirls followed behind her. Because Wayan had two shipgirls, the two of them leaned against each other tightly, gradually moving away from the battleship and heading towards the deep sea. We don't want to become cold weapons, but the shipgirls are the only force that can resist the deep sea. This is also our sorrow. Langley's words brought the admirals back to their senses. The shipgirl has a physique that is superior to that of ordinary people. She will not get sick easily and has the ability to glide on the sea surface like this. Chapter 36, The Shipgirls' Bombardment. All of this shows how special the shipgirls are. As he spoke, Langley walked to the side of the boat and picked up a telescope. Just look at them now and listen to me. The admirals did as they were told. The shipgirls were sailing at a relatively fast speed, and in such a short time, they were already very close to the deep sea. I know you're all wondering why we're taking all the shipgirls out. Then everyone saw the shipgirls over there summoning out their own ship equipment. There are cannons, small pistols, and all kinds of other items. Their target now is the closest deep-sea battlecruiser, which has the largest armor and displacement. As Langley spoke, the shipgirls began to line up one by one and use their ship equipment to aim at the ship's hull in the deep sea. Because the distance was too far, they could only see the shipgirls firing together once. Now look at the deep sea and see if there are any changes. Then everyone saw a few scratches on the original scars of the deep-sea ship. It cannot be said that the scratches with marks were few and far between. Did you see that? This is the power of the shipgirl's ship suit. Although we, the shipgirls, can use ship suits and various special abilities. But in many people's preconceived notion, our shipgirls are to destroy the deep sea. So there are admirals who send shipgirls to the battlefield without fully understanding the situation. You have seen what happened when you used such a weak ship to fight against a deep-sea warship. They saw it clearly, and even the defense was not broken. Then I saw the shipgirls shift their target to the smallest deep-sea destroyer nearby. However, as expected, no matter whether it was the battleship, destroyer, or cruiser, the shipgirls still failed to penetrate the armor of the deep sea. The only difference was that the battleship could still leave a slight trace. Cruisers and destroyers cannot leave even a trace on the warships in the deep sea. No matter how weak the deep sea is, the shipgirl's ship equipment cannot penetrate it. So what I want to teach you in this lesson is not to try to let the shipgirl use the ship equipment to attack the deep sea. This is a low-level mistake. While Langley was speaking, many admirals had already realized what Langley was going to say. As expected, the shipgirls began to retreat quickly after this round of bombardment. A warship next to them broke away from the team and headed to their original position. This battleship is called Mitsuki. As you can see from its displacement, it is a destroyer. She is a shipgirl who just materialized her own ship 2 days ago. And if she is not on the hull, but uses her ship suit like your shipgirls normally, her ship suit might be less powerful than most of your shipgirls' ship suits. But before Langley could finish his words, Vian and others heard the sound of artillery fire. The source of the sound was the Mitsuki destroyer. Then everyone saw that the deep-sea destroyer that was the target could not avoid the shells at such a close distance. The armor that had previously been unable to be penetrated by the salvos of many shipgirl ships was now further damaged by Mitsuki's bombardment. Although it was not fatal, it penetrated. Even the weakest ship-mounted cannons, after they materialize into a ship body, are more lethal than the ship-mounted cannons. Then the destroyer Mitsuki set its target on the battlecruiser Shinhan and fired another shot. However, it cannot be said that this bombardment was ineffective. It can only be said that it had no effect at all. The shells only left a small mark on the upper armor. Similarly, even after the battleships are materialized, there are still limits to the different battleships and ship equipment. Mitsuki's main guns can fight against deep-sea destroyers, but they are ineffective against battlecruisers. This is why admirals on the front lines care more about the types of shipgirls. Then the Renown, which was closer to Vian and the others, opened fire at this time, firing at the deep-sea battlecruiser from a distance of several nautical miles. The Renown's twin 15-inch guns produced a huge roar when firing, which was completely incomparable to the previous Mitsuki's small main guns. Twin-fire artillery, sequential bombardment because of the long distance, but because the target is basically in a state of being prohibited from moving. Of the two shells, one hit the target. The bombardment of the Renown immediately dealt a heavy blow to the deep-sea battlecruiser, and a gap was directly opened in the hull where the shells hit. At the same time, the impact force caused the hull to tilt slightly, but it quickly stabilized again. With the same artillery fire, a shipgirl with a more powerful main gun can sink a deep-sea ship more easily than a weaker shipgirl, whether it is a deep-sea ship of a large battleship or a deep-sea ship of a small battleship. This is also to tell you a truth. If you don't have a large battleship with you, don't go to dangerous places. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight even in the deep sea, and it would be bad to lose your life in vain. It may not be so intuitive when I explain it to you in class, so today I will let these deep-sea ships be the target ships. Then, warships of different types launched a round of bombardment on the deep-sea battlecruiser, which gave the admirals an intuitive feeling of the protective capabilities of the deep-sea battleship armor and the artillery power of the warships. Soon, the shipgirls who had been taken to the sea came back, but their eyes were full of envy for the shipgirls who had materialized the ship bodies. They are all elves of the sea, incarnations of warships, and they also want to fully possess their own power. Finally, I will explain to you a special kind of warship, the aircraft carrier. Langley said, pointing to the hull of the Hornet behind him. I know that some admirals regard aircraft carrier girls as big sisters, and their role is different from other girls. In order to teach you this lesson, we specially invited Bumblebee back, otherwise she would be on the front line now. Seeing the confusion in some of the admirals' eyes, Langley did not keep them in suspense. But Wayan figured something out immediately. The B-25 is the most powerful mass-produced bomber in the game he played in his previous life, and the only shipgirl that can carry this bomber is the Bumblebee. When he was an admiral in his previous life, he liked to dismantle the B-25 of Bumblebee and give it to other shipgirls to use, forming a B-25 brigade. It can be said that for every B-25 produced, there is a sad Bumblebee. Aircraft carriers have a longer combat range than normal warships, but all of these capabilities rely on their carrier-based aircraft. And what we're going to talk about today are some aircraft carriers that have attack capabilities, and the Hornet is one of the best. As Langley finished speaking, everyone saw the planes on the Hornet's flight deck begin to take off. Chapter 37 Bumblebees, B-25. At the same time, Langley began to explain to the Admiral. The difference between the Hornet aircraft carrier and other aircraft carriers is that this aircraft carrier will have a particularly powerful carrier-based aircraft when the hull is materialized. Generally speaking, Aircraft carriers will have three types of carrier-based aircraft: fighters, torpedo planes, and bombers. And the Hornet is equipped with the B-25 bomber, which is a particularly powerful bomber among all the bombers. While Langley was speaking, the B-25 released by Hornet had already flown over the deep-sea battlecruiser's battleship. But they have no choice now. After all the weapons on their warships have been scrapped one by one. This time, the Hornet launched not many bombers, only 3. After arriving at the designated location, they began to drop bombs on the deck of the deep-sea battleship. Many admirals saw the bombs carried by the bombers falling on the warships like rain, causing huge explosions and a lot of flames. But at such a distance, they couldn't hear it. We can see that under the attack of the Hornet bomber, the deep-sea superstructures were severely damaged, which is of immeasurable significance in actual combat. Compared to the hit rate of ordinary warships firing at long distances, the hit rate and efficiency of using aircraft to drop bombs will be significantly improved. But like I said at the beginning, the Hornet is a carrier that is different from other aircraft carriers. It has a unique B-25 bomber. The probability of this bomber appearing during salvage is too low. So more aircraft carriers still use fighter jets to provide fleet early warning and reconnaissance, compete with aircraft carriers in the deep sea for air superiority, and prevent our skies from being covered by enemy aircraft. If one of our admirals has very strong financial resources in the future, he can try to form an aircraft carrier fleet, which can not only seize air superiority, but also carry out strikes. By the way, the difference between aircraft carriers and other warships is that every plane they crash needs to be replenished with aluminum. The more powerful the aircraft, the more aluminum it needs. For example, the Hornet replenishes several times more aluminum than other aircraft carriers in one battle. Langley poured cold water on the admirals as soon as he opened his mouth, saying that the strength of an aircraft carrier lies in its carrier-based aircraft, and the aircraft carrier itself is just a platform for carrying aircraft. Excuse me, Mr. Langley, besides Mr. Bumblebee, do we have other shipgirls who have such combat power? The admiral who asked the question was Wayan. Unlike other admirals who watched their reputation fight back after being poured cold water, he kept his eyes on the B-25 on the flight deck of the Hornet from beginning to end. Because he was greedy for Bumblebee's B-25, the most powerful mass-produced bomber in the previous Life's game. When in doubt, the B-25 squadron can just wipe out the situation. The fame is not undeserved. In his opinion, the B-25, which other admirals could only dream of, could be copied. Give him a B-25 toy, and he could make thousands of B-25 toys. Perhaps the only drawback is that it consumes more aluminum. After listening to Vian's words, Langley thought about it for a while. If it's a freedom ship, then no other ship has comparable single-machine destructive power, but the power of an aircraft carrier ship is not just about one type of carrier-based aircraft, so there is no comparison. But under the command of some powerful admirals, they will use the resources of the garrison to arm some of the aircraft carriers and carry powerful bombers or torpedo planes. After getting Langley's answer, Vian nodded and stopped talking. He returned to the queue and started thinking. Okay, today's deep sea course ends here. We will start to return in the next period of time. As for these deep sea, let your seniors handle it. After Langley finished speaking, a group of warships began to leave in a mighty manner. The admiral and the shipgirls could finally rest. Wayan and his shipgirl found a seat on the deck and leaned against each other to talk. Xiao Wei, my sister's ship equipment is so weak. I also want to penetrate the deep sea like them. When Xie Feng was speaking, even Clemenceau beside him felt a little lost. Or it could be said that the shipgirls who returned this time were a little disappointed. The shipgirls were built only knowing that they inherited the power of the battleship, but they knew nothing about the deep sea, so they needed the admiral to guide them. Even Wayan saw that some of the shipgirls' attacks missed. Even these basics still require their practice. It's okay, sister. After we go back this time, we will start earning resources quickly to improve the armaments on your warship. Clemenceau's hull cannot be left behind. Wayan said as he stroked the two little girls' heads to comfort them. Admiral, can I have a ship too? Xie Feng is steadfast in her love for Vian, but Clemenceau is a little uneasy, and her inferiority complex begins to take effect again. But now she couldn't hold herself together in front of Wayan, and her delicate appearance made her look even more pitiful. Of course, Clemenceau, you are a battleship. If I can't help you materialize the ship, then we will be missing a powerful main force. Clemenceau, be more confident. You are a powerful battleship. Did you see the bombardment of Renown today? The powerful armor of the deep-sea battlecruiser was penetrated. You can do it too in the future. Vian shouted encouragement to the pitiful Clemenceau. After Wayan and his men moved away from the besieged deep-sea location, The shipgirls that were besieging the deep-sea battleships also expanded their encirclement, giving them enough space to move around. The reason for doing this is to allow senior admirals to bring their own shipgirls to hunt. This is a good opportunity for actual combat, and they will actively reduce their combat effectiveness after the hulls in the deep sea slowly recover. While they were closely following the deep-sea battlecruiser and several deep-sea destroyers, they did not notice that there was a submarine quietly staying at the bottom of the battlecruiser under the sea surface. When the deep-sea battlecruiser slowly recovered its power and led its other deep-sea destroyers to chase and attack the surrounding destroyers, the submarine quietly moved in the direction that Vian and his team had left. If Vian, Langley, and others could observe the condition of the submarine now, they would definitely find that this deep-sea submarine was surrounded by purple lines. At the same time, waves of silent ripples were spreading out in all directions from the deep-sea submarine. The deep-sea warships wandering in disorder outside the waters of the Admiral Academy seemed to have received some signal. Chapter 38. It's broken. There's Deep-Sea 6. Start moving forward in an orderly and rapid manner in one direction. Because it was a return voyage, the speed of the mass-produced destroyer was not very fast, about 15 knots. The sea was peaceful and quiet, and most of the destroyers stayed on the deep-sea patrol to monitor the situation in the deep sea. There are still several warships here that came with us. On the deck of the destroyer, the admiral and the shipgirls were chatting and laughing, and the midday sun was still quite hot. Suddenly, a destroyer girl following the mass-produced destroyer looked at the surrounding sea with some confusion, thinking about something. At the same time, when he felt something abnormal, he turned on his sonar detection. The feedback from the sonar suddenly made her face change drastically, and she sounded the alarm on her warship. At the same time, he stood on his deck and used flag signals to inform the other shipgirls of his discovery. The admiral and the shipgirl on the mass-produced destroyer became nervous as soon as they heard the alarm. When Langley saw the flag signal from Lon on the opposite side, his face changed drastically. There's a torpedo. But just as Langley shouted, everyone felt a huge vibration coming from the destroyer's hull. At the same time, a huge explosion was heard beside the battleship. The mass-produced destroyer was hit by a torpedo below the waterline, and at the same time, some shipgirls began to notify the people on the battleship. The battleship was pierced and seawater is pouring in. The sudden attack from underwater made all the shipgirls feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. And Lon, who was the first to sound the alarm, began to send a new signal. There are submarines. There are submarines. However, compared to the calmness of the shipgirls, the situation on the admiral's side was not very good. Many timid admirals began to panic at this moment. Some of the admirals even sat on the ground due to weak legs. Don't panic, don't panic. If the battleship sinks, it will sink. There are still shipgirls around you. You won't die. Now stay quietly on the deck. Langley left a few words and jumped directly onto the sea, heading towards land's position. Whether this destroyer will sink depends on the speed of the repairs below. Even if the repairs are not in time, the admirals will not be surprised given the ability of the shipgirls to sail on the sea. After all, the admirals who came this time all brought their shipgirls with them. So the more important thing now is to catch the submarine that is carrying out the sneak attack. Otherwise, how can you feel at ease with an enemy lurking around you? Lon, who first discovered the torpedo, now looks a little anxious. Her sonar had not been turned off since she discovered the torpedo, but she had not found any trace of the submarine in such a long time. Either it means that the submarine has moved away after dropping the torpedo, or it is still near them, but has become silent. As the ship body of the shipgirls, even the deep-sea ones are humanoid. So for the deep sea with thoughts, controlling their own bodies is much more flexible than traditional battleships. Not to mention the villains and deep-sea submarines lurking beneath the water. Lon still haven't found it. Langley had already walked to land's side and was examining Lon carefully as he closed his eyes. Sister Langley, I didn't notice that this submarine knew how to dodge. It's not an ordinary deep-sea submarine. I know, so now we are in trouble. A deep-sea ship that has thoughts and knows how to advance and retreat is at least a purple deep-sea ship. She has the ability to summon ordinary deep-sea. While they were talking, a plane flew over them. Bumblebee comes to ask what's going on. There's a submarine. Bumblebee, you're the only aircraft carrier right now. Go and notify the shipgirls that are blocking the deep sea to quickly deal with the deep sea over there, and then hurry over here. I'm afraid that if time goes on for too long, new deep seas will come. For these battle-hardened shipgirls, they are quite familiar with the tricks used in the deep sea. As soon as Langley finished speaking, the Hornet plane quickly left the sea area. At the same time, the Hornet began to launch carrier-based aircraft continuously from its hull, and began to conduct reconnaissance in the surrounding waters. After confirming that there is thinking in the deep sea, we must quickly conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding area if we have the means to do so. A total of more than a dozen planes spread out from all directions. The remaining destroyers also immediately turned on their sonar detection and investigated with Lon. But still no results. Reputation and counterattack were in front and behind, protecting the destroyer in the middle. Damage Control was trying their best to repair it, but in the end they got the worst news. The destroyer could not be saved. Because Langley was on Land's battleship, the other shipgirls on the battleship had to start arranging the admiral's evacuation. Wayan didn't expect that he would encounter a submarine villain on his first voyage, and was robbed even in such a large force. It also made him understand more clearly the dangers of the deep sea in this world, and that the dangers of the deep sea they had encountered before were completely different from what they were experiencing now. He became even more determined not to let Xiefeng and his own warships go out to sea until sonar was installed on them. Admiral, let's go quickly. Sister Xiefeng and I will support you. The advantage that Vian has over most other admirals is that he has 2 shipgirls. The admiral with only 1 shipgirl can only stay at sea by carrying them on his own small destroyer. Don't worry, let's go down later. Wayan estimated that the sinking speed would only last for a few minutes, so he was not in a hurry. He also saw that many shipgirls on the ships were already looking for lifeboats. So feel sorry for your own shipgirl as much as possible. And the most important thing is that he is still on the battleship. Even if he is attacked by a torpedo again, his danger is lower than that of other admirals. Although they probably couldn't defend against torpedoes, they were directly on the water surface and the explosion could not be stopped. It would have been extremely dangerous to continue staying on such a dangerous warship, but because of the existence of the shipgirl, Wayan dared to have such an idea. The exploration of deep-sea submarines has not yet found anything. The mass-produced destroyer has disappeared on the sea. Everyone has now been transferred to small lifeboats, and the shipgirls are staying beside them, keeping alert. Suddenly, the alarm began to sound again on the Hornet's hull. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. 11 deep-sea warships have been spotted approaching the nearby waters, with an estimated arrival time of 34 minutes. I'll try to inflict as many attacks as possible before they arrive. The rest is up to you. After notifying the shipgirls present, Bumblebee controlled her carrier-based aircraft and began to concentrate on attacking the target she had locked onto. Lon. Chapter 39, Deep Sea Shipgirl. However, shortly after the Hornet went to attack the deep sea, her plane that went to notify the destroyer returned and brought back assistance. But Wayan was not too worried about this. After Hornet's carrier-based aircraft went to intercept, she told the other shipgirls present about her findings in detail. The deep sea that surrounded us this time was just an ordinary deep sea, without even any large warships. Now we have aircraft carriers and battleships, so there is nothing to worry about except the little man under the sea. As long as we defend against the deep sea outside and prevent the submarines from continuing to launch sneak attacks, there will be no problem. So now all these lifeboats are heading towards the location of several destroyers. It was discovered earlier and is safer. Don't be afraid, Xiaowei. Sister is here. Shanhai can't bully you. Although he looked like a child, Xiefeng stood on the sea, ready to comfort Wayan. Sister, when have you ever seen me get scared? And I'm not a child anymore. I'm the admiral. Compared to other nervous admirals, Wayan has a very good mentality and can even joke with his own shipgirl. But Vian was not the only admiral on the lifeboat, so Clemenceau did not dare to take off his mask in front of Vian. Therefore, compared to Wayan and Xiefeng who were chatting and laughing, she was looking around with a stern face and a cold attitude. Vian did not take the initiative to expose Clemenceau's disguise, otherwise he would have imagined Clemenceau's aggrieved look. The target deep-sea destroyer has been destroyed and is heading to the next target. Reputation, counterattack. There are 3 deep-sea destroyers heading in your direction. They are behind you to the right. Please confirm the target in time. Suddenly, Bumblebee's voice came from his own battleship, and then he fell silent again and concentrated on controlling his own plane. Reputation received. Counterattack received. Fight back. You take one of the expellees over to stop them. I will continue to escort them here. Okay, sister. I'll be back soon. Xiaozhu, can you please go with me? The headmaid calmly commanded and coordinated the shipgirls present. While counterattacking, one of the 2 very similar battleships began to slowly turn around and take the destroyers that had separated from the destroyer squadron to meet the deep sea. There were only 4 destroyers left plus Renown and Hornet. For destroyers continued to search the deep sea with sonar outside the 2 large warships. The deep-sea submarine has great patience. Damn it, Master Lon failed in his duty. Lon was a little annoyed that he had not found any trace of the deep-sea submarine for such a long time. At the same time, he blamed himself for letting down his guard, giving the deep-sea submarine an opportunity to take advantage. But this is also something that Kankali did not expect. The Central Theater, the waters near the Kankali Academy are relatively safe places, and the probability of encountering groups of deep-sea destroyers is not very high. Most of them just wander around after being resurrected from the sea, so no one expected to encounter the even rarer submarine under the sea this time. This time, we encountered a deep-sea submarine that we might not encounter even when fighting against large deep-sea forces. And it's a purple deep-sea submarine. The Hornet's carrier-based aircraft were her eyes, and she could now see her children passing over a deep-sea destroyer and being targeted by her anti-aircraft machine guns. But she, an ordinary deep-sea hunter who didn't even have the ability to think and relied entirely on instinct, just kept aiming, but she didn't hit a single one, especially since she is alone now. So, under the bombing of the Bumblebee's bombers, it could only sink into the sea with hatred. If it were normal, the Bumblebee would definitely come to salvage its spoils. But now Bumblebee confirmed the remaining bombs and fuel on his bomber and headed towards the next target. At the same time, the other side began to notify Langley. The bombs of this batch of carrier-based aircraft are running out and need to be replenished. During the time when the carrier-based aircraft return, I have no combat effectiveness. It depends on your reputation and yours. Bumblebee said with some regret. This is also their shortcoming as aircraft carrier girls. They have their shortcomings, just like battleships that can't hit ships at a distance. Each of their planes has a fixed ammunition and fuel consumption, but this consumption is charged to them. Normally, when they are replenished, they can directly replenish the aircraft. Also, the number of aircraft they can fly and control at the same time is limited, and they need to devote their attention to controlling the aircraft when it is returning. Therefore, the time when the plane is returning is also the time when they are at their weakest. The planes have no combat effectiveness, and their warships themselves have no combat effectiveness either. If the plane was shot down at sea, they could immediately launch a new plane from the aircraft carrier. But since they have not been shot down, they now have no ability to attack. It's all right, Bumblebee. The counterattack has gone to meet the deep sea. Oh, and wait for another batch of deep sea to arrive. The deep sea over there is quite far away. By the time they come over, my carrier-based aircraft may have already taken off again, so now I just need to monitor them. It's more important to capture that submarine now. The Admiral is not safe with her around us. As Bumblebee spoke, he glanced at the admirals floating on the sea. The Admiral is not only their spiritual sustenance, but also the weak point of the shipgirls. The Admiral's body is too weak compared to them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 10 nautical miles away from Vian and the others, inside a purple deep-sea submarine, a girl with purple hair and an eye patch was roaring softly with her teeth clenched. However, the sound was completely blocked by the submarine's hull. Now her submarine has begun to remain completely silent, and the waves of sonar detection coming from the opposite sea make her very uncomfortable. But she didn't move at all, as if she was waiting for something. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, and there was some relief on her painful little face. The silent submarine began to move slowly and headed towards the range where it could be detected by sonar. It's like he's not afraid of being discovered at all. At the same time, they began to intermittently fire their torpedoes in the direction where Vian and the others were. The deep-sea submarine had just started when an unusual signal came from land sonar detection. We found it. We found it. We found a deep-sea submarine. I, Lord Lon, will go and capture you, the deep-sea submarine, right now. Lon was particularly happy to see the deep-sea submarine fall into the trap. Chapter 40 Cross Thunder. If you use one sentence to describe surface ships and submarines. An undetected submarine is like an assassin that can deliver a fatal blow to ships on the surface. The destructive power of underwater attacks is stronger than that of ships on the surface. Moreover, the underwater protection of the warships is not as good as the surface protection, so if they are hit from underwater, most of them will sink. Even if the surface of the sea is riddled with holes, one can still drag the hull and slowly move forward, but if the bottom is pierced, it will be a dead end. Therefore, the most important thing for a submarine is to hide itself and not be discovered by ships on the sea. Otherwise, it will be like the current deep-sea submarines. She no longer had the identity of an assassin, and now she was just a fish waiting to be blown up. After losing its advantage of concealment, the submarine moves slowly and is just waiting to be slaughtered. Before going to catch the fish, Lon did not forget to notify the other destroyers to pay attention to the torpedoes. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes into the sailing, Lon discovered the reaction of the torpedo, but with her speed and the control ability of the battleship, she easily avoided it. At the same time, the destroyers in the rear also quickly received a torpedo response from the direction of the storm. Sister Langley, The torpedoes on the deep-sea submarine have been discovered. Let's hide quickly. Reputation, Bumblebee. You guys are a big target. Avoid them first. Now that the deep-sea submarine has been discovered, everyone's tense hearts can be temporarily relieved. So the fleet, which had been well organized before, became scattered at this moment. The 3 lifeboats of Vian and others also each found a destroyer girl to follow to avoid the torpedoes. The speed of a deep-sea submarine's torpedo is not very fast, only about 30 knots, which is about the same as the speed of a destroyer moving at full speed. And it was discovered in time. Everyone was already prepared. 10 minutes later, the torpedo was getting closer to the position of Vian and others. But at this moment, the 3 destroyer girls warned each other at the same time. Torpedoes spotted, torpedoes spotted. 12 torpedoes spotted approaching rapidly from the northwest, expected to arrive in 11 minutes. 14 torpedoes are spotted approaching rapidly from the southwest and are expected to arrive in 13 minutes. 18 torpedoes from the original east direction will approach us in 6 minutes. The purple deep-sea submarine's torpedoes were very slow, like taking a walk, but the new torpedoes that suddenly appeared were like running. The speed directly reached 40 knots, and a total of 44 torpedoes formed a crossmine that surrounded Wayan and others at this moment. Especially the Prestige and Hornet, which have very limited mobility, are the most dangerous. Don't panic. Don't panic. Have you found any new submarines? Even though he was in the greatest danger right now, Reputation remained as calm as ever. After hearing the words of Reputation, several shipgirls immediately began to report. They found a new submarine not far from where the torpedo was found, so they launched the torpedo. Ignore these submarines for now. There's still time to drop deep-bursting interceptor torpedoes. We will move towards you as quickly as possible. Quick. After Reputation finished speaking, he immediately started to act. At the same time, the destroyers also pulled their power to the maximum and started to move towards the direction of the torpedoes. Prepare to lay mines outside. They were still prepared to turn around the torpedoes from the purple deep-sea submarine at the beginning, just to intercept some of the new torpedoes. The sudden change made all the admirals nervous. Even Wayan became nervous. The previous deep-sea sneak attack was already hard to defend against. Now the deep-sea can not only launch sneak attacks but also play tricks. Use yourself as bait to attract everyone's attention while reducing everyone's psychological pressure. In particular, this slow torpedo is indeed not as fast as the torpedo that sank the mass-produced destroyer before. She did it on purpose to give Wayan and the others enough time to evade. But this evasive action just happened to hit the mark with her thoughts. When she summoned the deep sea, she didn't expect that she was not the only deep-sea submarine nearby. There were also 2 other deep-sea submarines roaming around here after an unsuccessful attack. She commanded the 2 thoughtless submarines to begin dropping torpedoes from their positions within minutes of her action. In this way, a crossmine was formed, trapping Vian and other shipgirls inside. The deep-sea wandering outside is also her bait, which she uses to divide the shipgirl team. The smaller the destroyer girl that stays here, the higher her success rate will be. But she overestimated the ordinary deep-sea creatures. They were not capable of thinking like her, and they could only understand simple commands. So they should have taken the initiative to launch a fatal attack when she was caught. Now that they have been exposed in advance, Reputation and the others have enough time to deploy depth charges to block the torpedoes. Surrounded by crossmines, Wayan and the shipgirls felt a little nervous and in crisis. Now she was in some danger because Lon had already driven the boat near her. It's all your fault. Lord Lon has failed in his duty today. You like throwing torpedoes, right? Then you should try this too. As Lon spoke, he turned on his depth charge projector and placed depth charges into the water. I just wanted to leave here quickly and go back to help. However, knowing that it could not escape, the deep-sea submarine chose to crash directly into the bottom of land ship. All of her torpedoes had been launched earlier, and now the only attack was on herself. Bang! There was a slight sound, and Lon felt the hull of his ship vibrate. The deep-sea submarine under the sea has already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Only a blue ball of light was left near Lon, but Lon had no energy to salvage it. She heard the alarm from Reputation, so she had to turn back quickly. Sister Reputation, the depth bomb has been deployed. I finished this side too. Me too. The voices of the 3 destroyer girls sounded a little breathless. After all, in the critical moment just now, they had directly overloaded their own power systems. Now I am almost exhausted. Thank you for your hard work. They had already avoided the submarine torpedoes that had sunk into the sea. That was a close call. I almost thought I was going to die here. The Hornet, who had been operating the aircraft and his own ship carefully, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the series of explosions near the depth charge. Yes, it's too dangerous. We must report today's incident back. A submarine appeared here. We must teach everyone a lesson and not let down our guard in the future. Speaking of which, Reputation also sighed. They thought there was only one deep-sea submarine, but they didn't expect there were three. Think of this. It's time to deal with these two little fish next. P.S. Please, readers who have read up to here and think it's good, please give me a little follow-up comment and a free gift. You can also write a book review if possible because I'm recommending it starting today, and your little clicks are a great support to the author QQ. Chapter 41. You tell me this is a destroyer? The crisis is finally resolved. I was scared to death. Looking at the deep sea that had been taken care of and the destroyers that had returned to fight back. The admirals on the lifeboat breathed a sigh of relief. However, after this thrilling incident, the shipgirls will never dare to be careless on the way back to the academy again. The destroyer girls turned on their sonars at the periphery, fearing another torpedo attack, and returned safely to the academy. Only when they returned to land did Xiefeng, who had been in a state of tension, finally relax. Xiaowei, this time it's really dangerous. What Xiefeng fears most is that Weian will be in danger. She is not afraid even of a shipwreck, she is just afraid of seeing Weian get hurt. She was afraid she would go crazy. Okay, isn't it all right? And Clemenceau, you've worked hard protecting me today. Vian did not forget Clemenceau, who was worried about him along the way. At the same time, the shipgirls and admirals who had come ashore one after another stood together again. What happened today shows the horror of the deep sea. I hope all the admirals will remember this day and work hard to improve themselves and their shipgirls. Langley stood directly on the shore and educated the admirals around him. But everyone has been frightened today, so let's just disband and have classes as normal tomorrow. Weian and a group of admirals gradually dispersed, but Langley and several main shipgirls gathered together again. Langley, there are some problems today. Reputation said to Langley with a serious expression. It's very unusual. There are often ship escorts near our academy, but we haven't found any traces of the deep sea. We thought the deep-sea battlecruiser that came in unexpectedly this time was just resurrected, but we didn't expect there was a deep-sea submarine lurking underwater. After Langley finished speaking, he began to think. They didn't dare to think too much while they were on the sea. They needed to bring these admirals back quickly. Reputation, Bumblebee, are you going to come with me to see the headmaster? Langley suddenly thought of something and said to the two of them anxiously. Then let's go. Weian and his shipgirl, who were on the way, did not return to the dormitory directly. Seeing that this was not the way back and confirming that the number of people around them had begun to decrease, Clemenceau relaxed his stern face. He asked Weian with a curious look on his face. Since you just arrived, I will take you to see our exclusive dock today. That's right. Vian wanted to take Clemenceau to visit their own shipyard. At the same time, the sudden appearance of the deep sea today also broke his stereotype of the deep sea. Although he understood that there might be a deep sea commander appearing, he also thought that it would be a deep sea flagship such as Barbarossa or deep sea Yamato. But he didn't expect that today he would meet fish that were like small fish in the previous games, and they now had their own thoughts. Not only does he have thoughts, but he can also play tricks on them. The cross-mind he played today made him suddenly feel a sense of crisis. To put it simply, this incident has brought out the fear of insufficient firepower that has been hidden deep in his heart. So he is now more eager to complete Xiefeng's battleship and want to have some ability to protect himself. Admiral, aren't we freshmen? Why do we have a dock? Clemenceau was also present during today's class, so she knew that new admirals like Vian wouldn't be able to use the dock for the time being. Weian and Xiefeng both smiled mysteriously at this. You'll know when you get there. Yes. Seeing that both of them were unwilling to speak, Clemenceau could only follow them with curiosity in his heart. It was not until Vian opened the dock and brought Clemenceau in that her mouth opened wide enough to fit an apple. Admiral, there's a battleship here. In Clemenceau's opinion, such a large warship is a battleship, so his eyes lit up and he showed an envious look. She also wanted to quickly materialize her own handsome ship and contribute her own strength to Weian. Then let's go up and take a look. Weian and Xiefeng looked at each other, and without saying much, they walked onto the battleship first. He walked into the command room skillfully, looked at the place with the widest view in the command room, and walked up. Snow Wind activates the power system. Receive. Clemenceau, who came up later, looked at Vian Xiefeng's command. Xiefeng's expression just moved, and the three people standing on the warship felt the slight vibration coming from the hull. At the same time, the lights in the command room lit up, indicating who this battleship belonged to. Clemenceau, welcome to the Yukikaze. Vian then turned around and greeted Clemenceau. The next thing she saw was Clemenceau, who was already stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. Even he stuttered when he spoke. Admiral, you said this is Yukikaze. Clemenceau looked at Vian in disbelief, then pointed at Xiefeng. Through her acquaintance with Yukikaze, she learned that Yukikaze was a destroyer girl, and what she saw now is a warship similar to a battleship. Now if I tell her that this warship is Xiefeng, how can she not be terrified? Clemenceau's expression made Xiefeng very happy. She liked the way she was surprised. Wei had already prepared himself mentally. Yes, it's Xiefeng, but it's not the same Xiefeng as before. All right, let her tell you about her own affairs. I'll go down to the hall and take a look. Having said that, he quickly left the command room, leaving the two shipgirls staring at each other. In the end, Clemenceau couldn't resist his curiosity and asked Xiefeng, Xiefeng, what's wrong with you? Your ship is so big. Are you really a destroyer? I don't think I'm a destroyer anymore, but Xiaowei said I am the destroyer. As for why I am like this, it's because of little Vita. Then Xiefeng told Clemenceau in detail why he became like this. She was shocked and couldn't say anything else. When Vian came back after checking the hall and found no problems, he saw Clemenceau, who had always been inferior and weak, looking at him with passionate eyes. Like it was going to eat him. As expected, he had just walked to his command position when Clemenceau, who was usually more reserved, came straight up to him. She held his right arm with her two little hands and kept shaking it. Admiral, Admiral. Me. I want it too. Clemenceau looked up at Vian with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Clemenceau, although I would like to, but Xiefeng has already exhausted my resources. Chapter 42 Clemenceau is the best. Vian looked at Clemenceau, who was gradually becoming depressed, and he could only sigh helplessly. The Hull of the Snow Wind is not complete yet, so we will need to work hard for the Hull of the Snow Wind in the coming period. I can help you materialize the hull after her hull is completed. He gently stroked Clemenceau's little head to comfort her. However, although our resources are now exhausted, we can still do something else for you. Vian changed the subject and said to Clemenceau, but if we don't have the resources, what else can we do? There was a hint of doubt in Clemenceau's big eyes. Perhaps Xiefeng has already told you that the modifications to her hull are very extensive, equivalent to rebuilding it from scratch. Vian paused and looked at Clemenceau in front of him. Admiral, it's okay. I don't need it. I can just use my previous hull. Clemenceau just said it a little anxiously. But all he got was Wei and shake of his head. As my shipgirl, I won't let you drag an old ship into battle, so when your ship materializes, it will also undergo a major transformation like Yukikaze. But this will definitely cost the Admiral a lot of money. Yukikaze's ship materialization has used up all the Admiral's resources, and my own ship is bigger than Yukikaze. That doesn't mean that materializing my ship will make things even more difficult for the Admiral. Admiral, I don't need such good ones. I know these resources are precious. Clemenceau grabbed her skirt sadly and lowered her head. Looking at the little girl who looked a little depressed and sad, Wei didn't say much and just put his hand on her face. Let her already somewhat red eyes look at him. Clemenceau is the best, so your battleship must be the best too. As an admiral, my most important thing is to make you happy. No matter how precious the resources are, they must be used where they are needed. Once the ship is materialized, it will accompany you for the rest of your lives. So even if it's difficult at the beginning, we will definitely try our best to do our best. Seeing Clemenceau crying as he listened to what he said, Vian felt a little distressed. Xiefeng is like this, and now Clemenceau is like this again. They're all sensitive, sensible, and low self-esteem girls, who always put themselves in a difficult position. Gently wipe away the tears from her face. But do I deserve such good things? It's worth it. Doesn't Clemenceau want everyone to like you? So we must be even more careful about the ship's hull. It must be beautiful, handsome, and powerful so that they can admire it from the bottom of their hearts. Vian said, looking at Clemenceau seriously. But it's really expensive, Admiral. The clothes I'm wearing were made bit by buying cloth while working part-time. I dare not think about how much it will cost to materialize the hull. It costs more than the normal materialization of the hull. Even if I sell myself, it won't be enough. Clemenceau grabbed his clothes in embarrassment and said sheepishly, but Clemenceau is my shipgirl. Clemenceau has put aside her rigid self for the Admiral. There is only so much I can do for you. And our resources still need you, Xiefeng, and the new shipgirls who will join us to work together. I'm just using the resources that originally belonged to you on you. Vian said as he straightened out Clemenceau's wrinkled dress. As the Admiral's shipgirl, this is what I should do. This is my loyalty to the Admiral. The Admiral should reasonably allocate resources to more useful shipgirls. Vian's words seemed to stimulate Clemenceau, and she immediately spoke louder. As an Admiral, I think it is my duty to make my shipgirl happy, so it is my job to make Clemenceau happy. Don't forget that you are a battleship. Woo. Woo. After saying this, Vian covered Clemenceau's mouth and did not allow her to continue. If you feel sad, then be good to yourself. I will feel relieved only when you are happy. Without you and Xiefeng, I would just be an ordinary person. I might never meet a fairy-like girl like you in my life. But before Wei could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiefeng, who had been listening nearby. Xiaowei, what I want to say is that you can't be an ordinary person. You have been an admiral since you were a child. So you will always meet beautiful girls who are as pretty and cute as your sister. Although Xiefeng and Clemenceau have some similarities in personality, She has lived with Vian for so many years and does not feel as helpless as Vian. After all, she is the wedding ship, and all the security is hers. However, it was only after Wei and explained the matter of the wedding ship that she slowly returned to her original self. It was also because most of her inner pain had been diluted by Wei and that she was able to return to her previous childlike nature and be quirky. Okay, so I, as the admiral, will have to rely on you two to help me. Wei reluctantly agreed and pinched both girls' faces, making them soft. The hand feel is top-notch. So next, in order to better help my sister and you, Clemenceau, materialize the ship, we need to earn more money to buy resources. I'll have to trouble you for this. Wei then slowly told the two ship girls about his plan to sell ship equipment. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Langley and his team went straight to Elizabeth's office. Why are you all here? What happened? Because Langley and the others came here as soon as possible, Elizabeth had not yet heard about what happened today. Today we not only encountered the previous deep-sea battlecruisers, but also encountered a deep-sea submarine. Langley was the first to speak up. Submarines? Isn't it normal to have some regular submarines roaming the sea? Elizabeth, who was processing documents, said in confusion without looking up. A purple-class deep-sea submarine that can also use tactics. Today, she almost succeeded. At that time, the admiral and the reputation of Bumblebee would be in danger. How can there be a purple-class deep-sea? Or a submarine? That shouldn't be possible. Elizabeth raised her head in astonishment and looked at the three ship girls in front of her. That's why we came to find you as soon as possible. It's very unusual for a purple-class deep-sea submarine to come in. After all, the conditions for their awakening are not simple. The waters near our academy do not meet the conditions for them to wake up. Chapter 43, The Navy's Intrigue. Langley's words made the atmosphere solemn. They all knew that if the sea area could not revive the deep sea, the only possibility for the deep sea to come in is that it came from somewhere else. So what you mean, Langley? Elizabeth's usually smiling face now looked heavy. I don't think this possibility can be ruled out. After all, several uncommon deep-sea species have appeared here one after another. We should remain vigilant. But Bumblebee on the side was confused by what Langley said. So, Langley, Elizabeth, what are you talking about? I don't understand. When Bumblebee raised his hand to speak, the giant creature trembled, which made Elizabeth look envious. But before Langley could answer the question, Reputation at the side answered it for her. The waters in our central theater are quite special because we have many shipgirls, and there are often shipgirls patrolling the sea. So the waters near the Admiral Academy and the Shipgirls Union are filled with our presence, which conflicts with the deep sea. The result is that the deep sea here is much less than other places, and resurrection is more difficult. The high-level deep sea does not even meet the conditions for resurrection. So the advanced deep sea and special deep sea that we can see here must have come from other places. Hearing Reputation's concise words, Bumblebee immediately understood what he heard. But what does this prove? Isn't it normal that there will always be fish that slip through the nets of the deep sea? Bumblebee, who has basically been fighting on the front line, looked at the several shipgirls present with some confusion. The several shipgirls sighed at this. If you were heading in another direction of the central theater, that would be no problem, but this is the inland sea. There is only one exit from our sea area leading to the front line. Bumblebee listened to Elizabeth's words and began to recall them, subconsciously speaking. I remember the exit of the sea is. Bumblebee suddenly thought of something and covered his mouth with shock in his eyes. This is impossible. That's what you said is impossible, so we are a little uncertain now. Several shipgirls sighed. The Navy is defending the Middle East Strait. There are 7 garrisons there, guarding a small entrance to the strait. Yet, they were able to allow a target as large as a deep-sea battlecruiser to come in. Bumblebee, do you think this is a possibility? If only a deep-sea submarine came in, it could be said that they didn't notice it, but the appearance of a deep-sea battlecruiser is a problem. Elizabeth's fingers kept tapping on the table, feeling a little irritated. Langley, you are handling the matter of the renowned deep-sea battlecruiser. How's the situation of the deep-sea battlecruiser? That deep-sea team didn't have any obvious signs of injury. It really seemed like they had come out of nowhere. If it was just a normal deep-sea expulsion, it would be fine. But this time it was a battlecruiser and a submarine, so what will it be next time? Langley looked angry and shouted excitedly. Elizabeth, you should have remembered why we chose this place to establish the Admiral Academy. Isn't it because this sea area is the safest part of the islands we have conquered over the years? Isn't it because we are afraid that these new admirals will get into trouble that we set up the academy here? But now those deep-sea fighters have come in. How can we let these newcomers practice at sea and train the shipgirls in the future? Reputation and Bumblebee on the side saw the calm Langley so angry for the first time. But it's not yet clear whether they put it in on purpose or whether there is some misunderstanding. Compared to the emotional Langley, Elizabeth was obviously much calmer. She dragged a stool and pressed Langley on it. It's too early to say anything now. We can go and ask what the situation is. Elizabeth looked at Langley earnestly. Are they the human navy who only care about their own rights and are scheming against each other? When have they ever told the truth? It's because of their internal affairs that we, the shipgirls, had to help them deal with them, and it was the girls who sacrificed themselves. So how do we know what tricks they're going to play this time? Are they planning to target us? Do you think we are easy to bully? Langley spoke of the Navy with resentment in his tone. After hearing what Langley said about reputation, Bumblebee's expression also became a little uncertain. I will report this situation to the headquarters first. As for the Academy, please strengthen the supervision of the waters near the Academy and issue commissions when necessary. As for Langley, forget it. Bumblebee, you shouldn't rush back to the front lines for the time being. Help out in the Academy first. Together with the other carrier girls, we will be responsible for investigating and monitoring the strait. Langley, are you satisfied with what I have done? Looking at Langley, whose complexion was gradually returning to normal, Elizabeth patted her on the shoulder. Elizabeth, you know exactly why we always hate the Navy so much. They really never change. They're always like this. Although I understand your pain, you should not forget her advice to you. Don't act impulsively before you have factual evidence. After saying that, Elizabeth returned to her seat and took a sip of fresh black tea. By the way, Langley, if they really want to do something, everyone is itching to do something recently, and they are still angry about what happened before. Elizabeth was calm inside, but not as calm as she looked on the outside. You. What do you mean by me? But by the way, are those admirals okay this time? Are there any better ones? Elizabeth changed the subject and brought the topic back to the admirals who were going to study this time. Seeing that Elizabeth was unwilling to delve into the previous issue, Langley knew that he could not continue. Then he began to report on the situation this time. It's much better than expected. Compared with the last session, there are 2 more students with better mental qualities this time. Most importantly, the admiral you asked me to pay attention to is the one who was unexpected. Really? Then tell me about his situation at that time. Next, Langley told Elizabeth about Vian's entire learning process and his reaction after the accident, which caused Elizabeth to ponder for a long time. You mean he's not afraid of the deep sea like the other admirals? He's unexpectedly calm. Chapter 44 Xiaoxue, I will take good care of your son. Elizabeth looked at Langley uncertainly. Well, the other admirals were still in shock and were frightened. I was worried about their safety, so I took a look. He was still able to chat and laugh with his shipgirl, and he didn't seem particularly nervous, so this is also something that is hard to understand. According to what you said, Elizabeth, if he is the surviving child in the garrison, and he still has the former shipgirl by his side, he will either be afraid or hateful when he sees the deep sea. But this kind of calmness is really a little abnormal. Langley and Elizabeth's conversation also attracted the attention of Reputation and Bumblebee, arousing their curiosity. Langley, did you know he rented the dock? After listening to Langley's words, Elizabeth suddenly asked a question. He rented the dock? It's the first year now? Langley looked at Elizabeth in surprise, but then quickly calmed down. What did he rent the dock for? Do you know? You also know that he is the surviving child of the garrison, and there is a shipgirl with him. Maybe he still has some resources left by the original garrison. I think he may have materialized a ship, but it's a private shipyard and we don't know what's inside. Elizabeth had barely finished speaking when she heard 3 surprised voices around her. No, how long has he been in school? He has already materialized the ship for the shipgirl. He has only studied for a few days. How dare he take the risk of materializing the shipgirl? Langley was still a little bit unbelievable, not to mention the Reputation and Bumblebee standing beside him. As for whether it's true, we'll know once we take a look. Besides, a snow wind destroyer doesn't consume many resources, and the difficulty of materializing it is also the lowest, so it's normal that it materialized. Elizabeth calmly analyzed Vian's situation. But this is indeed a little too early. He has just entered school. The shipgirl may not be familiar with her ship's equipment yet. Oh, it's okay. I just remembered that Yukikaze is older than her admiral. Langley was still marveling at the previous second, and the next second he realized the special relationship between Vian and Xiefeng. So we need to determine his goals and intentions now. After all, he is in a hurry to materialize the ship after learning this knowledge. It is indeed not like a quiet admiral. So what do we do? Langley asked directly about the conclusion of Elizabeth's words. Elizabeth did not answer her, but instead turned her attention to the Reputation. It just so happens that the Reputation is patrolling the seas, for the safety of the Academy, and for the advancement of the Admiral and the shipgirls. Let's add this to the Academy's commission tasks this year. Any first-year or second-year admiral who is interested can accept this commission. As for the conditions, let's set it to require a shipgirl and admiral who have completed the ship's hull embodiment and are proficient in warship operation. As for the rewards, the Academy will reimburse them for the expenses of the shipgirl's voyage, and all the rewards for unexpected encounters in the deep sea will belong to them. The Academy will also pay 10,000 blue coins for the commission fee per day. Do you understand, everyone? As a maid, you must complete your mission. That's fine with me. I'm also curious whether he has really materialized the ship. Elizabeth, your idea is great, Langley said to Elizabeth with a smile. But what he saw was Elizabeth's calm eyes staring at him. Although it is to verify whether he has materialized the ship, it is more important for us to determine his target and protect the safety of these admirals. This patrol may not be like the previous ones. Any accidents may happen, and the aircraft carriers must be ready to attack at any time. Understood, my lady Principal Elizabeth. Langley bowed and took over the task assigned by Elizabeth. After Langley, Reputation, and others had left, Elizabeth opened the drawer and looked at Vian's information in silence. Originally, she said she would bring the baby back to me after the birth, but I didn't expect it to be a farewell forever. Sigh. Now that he has grown up, he will help you take care of him, Xiao Xue. But fate is still so wonderful. I thought that all of you in the tutelary fort had encountered accidents, but I didn't expect that Xiefeng and he survived. If Weiyan was here, he would see an extra photo in the file folder of his file. The girl in the admiral's uniform in the photo is gently stroking her belly. And if Xiefeng was here, she would definitely recognize that this was her former admiral, Vian's mother. After Vian built Clemenceau, his plan could finally be implemented, but before that he had to prepare enough ship equipment. So in the following week, Weiyan kept traveling back and forth between the college and the Blue Bank. He went to the Blue Bank every day to learn about the demand for ship equipment in various places and the selling prices. At the same time, he also tried to figure out what he could do without attracting too much attention and still make money. Finally, Weiyan discovered that the most in-demand ship equipment was, as expected, small main guns, torpedoes, and anti-aircraft guns needed by destroyers, which were the most sold. But before that, Vian spent his last oil and ammunition, 5,000 each, in exchange for 2 battleship cores, which he then used all at once. The energy in the body also reached 11,000. Therefore, Vian made 2 240mm triple-gun ship mounts and gave them to Clemenceau to sell. Earn back 60W Azure coins, profit 20W. Adding the previous 410,000 Azure coins, Weiyan suddenly had 1.11 million. However, he was short of resources and was afraid that shipping large quantities would attract other people's attention. So after spending 1 million yuan and only having 11 million left, his energy level reached 17,000. You can make 8 ship equipments at one time. In response to this, Weiyan of course did not hesitate to use all his energy to make ship equipment, but the data he had available now was still the main gun used by Xiefeng. Each production requires 60 points of physical strength, so each time Weiyan is fully recovered, he will start production immediately. It only took a week to barely complete the production of these ship equipment. Clemenceau, remember what I said? This is the Azure Bank in each region. Just sell 1 ship equipment in each bank. Then this is the price of the same ship equipment in each region. When the time comes, just look at the table and sell it directly. Don't be afraid of not being able to sell it. Our ship equipment is an excellent main gun. Vian was giving his final instructions to Clemenceau, who was about to leave, and Clemenceau listened carefully to Vian's detailed words. Chapter 45. Sister, I have something to tell you. After that, Vian and Xiefeng could only watch Clemenceau sail away with the fleet. But Clemenceau will be back in just a week, and will bring him a lot of blue coins. Because the fleet that Clemenceau was going to follow set sail early today, Vian still had to wait to go back to class. First, Xiefeng was sent to the classroom where the shipgirls studied, and then Weiyan returned to his own class. Xiao Wei, I will definitely study hard and become a successful shipgirl. Xiefeng took a look at the classroom she had visited for the first time. There were already many shipgirls sitting inside. Like her, they were here to learn theoretical knowledge related to combat. She swallowed nervously. Then sister, you have to work hard. I'm still waiting for you to take me out sailing. Weiyan was in a very relaxed mood and stroked Xiefeng's little head encouragingly. After seeing Xiefeng off and returning to his classroom, Weiyan saw that he and his admiral were already having a heated discussion in the classroom. So just when Vian was about to find a nearby admiral to ask what happened, he heard the sound of Langley walking into the classroom and knocking on the blackboard. Be quiet, everyone. What are you doing? You're so excited about such a small matter. Where is your composure as an admiral? Langley looked at the admiral present with a somewhat unfriendly tone. As expected, Langley's serious expression immediately calmed the situation. The classroom in front of it, which was once a vegetable market, was now silent. I know that the school has changed the rules this time, and it makes everyone happy, but do you meet the conditions? A group of admirals who don't even have the resources to materialize a ship for the shipgirl are so excited here. And have you finished planning the shipgirl's ship? Have you drawn the blueprints? Weiyan, who was confused by this, raised his hand. Mr. Langley, what happened? Blindly Weiyan looked at Langley in confusion. Wayan's question stunned Langley for a moment. After all, wasn't it for this admiral that they changed the conditions of the Academy's commission mission this time? Now everyone else knows that you told her, but the most important person doesn't know yet. However, Langley was quick to react and calm down immediately. Ahem, since there's still an admiral who doesn't know what happened, let's talk about it now. Because of our Academy's educational methods, we cannot allow more outstanding admirals to grow faster, so we have made some adjustments in our Academy. In previous years, the Academy's commissions could only be accepted by admirals in their second year or above, but starting today, the conditions have been relaxed so that every admiral who enrolls can accept it. But you need to bear the risks yourself. If you don't have full confidence in the entrustment, you can also entrust the Academy's shipgirls to help you. I think what makes everyone most excited is the commission that was just issued today. At this point, Langley paused and stared at Wayan. Because of the deep-sea submarine attack on us this time, the Academy realized that the supervision of the surrounding waters is still not enough. So on the one hand, it is to train everyone, and on the other hand, it is to give your shipgirls more opportunities to go out to sea and get familiar with the ship. Today, Teacher Reputation will be the main publisher and will be launching the campaign to all the admirals in the Academy. Condition 1. The shipgirl must have materialized the ship in order to prevent accidents from happening and have the ability to deal with them. Condition 2. The shipgirl must be familiar with the operation of the ship. Condition 3. This commission may be dangerous, so the admirals need to bear the risks themselves. However, if something unexpected happens, it will not be too late to ask for help from the Academy in time. As for the reward, considering this is a long-term commission, one shipgirl will get 10,000 Azure coins per day. At the same time, we will cover the cost of the shipgirl. After you come back, just go to the designated place to resupply. The most important thing is that if you encounter a deep-sea ship, you sink the ship and salvage everything. And if you are lucky enough to encounter the core of a battleship, you will become a new shipgirl. Langley's words excited all the admirals present. After all, the reward is so generous, 10,000 blue coins a day, which is equivalent to 100 resources a day, and it is free without any consumption. An ordinary person in this world only earns a few thousand Azure coins a month by working, but here it's 10,000 a day. As for the possible dangers, some admirals have already asked their seniors, and they basically said that when you are strolling on the sea, you are lucky to encounter the deep sea. If you have high confidence in your ability, you can patrol the sea every day. You can earn about 300,000 Azure coins a month. The converted resources can materialize the hull of a destroyer girl. A reward worth 3,000 resources is not a small amount for Wayan. This time, the profit that Clemenceau gets from the transaction may be around 8,000 resources. For this reason, Wayan also had to worry about selling too many of his ship equipment and being targeted by others, and he did want to make other ship equipment in the future. The cannon used by Xiefeng is too excellent. Usually, what is salvaged from the deep sea are rare items. However, since there are not that many shipgirls above the rank of heavy cruiser, a balance is barely maintained. The price can neither go up nor go down. After listening to Langley's words, Wayan also understood what this commission meant to him. A reason to sell ship equipment legitimately, he can accept commissions and make some ship equipment while on patrol, and then sell them. He was just an admiral who had gained something after returning from the voyage, so he was not that eye-catching. And the person who has been following him is Xiefeng, so what does that have to do with Clemenceau? Moreover, a stable source of resources will only grow more and more in his hands. So if there are any admirals who are interested in this, you should work hard to complete the embodiment of the shipgirl's hull as soon as possible. If your shipgirls don't materialize their ships, they won't even have the strength to resist if they accidentally encounter the deep sea. Okay, now that we've finished talking about this, let's start the class. After revealing the necessary information, Langley immediately brought the topic back to the classroom, without any deliberateness. It was just to inform the admiral present. In this regard, Wayan began to plan and consider resources. Wayan was very excited when he left the classroom until the get out of class was over today. He wanted to share the news with Xiefeng as soon as possible. After all, Xiefeng had been whispering in his ear for a long time, and she wanted to try her own hull. At the same time, Clemenceau will recover some health when he comes back this time. When Wayan first met Xiefeng, he saw that Xiefeng was also very excited. Xiaowei, I have something to tell you. Sister, I have something to tell you. Chapter 46. Want a ship? Clemenceau. The two of them spoke at the same time in perfect sync. Then you go first, sister. Wayan looked at the excited Xiefeng and felt mentally prepared. Xiaowei, I heard from other shipgirls in the classroom that it seems that we can also accept the commission from the senior admiral in the academy this time. The rewards they mentioned are pretty good, but what do you want to say, Xiaowei? After saying this, Xiefeng looked at Wayan in confusion. Sister, what I want to tell you is the same as what you want to tell me. Wayan pinched Xiefeng's cute face. Hey, Xiaowei, we should go. I heard there are a lot of resources, and my sister should be able to protect Xiaowei now. Thinking about the huge size of his ship gave Xiefeng full of confidence. That's for sure. But sister, we need to wait for Clemenceau to come back, and then we can talk about the next step. In the following time, Weiyan and Xiefeng arrived at the place in the academy where they received commissions. Usually there were not many people here, but today it was crowded. The senior students had already accepted their commissions and left the academy, while most of the junior students, especially the second-year students this time, had already materialized the ship's hull. Now they come to pick up the money. However, after moving back and forth among the crowd, Weiyan finally understood the content of this commission. The reputation team needs to recruit some admirals to help them supplement the patrols of dozens of sea areas that are closer to the academy. This is a relatively safe area and the most stable place, but the reward is only 10,000 per day, and the possibility of encountering the deep sea is not very high, suitable for a relatively stable admiral. Another part is to assist the shipgirls in patrolling the outer waters. This part is more likely to encounter deep sea, which is also a more dangerous place. But the rewards are also relatively rich. The deep-sea rewards are given priority to the admirals, but there are many admirals who wait and see here, and only a few admirals finally accept the offer. This also shows the personalities of these admirals. After getting what he wanted, Weiyan took Xiefeng away, but he didn't know that a pair of eyes had been staring at them since they entered the door. Bumblebee, are you sure it's him? Reputation looked at Bumblebee next to him. It must be him. My reconnaissance plane has been hovering over the academy for a long time. I also specifically asked Langley. It's him. But it seems that he is more interested in the more dangerous side. Just like what Elizabeth said, he is not a very quiet admiral. Bumblebee looked at the reputation beside him affirmatively. So he has indeed materialized the ship's body, right? Please write this information and his actions in the observation book. At the same time, Counterattack next to Reputation was writing and drawing in a notebook. In the Admiral Academy, the shipgirls test and observe the admirals all the time. In front of a group of girls with supernatural powers, the admiral, as an ordinary person, can only say that he has no power to resist. If the shipgirls weren't all kind, they would have been eaten up. Because of the sudden commission, Weiyan's plan changed again. It was not until 3 days later that Clemenceau returned from other areas. Even Vian was surprised by Clemenceau's speed. You're back so soon? Admiral, Clemenceau has completed your mission perfectly. Here is the bank card. As he spoke, Clemenceau took out a card from his ship's space. This time, Admiral, I met a very generous shipgirl. I was about to go to the next place, but she bought all the remaining ship equipment. And they gave us 500,000 yuan for each main gun, for a total of 5 main guns. Including the 3 main guns I sold for 300,000, the total is 3.4 million Azure coins. Oh, and here is her contact information. As he said that, Clemenceau handed Vian a business card of the shipgirl. The name of the USS San Diego was written in large letters on it. At the same time, Vian also understood why the shipgirl was so generous. Clemenceau really met a rich woman this time. In the game, Santiago likes to repair ship equipment and maintain logistics, so his small treasury is not small. However, this time Clemenceau did give Vian a big surprise, almost 1 million more than expected, 2 battleship cores. Admiral, Santiago also said that if there are any good ship equipment in the future, you can go to her. She is not short of money, but good ship equipment. Seeing Clemenceau foolishly repeating Santiago's words, he felt a little alert. Clemenceau, did that Santiago say where she was from? Vian immediately put aside his inner excitement and said while holding Clemenceau's shoulders. She said that we can go to the Shipgirls United headquarters to look for her. If we can't find her, then she is transporting equipment to the Shipgirls on the front line. Fortunately, Clemenceau's words dispelled his concerns. The Shipgirls of the Kankali Union are the free Shipgirls. Then Vian doesn't have to worry about anything. The Shipgirl may be curious about you, but she will not harm you. Even if she is a Yandra Shipgirl, she will not be a real Yandra. Locking the Admiral in the basement and not letting him out is at most a bit of possessiveness and jealousy. Therefore, if only the Kankali Union knew about it, Weiyan wouldn't have to worry about his own personal safety. But Weiyan is still so cautious so far just to have fewer constraints and live freely with his shipgirls. It would be even better if he had a tutelary fort of his own. Clemenceau, you did a great job this time. You completed the mission very well. What reward do you want from the Admiral? Vian squatted in front of Clemenceau and looked at her parallel. It is my duty to complete the Admiral's mission, Clemenceau. I am very happy to have an Admiral like you. In that case, Admiral, you will decide on your own the reward for Clemenceau. As Weiyan spoke, he pretended to think, and after a while an idea suddenly occurred to him. I thought of that. But he delayed and did not tell Clemenceau right away, which aroused her curiosity and expectation. "What is it, Admiral?" Seeing Vian staring at him with a smirk on his face, Clemenceau asked shyly in a low voice. "Clemenceau wants to know the hull that the Admiral is going to modify for you?" "I want to." Vian's words made Clemenceau understand something, and she became a little excited, but as a girl she was reserved. She did not show it obviously. "This time, I will help you draw the ship's hull so you know what kind of battleship it will become. Mina, wish me a happy birthday." Chapter 47. Get the new ship equipment. As a ship girl, who doesn't want to materialize her own ship? Even Yukikaze became much more confident after materializing her ship. Not to mention Clemenceau, the battleship girl. Although she is also an unconfident child, she also wants to materialize her own ship. Moreover, Weian also told her that she also wanted to make large-scale modifications to her ship's hull like Xiefeng, so she was looking forward to it, but she was also unsure in her heart. Now Weian was going to draw a blueprint for her, which gave her peace of mind. "Really? Admiral?" Clemenceau's excited little hands grabbed Guyu's arms tightly, squeezing him so hard that it hurt. "Of course. I saw how envious Clemenceau looked when he was stroking the barrel of Xiefeng's gun." As Vian spoke, he scratched the tip of Clemenceau's nose with his free hand. How could the Admiral have bad intentions? Vian's intimate actions and naughty words made Clemenceau feel very embarrassed. His face turned red and he was very shy. "Okay, Clemenceau, you've been working hard these days. Go back to the dormitory and take a bath." Vian looked at the deep eye bags on Clemenceau's little face, and it was obvious that he hadn't had enough rest in the past few days, which made Vian feel distressed. The silly girl had exhausted herself so much on her mission. "It's okay, Admiral, I'm not tired." But Vian didn't want to hear Clemenceau's rebuttal, so he took Clemenceau's hand and walked back to the dormitory. Then he helped her prepare the bath water and forcefully pushed Clemenceau into the shower room. At the same time, Weian also discovered the shortcomings of this dormitory. As shipgirls, they all like to take a bath, but the dormitory only has a shower room, which cannot satisfy the shipgirl's hobbies. What's more important is that the shipgirl needs to enter the channel after being injured. Although it is also a bath, this bath requires the consumption of resources and can allow the damaged ship of the shipgirl to recover quickly. This is also important knowledge that an admiral needs to acquire. After Clemenceau had taken a comfortable bath, Vian forcefully pressed her onto the bed and covered her with a quilt in front of her surprised gaze, letting her have a good rest before leaving the dormitory. Clemenceau was left with a blushing face and a dizzy head, lying on his pillow in a daze and losing consciousness. But in his sleep he murmured intermittently, "Admiral, Admiral, bad." The blue coins that Clemenceau brought back were beyond Vian's expectations, but this was also a good thing, as Vian could collect more data. On a new day, Xiefeng had already been pushed into the classroom by Weian to study, so now Weian was a real person. Weian took a taxi at the entrance of the college and went to the Blue Bank, which was the third farthest bank from the college. He found what he wanted here. The German twin 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun is a dual-purpose gun used by destroyers. In the game, it is a purple destroyer main gun. However, considering that the hull of Yukikaze has undergone a major change, and in order to save space on the upper deck, Vian chose this main gun as Yukikaze's secondary gun. The most important thing is that this gun can be used by destroyers, cruisers, and even battleships as a secondary gun. It is applicable to many scenarios. The only drawback is that a purple 128mm gun is not as easy to salvage as imagined. If the previous 240mm gun could not be equipped by light cruisers and was not favored by battle cruisers, this gun is obviously much more applicable. Once you make it, you won't have to worry about selling it. However, precisely because of its strong applicability, this gun has a price that is completely inconsistent with its nature. The price range is 150,000 to 200,000 yuan for a small 128mm cannon. The cheaper bids are for larger warships, because their warships have more positions for secondary guns, so they need more of these guns, and they are usually purchased in large quantities. The ones who bid higher are destroyer girls who are not short of money. A dual-purpose gun with good elevation and depression angles is quite powerful and worth buying, and the number of guns they need will not be too many. You can get it if you grit your teeth. The starting point of maintaining this cannon is to allow Xiefeng to use better equipment, and then collect data at the same time. It would be best if the data from this cannon can make money, otherwise it will be given to Xiefeng for his own use. At the same time, Weian also purchased the 127mm single-mounted gun that his sister Xiefeng used before, as well as the upgraded version of this gun, the 127mm twin-mounted gun, and the German twin 150mm guns. This corresponds to the gray, green, blue, and purple levels of ship equipment in the small main guns in the game that Wei-in played in his previous life. Wei-in also wanted to know the differences between different ship equipment and his own talents. As for the more expensive golden main gun, Wei-in considered his wallet and finally decided to give it up. The 4 main guns cost Wei-in a total of 400,000 blue coins. The 127mm guns cost 40,000 and 60,000 respectively. The blue 150mm gun cost 100,000, and because Wei-in only bought one 128mm gun, the most expensive one was 200,000. After paying the money and receiving the goods, Wei-in spent another 1 million yuan to get 2 battleship cores before leaving the blue bank satisfied. For the sake of safety, he put the battleship core into his bag as soon as he got it and used it when no one else could see. But he played with the toys in his hands all the way back. Because the distance to the college was quite far, it was almost evening when Wei-in returned to the college. Considering that Xiefeng was about to finish school and Clemenceau might have woken up, Wei-in packed some of their favorite food on the way and returned to the dormitory in a good mood. Sure enough, when he came back, the 2 little ones were already waiting for him in the dormitory. "Xiao Wei, what were you doing today? I went to your classroom to look for you, but you weren't there. Teacher Langley said you didn't go to class today. I was so scared that I quickly returned to the dormitory. Clemenceau said he saw you at noon, so I thought you might have gone out to do something. Next time you are going out, remember to tell me what you are going to do. You've grown up so big, and your sister has hardly ever left you. I'm afraid." As soon as Wei-in entered the room, he saw Xiefeng, who looked worried, rushing up to him and hugging his waist. "Okay, sister, it's okay. I'm just going to do something. Look what I prepared for you," Wei-in said as he took out a 127mm twin-barreled gun from the shopping bag and placed it in Xiefeng's hand. Xiao Wei, isn't this the main gun my sister used before? Why did you buy this?" Xiefeng looked at Wei-in in surprise. After all, she no longer used such a small cannon, so she didn't think much of it. I could only ask Wei-in in confusion. Chapter 48. Isn't this just robbing money? Even Clemenceau on the side looked at Wei-in curiously. "Sister, have you forgotten that I haven't asked you to materialize the secondary guns? And I've also left space for the torpedoes." "That's right. I haven't materialized the secondary guns yet." "Hee. Xiao Wei, I forgot." Xiefeng felt a little embarrassed and smiled foolishly at Wei-in. "Sister, let me go in first. I still have things to do today. If you are hungry, you can eat first." As he spoke, Wei-in put the food he bought on the small table in the dormitory and then took the ship equipment back from Xiefeng's hand. He took these modules right in front of Xiefeng and Clemenceau. Energy, 11,000/infinity. Physical strength, 100/100. Collect, discover collectible objects. Collect. Wei-in recited silently in his heart, and then in the eyes of the 2 ship girls, these ship equipment directly turned into blue light and merged into Wei-in's body. Xiefeng had seen it once and was somewhat used to it, but Clemenceau was surprised as he was seeing such a bizarre thing for the first time. But she secretly glanced at Xiefeng again and saw that his expression had not changed, so she temporarily hid her doubts. Continue to watch Wei-in's actions. Wei-in looked at the additional data modules on his talent data panel and nodded with satisfaction. Started the next step. Starting from the level of importance, the first thing Wei-in made was the purple 128mm gun. Optional target, German twin 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun. Target consumption, energy 500, stamina 40. Confirm production, yes/no. When Wei-in saw the information popping up on the production panel, he knew that he had made a profit and was going to make a lot of money. Then the energy and strength in the body quickly dissipated. The blue energy gathered into a purple ball of light in his right hand, and when the light finally disappeared, it turned into the original, twin 128mm high-pressure and low-pressure dual-purpose cannon. Seeing that he still had plenty of energy, Wei-in turned his attention to the 150mm twin gun and clicked on the production. Optional target, German twin 150mm guns. Target consumption, energy 500, stamina 30. Confirm production, yes/no. Seeing the information appearing on the production panel, Wei-in tried hard to control himself from laughing out loud. He really didn't expect such a situation to happen. Soon the new ship outfit was ready. Then Wei-in turned his attention to the remaining 2 ship armors and produced them at the same time. With the data of the previous 2 ship equipment and previous ship equipment, he probably has a new understanding of this talent. The energy consumption of small main guns remains unchanged at 500 points. The amount of physical strength consumed is determined by the quality of the ship's equipment. The worst gray ship equipment costs 10 points of stamina, green 20 points, blue 30 points, purple 40 points, and gold 60 points. As for the colorful ship equipment in previous games, Wei has not collected data and made them yet, but according to his calculations, it may be 80 points or 90 points, and 100 points is not impossible. Maybe he just finished and was about to lie down. Because he was very tired now, and all his physical strength was exhausted for the first time. He felt his eyelids twitching. So after putting the finished ship outfit on the table, he turned over and lay directly on the bed. With his eyes closed, he said weakly to the two ship girls beside him, "I'm exhausted. Wait for me to get some sleep." Then Wei lost consciousness. He started snoring before the two dazed little ship girls could react. "Xiefeng, what happened to the admiral?" Seeing Vian, who had fallen asleep, and several ship equipment on the table, Clemenceau asked Xiefeng curiously. "Xiaowei didn't explain it to me very clearly. I heard him say that this is his talent as an admiral. He can make ship equipment. The ship equipment you sold a few days ago was made by him. However, because the production of ship equipment requires the consumption of battleship cores, he has been relatively restrained. Maybe it will consume his physical strength now. He is already so tired. Silly brother, you don't even know how to take care of yourself." Xiefeng looked at Vian with concern as he spoke to Clemenceau, then went to help Vian take off his shoes and covered him with a blanket. Then he started to have a low conversation with Clemenceau in the dormitory. By the time Vian woke up, it was already late at night, but the two little ship girls were whispering to each other. Seeing Wei and the other two ship girls wake up, they immediately became excited. "Xiaowei, are you okay? You scared me this afternoon. Take care of yourself next time." "Admiral, are you okay?" Looking at the two ship girls who were worried about him, Vian smiled and touched their little heads, feeling very happy. He now felt a pleasure he had never felt before. It's okay. I feel very good now. By the way, where's the ship's suit I made?" Only then did Wei realize that the ship's suit he had just completed was gone. "I've put it away for you. I'll give it to you right away." Xiefeng took out a small box from Vian's cabinet, which contained the 4 ship suits that had just been made. Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, your ship is really not far from perfection, and so is yours, Clemenceau. Now I am finally not so stressed anymore." Wei felt relieved when he saw the ship equipment in his hand. "What's wrong? Is there anything special about these ships, Xiaowei?" Thinking of the fact that Wei made ship equipment and sold it for money, Xiefeng reacted immediately and turned his attention to the ship equipment. Hearing Xiefeng's question, Wei simply picked up the 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun, prepared for Xiefeng. "I originally wanted to collect this cannon and give it to you for future use, but now I can make 10 of them with 1 battleship core." "Sister, do you know what 10 guns mean? The cheapest gun costs 150,000 Azure coins, and a battleship core only costs 500,000 Azure coins. I can do more than 2 subjects a day. That means I can earn 1 million Azure coins in 5 days. Earn 6 million Azure coins for my sister every month, which is 60,000 units of steel." After hearing Wei's excited explanation, Xiefeng's little head stopped working, and he looked at Wei with a dull expression. A long time passed. "Xiaowei, pinch me, is this true? You are not lying to me, right? Isn't this just picking up money?" "No, this is not robbery. You have to know that it only took 46,000 units of steel to build the Yukikaze hull. If you make money the way Wei said, you can earn a Yukikaze in a month. A destroyer of nearly 10,000 tons, equipped with heavy cruiser guns, and with many subsequent upgrade plans." Clemenceau, who was standing by, looked at the excited siblings and understood what they said. "Has my ship been found? It's bad. I wrote it for fun. Usually, I want to sleep after finishing a chapter, but today I decided to write a little more. Chapter 49 Admiral, I'm in charge of my ship." Clemenceau's eyes sparkled as he whispered. After a long while, the 3 excited people gradually calmed down. "So Xiaowei, what you mean is that we can use 50W to at least 150W. Xiefeng still couldn't believe what he heard. "Right. It depends on the ship suit." As he spoke, Wei picked up the 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun. Many shipgirls need this cannon, but there are relatively few salvaged ones, so the price will be a bit higher. Even if we don't sell that much every month for safety reasons, we can still have a very stable source of income. After the initial excitement, Wei quickly calmed down. He had always been cautious. Although this world has beautiful elves like Kenkali, it also has a lot of filth and dirt. You may not want to scheme against others, but you can't prevent others from scheming against you. So Wei has always been careful. Today, you have to go so far to buy a ship equipment, just for safety reasons. Here, the ship girls can have terrifying destructive power. Although they don't want to harm anyone, if their admirals want to harm someone, can you defend yourself at any time? Therefore, Wei's plan has always been not to use his talent too extensively to mass-produce ship equipment before relative security is achieved. How could it not attract attention when large quantities of the same ship equipment flow into the market? Now he is still living under someone else's roof and in college, so it is better to be careful in everything. But even if Wayne can make less money, it doesn't mean he doesn't need to keep inventory. As long as he can continue to make money, the extra ship equipment produced can be kept. Sell it slowly when the right opportunity comes. As long as it is good ship equipment, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. In particular, Wayne still remembers that it is not easy for the aircraft carrier girls here to obtain carrier-based aircraft. He is given one B-25, but others are given thousands of B-25s. For equipment like this, where the probability of salvaging it is negligible, doesn't he still have the final say on pricing? But the premise of all this is that he has enough strength. Don't show off your wealth unless you are so powerful that others can't do anything to you. So Wayne pinched Xiefeng's little face. But precisely because it is precious, we can't sell too many, otherwise others will target it. The cold water that Wayne suddenly poured on Xiefeng made him realize the seriousness of the problem. It's such a good opportunity to make money. I'm so unwilling to miss it. Xiefeng curled her lips. Even Clemenceau, who was usually very shy, ran to Vian and stared at him pitifully. But, seeing the disappointment of the two little ship girls, Wayne decided not to keep them in suspense. Sister, have you forgotten that I also made other ship outfits this time? Wayne took out several other ship equipment and shook them out. Then Xiaowei, just tell me how much money I can make from this, so I can be mentally prepared. Admiral, I'm in charge of Clemenceau's hull. The two ship girls used the eye-glittering attack on Vian, which almost melted his heart. Although we can't sell too many 128mm guns, the 127mm guns you used before were salvaged from deep-sea destroyers. As long as we sell them in a different place, it will be like before. This time I also roughly understand the ability of my talent. One battleship core can make 10 small main guns. So how much we can earn depends on how much more a gun costs than 50,000 yuan. The 150mm gun may not sell as well as the 127mm gun because it can only be used as the main gun. After all, most shipgirls cannot afford the 128mm gun and will buy the 127mm gun as a second choice. Wayne's words made the two of them immediately understand Wayne's ability to make money. As long as the selling price is higher than 50,000, he will make money. So which main gun have you decided to make, Xiaowei? Now that we know Wayne's ability to make money, we should now focus on what equipment Wayne will make in the future. There's no rush for this. After I collect some other types of ship equipment during this period of time, we will make a comprehensive consideration and decide which ship equipment to mass produce. Although small main guns can also make money now, Vian has not forgotten that what is more important is to arm his own ship girl. And now that it has been confirmed that the small main gun consumes 500 energy, the next step is to confirm the consumption of the main guns of light cruisers, heavy cruisers, and battleships, as well as the carrier-based aircraft that Wayne is most concerned about. In this way, Wayne can decide for himself how to combine and sell the ship equipment each time. After all, it is easy for a single type of ship equipment to be discovered to have special features. But if you sell them in combination, with a little bit of everything and going to different places, wouldn't it be possible to disguise yourself as someone who just finished a battle with the deep sea? Okay, but Xiaowei, you said this ship suit was prepared for me. Xiefeng calmed down and recalled what Wayne had said before, and snatched the 128mm main gun from his hand. Yes, and we are also planning to install 6 secondary guns for my sister, for a total of 12 guns. 12 doors. Seeing Xiefeng jumping up excitedly, Wayne looked at his silly sister with some confusion. What's wrong with 12 secondary guns? Do you think it's too little, sister? Wayne was about to explain to Xiefeng the purpose of this arrangement when he saw Xiefeng shaking his head. No, I'm just a little surprised. Xiaowei, my sister used to only have 6 127mm main guns. The former main guns are now secondary guns, and they are double the previous ones. I'm just a little surprised. Sister, are you satisfied so easily? Don't forget that you are a destroyer. Wayne was relieved to see that Xiefeng was not dissatisfied with this arrangement. Yeah, I'm a destroyer, so what? Xiefeng's little head didn't react immediately. Torpedoes, depth charges, mines. Compared to other destroyers, Yukikaze has a stronger displacement, a larger hull, and a speed that exceeds most destroyers. The firepower is also stronger. Xiefeng can do what other destroyers can do, and Xiefeng can also do things that other destroyers cannot do. The larger hull means that the upper deck of the Yukikaze can carry more equipment, and there is more space inside the battleship. According to the classification of shipgirls in this world, the upper limit of the displacement of Yukikaze 17500 is already a heavy cruiser. The main reason why Vian arranged this secondary gun for Xiefeng was to use it to deal with small warships, But the anti-aircraft machine gun also needs to occupy a certain amount of space. In the end, Weiyan had no choice but to abandon part of its air defense forces and transfer them to other places. The reason why Weiyan had the confidence to do this was that he learned about the world's deep-sea aircraft carrier capabilities in class. There is another chapter being written, and I will try to post it before 12 o'clock. Chapter 50 Meeting the Admiral is Clemenceau's luck. In this world, aircraft carrier girls tend to play a supporting role in battle, let alone deep-sea girls. Although they are all battleships, most ordinary deep-sea and purple-level deep-sea ships cannot compare to ordinary shipgirls in terms of hull size. Therefore, their carrier-based aircraft are also relatively backward. What's more important is that ordinary deep-sea aircraft carriers or deep-sea-like carriers have only their own instincts, just like ordinary deep-sea. They can even use fighter reconnaissance planes to directly crash into warships. When they encounter an aircraft carrier, they usually just let the carrier-based aircraft launch a suicide attack, hitting and ramming. Not to mention how easy it is to aim at a plane coming straight towards you. So this is why Vian wanted to install this cannon on Xiefeng. When masturbation is easier, she can focus more of her abilities on other parts. So Sister Xiao Wei is still using the old torpedoes? Sister Shinto's previous warships didn't carry them. So Shinto, what should we choose? After hearing Weiyan's words, Xiefeng expressed his doubts. You can use the old torpedoes for now. After all, this is used to deal with bulky warships. And your old torpedoes are also quite powerful. But I may need to modify them slightly. As for Sister Shinto, leave it to me. You just need to focus on the physical ship. Weiyan gently stroked Xiefeng's little head. Well, can you accept Xiao Wei's cannon? Xiefeng was filled with joy after receiving Weiyan's answer, and at the same time tightened the ship equipment in his hand. Looking at Xiefeng's little movements, Weiyan knew that his sister, who suffered from a phobia of insufficient firepower, was greedy. I'm greedy for this little ship. Use it, but you'd better wait until all the ship equipment is complete before you can materialize it. Although it might be more cost-effective to sell this ship equipment now, Weiyan feels it is worth it if it can make his own ship girl happy. Not to mention that this ship girl is Yukikaze. His former bitter sister could get out of her previous sorrows, and this was what Weiyan wanted to see. With the permission from Weiyan, Xiefeng quickly put the 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun in his hand into his mouth, as if it were a chocolate. The chewing process made a crunching sound, which made Weiyan feel a little greedy. But he did not forget that there was a girl looking at him eagerly. Clemenceau, you will still have to work hard on the missions that are likely to make money in the future. Once the Yukikaze hull is completed and the sea trials are smooth, we will begin preparations for your hull. I believe that time is not far away, given that these ships and equipment can make money for us. Looking at the eager look in the little girl's eyes, Vian decided to use his animation skill on Clemenceau. Yes, Clemenceau knew it. Vian's words made Clemenceau very happy, but at the same time, she didn't have any extra thoughts about Vian's empty promises. It is her duty to do things for Weiyan, and Weiyan always helps her remember that caring about her behavior is what makes her happy. Can such a useless person like Clemenceau be remembered and cared for? The girl thought secretly in her heart. But before that, Clemenceau, the Admiral needs your help with something tomorrow. Vian's words suddenly changed, causing Clemenceau, who was originally happy, to look puzzled. Tomorrow is a new month. Does Clemenceau know what day tomorrow is? Vian's question made Clemenceau support his chin with his hands and think for a while. I know. Tomorrow is the day for the Admiral to assess you. Vian became nervous after hearing Clemenceau's words. After all, although he felt that he had done his best for the two girls, he didn't know what Clemenceau thought. So what does Clemenceau think of the Admiral? Weiyan, who is usually very confident, even sounded a little guilty at this moment. Seeing Vian speaking in a low voice, Clemenceau felt a little happy. Our Admiral really respects them and is very good to them. But Clemenceau frowned when facing Vian. The cold expression that hadn't appeared for a long time appeared again in front of Weiyan, making him feel guilty again. No, Clemenceau hasn't fully recognized me yet. Sure enough, which shipgirl wouldn't be jealous when seeing the resources she earned being given to other shipgirls to use? What should I do? What should I do? Weiyan's mind was full of random thoughts. Admiral, do you want to know what I think of you? Weiyan nodded like pecking at rice. Xiefeng, who was standing aside, looked at her brother's worried expression and wanted to tell him that she knew Clemenceau's thoughts when she talked to him privately. But Xiefeng thought this kind of brother was very cute, so she didn't remind him. Admiral, of course he is the best admiral. Changing the subject, Clemenceau's originally stern expression suddenly turned into a bright smile at Vian. Clemenceau, my favorite, is the Admiral. Meeting my Admiral is the greatest luck in my life. Xiefeng is also very nice to me. I love you all the most. Clemenceau smiled brilliantly, and the curved corners of her eyes showed her sincerity. Really? That's good. I was afraid that I might not do well enough in some areas. After all, Clemenceau, you've been here for more than 10 days. Not only have I not done anything for you, I've even asked you to help me sell ship equipment. It's so hard. So, I was afraid you would be angry with me. Wei finally put aside his worries and wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead with his hand. No, I know the Admiral is also working hard for us, and Sister Xiefeng really needs full strength right now. The Admiral's safety is the most important thing. I heard from Sister Xiefeng that she spent a lot of resources to materialize the ship. If it were me, I can't even imagine how much of a burden it would bring to the Admiral, so now it's better for both the Admiral and us. Helping Sister Yukikaze realize all the ship equipment is the most important thing, so I won't be angry with the Admiral. It's my honor to contribute my strength to the Admiral. After saying this, Clemenceau saluted Vian. That's good. That's good. So tomorrow's Admiral's performance depends on you. The Admiral is definitely the best. As he said this, Clemenceau gave Vian a thumbs up. After finishing his meal, Wei finally had a peaceful day's rest after putting some of his worries aside. Chapter 51 Wei's Answer. The next day, Wei took the two girls to the classroom early. Today is the day of the assessment, so Wei went to work early. However, when he arrived, he found that there were people who had arrived earlier than him and were already queuing up. Looking forward along the line, I saw that an admiral had already signed the documents, and then the shipgirl and the admiral were separated and went to different classrooms. Therefore, before the assessment, the admiral and the shipgirl had no idea what they would be assessed on. Soon it was Vian's turn. Under Langley's serious gaze, he filled out his own form, but unlike most admirals, he had to fill out 2 copies. Both Yukikaze and Clemenceau who are to be assessed need a separate copy. The 2 girls behind me also filled out their forms. Then the 3 of them were forced to separate into 3 classrooms. As soon as Wei walked into the classroom, he saw 2 unfamiliar shipgirls. Under the smiling gaze of the 2 shipgirls, he handed the information to them. At the same time, Xiefeng and Clemenceau were doing the same thing in the other 2 classrooms. Don't be nervous, Admiral Wei. It's just a simple question and answer. The shipgirl with golden twin ponytails and a blue bow spoke to Vian in a gentle tone. Then he distributed the information to the pink-haired shipgirl next to him. I'm Ally, Shi Senwan, let's get started. Ellie. Then, the gentle Ellie's expression changed and became serious. Senwan, your starting ship is Yukikaze, so let's start with her. How long have you known each other? Ailey lowered her head and asked, with the pen in her hand ready to make notes on Wei's information at any time. She has been with me since I can remember, so she has been with me since I was little. Wei's words made Ellie, who was writing, pause. Then you and Yukikaze must be very familiar with each other. She can even be your shipgirl as your initial ship. There should be no need to say more about the relationship between you two. But according to the rules, we still have to ask something. Ellie said as she temporarily covered up Vian's information sheet and stared at him with interest. When did you know she was a shipgirl? Let's start from when she has always been that tall and her appearance has not changed. So what do you think of her living next to you as a shipgirl? Ellie's words made Wei's memories flash through his mind quickly and finally stopped at the day they confessed. Rather than seeing her as a shipgirl, I see her as a sister. She raised me since I was a child. When I was a kid, I often saw her lock herself in her room, and when she came out she reeked of alcohol. It must have been very hard for her to live with me. When I was older, she worked in a flower shop. She didn't leave until the day I decided to become an admiral. In the first 18 years of my life, she never showed me that she was a ship girl. It was only when I wanted to be an admiral and wanted to learn about the ship girls that I realized they were right beside me. Ellie wrote and drew on the information sheet for a while and then asked again. Then why do you want to become an admiral? This question has nothing to do with Yukikaze, but it is closely related to Kankali. Every admiral has his own reasons. Although shipgirls can live inland, their abilities as shipgirls are constantly diminishing, partly for Yukikaze's sake. The other half just wants to see this blue ocean and know where they should live. Wei thought for a moment and replied, Then let's end Xiefeng's test here. Given your relationship, there's no need for a test anyway. Then it's Clemenceau who's next. After saying that, Ailey wrote something on Wei's information, and finally, she took the list. How long have you known this shipgirl? We've been together for more than 10 days. This time, Wei's answer cheered them up. More than 10 days? So it was built after you came to the academy. Right. So do you think you understand her? We are still trying to understand each other. What kind of shipgirl is she? A somewhat shy and self-deprecating shipgirl, but sometimes there is an unexpected contrast. She likes to speak with a straight face. When Vian thought of Clemenceau's lost look when he first saw her, he felt so sorry for this silly girl. You've already understood the true appearance of the ship girl so quickly? So, do you know her birthday? January 27th. Vian didn't specifically ask Clemenceau about this question, but he just took a quick look at it when he got to know the ship girls in his previous life. But after coming to this world with enhanced memory, Vian could easily remember Clemenceau's birthday. Do you know Clemenceau's physical data and hull? Li's question did not stump Vian. The hull of Clemenceau was already known when Vian decided to modify the hull. Last night when we were chatting after dinner, Clemenceau was very cooperative with Vian. Even her extremely private body data was told to Vian, with the main point being to be completely open and honest. It seems that you have a good relationship with your ship girl. She even told you these more private questions. In Aries' opinion, most of the ship girls, when they are built by the admiral, will have a certain initial goodwill towards the admiral who built them. However, if you want to go deeper, the admiral still needs to work hard so that you can get to know the girl around you more deeply. Be able to take better care of them and let them live happily. Being able to quickly establish a good relationship with your own ship girl is a very powerful ability. Then what do you think of this ship girl? She is not like Yukikaze, your initial ship who has always been by your side. And when a new person suddenly breaks into your life, do you feel uncomfortable? Ellie's question was rather tricky, as if Clemenceau was a third party. Clemenceau is a very good girl. She does things cleanly and efficiently, which is beyond my expectation. Moreover, as a ship girl, she also has the kindness that belongs to a ship girl. As for the feeling of discomfort, I don't have any at all. Xiefeng and I both think that Clemenceau's joining is really great. It's a very big help to us. Vian praised Clemenceau without any hesitation. Then it seems that you are very satisfied with Clemenceau. Seeing Wei-Yan's heartfelt praise, Li nodded secretly. Then let me ask you one last question. Which do you think is more important, victory in the battle or the safety of the ship girl? Chapter 52 Victory and Shipgirls. This question made the originally relaxed atmosphere tense again. The missions of most ship girls have been determined from the moment they are built. Go to the battlefield and fight the deep sea until the end of your life. This is also a very heavy question. I became admiral because I was worried about Yukikaze's health, and I built Clemenceau because I felt it was not safe to have only Yukikaze as the ship girl. We do need more strength. When I came to the academy, I was ready to fight the deep sea. Which is more important, victory or the safety of the ship girl? If there is a way to retreat, I will pay more attention to their safety. I don't know how other admirals view the ship girls around them, but they are my family. I can't allow them to get hurt. With no way out, I will stand by their side and fight with them until the last moment. If the failure of the battle affects them, or affects others, then let me face it all. After all, I am their admiral. Wei-Yan clenched his fists and said seriously, what if the failure of the battle means the loss of the tutelary fort and the loss of the defense line, affecting everyone? How will you face the strange looks and insults from others then? Ellie recalled everything she had experienced and tremblingly asked the question she had always wanted to ask in her heart. She and other ship girls witnessed with their own eyes that their admiral collapsed and ended his life amid endless abuse and condemnation. The group of ship girls who were left behind were helpless and bearing the pressure that the admiral once had to bear. Then let them do what they want. They risked their lives for my safety, so shouldn't I bear all this for them? It doesn't matter if you talk about me or hate me, but my girls shouldn't have to bear all of this. I'm the one who gives the orders and makes the decisions. So in order to prevent this from happening, I just need to make my girls and my fleet more powerful. Ever since Wei-Yan entered the admiral's circle, he has been exposed to more and more information. After people who had experienced the Dark Ages finally regained the sea, they began to attach greater importance to a sense of honor. There is also jealousy of the fact that the admiral is loved by the ship girls, which has given rise to a large number of people who think that if they cannot become the admiral, they will destroy it. They kidnapped some kind-hearted admirals under the pretext of so-called honor and duty until they died at sea. Having said that, I have to say that this garrison is so weak that it can't even hold the defense line. Look at what other admirals are doing. However, in Wei-Yan's opinion, as long as he has a very flexible moral bottom line, he can achieve success. Then you won't be troubled by the so-called moral kidnapping. And compared to the opinions of these strangers, are the people around you more important? Wei-Yan's words made Ai Li a little excited, but she tried hard to control herself. Okay, Admiral Wei-Yan, your assessment is complete. Next, wait for the assessment of the ship girl to be completed. Your results will be known in class tomorrow. Ellie, trying hard to control her emotions, waved to Vian. Wei-Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief after he walked out of the classroom. The assessment on the admiral's side was not very difficult for him. The next and more important thing was the shipgirls' side. As the Admiral Academy of the Kankali Union, the opinions of the Kankali girls account for a very large proportion. But when Wei-in didn't expect it, in the Yukikaze classroom, she was telling the two shipgirls who were taking the test about his glorious deeds from childhood to adulthood. For example, when Wei-in was very young and didn't have enough control over his body, he wet the bed, and he tried to walk but fell down again and again. And later on, Wei-in grew up to be sensible and helped share the pressure with his sister and other excellent qualities. After Wei-in became the admiral, Xiefeng's personality became much more cheerful. Now let's talk about Wei-in. She talked non-stop as if she had opened a chatterbox, leaving the two shipgirls who were taking the assessment dumbfounded. They assured that they had never seen such a scene before, and that this was just a simple assessment and a few questions about their opinions on the admiral. This heavyweight player here has been speaking for more than 10 minutes, and is only now talking about Wei-in's glorious deeds when he was in elementary school. Although they were a little exploded after hearing what they heard, they did not stop at all. They kept recording Xiefeng's opinions on Wei-in. They were also a little envious of the relationship between Xiefeng and Wei-in. Such a close relationship between the admiral and the shipgirl. Just like the Kankali Union clearly knows that not all admirals are good, and not all admirals are so outstanding. However, they still chose to establish the Admiral Academy to actively train admirals. Because a shipgirl's ability has an upper limit, and the admiral's talent can raise this upper limit. In an evenly matched deep-sea duel, you may win if your hit rate is just a little bit higher. Some admirals and shipgirls live together. One treats them with sincerity, while the other is scheming. So they were so envious of Xiefeng's smile that came from the heart. It turned out that such an admiral really existed. It's just a bit time-consuming, and you need to develop it yourself. However, Xiefeng still knew what to say and what not to say, and she did not reveal at all that she was the Wei-in wedding ship. She even quietly put away the ring before entering the house, as she didn't want to lead others astray. Because Yukikaze is a destroyer, the two assessment shipgirls assigned to her are also destroyers. Shipgirls of the same type generally have more common topics. As for Clemenceau, he recounted everything that had happened in the past 10 days and the changes in himself, as if he knew them all. Especially when she talked about Wei-in's unconfident look when he asked her, the feeling of being cherished made her mouth curl up unconsciously when she spoke. The two older sisters in the classroom nodded in satisfaction from time to time and took notes. It was an hour later when Xiefeng finally finished telling Vian's glorious deeds. Vian and Clemenceau had been waiting at the classroom door for a long time. However, on the way back, when they were discussing their own assessments with each other, Wei-in felt a little embarrassed when he heard Xiefeng's words about the assessment. So powerful that nothing can affect you. Is this your answer? Elizabeth and several other shipgirls were gathered together to look at the data and comments after the Admiral's assessment today. Among them, Vian's information attracted Elizabeth's special attention, and his every word was recorded. Even most of what Xiefeng said about Vian was recorded, which Elizabeth read with great interest. Chapter 53 New Ship Equipment Data and Carrier-Based Aircraft. The rewards for the assessment came out quickly on the second day. Each shipgirl who passed the assessment was given resources worth 200,000 blue coins. Vian has 2 shipgirls, so when Langley announced in class that Vian had been recognized by his 2 shipgirls, the others looked at Vian with monster eyes. As an admiral, it is great that you have 2 shipgirls, but now you can also build good relationships with both of them and coordinate the balance between them in such a short time. Especially for admirals who have 2 or more shipgirls like Wei-in, it is not difficult to build good relationships with these girls, but the difficult part is to get their recognition. I think you are a qualified admiral, and I recognize you as the admiral from the bottom of my heart. Wei-in didn't pay much attention to these strange looks, because he came here to collect resources and buy some other ship equipment to make use of his talents. Win at every step. Please wait a moment. The lady at the counter took the 4 steel resource cards handed over by Wei-in. Because the special resources used by the shipgirls all require storage space, so many times the excess resources that cannot be used are stored in the ship's equipment space. If the ship's equipment space is insufficient and there is no warehouse, the funds will be deposited in the blue bank. The bank will issue resource cards with fixed face values to the shipgirls or admirals. This will save a lot of space at once. Because steel is the most scarce resource for Wei-in, he chose steel for all the 4,000 resources this time. To be on the safe side, the shipgirl who came with Vian today was Yukikaze, and Clemenceau was waiting for him inside the academy. Ask Vian and Xiefeng to buy the ship equipment and give it to Clemenceau when it's time to sell it. Soon, what Wei-in needed was taken out, and Xiefeng put it into the ship's space. At the same time, Wei-in began to select the ship equipment needed this time at the ship equipment trading location. He has now determined that the physical strength required for ship equipment of different levels rated in terms of talent is different. The type of ship equipment determines how much energy it consumes. So this time, Wei Yan selected the ship equipment needed for data collection while trying his best to satisfy the needs of his own shipgirls. After looking through it over and over again for more than an hour, Wei Yan finally made a decision. For the sake of my own health and the difficulty of shipping now. As for the large main guns, they can only be used by battlecruisers and battleships. Also, because they are large main guns, there are not many places to trade them and they can only be traded through talent evaluation. Based on his understanding of the ship equipment in his previous life, he chose quadruple 330mm main guns. The torpedo chosen was the Sakura Kuni 6th Company 610mm torpedo, which was prepared by Wei Yan for Yukikaze. Apart from these security guards who were looking for the remaining ship equipment, there were only 2 types of sonar ship equipment. These are the 2 most common types that Wei Yan had seen in the game before. One is a standard sonar, and the other is an improved sonar combined with a high-frequency direction finder. Yan chose the improved sonar. The results of deep projection are the same as sonar, with only standard and improved types. For this, Wei Yan also chose the best one. When collecting data on ship equipment, one must first satisfy one's own shipgirl's needs, and the price of the improved type is indeed higher than the standard type. When they finally reached the carrier-based aircraft section that Yan had been concerned about, Yan's breathing became rapid. None of the carrier-based aircraft he saw here exceeded Blue's rating. Based on the introduction of Azure Bank ship equipment, he selected several aircraft that had relatively outstanding overall evaluations in terms of relative aluminum consumption and attack power. Torpedo plane, Tianshan. Tianshan. Fighter, Zero Fighter Type 52. Bomber, Comet. Reconnaissance aircraft, Sea Otter. And the most important thing is that carrier-based aircraft equipment is rarer than other equipment, so the price is also extra expensive. The most expensive one is the Comet, followed by the Tianshan and the Zero Fighter Type 52, and finally the Sea Otter, which is used as a reconnaissance aircraft. They are 60W, 35W, 30W, and 20W respectively. This is still the case for ship equipment with a Blue rating. Wei Yan doesn't know how expensive it would be if it were a ship equipment with a higher rating. Finally, add the battleship's main gun 60W, sonar 20W, deep throw missile 15W, and torpedo 20W. As for radar Yan, he didn't find any. Now, all of Wei Yan's Azure coins were spent, shrinking by 2.6 million, leaving only 10,000 Azure coins. However, Wei Yan was not panicked. As long as he could determine the energy required for these ship equipment, he could earn it back quickly. However, to be on the safe side, he still took out his own steel and exchanged it for 2 battleship cores for 10,000 yuan. Then he hurried back to the dormitory with Xiefeng and started the data confirmation this time. Clemenceau and Xiefeng, who had experienced Yan using his talent before, were not surprised at this. They were just curious about what good news Yan could bring them this time. With a flash of blue light, Wei Yan collected all the data of several ship equipment into his talent. At the same time, after several previous ship suit productions, Wei Yan already knew that he could confirm whether a ship suit was made before making it. So this time, Wei Yan simply confirmed the energy required on several ship equipment. Finally, I figured out the energy required for several types of ship equipment. Among the 4 types of carrier-based aircraft, except for the anti-submarine aircraft which consumes 1,000 energy, the other 3 types require 2,000 energy. The torpedoes used on Yukikaze are also relatively cheap, consuming 1,000 energy. The battleship main gun requires 3,000 energy, which consumes more. Sonar 1,000, deepcast 1,000. Because most of the ship equipment selected by Yan this time was to fill the vacancies in the use of Yukikaze ship equipment, Yan was prepared from the beginning that these ship equipment might not pay for themselves. But what Wei Yan didn't expect was that among the various ship equipment, except for the large main guns used by battleships, which consumed more than 3,000, most of them were around 2,000. In other words, as long as the price of the battleship's main gun exceeds 300,000 blue coins, Yan will make a profit. Yan thought about the price of the battleship's main guns he saw today and fell silent. The power of a main gun with a larger caliber is greater than that of a main gun with a smaller power, so the result is that the price of a battleship's main gun is no less than 300,000 yuan. Even if he randomly picked a battleship's main gun to make, he would not lose money. It would truly be a huge profit. Wei Yan also knew how big the profit margin of carrier-based aircraft was. A heavy cruiser gun consumed the same amount of energy but could be sold at twice the price. And this is a heavy cruiser gun, the golden heavy cruiser gun that Yan sold before. The price of a blue carrier-based aircraft is more than twice the price of a golden main gun. Chapter 54, The disadvantages and plans of the aircraft carrier girl. Wayan really felt like he was going numb. Why can't the admirals in this world afford aircraft carriers? First of all, the price of carrier-based aircraft has already limited the admiral's positioning of aircraft carriers. Not all aircraft carriers have colorful bombers like the Hornet B-25, let alone the ones that Vian explained through the Langley classroom. The hangars of aircraft carriers in this world are limited, and each type of carrier-based aircraft can only carry 15 aircraft. Just like the Hornet's hangar has an upper limit of 87 aircraft, the B-25 also has only one B-25 ship installation, so she can only have 15 B-25s at the same time. More importantly, other ship equipment is needed to provide the remaining hangar limit. In this case, Hornet would need 6 aircraft to fill her hangar. The price of one Comet is 60W, the price of 6 bombers is 360W, and the price of fighter jets is 180W. Moreover, bombers need to get closer to the enemy's air defense zone, where they suffer greater losses than fighters, and the consumption of aluminum is also a bottomless pit. Many admirals do not earn resources that quickly, and they also have other shipgirls to support, so the auxiliary positioning of air superiority and reconnaissance seems to be friendly to the admiral's meager resource stocks. And the most important thing is that aircraft carriers are also large warships and are not as easy to build as destroyers and light cruisers. Aircraft carriers are scarce, their resource consumption is horrific, and unlike battleships, their main guns can be installed and used at any time. Unless it is attacked, a cannon will consume some ammunition. The possible disadvantages are a series of issues such as the hit rate of artillery fire when the training level is low, but considering that the hit rate of long-range combat in naval battles is already very low, it is not unacceptable for many admirals. The other admirals who had initially envisioned the bomber brigade like Vian still could not forget the resentful look in Langley's eyes when he talked about the difference between an aircraft carrier and a battleship. Because she is a light carrier girl. Every ship girl has her own training level, which is also a reflection of her growth and the degree of her mental liberation. When the battleship girl's training level is low, the ship will sail slower and the cannons will fire more crookedly. However, the number of carrier-based aircraft they launched at the same time was completely different. An aircraft carrier with a training level of 1 can launch 5 aircraft at the same time. An aircraft carrier with a training level of 10 can launch 10 aircraft at the same time. And an aircraft carrier with a training level of 20 can launch 15 aircraft at the same time, and so on. After the training level exceeds 50, the number of aircraft that can be launched increases by 1 level. When a ship girl reaches a training level of 100, she can launch 80 carrier-based aircraft at the same time. At that time, the limit on the ship girls on the aircraft carrier is their hangar limit. Under the same circumstances, an aircraft carrier with a larger hangar will have a higher upper limit than a light carrier when the level is high. But these problems are not a problem for Wayan. If the sister aircraft carriers have difficulty leveling up, then they can just bomb the deep sea and spray aluminum to make up for the losses. If the sister aircraft carriers' hangars are not big enough, then they can just modify them when the hull is materialized. Other people's problems can be solved here at Wayan. But Wayan quickly came to his senses, now knowing the energy and cost required for most ship equipment. He could finally start planning properly. Now the most important thing. Help Xiefeng to complete the remaining ship equipment, earn enough resources for Xiefeng to materialize the ship equipment, and then go to the reputation as soon as possible to accept patrol commissions, while hiding his ability to make ship equipment from the outside. Reasonable sale of some ship equipment. So what Vian needs to do now is to help Xiefeng complete the remaining 5 128mm anti-aircraft guns. In the end, Vian decided to help Xiefeng upgrade the torpedoes. Uses 2 6-tube 61cm torpedo launchers for a total of 12 torpedo tubes. And a sonar, plus deep cast. A total of 6,500 energy points are required. Because the evaluations of several ship equipment are all purple, Wayan can only produce 2 a day. So Wayan immediately made 2 torpedoes. A blue light flashed, and 2 energy balls emitting purple light appeared in Vian's hands, and then they turned into 2 torpedo toys. Xiaowei, what's going on? After seeing that Wayan had finished making the ship's outfit, Xiefeng, who had not dared to disturb Wayan before, finally couldn't help but ask. Then I saw the 2 toys in Wayan's hands. I'm fine, but now sister, you need to use these 2 ship equipments. As he said that, Wayan handed the 2 torpedo ship equipment in his hand to Xiefeng. What's this, Xiaowei? Looking at the torpedo ship equipment in Vian's hand that was somewhat similar in style to the one he was using now, Xiefeng looked at him in confusion. 6-barrel 610mm torpedoes are stronger than your current torpedoes, and with the same number of barrels, they can save a little more deck space. In order to take into account the future upgrade of Yukikaze's hull, there are hulls covered with squares on Yukikaze's deck. Rather than using a tilted launch system that was vulnerable to attack, he arranged a vertical missile launch system for Xiefeng. It has a stronger ammunition capacity, all-round launch with no blind spots, and subsequent arrangements as well as a universal module design. And stronger security. Now that part can only be covered by a thick steel plate to hide the hole underneath. Even Xiefeng asked him countless times why he left these places behind, and Wan also revealed a little that it was a weapon. After that, Xiefeng stopped asking questions. After all, she is now much stronger than before, and she believes that what Wan did makes sense. After all, her current equipment system was also arranged by Wan. So the layout of other spaces is slightly more compact. But after being able to stuff so much equipment into Xiefeng, Wan felt temporarily safe. Before Clemenceau's ship materialized, he only had one battleship, the Yukikaze. The more powerful the Yukikaze, the safer he would be. After all, he would definitely accompany Xiefeng when she sailed. After hearing what Wan said, Xiefeng's eyes lit up immediately. Torpedo. Her favorite weapon besides her main guns is torpedoes, and now she is about to have more powerful torpedoes. So she took the 2 torpedo ship equipment from Wan without hesitation and ate them up with a crunch like eating chocolate. Having input the data of the ship's equipment into her own mind core, she can materialize it as long as she has enough resources. Xiaowei, do you have any more? Do you have any more? After feeling that the new torpedo was more powerful than his previous torpedoes, Xiefeng looked at Wan with some lingering feelings. Sister, you know me. Making ship suits consumes my physical strength, which I only have so much every day. But I will finish making your ship suit in the next few days. We'll be able to test sail soon. Vian plans to complete Xiefeng's battleship and launch it for sea trials within a week. Chapter 55. Everything has changed. Why haven't you changed? The ship equipment that Xiefeng lacks are all purple ones, and Wan can make 2 a day without becoming overly tired. There were 7 purple ship suits in total, and Wan finished them in 4 days. But with it comes a new problem. Wan does not have many other resources. As time was tight, Vian chose to make 2 comets, but he didn't dare to make too many. Clemenceau sold them at several nearby blue banks. Finally, on the last day of the week, Clemenceau returned and brought back the resources that Vian needed. The total value of resources is 1.2 million blue coins, plus the remaining resources from before. Fuel, 7,725. Ammunition, 8,400. Steel, 10,350. Aluminum, 99. Battleship core, 0. Azure coin, 10,000. Because the realization of ordinary ship equipment does not require additional resources like the ship body that Wan designed for Xiefeng before. Now Vian and Clemenceau were standing by the dock, watching Xiefeng install each ship equipment onto his warship. On the empty deck and the reserved installation positions, 128mm guns are neatly arranged on both sides of the ship. Sonar was also installed in the hole where Vian and Clemenceau could not see. The torpedo tubes, which are Yukikaze's hidden weapons, are hidden inside Yukikaze's hull. There were just a few hidden openings on both sides of the warship, which would be difficult to find if you didn't pay special attention on the sea. However, what was a pity for Wan was that he did not find the torpedo reloading system. After Xiefeng used up 6 torpedoes once, it would take a long time to reload. However, it is still much faster than normal human control. After Xiefeng's training level increases, the loading speed of the naval guns can be increased further. Looking at the warship in front of him that had already reached Vian's original target, he felt relieved. Now, he finally has a ship family. As long as the place on the sea is not particularly dangerous, he can basically sail alone relying on Xiefeng's warship. No need to ride on other people's boats anymore. Only a portion of the resources around Xiefeng were used and then collected again. Then he quickly ran to Wan's side. Xiaowei, the manifestation of all ship equipment has been completed. Looking at the excited Xiefeng, Wan put his hand on Xiefeng's little head. Sister, don't move. As he spoke, Wan triggered the contract in his mind that connected him to Xiefeng. Xiefeng's complete information appeared in front of Wan. Battleship, Snow Wind. Level, 11. Mine core, 17,500 tons. Ship weight, 12,000 tons. Power, normal 35 knots, extreme 41 knots. Overall length, 220 meters beam, 22.3 meters. Draft, 9.5 meters. Power system, dynamic modification type 1. Main gun, 3 240mm triple-mounted guns. Secondary guns, 6 twin 128mm dual-purpose guns. Torpedo, 2 6-barrel 610mm torpedoes. Anti-submarine, 1 improved sonar and 1 improved deep-throw sonar. Currently, Xiefeng's mind core has a remaining upper limit of 5,500. Once Xiefeng replenishes his ammunition and fuel, there will not be much space left. Looking at the majestic warships in the dock, Clemenceau's little eyes also sparkled. She knew that now that Xiefeng's battleship was completed, the next one would be hers. During these few days, in addition to learning how to make ship equipment and going to the commissioning room every day to check on the status of the Academy's commission tasks, Vian spent most of his time designing the hull of Clemenceau. Because Clemenceau is originally a battleship, its upper limit is higher than Yukikaze, and its starting point is also higher, especially in this era of giant ships and cannons. Are you ready? Seeing that Weian didn't move for a long time, Xiefeng stared at Weian with her beautiful eyes and asked in a low voice. Okay, next sister, you should replenish the remaining resources. Okay, but there are still too many resources before that. As he spoke, Xiefeng took out the remaining resources and gave them to Weian, and then took out some from the bullet-shaped ammunition and a mini barrel of fuel and placed them in his own ship space. The rest were all given to Weian. Weian counted the remaining resources and found that Xiefeng had only used 500 units each to replenish ammunition and fuel, which came to a total of 100,000 Azure coins. This is after Xiefeng's hull has been upgraded, and the resources required will be a little more. If it was the old Snow Wind ship, it might not even be able to use up half of this resource. Then Xiaowei, can we set sail next? Xiefeng, who was already a little impatient, had already started eating the ammunition resources like candy one bite at a time. Yes, but this is called a sea trial. Sister, you need to get familiar with the operation of the ship first, and I also have to go to the reputation office to receive a commission. And I'm almost done drawing the blueprint for your battleship, Clemenceau. I'll be busy working on your battleship next. Xiefeng's warships emptied Vian's wallet, but even more powerful ones were still to come, leaving him no time to rest. Moreover, Weian also hopes to accept the commission from the Academy to see if he can go to the more dangerous waters to fight in the ordinary deep sea, obtain more resources, and improve Xiefeng's training level by the way. After all, there are quite a lot of shipgirls from the Shipgirls Alliance in the waters near the Academy, so it is easier to call for support when encountering enemies that they cannot defeat, so it is not the time to utilize their power. The danger will obviously be much higher when you face the deep sea alone in the future. At the same time, Vian also had the idea that he needed a girl. Now, every time there was something to do, it was given to Clemenceau to do, because Xiefeng was temporarily the flagship. There are many things to learn in no time. Every time she handed it over to Clemenceau, her learning time would be reduced. The next problem that arose after she began to materialize the hull for Clemenceau was that Vian felt that there were not enough people again. Compared to other admirals, his goal is the front line, the forefront of the battle, and he needs to accumulate strength of his own while in Academy. But now that Xiefeng's initially completed warship finally gave him a sense of security and confidence. Before leaving the dock, Xiefeng looked at his warship reluctantly and looked back every few steps, which made Weian feel a little amused. But when he and Clemenceau were walking in front and couldn't see, Xiefeng pouted her little mouth. He muttered to himself with some grievance, while gesturing with his hands in front of his chest. My main guns have become larger and more powerful, and even the battleships have undergone earth-shaking changes. But why? You're still not that big. Xiaowei likes big sisters. Even your height hasn't changed at all. As Xiefeng said this, he rubbed it with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 56, this 200-meter-long warship is a destroyer? What? You want to apply for a training ground? Although Elizabeth had already prepared herself mentally, she also knew through various speculations that Vian had already materialized the hull of her own ship. But now when Weian brought a shipgirl to her and told her to apply for a sea trial at the exercise site, she still couldn't control her emotions. Yes, isn't it required by the prestige teacher that we must be familiar with the operation of the battleship? I need a training ground for Xiefeng to get familiar with her own ship. So it's really that fast? Although I know you might materialize earlier. But school has only been open for a month? On the one hand, I was happy that Weian had confirmed my guess, but at the same time, I became worried about Weian because he was moving too fast. This is a very fast admiral since they established the Admiral Academy, and it has been relatively fast in history. The Academy can wait for me. Everyone can wait for me, but the deep sea won't wait for me. When the deep sea appears in front of me, I hope it won't be a powerless cry. Weian had already thought of an excuse for this, but he also had other ideas in mind. Elizabeth and the others all knew that Yukikaze was a destroyer, but he was the only one who knew the current condition of Yukikaze's hull. However, as long as Yukikaze is going to set sail, it cannot be concealed. It is better to apply for an exercise site openly and let Elizabeth and other shipgirls follow to prevent any accidents. Looking at Vian's determined eyes and thinking about Vian and Xiefeng's past, Elizabeth also understood his thoughts. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. Is tomorrow okay? In order to prevent any problems, I will personally accompany you tomorrow. Langley still needs to attend classes, so I can't help it. Elizabeth spoke softly, thinking about the care she had given to her old friend's son. Then I'll trouble you, Dean. It's okay. I'll wait for you at practice field number 3 tomorrow. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she waved to Vian, signaling him to leave. Having accomplished his goal, Wan stopped bothering Elizabeth. But the moment the office door closed, Elizabeth couldn't control the upward curve of her lips. He quickly took out his cell phone and sent out a few messages. At the same time, Reputation, who was arranging patrol matters, Bumblebee, who was monitoring, and the Vesta, who was taking a nap in the chair, all received the message. Elizabeth only sent one message: to gather at training ground number 3 tomorrow. Bumblebee is responsible for observing the situation of the security shipgirls, Reputation is responsible for guidance, and Vesta is responsible for repairing the ship after an accident occurs. Elizabeth was still worried that Vian's overly radical ideas would cause some defects in the hull of the ship. Just like a worried old woman. Unfortunately, she doesn't know yet. She thought that Wan letting her shipgirl materialize the ship was radical enough. When she sees it tomorrow. Xiaowei, how is it? How is it? Done. Tomorrow at practice field number 3, you can give it your all, sister. Wan made a cheering gesture to the 2 shipgirls in front of him and said happily. At the same time, Wan was going to drain all his energy to make equipment and then sell them next time. The next time will be right after we get back from the cruise. Night. The completion of the ship made Wan feel relieved, but Xiefeng was even more relieved. Lying on his bed, Xiefeng recalled how Wan gradually healed him from the painful days before. Obviously, she was the older sister, but Wan's understanding, intelligence, and thoughtfulness healed her since childhood and never made her worry. Only on the night when he told her that he wanted to become an admiral, she was very worried. But in the end, as a married ship, she could not stop him. She felt that she had bad luck, but she met the best admiral in her life. Even though she was just a shipgirl without even a physical body, Wan gave her a new life. Now she is no longer the weak girl she used to be. She finally has her own strength to protect her admiral. Protect your beloved brother and never let him get hurt again. The tranquility of the night, Vian's steady breathing, and the obsessed eyes staring at Vian's sleeping face in the darkness of the snowy wind. But the presence of Clemenceau, who was also sleeping in the dormitory, hindered her thoughts. It's been a long time since I've been close to Xiaowei. Woo. When Wan needed to do something, she would stay quietly by his side and support him in doing what he wanted to do. But now that Wan's biggest goal during this period of time has been achieved, Xiefeng's uncontrollable desire has begun to grow again. In the end, Xiefeng had no choice but to cover herself with the quilt and force herself to fall asleep. The dock, which had been closed for a long time, was finally opened, and the seawater that poured in filled the bottom of the warship. And now Vian stood in the command room, feeling the roar of the giant beast beneath him and the slight trembling of the hull. Compared to ordinary battleships, the battleship of the Kankali, now Yukikaze is chatting beside him, and he can also feel that the power of the battleship has been turned on. And in a flash of Xiefeng's mind, various operating instructions were issued to every part of the ship, and the ship started moving on its own. What Wan found most outrageous was that Xiefeng was clearly standing next to him, but it seemed as if she could see the environment on the sea around her. After the pre-start, a 220-meter-long, slender, prismatic warship slowly moved out of the closed dock. Sail slowly on the sea and then accelerate little by little. Xiaowei, I have never felt so good. The battleship is just like my body. It is very easy to operate. Looking at Xiefeng, who was smiling brightly, Wan couldn't help but smile. Sister, you didn't want me to be the admiral before, but you are happy now, right? But Xiaowei, there's a plane flying near us. The battleship was her body, so just like standing on the bridge and observing the movements on the sea, she discovered the planes hovering around her battleship. It's okay. It should be the shipgirl sent by the Dean. Vian was not too nervous about this because Elizabeth knew the location of his dock. But he didn't know how shocked Elizabeth, who was now beside Bumblebee, was. What did you say? Say it again. Elizabeth looked at Bumblebee with a "you're teasing me" look. Elizabeth, are you sure it's the Admiral's battleship? Isn't his initial ship a destroyer? Then is this 200-meter-long warship I saw a destroyer? If you say it's his battleship girl, it's impossible for her to materialize in just over 10 days. This is a destroyer. Elizabeth could only hear Bumblebee say it, but it was not as shocking as what Bumblebee saw directly from the plane. Chapter 57. Shocked Elizabeth. Why are you yelling so loudly? Bumblebee's surprised voice made Elizabeth's ears hurt, so she rubbed her ears and looked at Bumblebee with some resentment. But that kid, forget it. You'll know when you see it. Seeing that Elizabeth was still confused, Bumblebee increased his speed. Elizabeth arrived today on her ship. But now some different ideas are coming to Elizabeth's mind. Could it be that what he materialized was not Yukikaze, but the hull of another shipgirl? Because it was in the waters near the academy, when sailing in the snow wind, you could occasionally see scattered warships sailing on the sea. Or you can park at the college port. Admiral, I want it too. Originally, Clemenceau thought she could control her excitement, but now that she was also on this warship, she could immediately and directly feel the changes that Xiefeng had told her about before. After the Weian transformation, the speed of the warship alone surprised her. Because the slender warship had been sailing for a period of time, Xiefeng had already mastered the basic operations of the warship. So Vian allowed her to speed up further. The speed has now reached 30 knots, but looking at Xiefeng beside him, he still looks relaxed. Xiao Wei, I think it can be a little faster. Xiefeng, who had already taken control of the ship, spoke to Weian with a relaxed look on his face. Sister, don't worry now. You will have the chance to show your abilities once we get to the exercise area. This time, applying for a training ground was not only to allow Xiefeng to familiarize herself with the ship, but more importantly to see whether the battleship met her expectations, such as shelling and so on. Xiefeng nodded in confirmation when Weian did not agree, and continued to maintain the status quo. But the battleships of Vian and Xiefeng are not only larger but also surprising. The other warships passing by Xiefeng all looked sideways when they saw the warship. This angular and slender style is really very different from them. It can be said that they have never seen such a warship in the Academy, not even one. The relatively safe waters near the Academy have been designated as exercise areas, and exercises are often held to train the combat capabilities of the shipgirls. It's just that most of the admirals in Weian's generation have not yet materialized their ships, so there is no such course yet. Sea area number 3 is quite far away. It took 1 hour to sail at the speed of 30 knots in Yukikaze, which is exactly 30 nautical miles. If converted into kilometers, it would be more than 55 kilometers. After arriving at the designated exercise area, the plane that had previously only flown above the snow wind finally flew in front of the warships and guided them in the direction. Elizabeth, who had been waiting in the exercise area for a long time, looked at the somewhat excited Bumblebee. They are coming, look over there. As he spoke, Bumblebee pointed out the location of his carrier-based aircraft to them. At the same time, on the distant sea, a slender warship appeared in front of Elizabeth and her companions, approaching rapidly. When they got closer, they were finally able to see the complete appearance of the warship. Elizabeth's chin was almost stuffed with eggs, and the other shipgirls were in the same situation. Only Bumblebee, who knew the situation in advance, remained calm. Is this really a destroyer? Reputation looked with some admiration at the sturdy triple 240mm main guns on the battleship and the rows of 128mm secondary guns on both sides of the superstructure. Judging from her reputation, this looks exactly like a heavy cruiser, not a destroyer. However, this oversized hull is much longer than a normal heavy cruiser, making it more like a battle cruiser, but the caliber of its main guns does not reach that level. It makes the reputation look very awkward. As for why Vian did not equip the Snow Wind with a large main gun, the recoil when the main gun was firing, and whether the keel of the Snow Wind battleship could withstand such a large main gun. And the biggest problem was that he didn't have that much money at the time. He had to complete Xiefeng's battleship first, so he could only choose this relatively rare main gun with a higher selling price. The main gun can still be upgraded later. Because the shipgirl does not necessarily need to be in the control room to operate the warship, Vian brought a shipgirl to the deck, but did not dare to go to the opponent's warship. After all, he is a male admiral, and the opponents are all shipgirls who are not similar to him. Even though the shipgirl can control the battleship without staying in the battleship, she cannot be too far away from the battleship, probably only about 1 nautical mile in radius. The farther the distance is, the weaker the connection with the warship will be. Although you can still fire bombardments and sail, the stability and hit rate will drop sharply. Is this your battleship? Clemenceau? Elizabeth communicated with Vian through a loudspeaker. Right. But let me correct you. This battleship is Yukikaze. Weian said loudly and pointed at the dwarf beside him. The result was that Vian saw a brief commotion on the opposite warship, and then several shipgirls jumped off the warship in front of Vian's surprised eyes, glided on their feet, and came to Xiefeng and the others. Elizabeth, who had just boarded the boat, rushed straight to Vian without stopping. It's Yukikaze? Do you think that, Dean? I haven't seen the destroyer Yukikaze. The other shipgirls who followed up also nodded in agreement. Seeing their unwillingness to believe in their eyes, Weian had already prepared himself mentally. After all, such a big change in the appearance of a warship has never happened before. Although an admiral has proposed a method of redesigning the battleship and rematerializing it, it is only limited to the upper limit of the shipgirl's mind core. The displacement of the ship before the realization is the same as before the redesign. What also needs to be considered in the redesign is whether other equipment on the warship also needs to be replaced, which are all costs. Finally, after various admirals modified the battleships, the improvement from redesigning the battleships was no longer proportional to the effort, and the battleships would become stronger as the training level of the shipgirls increased. Therefore, if the admiral has the energy to design battleships, it would be better for him to spend his time on improving the training level of the shipgirls. But there are also admirals who are not short of money and they just want to increase the strength a little bit and free up space for the battleship to redesign the battleship for the shipgirls, just like Vian did. At the same time, such an admiral is generally a very good admiral. After all, he needs to design the battleship drawings himself, and there cannot be any major problems. So now Vian gave Elizabeth a big surprise. She had really never seen such a warship before. Chapter 58 Exercise Subjects. Except that the main gun is a little smaller, it almost looks like a battleship. How can you make Elizabeth believe that this is the same small thing from before? Wan had already thought of a way to deal with this. Yukikaze, partial salvo, target practice target. Then several shipgirls saw that with a wave of Xiefeng's little hand, all the main guns on the battleship began to turn in one direction, aimed at the exercise target floating in the exercise area. At the same time, shells began to form inside the barrel. Boom, boom. The sounds of 2 cannon shots came from the main gun on the rear deck of the battleship, and the battleship shook slightly. This time, Wan and Xiefeng proved with their own actions who owned this battleship. But this time the shot missed the target and landed on the water. Dean, it's really Xiefeng. Reputation sighed and poked Elizabeth's arm with his finger, reminding her. What did she see? Elizabeth felt that her common sense was broken by Vian, a destroyer girl who had a hull that was completely incompatible with her. And most importantly, she was not paralyzed. She can perfectly control this battleship with ease. This admiral has accomplished what many shipgirls and admirals have wanted to do over the past century. He let a destroyer girl control a warship that was beyond her mental capacity. Impossible, impossible, this must be an illusion. Elizabeth, who had seen all sorts of storms, still found it a little unbelievable and kept repeating this sentence. She just wanted to see what kind of surprises this child could bring her, what kind of warship the admiral's warship would be like if he was the son of a good friend and raised by a shipgirl. But she didn't expect Wan to give her a big shock. Seeing Elizabeth's disbelief, the main gun that Xiefeng had just fired had been reloaded with shells. Boom, boom. 2 more artillery shells completely brought Elizabeth back to her senses and brought her back to reality. Looking at the admiral in front of him, whose face is similar to his friend, and the 2 petite shipgirls beside him. Tell me, how did you do it? How can the destroyer girl drive such a large warship? Elizabeth, who was finding it difficult to conceal her excitement, didn't even notice that she had grabbed Vian's arms. But Clemenceau discovered him in time and pulled him down, protecting him behind him. Dean, calm down, please. The more he knows about the history of Kankali, the more Wan understands the changes that this ability of his will bring. But unfortunately, his talent is like that of other admirals, and his ability to upgrade his mind can only be used on his own shipgirls. It can be used by the shipgirls who have a contract with him, and the ordinary contracts between shipgirls and admirals are dominated by the admiral, and only the admiral can terminate them. If you want to become like Yukikaze, you need to become his shipgirl. After becoming a shipgirl, the contract is in his hands, and it depends on his wishes whether to terminate it. So Wan is not worried about this problem, as long as he does not expose his ability to make ship equipment. Because the ship equipment he made can be used by all shipgirls. My talent as an admiral is the same as that of other admirals. My talent can only be used on my own shipgirls. Elizabeth, who originally thought that Vian had some special method, calmed down after hearing his answer. Every admiral has his own talents, some that help with construction, some that help with combat, and other talents. However, each talent has a limitation that it is only effective for one's own shipgirl. This is why the shipgirl would choose the admiral when humans are so weak. The admiral's talents are not all strange or bizarre, but they are varied. The most sought-after admiral talent is the one that increases the firepower of the shipgirl. In particular, the more powerful the shipgirl is, the more she likes such talents. There was once a powerful admiral. The former first commander-in-chief of the Northern Theater, he is a gifted king of artillery, able to increase the artillery power of his shipgirls by 20. Maybe it's not obvious enough for a destroyer, but when it comes to a battleship, the already powerful main gun will be improved by 20. This made the admiral at that time one of the most powerful beings of that era. Because of his powerful talent, he attracted the attention of many shipgirls, and they joined his naval base. Because the limitation is that only a shipgirl can enjoy this talent. Now that Vian's talent, which broke the previous historical framework, had appeared but could only be used on her own shipgirl, Elizabeth sighed. No matter how powerful they are, their upper limit will never be as high as that of a shipgirl with an admiral. What's more, Elizabeth still remembers that the Yukikaze in front of her has already made a vow with his admiral. On the surface, the oath is a bargain for the admiral, but various data over the past 100 years have shown otherwise. If you want to become the strongest shipgirl, there is really only one way to go, to become an admiral. She had seen countless powerful and solitary shipgirls who, after reaching that realm, found it difficult to break through. The oath shipgirls are like those who do not have that bottleneck and can be promoted to the end. But now they are here to guide the shipgirl who has just materialized the ship. Talent? But with such a strong talent, you will definitely be a powerful admiral in the future. After learning that it was Vian's talent, Elizabeth felt a little disappointed, but then she felt relieved. Since Wayan has such a strong talent, she will have to worry less about Wayan in the future, as he has the potential to become stronger. Now I believe this is a destroyer, but are you sure you don't want to change the name? It should be at least a heavy cruiser at this size. Elizabeth suggested to Vian sincerely. Vian just shook his head at this. Yukikaze, she's still a destroyer. Seeing Vian's insistence, Elizabeth didn't ask any more questions. We have already wasted quite a bit of time on the road, so let's start with today's exercise. Elizabeth took a board from the goddess of the kitchen next to her and handed it to Vian. We'll follow you on your boat. Just get started. Wayan took a quick look. Attack, artillery, torpedo, secondary guns, navigation, avoidance, air defense, and anti-submarine. There are a total of 4 major projects, all of which need to be completed by Xiefeng. The simplest of them was sailing, and Wayan gave the order immediately after looking at the map route attached to the board. Xiefeng, full power, go forward. Dean, Mr. Bumblebee, you can go ahead. We will catch up soon. At the same time, he gave her the map for confirmation. The difference from before is that Xiefeng started to operate seriously and no longer had the ease as before. The battleship that had been sailing slowly with Bumblebee and her crew finally showed its uniqueness. Chapter 59. It's reasonable for my destroyer to run at 40 knots. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. Because Vian let Bumblebee and the others go first, the 3 shipgirls drove their warships and accelerated in advance, giving directions to Wayan and Xiefeng in front. But even if the goddess of the kitchen pulled her power to the maximum, it was only 16 knots, which was not fast enough. The Reputation and Bumblebee in front were also sailing at a speed of 15 in order to prevent Vesta from falling behind. At the same time, he was observing the snow wind behind him. But in this short period of time when they looked back, they were surprised to find that Xiefeng's speed had reached 20 knots. The speed continues to increase. When Xiefeng sailed by them, it had reached a speed of 25 knots. Elizabeth, who had been on the snow wind boat, also clearly felt how fast the snow wind was accelerating. Finally, Renown and Bumblebee had a brief exchange, and Renown continued to follow Vesta, while Bumblebee sped up to follow Yukikaze. After all, according to their thinking, a battleship as big as the snow wind should not be as fast as before. Most destroyers can only travel at a maximum speed of 35 knots, and some are even slower at 30 knots. According to the previous speed of 38 knots of Yukikaze, the current speed of 32 knots is already amazing. But fortunately, as an aircraft carrier, Bumblebee has a natural speed advantage over most shipgirls. Because their aircraft carriers will generate deck wind during navigation, and if the wind speed is fast enough, it can provide additional lift to the carrier-based aircraft. Therefore, aircraft carriers have considerable requirements for cruising speed. Therefore, as an aircraft carrier girl, she has a faster speed than most other girls. So after Bumblebee started to speed up, Reputation and Vesta were quickly left behind. By the time we accelerated to 30 knots, the distance between us and them was already quite far. But at this time, Xiefeng had already caught up and was keeping pace with Bumblebee. This speed. Several shipgirls reacted at the same time and realized that the speed had reached 35 knots. However, after accelerating to 35 knots, Yukikaze's speed had not stabilized, and she still wanted to continue releasing the power of the battleship. The Bumblebee, which was still accelerating, was overtaken by Yukikaze, and the distance between them gradually widened as they accelerated. For this reason, Hornet released his own carrier-based aircraft, F-4F Wildcat, in order to continue observing Yukikaze's data. In order to observe Xiefeng from multiple angles, Bumblebee directly launched 5 planes this time, surrounding the snow wind from above. But it was also because of this that the Bumblebee, which was automatically following the plane, and Elizabeth on the battleship discovered it. The originally stable warship began to break through the waves on the sea. The speed has exceeded 36, 37, and is still accelerating. It was not until Reputation and Vesta were left far behind that Bumblebee and Elizabeth discovered that Yukikaze's speed had reached an unheard of 40 knots. What does it mean that a warship comparable to a battleship can reach a speed of 40 knots? There are very few destroyers that can outrun this battleship, not to mention the larger and more cumbersome heavy cruisers, battleships, and other warships. Even for a battle cruiser that pursues high speed, what is the fastest it can reach? 35. In Wayan's impression, the representative of high-speed battleships, the Iowa, can run at a maximum speed of 33 knots when fully loaded, and can reach about 35 knots when the load is light. There is still a gap of 6 knots with Xiefeng. When Wayan designed the battleship for Yukikaze, he was aiming for a full load. If the Yukikaze had a smaller load, the speed could be increased a little. But it is also quite difficult, as the power system has already occupied a large amount of space on Xiefeng's ship. But even so, the snow wind had already made Elizabeth and the others drop their jaws. In this world that worships giant ships and big guns, a slight increase in the speed of a warship can give you a slight advantage. Have the initiative in battle. Just as the reputation thinks that Xiefeng's main gun is incompatible with the battleship, when Xiefeng's main gun is upgraded again, it will be faster than a destroyer and have stronger firepower than an ordinary battlecruiser. If you have enough initiative in combat, it will be difficult for someone to hit you back when you get hit. A word flashed through Elizabeth and Bumblebee's minds at the same time. Monster. Although there are no other obvious outstanding features of this battleship, it has the upper hand when the speed of other battleships is not outstanding. Finally, after accelerating to 40 knots, Xiefeng's little face began to turn red, as if the blood in her body began to burn. She finished her warm-up exercises only after driving at 40 knots. The previous exercises were called walking. Sister, is there anything wrong with your body? Looking at Xiefeng's rosy face, Vian asked worriedly. It was also the first time he saw a shipgirl driving a battleship, so he didn't know what Yukikaze was like now. I've never felt so good. Xiaowei, let's move on to the next one. The fast speed meant that Xiefeng had arrived at the designated shooting area ahead of time. Small islands stand scattered on the sea. Through the telescope, you can clearly see the distance signs on the small islands from this side. The close distance is 2 nautical miles and the far distance is 20 nautical miles. However, 40 nautical miles is beyond the maximum range of most naval guns, so it really depends on luck to hit the target. Therefore, this time Yukikaze needs to test the artillery fire at a distance of 3 to 8 nautical miles, which is equivalent to a distance of 5 to 15 kilometers when converted into kilometers. It is also the distance at which conventional warships engage in combat. However, after the previous bombardment by Xiefeng, Weiyan had a rough understanding of the hit rate of Xiefeng's bombardment. In order to better test the artillery fire, the route was such that when the warship arrived, it was facing the target sideways. It is also the most powerful posture for a battleship to unleash its firepower. 3 nautical mile target. Prepare for shooting. Volley. Because Xiefeng's hit rate is quite funny, you need to calibrate and aim in advance. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous artillery fire spread from the front deck to the rear deck. But Weiyan didn't care about these things. Instead, he immediately picked up the telescope and began to observe where the shells landed. Unfortunately, due to Yukikaze 11's low training level and unfamiliarity with the ship, only one of the 9 main guns hit the target. The others all fell into the water. The problem is that the calibration distance for this round is 3 nautical miles, which is less than 6 kilometers. At the same time, Weiyan decided to let Xiefeng practice artillery more. I'm sorry, Xiaowei, I didn't do it well. Seeing the artillery fire miss at this distance, Xiefeng apologized to Weiyan. It's okay, sister. If we can't hit accurately, we just need to practice more. Besides, you are not familiar with the ship yet. Prepare for the second round of calibration. Volley. After the first calibration, Xiefeng observed which of his main guns hit the target and made subtle adjustments. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Vian saw traces of the explosion on the target through the telescope. A total of 7 shots hit the target successfully, and 2 of them hit the edge of the island and fell into the water. Weiyan nodded calmly in response. Chapter 60 Avoidance and Flexibility. After the first 2 bombardments, Xiefeng's shooting proficiency improved significantly. Even after switching to other targets, the hit rate of a round of shelling was much better than the initial one. Elizabeth was amazed to see Xiefeng becoming more and more skilled in shooting and not being greatly affected by the transformation of the battleship. However, the hit rate of targets beyond 8 nautical miles began to drop rapidly even for warships operated by shipgirls. Weiyan, who had been observing, also silently noted down these data in his mind. After becoming familiar with shooting, Elizabeth found Vian in time. Let Yukikaze use this training missile ship equipment. Looking at the toy cannonball in his hand, Weiyan nodded and handed the ship equipment to Xiefeng beside him. At the same time, Elizabeth began to call on the goddess of the hearth who came from behind to release the things. Next, we will practice the comprehensive attack. Weiyan nodded in confirmation, and Xiefeng promptly told Weiyan that the practice ammunition had been replaced. After a while they saw a damaged warship coming out from behind a small island in the distance. No, it should be said that there was a target ship towed in front of it. Your next goal is to hit it. Just looking at the scars on the target ship, you can tell how much damage it has suffered, but this is also the reason why Elizabeth asked Yukikaze to replace it with practice bullets. Are you ready? Weiyan turned back in time to confirm with Xiefeng. No problem, leave it to me. At a distance of 6 nautical miles, the snow wind cannot hit directly. The muzzles of the 9 main guns aimed at the target ship were slightly raised, and even the 6 secondary guns were aimed at the target. Volley. More than a dozen shells drew a beautiful parabola and fell straight towards the target. But even if it is 6 nautical miles, it is still a long-distance shooting of more than 10 kilometers. After 12 seconds, the shell landed perfectly around the target ship but did not hit the target. This made Wei frown. It was okay to shoot at fixed targets. As soon as the moving target appeared, the disadvantage of hit rate became apparent. There is no fire control system, and the ship girl has to rely on her own aiming, which causes too many uncertainties. But Xiefeng was not discouraged. The shell had just hit the water, and she had already corrected her aiming position in time. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of salvos. This time the effect was obviously much better, with 2 hits. This is also the difference between a kankali and an ordinary battleship. A battleship is the result of hundreds or thousands of brains thinking, while a kankali controls the entire battleship with just one thought. The release of battleship capabilities is also greatly exceeded, and there is also adjustment capability. Xiefeng's bombardment made Elizabeth nod. Let's start the next step, mobile shooting. The battleship's speed, which had been slowing down, began to speed up again under Wei's command. At the same time, Vian gestured to the Hornet carrier-based aircraft that had been hovering around him. At the same time, he and Elizabeth returned to the command room and no longer stayed on the deck. The accelerating bow of the Yukikaze cut through the water, while the main guns on the deck did not stop their firing. He continued firing volleys, and thanks to the previous calibration, Xiefeng could barely maintain a hit rate of 2 shots at a time. But this is also based on the assumption that the target ship speed is only about 10 knots, and the enemy will not be stupid enough to wait for you to fire on the sea. When Xiefeng's speed just reached 25 knots, the sound of propellers was heard in the sky. Prepare for evasion, secondary guns fire. Because Xiefeng did not have an anti-aircraft machine gun installed, he could only rely on his secondary guns to try to shoot down planes. Fortunately, in Wei's opinion, 99 of the aircraft on aircraft carriers are propeller planes. The problem is that the flying speed is not very fast, which makes it possible to shoot down the plane. And it is a battleship controlled by a ship girl. But through this simple exercise, I clearly understood what the current Yukikaze and future ship girls lack: fire control. To a certain extent, it can improve the artillery hit rate of low-level ship girls. There were targets in the distance that needed to be shot at, and there were aircraft interference in the sky. It was supposed to be a step-by-step exercise, but Wei just let them do it all at once. Xiefeng was in great pain now. This batch of Hornets launched 10 carrier-based aircraft, with the aircraft flying at a relatively slow speed and the Hornets' superb control. This time, Yukikaze's 12 secondary guns fired rapidly. Compared to the main guns, which took 20 seconds to reload, the secondary guns were obviously much faster, taking only 3 seconds to fire a round. When 10 planes arrived over the Yukikaze, there were still 7 of them, and then they dropped bombs, one by one, onto the Yukikaze's deck and superstructure. With the interference from above and the need to maintain power while taking evasive action against the aircraft, Yukikaze's shells at the target ship were all empty. Wei, who was standing next to Xiefeng, could see that Xiefeng's little face was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. It has greatly exceeded my expectations. Compared to the anxiety on Xiefeng's face, Elizabeth and Bumblebee were very surprised. I didn't expect that Xiefeng's secondary guns could shoot down planes. They're quite powerful. Because others don't know, don't they know? Bumblebee is a veteran who has fought on the front lines for a long time. The evasion of her aircraft has surpassed that of most aircraft carrier girls. Because she has a B-25 and needs to carry out bombing missions, she is more proficient in aircraft combat than other aircraft carrier girls, and she is better at evading the battleship's air defense. Even in this situation, Xiefeng, who was not very skilled yet, bombarded 3 of her planes. How to not surprise them? But at this time, there was another roar of artillery fire. Avoid! Wei, who felt that Xiefeng's CPU was already overheating, continued to give orders. The reputation that had reached the designated target area in the distance began to bombard Xiefeng. This time, what we need to look at is Xiefeng's evasive ability. But reputation still underestimated Xiefeng's speed. The moment the order was given, the snow wind had accelerated to 35 knots and the battleship began a large-angle evasive maneuver. When Wei was first building the hull for Xiefeng, he was worried that Xiefeng's operability would be reduced due to the large length-to-width ratio of the warship. Now he felt that he was overthinking. It's really unreasonable for the ship girl to make such a perfect avoidance at a speed of 35 knots. By the time the shells arrived, they were all in the water. It was Elizabeth and the others who completely knelt down to the power of Yukikaze, a large battleship that is more agile than today's destroyers. Other battleships of the same size are like a joke. Moreover, Yukikaze's air defense capabilities were beyond the understanding of several shipgirls. She was able to shoot down 3 planes before she had even mastered the use of secondary guns. Once you become proficient at it, encountering an ordinary deep-sea aircraft carrier suicide attack won't be a big problem. Chapter 61. You, the destroyer, know a lot. The main guns are among the most powerful among heavy cruisers, and their speed and maneuverability exceed those of destroyers. The 12 secondary guns are comparable to the destroyer's main guns and can also shoot down aircraft. At the same time, Elizabeth's doubts arose again. Does Yukikaze still have torpedoes now? Because now Elizabeth didn't see Yukikaze's torpedo tubes on the deck. Just tell me where to hit the lightning. While Vian and Elizabeth were communicating, Xiefeng was still operating the machine seriously, having gotten over the initial chaos. Under the pressure from the other 3 shipgirls, Yukikaze is also growing rapidly, unlike other shipgirls who just come during exercises to fire a few shots and then leave. Weiyan wanted to see where Xiefeng's limits were, and at the same time, to better find Xiefeng's flaws himself. Another round of bombardment came from reputation. As expected, Xiefeng dodged it easily this time without even a scratch. She had no way to deal with the Hornet's plane and could only watch the Hornet drop the practice bombs onto her deck. But even in this panic, Yukikaze was able to shoot down half of the Hornet's planes, which was a huge improvement. Then let me see your torpedo strike again. Just fire it directly at the target ship. It's none of my business if it sinks. Vian asked Elizabeth, still somewhat cautiously. The target ship is just some steel resources, it's worthless. Seeing Elizabeth's nonchalant expression, Vian felt relieved. Sister, turn and head towards the target ship. Okay, Xiaowei. After hearing that they could launch torpedoes, Xiefeng and Weiyan both showed some excitement in their eyes. After the tests by the 3 shipgirls, everyone was very satisfied with Yukikaze's previous performance. Most of the time, they would not encounter such pressure when facing the deep sea. At the same time, the female kitchen god on the tugboat also untied the trailer in time to avoid accidental injuries. It was fine if they were just firing practice shells, but now that they were being loaded with real torpedoes, she still needed to be careful. The target was only 6 nautical miles away, and we were approaching at a speed of 40 knots at Yukikaze. It takes only 9 minutes to reach the target. You can imagine how fast it is. 5 minutes later, several shipgirls saw several small holes on the side of the Yukikaze battleship. At the same time, the Yukikaze hull made a small arc turn to aim at the torpedoes. A total of 6 torpedoes were fired one after another, quickly approaching the target ship under the water. 6 link. However, what surprised the shipgirls the most was not the torpedoes of the Yukikaze Rokurin, but the fact that the speed of the torpedoes was not much faster than that of the Yukikaze battleships. This was also Weiyan's helpless compromise after investigating various ship equipment data. In this world, the later torpedoes were not found in the torpedo ships. They were all pre-war torpedoes. When the speed is about 40 knots plus and the target range exceeds 8 nautical miles, the speed of most torpedoes will reach 35 knots. Even the snow wind can't outrun it. At the same time, they also realized what it meant that Yukikaze's speed could outrun the torpedoes, and the threat of lightning strikes to Yukikaze was further reduced. The slower the battleship, the more it fears torpedoes. If a cannon hits your superstructure, you still have a chance of survival. But if a torpedo hits your hull underwater, you still have a chance of survival. Just wait to die. Then the group of shipgirls saw that the torpedo with a speed of 46 knots was being chased by the Yukikaze at a speed of 40 knots, and it had not been left far behind. After finding the right angle, 6 more torpedoes were fired from the other side, fearing that the target ship would not sink completely enough. Elizabeth, who was closer to Vian, had already started pulling at Vian's clothes. What on earth did you pack for Xiefeng, kid? 12 torpedoes. What are you doing? They had thought that the rest of Yukikaze's armaments would have surprised them enough, but they hadn't expected this. Weiyan is not a human being. When the 12 torpedoes are hidden inside the hull and not fired, it looks like an ordinary battleship. However, it is easy to grab the T-shaped crosshead position when the speed is advantageous. Do you think it is just an ordinary bombardment? In the process of seizing the advantage, Xiefeng can launch a sneak attack with torpedoes, and the most important issue is, the hulls of Kankali are not like ordinary battleships. Their torpedoes can be generated at sea and can be reloaded. At most, different torpedoes have different loading speeds, and Yukikaze carries 2 6-mounted torpedoes, which means she can launch half as many torpedoes at a time compared to the 2 triple-mounted torpedoes carried by other shipgirls. The shipgirl is almost at the battleship level, but she still has to compete for the mission with the destroyer girl. Elizabeth's words made Vian touch his nose embarrassedly. There's also sonar and deep projection. I've already told you that Yukikaze is a destroyer. She'll definitely be able to do anything a destroyer can do. As for Xiefeng Vian, she has always been equipped with weapons according to the standards of a destroyer. It's just that the tonnage is a little bit larger, the hull is a little bit bigger, the speed is a little bit faster, and the firepower is a little bit stronger. She can do what a destroyer can do, and she can also do what a destroyer cannot do. If she is not a destroyer, then what is she? At the same time, Vian was a little disappointed when he saw the 12 torpedoes fired by Yukikaze. 6 torpedoes were fired at 2 intervals. If it was a warship with a faster speed, it would still be possible to avoid it. When he was looking for ship equipment, he was actually looking for a torpedo high-tech ship equipment and a torpedo reloading system, which came from the same country as the torpedoes that Xiefeng was currently using. You can preload torpedoes, then quickly reload and fire again after launching a torpedo. Unfortunately, he searched for a long time but found nothing, so he could only wait for his own development, so that Yukikaze could carry 12 torpedoes on one side at a time and 24 on both sides, including the amount that could be reloaded. You load 6 torpedoes at a time, so it's reasonable for me to load 24 torpedoes. Since the torpedo speed cannot solve the problem now, then a saturation attack will be more stable. How can a small main gun be as effective as a torpedo attack? During the conversation between Vian and Elizabeth, the target ship that had become a fixed target had already suffered the attack of the first 6 torpedoes. Unfortunately, 4 of the torpedoes hit it this time. The keel of the target ship was directly broken by the explosion and it could not be salvaged at all. Then the target ship, which had already been disconnected, was soon hit by a second round of torpedoes. In the eyes of everyone, it disappeared on the sea surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. Did you design Yukikaze's battleship? Elizabeth came back to her senses and looked at Vian with eyes full of passion. The fact that an ordinary Yukikaze had turned into this made her realize once again how powerful Vian's talent was. This is a huge change. And while she was watching the Yukikaze exercise, she was also observing which ship equipment was used on the warship. Now she found that there were a lot of rare ship equipment. Which admiral would dare to play like this? Chapter 62. Whale, Sea Tutelary Fort. While Elizabeth was asking questions, several other shipgirls also drove their ships to the vicinity of Yukikaze. They were really surprised by Xiefeng's current appearance. Although she was stronger than before, she had no obvious weaknesses. Elizabeth's question made Vian think for a moment. The only thing he could reveal now was that his shipgirl could support larger-scale transformations than other admiral shipgirls. You can make the shipgirls under your command more powerful and have the potential to become powerful admirals. Yes, but I have actually been preparing for Xiefeng's transformation for a long time. After coming to the academy, I just made up for the lack of knowledge before. That's why the manifestation this time was so fast. Because the changes in Xiefeng were so great and the speed at which they manifested were so fast that it was amazing. Fortunately, Wei-Yin had been with Xiefeng for such a long time that he could come up with a reasonable explanation. But the next warship may not be able to continue using rarer ship equipment like this. It's too expensive. As he said this, Vian looked at Elizabeth with a bitter face. That's true, but your talent is already very strong. Other admirals will need some time to adapt after they transform their shipgirls and equip them with new weapons. And you just materialized it, and Xiefeng can use all kinds of weapons very easily. Vian immediately reacted to what Elizabeth said. The reason why he set the initial completion plan for this battleship is that when the ship girl uses a ship outfit that is not her original one, it will require a familiarization process, and this process will occupy additional mental capacity. Therefore, the reason why Yukikaze can control these ship equipment so easily is that Vian has left her with enough mental upper limit, which makes her different from other ship girls. In order to meet the upgrade requirements of the ship girl as soon as possible, the admiral configured it to the maximum at once. The ship girl's mental limit is not enough, and the CPU cannot turn over, so the ship girl's control over the battleship is directly reduced or paralyzed. It can only return to normal after the mental core has incorporated the ship equipment into its own core and recorded it. Therefore, when ordinary admirals modify their own warships, they basically dare not touch the shape of the hull and most of the frames. They will only make changes if they can free up some extra space on the battleship. Or even if there are major changes, the mental limit of the ship girl cannot be exceeded, and she should be allowed to slowly become familiar with the new ship equipment. All of these things take time, and the longer ones may take just a few months or even a year. After the ship is materialized, it cannot effectively become a timely combat force, so most ordinary admirals choose to make minor changes to avoid affecting the combat effectiveness of the ship girl. After all, the deep sea doesn't care whether you're feeling unwell or not. My innate ability can reduce the burden of new ship equipment and hull on the ship girl, so I dare to add so many ship equipment to Xiefeng. Elizabeth's eyes lit up when she heard Vian's answer. Does that mean your shipgirls can be transformed according to the upper limit of their endurance? But Dean, we still have an assessment that we haven't completed yet. Wei thought that Xiefeng's anti-submarine operation had not been completed yet. There's no rush for that. When we get back later, we can just turn on the sonar to detect it. It's the easiest subject. I'm very interested in you now. If this ability can be used by other shipgirls, how much change can it cause? Elizabeth's straightforward words made Vian ashamed. But unfortunately, I have become accustomed to my current self. If it were before, I would definitely want to join you under your command. Even the several shipgirls next to Yukikaze nodded, expressing their affirmation of Elizabeth's words. I really envy someone like Yukikaze who can quickly adapt to powerful ship equipment, and even have a more powerful ship than before. Vian did not respond to their words. The reason why Xiefeng now seems stronger than other warships is because Vian has piled up resources. But the reason you asked Yukikaze to materialize the ship so quickly was probably because of a request. I was a little worried that there might be problems if you materialized it in such a hurry. It seems there is no problem now. Elizabeth gently stroked the hull of Xiefeng's ship, turned around, and said to Vian, while knocking twice on Xiefeng's warship. Bang bang ring. Dean. Vian was about to speak when Elizabeth raised her hand to stop him from opening his mouth. Listen to me. Elizabeth took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. Even Reputation and Bumblebee, who were communicating on the side, fell silent and stared at Elizabeth. You can accept the commission, but I hope you won't take too many risks, and don't be complacent because of the strength of this battleship. The situation at sea is changing rapidly, and there is no safe place, just like the submarine you encountered this time. I don't want anything to happen to you. Elizabeth's tone was completely different from usual, and her words sounded like an instruction, leaving everyone present confused. But at this time, Elizabeth turned her gaze to Xiefeng, who was beside Vian. Xiefeng, which tutelary fort were you from before? Although Elizabeth already knew most of Vian's background through the information she collected and investigated, she was still a little nervous when it came time to speak. The question suddenly shifted to Xiefeng, making her feel a little uneasy. What happened in the past was a past that she could not bear to look back on, but now it was brought up again. She could only look at her admiral in a daze. Whale Sea Tutelary Fort. In the end, the question was answered by Wei and instead of Xiefeng. So I don't want you to have any accidents either. Obviously, they don't need to go to such dangerous waters. Elizabeth was somewhat surprised to hear Vian's answer, but she was also very sad. So Dean, you know them? Yes, very well. I also know that the resources you used to materialize the Snow Wind ship were the ones they left for you. Elizabeth's words stunned Vian. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? But he came to his senses immediately. So what does the Dean want to say by telling me this? He was mentally prepared for the possibility that his relationship with Xiefeng might be investigated, but what he didn't expect was that Elizabeth might have a relationship with his parents. Then tell me, do you want to rebuild the tutelary fort that your parents once guarded? At this moment, Elizabeth stared straight into Vian's eyes. Even Xiefeng looked at Weian. She didn't know whether Weian would return to that place, and she never dared to ask. Chapter 63 The Truth from 18 years ago. After listening to Elizabeth's words, they also turned their curious eyes to Vian. If they remembered correctly, Elizabeth, if there is a chance, I would like to rebuild that place, but it is not up to me to decide. Most admirals have no choice regarding the allocation of naval bases, as they are basically assigned to them by the Kankali Union and the Navy. Therefore, Weian's attitude towards his parents' former naval base has always been that it would be better if he could get it back. If he can't get it back, others will be willing to give it to him once he is strong enough. After all, the aluminum resources in that sea area are really attractive, especially for an admiral like him who will definitely become a big aluminum consumer in the future. I'm glad to hear that, but I don't want you to go there. Vian's words made Elizabeth's eyes red and a little sparkling. But since you have become an admiral, it means that you did not listen to their warnings. Perhaps you are wondering why I am saying this. I felt the interruption of the contract when I was working at the Kankali United headquarters. Your mother is missing, so maybe my thoughts are similar to Xiefeng's. I don't want you to have any accidents. You are the only survivor of both of them, and you haven't forgotten them. Elizabeth's words made Vian's mind go blank, and even Xiefeng beside him had his CPU burn out. He was sure that he had never seen Elizabeth before at the garrison. Now he was told that the dean of the Admiral Academy might be his mother's shipgirl? That's ridiculous. But Reputation and Bumblebee on the side looked back and forth at Vian and Elizabeth as if they had expected it. But I haven't even seen you. Before Weian could ask a question, Xiao Xiefeng beside him was already staring straight at Elizabeth. Because the two admirals' shipgirls together form a very powerful naval base, I can also take care of some things for them here. After all, the garrison also needs to eat. I can purchase supplies here regularly and send them over. She had originally said that she would come back to see me in the winter, but I didn't expect that the last time I saw them go out to sea would be our final farewell. You are also a ship girl who joined the garrison later, right? Elizabeth took out a photo from her ship's space and handed it to Vian. Wayan took it and looked at it. This is a group photo, which includes not only Elizabeth, but also his parents and other ship girls he has seen. But the only thing missing is the snow wind that was built at the end, which serves as the background of the photo. That familiar whale flag was the flag of his parents' tutelary fort. So, what's the matter with Dean telling me this now? Vian still remembered that his parents did not mention Elizabeth when they were dying. She kept asking Xiefeng to take good care of herself throughout the whole process, so Vian became a little wary of Elizabeth. In fact, your parents didn't want you to become an admiral. Why? This was indeed stated in the letter his parents left for him, but the decision was still his own. I expected they would do something behind the scenes, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The Navy. After Elizabeth's enlightenment, they seemed to realize something and became a little angry. When the contract between Xiaoxue and I was severed, I knew something was wrong, so I immediately went to the Western Seas to look for people who might have survived. Elizabeth clenched her fists and her face was full of resentment when she said this. These Navy officers, they actually took the initiative to shrink their defense line. Outside the defense line, all our admirals were destroyed by the attack from the deep sea. When I arrived in the West, all I saw was the deep sea everywhere outside the defense line. I couldn't go back to the garrison. When we went to the Navy for help, we were rejected and they retreated behind their defense lines. But once all the tutelages in the frontline waters were destroyed, they immediately regained the strength to resist. This group of damn Navy men will do anything to disgust us, the Shipgirls Alliance. Before Elizabeth could finish her words, Bumblebee beside her started cursing. So Wayan suddenly realized that there was actually hope for the deep-sea siege of the garrison, so what happened? Xiefeng, who had been standing quietly beside Vian, rushed to Elizabeth as if stimulated by something, staring at her with red eyes. Xiefeng will never forget that night, the endless deep sea around him, and everyone who tried hard to protect the weak him. And there are Wayan's parents, with their eyes wide open until death. The reason why we are now assigning a garrison to the admiral and conducting an assessment is because of what happened that day. We used to think that even if the Navy loved internal fighting and was disgusting, we still had to fight together against the deep sea. But we didn't expect that they would sell out our admiral and bury dozens of garrisons directly on the front line. There are a total of 50 tutelary forts in that sea area. Our admiral set an example by being kind and sacrificial to the end without flinching, while they cowered behind and sold us out before driving the deep sea out. The deep sea is our enemy. The admiral and everyone else who came out of our academy thought that the enemy was only the deep sea. But I didn't expect that there are allies behind you, and they are also human Navy members like you. It's fine if they poached our talents and squeezed the interests of the shipgirls in the past, but we are all human beings. How could they betray us like this? None of the shipgirls and admirals at the forefront survived. After driving the deep sea out, I returned to the old site of the naval base and found only a pile of ruins. And everyone whose bodies were not found, so I thought you were dead. So I'm glad you still remember them, but I don't want you to go back to that place. Although there is a garrison in the Western Sea area that is jointly controlled by us shipgirls, it is also the headquarters of the Navy. When the Navy offered us the frontline garrison, they had already made this plan. Let our admiral die in their place. So rather than asking you to build a garrison there again, I would rather you stay in the rear and be an ordinary admiral. But now after seeing Xiefeng, I know I can't stop you. You are not the kind of admiral who will stay at the rear. Dean. Elizabeth's words were like a knife that stabbed into Vian and Xiefeng's hearts. They once thought it was just a riot in the deep sea. Chapter 64. Entering the Channel and the Elves. The evening of May 9th in the Azure calendar. What Elizabeth told Vian in the exercise area during the day had a huge impact on him and Xiefeng. The main reason was that the deep sea was coming with great force at that time, and the atmosphere in the garrison was full of tension, so no one could think too much. The time from his birth to the accident was very short, but he still saw the love his parents had for everyone in the garrison. Therefore, whether it is for better development in the future or for the past, he will definitely work hard to take back the Whale Sea garrison. But in the end, Vian did not tell Elizabeth his thoughts. On the way back, they also did anti-submarine exercises. After the previous surprises, Elizabeth and the others had gotten used to it. However, there was some change in the way Bumblebee and Reputation looked at Vian. He understood that this was all because of Elizabeth. Xiaowei, what should we do? Xiefeng was squatting and soaking in an iron barrel, while Weiyan was constantly adding various resources into it. But her face now looked very confused. The reason why she finally supported Weiyan to be the admiral and that she liked firepower was because she was afraid that she couldn't protect her brother, right? From what Vian had been doing, she also understood that Vian wanted to return to the garrison and had been working hard for it. But now she was told that in addition to a very small number of allies, there were also potential enemies in the waters near the garrison. So she was very confused and didn't know what to do. Weiyan reached his hand to the surface of Xiefeng's bath water and gently tested the temperature, then quickly took his hand away. He blew a breath on his hands. Sister, let me help you enter the channel first. Even if something like this happens, do we have to change our original idea? So he lowered his head and looked at the burning firewood under the iron barrel. It was also Weiyan's first time to help the ship girl enter the channel, so he took every step very seriously. However, what made him feel that the kankali was unscientific was that when the kankali entered the channel, it must remain in warm water and the temperature must not be lower than 50 degrees. The higher the temperature, the better the absorption of resources. So a simple way to enter the channel came into being. Boil the ship girl in an iron barrel, and the gradually warming water will speed up the absorption of resources. And after the water is boiled, the ship girls will not feel uncomfortable. He had also seen the entrance room in the academy, and could only say that it was extremely small, and that partitions were built to accommodate some shy ship girls. Then the time to enter the channel will vary depending on the extent of damage to the ship and the different hulls of the ship. He was in a bad mood after listening to what Elizabeth said today, let alone Xiefeng. So he decided to help Xiefeng enter the channel himself. But it was impossible to make a fire in the dormitory, so in the end they ran to the dock, closed the door, made a fire, put water in the pot and boiled Xiefeng. He was just testing the temperature and felt that the water was boiling, so he added more fuel to the snow wind. But the garrison is too dangerous. According to what Elizabeth said, if we encounter an attack from the deep sea there might not even be a response to our calls for help. Yes, Admiral. Although I don't know what happened in the past, with so many Navy troops over there, if they can't fight in the deep sea and can't take care of them, wouldn't they be dead? Clemenceau, who was squatting next to Vian, looked at Vian with curiosity as he helped Xiefeng enter the canal. Because the water temperature was too high, Vian didn't dare to help Xiefeng scrub her body, but Vian calmly answered the two ship girls' questions. So what we are doing now is what we will do in the future, using my talents to arm you. We will use our powerful weapons to fight the deep sea and improve your training to make you stronger. We will use both methods until the deep sea can no longer defeat us. Will it matter whether the Navy comes to rescue us or not? We can handle all the enemies at our own garrison. We are so powerful that we don't need to care about others' opinions. As he spoke, Weiyan stroked the two girls' heads. But all this is premised on us having enough resources and enough battleship cores. Sister, you can see now, after your hull and ship equipment have been upgraded. The Hornet simply lost some practice shells and got some scratches. The consumption of entering the channel is more than that of a normal destroyer. In the future, Clemenceau, you two, I can make you stronger, but our resources will also be consumed faster. Filling this vacancy cannot be accomplished by my own efforts alone. It still depends on you. And we can sail tomorrow, sister. However, just as Weiyan was speaking, a little light appeared on Xiefeng's body as he gradually began to absorb the resources in the water. It is still very obvious in this dimly lit dock. Look, Admiral. While Vian was still confused, Clemenceau pointed his finger at Xiefeng's hull. The parts of the battleship with scratches were now shining like a snowy wind, and those scratches gradually disappeared under the cover of the light. At the same time, Weiyan's previous curiosity about how the ship girl could control the battleship with just a thought was finally answered. He saw many finger-sized little people appearing in places where the scars were more obvious. They took small hammers and knocked on the scars. Then light appeared, and the scars disappeared. Moreover, these little people cannot be said to be very similar to Xiefeng, who is soaking in the bucket, but they can be said to be exactly the same. They are like little people that have been shrunk in proportion. Sister, what are these? Weiyan already had a guess in his mind, but he still turned around and asked Xiefeng. Elf, my battleship elf. The battleship spirit is a life that is born along with the battleship when the ship girl materializes. These elves replace the crew members of the previous warships. However, these elves have no concept of life and death. They are born with the warship and die with the warship. The battleship will not sink, and the elves will not die. But generally speaking, these elves cannot be seen at ordinary times and only appear under specific circumstances. For example, now, when entering the canal, they are needed to come out to repair the warships. It was fine since he hadn't seen it before, But now after seeing the elves on the Snow Wind battleship, he suddenly had a question. Sister, are all the spirits of the shipgirls fixed? After all, different shipgirls' warships are different, but the number of these elves has always been a mystery. I don't know, but I have 175 elves. Really? After hearing Xiefeng's answer, Weiyan was relieved of his confusion. Chapter 65 Night Talk. Thank you for the gifts. If the battleship elves are operating the battleship on behalf of the crew, then there should be a certain number of operators. The larger the warship, the more people should be required to operate it. But it is impossible for every shipgirl's battleship spirit to tell you for no reason. That is their secret. Vian hadn't thought about this matter before he saw the elf, simply because compared to other knowledge, the elf's presence was too low and they were rarely seen in normal times. But now Xiefeng told him, how many battleship elves are there? 175 pieces. Xiefeng's standard displacement is only 13,000, but her mental limit is 17,500. It's just one elf against 100 tons. Moreover, the battleship elves are more than just crew members, because they also have their own special powers. They can fly, so Xiefeng entering the canal to repair the warship is the elves' effort. If it is said that the mental limit limits the birth of battleship elves. Weiyan also reacted immediately. Then, doesn't the increase in the training level of the shipgirls mean that these immortal elves are gradually becoming elites? Just like there are experienced crew members, and there are also those who have just boarded the ship and are not familiar with it yet. When a shipgirl improves her own training level, she is also training her own elves. Because the training level of the shipgirls will not decrease, and the elves live and die together with the battleship, as long as the battleship does not sink, their familiarity with the battleship will never decrease. So isn't it because these elves are getting stronger and stronger that Kankali's warships are getting stronger and stronger in battle? This also explains why the training level of the shipgirls increases during normal exercises. At the same time, it also touched a string in Weiyan's heart, making him feel itchy and wanting to know the answer quickly. What changes will occur if the number of battleship elves in a shipgirl's battleship far exceeds the number required for a battleship? If the shipgirl improves her training level and increases her mental limit at the same time, will the number of battleship elves increase? He also immediately thought of the fact that there is a limit on the number of shipgirls that can be released from aircraft carriers, but their elves are also limited. Why can the number of flights be increased as the level of training increases? Has it changed from multiple elves controlling one plane to one elf controlling one plane? So if he doubles the mental limit of the aircraft carrier girl and increases the number of battleship elves, can he release twice or even several times more than normal girl? Xiaowei, is there anything wrong with this? Seeing that Weiyan was thinking without saying anything, Xiefeng asked worriedly and stood up from the iron barrel in shock. The naked little body appeared in front of Vian, and Vian had no choice but to push her back into the bucket. Sister, do you feel that controlling the battleship is easier than communicating with other shipgirls as taught by the teacher? That's true. Just like what you said, Xiaowei, my fastest speed is 41 knots, but I've already reached 40 knots and I feel like I still have a lot of energy left. Even when I was operating so many ship equipment at the same time, I didn't panic and was able to maintain order. As expected, my idea should be correct. I just need to verify it. Okay. After listening to Xiefeng's words, Weiyan thought to himself. But at this time, the light on Xiefeng disappeared, and the elves that appeared on the battleship also disappeared. Finally done. Feel the physical comfort and the pleasant feeling of the snow and breeze. The practice bombs dropped by Bumblebee today made her feel sticky all over her body, and some parts of her body were uncomfortable, but now everything was settled. I felt refreshed, and the dirty spots on the battleship disappeared. Weiyan also looked at the time on his mechanical watch. It took about an hour for Xiefeng to complete the entry into the channel. It was much faster than he had imagined, but it was also because Xiefeng was not hurt. Okay, now that you're done entering the canal, go back to sleep. Thank you for your hard work, Clemenceau, in helping me collect the firewood I need for Xiefeng Rutsu. Vian praised Clemenceau behind him. When they left the dock under the moonlight, they unexpectedly met an unexpected person at the dormitory door. Queen Elizabeth. Sister, please go back to the dormitory first. The dean should be here to see me. Weiyan patted Xiefeng, who was in pajamas, and said gently, Little Wei, Clemenceau, take my sister back first. I'm afraid she will catch a cold. Xiefeng was about to say something when he saw Vian speaking to Clemenceau next to him. Then she was taken back to the dormitory by Clemenceau's hand. Admiral, you must have something to say to the dean. Clemenceau whispered into Xiefeng's ear, and at the same time, the two of them disappeared from Vian's sight. Dean, what do you want to see me for so late? Didn't you tell me during the day that you wanted to take back the Whale Sea Tutelary Fort? The impact of the day on Wei was great, and he didn't dare to make a decision until he was calm. I want to, but I won't think about it until I have the strength. If I can't protect myself and the shipgirl, I will just repeat the same mistakes. Wei looked at the bright white moon in the sky and said calmly, "It's good that you didn't lose your composure. I was afraid that you would get carried away and go compete with those Marines." After all, in her eyes, Wei is still a young man full of vigor and vitality. "No, my life was saved by everyone. My parents also wanted me to live well. Besides, his death was not caused by 1 or 2 people. There were problems with the deep sea and the Navy. We can't do anything about them if they don't want to rescue us. They are also guarding the sea for ordinary people. The shipgirl can only condemn them morally. They have no actual losses. Maybe they got a lot of benefits from the battle between the shipgirls and the admiral. So the fault is not just 1 or 2 people, but the hostile deep sea and the evil of mankind. The most important thing is that they did not take action against the admiral of the Kankali Union, but just stood by and watched. If I took action, I would no longer be standing on a moral standpoint. Unless I am so strong that I don't need to care about these things. They can't do anything to me, so the Dean doesn't need to worry about me being impulsive." "Anything else, Dean?" Wei stated his thoughts calmly. "Xiaoxua, are the resources they left for you enough? The snow wind transformation must have consumed a lot of resources to be this big. It took a lot of resources for them to raise so many shipgirls, so there won't be many left for you. Originally, I didn't want to tell you about me so early, but what you did was a little radical, and I was afraid you would do something reckless. That's all I can tell you. You are not alone. I couldn't find you before, but now I finally found you. Just treat the academy as your home. No need to rush." Chapter 66, Children's Day Eve. "I understand, Dean." Elizabeth's kindness to Vian warmed his heart. "Next time you go to the reputation office to complete the commission, be extremely careful. Admiral, please remember to stay alert in the Middle East Strait. I've told you so much today, and maybe there's too much information, which may make your mind a little confused, but you can slowly accept it in the next period of time. You can always come to me if you have any difficulties." The figure gradually walked away, and Wei sighed. "I have always been aware of the security of this world, so I am so cautious. Does this mean that in this Admiral's Academy, there are only shipgirls from the Shipgirls Union? Maybe there are some shipgirls under the command of the Admiral of the opposing Navy who are gathering information here. It would be fine if it was the shipgirl who targeted him, but if it was the Navy who targeted him, the danger would increase dramatically. Therefore, Wei has always been prepared to develop slowly and not recklessly. After he had his own garrison, he became a local emperor. After others could no longer monitor him, he started to do something with full firepower. During his time in the academy, he worked hard to learn knowledge, improve the training level of the shipgirls, collect resources, transform the hull, and build shipgirls one by one. For other admirals and shipgirls, rare ship equipment comes from the confrontation with the deep sea. The stronger the deep sea, the stronger the ship equipment salvaged. For him, once he gets a copy, he can copy it infinitely. As long as the data is collected, he can do a big job at any time. But the current situation is that his plan of rapid development has been disrupted by the appearance of Elizabeth. Vian didn't know how to face her attitude. She was Vian's mother's shipgirl, but not his, and there was a difference between her and Yukikaze. Xiefeng had not been built for long at that time, and was not particularly familiar to everyone, but from what Elizabeth said to him, Vian also understood the relationship between her and his mother. Once a shipgirl recognizes her admiral, she will not choose a new admiral even if she loses the contract. So it is impossible for Elizabeth to become his shipgirl. Unless the free shipgirl is the kind that wakes up from the sea and is not built by the admiral at all, she will choose the admiral according to her own preferences. This is also one of the ways for most people to be recognized as admirals by the shipgirls. As for why the shipgirl woke up on her own at sea, we have to talk about the things that cannot be ignored between the core of the battleship and its resources. The battleship core and resources that were not salvaged at sea were not salvaged and floated for a long time. During this period, the battleship core absorbed the resources and awakened life. That is, the shipgirl. But this will be very unstable because the absorbed resources are uncontrollable, so the probability of failure will be very high. So sometimes, after some shipgirls have been fighting fiercely in the deep sea, when they go back to salvage resources, they may see an unfamiliar ship girl floating on the sea. Back in the dormitory and looking at the two worried girls, Vian did not hide the content of his conversation with Elizabeth. After a simple tidy up, he started working on his new drawings. It also made Clemenceau's expectations even deeper. May 31st, year 123 of the Azure calendar. Today, Wei is still learning and collecting the information he wants, while perfecting his drawings. This time he had to perfect not only Clemenceau's battleship blueprints, but also the flaws he saw in Yukikaze, and the ship equipment that the shipgirls in this world lack. Radar, fire control radar. He wanted to start making fire control radars to improve the hit rate of his shipgirls and make combat more efficient. At the same time, due to the shortage of resources, Wei used up his remaining 8,500 energy points while ensuring safety. The main products produced were 4 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft and anti-aircraft guns for sonars and 5 deep-throw missiles. All of them were handed over to Clemenceau to be sold slowly over the next 20 days. Every time, Wei would remind her to pay attention to safety, and most of the resources earned would be used on her. Plus the resources that Xiefeng doesn't need him to replenish are 10,000 blue coins every day. His balance immediately returned to 2.38 W. So who would work as a decent person? They would rather sell arms to make money. Xiefeng's daily cruising costs only 22 W, while Clemenceau's round trip costs 2 million W. Can't say there's little difference. But for Xiefeng, she has grown a lot in these 20 days. In the first few days, Vian cruised with Xiefeng, but later they found that they had indeed overestimated the danger of this sea area. There has not been a single incident of deep-sea intrusion in the past 20 days, and there is no deep sea even in the areas near the periphery. Just like the last time the deep sea appeared was purely an accident. So later on, Xiefeng let Wei stay in the academy and study hard during her daily patrols. She was able to go by herself, and after returning from patrolling every day, she would go to the acting sea area to practice. Her training level rose to 12. During this period, Elizabeth communicated more with them and asked more about Vian's childhood. It's like making up for the time and companionship that were once missed. At the same time, he also discovered that Elizabeth treated him like a child, and she had been nagging him more often since they met. But now they are busy, because Children's Day still exists in this world. As for why this festival comes into being, it is said that it is because after a powerful shipgirl has reached a high level of training, some fragments of memory suddenly appear in her mind. And it is because of these fragments of memory that they bring new festivals to the world. Ordinary people may not celebrate these festivals, but the Kankelis do. Especially on June 1st, it is the happiest day for the entire academy and even the Kankeli United Territory to expel the Little Sisters. However, after understanding this world, it is said that some main battleship girls are not very happy on this day. Can I tie this balloon here? Vian asked Clemenceau behind him. Tomorrow is Children's Day. Today, the admiral and the shipgirls need to work together to decorate the entire academy. Admiral, no problem. Clemenceau glanced at other places around him and found no obvious inconsistency. But Admiral, why don't you follow the example of the other admirals and try your luck these 2 days? As Clemenceau spoke, he turned his gaze towards the construction hall next to their decoration area. I haven't even materialized your ship yet. If I build another shipgirl, Alexander. Vian sighed and spoke to Clemenceau sincerely. Because Clemenceau's initial mental limit was more than 30,000 tons, the consumption of Xiefeng was still vivid in his mind. Chapter 67 Elizabeth's Feelings. In order to materialize the Clemenceau, a ship with a mental limit, at least 100,000 steel components are required. He is still a little far from this small goal. The main reason is that Yukikaze has to go on patrols and exercises every day. Sometimes I also have to help you sell ship equipment, so there is no shipgirl with you. We're not around if something happens to you. Clemenceau said seriously. Did your sister ask you to tell me? Or did you want to tell me yourself? Wei didn't look back and continued to work on his job. We have both, but we think you can build one more shipgirl, Admiral. This way I will have sisters to take over from now on. If I wait until my ship is fully materialized before building new sisters, it will take time for them to get to know each other. Because the 2 shipgirls are of great help to Wei now, he has never thought about building new shipgirls. After all, one shipgirl is worth 50 plus blue coins. He would rather spend that time on making ship equipment and earning more resources. The sooner he could materialize Clemenceau's ship, the more confident he would be. But Clemenceau's words did remind him. After the Admiral builds the shipgirl, he still needs to spend time to get to know each other and deepen the process. And by building the shipgirl ahead of time, he can also plan the next battleship earlier and even give her a rest, as Clemenceau said. Help her take a vacation. So after calming down and thinking about it, Wei felt that it was not impossible to build a shipgirl now. Especially as Children's Day is approaching, there must be a reason why Kankeli is willing to attach so much importance to this day. Just like now, all the admirals are piled up in the construction room. During the 3 days before and after the festival of the Kankeli, I don't know what force was at work, or maybe it was metaphysics. During these 3 days, the construction success rate of all admirals will be higher than usual. Many admirals who are afraid that their resources will go to waste will generally choose to build shipgirls during these festivals. Wayne also felt a little moved. Tomorrow is Children's Day. According to private rumors among some admirals, it is easy for little sisters to appear in the general formula during these 3 days, whether it is a destroyer little sister, a submarine little sister, or even a battleship little sister. As a big sister party member, he still felt that he was somewhat moved. Then let's wait until my sister comes back and listen to her opinion before making a decision. Because it is still noon, Yukikaze should have just returned from a cruise and is on the way to the exercise. Clemenceau smiled happily only after hearing Vian's agreement. Today's move to let Vian build a shipgirl was not only her idea, but also the idea of others. They had reached a unanimous decision before wanting Wei to build the shipgirl, so this was also her mission. Where Vian couldn't see, Clemenceau made a gesture and then quickly retracted it. By the time Wei finished the festival arrangements and Xiefeng came back, it was already evening, and the setting sun over the sea lit up the sky red. Little V, did Clemenceau tell you? Yes. Well, Xiao Wei, what do you think? Do you want to build it? Xiefeng looked at Wei with some expectation in his eyes. Sister, haven't you arranged everything for me? Wouldn't it be a shame if I don't go and build it? Because it wasn't just her who came with Xiefeng, there was also Elizabeth, who looked like an old mother. I just thought that Children's Day is coming soon. I didn't participate in your childhood life. Let me make up for it now. I just thought that as an admiral, you will always lack shipgirls. Besides, Yukikaze is out every day now, and I am worried about Clemenceau staying alone with you. After hearing Elizabeth's words, Vian couldn't help but understand that she was the one in charge this time. At the same time, she took out a small box from her ship's space. Without waiting for Wei to refuse, he forcefully stuffed it into Wei's hand. I heard from Xiefeng that you are short of resources right now, so I prepared them for you. Open it and take a look. It's also my coming-of-age gift to you. Seeing Elizabeth, who was usually serious and wise, being so gentle, Vian felt a little sad. Elizabeth didn't do anything, and it won't cause you any trouble to give me resources like this. Wei opened the box, which contained a battleship core and the same resources that every previous admiral had been able to obtain. But the difference is that this time, Elizabeth gave him 4 resources, all of which were 1,000 units. Aluminum is 1,000 each, with a total resource value of 600,000 blue coins. This made Vian feel that Elizabeth used her authority to make things convenient for him. This is the income one have accumulated over the years. After all, I am also a Dane, and I don't usually have to go out to fight. After a long time, I have more resources. It's just sitting there when it's not needed, and it's an effective use of resources now. I don't want you to get into any accidents because of my strength. Didn't you say you wanted to be strong enough to not have to care about other people? This resource can help you. Whether as the Dean, an elder, or Xiaoxu as shipgirl. Xiefeng raised you, so I will do something insignificant for you on your way to becoming admiral. Elizabeth's understated words made Vian feel a little sad. In fact, his ability to make money can easily cover the expenses of building his own ship, but he cannot tell Elizabeth the fact. For my own safety and to avoid more trouble. Now he could only face Elizabeth with guilt. What are you standing there for? Now that the other admirals have left, go in and try your luck. There will be a festival event in a while. If you get it done early, you can bring your new shipgirl to participate in the event and deepen your relationship. Elizabeth patted Vian on the shoulder and led him into the hall. Compared to the usual construction hall, the atmosphere today is obviously much more cheerful, because most of the admirals today know that the probability of building the little sister is higher. So there will be some strange admirals who will choose this day to build a shipgirl. As soon as Wei came in, he saw several admirals who had fainted because of the joy of building the exorcist's little sister. Nearby, Tianlong and the shipgirls from the discipline committee were watching the admirals closely, fearing that they might do something out of line. After all, there are already several repeat offenders among these people. Chapter 68 CV2. After careful observation, Wei was relieved to find that no one was on duty today. After all, every time this happens, it is the time to witness a person's bloodline, and even Wei has to pray well. Hello, Dean. The shipgirl on duty came over immediately when she saw Elizabeth. Wei looked at the pink-haired shipgirl in front of him who was full of energy and began to screen them one by one in his mind. Especially the coolness and presence of her body made Wei rule out most of the options at once. Attacker. Bring him here to build the shipgirl. Elizabeth explained her purpose simply and clearly, and glanced at Vian beside her. Hello. I'm a raider. Come on. Construction, right? The construction room over here is empty. After the attackers knew their purpose, they enthusiastically led Vian to the empty construction room. However, it also verified Wei's thoughts. Just before reaching the construction room, the attacker stopped as if he suddenly thought of something and slapped his head. Do you need to get some resources? No. Originally, Vian was planning to exchange some resources himself, but since Elizabeth had prepared everything for him, he could just focus on building. Before entering the construction room, he stopped for a moment, looked back at Xiefeng and Clemenceau who were beside Elizabeth, and clenched his fist. My luck shouldn't be as bad as in my previous life. After all, I was able to build Clemenceau last time. Last time, Clemenceau was built with the help of Xiefeng, but this time he was ready to challenge his own weakness during the construction on a special day. The most important thing is that the shipgirls that are easy to ship out this time are all little sisters, which makes him feel a little happy. I am definitely not a Lolita complex. Recovering his scattered thoughts, Wei took a deep breath and walked into the construction room alone. The environment was no different from before. Wei placed the resources in the designated area with ease, and began to think about the formula he would need to use this time. But when he thought about the fact that he came here for a blood test, he chose the charity formula, which made him feel a little distressed. Fuel, $9.99, ammunition, $9.99, aluminum, $9.99, steel, $9.99, battleship core, 1. The main focus is charity, and everything is possible. It can also verify whether he prefers the older sister or the younger sister. Come out. With his eyes closed, Vian pressed the start button on the construction machine. Nearly 600,000 Azure coins worth of resources just disappeared. When Wei opened his eyes, he found that the construction machine had started, which at least confirmed that it would not fail. The time 3 hours and 40 minutes appeared on the top of the machine. There are quite a lot of shipgirls that can appear at this time, and it seems that there are not enough little sisters, so we should get closer to the big sisters. Wei thought to himself as he used the quickly constructed wrench in his hand. Time on the construction machine was rapidly going backwards. Smoky steam came out from the open door of the construction machine, and the tall figure made Wei perk up. It's the older sister. Commander, do you feel the sea breeze? The person hadn't come out yet, but he heard this gentle voice and the familiar words they said when they first met that made him shed tears. The ship girl who had been with him from beginning to end in his previous life, the #1 wife ship in the port area, and the main wife who stood out among the ship girls. She was wearing Navy-style casual clothes, her long and beautiful legs were wrapped in thin black stockings, and a navy hat with a blue feather was worn neatly on her head. What's wrong, Commander? Don't you like me? Lexington looked at Vian, who was in a daze in front of him, and spoke softly with his hands covering his mouth, but the gentle and delicate voice passed through Vian's heart like a feather. No, too, Lexington. Wei subconsciously wanted to call out Madam, but he controlled his mouth in time, for fear of saying something wrong and making Lexington unhappy. Commander, I haven't introduced myself yet. Do you know me? Lexington, who had a basic understanding of this world, was very surprised to see his name coming out of Vian's mouth. No more. Seeing Vian's eyes that looked a little uneasy, and he didn't dare to look at her, and the careless words that came out of his mouth, Lexington knew that he was not telling the truth. But she still felt a little happy that he recognized her without introducing himself, so she didn't pursue Wei's lie. Well, it's a bit hot here, Commander. Can we go outside? Okay. Wei, feeling relieved, immediately turned around, opened the door of the construction room, and walked out of the construction room first. Looking at Vian fleeing in panic, Lexington covered his mouth with his hands, his sapphire-like pupils filled with smiles. How is it? Who is it? Lexington hadn't come out yet, but Vian came out first and was surrounded by several shipgirls. When Lexington walked out of the construction room, Elizabeth exclaimed subconsciously, Saratoga. Wei, who hadn't recovered yet, was so frightened that he almost gave up. Commander, could you introduce me to him? Lexington, who was following behind Vian, was not upset about the mistake in addressing Elizabeth. It should be said that in her memory as a battleship, she was often misidentified. Dean, let me correct you. Lexington is the first ship, and Saratoga is the second ship. So she is Lexington? They look exactly like her. She admired Lexington's dressing style and face, which were extremely similar to the Saratoga in her memory. But she quickly realized that if she remembered correctly, Saratoga was an aircraft carrier, then So she's an aircraft carrier. Elizabeth was somewhat happy after she realized that Lexington was an aircraft carrier. Although aircraft carriers' tactical position at sea was not as high as that of battleships, their ability to seize air superiority was irreplaceable. With air superiority, the air defense pressure on other shipgirls will be much less, and they can focus more on other areas. Yes, the Lexington-class aircraft carrier. Lexington, this is Yukikaze, the destroyer. This Clemenceau is a battleship. This is the headmaster of our college, the Queen Elizabeth, the battleship. This pink-haired ship girl has some connection with you. The attacker is a teacher at the school. Yukikaze and Clemenceau are my ship girls just like you. Vian introduced the other ship girls around to Lexington one by one, and she smiled and listened quietly throughout. After Vian finished the introduction, Xiefeng and Clemenceau walked up to Lexington curiously and looked at her with curiosity. At the same time, The admirals around were looking at Vian with anger in their eyes. There are European dogs. Chapter 69. Your sister is here. Everyone was in a happy mood today, and everyone was building a peaceful and happy little girl, but suddenly a European dog appeared next to them. Not only is it built as a big sister, it is also an aircraft carrier. Although under normal circumstances a battleship is more powerful than an aircraft carrier. However, the probability of building an aircraft carrier is indeed lower than that of a battleship. And it's not just light aviation, it's regular aviation. How to not be jealous? Lexington stands out among the group of little girls. But now Yukikaze and Clemenceau have been observing Lexington carefully. Especially Xiefeng. She clearly remembered the type of ship that Wei-An had always liked the most. In particular, the more I observed Xiefeng, the more thoughts he had in his mind. It was okay before with Clemenceau, because he was a dwarf and there was no pressure of competition, but now it's Lexington. That figure made her feel a little bit pressured, and the family finally had an older sister. Hello, I'm Xiefeng. Welcome to join us. Xiefeng compared their figures and still mustered up the courage to speak to Lexington. Hello, I'm Lexington. I'm sorry to bother you in the future. Gentle Lexington is impeccable. However, feeling the gazes from all around him, Wei-An still frowned. Let's go somewhere else. After the initial confusion, Wei-An is now filled with joy. The construction of this world does not have a sniper formula like in the previous life. If you have a high affinity with the battleship, all 30 resources can be used to produce a shipgirl. But after investing more resources, you will be able to build more powerful shipgirls. Lexington was built as his real blood test, which made him feel extremely good. Madam, it's a huge profit. At the same time, I feel happy that my luck has turned in this life. There were 3 shipgirls when we went there, and there were 4 when we came out. After coming out, Elizabeth just stared at Lexington for a long time, then said goodbye and left. Now they had time to get to know each other well. At the same time, she also has other things to do right now. When they reached the road, Lexington walked at the back, observing Vian's movements and the communication between the other shipgirls. After finally returning to the dormitory, Wei-An couldn't control his happy smile. This made the 2 shipgirls other than Yukikaze a little confused. Xiefeng, what's wrong with the admiral? He seems to be stupid. What's wrong, Commander? The 2 shipgirls asked Xiefeng in a low voice. When observing on the road, Lexington realized that Xiefeng was the shipgirl closest to Vian. She also understood who the initial ship was. Little Vita, his favorite thing is the aircraft carrier. Lexington, you are still on the right track. How can you calm him down? Clemenceau, maybe you often sleep very deeply, so you don't know. Sometimes he talks about aircraft carriers in his dreams. Compared to the quiet questions of Clemenceau and the others, Xiefeng's voice was obviously much louder. The words went straight into Wei-An's ears, who couldn't suppress his smile, and he immediately put away the smile on his face. Sister, no way, I like you all. Wei-An argued with a guilty conscience. Yes, but I'll leave the time to you now. Clemenceau has been busy all day. Let's go buy some things. As a worm in his stomach, Xiefeng didn't believe Wei-An's sophistry at all. Lexington, is there anything you don't like to eat? Before leaving, Xiefeng looked back at Lexington. It's all right. I don't mind eating anything. Lexington replied with the same gentle expression. Well, there were a lot of people in Lexington just now, and I haven't introduced myself yet. Wei-An, 18 years old, as you can see, is still a new admiral studying at the academy. Wei-An didn't know what was wrong with him today. He felt a little awkward after building Lexington, and even his speech was intermittent. Although the commander already knows, I will still introduce myself once more in full. The first Lexington-class ship, Lexington, hull number CV2. Commander, please take good care of me in the future. I will have a lot of trouble with Lexington in my future life. Compared to the naughty Xiefeng, the shy but pretending to be strong Clemenceau, the gentle and friendly Queen Lexington makes Vian a little overwhelmed. It's not a big deal. It's my duty to share the commander's worries. If there is any work, just leave it to me. Looking at Wei-An, who was sitting on the stool and didn't dare to look at her, she looked around and poured a glass of water for Wei-An. Mrs. Even though Lexington had just been built, she was still the same as in his memory, always so gentle. But he forgot that Lexington had other qualities besides his gentleness. Commander, do you like aircraft carriers? I am truly flattered. But which aircraft carrier is the commander's favorite? And the lying commander is not a good kid, why do you know me so well? Lexington thought about Vian's dazed look when he first saw him, and the guilty look on his face when he asked him questions. The little devil in my heart awakened. After all, as a girl, why he knew her was something that made her very curious. He knows so much about the Lexington class, and that excited look on his face means he likes me. Now that the other shipgirls are gone, although he feels a little awkward being alone with Lexington, it won't be that difficult for him to say it out loud. Of course I like aircraft carriers, just like I like all my other warships. As for which aircraft carrier I like best, I only have you, Lexington. Who else can I like besides you? But I like all my shipgirls. As someone who was always eager to survive, Vian answered Lexington's question easily. And I wasn't lying. Aren't you surprised to see Lexington? I didn't expect that the ship that built the aircraft carrier would be Lexington. As for why I know you, since I like aircraft carriers so much, isn't it normal for me to know Lexington? As Vian spoke, Lexington's eyes never left his face. Let his voice become quieter and quieter until it disappears. Although Vian's words this time told Lexington through his expression that this was not the whole answer, it still made her secretly happy. Then she temporarily let go of the young admiral, who was feeling uneasy in front of her. After all, they still had a lot of time, and she slowly understood him. Elizabeth returned to the office and immediately dialed a phone number. What's up, Elizabeth? Don't try to drag me into doing hard labor as a teacher. Saratoga, I saw Lexington. Mrs. Chapter 70 Sister Control. What? Lexington. Elizabeth's words left Saratoga unresponsive for a moment, but she eventually reacted. Where is my sister? Saratoga's fingers began to turn white as she gripped the phone, and her tone became more urgent. Hey, I think the academy is short of an aircraft carrier teacher, but I didn't expect you to be unwilling. So forget it, just pretend I never asked. Elizabeth sighed, spoke with some regret, and then pretended to hang up the phone. Wait, I'm the teacher now. You tell me where my sister is. Forget it, I'll come straight to you. After Saratoga finished speaking, Elizabeth heard a noisy voice coming from the other end of the phone, but she glanced out the window at the night scene. Saratoga's voice wasn't heard for a long time, and the phone was automatically hung up. Is this what sister control is? Elizabeth looked at the phone in her hand in disbelief. In her eyes, Saratoga was just a guy who kept clamoring for his sister every day. Apart from that, he was not very interested in other things. He especially liked to stay on his warship and not go out to sea. But today, he was so diligent and active for the first time, which made her feel Saratoga's longing for her sister. But they really look alike. After 3 hours of introduction at night, Vian finally told Lexington most of his story. So, Commander, you and Siefeng are siblings? Lexington looked back and forth between Vian and Siefeng with a slightly strange look. While paying attention to Siefeng, she also saw the ring on Siefeng's finger. As a shipgirl, she certainly understood what this meant. But when Lexington saw that none of them mentioned this matter, she didn't ask any more questions. After all, if you ask about something that others don't want to talk about, it might make the person involved unhappy, especially since she was the last one to join. So the relationship between Yukikaze and I cannot be viewed as a normal relationship between a starting ship and an admiral. It should be said that Clemenceau is the first ship girl I built personally, and you are the second. Then Commander, according to what you said, you have only been in school for a short time, and other admirals of your age basically only have one ship girl. Why did you think of building it today? Admiral, you should focus more on learning admiral knowledge and helping the ship girl materialize the ship. Wouldn't it be better to use the resources used to build me on them? Lexington asked tricky questions, but looked at Vian with innocent eyes. Ahem. So this is what I'm going to tell you next. I am different from the other admirals in the same batch. Siefeng's ship has already materialized, and Clemenceau needs too many resources that cannot be obtained in a day or two. Usually they all have their own things to do, so when they are busy with other things, I need someone new to help me. I originally expected to build only a destroyer, but I didn't expect to build you, Lexington. It makes me very happy. Vian added the last sentence for fear that Lexington might misunderstand him. Is that so? Commander, is there anything you want me to do? Lexington's words made Vian ponder for a moment. There are so many things that Lexington can do. Compared with other shipgirls, she is more suitable to be a secretary ship, assisting the admiral in coordinating and arranging all matters in the garrison. Seeing Lexington squinting his eyes and smiling at his gentle face, Vian shuddered in his heart. If he remembered correctly, Lexington was nicknamed the useless admiral maker by others. Used to describe Lexington's perfection in handling various things, so perfect that as an admiral, she can be a lazy and useless person who only relies on her. I definitely won't let my wife turn me into a useless person in such a dangerous world. Vian shuddered subconsciously, but did not notice that he addressed Lexington as Madam. Commander, are you ready? Looking at Vian, who was in a daze, Lexington's soft voice was refreshing. Madam, wait a moment, Wayan blurted out the words without noticing while he was thinking, and when he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. It was just a slip of the tongue, don't think too much about it. Several shipgirls noticed that Vian's ears turned red and his speech became incoherent. He looked very nervous. It's bad. I blurted out what I was thinking. It's over. Vian looked at Lexington with tears in her heart. After all, she was a newly built ship. Both parties are still in the stage of getting to know each other, and his rash words can easily make the girl angry. And there was also a wedding ship present, and Xiefeng was always by her side. It has been a busy period recently, and Xiefeng and Weian have maintained a relatively good distance between them in this large dormitory. Only when Clemenceau was out on a mission did they have a little space for the two of them. But now he called out, "Lexington, madam," in front of Xiefeng. Sure enough, after hearing Vian's words, Lexington was briefly confused and murmured subconsciously, "Madam? I remember madam is the title for a married woman." Lexington's mind finally turned around, and she realized what Vian's address to her just now meant, and her head exploded in a mess. But her instinctive calmness and elegance allowed her to look at the panicked Weian calmly. "Commander, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly." Lexington said this while looking at Vian with a puzzled expression, his face full of confusion, wanting to hear Vian say it again. Vian breathed a sigh of relief at Lexington's puzzled expression. "It's good that you didn't hear it. It's good that you didn't hear it." Weian felt like he had just come out of a sauna. His clothes were soaked with sweat. "Lexington, Clemenceau has to go to the nearby area to collect information almost every day. You can take turns with Clemenceau from now on. Give her some time to rest, and you can also quickly understand what we need to do every day." Vian immediately changed the subject, and at the same time, shared the matter half with Lexington in order to give Clemenceau a vacation. "Yes, Commander." Lexington accepted Vian's arrangement as if nothing had happened. Next, Vian gave Lexington a brief explanation of what Clemenceau had to do every day, and asked her to follow Clemenceau to do it the day after tomorrow. Chapter 71, The First Step in Pig Farming. In the silent night, Xiefeng hid in his quilt and couldn't sleep. She heard everything Vian said that night, so it was impossible for Lexington not to hear it. But seeing that Lexington gave Vian a way out, she didn't continue to ask, otherwise it would be very embarrassing for both of them. But now she still cares very much. It's not just Lexington as an aircraft carrier that makes her care, it's also the wife that Vian mentioned that makes her care. Although she had already prepared herself mentally for the fact that Weian would not have only one marriage ship in the future when he was about to become admiral, she still didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He actually called the aircraft carrier that was just built today wife, although it was subconscious. But doesn't this further illustrate what's going on in his mind? So she was thinking about what was so special about this aircraft carrier girl, and neither she nor Clemenceau had such special feelings for her. But when I met this aircraft carrier girl, things became like this. Therefore, in Xiefeng's mind, there must be something about Lexington that she had not noticed, so she couldn't fall asleep after thinking about it for a long time, and she also felt a sense of crisis. She felt a sense of crisis that Vian was going to be taken away from her. Lexington had just been built, and she wasn't even familiar with Vian, but he could already call her wife. After so long, the matter has become a fait accompli. Thinking of this, Xiefeng felt that he should do something. Lexington, who was sleeping on the other side, was also unable to sleep. Weian's words still had a great impact on her, as she was a very intelligent girl. From today's communication with Weian and the words of the two shipgirls, she understood that her commander was not such a rash person. But he still said such rash words today. In order not to let him lose face in front of the other two shipgirls, she pretended not to know. But now that she had calmed down, she finally had time to start thinking carefully about what was wrong with Weian today. Subconsciously, he calls me madam, and he knows me and Gaga so well. She quickly thought about how she was recognized without introducing herself, and the lie he told at that time. Even other people couldn't tell the difference between me and Gaga, but he could recognize me at a glance. Also, as she observed carefully, Weian's various nervous and awkward expressions also emerged in her mind one by one. It seems that when we first met, he wanted to call me madam, but he changed his mind. As an aircraft carrier girl, her mind is obviously much more mature than that of Yukikaze, a destroyer. Even after being upgraded by Weian, she is still obviously not as good as her. And later on, he finally accepted the reality and built me and looked excited. And he likes aircraft carriers. So he really likes me? He thinks of me as his wife. That's why he knows me so well. Or am I overthinking? When Lexington was thinking, he recalled the panic and nervous look on Vian's face when he said it. Let me verify if it is true. Commander who loves to lie, why would you call me madam? I am really curious. Compared to the panic of ordinary girls, Lexington is obviously much better and can think about security matters more calmly. At the same time, I am also very interested in Weian's affairs. As for addressing her as madam, although it is a bit rash, doesn't it also show that I am also a different kind of shipgirl in his heart? The gentle Lexington felt a little sinister in her heart, and she wanted to find out Vian's true thoughts. As for Clemenceau, who was already fast asleep, the thing this kid wanted most every day was to materialize his own ship as soon as possible so that everyone would like him. And now she is working hard for it. On the morning of Children's Day, Wayan woke up early, but what he didn't expect was, when he finished washing and walked out of the bathroom, someone had already prepared clothes for him to change for the day. "What's wrong, Commander? What are you looking at me for?" "It's okay. It's still so early. Don't you want to rest?" The sky outside the window was still dim. Xiefeng and Clemenceau were still asleep. Usually, it was Vian who woke them up. After all, the way shipgirls changed clothes and cleaned themselves was different from humans and was very quick. "As the commander's shipgirl, shouldn't I take care of the commander's daily life? I heard from Xiefeng and the others that you don't take good care of yourself. So I just do what I can." Lexington walked up to Vian and started pulling off his pajamas. "I can do this myself." Vian felt a little uncomfortable looking at the somewhat familiar Lexington, but the strength from his shoulder made him realize that it seemed unlikely to refuse. Lexington was originally planning to help him get his clothes out, but then he thought about what he said yesterday. Finally, he decided to do it himself. After all, he had thought so in his heart, and it was a good opportunity to see the reaction of this young commander. "Commander, don't be nervous. This is what I should do." While they were whispering, Wayan's pajama jacket had been pulled open, but luckily he usually wore big beach pants to avoid embarrassment. Feeling the fingers gently caressing his body, he was so nervous that he dared not say a word. He could only look up and did not even dare to look at Lexington. Lexington, who had been carefully observing Wayan's changes in expression, had a smile in his eyes. Finally, when Wayan felt that his body was almost stiff, the torturous process of changing clothes finally came to an end. Then she took his changed clothes to the bathroom and helped him wash them. For this reason, Wayan could already think that either there was no place to cook in the dormitory, or his wife might have already prepared breakfast for him. Similarly, he could personally feel his wife's ability to raise pigs. This was only the first day, and before he could even recover, he already owned Lexington. But the other party has already started doing what she thinks she should do. However, Vian still remembered vividly how the seniors who were turned into waste ended up. In order not to become one of them, Vian decided to take the initiative to explain it to Lexington. After confirming that the two girls in the dormitory were still asleep, he quickly walked to the balcony drying area and looked at Lexington, who was busy. "Lexington, you don't have to do this. I have my own hands and feet. Didn't I get here this way before?" Lexington turned around and seemed to have discovered something, and walked up quickly. Feeling the movement in front of his chest, Lexington was helping him to retie his tie, which was a little crooked. "List, isn't it normal for a wife to help her husband with these things? Or do you dislike me?" Looking at the gentle and considerate Lexington, Vian was speechless and his ears turned red. Chapter 72 New Ship Equipment Plan. "What's wrong, Commander? Why aren't you talking?" Lexington opened his blue eyes and looked at Vian with a smile. That was a slip of the tongue. Vian didn't dare to look Lexington in the eye and could only look up at the ceiling. "Got it, Commander. I hope you won't be so guilty next time. Okay, I'll let you go for now." As Lexington was speaking, Vian's tie was finally fixed. After saying that, Vian saw Lexington walk into the dormitory with a basin of his own clothes and wake up the two girls who were sleeping soundly. "My wife has a bad taste." Seeing Lexington teasing him like this, he remembered that beneath Lexington's gentle and perfect appearance, there was a dark side. It's a pity that Xiefeng can't rest on this festive day, because commissions need to be carried out every day unless he chooses to give up the commissions. So in this situation, Clemenceau decided to take Lexington to familiarize herself with what she usually does. Go and collect all kinds of information around the college, and then come back to tell Wayan. After all, Wayan basically goes back and forth between school and the dormitory to draw blueprints every day. During this period, in addition to conceiving the hull of Clemenceau, his most important task was to solve a big problem. He had never seen radar ship equipment in this world, not even in the information Clemenceau usually collected. Most of the ship girls don't even know what radar is. Only a small number of them know the existence of radar, but don't know how it works. It's like they just use it, but don't know why. What's more, there is no radar inside the hull of each ship girl, which is what worries Wayan the most. It would be fine if there was a ready-made radar and he could modify it, but now he needs to make it himself, which is obviously much more difficult. Fortunately, the talent of ship equipment production basically knows most of the concepts and operating principles, and can give a general design idea. The rest is up to talent. Now, the ship girls basically rely on the reconnaissance of the aircraft carrier ship girls and their own visual observation to search for the enemy. During the exercise, Xiefeng exposed some flaws of her low level of training. Even though she had good equipment, she was alone after all. When operating multiple things at the same time, Xiefeng's ability to operate the battleship will decrease. If Vian were to describe it, the shipgirl is like the brain of the entire battleship, and the elves are the limbs of the battleship. When she needs to do many things at the same time, her brain cannot handle the calculations. He also asked questions about Langley in class and finally got the answers he wanted. Different shipgirls will have different computing capabilities, and generally speaking, the type and tonnage of the battleship will have an impact. Under the same tonnage, the computing power of aircraft carrier girls is the best, and the improvement of computing power with the improvement of training level is also the strongest, because they have to distract themselves by controlling dozens of carrier-based aircraft. Next are battleships and cruisers, and last are submarines. So the problem that Wayne needs to worry about arises. If he wants to modernize Xiefeng, he must add the inner qualities to her bit by bit. Otherwise, the computing load of precision weapons will make Xiefeng suffer in the future. However, what makes Wayne feel relieved is that since the carrier-based aircraft of most aircraft carriers are not particularly strong, the air defense pressure of the Yukikaze secondary guns is still acceptable. But this is only the case when facing one aircraft carrier. Wei still remembers how the naval base was breached when he was a child. After the fighter planes of several aircraft carrier girls were replaced by deep-sea aircraft carriers, there was no time to enter the channel for resupply. During this vacuum period, his parents were also among the most admirals who relied on aircraft carriers to seize air superiority. Surface warships have greatly enhanced their artillery capabilities and neglected their air defense capabilities. In that situation, they were wiped out by the deep-sea aircraft carrier and were finally forced to evacuate the garrison. During the interception, the shipgirls sank into the sea. As for why their warship's air defense is no longer effective, Wayne could understand it, too. Everyone has a fear of insufficient firepower and always wants their firepower to be stronger. Other shipgirls cannot improve their mental limit like Vian's shipgirl. All we can do is scrape off a little here and modify a little there to save a little space. Control the tonnage and increase firepower. After all, it is impossible for an admiral guarding the front line to have only one shipgirl. The best solution is to maximize firepower with mutual cooperation. After all, their speed in entering the channel and replenishing troops is much faster than that of normal warships. But what I didn't expect was that when we were besieged, we were attacked by hundreds of deep-sea ships. So Xiefeng might have been very satisfied with her previous performance, but it was a pity that Wei-Yan's fear of insufficient firepower occurred. He felt that it was not enough, and that he had expected too much from the shipgirl's abilities. So he also understood that the upper limit of the shipgirl's abilities is actually themselves, and their computing power has an upper limit after all. Simply adding more weapons to them might make them unable to use them all. Radar, fire control system, computer, close-in automatic gun. Therefore, before Lexington's hull is materialized, he still needs to equip Yukikaze with the ability to search for the enemy and strengthen the fire control. As for the air defense with some defects, the probability of encountering most aircraft carriers here in the academy is relatively low, so he put it aside. After making sure that his drawings were almost finished, he left the dormitory. When he came back, he was carrying a box in his hand. When opened, there are 4 battleship cores. For the 4 battleship cores, he only planned to use the energy of 1 battleship core for research and development, and the rest would be used to continue making ship equipment and sell. Taking a deep breath, Wei-Yan used all 4 battleship cores. This time, what Wei-Yan spent so much time preparing was a little different from the previous ship equipment. Other ship equipment is still being slowly iterated step by step, for fear that others will discover its special features. But for radar, he chose to make a 2-dimensional electronically scanned array radar, also known as a phased array radar. It can improve Xiefeng's ability in searching the enemy and air defense, and Wei-Yan is also planning to complete Xiefeng's fire control and computer systems this time. The other ship equipment can wait, but I think it's better to do this Wei-Yan in one go. In order to solve future problems, Wei-Yan drew the phased array radar, air-to-air radar, sea-to-surface radar, and fire control radar that he had prepared this time. Thinking of this, Wei-Yan opened up his talents and began to prepare to start this research and development. Chapter 73: Determination to Become Stronger. Although he had checked the calculations on the drawings many times, Wei-Yan still felt unsure when it came to actually making it. After spending 5,000 energy, I got nothing. However, Wei-Yan was not discouraged. During these 5 rounds of research and development, he still improved some of the problematic aspects of his design. The research and development funds of just 100,000 blue coins made him feel a little distressed, and it made the situation worse for this already poor family. He didn't dare to waste the remaining 15,000 yuan too much. After several research and development experiences, he realized that this talent was a bottomless pit. He needs to try and fail again and again. If he fails once, 100,000 blue coins will be lost. Therefore, he could only carry out research and development under the condition that he had enough surplus funds. Therefore, he must use the remaining energy to make other ship equipment, doing both at the same time. But at this moment, the phone in the dormitory rang, attracting Wei Yan's attention. After all, there are only a few people in this college who can make this call. Xiao Wei, hurry to the port and sail with me. As expected, the Navy couldn't help themselves and chose this day to do something. What happened, Dean? Hearing Elizabeth's very anxious voice, Vian's face changed. Now Xiefeng is patrolling alone on the periphery. If the Admiral of the Navy causes trouble, she will be in great danger. You also know that during these important festivals every year, the deep sea is also more active, so they directly opened the deep sea defense line. The deep sea was allowed to rush directly into the inner sea. Dean, wait for me. Before Elizabeth could finish her words, Vian rushed out the door. When he rushed out of the dormitory building, he saw Clemenceau and Lexington running back in a hurry. Admiral. Commander. It's okay, I get it. Do you want to come with me? Want? The two ship girls nodded firmly. Along the way, Wei Yan saw that the originally festive academy was now full of busyness, and ship girls of all sizes were gathering towards the port. Many of the stalls, small tables and stages that had been set up were now unattended. Most of the ship girls have received the notification and are ready to attack at any time. When Vian arrived at Elizabeth's location, he found that there were already many warships setting sail on the sea. Let's go. I'll tell you the details on the way. Just when Vian was still wondering why there were no warships, he saw something when Elizabeth waved her hand. A battleship emerged directly from beneath the water like a submarine. From the appearance of the battleship, he also knew that this was the Queen Elizabeth. What are you standing there for? Come on. Elizabeth, speaking anxiously, urged Vian to get on board. After standing on the battleship, Wei Yan felt that it was a little unreal. It was unscientific enough that the ship girl could operate the entire battleship by herself. Now telling her that a battleship can also dive? Oh, I forgot. It seems that this course is not taught in school. After all, there are not many ship girls who have this ability. Looking at Vian, who was confused, Elizabeth explained to them in time. Do you know what will happen when the Kankali training grows? Wei Yan's understanding of the training level came from the last time Langley taught him, so he shook his head honestly. Even the other two ship girls were very curious. After our ship girls reach level 70, different ship girls will awaken different talents and abilities. But unfortunately, I don't have the ability to awaken. 80 will be like me, diving underwater to prevent attacks from the ground. As for the mines we have deployed under the water, it is not so easy for submarines to get in. However, the underwater capabilities of our surface warships are still very weak. Most of the time, they are used to hide our warships and conduct surprise attacks and other missions. As for after level 90, you can store the battleship directly in the subspace, but it is a heavy burden on the ship girl, and generally, the ship girls who have reached this level of training rarely use it. As for higher levels, I have never seen one. There are very few ship girls like me who have reached level 80. Looking at Wei and nodding his head, his confused look gradually disappeared. Let's leave this matter alone for now. The most important thing now is to support the ship girls near the Middle East waters. Maybe Xiefeng has already gone there. Renown has made a call there. This time, you and Xiefeng just need to follow me and fight. Remember, don't try to be brave. According to the news sent back by Hornet, the Navy on the other side of the strait seems to have simply given up guarding the strait. They evacuated the people directly at this time. The deep sea outside the strait would have been rioting during this period of time, and now all the water is pouring in. We must block them all in the strait and not let them in. There are still many ship girls and admirals who have not materialized their ships. After hearing what Elizabeth said, Vian thought about it. Dean, did Bumblebee say anything about deep sea strength this time? The number of purple deep sea ships is no less than 7, and it is a fleet of at least 40 deep sea ships. That's why I warned you not to rush into a dangerous position just because you think the Snow Wind battleship has superior performance. The amount of deep sea made Vian gasp. Don't worry, Dean. Don't you understand me? However, when he felt the sea breeze blowing in his face, he finally discovered something wrong, if he remembered correctly. Elizabeth's maximum speed will not exceed 25 knots, but now it has obviously exceeded 25 knots. It is also obvious that the main guns on the front deck of Elizabeth are obviously not the old twin 381mm main guns with a firing angle of 20 degrees. Dean, our speed seems to have exceeded 25 knots, and your main gun. You are the only one who can transform Xiefeng. Xiaoxue helped me transform her before, but she was gone later, so I completed the rest of the transformation myself. How about my triple 381mm main guns? I removed most of the redundant hull space and modified my steam turbine despite the pain and discomfort. Now I can run 30 knots. Looking at Elizabeth's face full of pride and joy, he felt even more the ship girl's pursuit of power. It should be said that this old ship that was eliminated among a number of dreadnoughts can start its second spring in this world. He also understood why, even though there were so many restrictions on the transformation of ordinary shipgirls, there were still ship equipment that could be sold. The determination to become stronger without fear of pain or even bone scraping. Both the admiral and the shipgirl are like this. Chapter 74, Golden Deep Sea. During the voyage, Vian could see planes flying over the Queen Elizabeth. Elizabeth has now reached her maximum speed. Now that he was quite far away from his shipgirl, Wayan discovered a bigger problem. The telephone and wireless communication technologies that are available on the ground have not yet been applied to warships. He can't contact Xiefeng for the time being. He tried to send her some information through the contract between him and Xiefeng, but in the end, it fell on deaf ears. So now Wayan is quite nervous. He is afraid that something might happen to Xiefeng. After all, this is the first time that Xiefeng faces the deep sea alone, and she is afraid that something might happen to her. Fortunately, 2 hours later, standing on the deck, Wayan and his men finally saw scattered warships on the sea. As the Academy's iconic warship, when Elizabeth just entered the sea area, a warship had already approached. Watching the aircraft carrier taking off one after another and getting closer and closer. Dean Elizabeth, you are finally here. Vian saw a pink-haired shipgirl standing on the opponent's flight deck. She was the attacker he had just seen yesterday. What's the situation now? While Elizabeth was communicating with the attackers, Vian began to look out at the sea through a telescope on the bridge, hoping to find Yukikaze's unique battleship. The Admiral of the Navy has withdrawn all the guards in the Middle East Strait. Even the pass at the exit of the strait was unguarded, allowing the deep sea to break through the defense very quickly. It was because the noise was so loud at that time that our shipgirl discovered something was wrong. Fortunately, we were able to find and recruit the shipgirls in time to stop the attack. We have now stopped the attack by the deep sea and are waiting for the rescue of the Academy. When the raider was reporting to Elizabeth, Vian saw that the raider's carrier-based aircraft had already entangled with the deep-sea aircraft in the sea in the middle of the combat area. The deep-sea carrier-based aircraft, which was originally targeting surface warships, rushed up directly after seeing the Raider F-4F Wildcat fighter, just like a cat smelling a mouse. At the same time, he kept tilting his bullets. The fighting style is extremely ferocious, and the fearless death is to self-destruct. What's more, the Raider's difficulty is that she can only launch 15 planes at a time, and her computing power will be a bit overwhelmed if she launches more than that. When facing more than 70 aircraft in the deep sea, support from other aircraft carriers is still needed. However, the only thing that made Wayan feel at ease during the battle was that there were not only fighter jets among these deep-sea carrier-based aircraft. Other types of aircraft were also dispatched together, so Wayan also saw the appearance of anti-submarine aircraft. Therefore, although they only had 32 fighter jets, they were not at a disadvantage at all. The only thing that makes it difficult for the attackers is that they have to consider how to avoid the attacks of the deep-sea fighters, as they will just crash into them no matter what. If you can use a machine gun to fire in battle, you should fire while charging. This reckless attack style and the speed of the plane are indeed much easier to defeat than the Bumblebee's plane. It was also under such circumstances that Wayan knew why the surface ship's air defense was weak. It was because the aircraft carrier had shot down most of the carrier-based aircraft. Deep-sea carrier-based aircraft really cannot get in until the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier are exhausted. The Academy's shipgirls have been assembled. The main force behind me will arrive soon as I get there. How strong is the deep sea this time? The creatures that were allowed in must not be simple ones. The latest reconnaissance data from the Dean shows that we underestimated the number of deep-sea races. Now we conservatively estimate that there are more than 60 deep-sea races, and golden deep-sea races have also appeared. But the air defense capabilities behind the deep sea are too strong, and we haven't yet figured out which model of deep sea it is. Elizabeth's expression did not change after hearing the attacker's words. When the riot occurred, she knew that the golden deep sea would appear. And now the number of these deep sea creatures is basically at a riot level. So what about our losses? With Senior Hornet directing the battleships, no battleships have been seriously damaged in the initial engagement with the deep sea. Only 2 destroyers have been damaged. When I heard the attacker talking about the destroyer Vian and his shipgirl, my heart started to lift. Who are the destroyers? As if she knew Vian's concerns, Elizabeth asked the question for him. One is Lawn, and the other is Firefly. These two girls always rush to the front of the fleet when a fight breaks out, especially Firefly, who recklessly rammed and sank a deep-sea destroyer, and she also suffered considerable damage. Wei was relieved to hear that there was no Xiefeng. At the same time, the attacker's description of the Firefly reminded him of the direct and fearless collision with the Firefly's armor in his previous life. Now, as a real shipgirl, Firefly is also very Firefly. But the reason why the Fireflies wanted to ram the deep sea is that this time the deep sea battles were not as disorderly and scattered as the previous deep sea battles. This time they knew to retreat. We will withdraw to the rear in time after the damage and slowly repair it on the sea. If we don't have enough shipgirls to support us, it will be disadvantageous for us to continue fighting without replenishment. So far we have only sunk 3 deep-sea warships, all of which were destroyers serving as vanguards. The Firefly was intercepted by the deep sea when it was retreating. Wei understood the attacker's words very clearly. The deep sea they encountered this time was really organizing the bombardment in a very orderly manner, and the shipgirls on the Academy's side were facing each other across the sea. It's not the same reckless style of play as before. Although the formation is still a bit messy, it is much better than before. This is the deep sea under command. The difficulty of combat increases sharply. A golden deep sea can bring dozens of disordered warships into initial order. The effectiveness of the usual deep sea induction tactics will also drop sharply, and even the aircraft of the deep sea aircraft carrier will not fly directly after being generated. They came in batches, and were obviously much more threatening than scattered fighters, although they still used the death charge style of attack. After Wei had been looking for a long time, he finally spotted Xiefeng, following the reputation at the center of the fleet's position. Vian carefully observed Xiefeng's warship through his telescope and was relieved to find no obvious signs of attack. Firefly. Chapter 75, Change of Formation. So Vian got down from Elizabeth's bridge in time. Dean, I found Xiefeng's location. It's over at the reputation area. We'll be there in a moment. Elizabeth responded to Vian and turned to look at the attacker again. Don't be afraid of a protracted war. Most of the Academy's shipgirls have already been dispatched. We just need to hold on for a while. Do you have enough carrier-based aircraft? More than enough to deal with these deep seas. The attacker said confidently. Are you going to the reputation side, Raider? Because the attackers were only slightly faster than Elizabeth and the others, they were now at the rear of the fleet and had not yet reached the center. Not for now. I'll just stay in the back. After all, the main body of my battleship is more vulnerable to damage. The raider shook his head. Compared to an admiral commanding his own shipgirls to fight, most of the shipgirls need to protect themselves most of the time in battle. Just like the formation that Vian sees now, it is a single horizontal formation in order to maximize the firepower of the warship. The problem is that all the aircraft carrier girls stay at the back alone and cannot get too close to the front. There are no special girls to protect them, but the deep sea on the opposite side is the same as this side. No rash attack was launched. Then we'll go first. After Elizabeth finished speaking, the warship began to turn and sail towards Renown and their location. Lexington, are you scared? Vian never put down the telescope in his hand and asked Lexington beside him with some concern. After all, she had just built it yesterday, and today she was already going to see the great fleet of the deep sea. Commander, have you forgotten that I am a shipgirl? We are not afraid of fighting. Lexington squinted his eyes and looked at the warships fighting on the sea, with some anticipation in his eyes. Wei and the others arrived soon, and Xiefeng also received the news in advance and came to pick up Wei. Even after Lexington boarded Yukikaze's battleship, she was still in a daze, because she had never seen a destroyer like Yukikaze. But after seeing that the other shipgirls around her all had expressions of being accustomed to it, she temporarily suppressed her doubts. After all, we are still on the battlefield. Xiao Wei, why are you here? Xiefeng asked in confusion as she watched Wei encircling around her body and observing her. Deep sea broke in, and I was worried about my sister's safety. Now I'm glad to see that you're okay. In addition, Elizabeth had jumped onto the renowned battleship and started communicating with her. Don't worry, Xiao Wei. As soon as I received the information, I evacuated my patrol area as quickly as possible. Those deep-sea creatures didn't catch up with me after they discovered me. It's all thanks to Xiao Wei who helped me with the transformation. Xiefeng said to Wei with a scared look on his face. I'm glad you're okay, sister. But even though the danger is greater this time, we still have to fight, sister. It's a rare opportunity for actual combat, and there are also relatively abundant resources for salvaging deep-sea warships. The most important thing is that this is an opportunity to improve Yukikaze's training level, and there are so many other shipgirls to cover her. As long as it doesn't rush to the front like a firefly, The Snow Wind battleship can gain some results with its capabilities. Yes, Admiral. Then Elizabeth, who was communicating with Reputation, saw that Xiefeng, who was originally following behind them, gradually broke away from the formation and began to slowly accelerate. Don't be so stubborn, kid. Pay attention to your safety. If the warship is damaged, come back quickly. Elizabeth, who was a little worried, stood on the prestige battleship and shouted at Xiefeng's position with her loudspeaker. But after arriving here, she needs to work with Reputation and the others to arrange the arrangements for the shipgirls here, so she can't keep an eye on Wayan and the others all the time. Wayan, who has always taken caution as his motto, certainly would not act rashly at this time. He just asked Yukikaze to maintain the speed at 30 knots and sail in a straight line 1 nautical mile outside the single horizontal formation of the ship. He stood on the bridge and observed the formation in the deep sea opposite with his telescope. Compared to Elizabeth, who has other missions to perform, Yukikaze is his ship girl and can complete some of his arrangements. Xiefeng has been staying beside him silently, always paying attention to possible dangers around her. Her sonar is always turned on, for fear that the situation like the last time when a submarine sneaked in will happen again. After Wayan observed for half an hour, he did not act rashly. At the same time, huge waves began to rise on the calm sea surface. It's windy. After a long stalemate, the deep sea fleet finally launched an attack because they found that they were no match for the Academy's shipgirls in terms of artillery. Especially since most of them are deep-sea destroyers, their shelling distance is relatively short. Even the lowest-level deep-sea destroyers do not have torpedo tubes and can only rely on a single small gun barrel to attack. If it weren't for the high-level deep-sea above commanding these destroyers, they would have rushed up long ago. Now they were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins, and the formation that had been barely organized was directly disrupted. The horizontal formation was also in disarray. Nearly 40 destroyers turned directly and charged towards Elizabeth and Reputation. The opponent's deep sea has already determined who is in command on their side. At the same time, above the densely packed deep sea warships, carrier-based aircraft were whizzing past like sparrows at an even faster speed. After identifying the Reputation as the target, they flew towards it with full concentration. Wayan conservatively estimated that there were at least 100 aircraft. The pressure on the aircraft carrier girls on his side suddenly doubled, coupled with the aircraft carrier girls that came to support later. But now compared with the deep sea, I have a clear advantage. A total of 63 warships, including destroyers, light cruisers, and heavy cruisers, were still arranged in a horizontal formation to meet the attack from the deep sea. At the same time, when the deep sea carrier-based aircraft took off, a roaring sound of engines was heard from the rear. As many as 10 aircraft carriers continuously launch carrier-based aircraft from their flight decks to welcome the arrival of the deep sea. It is conservatively estimated that at least 200+ fighter jets can be launched. Elizabeth and Reputation, who were also commanders, did not sit idly by and wait for death. Their warships also began to move. Sister, our chance has come. Get ready to fight. Follow the fleet on the left and surround the deep sea. While Vian was commanding Yukikaze, the Academy's shipgirls had already begun to change their formations. The horizontal formation was divided into 2 parts from the center, where Elizabeth and Reputation were located, like a bowl, surrounding the deep-sea fleet from both sides. At the same time, their side guns were aimed at the deep-sea destroyer, pouring out firepower. The deep sea was in chaos, with multiple formations resisting bombardment from multiple directions while rushing towards Reputation. Chapter 76 Straight Encounter. The sudden change of formation by both sides and the lack of long-term cooperation made the team on the Academy's side a little disorganized. Divided into several columns, a large bowl will surround and bomb the deep sea inside. But just like the problem that deep-sea destroyers are relatively stupid, there are also many destroyer girls in the Academy whose distance from deep-sea vanguard battleships is less than 5 nautical miles. During the encirclement and bombardment, the distance continued to shrink, and because the destroyer girl was too far away, her bombardment hit rate could only be described as dismal. Because Xiefeng was a bit conspicuous as a target, Xiefeng, under Vian's command, did not sail in a single column with the destroyer. Instead, he followed the light patrol team in the outer column. As for the ship girl of the Academy heavy cruiser, Vian had observed her through a telescope and found that she had been staying outside Elizabeth and the others, acting as a guard. There were still carrier-based aircraft fighting over the battleship, but in the end, the fighter planes of the Academy's aircraft carrier girls had the upper hand in terms of numbers and their operating skills. Bang, bang, bang. Because Firefly had been hit in the previous battle, she no longer dared to rush to the front. They could only hide in a position in the middle for nautical miles away from the deep sea and use their twin 120mm guns to fire from a distance. As for whether the hit will be successful or not, that depends on luck. After all, at this distance, she is already projectile. Fortunately, the warships of the deep-sea fleet of the multiple divisions are much more densely packed than those of the Academy's shipgirls. She has hit several deep-sea destroyers during this period of time. The relatively dispersed positions of the warships make it more difficult for the Academy's shipgirls trapped in the deep sea in the middle, and the main guns of ordinary deep-sea destroyers pose significantly less threat to most shipgirls. Boom, boom, boom. After the calibration, Xiefeng had found the approximate shooting angle and started his own artillery fire. Weiyan and the other shipgirls stayed in the command room, trying to observe the battle situation outside. Clemenceau, please help me record the data of the Battle of Xiefeng. Okay, Admiral. This is a perfect opportunity to practice Xiefeng's combat effectiveness, so he will not forget to collect Xiefeng's combat data. Lexington, please help me observe the number of deep-sea fighters nearby and their release cycles. Yes, Commander. The distance between the two fleets was getting closer and closer, and the deep sea that was heading towards Reputation suddenly seemed to have lost command and restraint at this moment. The formation that had originally been in somewhat decent shape was now in complete disarray. The ordinary deep-sea destroyer closest to the Academy's shipgirl went straight for her target, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. They started a series of attacks, and the sea was in chaos. Some destroyers that were only about 2 nautical miles away from the deep sea were forced to completely disrupt their formation while avoiding the bombardment and collision of the deep-sea destroyers. The originally overall joint attack became scattered at this moment, and each team fought on their own. Even the destroyers that had blocked Yukikaze's battleship from the side were dispersed. Admiral, at the moment, it's just the outer deep sea that's fighting with the school's shipgirls. We're far away, so there's no problem. The warships of both sides were thrown into chaos, and the number of artillery fire they received increased suddenly. After at least 40 destroyers on the outside became entangled with the Academy's shipgirls, the remaining warships in the middle finally revealed their true colors. 1 purple battleship, 2 purple light cruisers, 4 purple destroyers, and 5 heavy cruisers. They broke out of the encirclement and ran head-on into Elizabeth and the others. Purple lines appeared on the warships in the purple deep sea, and their artillery fire was extremely powerful. A destroyer that was relatively close was severely damaged on the spot by a round of artillery fire from the deep-sea battleship. The superstructure was smashed to pieces, and the battleship began to take on water. Elizabeth and Reputation, who were in the rear, saw the disrupted battlefield and knew they could no longer command. This is also the disadvantage of the freedom ships in such a large naval battle. They all fight on their own, and when encountering special situations they can only try their best to protect themselves. However, the heavy cruisers that had been staying at the center of the fleet finally had their place to use their skills. Kaohsiung, Atago, Maya, Toriumi, the heavy cruisers in the deep sea opposite are now in your hands. Myoko, Gorizia, Zara, and the deep sea cruiser are yours. As for Elizabeth, when she was about to arrange for the shipgirls to intercept the purple destroyer in the deep sea, she saw several light cruisers in the fleet ahead break away from the team and turn around. And among these teams, there was also a destroyer that was out of place and was also turning sharply. Okay, Dean. Kaohsiung, who had been eager to fight, responded loudly to what Elizabeth said. At the same time, he quickly increased the speed of his warship, which was originally traveling at a leisurely speed of 20 knots. She took several of her sisters and started bombarding the enemy's warships. Reputation, let's prepare to fight too. After saying that, Elizabeth quickly returned to her own warship from the prestigious warship and started moving. Boom, boom. The deep-sea fleet was less than 10 nautical miles away from Elizabeth and her team, which was already a relatively dangerous distance. Elizabeth had just returned to her battleship when the Reputation had already started test firing. At the same time, she turned her head to look at Yukikaze, who had stood out from the light cruiser team, raised her hand, and aimed the 381mm main gun on her battleship at the deep-sea battleship. The leading team had already started to suffer a lot of casualties at this time. 7 of the fastest deep-sea destroyers had been sunk, and even 2 of their own warships had been severely damaged. They evacuated the danger zone directly and quickly under the cover of other shipgirls. As for the reason why Xiefeng suddenly turned around, the moment Vian saw the purple deep sea, he had already targeted them, and this after such a long dogfight. The air supremacy has been taken by their own shipgirl, and Vian has been paying attention to the position of Bumblebee. She had already ordered her fighter planes to return, and now it was time for the bombing. Compared to the ordinary deep sea, the purple deep sea is not only more powerful, but the spoils salvaged are also more valuable. His target is a purple deep sea destroyer. As for whether other deep sea warships still have meat for him, it depends on the performance of other shipgirls in the academy. At the same time, Vian glanced at the badly damaged destroyer that had been evacuated to a safe area and had been towed away by Vesta. During the movement, Xiefeng never stopped attacking. During the battle, Xiefeng felt that his proficiency in artillery was increasing rapidly. As for why this happens, Weiyan saw that one of Xiefeng's shells hit a deep-sea destroyer that was already badly damaged. Chapter 77 Safety First. That round of artillery fire hit the ship twice, and the 240mm main gun faced a small, ordinary destroyer, resulting in the ship sinking. Then Weiyan saw that Xiefeng's training level had increased by 1. He was also curious whether Xiefeng's training level would increase even more if the purple deep sea was sunk. Before Elizabeth and the others could even conduct a test firing, the 4 triple 380mm main guns on the deep-sea battleship that broke through the siege began to vent their anger. Vian has been observing this unreasonable deep-sea battleship. The deep sea still has a shark tooth-like hull, and regular patterns appear on the battleship. Weiyan estimated that the length of this deep-sea battleship was about 220 meters, about the same as his Xiefeng. However, for triple-mounted main guns were crammed onto such a bloated hull, although the superstructure of the deep-sea battleship can be said to be very sparse and bare. If the 4 large triple main guns are terrifying enough, the 6 twin 300mm secondary guns on the relatively empty deck are the most terrifying. There is nothing else except firepower, let alone scientificity. Weiyan was wondering if the keel of such a battleship could withstand a salvo from the side. The purple battleship is already like this, not to mention the other purple deep-sea battleships, all of which have firepower that exceeds that of ordinary battleships of the same type. The 127mm twin-mounted gun has a very fast firing rate, just like the previous Yukikaze, and there are still 2 main guns on the battleship. There is 1 tube each at the front and back, and there are also very obvious torpedo tubes on the deck, for a total of 8 tubes. Even the speed is much higher than the normal deep-sea destroyer's speed of about 20 knots. It is almost 35 knots. He left the team directly. Perhaps the only drawback is that he is rather impulsive. Just then I saw Xiefeng rushing towards me. Half salvo. Speed up. Yukikaze had already tested firing when the deep-sea destroyer rushed up. Although the speed of the purple deep-sea destroyer was already very fast, it was faster than the speed of most ordinary shipgirls. But it's still not good enough in front of Xiefeng. The deep-sea destroyer that was charging straight up had only 1 gun aimed at Yukikaze, and at a distance of up to 4 nautical miles. The advantage in speed allowed Xiefeng to occupy the T-head position and aim its side guns at the deep sea early on. Now Weiyan gave the order. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, none of them hit the target. Although deep sea was a bit reckless, the distance was still a bit far for Xiefeng, not to mention that deep sea speed was not low. It was also a purple deep sea destroyer. It had a relatively small hull and was capable of thinking on its own. It easily evaded at an angle and avoided the snow wind's bombardment. Keep a distance of more than 3 nautical miles. Looking at the hit rate of Xiefeng's artillery fire, Weiyan was not in a hurry and continued to give orders calmly. At the same time, other high-level deep-sea warriors also started to exchange fire. Elizabeth, Reputation, and the counterattack that just appeared at the end of the Vian telescope also joined the battle. During the chase between Yukikaze and the deep-sea destroyer, he finally understood how difficult the deep sea was. Because Yukikaze was sailing at a relatively fast speed, the deep-sea destroyer not only failed to shorten the distance between them, but was able to maintain the distance when Yukikaze took her around a bend. Use a broadside to strike at her hull in turn. The main gun in the front had been abandoned due to the impact of the snow wind. Even in this situation, the deep-sea destroyer did not slow down and fired several torpedoes in an attempt to hit Yukikaze. But he was discovered and avoided in time by Xiefeng's sonar. Xiao Wei, it won't be difficult to deal with her if you keep going like this. Vian had been observing the damage to the deep-sea destroyer, and now he was waiting. Then we saw the torpedo launcher on the deep-sea destroyer predicted the direction of Yukikaze's course and launched a torpedo. Another torpedo launch. After hearing what Weiyan said, Xiefeng adjusted his course in time, and another round of torpedoes was easily avoided. Boom, boom, boom. Xiefeng launched another round of bombardment, but this time the result of the bombardment made her excited. Because the deep-sea destroyer had just had its armor on the side of its hull penetrated by the snow wind, it had begun to leak water. At the same time, its speed had finally slowed down to less than 35 knots, and was still slowly slowing down. Xiaowei, she has seawater backflow. I see. Prepare to make a sharp turn and give her a fatal blow. Although it was a destroyer, Vian's tightly clenched fists behind his back still showed his nervousness. After all, the battle now still requires Xiefeng to engage in an artillery battle with them, which is still too dangerous. It's only a few nautical miles away, and if you're not careful, a shell could land on your head. Because Xiefeng is implementing the security tactics, their current position is relatively far away from the area where large forces are fighting. The snow wind that was rotating at a large angle was also bombarding continuously. Fire torpedoes at intervals, 2 at a time. As the distance got closer, the deep-sea destroyer began to leak more and more, and the sailing warship began to float on the sea. She tried hard to repair her hull, but it became useless due to the increasing hit rate of Xiefeng, and the damage became even more serious. It wasn't until the arrival of 2 underwater killers that she was finally freed. During the entire process, not even a single shell hit the Yukikaze battleship, so it could only sink into the sea with hatred. Weiyan and Xiefeng did not notice that the eyes covered by the blindfold were still emitting light when they were expelling Han Hen in the deep sea. At the same time, 3 submarines that had already arrived at the designated position underwater restarted and fired all their torpedoes. However, as security guards put safety first, they also keep these despicable behaviors in mind at all times. When these submarines restarted, Xiaowei, the sonar is responding. 3 submarines and 12 torpedoes are coming towards us, but we can avoid them. Vian responded and used a telescope to observe the battle situation of Elizabeth and the others, and found that they were still in a stalemate and firing at each other. The leading destroyer battle had already sunk most of the ordinary deep-sea destroyers. Then let's take care of these submarines while we're at it. At the same time, Weiyan was thinking about new things. The deep-sea fleet has more than 60 ships in total, and most of them have already rushed over. So, is there only the Golden Deep Sea and the deep-sea aircraft carrier left behind? Now the carrier-based aircraft of the deep-sea aircraft carrier have been almost dealt with by our aircraft carrier shipgirl, and they are all going to support other shipgirls. Then is there no one to take care of the aircraft carrier in the deep sea? Before, Vian had asked Lexington to pay attention to deep-sea aircraft and estimated how many deep-sea aircraft carriers there were. The aircraft carrier has no escorting warships, and its own carrier-based aircraft have been destroyed. What is left? Chapter 78 Blockade. But this time the opponent's flagship is the Golden Deep Sea, and there may be unknown dangers, so Weiyan did not act rashly. Even if you want to go, you still need to know the specific situation of the other party. It's a pity that I don't have an aircraft carrier now. While Weiyan was observing the battle on the sea and the fighting between planes in the sky, the 3 submarines discovered by the destroyer could only watch Xiefeng approach them quickly and then launch depth charges. Finally, several energy balls emitting white light were left on the sea, which were quickly salvaged by Xiefeng using a salvage net. These are the spoils you get after defeating the deep sea, but Vian doesn't have the energy to open them now. Let's go back and help the Dean and the others. Although it is tempting to transform an aircraft carrier into a fake ship, Weiyan decided not to take the risk for safety reasons. While Yukikaze was dealing with the submarine, the sound of gunfire from the front of the destroyer battle had weakened a lot. Through the telescope, Weiyan saw that many destroyers were injured. Some of the damaged ones were so serious that their speed was very slow and they were drifting on the sea. However, compared to the deep sea, the shipgirls still know how to cover the evacuation of their companions. After all, as long as the shipgirls' warships are not sinking, they can regroup in a very short time as long as they enter the channel. Defeating a purple deep sea and 3 destroyers also allowed Xiefeng's training level to reach 15, and also made her more adept at using her ship equipment. I didn't notice it when it was far away, but when Vian got closer, I saw the outrageousness of the shipgirl. From Vian's observation, he saw that Elizabeth was able to easily use her secondary guns to fire deep-sea shells in the face of deep-sea bombardment. Without fire control, all calculations are piled on the shipgirl, and Elizabeth can use her secondary guns to intercept the shells. However, Weiyan, who has gradually become accustomed to the unscientific development of this world, has slowly been able to accept such a setting. Then the reputation next to them poured their artillery fire into the deep sea with peace of mind, and the counterattack was on the way. When the deep-sea battleship entered the attack range of Yukikaze, he had already seen that the already scarce superstructures of the deep-sea battleship were gone, and even several secondary guns had been scrapped. The main guns on the reputation side have all been destroyed. There were only a few ships still able to move in the deep sea of the front battle area. Most of them had been sunk by the Academy's shipgirls and began to collect the spoils. The deep-sea battleship was also surrounded by the heavy and light cruisers that quickly dealt with other deep-sea battleships. At the same time, the carrier-based aircraft of our own aircraft carrier also quickly penetrated into the enemy's rear to explore the enemy's strength. Shall we? Should we intervene? Xiefeng looked at the battleship that was being bombarded by Renown, and he couldn't help but feel itchy to use the torpedoes on the battleship. Wei just shook his head slightly. Most of the firepower of the deep-sea battleship has been abandoned, and it is only a matter of time before it is sunk. Now it is time to take credit for other people's achievements. After all, you have been fighting with Elizabeth for so long in terms of reputation. It is impossible for you to get the upper hand with just one torpedo. Sister, go to Bumblebee. Seeing that the fleet had no intention of going to the rear of the deep sea for the time being, Vian asked Xiefeng to move closer to the hull of the Bumblebee. Bumblebee could see Xiefeng approaching quickly from a distance. What's wrong? Aren't you going to Elizabeth's? We came here to ask Mr. Bumblebee what the situation is like in the rear of the deep sea. What? You want to go after the deep sea? Vian's answer surprised Bumblebee. After all, there is more than one admiral here this time, but most of the other admirals let their shipgirls stay in safer places. Now, most of the destroyers and light cruisers in the front battle that are still relatively intact are basically theirs. So what Vian said made Bumblebee immediately understand what he wanted to do, and at the same time, he also remembered Elizabeth and others' opinions and evaluations of him. Let's take a look. We just want to see what the golden deep sea is like. After all, we will have to face it sooner or later if we stay at sea. Okay, I just wanted to tell Elizabeth that you were going to pursue her, so I'll tell you. Our carrier-based aircraft have already found out that there are no escort warships behind them. If you want to go, the danger is not very high. We just need to worry about the golden deep-sea heavy cruiser and the purple aircraft carrier next to it. The others are the 6 ordinary aircraft carriers. If you want to go, chase me now. I'm going to report to Elizabeth. The deep sea is trying to escape. Feeling the images coming from his fighter, Bumblebee changed the subject and started launching new carrier-based aircraft towards Elizabeth and the others. Unlike them who can only communicate by shouting and some additional means at sea, the warships in the deep sea seem to have some special means of communication. Even when the distance was more than 10 nautical miles, after the Vanguard team was destroyed, the deep-sea flagship seemed to have known the situation. So in Bumblebee's eyes, the deep-sea flagship directly turned with its fleet and headed out of the strait. After hearing what Bumblebee said, Vian thought about the remaining combat power of the deep sea. So what's their speed? No more than 30 knots. After saying that, Bumblebee's battleship gradually went away. Shall we? Should we chase after him? After hearing the conversation between Vian and Bumblebee, Xiefeng also understood what Vian wanted to do. 1 heavy cruiser, 1 purple aircraft carrier, 6 ordinary aircraft carriers, and an unknown submarine. If you run faster, you can catch up. If the speed is maintained at more than 20 knots, the probability of there being a submarine is very low. Wayan has probably figured out after facing deep-sea submarines several times that the speed of deep-sea submarines is the lowest in the fleet. It's only about 15 knots, and any ordinary surface warship can catch up. Therefore, if it is a collective evacuation, the probability of encountering a submarine is quite low when the pursuing warship is still turning on the sonar. And the Academy's shipgirls won't let these deep-sea creatures get away easily. The Hornet that had just left was already launching its bombers. Thinking of this, Wayan nodded to Xiefeng. Chase, but we won't chase directly. We'll take a detour and head directly to the strait entrance to intercept them. Wayan thought back to the sea map he had memorized during his previous patrol with Xiefeng. This time, they went deeper into the deep sea, which brought them at least 40 to 50 nautical miles away from the pass. So instead of facing the danger of the deep-sea heavy cruiser directly, he chose to sit back and wait. Yes, Admiral. After hearing this, Xiefeng immediately turned the boat around and headed towards the position where Wayan was commanding. Chapter 79. Xiefeng also wants to hug the seasick Admiral. What? You said that guy went after them? And Deep Sea is preparing to retreat. Elizabeth and Reputation had just dealt with the deep-sea battleship here when they heard that Bumblebee had brought them such a surprise. Let the girls who are still able to fight continue the pursuit. I'll leave the Reputation to you. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she turned around and operated the warship to move towards the deep-sea evacuation location. This kid is really a cause for concern. When Elizabeth left, she didn't even salvage the spoils of the deep-sea battle train. While sailing, Wayan did not follow directly behind the deep sea, but chose to detour from their side. The Xiefeng was sailing on the sea at a full speed of 41 knots, and its displacement of more than 10,000 tons was very bumpy under the huge waves. The shipgirls didn't have any problems, but Vian felt that he had overestimated his body, and now he was a little seasick. Shall we? How about I drive slower? Looking at Wayan sitting in the chair in the command room with his head in his hands, Stefan said with some heartache. It's okay, don't worry about me, sister. Clemenceau continued to observe the direction of the carrier-based aircraft and the large forces. Wan waved his hand to refuse. Well, Xiao Wei, remember to tell your sister if you feelin' well. After Stefan finished speaking, she continued to concentrate on controlling the warship. At the same time, Clemenceau on the side observed the position of the large force and reported to Stefan in time so that she could modify the course in time. Only Lexington looked at Vian, who was already in great pain, walked over to him and sat in the chair next to him. He leaned his head against his shoulder. Commander, just take a good rest for now. I'll call you when we get there. Lexington's gentle voice reached Vian's ears, making his already dizzy head even more confused. Ma'am, you don't have to do this. Wan, who was a little confused, subconsciously called him Lexington, which made several girls look at him. But he didn't notice as he was leaning on Lexington with his eyes closed. Lexington put his finger in front of his lips, signaling them not to speak, and at the same time, his free hand gently stroked Vian's head. Vian, who was holding on, leaned dazedly on Lexington's soft shoulders and did not notice their little movements. Wow, I also want to hug Xiao Wei like this. Watching Lexington's actions, Xiafeng felt sad, but now she was controlling the battleship. Clemenceau just looked back and forth between Lexington and Xiafeng for a few times before looking away and continuing to observe the movements of the main force. Elizabeth, who had been chasing after the deep sea, never saw that very unique destroyer. Where have these guys gone? They haven't been seen for so long. Compared with the large fleet of other shipgirls following her, it is obviously much more difficult for a lone Xiafeng to be discovered. After all, the aircraft carrier girls are now focused on the battle of wits and courage and retreating to the deep sea. However, thinking of Yukikaze's speed that exceeded that of ordinary shipgirls and the fact that Vian had always paid attention to the safe distance before, Elizabeth was not too worried about Vian's danger. And now, Golden Deep Sea, who had left early, and the remaining shipgirls have not caught up with them for such a long time. There have been batches of carrier-based aircraft arriving in the sky. Deep-sea carrier-based aircraft are raining in the sky at any time. Finally, after a long time. Commander, it's time to get up. We have arrived at the designated location. When Wayan woke up, he saw that the endless sea had turned into a huge wall connecting to the port. But now a huge hole has been made in this high wall built on the sea, and they are now under the wall. How are the deep sea and the others doing? It's still about 25 nautical miles from here. Although our detour is a little far, Elizabeth and the others chasing us have slowed down the speed of the deep-sea aircraft carrier. Lexington, who was prepared for this, replied to Vian. Wayan, who felt much better after resting for a long time, nodded when he heard that the result was not much different from what he had initially imagined. Then without further ado, sister, start setting up. Okay. As Xiafeng spoke, he did not slow down his speed. After all, according to Wayan's plan, they were racing against time. Xiafeng quickly passed through the hole in the high wall that was hit by the deep sea, and starting from the outside of the high wall, round objects began to slide down from Xiafeng's warship one by one, floating underwater and staying quietly. When deploying, the speed of Xiafeng's sailing slowed down obviously, and all the positions that could pass through the deep sea were fully deployed. There is also a circle of arrangements for the areas after you go out. Finally, they returned to the inside of the wall and laid mines around the port. After completing these security tasks, the deep-sea fleet heading towards this side on the sea could be seen from the bridge of Xiafeng. But now they are in a very embarrassing situation. The flight deck on the deep-sea aircraft carrier is already empty, but deep-sea carrier-based aircraft are still being slowly generated. There are relatively few shipgirls that own bombers. Apart from a few planes dropping bombs sporadically, most of them are firing from the sky to harass the retreating deep-sea shipgirls. Behind them, Elizabeth's fleet was constantly bombarding. However, Elizabeth and her team's pursuit was a bit embarrassing, because this golden deep-sea heavy cruiser was a bit outrageous. There are 4 888-inch main guns, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, which is frightening to look at. At the same time, the upper level is densely equipped with tall defense gun barrels. What terrified Vian the most was the 10 large tubes on each side of her battleship, including 4 5-tube torpedo tubes. It was these torpedoes that had a huge impact on Elizabeth and her companions. Every time they were about to get close, they could see the surrounding destroyer girls detecting torpedoes in various ways, and then they would avoid the torpedoes. This gave Shanghai and the others some chance to catch their breath. After all, the densely packed anti-aircraft gun barrels on the deep-sea heavy cruisers are not to be trifled with. They have to defend against the carrier-based aircraft of the deep-sea aircraft carriers while dropping bombs to destroy the anti-aircraft guns on the heavy cruiser decks. But after one round, they suffered heavy losses in their carrier-based aircraft. This is how the tug-of-war ended. Let's go and give them a big gift. After saying that, Wayan pointed in a direction and asked Stefan to drive quickly there. When Yukikaze arrived at the designated location, Not only Shihai could see her, but even Bumblebee and his plane could see Yukikaze. Elizabeth, I saw your boy. Chapter 80 The Deep Sea Patrol of the Buddhist System. Where are they? Elizabeth looked back at the Bumblebee, which was sailing parallel to her own battleship. We are to the left of the deep sea, but the distance is not close at all, only 5 nautical miles. Elizabeth turned her head as Bumblebee spoke, and sure enough, she saw a warship floating on the sea. The battleship was trying hard to vent its fire on the deep sea in front of them. Compared to Elizabeth and the others who were aiming at the stern of the ship, which was more difficult to hit, Vian was aiming at the side of the deep-sea fleet. Moreover, his target was the deep-sea aircraft carrier that had been whittled into a shipstick, not a light aircraft carrier. Only after Wei-Yin got closer did he see the appearance of these deep-sea warships. Judging from their tonnage, they looked more like deep-sea light carriers. Only the battleship with purple lines following the deep-sea heavy cruiser is a deep-sea aircraft carrier. Can Xiaowei be released now? The deep-sea heavy cruiser following the end of the fleet had no time to pay attention to Vian and Xiefeng in the face of Elizabeth and her men's fire, so Xiefeng could only safely hit moving targets, etc. Vian looked at the distance between the deep-sea fleet and the mines laid by Xiefeng and shook his head. 5 nautical miles, 4 nautical miles, 3 nautical miles. Finally, a deep-sea light carrier sailing in the front crossed the red line in Wei-Yin's heart. Emission. Receive. Immediately, the torpedo launch ports on both sides of the Yukikaze hull opened at the same time. The target is in front of the minefield. When the deep-sea fleet reaches the target location, the Yukikaze torpedoes are loaded. Elizabeth, the guy fired torpedoes, 12 in total. In order to observe what Vian and Xiefeng were going to do, Bumblebee also specially dispatched a plane to fly to the sea area where Vian and the others were. She discovered it the moment Xiefeng launched the torpedo. So the reason we couldn't find them before was because they came here in advance and waited for us to come? Elizabeth said as she controlled the main gun. That's right. After launching the torpedoes, they are also rapidly reducing the distance with the deep sea. They must be trying to block the deep sea at the pass. But this decision is a bit risky. We dare not get too close to her, at least 3 nautical miles away, to prevent lightning strikes from the deep sea. If the deep sea heavy cruiser focuses on him and Xiefeng, the danger will be too great. Then the two saw that Xiefeng turned the bow 3 nautical miles away from the deep sea and did not continue to approach. It seems that we still don't know this Wei-Yin well enough. He is not such a reckless person. Elizabeth said as she looked at Yukikaze, who stopped and fired another torpedo. At the same time, something suddenly happened that caught Bumblebee's attention. 2 of the 6 torpedoes in the first wave hit, and 2 deep-sea light carriers are taking on water. Their speed has slowed down. Elizabeth, here's your chance. Let the other aircraft carriers and light carriers set off together. It will be difficult to chase them after they pass the pass. But while the 2 of them were communicating, Wei-Yin saw that the deep-sea light carrier behind her, which had not slowed down, directly overtook the deep-sea light carrier hit by Xiefeng and entered the area of mines. Next second. Bang, bang, bang. The water surface around the first deep-sea light carrier that broke into the mine area directly exploded with several water columns, and the deep-sea light carrier also shook a little. She struck a landmine. The powerful impact force caused her to gradually slow down, and seawater was rapidly pouring back into the bottom of the battleship. But they couldn't stop because they were being pursued. Even the mental entity standing on the deck of the deep-sea heavy cruiser gritted its teeth. She didn't expect this group of shipgirls to be so difficult to deal with. The shipgirls in the garrison outside the wall before were not so difficult to deal with. After she commanded them to send a batch of newly resurrected ordinary deep-sea creatures from the sea area that she was previously responsible for, the humans standing on the shore were also very tactful and did not pursue them after defeating the ordinary deep-sea creatures. However, the newly generated deep sea this quarter is about to exceed her controllability, so she comes to visit the garrison here as usual. Unexpectedly, all the humans who had been on land were gone. Even the shipgirls who followed them were gone. She was troubled as to how to deal with the flooding of the deep sea, and finally she found the high wall of the strait. Adhering to the principle that if you don't come to me, then I will take the initiative to find humans, her deep-sea fleet destroyed the high wall. At the same time, she also discovered the human shipgirls' carrier-based aircraft, which made her happy, indicating that she had found the right place. The humans were behind the wall. Then she came in with her fleet and had an opening exchange of words with the group of shipgirls as usual. Then the batch of deep-sea creatures that needed to be processed were sent to the shipgirl. At the same time, I also discovered that the shipgirls this time were somewhat different from the previous ones. There were too many of them, and the intensity of their attacks was much higher than that of the shipgirls in the previous naval base. Feeling that something was wrong, she wanted to leave the place quickly. But what she didn't expect was that this group of shipgirls would continue to pursue them relentlessly. Compared with the humans and shipgirls who had been guarding outside before, they were so inferior. So she could only do it herself and hope that these ungrateful shipgirls would give up. And then I have been chased until now. At the same time, feeling the several damaged deep-sea light carriers under her control, she knew that the group of shipgirls really wanted to sink her here. But as a thoughtful deep-sea, she doesn't want to just spend her days fighting and destroying. She also has poetry in the distance. Her favorite were the human merchant ships that intruded into the waters under her jurisdiction. The supplies, food, and picture books they carried were her favorites. But now she is forced to fight, and maybe she will have to say goodbye to her other good sisters here today. So in order to be able to return safely as soon as possible. What a pity. The light carrier fleet I have been accumulating for so long is going to be lost this time. The heavy cruiser's mind-body increased its speed while thinking. At the same time, the surrounding deep-sea aircraft carriers and light carriers began to slow down their speed and block the passage close to the high wall. The deep-sea heavy cruiser passed the deep-sea light carrier that had just hit the mine and came to the channel created by the high wall. I won't come to your place next time. These shipgirls are like crazy. It's too dangerous. The deep-sea heavy cruiser breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the blocked position on his side. At least she was safe. But the next second she frowned. Something was wrong, very wrong. She felt the shock of an underwater explosion. Damn it. Who was that bastard? A sneak attack. Chapter 81. The deep-sea heavy cruiser sinks. Compared to other deep-sea mines, she might have been more reckless and crashed into them. She immediately realized that the passage ahead might have been mined. She really might not be able to go back today. Compared with attacks on the surface of the water, underwater attacks are more destructive and more difficult to defend against. But Vian wouldn't give her much time to think, and neither would Elizabeth. When was this mine deployed? Bumblebee stared at the deep-sea heavy cruiser's every move and quickly noticed the splashes of water exploding around her. I didn't ask other shipgirls to make arrangements. I can only ask them afterwards. Now the deep sea is trapped by mines. It's a good opportunity. Elizabeth began to call on the other shipgirls around her to start besieging the deep-sea light carrier. Not to mention the instigator Wayan. Unfortunately, when the deep-sea heavy cruiser asked other light carriers to cover her retreat route had already been surrounded. They couldn't get in, and Yukikaze's torpedoes could only repeatedly whip these deep-sea light carriers. The only ones that could attack the heavy cruisers were the bombers and torpedo planes of the aircraft carriers. When the Hornet saw the heavy cruiser's speed drop suddenly, it immediately recalled its fighter jets, and at the same time, the B-25 was taking off quickly on the flight deck. Even other light carriers with bombers and aircraft carriers are doing the same thing as her. Back to the deep-sea heavy cruiser, she now felt that she had no way of speaking out her suffering. She knew there were mines ahead, but she had reached the maximum speed when she was escaping. Especially after abandoning her aircraft carrier, she increased her speed to 30 knots. Then she stumbled out of the minefield, with her hull riddled with holes. There are many leaks on the bottom, but fortunately, as the golden deep sea, she can use the power of the deep sea to repair her hull faster than the normal deep sea. But it is just a drop in the bucket. However, when she rushed out of the aisle and felt the quiet water, although she was a little busy repairing the warship, she still felt a little relieved. At least there are no mines after passing the passage through the high wall. These shipgirls still underestimate our deep-sea power. Humph, when I go back, I will never come to this damn place again. I will ask Chingmu-chan to blow it for me when I go back. It hurts so much. The deep-sea heavy cruiser thought about this and began to use the special power of the deep sea to mend the sea surface, especially the bottom of the ship. When she rushed out, what was waiting for her was Bumblebee and his group's bombers. But she no longer had the extra computing power to pay attention to these bombers. If the superstructure was destroyed, it was destroyed. At most, only a hull would be left. If the bottom of the ship is not repaired, it will really sink. Suddenly, the pressure of the bomber attacks from Hornet and other shipgirls was much less, and they bombarded her deck again and again. The deep-sea heavy cruisers, which only care about the head and not the butt, can only passively and uncomfortably endure the baptism from their aircraft carrier sisters. But fortunately, her outrageous armor and anti-aircraft guns allowed her to hold on even though the deck was riddled with holes and the interior of the battleship could be seen. The several aircraft carrier girls could only be forced to recall their carrier-based aircraft to reload ammunition and wait for the next round of bombing. Once my boat's bottom is no longer leaking, I can repair the anti-aircraft guns and stop them from chasing me. As for the shipgirls other than the aircraft carrier, their way was blocked by the wreckage of the deep-sea aircraft carrier, and they could only watch the deep-sea heavy cruiser go away. It will be difficult to deal with Elizabeth once she runs far away, and it will take longer to replenish ammunition. Bumblebee sighed as he looked at the Golden Heavy Cruiser's abnormal defensive capabilities. Is Golden Deep really that outrageous? The protection of a heavy cruiser is even more outrageous than that of a battleship. Some destroyer girls who had never seen the Golden Deep Sea said with some regret. They were so close to leaving this damn deep sea behind. Hornet, you guys try your best to catch up. If you can't catch up, forget it. The other shipgirls, prepare to clear the channel here. She felt a little regretful that she didn't keep the deep-sea heavy cruiser when she had such a good opportunity. Only Xiefeng followed Wei Yan's command and sailed to a place where he could see the deep-sea heavy cruiser. 10.9.5.3.2.1. Wei Yan held the telescope and silently watched the deep-sea heavy cruiser gradually sailing away in the distance and began to recite something in his heart. When Wei Yan counted to 0, he saw several water columns rising around the shattered hull of the deep-sea heavy cruiser. The deep-sea heavy cruiser's hull, which had not been repaired in the first place, now had a bigger crack. What's more? Oops, the hull and keel are broken. The deep-sea heavy cruiser's face changed immediately after she felt the situation of her warship. This time she really couldn't leave. Her battleship broke right down the middle. After knowing that she couldn't leave, the expression on her face became completely calm. The computing power that was originally controlling the deep-sea power to repair the warship also stopped and lay directly on the deck of the capsized warship, looking at the sky calmly. Just like the core of a ship would be damaged after being sunk, the same was true for her. She could already feel her computing power rapidly decreasing. Her eyelids gradually became heavy. She turned her head to look at the shipgirls who were in high spirits on the opposite side and sneered silently. It's a pity that the Bismarck fanfiction book that was taken away by the light cruiser can't be taken back. No, you can still get it back. Holding onto the last bit of consciousness, the deep-sea heavy cruiser squeezed out the last bit of energy within its core. An invisible wave quickly crossed the endless ocean. You stupid salty fish, why did you suddenly think of contacting me? I haven't finished reading that book yet. A somewhat impatient voice came from within my blurred consciousness. I can't go back. After reading, sink the book into the sea. If there's anything strange about the shipgirls here, don't come over. After saying this, the deep-sea heavy cruiser lost consciousness, and its pale body fell into the endless depths of the sea along with the sinking battleship. The golden light from her sunken battleship gathered on the sea surface and turned into a golden energy ball. Elizabeth, the deep sea has sunk. This time we have won a great victory. I see. Everyone salvage your spoils and let's go back to school. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she waved her hand and drove her warship towards Xiefeng's position. Xiao Wei, I feel that the strength in my body has increased a lot. As the shipgirl who caused the greatest damage to the deep sea and finally sank the deep sea, Vian could clearly see that Yukikaze's training level had directly risen to level 22. After defeating the golden deep sea, Xiefeng's training level was increased by 5 levels at once. Chapter 82. Who the hell is that? After the war, the shipgirls each salvaged their own spoils. Yukikaze's torpedoes only sank 2 light carriers in the attack on them. As for the distribution of the spoils, whoever caused the sinking of the ship would get the spoils, and the kind-hearted girls did not claim them unclaimed. Not to mention the admirals who were under such rules, they can only listen to the rules set by the shipgirls. The 2 white energy balls were salvaged onto the ship by Xiefeng using a salvage net, and Elizabeth also came up in time. Boy, do you know how dangerous it is to be so close to the deep sea? Seeing how Wei Yan had let Xiefeng get so close to the deep sea before, she couldn't help but speak with concern as soon as she approached. Yes, Dean, I am fine, and the results of this battle are not bad. Even if we exclude the results of the deep-sea heavy cruiser this time, Xiefeng's results were also very good. One of the 6 trophies was contributed by the purple destroyer. You're so naughty. Xiao Xue will be angry if she finds out. Let's just save ourselves the worry. Seeing the smile on Vian's face, Elizabeth sighed. But you and Xiefeng did a good job this time. She still very much acknowledged that Xiefeng's lightning strike on the side had caused some impact on the deep-sea fleet. In the short time of greeting, most of the spoils on the sea had been salvaged. Vian was also very surprised by the shipgirl and the deep-sea hull. After sinking, these warships will not be buried forever in the sea like ordinary warships. After sinking into the sea, the warships will decompose into unknown energy and finally become trophies floating on the sea for them to salvage. At the same time, everyone also turned their attention to the spoils of the golden heavy cruiser. They knew without a doubt that the spoils emitting golden light would yield very high-quality resources. But everyone is a participant in the battle, and no one knows who will decide the final blow. They can only look to Dean Elizabeth and wait for her arrangements. Wei Yan understood their thoughts, but he could not give up the spoils of the golden heavy cruiser. So, sister, let's go clear the mines that were laid earlier. Because of the previous deep-sea mine strike, the Academy's shipgirls salvaged the spoils in areas where they had previously been active in the deep sea and did not dare to go too deep. I am afraid that the deep-sea heavy cruiser is a lesson for them. What are you going to do? Elizabeth asked in confusion as she looked at the snow wind that was beginning to turn. Demoning. Vian waved goodbye. The other shipgirls who were waiting to listen to Elizabeth's words saw the somewhat out-of-place Yukikaze sailing into the minefield they had laid out earlier. Kid, don't go over there. It's a minefield. Bumblebee looked at Xiefeng, who was passing by him, and gave a considerate reminder. Wei just nodded to show that he understood. Then, I felt that Xiefeng was very familiar with the sea conditions, so he opened his minesweeper and cleared the mines along the way. During the process, Xiefeng was not in any danger at all, not even affected. Even in the blown-up channel, Xiefeng was very skilled in clearing the mines one by one. Finally, Yukikaze had sailed to the location where the heavy cruiser sank and dealt with other mines that had not yet been discovered. The others finally understood who laid these mines. Elizabeth, your boy is really quick. He had already laid the mines before we even noticed. It seems we underestimated him. After watching Yukikaze salvage the golden trophy from the heavy cruiser's position, the other shipgirls did not move and just kept staring. Only some admirals on their own shipgirls looked at the golden trophy in Vien's hand with some envy. This is a bit unexpected to me. So this is why we couldn't find him before. He went to lay mines in advance? Elizabeth said with great emotion that now that they knew who laid the mines, they also knew who sank the deep sea, and there was no problem with the ownership of the spoils. He's fast and has tactics. These are indeed his. While Elizabeth was communicating with Bumblebee, Langley also climbed onto Elizabeth's boat. Yes, if it weren't for the mines he laid, Shanghai might have gotten away this time. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she began to call the shipgirls from the academy to go home. But when she walked, she deliberately walked close to Xiefeng. Tell me the truth. Why did you think of laying mines? You will be in great danger if the deep sea arrives early. Elizabeth no longer stayed on her own ship, but stood on the deck of Xiefeng to communicate with Vien. At the same time, she looked at the structure of the Yukikaze battleship with curiosity. After all, the Yukikaze battleship was completely different in style from other shipgirls. In particular, the part on the front deck of Xiefeng that was covered with lids was what she was most curious about. At the beginning of the battle, I was observing the frequency of the enemy's carrier-based aircraft. By the end, the takeoff time was getting longer and longer. I was sure that the enemy's carrier-based aircraft were basically wiped out. All of them were made on the spot during the battle. Teacher Bumblebee also promptly informed me of the deep sea's retreat's movements and speed. A simple analysis revealed that the other party did not have much hidden power. Moreover, your fleet of this size was still engaged with her at a distance of more than 50 nautical miles. I even deliberately made a detour to lay the mines before you arrived. There was no need to hide his tactics this time. The details of this battle will be analyzed when we return to the academy, so it would be better for him to tell the truth. But this time, the commotion you made was also seen by the shipgirls of our academy, the other admirals, and some eyes. Be more careful in the future. Tell me if anything happens. I hope you won't let me down. After listening to Vien's story, Elizabeth nodded in admiration, and at the same time pointed at the other shipgirls in the academy fleet and said to Vien, Dean, we understand. So Xiefeng, please don't go out to sea for the time being. You should also stay out of the spotlight if you want to go out to sea. From now on, you should study hard in the academy, and by the way, materialize the ship body for your shipgirl. Your performance evaluation this time is very good, which will be helpful for your future academy life. After saying that, Elizabeth patted Vien on the shoulder and prepared to leave. She did not ask too many questions about the ship equipment on the Snowwind battleship. But he suddenly turned back before jumping off the boat. Be prepared. I have found a powerful carrier-based shipgirl to be your teacher, but she is a little special. Chapter 83 Golden Legend. When he returned, Wei finally had the energy to deal with the salvaged spoils. There are 7 trophies in total, 1 gold, 1 purple, and 5 ordinary trophies. Every time the deep sea sinks, loot will be born, and different things will be revealed depending on the loot. But higher quality loot is definitely better than ordinary ones. When Vien took the spoils in his hands, the light outside the energy ball disappeared, and it turned into an unlocked gray box the size of a palm. In the real world, we still have to draw cards, right? Can you be more scientific? Wei complained in his heart and opened the lid of the box in his hand. Then he saw the outer shell of the box melt directly, and at the same time, a bunch of things appeared in Xiefeng's command room. Some resources used by the shipgirls and a gray ship outfit. Wei knew without thinking that his luck was not very good this time. So I opened the remaining 4 gray boxes one by one. Admiral, there are so many resources. Clemenceau opened his mouth wide as he looked at the resources piled up in the command room. After a simple calculation, Wei roughly knew how much he had opened. A total of 25,000 resources were opened from the 5 boxes, which is a very fixed average of 5,000 per box. Among them, there are 10,000 for steel, 7,000 for ammunition, 8,000 for fuel, and no aluminum at all. This is also why aluminum is relatively scarce. It is not easy to salvage them from the deep sea. As for the battleship core that Vien was most concerned about, only one was opened. Vien didn't know whether it was because of his bad luck or the probability was originally low. Except for the first box where I was unlucky and got a Sakura 120mm single-barreled gun, I had slightly better luck in the next 4 boxes. They opened up separately: a green torpedo bomber, swordfish, a green standard sonar, and a purple German quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft gun. And what finally came out was something that surprised Wayne. A bag of potatoes, and his data talent also shows that this data can be collected. It is indeed a ship equipment. After thinking about it, Vian knew whose ship this was, and it was O'Bannon, known as Little Potato. She is a very cute destroyer sister. O'Bannon. Looking at the resources that appeared in the spoils, Wayne also understood why fighting in the deep sea was the most profitable way to earn resources. A few ordinary deep-sea ships that were easier to deal with contributed resources worth 2.5 million blue coins to him, not to mention the value of several ship equipment that were opened. Just 5 ordinary deep-sea ships contributed nearly 3 million blue coins to him. And now he still has 2 higher-level trophies to open. Thinking of this, Wayne did not delay and directly opened the spoils from the purple deep sea. What is different from opening the loot before is that a dazzling golden light bursts out directly from the loot in the purple deep sea. The bright light was a bit blinding, but luckily it only lasted for a few seconds. When Wayne came to his senses, he saw 2 golden ship armors, a battleship core, and a bunch of resources in front of him. Good news, Golden Legend. Bad news, a dressing table is opened, just like potatoes, which are all ship equipment recognized by talents. As for the other ship equipment, it made Wayne a little ecstatic. He didn't expect that he had not bought the torpedo reloading system that he had been looking for before, but now he got it. It is also a cruiser torpedo system used by larger and medium-sized ships of higher quality. Moreover, compared with the previous fixed torpedo tubes on the side, this torpedo system adopts a revolving launch tube with a reloading configuration. This is equivalent to a kit that previously required 2 ship suits to assemble, but now 1 ship suit is enough. Moreover, the torpedoes that are equipped on the ship in Wayne's hand are quadruple Type 92 torpedoes. The most important thing for Wayne is not the torpedo itself, but that he can slightly collect the ship equipment and modify it later. The torpedoes currently used are quadruple torpedoes, but they can be upgraded to 6-tube ones. Perhaps the most wasteful thing is the ship equipment used by Yukikaze before, but future shipgirls can enjoy it. The most important thing is that he has never seen any news about this kind of ship equipment in the trading area, or by the time Clemenceau and the others told him the news, it had already been bought by someone else. Now that he can manufacture it, you can imagine how big this market is. So even though the dressing table he opened made him want to complain, he was still very happy with the new torpedo ship outfit. He couldn't help but share it with Xiefeng beside him immediately. Sister, I have found a ship suit suitable for you. I will help you modify it when I have time. Really? What is it? Xiefeng, who had been driving the boat seriously, immediately turned around and looked at Wayne in surprise. Torpedo system. Sister, it may take you several minutes or even more than 10 minutes to load a torpedo before. But after installing this system, it takes you 20 seconds to reload the torpedo. Because the shells and torpedoes used by the shipgirls are all generated in a timely manner, it is basically impossible for the shipgirls' warships to explode. They had no ammunition at all. The ammunition resources they replenish are stored in the body of the battleship. When the ammunition is needed, these resources are integrated on the spot to produce corresponding shells by scanning the data in the core of the battleship. Therefore, what limits the reloading speed of the shipgirl is not only the training level of the shipgirl, but also the upper limit of the ship equipment. Just like the AK-636 barrel 30mm close-in defense gun, the theoretical rate of fire is 400 to 500 rounds. The limits of a shipgirl's use of this type of ship equipment are her computing speed and the ammunition resource reserve she stores. The computing power is related to the tonnage of the battleship, the upper limit of the shipgirl's mental core and her training level. If Wayne could create ship equipment that could share their computing pressure, the limit of their firepower would really be just the limit of their ammunition storage. In this battle, Xiefeng also wanted to reload torpedoes faster, but her ship equipment limited her, and her training level was also low. So Wayne could understand more and more why those people in the Navy had such thoughts. For a mental body that can perfectly unleash the capabilities of weapons, there is no need to have good ideas, it just needs to be a weapon control platform. The shipgirls have their own emotions, thoughts, and ideas, which are all uncontrollable factors. They only have their own admirals in their eyes. They can do anything for their admiral, let alone for the shipgirls who are not managed by an admiral. To them, they are just walking time bombs, just like the deep sea. They are friendly to humans now, but will they remain so in the future? Aren't they the next deep sea? Moreover, they are more dangerous than the deep-sea creatures. Ordinary deep-sea creatures do not have the ability to think, but they can think independently. O'Bannon. Chapter 84 Heavy Cruise Corps. Just like the shipgirls of the Shipgirls Union will not easily attack each other, the shipgirls under the command of the Navy Admiral also know that what their admiral asks them to do is wrong. But their nature and the highest rule within the core of the battleship is to obey the orders of the admiral. They need to give everything for the admiral, and only free shipgirls are not bound by such constraints. Especially when thinking about Elizabeth's instructions to him, Vian sighed silently in his heart. In fact, Kankali is simpler and kinder than the natives of this world imagine. So Wayan needs to work hard to protect his own shipgirl. Soon, the resources of the purple loot were also counted by Vian. Fuel, 5,000, ammunition, 5,000, steel, 5,000, aluminum, 5,000. 3 million resources are 6 times the value of an ordinary deep-sea loot, and much more than what can be earned from the Snowwind cruise. Before going to the deep sea, his resource base was almost empty, but now he has a lot of resources. But now he still has the last and most precious trophy that has not been opened. However, the one who was happiest to see Vian offering so many resources was Clemenceau. The faster Wayan accumulates resources, the sooner her warship will materialize. And all this depends on the Snowwind. After letting Xiefeng and the others store these resources into the ship's equipment space, Wayan began the final unpacking. "Come, sister, let me touch you." As he said that, Wayan walked to Xiefeng's side and stroked Xiefeng's little head to try his luck. "Xiaowei, you're always like this. My sister's luck is already bad enough, and you keep taking advantage of my luck." Wayan did not explain much about this, but just smiled. Purple loot can reveal golden ship equipment, so what can golden loot reveal? This made Wayan curious. Just do it. The box disappeared like the previous trophies, but this time it burst into a colorful, dazzling light that made Vian dare not even stare at it. It was not until 30 seconds later when the light disappeared that Vian finally saw what the spoils were. Battleship core, but it was not the blue battleship core that Vian had seen before. This battleship core is colorful. And when Vian curiously took the battleship core in his hand, his talent also sent new information. Mind core, heavy cruiser. The battleship core after the mind is upgraded can awaken the heavy cruiser shipgirl, and can be used on the heavy cruiser shipgirl to further unlock the heavy cruiser shipgirl's mental ability. Collect. Discover collectible targets. What shocked Vian was that this battleship core could be used to manufacture heavy cruiser ships in a targeted manner. The second most outrageous thing was that this core could also be collected by talents. Whatever the data collected, he could make, just like the ship's suit. The most outrageous thing about the core of this battleship is that it can save the non-African admiral, so you can't even think of a heavy cruiser. The most important thing is that Wayan has never heard the teacher talk about the existence of this special core. But now that it can be collected, Wayan collected this core data as soon as possible. Just like the ship equipment collected before, this special battleship core turned into a stream of light and entered Vian's body. After confirming that it could be produced, Wayan took a look at it. The energy required for a heavy cruiser core is as high as 20,000 energy, but its effect is also very violent, which eliminates the possible directional heavy cruisers manufactured by other shipgirls. It is very important for admirals who have special needs for shipgirls. For example, Wayan immediately drew inferences from one instance and thought that since there is a heavy cruiser core, there may also be a battleship core, an aircraft carrier core, and so on. The source for others to obtain the core of this battleship may be the golden deep sea, and he copied and pasted it. The more Wayan used his talent, the more he felt the power of this talent, which made him more careful. Watching Vian's operation, his shipgirl just watched from the side without disturbing him. After Vian confirmed the capabilities of the new core, he turned his attention to the other things that the golden loot gave him. A richer resource than purple loot. Fuel, 20,000 ammunition, 20,000 steel, 20,000 aluminum, 20,000. Resources worth 12 million blue coins, obtained from a golden trophy. Resources that can be exchanged for 24 battleship cores. His parents had never left him so many resources. But now this rich resource is right before his eyes. But temporarily suppressing his excitement, Wayan turned his attention to the source of the colorful flashes. He had never seen colorful ship uniforms in the Azure Bank. Now it was right before his eyes. Good news, color. The bad news, there is only one. Very good news, carrier-based aircraft. That's right, Wayan felt that his luck was off the charts this time, as he managed to fly out a carrier-based aircraft. Fighter Yukikaze. Although Wayan was a little disappointed that it wasn't other carrier-based aircraft, it also brought him new hope. It is not impossible to have a B-25 like the Hornet or even a stronger ship equipment. The appearance of the Yukikaze means that Wayan doesn't have to worry about fighter jets for the time being. At least among the ship equipment he has seen on the market, he has never seen a fighter jet stronger than the Yukikaze. So he looked at Lexington first. Lexington, I'm launching carrier-based aircraft. I'm launching fighter jets. As Vian said this, he brought the Gale mod to Lexington. I see, Commander. I know you are very happy, but shouldn't we gather the resources now? Besides, I haven't materialized the ship yet, so I can't use the ship equipment. This time, the The resources obtained from the golden loot occupied most of the command room, making it seem a bit crowded. Lexington's soft voice and her helpless expression made Vian's heart move, and he quickly looked away. Okay, I'll clean it up right away. After several people quickly collected these resources, Wayne counted his resources today and in the past. Fuel, 32226, ammunition, 30901, steel, for 3351, aluminum, 25100. 2 battleship cores. He became rich overnight. Yesterday he was still worried about how to earn resources, but today he became a multimillionaire. But Wayne also knew that such good things were hard to come by. Normally, it is difficult to encounter purple ones in the deep sea on the sea surface, let alone golden ones. And the reason why the battle was relatively easy this time was that there were more shipgirls in the Admiral Academy. Normally when encountering deep sea, the Admiral and the shipgirls fight with a few against a larger force, but this time it was the other way around and the shipgirls fought with a large force against a small force. So in this case, only Yukikaze, who has better comprehensive capabilities and stronger decapitation ability, has the opportunity to sink so many deep-sea ships. It would be very outstanding for an excellent admiral to have 2 shipgirls who have materialized ships when he graduates. Chapter 85, Where is my sister? And this time, Yukikaze and Vian are indeed very conspicuous among the admirals and shipgirls. Originally, Yukikaze's battleship had already stood out among the many shipgirls. Now when she went back, other admirals and shipgirls kept standing on their decks to observe Yukikaze's hull. Especially some destroyer girls admirals had a hint of envy in their eyes. The episode of Deep Sea Invasion made this festival day even more special. The expelled little sisters who were originally enjoying the festival went to fight today, and now they are all entering the bathhouse. Weian was afraid that Xiefeng would be bored, so he was the one who helped Xiefeng enter the channel. At night, when Vian returned to the dormitory with the iron bucket in his hand, Elizabeth was also found by others on the other side. Elizabeth, open the door. Open the door. Some lazy voices echoed in the corridor. Elizabeth, who was still dealing with today's affairs at night, rubbed her brows. When she heard the sound at the door, she was stunned. Come in. Where is my sister? The blonde girl in navy casual clothes walked quickly to Elizabeth's seat with an anxious look on her face and asked, Are you not feeling well? How come you came so soon this time? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Seeing Saratoga, who was usually slow, acting out of character today, Elizabeth felt like teasing her. These are not important. Where is my sister? Saratoga, who hurriedly came from the headquarters of the Shipgirls Union, now only has her sister Lexington in her mind. The day she woke up at sea, she started looking for her sister Lexington, but there was no trace of her over the years. Now, the person she least wanted to deal with finally got the news and knew what she wanted her to do, but she still came. For her sister, Lexington. I'll tell you I can. Come on, let's sign this first. Elizabeth said as she took out a form from under the table. It was the teacher's recruitment form. Tell me where my sister is, or I won't sign. You've wanted me to teach here for a long time. Don't I know what you think? What if you lied to me? Saratoga was not fooled by Elizabeth at all. Elizabeth was prepared for this and took out a photo from her bag. This was the photo that was secretly taken when we were on the Snowwind battleship. Look, is this your sister? Elizabeth placed the photo in front of Saratoga very calmly. Saratoga, who was already quite excited, picked up the photo with trembling hands, and her eyes, as sapphire as Lexington's, became moist. Okay, I'll sign. Saratoga signed her name on the employment form without any hesitation. Okay, now you can tell me where your sister is. Seeing Saratoga's firm attitude also made Elizabeth realize her determination. Your sister is with an admiral, a rookie admiral. This admiral is quite special. Lexington is a newly built shipgirl. Now we should exchange feelings with him in the dormitory. So where is my sister? Saratoga didn't care at all about Vian's situation. She just wanted to see her sister. The East Dormitory, the one guarded by the goddess of the kitchen goddess, Dormitory 007. Okay, bye. After getting the news she wanted, Saratoga immediately turned around and wanted to leave, but Elizabeth grabbed her hand. Can you please be more rational? It's nighttime now. The admiral and his shipgirl should be resting. Elizabeth was still a little afraid that the girl would rashly rush into Vian's dormitory and see something she shouldn't see. But I really miss my sister. I miss the smell of my sister. Then I'll take you to see her tomorrow. I've already arranged a job for you as her aircraft carrier teacher. Looking at Saratoga's aggrieved look, Elizabeth sighed. But doesn't my sister have an admiral? I miss her so much. Her admiral won't deny me getting close to her, right? Saratoga, who was persuaded by Elizabeth, said with some worry. I don't think he will. You'll know when you see him tomorrow. He might be happy to see you. Elizabeth kept the secret, and at the same time remembered that Xiefeng told her that Vian liked aircraft carriers. Happy? Elizabeth, it seems you are very familiar with this admiral. As Elizabeth's good friend, Saratoga knew how busy Elizabeth was. Now she could understand an admiral so clearly. It made her curious. Okay, don't ask any more questions. You'll know later. Oh, and this is your dormitory key. After saying that, without waiting for Saratoga to ask further questions, he pushed her out of the office. Boy, I can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you to work hard. Saratoga is a relatively powerful aircraft carrier girl in the Kankali Union. She got to know her when she was performing a joint mission before. This time it was Vian who built the Lexington, and this shipgirl here was also looking for Lexington. She decided to let them get in touch. Saratoga, who also left the office, was smiling. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Anyway, it's good enough that I can see my sister, sister. Elizabeth's words also calmed her down. She felt tired after coming here in such a hurry. So she decided to take a good rest and go to meet her sister in her best appearance and give her the best impression. Kaohsiung, did you find any targets worth approaching this time? In a private room of a restaurant far away from the college, a man in a dark blue navy uniform looked up at Kaohsiung. There are several admirals who all performed well in battle. However, there was an admiral and a shipgirl who performed very well. The golden deep sea that appeared this time was also sunk by her. And according to later statistics, they also sank several warships. Besides, he is a new admiral this year and has only been enrolled for a few months. Well, is there anything else special? The admiral calmly cut off a piece of juicy meat in front of him and put it into his mouth, chewing it gently. Time is tight, and there is not much information to collect, but his ship seems to be a destroyer, but the ship's performance is like a heavy cruiser, which is quite confusing. And the speed that can be observed is about 40 knots, which is beyond the normal speed of a destroyer. Saratoga. Chapter 86 Clemenceau's Drawings. Can a destroyer have the same firepower as a heavy cruiser and still maintain such a speed? Yes, the size of his destroyers is conservatively larger than a heavy cruiser. Kaohsiung lowered his head and answered respectfully to the admiral in front of him. Kaohsiung, thank you for your hard work. Next, just pay special attention to them. You can deepen the contact if necessary. After saying this, the admiral waved his hand and asked Kaohsiung to leave. Is it another admiral with special talents? Or does he have the ability to specially transform the shipgirls? Interesting. The admiral murmured softly as he savored the food. After helping Xiefeng enter the channel, Wan returned to the dormitory and started to get busy again. After getting Gale, he has been itching to help his shipgirls complete the transformation as quickly as possible. Clemenceau, come and see your battleship blueprints. After saying that, Wan placed the slightly modified drawing in his hand on the table and asked all his shipgirls to come and have a look. A battleship as slender as Yukikaze was displayed on it. The ship is 270 meters long, 31 meters wide, and has a draft of 10 meters. Standard displacement is 55,000 tons. Speed, 30 to 40 knots. Power system, none. Main gun, 3 French quadruple 381 mm guns temporary. Secondary guns, 14 twin 128 dual-purpose anti-aircraft and anti-aircraft guns temporary. Air defense, 20 quadruple 20 mm anti-aircraft guns temporary. Radar system, none. Anti-submarine, improved sonar plus improved deep projection. Missile system, none. The most important thing is that Clemenceau's warship has grooves on the deck of the ship, just like Yukikaze, which are also covered with steel plates. During this period, Vian designed the main hull frame of Clemenceau. After coming back this time, the main data modified was the requirements on speed. After he saw the outrageousness of the deep-sea battleship and gained Yukikaze experience, his design became a little bolder. Originally, he was planning to let Clemenceau use the original tonnage and directly modify it based on the drawings of the previous life's Type 1144 cruiser. But after coming back this time, he found that something seemed to be missing. The Golden Heavy Cruiser can carry firepower that exceeds that of a normal warship, and now it still lacks the means to win. The standard displacement of Clemenceau was directly increased to 55,000 tons. But the result was that the power system previously considered for Clemenceau needed to be redesigned. But now that resources are relatively abundant, we can slowly begin to materialize Clemenceau's warships. Just like Xiefeng before, first complete the whole frame of Clemenceau, and then gradually add other ship equipment on the battleship. Since Vian does not have a better choice for the main gun, he can only continue to use Clemenceau's own quadruple 381 mm main gun for the time being. The more spacious hull than Yukikaze allowed him to install more secondary guns on Clemenceau. He even assigned the newly acquired quadruple 20 mm anti-aircraft gun to Clemenceau. But the problem was that the computing burden required of Clemenceau increased dramatically, and he needed to find a way to solve this part of the problem. When he materialized the hull for Clemenceau, he needed to develop radar and computing systems, so he was not worried about not being able to use them. Admiral, Is this true? Looking at the warship that had changed drastically on the blueprint, Clemenceau asked cautiously. Just like when Xiefeng first saw the blueprint of his own battleship, he couldn't believe it. Certainly. But Admiral, it's impossible for a battleship to reach 40 knots, and is it necessary to have so many anti-aircraft guns? The torpedoes that Yukikaze used, shouldn't I use them? The most important thing is the standard displacement of 55,000. I can't control it. And what is this empty space in the ship like the snow wind going to be equipped with? Clemenceau asked his questions one by one. Originally, I wanted to let you, Clemenceau, run at 35 knots, but the power of the deep sea has made me realize that 35 knots is no longer safe, and I am not capable of making you run that fast. As for torpedoes, that's because the power of the snow wind's main gun is not enough. You must have other decapitation capabilities. The range and power of your main gun are already good, so you no longer need torpedoes for close-range attacks. The most important thing that Vian did not tell Clemenceau was that he needed to reserve all the space previously used for Yukikaze to install torpedoes for Clemenceau to place the vertical launch system. So now we can see that Clemenceau is not just like Yukikaze with the front part of the deck empty. There were neatly arranged holes on the rear deck of her battleship and even on the decks on both sides. The hull of Xiefeng had already been finalized, and he felt sorry for Xiefeng and would never let him dismantle it and rebuild it. So for Clemenceau, he didn't go for the real big ships and cannons at the beginning. No serious person would engage in artillery fire with you within visual range. Even now, using Clemenceau's original main gun is a helpless choice as there is no other alternative. Even in Vian's eyes, the secondary guns used by Clemenceau were redundant, and the space for the secondary guns could be removed later. This was also the experience he learned from Xiefeng. When they use their weapons, the shells are not stored in the warships, but converted through resource storage. Then you should make the best use of the space in the battleship, the largest armament. It's okay if a launch unit is damaged, there are no shells inside, so it's broken. Therefore, this time the space reserved for storing resources and power systems inside the Clemenceau battleship has been increased. Because making this battleship run at 40 knots is not as easy as Xiefeng. Moreover, he can try to develop rockets using these holes, which can be placed under the deck at ordinary times and released when needed. To a certain extent, it replaces the secondary guns and provides saturated close-range firepower. With enough anti-aircraft guns, the main guns can be used to engage in long-range combat and saturation attacks can be launched at close range. The displacement problem is easy to solve. Isn't it easy for Xiefeng to control a 10,000-ton destroyer now? So Clemenceau doesn't have to worry. As for what these holes are used for, it is a temporary secret. It's not that the Admiral doesn't want to tell you, but he is afraid. As he spoke, Wei uncovered his mouth and pointed to the next room. We have to be careful before we have enough strength. It would be bad if we are targeted by others. As for why we need to install so many anti-aircraft guns for you, it's impossible for you to have an aircraft carrier girl with you all the time, and the presence of deep-sea vessels is also unpredictable. So both you and Yukikaze need stronger air defense capabilities. Especially since your warship is a bigger target than Yukikaze and more vulnerable to damage. There was one thing Wei didn't say in his heart, as Xiefeng's teammate, it was never too careful. It didn't matter before when he only had Xiefeng, but now if Clemenceau also wants to sail, according to metaphysics, Clemenceau is more likely to get hurt. Chapter 87 Sisters Reunion. Is that so? Clemenceau murmured quietly. She never thought that this day would come. She once went through a period of poverty for this dress, trying hard to support her own weakness. Now she is cared for and taken good care of by Wei. She is obviously just a shipgirl, the weapon in the Admiral's hand. Meeting the Admiral is the greatest luck in Clemenceau's life. Her little hands kept stroking the drawing back and forth. Although there were still many imperfections, she liked it very much. Even Lexington looked at Clemenceau's drawings with great surprise. It was the first time she saw such a peculiar warship structure, and she also had high expectations for her future ship. During the brief contact time, she gradually understood what Xiefeng and the others said about Wei's love for aircraft carriers. What kind of aircraft carrier blueprint would such a commander draw? Keeping his curiosity to himself, Lexington walked behind Vian and massaged his shoulders. Commander, you've worked hard. Take a good rest from now on. I watched Wei get seasick from the bumpy ride on the boat, and after getting off the boat, he had to help Xiefeng enter the canal, and after coming back, he had to draw the blueprints. Lexington, who was called Madam by Vian, still felt a little sorry for him. No, it's okay. Okay, I'm going to rest. Lexington's sudden appearance behind him caught Vian off guard. But before he could refuse, he saw Lexington's face with narrowed eyes and a smile. Compared to her older sister Xiefeng, Lexington has only been a member for a relatively short time. But Vian didn't know what was wrong with him. He was severely suppressed by Lexington. He became cowardly when he saw Lexington narrowing his eyes. Commander, so good. Looking at Lexington, whose brows relaxed. Hey, Other people's wives are gentle, but my wife is not treated in the right way. And it is true that today's hard work made him a little tired. Just when he was half asleep, he suddenly woke up and remembered that he still had something to do today. He activated his talent and made two 128mm dual-purpose guns. He also collected data on all the ship equipment he had obtained today before he could sleep peacefully. When he didn't have energy before, he didn't dare to squander it. But after he had energy, what limited him was his physical strength. Now every day is just like doing daily routine, copying and pasting to make some ship outfits. The next morning, Vian was given clear arrangements by Lexington just like before. This made it a little less likely that he would be able to escape with his pig farming plan in Lexington. After sending Vian into the classroom and turning to leave, Lexington was stunned, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Standing in the corridor outside the classroom was a girl who looked very similar to herself, but she could still tell the slight differences. But Lexington quickly calmed down. Vian had just said yesterday that she was afraid of being targeted by others, and today she met Saratoga. This was a very strange thing. The most important thing is that she doesn't know the identity of Saratoga in front of her, and she is afraid that any rash contact will affect her commander. So she walked past Saratoga with a blank expression. Saratoga, who was full of expectations, was so excited that her eyes became dull after passing by Lexington. He immediately stretched out his left hand and grabbed Lexington. "Sister, don't you know Georgia?" She came here with great expectations and discussed with Elizabeth the necessary route for Vian and the others, which was to see Lexington. But now, it was as if Lexington didn't know her. "Georgia, my sister is a shipgirl with an admiral. It's not good to contact others rashly." Looking at Saratoga with tears in her eyes, Lexington felt a little soft-hearted and gently wiped away the tears from Saratoga's face with his fingers. "But sister, Georgia misses you so much. Georgia has been looking for you for a long time. Georgia has always been alone." Lexington's gentle gesture made Saratoga feel more aggrieved and her tears became even more uncontrollable. He dived directly into Lexington's arms and hugged Lexington tightly. Lexington was a little at a loss about what to do, but finally sighed inwardly and put his hand on the back of Saratoga's head and stroked it gently. Soothe her emotions. "Oh, what a tear-jerking reunion of sisters." A clear, teasing voice came from beside Lexington. "Dean." Lexington turned around and saw that it was Elizabeth. "Well, you don't have to worry about whether Saratoga is a bad person or not. I asked her to come here. She has been talking about you all these years, and this time I made her wish come true. And Saratoga, can you please pay attention to the occasion? This is a teaching building. Aren't you afraid that other students will laugh at you if you cry here?" "Elizabeth, I cry. I found my sister. I am happy. If students dare to laugh at me, I will treat them to bombs in the future." Elizabeth's words did not make Saratoga raise her head from Lexington's vast bosom. "The feeling of my sister is really good. It is the smell of my sister, the warmth of my sister, and the tenderness of my sister." Thinking of this, Saratoga held Lexington's hands tightly. Elizabeth's words made Lexington temporarily let down his guard, and he looked at his sister with some heartache. In her eyes, Saratoga was just a naughty and spoiled child who often used her identity to play pranks, but wasn't all this the result of her indulgence? "But if Giorgio continues to cry here, we will be laughed at. Let's find a place to talk it over." Saratoga, who had refused to listen to Elizabeth's words, nodded in agreement after hearing Lexington's gentle words. Reluctantly leaving Lexington's embrace, he held her arms. "Sister, Giorgio really misses you." Saratoga depended on Lexington like a child. Elizabeth, who had been watching from the side, was shocked. Is this what sister control is? In Elizabeth's eyes, Saratoga is a very independent-minded shipgirl who loves to play pranks, is rebellious, except that she is very focused on finding her sister and is very powerful in battle. Other times he's just a problem child. But now this problem child is as obedient as a little lamb in front of Lexington. The most important thing is that she usually looks like a dead fish-eyed Saratoga who has lost her dream can actually smile. This is something Elizabeth did not expect. Looking at the receding backs of Lexington and Saratoga, she didn't want to disturb them. She just secretly observed Vian, who was studying hard at the back of the classroom, and then left. Chapter 88, Giagia's Little Thoughts. "Sister, do you know that Giagia has been looking for you for many years?" Along the way, Saratoga said to Lexington in a wrong tone. "What's wrong, Gaga? Haven't you ever known about the other Lexingtons?" Just like many shipgirls are relatively rare, there are still ships with the same name, so she thinks that in such a big world, one can always find some shipgirls with the same name. They inherited the name and passed to the same battleship, but they have their own future, and each shipgirl with the same name is different. "No, sister. I have been looking for 13 years. I have searched every garrison and every war zone, but I have not found a shipgirl with the same name as you. Before I showed up, there were no other Saratoga ships. It was only after I woke up from the sea that an admiral built a ship with the same name as me in the next 5 years. I have met her. Although we inherited the same name, she has never been able to defeat me in any battle. And sister, you were the first Lexington to show up. Gia, you have worked so hard, but I have a new post now, so I can't be with you every day like before. Looking at his well-behaved sister Lexington's side, she was the only one in Saratoga's world. And in her world, she also has her own admiral. It should be said that for a ship girl who has an admiral, under the constraints of the contract, the admiral is the most important person. If the two sisters work under different admirals, and one day the two admirals go to war with each other, these shipgirls can only obey the admiral's orders and fire at their sisters. It's okay. I understand. Elizabeth told me yesterday that it doesn't matter if my sister has an admiral. I just want to see my sister. No one can understand how much Gaga misses her sister when she is alone, even if it's just to see her for a moment. But now Gaga is very happy. She has her sister's warmth and can hear her sister talking to her. Gia, you have grown up. In front of my sister, I am just an ignorant sister. Saratoga shook her head coquettishly at Lexington's words. But Gaga, why did Elizabeth say you were a teacher at the school? When Saratoga heard Lexington mention this issue, she immediately felt aggrieved. Sister, that woman Elizabeth bullied me. She didn't tell me after she knew where you were. She had to ask me to be her teacher before she told me. Because I missed my sister so much, I came here directly, and then I signed the employment agreement under her coercion. She was so mean. Sister, you have to help Gia. Seeing Saratoga complaining, Lexington gently tapped her nose. So what was Gaga doing before he came to me? Saratoga's crying did not make Lexington lean towards her immediately, but asked back. Of course I work hard every day, so I quit my job there just to come and see my sister. Real. True. Okay, fake. As his own sister, how could Lexington not know her character? He never does his job properly and always does weird things every day. So what were you doing before? At this point, Lexington's pretty face became stern, looking serious and earnest. I spend every day on the deck enjoying the sea breeze and sun, and taking a look at the custom-made book I spent a lot of money to draw for my sister. Saratoga seemed to have thought of something and took out a book without a cover from her ship's space and handed it to Lexington. When Lexington opened the book, she saw various portraits of herself, showing her strengths to the fullest. It brought a little more blush to her calm face. So Gaga, you just sit there all day and do this? Lexington asked seriously after returning the book to Saratoga. Sister, this is not being idle. This is because I miss you every day. You are the only one in my heart. My sister is the biggest thing. Listening to Saratoga's sincere words made Lexington feel even more sorry for her sister, but she wanted her sister to be better and didn't want Saratoga to immerse herself in picture books. So I think Dean Elizabeth did a good job in finding something serious for you to do. Just work hard in the future. I'm an admiral now and can't take care of you, but I don't want you to be so decadent forever, understand? Then can I always stay by my sister's side? Gaga, you shouldn't ask me this question, but ask my admiral. Sooner or later, he will go to the garrison, and I will follow him. Lexington's words made Saratoga, who had been ignoring Vian, suddenly react. Now that she had found her sister, she wanted more. Not only did she want to see Lexington off from a distance, but she wanted to stay by her side and talk to her. I want to act coquettishly with her and be the real me in front of my sister. But now there is a stumbling block in the relationship between the sisters. And based on the admirals who had wanted to make a contract with her in the past and most of the ones she had met. Sister, is your admiral a man or a woman? Thinking of this, Saratoga suddenly looked up and looked straight into Lexington's eyes. Male, what's wrong? It's bad. My sister is going to become someone else's home. So, sister, what do you think of your admiral? According to her understanding, most male admirals prefer older sister battleships and aircraft carriers, and most of their wedding ships are also chosen from there. Although we haven't been together for a long time, the other shipgirls like him very much, so the commander is very good. As Lexington spoke, his mind recalled the nervous look on his face when he unconsciously called his wife. Even she unconsciously called out her name for Wayan. Oh no, my sister has started calling me commander, so she must have made a good impression on me. Seeing Lexington already accepting Vian in such a short time, Saratoga felt like an ant was crawling in her heart. What's wrong, Gia? Why did you remember to ask me about the admiral? Didn't you say that if you want to stay with me, you need your admiral's consent? So I'm asking, is your admiral easy to talk to? Saratoga said and looked at Lexington expectantly. Although my sister is another shipgirl and may be destined to become someone else's wedding ship in the future, that heart cannot belong entirely to her. But it doesn't matter. Chapter 89, The Possibility of Prototype Ship. She could have her own discussion with the admiral. She just wanted to stay with Lexington, but if the admiral didn't know what was good for him, she would cry in front of him. She and Lexington were inseparable sisters. But it would be even better if we could get along in a friendly manner. He is my sister's admiral and she is Lexington's sister. My sister is half mine and half yours. As for whether or not to find the admiral, Saratoga has come this far entirely through her own efforts and strength. She doesn't need these admirals hiding behind the shipgirls. Her evaluation of an admiral is based on her sister's evaluation, and whatever her sister does is right. I'm not sure about that yet, but he's pretty kind, so there shouldn't be any problem. By the way, Jia, my sister still has something to do today. Do you want to come with me? Or are you busy with work? Lexington suddenly remembered that he and Clemenceau had to continue collecting information today, but they were delayed because of the Saratoga incident. Now Clemenceau might be waiting for him. Elizabeth hasn't arranged any classes for me yet. She just wants me to be a teacher. And there are quite a few teachers on aircraft carriers now. So I'll just follow you sisters and see what you guys are going to do in a day. Lexington thought about what he and Clemenceau did every day, which was to ask around and observe the market conditions in various trading areas. There was nothing particularly confidential. Then let's go. By the time Lexington and Saratoga reached the usual gathering area, Clemenceau was already waiting there. The only difference was that Yukikaze was also here today. Because of Xiefeng's outstanding performance at sea yesterday, Weiyan was afraid that Xiefeng might encounter an accident, so he went to the reputation department to temporarily revoke Xiefeng's commission. Also because of this deep-sea incident, the number of commissions from the reputation department has increased. After a brief introduction, the shipgirls already had a preliminary understanding of each other. Only Xiefeng followed at the end of the team, thinking all the way. When Vian was finishing get out of class, he saw several shipgirls waiting for him at the door, chatting and laughing. He also saw Saratoga, who had been sticking to Lexington. Hi, I am. When Saratoga saw Vian coming out, she wanted to introduce herself to me. Saratoga, I know where you found your sister, Lexington. Hey, you know me. Saratoga exclaimed when she saw Vian's expression, which showed no surprise at all. Vian took the things Lexington and Xiefeng bought outside today from their hands and did not ask too much about Saratoga. Are you the special teacher that Elizabeth was talking about? Elizabeth told you about me? No, I'm just guessing. There are only so many carrier girls coming and going, and I just finished talking about it yesterday, and today I saw you walking with Lexington. So maybe it was Elizabeth who did it. After spending some time with Elizabeth, he roughly understood how much Elizabeth cared about him. Rather than treating him as a junior or a student, I would rather treat him as a son and will never forget him if anything good comes. This also made Weiyan feel helpless. Elizabeth's identity is very special in Vian's eyes. If they are closely related, she can be his mother's shipgirl, but if they are distantly related, Elizabeth is now a free shipgirl affiliated with the Shipgirls Union. So Lexington, do you guys have anything fun going on today? On the way back, Vian turned and looked at Lexington. It was just that this kid Jia found me quite suddenly and has been sticking to me until now. I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't report it to you because it happened so suddenly. Why do you have to apologize to me? You have your own lives too. The tasks I usually assign to you are not mandatory requirements. I am already very happy to have your help. And Saratoga is your sister. I can understand that, but we'll be at the dorms soon, so if Saratoga wants to play, she'll have to wait until tomorrow. After all, Weiyan draws pictures and does some other miscellaneous things in the dormitory every day, so we should try not to let anyone else know except his own shipgirl. But sister, I can't bear to leave you. Saratoga was so persistent that Lexington looked at Vian with a headache. Today, she witnessed the clinging power of her younger sister, who hadn't seen her sister for a long time. Her hand had not been released from this morning until now. Jia, we are not leaving here. We are all in the same academy. Be obedient. In the end, it was Lexington's tough stance that forced Saratoga to part ways with him in grievance. When leaving, Weiyan could feel the burning gazes coming from behind him. Lexington, can you confirm your sister's identity? After they were far away, Vian looked up and asked Lexington. It was confirmed by the shipgirl of the Kanmusu Alliance, Elizabeth. She called Gaga over specifically. Well, then it should be fine. Did you get any useful information today? Weiyan glanced at the girls around him as he spoke. Gaga said I was the only Lexington she had seen in the past decade or so, and there had been no other Saratoga before her. Is that so? No one has ever counted exactly how many shipgirls there are in this world, and no one knows exactly how many types and names there are of shipgirls. Just like he already knew the shipgirl named Yukikaze, so after deliberate research, he found out that there was a ship with the same name as Yukikaze, but it was very rare. For example, Kaohsiung and her sisters are relatively common in various naval bases in the Kankali Alliance. There are surprisingly many heavy cruisers that are more powerful than destroyers, and they are the backbone of most admiral garrisons. But when he told his wife today that he was the only one she had, he couldn't help but think a little more. Did Jia tell me the difference between her and other shipgirls with the same name? Gaga said that she is more likely to win when fighting other shipgirls with the same name, and is a little stronger than other shipgirls with the same name. Prototype ship and equivalent ship. An idea flashed through Wei Yan's mind, but he began to doubt. He had paid attention to this issue when he was studying before, but there is no such saying in this world, because every shipgirl comes with certain memories when she is built or awakened from the sea. There is no obvious difference in the embodiment of the ship body, and even the wins and losses in the battles during the usual exercises of the same shipgirl are also related to the training level and other factors. So although he thought about whether there were prototype ships and equivalent ships, reality told him that there were none. And today Saratoga told him that this distinction could exist? Chapter 90 Xiefeng's Plan 1. Did Saratoga say anything more specific? No, but what do you think of Jia, Commander? She is a little too clingy. I am afraid that she will affect the commander. Do you know anything about her situation in Saratoga? Tell me about it. This kid, Jia, woke up from the sea more than 10 years ago and has been staying at the Shipgirls United headquarters ever since. She is a freelance shipgirl. I see. Wei Yan thought about it and nodded. After returning to the dormitory, Vian picked up the phone and called Elizabeth's office. What's up with you, kid? Dean, about Saratoga. You saw it? She has never left Lexington and can't stop seeing her. I want to know why the dean suddenly wanted her to come here. I saw that she was talking about her sister every day. I felt sorry for her, so I asked her to come. Besides, don't you like aircraft carriers? Now that your mother is gone, I have to worry about you. She is very capable, and she doesn't have any important duties, so she is lazy every day. If you can get along well with her, it will be a great guarantee for your safety. Dean. By the way, she has never made a contract with any other admiral. Others have basically failed in their attempts to salvage the ship. I've given you this opportunity. As for the outcome, it's up to you. That's it. You should pay more attention to your own safety. I'm busy with my duties all day and may not be able to take care of you. After Vian finished speaking, he heard the sound of writing from Elizabeth's side and the phone was hung up. You want me to salvage the boat? No wonder. Now Vian finally understood why Elizabeth called Saratoga over. He had a special attack tool for his sister, Lexington. Commander, what did the dean say? Lexington, who had been sitting next to Vian, also heard what Elizabeth said and understood that Elizabeth was making preparations to allow Vian to salvage the boat. But at the same time, it also gave her a new idea. If Saratoga really becomes Vian's shipgirl, then Gaga won't have to leave them. So Lexington looked at Vian with some expectation. Just treat Saratoga normally. Even if you don't salvage the boat, I'm not stopping you from having contact. It's good to have a sister to keep you company and relieve your boredom. I was just calling to make sure Saratoga's identity was okay, and now it's okay. Vian's answer made Lexington very happy. She felt bad looking at her aggrieved sister. And now Wei Yan's answer is obviously the best result. As long as it doesn't affect their contact, Gaga will be happy, and she doesn't have to worry about making Wei Yan angry. As expected, the commander is very gentle. But I'm still a little surprised that it was Saratoga who came. I was afraid that I would meet a shipgirl who was difficult to get along with. Now it seems that I can finally rest assured. What do you mean, Commander? Looking at the relieved Vian, Lexington looked at him puzzledly. I don't know if other admirals can get along well with her, but I should be lucky because I have Mrs. Lexington. Vian looked at Lexington with a smile on his face. The commander is a little naughty today. Lexington, who had always been relatively calm, felt the heat on his face for the first time but didn't know why. She was clearly just looking into Wei Yan's eyes. The term wife is too inappropriate, Commander. Xiao Wei has eaten. As there are more people in the dormitory, the amount of food we eat every day has increased, so now every time we buy food, we need to heat it up. Originally, this job was done by Wei Yan, but since Lexington joined, Xiefeng and Lexington have been taking turns doing it. Today is snowy and windy. Now Xiefeng called Vian to eat, which also woke up Lexington, who was daydreaming, and he also saw Vian, who was staring at him and smiling. Commander, you were very naughty today. Please don't make fun of me like this next time. For the first time, Lexington failed to calm down and ran away with a slightly red face. It made Wei Yan feel extremely comfortable. Counterattack on the wife completed. Ever since Lexington was built, Vian felt that his life was arranged very clearly and he could not escape the control of his wife, so he kept thinking about this problem during class today. Finally, he thought that every time Lexington teased him about his wife, whom he had let slip the secret, so this time he wanted to take the initiative. As long as he is not the one who is embarrassed, then others are the ones who are embarrassed. As expected, Lexington was not as calm as she had appeared to be. The interaction between Vian and Lexington was seen by Xiefeng, who came to call Vian to eat. Alas, the thing I was most worried about has happened. Looking at Vian, who made Lexington flee in panic, Xiefeng sighed in his heart. The reason why she was unwilling to let Wei Yan be the admiral was that she was Wei Yan's wedding ship, and she wanted her brother to belong to her alone when she could be safe. But as a shipgirl, she couldn't refuse her admiral. Looking at the shipgirls appearing one by one around Vian, Skeffing had clearly prepared herself mentally, but she still felt a little sad. Most of the shipgirls are beautiful, kind, and obedient. If these are not likable, then who else is more likable? Not only the male admirals were unable to refuse these lovely girls, but even the female admirals turned their own shipgirls into wings in the end. But Skeffing didn't expect that Wan would acquire wings so quickly. It has only been less than 3 months since Vian became admiral, and he already has 3 shipgirls. And if the trend continues, Vian's 4th shipgirl may not be far away. The speed is a bit ridiculous. At the beginning, Skeffing thought that with the help of the resources left by Vian's parents, it would be good for Vian to have 3 shipgirls a year. But what she didn't expect was that every step Vian took was beyond her expectations, and the presence of Elizabeth in the school added rocket thrusters to Vian's running wheels. So Skeffing felt that she needed to do something now, otherwise her brother would have more wings and she would have less time to occupy Wan in the future. And you never know when this brother who likes aircraft carriers might be overtaken by an aircraft carrier girl one day. So during dinner, Skeffing, who usually liked to nag Wan, was silent today, thinking carefully about his own plans. She raised her younger brother bit by bit, so there is no way she would easily give him to someone else. Xiao Wei, please forgive my sister for being so willful this time. Chapter 91: The Value of a Heavy Cruiser Core. The fishy and salty sea breeze blew into Wan's nose as he was walking on the beach. Dean, what's the matter? Wan, who was about to rest, was dragged out of the dormitory by Elizabeth in the middle of the night. Wan asked, listening to the disorderly sound of the waves. Golden Trophy, did you get the special core? There is indeed a core with a different color from the other battleship cores. Because this kind of resource is special, it usually doesn't appear in teaching. I will always learn about it after I get it. I'd like to hear more about it. Vian listened carefully to what Elizabeth said. You defeated a deep-sea heavy cruiser this time, so you obtained the heavy cruiser core. This special core can also build shipgirls, and it is fixed to build heavy cruiser shipgirls. Wan, who was already familiar with this effect, nodded. But more important than the effect of building a shipgirl is another way to use this core. It can make the heavy cruiser girl more powerful. Many shipgirls that have reached a bottleneck will need such a special core to increase their strength. That's why I came to see you so late this evening. The United Headquarters already knows about this naval battle, so there are shipgirls who are interested in the core in your hand. By the way, you haven't used your core yet. Wan thought about it and realized that he still had a few ordinary cores in his hands and could manufacture heavy cruiser cores on the spot, so he shook his head. That's good. I was afraid that you might be more wasteful and just plan to build a shipgirl. What do you mean, Dean? If it can stably build heavy cruisers, it will already be a relatively powerful battleship. You still underestimate the importance of the special core. Elizabeth said this and raised 2 fingers. 20 ordinary battleship cores. The price the other party offered is that they want you to transfer this battleship core to her. I'm boiling. 20? Dean, are you sure you're right? Elizabeth's words shocked Vian. I think you may be thinking too simply. 20 is the lowest price. Do you think special cores are easy to get? How many powerful shipgirls are always stuck at that bottleneck and can't get over it? But this special core of the deep sea can allow them to cross this barrier. 20 is still less. This is just the lowest price. If you want to sell this battleship core, there will be many people interested. Let me tell you a more intuitive change. If a shipgirl wants to break through to level 100 or above, the simplest way is to find an admiral for herself. This is also the reason why the shipgirl cannot do without the admiral. The highest command in our mind core is to obey the admiral's command, and the admiral is like the key to open our limiter. In fact, your situation with Yukikaze is quite special. After a normal shipgirl has had an admiral, it is basically impossible for her to establish a contract with another admiral. Elizabeth patted Vian on the shoulder as she spoke. She replaced the basic contract with your mother with a higher level oath, so she can become your shipgirl. A normal shipgirl will only have a favorable impression of her own admiral. The emotions in her mind core are missing, so a shipgirl who has had an admiral will not be interested in other admirals. There are only 2 ways to fill in the missing data. One is to use the contract to open the lock, and the other is to use the special core. The power inside the core will forcibly break through and fill in the gap. So you know how precious the special core is. Luckily, I once made a contract with your mother and my vacancy has been filled, but the Shipgirls Union still has many free shipgirls awakening at sea and cannot break through normally. Even Saratoga is the same. Although she hasn't reached her bottleneck yet, if she continues like this without looking for an admiral, her ceiling will be locked. And now the heavy cruiser core in your hand represents a hope, an opportunity for a shipgirl to break through herself. Of course, the final choice is up to you. Do you choose to keep it to build a shipgirl or sell it? Wan stroked his chin and thought. Dean, if I can't break through, Will my training level be limited to level 100 for the rest of my life? Yes. So the ship girl I bought has already reached level 100? Can I ask who she is? What? Are you interested in her? But it seems possible. She is a free ship girl after all. Elizabeth was a little surprised to hear Vian's answer, but then she thought it was very reasonable. But you still have Saratoga to worry about, and others have persisted for so many years without an admiral. Do you think you can easily get her to join your garrison? As a talented admiral, you'd better take one step at a time. Elizabeth spoke to Vian earnestly. I'm just curious about why you, the dean, made such a special trip. And didn't you also say that I don't need anyone to buy my core? Shropshire. Maid. Listening to Elizabeth's words, Vian said subconsciously as to why he knew so well who Shropshire was. Or maybe it's because Shropshire herself is a maid ship girl, and even the thick maid uniform can't stop her surging power. After she changed into her swimsuit, she caught Wei and attention straight away, which was simply unforgettable. Moreover, she and Devon are the rare ship girls in Dang who have a talent for cooking, which makes them particularly outstanding among the many ship girls in Dang. You know. When Elizabeth saw the immediate answer, she felt something was wrong with the look in his eyes. Vian's understanding of ship girls refreshed her cognition again and again. After all, the ship girls don't use their outfitting every day. Sometimes they wear ordinary clothes and only use their outfitting in battle. Except for some ship girls with special personalities and professions, such as reputation as the head maid and her sister's counterattack. Because the outfitting also represents the difference of each ship girl. That's why Elizabeth was surprised why Vian knew Shropshire was a maid. I know a little bit, so Dean, you have a good relationship with her? It's a good thing to know more about Kankali. At least it will give people a better first impression. Many unfamiliar ship girls may not be recognized until they introduce themselves, even if they are also ship girls. Do you think my relationship with the E-Union's ship girls can be bad? I am still Dang's ship girl, even though I am not the flagship. After Elizabeth's explanation, Vian understood everything at once. There will be various branches in the Kankali Union. Chapter 92 Xiefeng's Plan 2. These alliances were divided into many parts according to the warship's previous countries. Because the ship girls of the same force will have a stronger sense of identity and belonging, and everyone's verbal communication, emotions, hobbies, etc. are also similar. In the Kankali United, Elizabeth's reputation and counterattack belong to the E-United Department. The Raiders and Langley belong to the U.S. Joint Forces. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be assigned to our E-Link department after you go to the garrison. I have some influence in the department and can take better care of you. That's why I agreed to Shropshire's request to come talk to you. I also want you to build a good relationship with them, so that when you go to the garrison and encounter difficulties, there will be more people to help you. So Dean, are there any other ship girls looking for you? Yes. Other ship girls from other alliances have also contacted me and offered similar prices. But don't worry, we in the Alliance are not short of money. Elizabeth was full of confidence when she said she had no shortage of money. So what are you thinking? Are you going to sell the heavy cruiser core? In fact, he was already moved when Elizabeth told him about this. After all, as other people's special cores are used, one less is left, but his cores can be rubbed by hand, so there is no limit to the number. He doesn't really need a new ship girl now. When he wants to build a heavy cruiser ship girl, he can just make one on the spot in the construction room. If you seize this opportunity now, you can exchange one heavy cruiser core for at least 5 heavy cruiser cores in the future. Only a fool would not do that. But at the same time, he didn't dare to show this ability too much now. The ability to make ship equipment was enough for others to put him in a small dark room. The ability to create special cores is the most deadly temptation for ship girls, especially those rich sisters who are powerful and wealthy. A heavy cruiser girl asked for 20 battleship cores right away, and she seemed to want more if that wasn't enough. Okay, but I put the core in the ship girl's ship space, so I can only take it later. Is the Dean in a hurry to get it? Well, it's quite urgent. Since we are all ship girls from the E-Union, we need to communicate a little more. The ship girls from other branches haven't received my reply yet, so they are still unsure. She can't wait to come and communicate with you. Good evening, Commander. A gentle voice suddenly came from behind Wayan, scaring him so much that he fell onto the soft sand. Dean, you guys are so scary late at night. I'm almost scared to death. Wayan was a little frightened and saw the person clearly under the night lights of the academy. She was a blonde ship girl wearing a black and white maid dress, her bright eyes looking at him curiously. Vian didn't need to think too much to know who she was. It was Shropshire, the one he had been communicating with Elizabeth about. Greetings, I'm sorry to scare you, Commander. Shropshire apologetically stretched out a hand and tried to pull Vian up. So Dean, are you guys so proactive? I haven't even come to a conclusion here, and you've come all the way to Shropshire. Wayan stood up and brushed the sand off his body. That's why special cores are so popular. Although our Kankali Union was established by the Kankali organization, different alliances are also in competition with each other. Everyone needs these special cores. With so many people and so few weapons, we can only act first. So, Commander, I apologize for scaring you with my recklessness. As he spoke, Shropshire bowed to Vian several times. But I really need a heavy cruiser core. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. There may be a lot of heavy cruiser girls looking for you in the next period of time. You are now a hot commodity in their eyes. Their goal is the heavy cruiser core in your hand. Elizabeth walked up to Vian and said to him. Now Shropshire and Elizabeth's words finally made Vian realize the importance of special cores to the Freedom shipgirls. With a special core, he is like walking catnip, and any shipgirl who meets the requirements will want to take a sip. Obviously, Shropshire, with Elizabeth as an insider, was the fastest to act. I will sell the heavy cruiser core, but the prices. Don't worry, I will try my best to satisfy you. I really need it. Shropshire clasped his hands together and said pleadingly. The last time we traded the heavy cruiser cores, we traded them from the Navy. There were 22 battleship cores in total, and they were also obtained by our union. At the same time, Vian also saw Elizabeth standing in Shropshire and winking at him. As long as the price is right, any small profit can be considered a favor. I understand. Seeing Elizabeth looking at him with concern, Vian returned the look. If you don't need it, just 20. Miss Shropshire's attitude is so sincere. If I deliberately make things difficult for her, would I still be a human being? Vian's words also made Shropshire feel relieved. She originally thought that she would have to spend more, but the current situation was beyond her expectations. Thank you, Commander. Happy Shropshire shed tears unconsciously as she spoke. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She was very frugal after completing each mission and worked hard to save up these 20-plus battleship cores. If the money is not enough this time, she can only borrow from her sisters and pay them back while working later. I just want to thank the Dean for taking care of me. Vian waved his hand and said to Shropshire without caring. I'll take the core to the Dean's office tomorrow. Anything else? Dean. Elizabeth glanced at Shropshire beside her and then at Vian and shook her head. Watching Vian disappear into the night, Shropshire looked at Elizabeth with a smile. Elizabeth, is there anything special about this, Commander? I felt your little move just now, but thank you anyway. Otherwise, I don't know when I will have another chance. A new admiral who I am optimistic about. I hope he can join the E-United Division. So I'll trouble you with Hood's matter. Hood. Elizabeth did not intend to reveal all of Vian's identity. I see I am very grateful to you, so just leave it to me. Lord Hood will definitely like this, Commander. On the way back, Wayan unexpectedly met Xiefeng, who was waiting quietly on the roadside. Sister, why are you here? I sensed something was wrong with the ship, but you were communicating with the Dean and the others, so I didn't dare disturb you. What? What happened? Let's go. I was watching a game today and forgot the time, so I will update later. I have already finished one chapter, and will update around 8:50 or 9 if I am slower. Chapter 93 Xiefeng's Plan 3. Xiefeng's words shocked Wayan. Xiefeng was their only warship now, and nothing could happen to it. After saying that, Wayan hurriedly pulled Xiefeng towards the dock. But he didn't notice that Xiefeng's face was flushed. Wayan hurriedly brought Xiefeng into the dock. But when he went to turn on the light, he heard the sound of a door being locked behind him. Xiefeng locked the door of the dock. What's wrong, sis? Wayan turned around immediately after hearing the voice and saw Xiefeng walking towards him with a strange look on his face. It's okay, let's go check the battleship first. I feel like there's something in the command room. Wayan didn't think much about it, thinking that Xiefeng was just feeling a little uncomfortable, so he nodded and left first. Xiefeng also cooperated very well and turned on the lights on his warship for Vian to check. Then he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Vian enter the command room. Click. The hatch on the battleship was closed by Xiefeng, and even the ladder used to get off the ship was removed by Xiefeng. Wayan checked for a long time and found nothing special when he was still wondering about it and felt Xiefeng approaching him. Sister, what do you think is strange? Wayan's mind was still on the warship, so he didn't notice the little trick Xiefeng made. Chest. Xiefeng lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Wayan. Wayan then turned to look at Xiefeng and lifted her head up to his eyes. The pretty face in the palm of my hand was as hot as boiling water, and there was indeed white mist coming out of her head, and her eyes were full of moisture. Wayan placed the back of his hand on Xiefeng's forehead and felt it was hot. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Are you sick? I don't know. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Yukikaze was in a bad condition, Wayan lost his composure and forgot that creatures like Kankali cannot get sick. Let's go take a break then. Xiefeng didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, but Wayan could still see it clearly at such a close distance. Considering that Xiefeng was not feeling well, Wayan simply held the petite Xiefeng in his arms. Xiefeng rested her head on his shoulder and put her arms around his neck. When Wayan brought Xiefeng to the rest cabin where he usually rested and was about to put Xiefeng on the bed, the lights of the entire battleship dimmed, and at the same time, The sound of a door closing and locking was heard from behind. Just as he was about to ask what happened, he suddenly felt a force on his neck, and the familiar smell of snow wind entered his nostrils. At the same time, what he wanted to say was blocked. A long time. Sister, what's wrong with you? Don't talk. It's blocked again. At the same time, he also felt that the scorching temperature of the snow wind was rapidly decreasing and soon reached normal body temperature. Finally, Xiefeng let Wei Yan go only after he felt that he had compensated enough for this period of time. Sister, are you satisfied? Not satisfied. Feeling Yukikaze's initiative, Vian also figured out what was wrong with Yukikaze tonight. After all, shipgirls wouldn't get sick. He was just tricked. Then, what makes sister happy? I'm a wedding ship, Xiao Wei. What do you think will make me happy? In the dark cabin, Wei Yan couldn't see Xuefeng's hot face, but he could hear her trembling voice. But sister, you're still young. I can't help it. I can't grow any bigger. I want to be bigger, but the ship hasn't changed since it materialized. I can't change it in the future. Or do you want to escape, Xiao Wei? Just when Vian was about to deny it, Xiefeng interrupted him again. At the same time, he finally witnessed the true power of the shipgirl for the first time. Xiefeng, who was usually delicate, childish, and secretly crying in front of him, now had a strength that made him completely unable to resist. Until he was pressed onto the bed by Xiefeng. Sister, Lexington, and the others will be worried. While taking a breath, Wei Yan was finally able to speak. It's okay. I've already told them. No one can disturb me today. No one. As he spoke, the snow wind was blocked again. She is the master in the snow wind battleship. At the same time, Wei Yan also understood that he probably couldn't escape today, but he didn't plan to retreat. Although he was married to Xiefeng, he gave the ring voluntarily. And the gendarmerie, which they were most worried about, no longer existed. The most important thing is what Xiefeng said. No one can disturb them tonight. No one. 3 hours later, Xiefeng, who was completely unable to speak, fell asleep. At the same time, Wei Yan felt the changes in his body. Something is wrong. It is very different from my previous life. It seems like I have endless energy. In the previous life, even if I rewarded myself for maintaining peace, I could still feel the change in my physical strength. But in this life, 3 hours, 3 hours. Xiefeng had already fallen asleep, but he didn't feel tired at all except for feeling refreshed. At the same time, he felt the changes in his body and his talents also changed a little. His physical strength limit changed from 100 to 200, which doubled directly, while he was communicating with Xiefeng. Several collected data popped up on the talent, but I didn't have time to look at them before. Now that I have some free time, I can finally take a closer look. Single-barrel 25mm anti-aircraft gun, Type 92 quad-mounted 610mm torpedo tube, 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. There are a total of 3 ship equipment that can collect data. He had been wondering why he could only collect data from unused ship equipment, and his question was answered at this moment. It is possible to collect data from the Kankali battleship, but the method is somewhat beyond Wei Yan's expectations. The other ship equipment on the Snow Wind battleship were data he had already collected, so they did not appear. Only the ship equipment he had not collected could be collected. At the same time, he also deeply understood the irregularity of his talent. How could data be collected like this? But now Wei Yan could only sigh secretly. What happened tonight was somewhat beyond his expectations, but he could also understand Xiefeng's thoughts. When he first came to the academy, Xiefeng stuck to him every day. After Clemenceau joined, the time they spent together became much less, so Xiefeng was more restrained during this period. As for their sibling issue, she married him secretly and he gave the ring away, so are they still normal siblings? But now the last boundary between the two of them was gone, and at the same time, he also developed new ways to use his talents. Is this the way to unlock your talent? Forcing me to marry a shipgirl? The premise for things to go so smoothly between Xiefeng and him is that Xiefeng and he have already made a vow. However, a shipgirl who has not made an oath cannot enter the door even if there is one, and making an oath with a shipgirl is not that simple. Xiefeng can only be an exception with a small probability, and most of the time it still requires the admiral to take the initiative to propose. The shipgirl will think carefully before deciding whether to make an oath. After all, once the oath is made, they will truly share life and death. Chapter 94 Shropshire. Do you have a lot of little question marks? At the same time, the core of the entire battleship is completely open to the admiral, and the admiral can even clean the engines on the battleship. Therefore, it is still quite difficult to make a normal vow. Especially since the shipgirls have a strong ability to perceive emotions, they can still keenly detect deliberate lies. Especially when they are being proposed to, their concentration is at its highest, so it is not easy to deceive them when proposing to them. As for the second time of concentration, it is when a commander wants to rescue her. However, the effects of the obviously difficult conditions are also very obvious. The fish that escaped the net, Xiefeng, directly doubled his physical strength limit. How huge is this change? His physical strength increased, and he was able to make more ship equipment. At the same time, he felt that his physical strength recovered faster. The first factor that has always limited his speed in making money is energy, followed by physical strength. The more abundant his resources become, the greater the limitation of his physical strength becomes. This will limit his output of ship equipment. If he has a lot of resources and shipgirls, he will have to match several different ship equipment combinations for the shipgirls. Maybe his production speed cannot keep up with the speed of the materialization of the shipgirls, so the improvement of physical strength has solved some problems for him to a certain extent, and it gives him a chance to increase his ceiling. At the same time, when communicating with Xiefeng, he put aside his worries about Xiefeng. Tonight, Xiefeng was simply jealous. But let's deal with this matter first. Thinking of this, Weiyan took advantage of the light that was turned back on after Xiefeng released it from behind, and got up to go to the supply storage room inside the Xiefeng battleship. However, before leaving, Weiyan quietly covered Xiefeng with the quilt. He rummaged around in there, and found the 2 battleship cores that he had gotten from the spoils of war before, and used them quickly. It was only after Yukikaze's hull materialized that Vian realized that another place connected to the ship's equipment space was the battleship's material storage room. The materialization of the ship is essentially the process of teleporting the warship from another dimension by consuming resources. The transformation of the hull during the materialization process means changing the process when resources are used to shape the warship. When Weiyan returned to the rest cabin, he only had 4,000 points of energy left, and his physical strength had also been consumed by a full 100 points, which was even more tiring than when he communicated with Xiefeng. But the result was also very good. A special core, a heavy cruiser core, appeared in his hand. Everything depends on tomorrow. Only after packing this special core did Weiyan rest with peace of mind. Xiaowei, wake up, wake up. Weiyan was exhausted after making the core last night, so it was a little difficult for him to open his eyes. Then he saw the white snow wind sitting on him and rocking him. Sister? What's wrong? Weiyan, whose mind was not yet fully awake, asked Xiefeng with sleepy eyes. Xiaowei, you overslept. You still have classes to go to. Besides, Clemenceau and the others are here and are knocking on the dock door. Xiefeng said this and her face suddenly turned red. What happened between the 2 of them last night made her feel brave when she decided to take down Vian. After all, she felt uncomfortable thinking that Vian would be taken down by other shipgirls. But now when she thinks about it, she is filled with shame. What did she do? She pushed her brother back, and the cute and obedient image she had in front of Weiyan was gone. And now there are other girls outside watching, and she is in a mess. Sister, didn't you say you told them? Why did they come here? I just said it casually at the time. I just didn't want you to leave, Xiaowei. Xiefeng lowered his head, not daring to look at Weiyan, and spoke timidly. Weiyan slapped his head when he heard this. Well, Xiefeng doesn't care about any consequences when she gets jealous. She really tried her best to win him over. It's okay, sister. You are my marriage ship. There is nothing to be ashamed of. But this skirt can't be worn anymore, so you should use your outfit. Weiyan calmed down, looked at the torn dress on the ground and shook his head. Outfitting is the outerwear that the ship girl comes with when she wakes up. Lexington is a Navy-style casual outfit, Reputation is a maid outfit, and Yukikaze is her purple and white sailor uniform. Then Weiyan saw an outline appear on Xiefeng's white body, and within 1 second, her dress, shoes and hat were all put on. Faster than his speed. When he and Xiefeng hurriedly opened the dock door, they saw 4 people already waiting outside. Commander, you guys really scared me to death. You didn't come back all night. As soon as Vian came out, Lexington moved forward to observe Vian. At the same time, he also keenly smelled the smell of snow wind on Vian, which was different from usual. Also traveling with them were Elizabeth and Shropshire, with whom they had just chatted last night, but they were less anxious than Lexington and Clemenceau. Elizabeth was obviously looking at Xiefeng and Vian with a half-smile. Now Xiefeng didn't dare to go to the front at all and kept hiding behind Weiyan. I'm sorry, Lexington, I have to trouble you, Dean, to make another trip. The frank Weiyan said to the few people with a hint of apology. I'm fine, but you two were such troublesome little guys that made the other shipgirls worried. Now it seems that you are fine too, and surprisingly you are doing well. Elizabeth's tone became frivolous as she spoke. Xiefeng heard Elizabeth's words and grabbed Vian's clothes tightly from behind, not daring to look up. After all, what happened yesterday was because of her, and she was the mastermind. Dean. Vian was about to explain when he was interrupted by Elizabeth. It's okay. I understand. You're a hot-blooded young man, and Xiefeng is your marriage ship. It's normal, very normal. But you should take care of yourself, especially since you are still an admiral. Although the ship girls are beautiful, your health is the most important. Don't be exhausted by them. Especially when these little ones have no idea how to behave when playing around. And most importantly, don't let anyone get killed. Tell Xiefeng to be careful. Elizabeth's voice was emphatic when she spoke of the little one. Lexington and Clemenceau originally looked at Vian with puzzled eyes, but they quickly understood what Elizabeth explained. Only Shropshire, who was standing aside, looked at Vian and Xiefeng with a question mark on his face. What did she hear? Between a destroyer girl and an admiral? Wedding ship? Children? Chapter 95 Transaction. But now she didn't dare to say anything or ask anything, and could only listen silently to Wayan and the others' conversation. Human life. As an experienced person, Vian immediately understood what Elizabeth meant. Dean, you mean that shipgirls can give birth to children? Yes, not only can they give birth to children, most of the children of shipgirls have the potential to become admirals, and there are also girls who inherit their mother's abilities and become shipgirls. Numb? Wayan felt really numb. He had always paid attention to other things before, but he had not carefully understood the nature of the shipgirls in this world. After all, the shipgirl is the battleship mind body created by consuming resources and battleship cores. Can a pile of steel create a girl who can give birth to a baby? But it's not too late for Vian to find out now, and luckily Elizabeth is here to tell him. So you two should pay more attention. If you don't mind letting me take care of the child, I won't say any more. While Elizabeth was speaking, she raised her eyebrows at Vian and Xiefeng, with obvious teasing in her expression. It's okay, I noticed it, so there won't be a baby. Xiefeng, who had been hiding behind Vian, finally stood up and looked at Elizabeth evasively with his purple eyes. It seems that you haven't completely lost your composure. You took him around in the middle of the night without even saying hello. Do you know how worrying it would be? Elizabeth, who had been teasing Vian after seeing Xiefeng sticking his head out, immediately started to scold Xiefeng. If there weren't surveillance cameras on the roads of the academy, do you know what would happen if the admiral got lost? And right under the nose of his own shipgirl. Elizabeth looked around at the people around her. The academy is not 100% safe. There are not only shipgirls from various federations here, but also shipgirls from various admirals, as well as people from other forces. Shipgirls can have means of resistance, but admirals are still ordinary people at heart. It would be very dangerous for them to be targeted alone, especially since he communicated with us last night and told me the next morning that he was missing. We are shipgirls. Our most important task is to protect our admiral, and the deep sea comes second. As Elizabeth spoke, she walked forward and wanted to hit Xiefeng on the head, but was stopped by Vian. Dean, I am also responsible for this matter. I will pay more attention next time. I know you care about your shipgirl, which is a good thing, but as a destroyer girl, this is a defect brought by her mental body. She often does things in a childish way, especially now that you and her have a closer relationship. Her mental and physical immaturity will become more prominent. Elizabeth explained to Vian somewhat helplessly. So as an admiral, you not only have to be good to your own shipgirls, but also learn how to manage and take care of them. This time, let this be a lesson for you. Kankali are not bad in nature, but sometimes the way they do things is not right, and that's what you need to correct. Clear. Vian can clearly feel the difference. When facing Lexington, he basically doesn't have to worry about anything because Lexington can solve it for him. It is also because of this that Vian was not as confident as the other two shipgirls when facing Lexington, because Lexington could take care of him while taking care of herself. When it comes to Xiefeng and Clemenceau, he is the one who is worried about them most of the time. When doing tasks and commissions, he will also give them careful instructions and arrange some solutions for them. Okay, I've already asked for leave for you from class today. Let's get on with our other stuff. Let's go to the office first. After saying this, Vian gently stroked Xiefeng's little head and asked her and Lexington to go back and rest first. I followed Elizabeth and the others to the dean's office. Shropshire whispered to Elizabeth along the way. Is Xiefeng really the commander's wedding ship? Yeah, what's wrong? I remember that Yukikaze is a destroyer. I've seen it in the J-Union. It's not allowed for a destroyer to have sex with an admiral. They're a little special. Just treat them as a normal admiral and his wedding ship. The military police will be fine. I see. Shropshire could only swallow his curiosity and didn't ask any more questions, but his eyes would linger on Vian from time to time. As a qualified maid, observing people's words and expressions is the most basic skill, so she was observing when Vian and Elizabeth were communicating today. Elizabeth's attitude towards Vian is obviously different from that towards other admirals, especially towards Yukikaze. She treats her like an elder. This made Shropshire curious about what the relationship between Vian and Elizabeth was. And when she came to find Elizabeth, she didn't refuse. At that time, she saw that other shipgirls were rejected by her when they asked her about security information. It was said that it was to protect the talented new admiral. In the dean's office, everyone took out the goods they needed to trade. However, what surprised Vian was that Shropshire did not comply with the transaction conditions of 20 battleship cores that had started earlier. Instead, he took out 2 more battleship cores, for a total of 22. No matter how Wei tried to refuse, she refused to take it back, so Wei could only reluctantly accept it. As for why Shropshire decided to take out 22 battleship cores, she wanted to establish a friendship with the admiral. The main reason was that she was somewhat concerned about Elizabeth's attitude towards Vian today, and she felt that the 2 battleship cores were worth it. As soon as the transaction is completed, Shropshire used the heavy cruiser core, just as Elizabeth had told Vian. As soon as the heavy cruiser core was opened by Shropshire and touched her fingers, it turned into a ray of light and penetrated into her body, just like when Vian used the battleship core. But Shropshire was not a shipgirl, so he didn't know what changes had happened to Shropshire. I could only feel that her temperament had changed. I finally made a breakthrough. I've been stuck at level 99 for 5 years. I finally made it. My future is no longer blocked. Shropshire said to Vian and Elizabeth with a trembling voice. Thank you for giving me hope again. It was a fair deal and I got what I wanted. Wei shook his head calmly. If you have any problems in your port area in the future, you can come to me. My strength is still very good. Then I'll trouble you from now on. Chapter 96. Wei mother's past. After the transaction, Shropshire separated from them as she had her own matters to attend to at headquarters. I wanted to see Wei and he also met him, and I was shocked by the relationship between Wei and Xiefeng. As long as you use the 22 battleship cores sparingly, your construction in the next few years won't be a problem. Especially since you've heard that other shipgirls have started to inquire about you, in order to prevent them from influencing you. I'll decline for now. It depends on your opinion. After only Vian and Elizabeth were left, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. The most shipgirls I have come into contact with are those in the academy. I don't know the shipgirls from other places, so it depends on your arrangement, Dean. Don't be anxious. Build up your strength while you're in the academy so you won't be bullied when you go out. I'm also afraid that they will influence you. You are not too worried about the child's problems, and today I am more of a reminder to Xiefeng. Although we, the shipgirls, can give birth to children like ordinary girls, we are special people after all. We can purify ourselves if we don't want to. So without your consent, the shipgirl won't have a baby. Vian suddenly asked Elizabeth about this. Dean, will the child born by the shipgirl have any special qualities after becoming a shipgirl and admiral? After becoming a shipgirl, the children of the shipgirls will inherit their mother's ship name, but they are not built and awakened at sea like us. So they are not as kind as our native shipgirls. They have human values and ways of thinking. So do you know why I'm worried about you? Elizabeth poured a glass of water for Vian, who was sitting on a stool at the side of the office, and looked up into his eyes. Shipgirls are kind, but that doesn't mean all of them are kind. Only the original shipgirls are the kind of shipgirls you think they are. But even so, the power of the shipgirls will influence them to move closer to kindness. With this power comes this responsibility. Although they can inherit their mother's power, they are not the original battleships after all. They also have flaws. They don't have an infinite lifespan like us. They will grow old, get sick, and die. So most of the shipgirls you see aging are the shipgirls' children who have grown up. But after all, the children of Kankali are different from ordinary people, just like you. Elizabeth's words shocked Vian. What are you talking about, Dean? Didn't Xiefeng tell you? Elizabeth asked back at Vian's puzzled look. What did my sister tell me? Only after confirming that Vian didn't know Elizabeth did she suddenly realize. That's right. According to what you said, Xiefeng was built not long ago. It's normal that they didn't know. Your mother is the descendant of a shipgirl, or in other words, your grandfather is an admiral and your grandmother is a shipgirl. Your mother is a girl who happened to inherit your grandmother's abilities, but as I said, the children of shipgirls are different after all. She could not only become a shipgirl, but also an admiral. In the end, she chose to become an admiral. I met her by chance. At that time, she was still a shipgirl. But her hull sank in the battle, and she lost the power of the shipgirl and was confused for a long time. Elizabeth sighed at this. This is also different from us native shipgirls. After the namesake battleship sank, they could still live as ordinary people, but we really sank. We are mines, they are people. We are the warships themselves, and they are just using the warships. So the Kankali Union doesn't just have the original Kankali, there are also some Kankali with the same name. Then is there anyone who can maintain his own shipgirl power while being an admiral? Yes, so these special admirals may be more powerful than their own shipgirls, because you also know that marrying destroyers and submarines is illegal, and their mothers are at least light cruisers. So what's the difference between a boy and a girl if our shipgirl's child is a boy? After all, being able to become a co-ship is already a very powerful force. A male admiral will have a stronger body than an ordinary admiral. Unlike girls who have a chance to inherit their mother's abilities, they will definitely awaken their talents. Only a few words of Elizabeth's explanation flashed through Vian's mind. Ancient God Admiral. Legend has it that this mysterious admiral can catch a cannonball on his face and fly into the atmosphere alone. But you are different from the children of those shipgirls after all. Your mother is not a native shipgirl, so the power you can inherit is not much. How many people know about this? Xiefeng doesn't know, and I don't know if she has told anyone else. After all, when she met your father, he was already an admiral, and she didn't look like a shipgirl at all. So maybe you and I know about this. As Elizabeth spoke, she recalled the confident smile of the light brown-haired girl when she first saw her and how everything seemed calm and unruffled afterwards. Do you know why I'm always worried about your safety? Elizabeth stared at Vian. Dean, you say. You are the continuation of her life. She once saved me from the brink of sinking, and I became her shipgirl when she was most lost, witnessing her joy and pain along the way. In the end, I couldn't do anything, not even revenge. I once wanted to make a promise with her, but she rejected me. The reason is that she saw with her own eyes that her mother was buried alive with her father. Everything on the wedding ship belongs to the admiral, including her life. She doesn't need me to sacrifice my life for her because she will die in the end. She was only 16 years old at that time. Your grandfather was also a powerful admiral, but he was weak and sickly, and the ship girl made him unable to refuse. In the end, he didn't die at the hands of Shahai, but died suddenly in the garrison. With the exception of the destroyers in his port area, all the ship girls he married were buried with him. So although the ship girl is very good, please take care of your health. I don't want to hear about your sudden death in the port one day. After all, such things happen all the time. Elizabeth's words made Vian ashamed. After all, his talent was a bit unorthodox, and it was leading him to a dangerous path. But now he was told that there was really an admiral who died from overwork. I'll keep an eye on it, Dean. So don't be too indulgent to the ship girls. They won't refuse the admiral. For your health, please exercise restraint. Guess which battleship Vian's mother inherited? Hint, aircraft carrier. Chapter 97 Empire. So which shipgirl's power did she inherit? Empire. Empire. Veneto-class ship number 4? Imperial. He exclaimed at the identity of Wei Yan's mother. Who is the Empire? The sister ship of the shipgirl that Wei Yan most hopes to meet. Compared to the other 3 Veneto-class battleship sisters, Empire, as the 4th ship, has a size that cannot be compared to the other 3. The most important difference is that the others are battleships while she is an aircraft carrier. Compared to the mafia boss Veneto, Empire is obviously much more quiet and prefers to read quietly. They're really like sisters. Veneto. Elizabeth was no longer surprised by Vian's knowledge of shipgirls. Well, since you already know this, I won't explain it to you. But I don't know where you got so much knowledge about Kankali. A little bit. Wei Yan only told Xiefeng, with whom he had lived for more than 10 years, about his identity. When facing other people, he could only answer with a smile. Seeing that Vian was unwilling to elaborate, Elizabeth did not ask too many questions. She simply gave Vian a few more instructions and then let him go. After returning, under the double questioning of Lexington and Clemenceau, Vian and Xiefeng had no choice but to raise their hands and surrender and confess what happened yesterday. This caused Lexington and Clemenceau to look back and forth at them shyly. At the same time, Wei Yan and Xiefeng repeatedly expressed that they would not worry them in the future, so Lexington let them go. However, with the new battleship core, Vian's energy suddenly became abundant. But after a simple estimate of the resources Clemenceau would need, Vian was still a little distressed. He still needs to keep making money. The displacement of Yukikaze is just over 1W, which has already consumed about 5W of steel, so according to Vian's plan, the steel consumed by Clemenceau is at least over 20W. He realized that the cost of building 1 battleship was enough for other admirals to build 5, but the effect was also amazing. The snow wind in his first attack brought him rich results and laid a good foundation for the realization of Clemenceau's ship. Therefore, he decided to use all the energy from the cores of these battleships to make ship equipment to speed up the manifestation of Clemenceau. Now the speed of his radar research has slowed down, and he can only make up for the lack of quality with quantity. Fortunately, Lexington already understood how Vian and the others made money, and he quickly started helping Vian share this aspect of the work. Previously, Vian had to be careful and specifically remind Clemenceau of certain things, but now Lexington has taken over. Let Wei Yan concentrate on studying in the college. The 22 battleship cores have a total of 11W of energy, of which 10W was made into ship equipment by Vian and all were handed over to Lexington for arrangement. The remaining 1W of energy was used by Vian to continue researching radar. The more Wei Yan studied, the more he felt that radar was a bottomless pit. In the end, the ships made by Wei Yan were equipped with small main guns, secondary guns, anti-aircraft guns, and some other combinations that consumed relatively little energy. Soon it was August. During the 2 months, the most tiring time for Wei Yan was making ship equipment at night, which was a real drain on him. And it was indeed as Elizabeth had said, during this period of time, more and more shipgirls came to contact Vian every day, and the largest number of them were heavy cruiser shipgirls. Even the admiral who was jealous of Wei Yan before often came to Wei Yan and took the initiative to talk to him, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. It was these people's enthusiasm for him that made him decide to keep quiet for a while, let Lexington make plans first, and then take action after others are not paying so much attention to him. In 2 months, Wei produced a total of 269 ship equipment. 70 small main guns, 150 anti-aircraft guns, 30 sonars, 18 deep-throw missiles. After discussing with Lexington, he finally decided to make a purple German twin 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun with a cost of 50,000 yuan and a profit of 100,000 yuan. The anti-aircraft gun he chose was the German quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft gun he had just opened from the loot box. After Lexington's research, it was found that the price of anti-aircraft guns was affected by the different focuses of the admirals in this world. Therefore, the price of anti-aircraft guns is obviously lower. Even for the purple ship equipment, the price of an anti-aircraft gun is barely 40,000. Fortunately, the price of anti-aircraft guns is the lowest among all the ship equipment made by Wei. One anti-aircraft gun consumes only 200 points of energy. It's less than half the size of a small main gun. This made Wei happy for a long time. Now there is not a drop of energy left in Wei. After completing the production of the last ship equipment today, Vian entrusted all of them to Lexington. Lexington, I'll trouble you from now on. Don't worry, Commander. I have already gone through all the plans countless times in my mind. Commander, just wait for me and Xiefeng to come back. During these 2 months, while Vian was concentrating on making ship equipment, Lexington had already found time to visit most of the blue banks in the 5 war zones. This is also the reason why Wei dared to produce so many ship equipment this time. Because this time the range of ship equipment they sell is no longer limited to the Academy and the Kankali Union. At the same time, to be on the safe side, Lexington also brought Saratoga with her this time. At that time, the task of selling the ship equipment was given to Xiefeng, while Lexington and Saratoga purchased the supplies that Vian needed throughout the port area, while deepening their sisterly relationship with Saratoga. While selling ship equipment, also collect information about other regions. For this reason, Clemenceau had to stay by Vian's side to protect his safety. Then I wish you a safe journey, Vian said, opening his arms. In response, Lexington walked up to Vian and hugged him, then gave his seat to Xiefeng next to him. Commander, wait until we get back. Xiaowei, remember not to run around when you are in the academy. After Xiefeng finished speaking, she pecked Vian on the lips and walked into the dock with Lexington. Only Saratoga, who had been waiting on the deck of her battleship for a long time, curled her lips. Commander, you are so abominable. You always fight with me for my sister, and now you want a hug from me. I am so jealous. I also want my sister's warm embrace. The more Vian interacted with Lexington during these 2 months, the more he felt that Lexington's actions were perfect and there was no need for him to worry. As a result, Lexington had more things to do every day, and as a result, he had less time to spend with Saratoga. So she developed a little resentment towards Vian. Although she knew that Lexington was Vian's shipgirl, she still felt jealous. Chapter 98 Observation and Contact of a Unit. But it didn't matter. This time, when she accompanied Lexington to investigate the situation in various war zones, Saratoga wouldn't be disturbed by the annoying admiral on the way. There were only her sister, and a small transparent destroyer on the road. In order not to attract other people's attention, this time Wei and his team set out near the dock where Xiefeng was docked. Now Xiefeng and Lexington have gone to sail the boat, leaving Saratoga and Vian staring at each other. I'll trouble you with Lexington and the others for the rest of the trip. Don't worry, my sister won't get hurt as long as I'm here. I'm the strongest, Saratoga. Just don't let your destroyer girl hold you back. If something unexpected happens, she just needs to run away, Saratoga said with confidence. Then Saratoga watched the huge ship sailing out of the dock from her deck. The size of the battleship was particularly inconsistent with that of a destroyer, and the size of its main gun was out of place. Okay, you guys should set off quickly. The caravan that needs your escort should be leaving soon. Looking at Saratoga's dazed expression, Vian hurriedly urged. So Wei feels very relieved about what Lexington is doing. On the surface, they were also here to escort the caravan, and if they encountered deep sea, they could earn some extra money. Secondly, under the protection of Saratoga, go to different city ports in various war zones to collect information, and see if you can bring back some useful things for Vian. The most important thing is what only the security ship girl knows. On the surface, Xiefeng was Lexington's little follower, responsible for running errands. But in fact, Xiefeng was the one who went to trade. After arriving at the destination, Lexington took Saratoga to collect information, while Xiefeng went to the corresponding trading area to sell the ship equipment. Saratoga was about to ask Vian what was going on when she saw Lexington waving at her from the battleship Yukikaze. She could only hide her doubts and start the battleship to follow. Only when the shadows of their warships gradually disappeared over the sea did Vian turn around and leave with Clemenceau. But I didn't expect to meet someone unexpected. Shropshire, who had been gone for some time, now appeared before him. "Good morning, Commander." Shropshire lifted her skirts and saluted to Vian. "Shropshire, why are you here? Aren't you going back to the United headquarters?" Vian looked at Shropshire in surprise. "I reported what happened here to Hood after I returned. At the same time, they also noticed Elizabeth's care for you, so they conducted a brief investigation. I didn't expect to find so many interesting things, Commander Wayan. Reputation has reported the special relationship between you and Elizabeth to the E-United Department, and it has been confirmed by Elizabeth. So this time I'm here to see Commander Wayan as part of the E-Unit." Because he was busy with his own things during this period and had less communication with Elizabeth, although the incident was a bit sudden, Vian quickly calmed down. "So what do you want from me, Shropshire?" Vian put one hand on Clemenceau's head to ease her tense mood and spoke calmly to Shropshire. The E-United Department believes that Commander Vian is a very talented admiral, and he is also related to Elizabeth. After discussion, the E-United forces decided to send me to contact Commander Wayan and protect him. Shropshire said solemnly. "Why? This discussion took place a month ago, and I have been observing Commander Wayan for a long time during this month. I got a general understanding of the commander's general situation. If you knew Elizabeth was involved with me, why didn't she tell me about it? Because this is not only an observation of the commander, but also a small test. Elizabeth may have her own subjective opinions on your relationship with you. We prefer to believe what we see rather than what she tells us. So for your own good, she needs to avoid contact with you for this time." "Then why are you in front of me again now? I have passed the assessment." Wayan asked with sudden enlightenment. "Yes, after more than a month of observation, I found that the commander has a very good relationship with his shipgirls. Moreover, he is very serious in his studies as an admiral and has no prejudice against shipgirls. Originally, the commander's small test was completed a week ago, but Elizabeth said that we could continue to observe and did not want us to disturb your current life." "Then why are you coming out now?" Wayan continued to ask. "Now that Yukikaze and Lexington are gone, there's only one shipgirl left. I'm worried about your safety, so I asked Shropshire to come out to see you." The one who spoke was Elizabeth, who suddenly appeared. "You are such a fool. If it was about escorting, you could just let Xiefeng go alone. But you let Lexington go with them. We don't even know when they will come back. Do you know that you have been targeted?" Elizabeth spoke to Vian earnestly. "Am I being targeted?" Elizabeth's words startled Vian. "Yes, Commander. While I was observing you, I also noticed that the other shipgirls were also observing you. After investigation, it turns out that the shipgirls do not belong to any of the federations. They can only be foreign shipgirls or purely free shipgirls. But the news about you is also because of your reputation and Elizabeth's report that we are willing to spend more time observing you, Commander, but they also observe you for a long time. And a group of people from different shipgirls took turns observing them. If it weren't for the fact that the 100-eyed giant happened to be in the academy, he could help us find their strangeness. The consequences are disastrous. Just like an aircraft carrier can launch its own carrier-based aircraft for reconnaissance, the ship equipment of the aircraft carrier girl can also be used for reconnaissance in daily life. Although the reconnaissance distance is shorter than that of the battleship, it is enough to wander around the academy. The appearance of different shipgirl ship outfits is also different. When it is a battleship, the carrier-based aircraft has a larger target, while when it is a ship outfit, the carrier-based aircraft can be a paper airplane or a small bird. Concealment is also greatly improved. But now Lexington's battleship has not yet materialized and its training level is not high, so these cannot be discovered for the time being. However, as a highly trained shipgirl with a materialized ship body, Saratoga can discover these shipgirls, but her attention is basically on Lexington, and all she cares about every day is chatting with Lexington. Sorry for updating a little late today. I was having a writer's block. Chapter 99 Past Hatred. For the safety of His Excellency the Commander, I came out early. Hearing this, Wayan thought for a moment and said, "Can we be sure which shipgirl she is from?" Shropshire and Elizabeth both shook their heads helplessly. They are organized in the academy, but we haven't found any contact with the outside world recently. But it's most likely a shipgirl from the Navy, or maybe the Free Admiral's shipgirl. Yeah. The reason why Wayan has always been so cautious is because the shipgirl has too much power, and the Admiral is relatively weak, before his own shipgirl has sufficient strength. Exposing herself too much may mean that the shipgirl has good intentions, but that may not be the case for humans. Shipgirls are the ones who listen to the orders of their admirals the most. Although the power of the shipgirl has been greatly reduced when she uses the ship suit, that is when the opponent is the shipgirl in the deep sea. it is still very useful against the admiral. The only ones who can fight against Kankali are Kankali. In the past 2 months, he basically went back and forth between 2 points just to disappear from other people's sight and reduce their attention. But he still didn't expect that someone was observing him and hadn't noticed it yet. My ability to search for enemies is still too weak. I didn't even know that someone was spying on me. And now Lexington and Xiefeng are out. I have a lot to do every day, and I can't be with you all the time. So I discussed it with Shropshire and came to see you in advance. Elizabeth explained. So, Dean, what are your next plans? Compared to observing you from a distance before, Shropshire has now decided to closely observe your life. At the same time, they have also protected you and arranged a dormitory next to yours for her. If there is a problem, she will know it at the first time. Does this mean that I will have to spend every day with Shropshire for the next period of time? Yes, Commander, please take care of me in the next period of time. Are you going to follow me wherever I go? Yes, I will stay with the commander until your shipgirl returns, or even until Saratoga returns. In response, Vian simply turned to look at Elizabeth. Dean, is it that serious? Yes, and it is necessary. Your talent is very special. They will definitely come to contact you. They have had a history of either luring or destroying talented admirals. So in fact, our shipgirls' union's control over the sea has been weakening over the years. Just like what happened with the Whale Sea Garrison, they can withdraw their defensive forces at any time, but you can't say they didn't defend, they just did it a little late. There are also admirals who suddenly disappeared in the sea area they were guarding and were soon buried in the deep-sea attack. The admirals who returned intact may have been turned against them. It is impossible for us to know the changes of a tutelary fort immediately. What this causes is that sometimes admirals who were originally on the same side may also switch sides at the last minute, causing irreversible losses. What we lose are the admirals we have carefully trained. They also avenged our admiral every time and recovered the lost sea areas. With their arrogance, they later became less willing to conceal their intentions, and at first they even pretended to say polite words. So far, an admiral has been assassinated. Just like the last time he withdrew his own admiral, he just wanted to cause some trouble for our academy. The reason they gave was that the admiral was transferred away for naval exercises, and only after he returned did he discover such a major safety accident. They must pay more attention in the future. Hearing Elizabeth's angry tone, Vian could also feel the cowardice of the shipgirls. Their personalities dictate that they cannot behave without bottom line like humans, so they can only condemn it or swallow their anger. Then protect the admirals under your command to prevent any accidents from happening to them, and allow more free shipgirls to appear. Then didn't the shipgirls under the command of these admirals who encountered unexpected situations ever think of resisting or taking revenge on these Navy officers? Yes, but how big a wave can it create? The power of an admiral is limited after all, and the power of the shipgirls under their command is limited after all. Especially since the loss of the admiral, the shipgirls are leaderless. Just divide and conquer them. I know that Xiao Xue and the others' appearance was not an accident, but at that time, you, Xiefeng, and I were the only ones alive in the entire tutelary fort. My power is limited after all, not to mention that we haven't found out who organized the plan for the Western Theater. In the Alliance, there are not only those shipgirls who live aimlessly, but also those of us who hold hatred. There are nearly 30 lives lost in the garrison, not counting those in other garrisons. Xiao Xue finally pulled herself together and started her life again. She had her own husband and child, and the tutelary fort gradually became stronger. But suddenly it was gone. So I won't let anything happen to you, especially since you chose the dangerous path of admiral. Even if the possibility of danger happening is very low, I don't dare to gamble. I'm afraid that you will leave in front of me like Xiao Xue did. I understand, Dean. Looking at Elizabeth's sad expression, Vian dispelled his doubts. I'll keep an eye on it, but what if they try to win me over? Will you join the Navy then? If he were to talk from the perspective of a time traveler, he would definitely consider the issue of interests only. It is good to take advantage of a big tree, especially now that the Kankali Union is gradually weakening. But he is still an ordinary person trapped by emotions after all, for his parents who wanted him to live well, and the shipgirl who escorted them out of the sinking. And Xiefeng, who had secretly hidden her grief for him for a long time. They were all for this young child, the child of the Whale Sea Naval Base. Xiefeng was afraid that he would become an admiral and face the dangers of the deep sea, and Elizabeth was also afraid that he would encounter an accident. The Academy also took care of him to the best of its ability, and after he built Lexington, they also hired Saratoga as a bodyguard. He saw every scene. When they were surrounded by the deep sea, Wayan actually saw very clearly that his parents were fully capable of leaving, and as long as the shipgirls scattered and escaped, everyone would have a chance to survive. But they left the chance of survival to themselves. In order to prevent themselves from getting into any accidents, the two of them personally stood at the back to fend off the deep sea and buy time for the smaller Xiefeng. Therefore, in Wei Yan's heart, he must take back that garrison, no matter how difficult it is. Chapter 100 Benefits of the Alliance. That island and port are his real home, his roots. Everyone in the tutelary fort was waiting for him in that sea area. It takes great strength for him to guard there. The deep sea can't do anything to him. Now a new goal has been added. The Navy couldn't do anything to him. As for his joining the Navy, he didn't want to disappoint his shipgirl or let down Elizabeth's kindness. Wouldn't joining the Navy go against the grain of these lovely and kind-hearted shipgirls? Let these shipgirls become strangers to other shipgirls from now on. The most important thing is that it is a place full of intrigue and profit-oriented. After all, he is just an admiral who just wants to live happily with the shipgirls and does not want to lead them into the vortex of conspiracy. No, just like the dean can't forget the hatred, isn't my joining the Navy like stabbing a knife into Xiefeng's heart? It would be fine if he didn't know the truth, but after Xiefeng knew the truth, Wei Yan didn't want to make his wedding ship sad. Moreover, Wei Yan was also disappointed by the Navy's ability to control its own waters this time. The dozen or so garrisons in the strait and other places withdrew as soon as they were told to, and the admirals who held the military force were very obedient. This is terrifying when you think about it carefully. If he joins and his talent is exposed, he will probably become a ruthless ship equipment manufacturing machine. So please don't blame me for acting on my own. I'm just too worried that you'll get into an accident. There are so many people watching you, and I'm even worried about other shipgirls from the Alliance getting close to you. After hearing Vian's answer, Elizabeth softened her tone and explained to Vian. You send out several shipgirls at this time. Seeing Elizabeth's worried expression, Vian sighed in his heart. He understood the kindness of the shipgirls and was cared for by them. How could he join the Navy without any burden? Not again. This time, Elizabeth and Shropshire also thoroughly reminded Vian that he had begun to become unsafe. It seems that we can't fight against the phased array. Because of the calm during this period, Wei Yan decided to develop the phased array in one go, but the result was somewhat disappointing. The sudden incident now is that his shipgirl's ability to search for enemies is not strong enough, and she doesn't even know that she is being monitored by others. In particular, after Vian had been in contact with Saratoga for a period of time, he discovered that the shipgirl's ability to search for enemies was not only reflected in battles at sea, but their observation skills were also more acute in life. This is also why the shipgirls have the ability similar to lie detection. Their observation ability is gradually getting stronger. Originally, he was planning to take a rest for a while Lexington and Xiefeng were out. After all, he has no energy left. However, he did gain something in the process of developing the phased array radar. At least he became more adept at radar research. Now it's a matter of repeated testing until the finished product is produced. It seems that we still need to mobilize some resources. Before Lexington and the others left, they had already estimated the value of this batch of ship equipment. It is about 25 million blue coins, which means about 250,000 steels are enough to complete the Clemenceau hull. This means that the remaining resources he has can be used. It's mainly because you're so surprising. How can others not be curious when seeing a warship with such a unique style? Before fighting Deep Sea, I was still skeptical about Xiefeng's strength, but you turned out to be a big one and directly defeated Golden Deep Sea. That will make more people curious about you. I can't stop you from keeping the news a secret even if I want to. I'm just a small dean. Elizabeth said this and rolled her eyes at Vian. Sometimes I hope you can be more mediocre so that I don't have to worry about anything happening to you. I can live peacefully with Xiefeng in the tutelary fort in the rear without worrying about your safety. Just like I won't join the Navy, I won't give up the Whale Sea tutelary fort either. Sighing, Elizabeth patted Vian on the shoulder. So I understand your thoughts. I can only do my best to protect you. Perform well this time. Shropshire and I have confidence in you. If you perform well during the next observation period and get Hood's approval, your admiral file can be transferred to the E-United Department. Then you will be able to obtain the resource support of the E-United Department. We don't have to compete with the Admiral of the Academy for resources, and we don't have to send Xiefeng to carry out the mission alone in such a dangerous way. We also have the resources to materialize the hulls of Lexington and Clemenceau. Wait, there are resources to support it. After listening to Elizabeth for a long time, Vian suddenly reacted and looked at Elizabeth in surprise. Of course there is, but becoming the Admiral of the Alliance is difficult. The most important thing is to make sure you don't leave the Alliance. And your previous basic observation period has passed, and the next step is the probation period. The evaluations from your enrollment till now have been very good. The next step will be very easy for you. The most important thing is, have you forgotten what our shipgirl alliance has the most? It was only after Elizabeth reminded him that Vian reacted. Yes, aren't the ones with the most cankly alliances cankly? But aren't these resources for the shipgirls to use? And are there any for the admiral? Why do you think Bumblebee and the others have been on the front lines? Wei shook his head at this. That's because the allocation of the port area by the Kankali Union is divided according to different alliances, and a separate allocation is made for the admiral. Just like different archipelagos and continents are divided into different war zones. We, the shipgirls of the alliance, are stationed in some ports and will not die of natural causes like the admiral. After a while, everyone's ship equipment has almost reached its limit, and the training level can't be improved. The consumption of resources is basically to replenish ammunition, repair the hull, and maintain normal life. The stronger we are, the greater our ability to acquire resources will be, but the rate at which we consume them has decreased. The most important thing is that your admirals like to fight for spoils of war, so they decided who would get the last sunken warship, and we shipgirls are allocated according to the number of people in each attack. A portion of it will be returned to the Federation. Over time, these accumulated resources will become more. Just like how useful is it for me to take the battleship core? I am a shipgirl, and I cannot build a shipgirl. The only things that are useful to me are ammunition, steel, and fuel. I can't even use the aluminum, so I might as well give it to those who need it, the shipgirls and admirals who are willing to go to the front line. Chapter 101, Passionate Shropshire. August 10th, Admiral College. Shropshire's arrival still brought some small changes to Vian's life. This powerful shipgirl is still a maid after all. Vian originally thought that during the time when Lexington was away, he could finally regain some self-care ability. But what Wayan didn't expect was, Shropshire, she was very passionate. Because as a maid, Shropshire has her own living habits and will get up earlier than normal people to start organizing affairs. Then she waited for Wayan outside his door early in the morning and prepared breakfast and morning tea for him. Literally morning tea, a favorite Shropshire-scented tea. Vian and Clemenceau could not refuse Shropshire's enthusiasm, so they began a period of painful life. He shouldn't have trusted the British shipgirls. If a shipgirl can make food like looking up at the stars, she should be able to make other foods as well. But one should be grateful for what one has received, and although the breakfast every day did not taste very good, Vian and Clemenceau did not dare to refuse other people's kindness. And after eating too much, Vian felt that he was somewhat accustomed to it. Maybe the flower tea brewed in Shropshire was still good. The light floral scent soothed his soul. Moreover, Shropshire was a very competent maid. Basically, she followed Vian wherever he went every day, and she would follow him silently without disturbing him when he was doing things. Even when he was in class, they would sit next to him and follow him, which made the admirals in his class, who were already very envious of him, really tear up. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. This damn admiral keeps changing the shipgirls around him every day. They were all still worried about the materialization of their own shipgirls, while others were already surrounded by different shipgirls. In the past, they could see a pair of golden-haired sisters quietly waiting for Wayan to finish class at the classroom door. There is also a cute little girl who usually brings him cookies during his spare time. Now another maid came and ignored the existence of others and sat next to Vian. He would also promptly hand him an eraser when he made a mistake in his notes. They are really envious, being treated by such a gentle big sister. They still remember how Wayan passed the assessment easily shortly after entering school and handled the relationship between himself and the shipgirls well. Then think about the little sister of expulsion that you built. She is naughty, playful, and usually very clever. They all felt that they were no longer admirals, but babysitters. In order to make these little girls happy, they spend a lot of time on the shipgirls every day. So how can other admirals not be jealous of the different shipgirls following Vian, especially the difference between Vian, who is being served, and their nannies? At the same time, they also felt exposed by Wayan. When everyone still has only one or two shipgirls, is it really good to have big sisters like this appearing around you? Everyone knows that the size of the breasts can also reflect the strength of the shipgirl to a certain extent. Wayan was a little uncomfortable with these fiery gazes at first, but now he is numb. After all, he was not the Admiral of Shropshire, and he could not ask Shropshire to do anything. She wanted to move around with him, and he had no way of refusing. Especially since this situation was tacitly approved by Elizabeth and Langley, they were afraid that he would be in danger. However, the different shipgirls around Vian did attract some people's attention. In the third-year Admiral's classroom, someone watched silently as Vian left with Shropshire. It's only been 4 months, and you already have 5 shipgirls. You are indeed a very talented admiral. But soon he was called away by his friends. How are you going to use the battleship core I traded with you? Do you want to exchange it for resources? I see you've been discussing the ship's materialization with Clemenceau every day recently. Shropshire said to Vian curiously, following him one body length behind. Yes, it needs to be exchanged for resources. What Vian said to Shropshire was also true. Now all the battleship cores have been turned into ship equipment by him and are being loaded onto Lexington and the others. By the way, we already know that you have a special talent. Will Clemenceau also have a special hull like your Yukikaze? In Shropshire's eyes, the style of the Yukikaze battleship was too special, so she was also a little curious about what Clemenceau's battleship would look like in the future. Yes, that's why I have been discussing with Clemenceau about the precautions regarding the hull. The ships you manifested are the data stored in your mind core, but they all need to record the data again. If you make a mistake, it's going to be hard to correct it. We have never been careless about the security of the ship's hull. If some places are not realized according to Wayan's original plan and design, it may be necessary to modify the main body of the battleship when you want to add some things later. If the battleship is compared to the body of the shipgirl, the main body is their skeleton. If you dismantle it a little bit, aren't you just dismantling their skeleton? They all have feelings. So in order to prevent his shipgirl from suffering, Wayan would rather lose a little more hair and dye a few brain cells to plan the battleship drawings. Reserve enough space for upgrades and make as few changes to the warship as possible. That's true. It's great that I can become stronger by being your shipgirl. Shropshire said this with some envy. After knowing each other for a while, she and Clemenceau became familiar with each other. There is also the usual communication with Elizabeth and the observation of the previous shipgirls of Vian. Although she had not witnessed Yukikaze's previous battles, she still understood Vian's specialness and how powerful she could make her shipgirl. No matter how other admirals and shipgirls modify and replace their ship equipment, the overall change in the battleship's displacement is not significant. But Yukikaze achieved a change of ship type, from a destroyer to a heavy cruiser, at least a heavy cruiser as far as Shropshire was concerned. If Vian can come up with a reasonable battleship, his shipgirl can become a more powerful one on the spot. How to make her not jealous? Did Clemenceau tell you that I have been adjusting the battleship plan for several months and still haven't finished it? Other shipgirls have all their resources, and the admiral can simply make adjustments to materialize them, but it will take me more time. Wayan asked back with a sigh. That's true. Elizabeth and the others were also curious about the changes in Xiefeng and the fact that Clemenceau was gradually being put on the agenda. In particular, Elizabeth had thought about providing Wayan with resources to help him materialize Clemenceau's ship as soon as possible. Chapter 102 Radar and Torpedo New Ship Equipment. After all, no matter how powerful Yukikaze is, it is still a heavy cruiser in Elizabeth's eyes. Clemenceau was a real battleship and was originally a more powerful battleship than her. And according to her understanding of Wayan, the ship he made his shipgirl materialize must be more powerful than before. How much stronger can a battleship that already has better basic battleships than hers be if it is further strengthened? How can she not feel itchy? No matter how powerful a heavy cruiser is, it cannot compete with a battleship. At least that's what Elizabeth thought. The sooner Clemenceau materialized, the stronger and safer the power in Vian's hands would be. But it was put on hold after Wayan said that the adjustment of the battleship had not been completed. As for the real reason, the resources Xiefeng needs to consume are at least 20 W of steel. How can he ask Elizabeth for the answer? Why does your warship need so much steel? And where did you get 200,000 steel? If resources are really involved, then the question is where the huge resources needed for the security warships will come from. He is just an ordinary rookie admiral. Even if you defeated several deep-sea ships and salvaged a lot of resources, there is still such a large gap in resources. Where did you get them? In this way, Wayan must have other channels to obtain resources, but Wayan is not often outside. And his shipgirl often goes out. Wouldn't that expose something? Although he believed in Elizabeth, as Elizabeth said, there might be Navy people in the academy. So what about in the Kankali Union? Are there any Navy shipgirls who have infiltrated different alliances? For his own temporary safety, he decided not to expose himself. Although the speed of quietly acquiring resources to materialize the Clemenceau hull will be slower, it is safer. You have to develop quietly to amaze everyone. And once you have amazed everyone, you have to develop at the fastest speed so that no one else can catch up. But I'm still looking forward to seeing how powerful a different battleship can be. Should I wait until Clemenceau's hull materializes and then have her perform an exercise with me? Shropshire's words gave Vian some ideas. She is the only shipgirl Wayan has met so far whose training level exceeds 100. He also wants to know what changes will happen to the shipgirl after her training level exceeds 100 and how strong she can be. Then I'll have to go back and ask Clemenceau. If she's willing, we can practice it once. I'm also curious about your strength. Vian said with a smile. Then I'll wait and see. While talking, the two returned to the dormitory area and said goodbye. When they returned to the dormitory and Clemenceau had not returned yet, Vian activated his talent. All resources except steel became 1W, and his energy returned to 9W. Most of the reserved resources plus the resources that Lexington and the others can obtain after returning are enough to complete the materialization of the Clemenceau Hall. So Wayne was not idle during this period, and was always trying to find a way to deal with the radar issue. In more than 10 days, he gained some experience. He must succeed this time. Wayne did what he said and quickly adjusted his breathing. At the same time, he began to focus his attention on the study of talent. A patchwork of components. With repeated failures, Wayne's energy was rapidly depleted. After each failure, the unreasonable parts pointed out in the research talents were also modified little by Wayne. The energy consumed directly reached 2W, and he was already a little tired. The talent research and development interface finally emitted a golden light. A data is being generated. At the same time, waiting for Vian to name it. SC2 Air Search Radar. Wayne could finally breathe a sigh of relief when he looked at the completed radar. The reason why he chose to make this radar was very simple. This radar was already available in the game. It is also much better than the prototype number 21 air defense radar of the standard radar, which allows his ship to use it for a longer time, so he doesn't need to replace it in such a hurry. Moreover, the detection range for battleships is as high as 20 nautical miles. The detection range for fighter jets is as high as 40 nautical miles, and the detection range for bombers has reached 80 nautical miles. This will allow your shipgirl to have enough time to react. After failing in his attempt to defeat the phased array radar, Wayne changed his strategy and thought about trying the ship-mounted radar already available in the game. Sure enough, the radar research was completed by consuming 2W of energy. But Vian did not stop. The research on air search radar was only half completed. This first successful research and development gave him a shot in the arm, and he began research on the next fire control radar. But he never forgot the worrying hit rate of Yukikaze at long distances, and the fire control radar that Clemenceau would need next. Once there is a first time, there will be a second time. This time, Wayne only consumed 15,000 energy and once again burst into golden light. MK8 Fire Control Radar. The reason why Vian chose this radar is because compared with other single radars, this ship is not equipped with only radar. Because this radar is also equipped with a 38 Malawian Kwacha's fire control director, when detecting large targets, it can ensure reliable ranging and azimuth determination capabilities at distances above 35 kilometers. Converted into nautical miles, it is about 18 to 19 nautical miles. After getting the two radars, Wayne wondered whether he should strike while the iron was hot. After all, he still has 55,000 energy. We have anti-aircraft weapons and fire control. However, he did not forget that after Clemenceau completed the materialization of the ship, he made some minor improvements to Yukikaze's original ship equipment. And he feels in very good shape now. So thinking about it, he started to take action. He retrieved the data of the cruiser torpedo system and the 6-unit 610mm torpedo used by Yukikaze. Then RD was opened again. Compared to developing ship equipment from scratch, there are obviously fewer modifications required in the assembly and modification of ship equipment. This time, Wayne only consumed 5,000 energy to integrate the two ships together. However, the combination of the two ship equipment did not raise the level of this ship equipment to color. But this time, the intensity of the lightning strikes from the snow and wind increased suddenly. Compared with the previous reload time of more than 10 minutes, Xiefeng can now launch a lightning strike in a short period of 20 seconds. The real torpedo C is right in front of us. The only thing that Wayne might need to pay attention to is that the attacks are becoming more and more saturated, which is also a challenge to his resource inventory. 6-unit Type 92 torpedo loading system. Wayne simply named the ship equipment and saved the data, waiting to give Xiefeng a big surprise after she came back. At the same time, a new idea flashed through my mind. 20 seconds reload. Do you want to add 2 more sets of torpedoes? Fire 12 rounds at a time. Chapter 103 Rocket Concept. The reason why Vian is now focusing on the torpedoes is still because of the snow wind. During the last battle with Deep Sea, Wayne had been observing the situation. Although Yukikaze is located farther away from the deep sea than other destroyer girls, she is less vulnerable to harm. However, Wayne still saw that the deep sea targeted Xiefeng and attacked her, but Xiefeng did not suffer any damage at all. On the contrary, the ship girls that were closer to Yukikaze all suffered some damage to varying degrees. This made him think about metaphysical questions all the time. Wei-in is also concerned about Elizabeth's special abilities that can be awakened after reaching a higher level of training. If this special ability is a skill in the game, then it would be a big problem. Xiefeng's ability is to absorb the luck of his teammates. Luck is something that cannot be seen or touched, but we cannot pretend it does not exist. Moreover, in the battle with the deep sea, compared with other shipgirls, Yukikaze consumed some ammunition and fuel resources, and there was basically no scratch on the hull. Now that other shipgirls are already carrying the burden for Yukikaze, she can try some different tactics. Once the Clemenceau's hull is materialized, it will temporarily become Vien's strongest warship. However, being Yukikaze's teammate is risky, especially when Yukikaze is around. He doesn't dare let Yukikaze get too close to other shipgirls. It's too dangerous. The Snow Wind Queen must be outside the fleet, and the range of its artillery fire cannot match that of the battleship for the time being. The torpedo's speed slowed down a little bit. Then we can only try our best to demonstrate Yukikaze's speed advantage and firepower advantage. The small boats can attack at will, but the big ships will be torpedoed by them. Especially now that Xiefeng has a fire control radar, its lightning strike capability has been enhanced. It is still too early to be a missile, and it does not have the ability to strike beyond visual range. So the purpose is to enhance the close-range combat capability of Yukikaze. Moreover, the advantage of Kankali over ordinary battleships is overall command and coordination. Then he thought of a piece of equipment that might be temporarily available, and which would be easier to develop than a missile. Rocket. Although both are weapons with fixed rocket engines, the hit rate of rockets is far lower than that of missiles. But the advantage is that the number of rockets that can be launched at one time can be very considerable. And there is also the problem of rocket dispersion, especially in battles that can take place over several or even more than 10 nautical miles. Rockets are more like a bang at long range. At this time, you can only use distance and saturation attack to make up for the problem of hit rate. And this is exactly in line with Xiefeng's positioning. Close-range assault, saturation strike. If her main guns can't reach you, she will use them to wash the deck and superstructure above and torpedo the sea below at close range. Defense depends on Yukikaze's speed and metaphysics. The most important thing is that the arrival of missiles also requires rockets as a prerequisite research and development. After the rockets can be made, what needs to be done next is to arrange guidance for the rockets. By the time we are able to guide the rocket, how far away will the missile be? In particular, one advantage of the shipgirl using rockets is that when she changes bullets, she directly uses resources to generate shells. No manpower is required for loading. And because of the initial defects of the rocket, only a tilted launch system could be used. Since there was no need for manpower to change ammunition, he could choose to install the launch system in a position that was not normally used, to avoid the defects of tilted emission as much as possible. Even the secondary gun positions installed on the Yukikaze battleships can now be rocket launchers. Compared with secondary guns, its attack is more saturated, its flight speed is faster, and it can replace different warheads to have different attack capabilities. This is definitely a type of ship equipment that Xiefeng really needs. However, the only thing that bothered Wei-in about the increasingly saturated attacks was the consumption of resources. But then he thought, the thing he had the most was the ability to make money. What he lacks is the firepower that can protect his safety. Only with strong firepower can he make small amounts of money with peace of mind. When Clemenceau came back at night, all she saw was her admiral grinning foolishly, not even noticing that she was back. However, Clemenceau's return interrupted Vien's imagination and also stopped him from spending his energy on developing rockets. After all, the most urgent thing now is the materialization of Clemenceau's hull, and he cannot waste his energy for the time being. It is unknown how many resources Clemenceau will have left after the complete hull is materialized. At least he can't make the rockets for the time being. After you have a good fleet size, you can launch rockets without worrying about being targeted by others. Now he is still making and using the ship uniforms that the shipgirls are already using. But he can try to develop the data first, and then put it into service directly. After briefly sharing his joy of the day with Clemenceau, Clemenceau also became happy. She and Xiefeng could hear Wei-in muttering radar, radar, every day. Now that Wei-in has finally developed it, they can all enjoy this ship equipment first. The most important thing is that Wei-in had already told them the function of radar, so she was also very much looking forward to it. Admiral, I really want to complete the ship's materialization as soon as possible. Before going to bed, Clemenceau couldn't sleep in his quilt and said to Wien under the bed, it will be soon. This time, when Xiefeng and the others come back, they will materialize the ship for you. It will only take a little over a month. Because Lexington and Xiefeng need to go to many places this time, their round trip will take about 2 months. It's only been 10 days now. Then Admiral, When can I go into the water for sea trials? Don't worry. The admiral has decided to prepare the ship equipment you need in the next period of time. As long as you have extra resources after materializing the ship, you can complete the equipment of the warship's weapons and power on the same day, and it can be put into sea trials at any time. Clemenceau felt relieved after receiving Vian's accurate answer. She wasn't so nervous even when she was waiting in the back while Yukikaze materialized the ship. But now that it was her turn, she began to get anxious. She knew that this was due to her inferiority complex. She didn't even dare to tell her admiral about this ridiculous inferiority complex. Her admiral and other sisters were working hard for her ship, and she didn't want to distract or worry Vian because of her own affairs. She is finally going to have her own battleship. With the powerful ship equipment, Clemenceau, who has been silently following Vian, will also have the ability to protect her admiral. Her best admiral. But this period of more than a month was indeed a little unbearable for her. Just like a student looking forward to the holiday on Friday, but now it is the last class on Friday morning. I had no thoughts about anything else but the end of get out of class. And she only wanted her own hull. Chapter 104. The Unscientific Aspects of Deep-Sea Battleships. September 10th, Admiral College. It has been 40 days since Xiefeng and the others left. During this month, Vian and Clemenceau became thoroughly familiar with Shropshire. Fortunately, the situation was calm during this month. There were no attacks from the deep sea, and no other people threatened Wan. Because Shropshire loves to cook, she needs to go shopping frequently. Today, Vian and Clemenceau were left in the shopping street near the college. Originally, Vian and Clemenceau said they wanted to help her, but she mysteriously refused. Wayan was a little confused, and at the same time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Because it is close to the Admiral Academy and the Kankali United headquarters, most of the surrounding shops are also opened by Kankali. He still felt a little uncomfortable with being away from Xiefeng's life for some time. So he often took Clemenceau out to relax and visited most of the cafes in the shopping street. Drinking the slightly bitter coffee and watching Clemenceau eating the strawberry cake in small bites. Drinking black tea made his restless heart relax a little. This month, he has been busy working on improvements to the power system. Just like Yukikaze's motivation at the beginning, his idea was also to make it into a separate ship outfit. Pushing a 50,000-ton battleship at more than 35 knots is not as easy as Yukikaze. Therefore, Wayan felt more and more that the deep sea was unscientific. How could the advanced deep-sea battleships run at more than 35 knots? Yes, 35 knots and above. Because he became familiar with Shropshire, Vian often communicated with her and learned some things he didn't know before, and the enemies Shropshire had faced before. She had seen golden deep-sea battleships at over 35 knots. At that time, they dispatched more than 100 shipgirls, and after encircling the ordinary deep sea, they were escaped by a battleship. When Shropshire told Vian about the incident, he sighed repeatedly and felt very sorry. The advantage was clearly on their side, but they did not leave any enemies behind. Although the aircraft carriers' planes can catch up with the speed of the deep sea, the battleships have terrible armor, their bombers are not strong enough, and there are not enough aircraft carriers carrying bombers. So he could only simply tickle the deep-sea battleship and then watch her go away. As for sending destroyers to attack deep-sea battleships, isn't that just suicide? Hearing Wayan's repeated exclamations, she felt more and more that the deep-sea black technology was terrifying. If only the Admiral and the shipgirls were more united and smarter than them. Otherwise, there is really no way to fight. A golden deep-sea battleship has a speed of more than 35 knots, so it is normal for a red deep-sea battleship to have a minimum speed of 40 knots. In particular, Shropshire also told him that the main gun of the golden deep-sea battleship was a triple 380mm main gun. But the biggest problem is that there are 5 triple 380mm main guns, 3 in the front and 2 in the back. How many of the Kankali have 380mm main guns? Moreover, it is extremely difficult to fire a main gun of this caliber. This type of ship equipment is only possible in the purple deep sea. Powerful battleship girls will all want to replace their main guns to make themselves more powerful. Basically, a powerful large main gun will be quickly sold out. Just like aircraft carriers, powerful bombers and fighter jets are all in high demand. And a deep-sea battleship can carry 5 of them. What a terrifying firepower, in addition to the secondary guns and anti-aircraft guns densely installed on the deep-sea battleship. Just like a hedgehog. Just like Vian has always wanted to find a more powerful main gun. The admirals and shipgirls in this world judge the strength of a battleship based on the gun on it. The more powerful the ship's equipment, the higher the upper limit of its powerful guns. The shipgirl minimizes the side effects of the equipment in a battleship. What is the life of the gun barrel? Isn't this just a bath? The only thing that limits their ability to install and use ship equipment is the length and width of their ships, as well as their ability to withstand recoil. In fact, when the battleship is their body, their ability to withstand the recoil of the main gun has been maximized. Some shipgirls even try to transform their small boats into ones that can carry cannons, but because their mental strength has a limit, they have unlimited space inside the ship. So Wayne is also anxious. When considering opponents, as long as the shipgirls under his command have completed modern modifications, he basically doesn't have to worry about ordinary shipgirls being able to defeat his own shipgirls. But he had to go to the naval base eventually. The first enemy he would face was the deep sea, followed by the Navy and other shipgirls. This is also the reason why the Navy and the shipgirls have not completely torn apart, and the reason why the shipgirls endure it even though they know that the Navy is disgusting them, and there are even more powerful opponents on the sea. If they fall out with each other, no one will be able to survive. The only thing that makes them feel fortunate now is that so far they have not seen any examples of the Golden Deep Sea appearing together. It was basically just an ordinary deep sea battle with a Golden Deep Sea commander and his men. Otherwise, it's all over. A Golden Deep Sea battleship will make them weaker. If they come together again, it will be very dangerous. The most important thing is that as a kind-hearted elf, the shipgirl has come into contact with many admirals who still have kind hearts, and she still has certain illusions about humans. At least they don't dare to do it openly, and not all of them are so bad. Moreover, they are also protecting ordinary people in their own ways. Just like the kind-hearted admiral, the kind-hearted shipgirl is also easily influenced by others' moral kidnapping. Selfless dedication and hard work until he gave his life. This twisted relationship has continued to this day, and they have even more powerful external enemies. In the modernized situation, his warships can easily defeat ordinary shipgirls. At least these shipgirls will respect science. But when the deep sea is not scientific at all, who knows how outrageous it can get? At the same time, Wayne is more worried about this. The Golden Deep Sea battleship that Shropshire mentioned ran away under the siege of more than 100 shipgirls. There are torpedoes and submarines. Even if there are not many aircraft carrier bombers, there are still battleships. He was able to escape under such intense artillery fire, even though he was fighting one against many. It also reminded him of the incident in which more than half of the mines were used up to sink the Golden Deep Sea heavy cruiser. A Golden Deep Sea heavy cruiser was pierced from below by so many mines, but was able to hold on for so long. It has a speed of 40 knots, is equipped with ironclad armor, and has at least 380 millimeters or even 460 millimeters main guns. As for why Wei dared to imagine this, Vian has not forgotten the possible existence of the deep-sea flagship, the hard-working Yamato. In her appearance after being cleansed, the A-150 battleship, Z Baikai brought the cleansed body of A-150 into the naval base. How much love there is for the hard-working Z Baikai, Sister Z. Chapter 105, A Shropshire Surprise. The A-150 battleship can also be called the Super Yamato. Compared to the Yamato's 460 mm main gun, the A-150 battleship's main gun is 510 mm. This is what Wei-in is more worried about. Among the shipgirls he knows, only A-150 can have this main gun, and it is a twin-linked one. I don't know if the Deep Sea's black technology will allow deep-sea battleships to be equipped with triple 510 mm main guns and still be able to run at 40 knots. Moreover, in order to install this main gun, there are also requirements for the size of the battleship, provided that it is large enough. Under such circumstances, the displacement of deep-sea battleships will reach more than 60,000 tons. This is enough to make more than 99 of the shipgirls drink a pot. Although the era of aircraft carriers and missiles has made this little speed very ridiculous, now that it does not have the ability to fight beyond visual range, speed is the last safety line when facing the deep sea. At least it ensures that if the shipgirl cannot win, she can escape from the battle and will not be entangled by the deep sea. So Vian was troubled by Clemenceau's motivation during this period. He has to consider both the power plan and the propulsion system over and over again. Just like nuclear power allows the ship to have the ability to sail long distances while reducing fuel consumption, more space can be used for other purposes. Moreover, compared to conventional power, which requires more frequent maintenance, it is very simple to maintain the shipgirl. Just take a bath and everything will be like new. And after Wei-in saw the deep-sea heavy cruiser and other deep-sea creatures last time, he was very interested in the deep-sea creature's ability to heal itself at sea. In Wei-in's view, the deep-sea's self-healing ability is constantly entering the channel, as long as it is sailing on the sea. It's just that the recovery speed will be a little slower than when the ship enters the channel normally. But the advantage is that if it breaks down, it can be restored and healed in time at sea. In this way, Wayan can try some ship equipment with lower durability but excellent effects for his own shipgirl. Anyway, they can be restored anytime and anywhere, as long as the recovery speed is faster than the wear and tear caused by the highest intensity use. Moreover, the ability of deep sea to never run out of ammunition also makes Wayan very envious. He also wants his shipgirl to be able to have free ammunition and fuel forever without having to replenish them. After all, having too many shipgirls will cause a big problem in terms of resource consumption. But now if Vian is not mistaken, Shropshire, who waved at him and Clemenceau outside the cafe, was holding a bag of sardines and flour in her left hand. Wayan thought of something about this, and his face suddenly changed. No way, this is the surprise she told me about? It can't really be that thing. Vian thought to himself with shame as he took Clemenceau back with her. On the way back, Shropshire was still mysterious and unwilling to explain too much to Vian, but just asked him and Clemenceau to look forward to her masterpiece. So, amidst Vian's anxiety and Clemenceau's anticipation, it finally happened after 2 hours of production. When the fish heads with their eyes rolled back stood in the bread, Wayan felt that he was fine, but just a little uncomfortable. Commander, what's wrong? This surprise of mine is pretty good, isn't it? This is my specialty. I have had a great time with the commander during this period, so I decided to thank you with my highest sincerity. Vian and Clemenceau swallowed carefully. Clemenceau didn't know what kind of delicacy this was, but because it looked a bit scary, she thought it might taste a little strange. As for Wayan, he obviously knew what this was. That's what he's always worried about. The infamous dark cuisine, looking up at the stars. Looking up at the stars, which was created by the royal shipgirls, generally speaking, its lethality is also amazing. If I'm not mistaken, this is looking up at the stars. A commander, you know. I don't need to explain this. Please try it. It won't taste good if it gets cold. As he spoke, Shropshire considerately used a table knife to cut the stargazing pie into several pieces and gave them to Vian and Clemenceau. While Shropshire also explained, sighing, "My cooking is pretty good, but I don't know why my sister doesn't want me to go into the kitchen. Because the other foods are already powerful enough to explode, and this is your specialty, so doesn't that mean it's twice as powerful?" In more than a month, Wayan felt that his tongue was almost well trained, but his legs were still shaking. The main reason is the fame of looking up at the stars. So with the idea of feeling sorry for the shipgirl, Vian placed his expectant eyes on Clemenceau. "Clemenceau, try it first to see if it's delicious. This is a very famous royal delicacy. Just like your usual afternoon tea dessert." Clemenceau did not doubt Vian's words. So even though looking up at the starry sky looked like a fish dying with its eyes open, Clemenceau still believed it and took a fork to poke a piece of it and put it in his mouth. The soft dough was still very soft, and the next second, the fishy smell of sardines and some special seasoning added to Shropshire rushed straight to the top of her head. Then Shropshire and Vian saw Clemenceau fall on the table with his head tilted and foaming at the mouth. Wayan was so frightened that he fell off the stool to the ground. The power of looking up at the starry sky is too terrifying. Clemenceau has been a good child since she came to his side. Knowing how hard life is, she has never been picky about food. It also made him feel less worried. But now the good girl fell in front of him with foam at the mouth. Even Shropshire was startled. In the past, whenever she made looking up at the stars for her sister would always finish it all. Even the other royal ship girls praised her cooking. During this period, she had a good impression of Wayan and liked him quite a lot. So she wanted to try to give him this surprise and let him see her craftsmanship. The two men were so scared that they turned Clemenceau over and kept shaking her body. At the same time, Vian pinched Clemenceau's philtrum. "Clemenceau, are you okay? Are you okay?" After shaking for a long time, Clemenceau finally showed some reaction. His eyelids opened tremblingly, and he pointed at the starry sky with trembling fingers, whispering weakly in Vian's ear. "Help!" Then he fainted again and lay in Vian's arms. "Go and ask the kitchen goddess." An anxious Vian turned to Shropshire. The stunned Shropshire finally came to his senses and turned around to look for the kitchen goddess. Chapter 106: Stargazing and Gourmet. The goddess of the hearth carefully examined Clemenceau's body and shook her head. Finally, Vian and Shropshire were called outside. "Didn't your royal shipgirl in Shropshire tell you not to stargaze at others?" "Is that true?" Shropshire asked quietly. "Since you are here too, Wayan, I will tell you all about it. One of the things to note in every port area and the cafeteria in the garrison is not to eat the stargazing made by the royal fleet girls. Remember this for everyone. Their perception of this delicacy is different from ours. They may like it very much, but others can't stand it. This time, Clemenceau has never tried this taste before. It was a little irritating. I'll be fine after a night's rest." Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this. Fortunately, he did not choose to test his courage. After all, he was just an ordinary admiral, and Clemenceau, as a shipgirl, had much better physical fitness than him. But even so, Clemenceau fainted. He couldn't imagine what would happen if it were him. It's just a pity that Clemenceau had to suffer this kind of suffering. Shropshire was relieved after hearing what the goddess of the kitchen goddess said, but at the same time he began to blame himself. As a free shipgirl, she has always had the most contact with shipgirls from the E-League. Most of the people there are Royal Navy shipgirls, so they all love looking up at the stars. It is rare for me to have long-term contact with other shipgirls, let alone the admiral. So after getting to know Wei for a long time, I want to show off my cooking skills. But I didn't expect that this would backfire. But the kitchen goddess had not yet finished her words. Is it true that the shipgirls of your reunion department usually don't let you cook? The hearth goddess looked suspiciously at Shropshire. How do you know? That's right. The kitchen goddess patted Wei on the shoulder after she finished speaking. It's a good thing you didn't eat it. Otherwise I'd be worried that you would need to be admitted directly to the hospital. Each Kankali makes a slightly different stargazing video, but there are some standouts among them. The royal shipgirls have extraordinary culinary talents. They can make ordinary food, but the stargazing sky they make is a real dark dish for other people. It is very lethal, both physically and mentally. You should also know some of the representatives. The Vesta looked over Shropshire. Cam Newsom and famous gourmet London. What? Miss London? Shropshire's startled look made Vian confused. In his memory, if he was not mistaken, London was a taboo figure in the Docklands kitchen. Especially since she also has a British cuisine, dark cuisine, costume change, which makes people wonder if the food she cooks is really something that shipgirls and humans can bear. But now tell him that London's title is gourmet? So, is there anything special about London? He didn't know much about the interesting stories about this kind of shipgirl. This is a gourmet who is not afraid of challenges and failures, and who constantly innovates and breaks through himself. She once used gazing at the stars to make a name for herself in the Kankali Union's food competition. On that day, more than 130 shipgirls who served as food judges and her opponents were defeated by her stargazing, and without exception, all of them fell into a coma. The unopposed competition made her the champion that year. Since then, many shipgirls and admirals have mustered up the courage to challenge London's food, but all of them failed in the end. Even the Royal Fleet girls can't withstand the power of London's delicious food. So, calling gourmet a compliment is more of a joke than a compliment. Speaking of which, at last year's competition, London once again conquered all the shipgirls and judges present with a dish of chopped pepper durian, and sent them all to the hospital. So Shropshire, you are a royal shipgirl with special talents just like London. The other shipgirls' creations of looking up at the stars may be a bit scary, but the taste is acceptable. The starry sky you made would probably make Shahai fall to the ground if he ate it. This was the first time Wayan had heard such gossip, and he silently took note of it in his notebook. From now on, the Royal Navy's shipgirls are not allowed to enter the kitchen. Then why does she have to compete every year when the food produced in London is so special? The kitchen goddess chuckled at this. Maybe it's just like humans preferred to hunt novelty, and the trend of food competitions has changed a little since then. People want to see the other extreme of deliciousness, and London is the pioneer. They all want to see what kind of surprises London will bring them every year and how to push the limits of their taste buds. So the current food competition is more like a dark cooking competition. However, most of the dishes made by the shipgirls are quite strange, so it's not surprising that the trend has become like this. Wayan was surprised to hear this. So don't make stargazing and other dark dishes in the future, okay? These dishes will produce special effects when you make them. Of course, making other foods is better. After saying this, the Vesta returned to Clemenceau's side. A green light appeared on her hand and floated into Clemenceau's body. I have already decomposed the stargazing in her body. Have a good night's rest. Remember not to do stargazing for anyone other than the royal shipgirls. He left only after giving careful instructions to the kitchen goddess. I'm sorry, Commander, I didn't expect this to happen. Shropshire's hands were tangled in the front of her maid's skirt, clenched so tightly that her fingers turned white. It's okay. I didn't expect it. The other delicacies you usually make taste good, and the flower tea is delicious. Vian waved his hand to comfort Shropshire. As expected, I am still an imperfect maid and cannot be like my sister. As Shropshire was speaking, Vian saw Shropshire, who usually chatted and laughed with him, covering her face and crying in front of him. I just want to do my duty as a maid, whether it's taking care of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, Lord Hood, or now the commander. I'm so clumsy that I messed up again. My cooking cannot bring happiness to everyone like my sister does, and it does not receive recognition from everyone. No, Clemenceau and I both think your usual breakfast is pretty good. Seeing the girl crying so sadly, Wei still felt a little distressed and comforted her. "Commander, please don't try to comfort me with sweet words. I know my cooking skills are not recognized by everyone." Shropshire, whose training level exceeded 100, had an extremely sensitive perception and immediately discovered Vian's white lie. "You don't have to feel so guilty. Just like London, her talent for cooking this kind of food is better than yours, but she still gets everyone's recognition. If she can do it, so can you. No one can be perfect." Chapter 107, The Past of Shipgirls and the Navy. Wei could only think that those who recognized London's talent for food were just curious, and those who didn't recognize it had already gone to the hospital. "But I don't want to go astray like London. I'm still a normal maid and I need to serve everyone." Shropshire said this with a bit of grievance. It was because her cooking skills were not very good that she could not enter the kitchen. After coming here, Vian and Clemenceau did not dislike her cooking skills. It greatly satisfied the recognition that she usually lacked. "Aren't you practicing hard now? This time of looking up at the stars was just an accident. The other food you made was really good, especially your flower tea. I'm in this state. Are you still willing to eat the food I cook?" Shropshire looked at Vian with a little expectation in his eyes. Of course. This time, Wei-An's words came from the heart. After all, after more than a month of training, his mouth and stomach had gradually become accustomed to the torture of Shropshire. "Now I feel a little uncomfortable if I don't get tortured for a day." Shropshire cried with joy. "But don't do the stargazing thing easily in the future. I can help you taste the food and point out any deficiencies, but stargazing might still be too difficult for me. And I'll trouble you to take care of Clemenceau, too." After all, Clemenceau is nominally a shipgirl, but now that Clemenceau has fallen unconscious, it would be better to let Shropshire help her change clothes and wipe her face. After all, Clemenceau is still a girl, and even when changing clothes in the dormitory, she tries her best to avoid accidents. Only after Lexington came did he like to tease him a little. "Leave it to me, Commander. A shipgirl is a shipgirl." The next day, Clemenceau was able to jump out of bed. His body is totally incomparable to that of a frail admiral. At the same time, Elizabeth rubbed her brows and looked at the reports sent back in annoyance. Compared to previous behavior, giving up the naval base in the Middle East Strait is too blatant after all, and it is also a slap in the face of the Kankali Union. After all, the Admiral Academy is their face. The appearance of a large amount of deep sea near the Academy may endanger the safety of the Academy. Many of the shipgirls in the joint headquarters finally couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to try to negotiate with the navies of several regions about this matter. But the result was very bad. What they want is to coexist harmoniously to deal with the more dangerous deep sea, while the Navy's requirement is for the shipgirls to give up their autonomy. Only by integrating them into the Navy system can we better cope with the deep sea with the combined strength. In recent years, the control of the Kankali Union over non-directly affiliated garrisons has been gradually weakened due to various small actions of the Navy. As their territory kept shrinking, they thought the Navy would have a bottom line. But I didn't expect to get such an answer this time. They underestimated the ambition of the Navy. They never thought about coexisting harmoniously with them and protecting the homes they had finally snatched back from the deep sea. The navies of the past have changed and are no longer allies working together to fight the deep sea. If the Navy swallowed up the Kankali Union, they dared not imagine what ordinary Kankali girls would face in the future. The shipgirls they saw on the Navy's territory were rarely happy. They all had indifferent expressions, like cold weapons. Moreover, the probability of sinking of the Navy's shipgirls is higher than that of the Shipgirls Alliance, and this is when they use various means against the Shipgirls Alliance. In the end, the negotiations between the two sides were interrupted and the last fig leaf was torn off. The report from the joint headquarters only reminded her to be more careful about the Navy's future actions. The deep sea has not been eliminated yet. I didn't expect that my own camp would be in chaos in the end. Thinking of Elizabeth is also sad. The reason why they need the Admiral and have not been completely disappointed in humans is that the current sea area was fought back by them together. The allies who were once shoulder to shoulder have come to this point today. Even though the Navy kept playing tricks on them, they didn't fall out with each other, except because they were kinder. Most people still believe that they can't be that bad. After all, the horror of the deep sea is still vivid in their minds. The existence of the current Kankali Union was also proposed by them. In those desperate days, it was the concerted efforts of the shipgirls and the 4 governors that brought a ray of hope. They were stationed in the 4 most dangerous peripheral war zones and left the relatively stable central war zone to their partners, the shipgirls. He also assisted them in establishing the initial Shipgirls Alliance to protect the shipgirls while restraining the admirals under them to form a check and balance. Compared to the long life of the shipgirls, the life of human beings is much shorter. Several governors passed away one after another, taking away their closest shipgirls, and also left some of the shipgirls who had once lived with them to join the Shipgirls Union. It has affected the current decision of the Kankali Union. In the early days, everyone was still focused on pushing the coastline out and trying to fight the deep sea. However, the admirals who wished to expel the deep sea and had noble moral character also suffered the most tragic deaths in battle, and the large areas of sea that were conquered also needed to be guarded by admirals. Admirals who were willing to fight died one after another, while the admirals who stayed in the safe place in the rear eventually moved to the top step by step. The forces of decay changed them. The Navy's head was crooked, its ethos was crooked, and its original ideas and goals were distorted. Even the shipgirls have become weapons in their hands, weapons to maintain their power. Admirals who had different ideas or wanted to fight either died inexplicably or threw themselves into the arms of the Kankali Union. The Navy's distorted atmosphere has also successfully made the shipgirls' impression of them worse and worse until today. I no longer want to maintain the mask of hypocrisy. Dial the phone on your desk. Bumblebee asked Reputation and the others to come to the dean's office. Good. Half an hour later, several shipgirls looked at each other in bewilderment in the dean's office. Come and look at this, Elizabeth said as she handed the list in her hand to the shipgirl in front of her. After reading it, how dare the Navy do this? Are they worthy of their predecessors who sacrificed their lives? Nevada said in shock. That's right. The Navy's intention to annex and control us is very obvious. The possibility of armed conflict cannot be ruled out. So we are gathering everyone now to prepare ourselves mentally. Our opponents may not just be the deep sea. Although we don't want to fight with the shipgirls, it may be unavoidable now. They refuse to communicate with us in a friendly manner. Bumblebee, take the shipgirls from the discipline committee to keep an eye on the suspicious shipgirls in the academy to prevent them from doing anything dangerous. Tianlong, you will be responsible for assisting. Chapter 108. The atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. Clear. Reputation, make plans for possible bad events, stay alert, and be ready to strike at any time. I'm ready. The logistics department of the female kitchen god is now in your hands. Don't worry, I'll do the job for you. Langley, the admiral should not tell them for now. This is a good opportunity to see how many restless people there are in our academy. Good. The security of Helena Dockport is in your hands. Increase patrols in these areas. Elizabeth gave several instructions in succession. What about me? What do I do? Nevada looked at everyone around him and saw that everyone had a task, so he didn't look at Elizabeth anxiously. The security and protection within the academy is now in your hands. Remember to bring your sisters with you. Don't worry, I'm here. I guarantee that no enemy will dare to come. Nevada patted his sturdy chest and said confidently. That's it. I will communicate with the headquarters as soon as possible and decide what to do next. This time, the Navy's betrayal also caused some unrest in the Kankali United headquarters. Some old shipgirls who had experienced time with the Navy still had illusions about them, but now they are caught off guard. There are also shipgirls like her who have no good feelings towards the Navy and have hatred towards it. Therefore, there are now three voices within the Kankali Union. One group wants to restore good relations with the Navy, and the other group doesn't care whether it's good or not, and they are not afraid if the Navy wants to attack them. And finally, there are those more radical shipgirls who want to settle both old and new grudges. If everyone seems to be getting along harmoniously on the surface, it would be difficult for a kind-hearted shipgirl to fall out with them. But now that they have taken the initiative to break up, they can finally take action. And Elizabeth still had a score to settle with the Navy. Compared to the Kankali Union, where there are still several unanimous voices, the Navy's voice is obviously more decisive, but they are both the same. When they were evacuating the Middle East Strait, they were testing the attitude of the Shipgirls Alliance. Among them, the most radical governor of the Eastern Theater was the one who made the final decision to evacuate. The other three governors chose to acquiesce, neither agreeing nor refusing, but under such circumstances not refusing was already the highest level of agreement. Finally, the first place that the Kankali Union wanted to contact was the Navy in the Eastern Theater. As the most radical and the one who looks down upon the compassion of the Kankali, it is also because of the Kankali that their ideas cannot be conveyed to all regions. Weapons must have the self-awareness that they are weapons, and obeying orders is what you should do. Weapons with emotions are an uncertain factor on the battlefield. How can we fight most efficiently in the deep sea? Therefore, he directly rejected the communication of the Kankali Union, while the other governors still acquiesced. If there is a conflict between the Eastern Theater and the Kankali Alliance, and the Kankali Alliance fails, they will take advantage of the victory and take over the Central Theater in one fell swoop. If the Eastern Theater Command fails, they can also distance themselves from it. It is the Eastern Theater Command that is acting on its own. It's a win-win situation either way. After all, it's too dangerous for weapons to have minds of their own. Although they also know that the ship girl may not be a bad person, they still want to be safe. It is better to keep the weapon in your hand. Therefore, the reactions of the other war zones were a little slower, but the Eastern War Zone had already prepared for a turn against the enemy and its actions were the most decisive. They directly implemented sanctions against the free shipgirls in their respective waters and expelled the free shipgirls in their war zones. They even surrounded the naval base of the Eastern Theater's Shipgirls Union. The other war zones remained inactive. It was 5 days later when Elizabeth learned the news. The naval base of their union of shipgirls was actually attacked by the Navy. The garrisons in the Eastern Theater were all occupied and divided up by the Navy, but what made Elizabeth feel relieved was that at least they did not directly sink the admiral and the shipgirl over there at sea, and they were somewhat restrained. He just drove away these shipgirls and the admiral together. The thing she worried about happened, and she would really have to confront the Navy's shipgirls in the future. Vian, who was trying to deepen his relationship with Shropshire, also felt the changes in the college in the past few days. The atmosphere in the college has changed, especially Langley's expression in class these days is different from before. Became worried. Although Langley has been trying hard to hide her emotions, as shipgirls they can detect other people's lies, and they are also the worst at lying. When he was strolling in the academy, he clearly felt that there were more shipgirls patrolling in the academy. For this reason, Vian specifically went to find Shropshire to ask what happened. Shropshire, who had always been by Vian's side and wanted to perform well, had less contact with the E-United department recently. So not knowing what happened in the past few days made Wayan even more confused. Finally, I went directly to the dean's office. Dean, has anything happened in the academy recently? Why is everyone so nervous? The Navy in the Eastern Theater has fallen out with us. I don't have to worry too much about your safety with Shropshire staying with you. What? Are they stupid enough to break up with the shipgirl? Aren't they afraid of picking up bargains in the deep sea? Wayan was a little surprised. Now, even with the powerful enemy at hand in the deep sea, we can still engage in internal fighting. After trying to communicate but failing, he wanted to annex the Kankali Union, and the other war zones also tacitly did not refuse. But can they defeat the Shipgirls Alliance? After all, we have a lot of powerful shipgirls on our side. At the same time, Wayan also wondered if the admiral of the Navy was being stupid, as several admirals and governors had been replaced. Powerful shipgirls are constantly being replaced, but the Shipgirls Union still has the old ladies who have been there since the beginning. Their strength is not exaggerated. At least they have a training level of 100 like Shropshire. And Vian even asked Shropshire her age, and she shyly told him she was 18. Wayan didn't believe this. Although the Navy can also build shipgirls, the materialization of the ship also requires resources. They have more admirals to train and more shipgirls have sunk. Under such circumstances, their overall strength of shipgirls is not as good as when the shipgirls unite. I actually had the idea of forming a union of shipgirls. So Wayan also wanted to know who gave them such courage. We have been tolerating them, and there are some powerful shipgirls who think they can still be saved. So you just tolerate them step by step and let them grow confident? Do you think the shipgirl is easy to talk to and can be manipulated at will? Wayan thought about it and knew why. It was the atmosphere and brainwashing. After being brainwashed for a long time, they look down on the shipgirls. However, the shipgirls keep tolerating them, which makes them think that they are easy to bully, so they keep pressing them. Chapter 109. Attitudes of Different Joint Departments. But since the governor of the Eastern Theater dared to break off relations with the Kankali Alliance in this way, he must have his own considerations and cards. So now the Kankali Union or the Academy decides what to do. Now that the Navy controls their waters, many shipping routes are more dangerous. The Central Theater is said to be a continental archipelago in the middle, which complements the archipelago continents of the 4 surrounding theaters. The island group in the Central Theater is also the least dangerous. After all, when we first fought the deep sea, we pushed the sea area out little by little from the Central Theater. Now that the Eastern Theater Command has restricted the sea area, the routes to the East China Sea have been locked. If you want to go to the East China Sea, you can only go out through the sea area that is not under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Theater Command, or take a detour through the Southern Theater and the Northern Theater. The closest place to the Admiral Academy is the inland sea close to the Eastern Theater. If a conflict breaks out between the two sides, the Admiral Academy will also be the Eastern Theater's primary target. The Academy has already stepped up its defenses, and the headquarters in the mainland are also sending support ships over one after another. Aircraft carriers patrol the inland sea every day, and any problems will be discovered immediately. The question now is, when will your shipgirls come back? They have been out for over a month. Elizabeth reminded Vian, who was thinking. After knowing that the Eastern Theater had fallen out with the Kankali Alliance, Wayan began to think about Yukikaze and the others. Their goal this time is to follow the merchant ship around the inland sea. The speed will not be very fast, and including the stops, a round trip will take about 2 months. The sea area they went out to happened to be the East Inland Sea, so when they came back they also came back from the East Inland Sea. Now that the relationship between the Eastern Theater and the Kankali Union has deteriorated, the waters over there are also the biggest destabilizing factor. In addition to the deep sea, there are also shipgirls who may attack you. According to the date, they have already left the South Inland Sea and are heading towards the East Inland Sea. Not good. Currently, the East Inland Sea and the Outer Sea are not very safe waters for the Kankali Union, and Yukikaze and the others are going to pass through there. The Dean has some news that might not be good. You say? Xiefeng and the others will have to pass through the East Inland Sea and come back. I'm worried about accidents. So where are they now? Maybe you just left the Nan Nahai location. That should be fine. Right now the most dangerous area is the Outer Seas. They are mainly surrounding the Outer Sea garrisons. After all, it will take quite a while for our headquarters shipgirls to get there. Our shipgirls are still patrolling the Inland Sea, Elizabeth said after a moment's thought. But are you afraid now? We are going to fight with the Navy, and the war may spread here. Wayne shook his head and said, rather than worrying about fighting with them, I'm just thinking about how to face them when the time comes. The bad relationship between the Shipgirls Union and the Navy has been going on for a long time, and Wayne has long been mentally prepared for conflicts between the Navy and the Shipgirls. How should we deal with it? When the time comes, we, the Shipgirls, will definitely go first, followed by you admirals, and there are admirals who came earlier in line in front of you. Speaking of the admiral, Elizabeth's voice gradually faded away. What's wrong, Admiral? Dean. I just don't know how many admirals we can keep to fight with us this time. The situation in the besieged tutelage in the East Outer Sea is fine. Basically, no admiral has chosen to join the Navy. However, we cannot guarantee the situation for the admirals in the other inland seas and those still in the academy. Wayne also understood that not all admirals could stick to their original intentions like they did at the beginning. Under coercion and inducement, there would always be people who chose to compromise. Those who will leave will eventually leave, and there will always be people like the seniors who choose to fight. Elizabeth was silent for a moment, staring into Vian's eyes. Got it. I'll let you know when I find your shipgirl. Then he waved his hand. After leaving the dean's office, Vian quickly returned to the dormitory to find Shropshire. What's the hurry? Looking at the panting Vian, Shropshire poured him a glass of water. What is the attitude of each coalition towards the Navy? The Navy in the East has already blocked the sea area and expelled the coalition shipgirls and admirals. I see. No wonder everyone is so nervous lately. Because the various coalitions have been fighting on the front lines for a long time, we have the most contact with the Navy, and we are also the ones who are most disgusted by them. So what do you think of our attitude? The Eastern Navy, right? When we supported their port area, our supplies were withheld. I still remember their ugly faces. Shropshire's normally smiling face now showed a hint of disgust. If you want to name the people who hate the Navy the most. U Joint Division led by Hood. The U-23 department led by Washington is often played tricks by the Navy behind the scenes in the Western Theater. As well as the G League, which has had direct conflict with the Eastern Navy. Bismarck and her team have already fought with the Navy, so they might come over this time as well. And the atmosphere in the I unit is already quite fierce. Anyone who is wronged in their unit will fight back. The main reason is that there are more children in their unit. There is also the J Union, which even the Navy dares not mess with. It is also the largest wing in our Fleet Girls Union and the only wing led by 2 aircraft carrier Fleet Girls. As for the other alliances, they are too weak. Whenever they are wronged, they need to seek support from other alliances. When they encounter the Navy, they just swallow their anger, but they are also holding back their anger. So except for the few shipgirls at the beginning who still had hope for the Navy, most of the other shipgirls didn't like the Navy, and now this happened. I guess they will realize that the Navy is no longer what it used to be, and they shouldn't dwell on the past. Now it's only a matter of time before war breaks out between us and the Navy. Shropshire counted on his fingers to explain to Vian. As for why our E-United department feels bad about the Navy, they took the initiative to provoke Lord Hood. If Alfonso XIII hadn't forcibly stopped them and compensated our E-United department, a fight would have started long ago. We haven't gotten rid of that anger yet. Many of our garrisons in the West Sea have also been stabbed in the back by them. The admirals of our alliance have suffered heavy losses. Elizabeth and many other shipgirls from the E-Union were forcibly stopped and dispersed to work in various departments of the alliance, for fear that they would perish along with the Navy. Shropshire didn't notice the heavy look on Vian's face as he spoke. Chapter 110, Wayne's ability to explode soldiers. So now that the Navy has torn its face with us, it's a good thing for most of the shipgirls. We finally don't have to worry so much. They were the ones who took the initiative to provoke and destroy the alliance. I see. Thank you, Shropshire. Wayne quickly adjusted his mood and calmed the anger rising in his heart. Anything else you want to ask? Now I'm going to go ask Lord Hood and the others for their opinions. Vian shook his head and said goodbye to Shropshire and returned to his dormitory. Many shipgirls chose to endure in order not to affect the overall situation. This was their kindness. He didn't know how Elizabeth endured it at that time. Every time he mentioned the West Sea, he would think of the ship that sank in front of him and his parents who died with their eyes open. In his heart, he only wanted the Navy and the deep sea to pay the price. He also learned a lot about the Navy during these years when he wanted to become an admiral. Just like the admiral of the Kankli Union will eventually be assigned to the naval base of the Union, or at a deeper level become the admiral of each federation. It is relatively easy for a Navy officer to become an admiral. After passing the course and paying a certain amount of construction fees, you can become an admiral if you successfully build a shipgirl. Then sign a contract with the corresponding governor to work under him for a certain number of years and hand over a certain amount of resources regularly. Even the garrison can be purchased. As long as you have enough money, you can join the Navy. If you don't have money, you can receive training, sign a long-term contract to work, and obey arrangements. The Navy has lowered the threshold for ordinary people to become admirals, and the quality of the corresponding admirals has also dropped sharply, and they are not as good as the admirals of the Kankli Union. Similarly, the governor's control over the admirals under him is unmatched by the Kankli Union. Even the admirals of the Navy can fight among themselves. With the help of someone from the governor's office as a witness, they can challenge another admiral of the Navy. Both sides will conduct exercise battles under the constraints of the governor's office. The challenger will plunder resources, but the challenger needs to prepare twice as many resources as the defender. In order to avoid heavy losses, the defender can ask the governor's office to intervene. It does cost a little money and resources, but compared to the heavy losses incurred by being challenged, the resources required for intervention are much smaller. At the same time, the number of times each admiral can be challenged each year is limited, so that they will not be exploited to the point where they can no longer hold on. The weaker admirals had no choice but to be sucked dry by the Navy above and eventually be firmly controlled by several governors. The main reason why they want to break up with the shipgirls now is that they think the shipgirls who occupy a large area of sea are easier to bully than those in the deep sea outside. Moreover, in recent years, the navies of several war zones have basically eliminated most of the strength of the Kankli Union. They simply don't dare to confront us head-on. They are just a group of simple women. If they take over the territory of the Kankli Union, they can plunder a lot of resources. Transfer internal conflicts to the outside. Wait until they become rich and then exploit them harshly. As for the external problems in the deep sea, they have discovered this in the long battle after regaining nearly 20% of the sea area. As long as you don't cross that sea line, the purple and gold deep sea will periodically fight with the ordinary deep sea. Every time the ordinary deep sea is wiped out, the purple and gold deep sea will naturally retreat. Therefore, as long as they master the periodicity of the deep sea, they will be able to devote their energy to dealing with the Kankli alliance. This is also the reason why there has been more and more friction between the Kankli Union and the Navy in recent years, and the speed of advancement in the sea has slowed down. As long as they don't cross that line, there will basically be no powerful deep sea invasions, and they have become accustomed to it. So they simply gave the naval base, which was closest to the deep sea and the most dangerous, to the shipgirls' union, letting them consume their own strength, and the Navy hid behind. This is also the reason why the Whale Sea Naval Base is still in the hands of the Kankli Alliance, because it is the naval base closest to the danger line. The Navy considers this garrison to be of relatively low value. Now that the Navy and the shipgirls have broken up, it is likely that force will be needed to take back the naval base. Besides, it's not safe enough to just have Xiefeng and Clemenceau now. I need to quickly build my own fleet. A fleet with complete striking power. Originally, he slowly developed in the academy and built a garrison that was capable of dealing with most deep-sea and naval admirals. Then he began to rapidly accumulate resources, rapidly iterate equipment, and launch dimensionality reduction attacks. But now the war might reach the Admiral Academy, so he must first ensure that he has the strength to survive. Moreover, fighting means losses, which means there is a demand for firepower and equipment, and it also means that there will be more shipgirls who will speed up the materialization of the ship. The initial data of the ship's equipment on the original warships was far from enough. If he could ensure his own safety, he could definitely take advantage of the situation and sell arms. Therefore, he needs more shipgirls who can form combat effectiveness in a timely manner and more help. It seems that in addition to Clemenceau's hull, we also need to finish Lexington's hull as soon as possible. We cannot build large battleships for the time being. We need enough small battleships. Clemenceau's hull has kept Vian busy for a long time. Fortunately, Vian still had some ideas about the Lexington's hull. At least in Vian's opinion, the consumption of the Lexington's hull can be slightly less. After all, in his eyes, the aircraft carrier as the core of the fleet cannot appear within the enemy's attack range. The battleships do not need to use more expensive steel like Clemenceau and Yukikaze, and more resources can be spent on carrier-based aircraft and other ship equipment. These warships made of special steel are armor. So we need to hurry up. At least after Clemenceau finishes materializing the hull, we should immediately arrange Lexington's hull and start assigning her bodyguards. These little bodyguards will also be the main force for distributing and selling ship equipment in the future. So Wayan now needs shipgirls, and what he needs is a group of elementary school students. Moreover, his elementary school students are different from other people's elementary school students. They can also carry the ship equipment that Yukikaze can carry, and their hulls can be directly matched with Yukikaze, and the armor can be slightly weakened. After all, when Yukikaze materialized the hull, he was the only battleship with Yukikaze, and his safety needed to be protected, so he thought of making the armor thicker. Every time a ship manifests, it is the steel that troubles Vian, whether it is Yukikaze or Clemenceau. If the steel used in the hulls of other warships is taken into account, Yukikaze's displacement of more than 10,000 tons would only require more than 10,000 tons of steel, and Clemenceau would only require 50,000 to 60,000 tons at most. If he gave up on materializing Clemenceau's hull, he could materialize 10 destroyers on the spot with their armor weakened according to Yukikaze's ship equipment standards. He has the ability to make dumplings. Let me explain here in case some readers skip ahead. The protagonists, Yukikaze and Clemenceau, both used special materials according to the highest standards for ship hulls, so the consumption of steel is quite terrifying. One battleship is equivalent to the consumption of 5 battleships. However, it is still useful when facing the old grandmother ship in World War II that cannot fight beyond visual range, and there are also reasons for the protagonist to consider himself. But if he is willing to give up the defensive capabilities of the shipgirls, he can also make dumplings. As for how much the defensive capabilities are, it should be compared with the defensive capabilities of the corresponding types of ships. Chapter 111: Clemenceau's Power Improvement Plan. This time, Lexington and her friend's long journey also made Vian discover some inconveniences. This world only has wired communication methods, so communication is only possible on the mainland. Now that Xiefeng and the others are at sea, he can only worry. So Wayan, who was used to wireless communication in his previous life, felt a little nostalgic. But now there are other more important projects, so we have to put the research and development of radio on hold for the time being. Time passed slowly, and after learning about the Navy's situation, Wayan worried about Xiefeng and the others every day. For this reason, he would go to see Elizabeth every day to find out if there was any news about Xiefeng and the others. At the same time, the energy in his hands was being consumed rapidly. Clemenceau's other ship equipment was already available, but the plan to improve the power was still ongoing. The pressure from the Navy and the worry about his own shipgirls made Wayan start working hard every day. Apart from visiting Elizabeth after class, he would immediately lock himself back in the dormitory. It was Clemenceau who spoke to Shropshire every day when Shropshire wanted to find him. Wayan, on the other hand, was at his own seat, painting and revising, and even pulled out a lot of his hair. The whole person looked much more haggard. He didn't expect that with the experience in researching the Xiefeng power system, he would still spend 20,000 energy on the research of power. It is simple to make the ship run, but the difficult part for Wayan is to cram enough power into the limited space of the ship while ensuring the use of other space. However, the terrifying speed of the deep sea also forced him to keep up, otherwise he would have no advantage in the battleship duel. Even if we cannot maintain the advantage, at least we must ensure that our speed is not at a disadvantage. His conservative estimate of 35 knots was no longer safe after learning more about the deep sea. The reason why he lost his hair was that he wanted this 50,000-ton battleship to run at a speed of 40 knots. For the initial 35 sections of the target VN has been developed in the process of hair loss. Directly named, Heavy-Duty Improved Power System Type 1. The speed of a warship is limited not only by its power but also by its type. As a ship designer in his previous life, ship design was not a difficult task for Wayan. So the only thing that bothers Wayan is motivation. After all, the power requirement has doubled from 35 knots to 40 knots. Or it is to improve the efficiency of the thrusters. Increasing the power while improving the efficiency of the thrusters can also allow Wayan to achieve his goals. Today's warships still use propeller propulsion, and larger ships are wider and can accommodate more propellers. Provides greater thrust. For this reason, Wayan turned his attention to another way of advancement. Water jet propulsion. The advantages are obvious. In high maneuverability situations, the efficiency is higher than that of propellers, the power demand is less, and it can run faster. The disadvantages are also obvious. It takes up space and consumes a lot of fuel. And it is necessary to prevent the propeller from being rolled into debris, so it is more suitable for use in shallow water areas. But the warships used now are not traditional warships. The shipgirl has a battleship elf that can help her clean the debris on the propeller in time. In terms of space occupied, except for the rest cabin and command room used for security, the rest of the space is used to serve the performance of the warship, and the utilization rate is not comparable to that of traditional warships. As for the issue of high fuel consumption, when Xiefeng comes back, Weiyan will also have to prepare to install a new torpedo loading system for Xiefeng. The problem of high resource consumption will no longer be a problem for Weiyan. One more is not too much. Compared with the high consumption of resources, it is better to think about it when you can't beat others, then you are risking your life. Moreover, after winning the deep-sea battle, the resources salvaged can at least guarantee the consumption of several ships. As for fighting the Navy, wouldn't that be even simpler? If you want to survive, you have to exchange resources for it. And Weiyan has an even more terrifying efficiency in making money. In the past, equipment was restricted by construction costs and technical difficulties, but it is much simpler here in Weiyan. The construction cost of the shipgirl also consumes 4 special resources, which are not very difficult for security to obtain, and maintenance can be solved by taking a bath. As long as Weiyan can understand the principles of technical difficulties, the rest can be left to talent and to the realization of the ship equipment of the shipgirl. Consumption cost. The shipgirl's shells are produced by timely consumption of resources, and so is the fuel, which avoids the possibility of many dangers. Normally, when the shipgirls replenish their resources, they also store these resources in the battleship. It can be said that a palm-sized tank of fuel can be equivalent to 1 ton of fuel, and a battleship as big as this can store a huge amount of fuel. Even after learning more about the magic of Kankali, Vian discovered that the upper limit of nuclear power might be even higher. The commonplace about nuclear-powered warships is that maintenance of warships is more troublesome than that of conventionally powered ones. The shipgirl can solve it easily. Unlimited endurance reduces the number of resupply times. The shipgirl can use ammunition resources to convert them into various different shells, torpedoes, weapons, etc. Weiyan also wanted to know that if the warship was equipped with nuclear power, would the resource that needed to be replenished still be fuel? After all, the advantage of nuclear power over conventional power is that nuclear power fuel saves more space than conventional power. If the ship uses the same unit of resources, then is the resource utility of more units higher than that of conventional power? Provides more energy? He now understands that he can't think too much about nuclear-powered security. It was very difficult for him to make a radar. He also understood that even with the current nuclear power technology, it would be difficult to accomplish his goal, so Weiyan interrupted his divergent thinking. Let's get back to our work on the power system. Then Clemenceau, who was chatting with Shropshire, saw his admiral take out his battleship design drawings. Then draft a new drawing and start painting. But Weiyan's current concentration allowed her to suppress her inner curiosity. In fact, she also understood that Weiyan had high expectations and requirements for her warship. That's why I'm so tired during this period. Clemenceau's sudden turn of head also attracted Shropshire's attention, and she also noticed what Vian was busy with. After all, battleship drawings need to be drawn in great detail, so they are generally quite large. But she did not ask more questions, as it was someone else's secret. However, with her understanding of the Snow Wind battleship, she was full of expectations for the future ship that Clemenceau would materialize. After all, they still have a battle to fight. At the same time, she also understood why Weiyan was so tired these days. So, the Navy's affairs have made you a little impatient. But Vian's attitude made Shropshire accept him even more. Chapter 112, The Return of Yukikaze in Lexington. She had seen too many admirals working with shipgirls, and there were very few admirals who were as enterprising and considerate of the shipgirls as he was. Although there are admirals who help with the transformation of the shipgirls, the number is still too small when counted as a base. Most admirals still prefer to stay in the rear as a parasite and enjoy the shameless life with the shipgirls. This was also their original intention for entering the Admiral Academy, although it was not very good either. But compared to the Navy next door who treats shipgirls as weapons, they at least care about the shipgirls and will make them happy. To bring them joy and smiles, the shipgirls are willing to give their lives for them. It's our mutual wish. Therefore, Weiyan likes shipgirls and their enterprising spirit. She even modifies her own shipgirl drawings herself, which seems very attractive to her. For example, the admiral who is a parasite basically asks the shipgirl to manifest the initial data of his own warship, and rarely makes any modifications. Battleships have too much unused space, in their opinion. Some shipgirls who are not particularly close to these admirals may feel regret after breaking their contracts with them, and then reluctantly transform their own ships. The example before her was Elizabeth. Elizabeth's hull was only materialized after she met Mother Vian, although Mother Vian had tried her best to help her modify it. However, considering that Elizabeth's mental endurance limit is still relatively conservative, the improvement in combat power is not much. So after the incident at the Walesea garrison, she transformed herself and went completely to her limit. The space inside his battleship was compressed to the limit, and the power was also greatly increased. This was also her biggest worry before. Compared with other shipgirls in the naval base, her speed was the slowest. Weiyan, who was concentrating on modifying the blueprint, had no idea that the 2 shipgirls were watching his every move. He is now making major changes to the ship's structure. The bottom of the boat would have required extensive modifications to use a water jet, so he chose to repaint it. In fact, when choosing a water jet propulsion system, he also had another option, a superconducting magneto-hydrodynamic propulsion system. However, in Wayan's previous life, this technology was still in the theoretical experimental stage, a technology that used electromagnetic force for propulsion. Theoretically, the submarine can reach a speed of 150 knots. Even if it cannot be developed perfectly, as long as this technology can be developed through talent, the upper limit of his battleships can be increased a lot. Moreover, superconducting magneto-hydrodynamic thrusters are also a big power consumer, which is more in line with his original intention of installing all-electric propulsion. And the most important thing is that superconducting technology is needed. Wayan knew that this was another bottomless pit of research and development. Many wonderful technologies are waiting for him ahead, but they require his brain cells, time, and more importantly, the little money in his bag. October arrives quietly. It has been 2 months since Xiefeng and the others officially left, and today Vian finally received news about Xiefeng and Lexington. They entered the inland sea safely and are returning safely under the guidance of the Academy shipgirl. This finally made him feel at ease. However, after half a month of fermentation, the new admirals of the Academy finally learned what happened between the Kankali Union and the Navy. Then Vian saw a spectacular sight. He saw several new admirals from his class who did not come the next day. To hear Langley explain it, they dropped out of school. Wayan immediately understood that they were afraid of facing the Navy, but did not want to lose the shipgirls, so they dropped out of school. At least for now they were not at a loss. In this world, everyone who owns a shipgirl hopes to be called an admiral, because this means that he is the commander guarding a place. But there are also many people who just like Kankali and don't want to take on so much responsibility, so they can only be called commanders. Most of them returned to the mainland with their shipgirls and stayed away from the sea. Some of them had their own shipgirls and worked hard to help them materialize the ship. Then they make a living from this business. After all, the shipgirls' warships have better performance than ordinary cargo ships, are easier to maintain, and more importantly, have self-protection capabilities, so there is no need to hire guards. Then, in the following period, admirals dropped out one after another, and the atmosphere in the academy became really tense. The other admirals who did not drop out of school have been busy during this period. Wayan saw that many of his classmates went to work part-time in the shops opened by the shipgirls. It is just to earn more money from those little resources and help their shipgirls materialize the ship to ensure their own safety. Meanwhile, Shropshire had brought him news. The last time Shropshire contacted the United Forces, they learned that the Joint Headquarters was worried that the Admiral Academy would become a site of conflict. So they decided to send a shipgirl from the E-Unit to support them, and the principal happened to be Elizabeth from the E-Unit, so they decided to station the E-Unit here. This means that the Royal Navy shipgirls will come here, and their offices will also be here until the tense situation is resolved. If we calculate the date now, when Xiefeng and the others return, it will probably be the time when the E-Unit arrives. Also during this period of time, Vian finally redrew the blueprints of the Clemenceau battleship. Even the power system has been improved by one model. At the same time, because of the improvement of the power model, Wayan has gained more experience. Therefore, he also redesigned the power system used by Xiefeng and named it Light Improved Power System Type 1. Clemenceau will use the Heavy Improved Power System Type 2. The only pity is that Yukikaze is still using propeller propulsion for the time being, which would be troublesome if it needs to be modified. But his energy also lost 15,000 again. But it was all worth it in Wayan's opinion. This time, Yukikaze and her companions returned safely. At the same time, Clemenceau's hull materialized, and Yukikaze could also have a small upgrade. And he began to work hard on the next Lexington's hull. After all, his time on Lexington's drawings was occupied because of Clemenceau's drawings. But now he has basically finished half of it, and he has a complete idea for the rest. It just takes time. At the same time, Lexington and Xiefeng, who were gradually approaching, made him feel a little excited. After all, this time they were not only going to sell ship equipment, they also needed to buy some ship equipment mentioned by Wayan, or ship equipment they thought was more useful in the trading areas of several war zones. He is now looking forward to what they can bring back this time. If the stuff is good, it will strengthen his own shipgirls or allow him to collect more useful data. Chapter 113, The Dusk of Return. It was already dusk 2 days later when Wayan saw Xiefeng and the others. 2 months of busyness did not leave any trace on them, and they are still as young and beautiful as ever. When Xiefeng saw Wayan, he was very excited. He jumped off the battleship in front of everyone, hugged Wayan and pecked him. Nothing happened along the way. After Vian calmed Xiefeng down, he looked at Lexington. Clemenceau was with him, while Shropshire went to receive Hood and the others. When we were trading in the South Continent, we had already heard about the Eastern Theater and the Alliance, So Xiefeng and I took a detour and luckily no other danger occurred. That's good. How's the situation this time? It's similar to the original idea, but there are still fewer rare ship equipment. However, I still found a lot of useful ship equipment. I'll take a look at it when I get back. Has the resource issue been resolved? The battle in the Western Theater in the deep sea was more intense, so the price was a little higher than in other areas. We made a little more money. At least Clemenceau's hull is fine. That's good. Now that the two shipgirls have returned safely, they have brought good news to Wei, which made him feel much more relaxed. After simply picking them up, I asked Stefeng to drive the boat back to the dock and helped her enter the canal. However, she was not very quiet at the mouth of the canal. By the time Wei finished helping her, he was sweating profusely. Only then did he have time to listen carefully to their specific experiences over the past 2 months. But halfway through, Wei heard a knock on the door. Why are you here? Vian didn't expect the visitor to be Saratoga. After all, he had temporarily loaned Lexington to Saratoga for 2 months so that they could exchange sisterly feelings. Are they now inseparable? Hey, Commander, let's have a discussion, okay? Saratoga's pleading and coquettish look immediately set off alarm bells in Vian's heart. You tell me first, and then I'll decide whether to agree or not. That's it. Can I move in with my sister? I've been used to my sister sleeping next to me for 2 months. I can't sleep alone if I go back today. Gaga, don't mess around. Before Vian could say anything, Lexington on the side had already begun to criticize him harshly. Compared to 2 months ago, Wei could clearly feel some changes in them. From being a stranger at first, she now looks more and more like Lexington's strict sister. But Saratoga curled her lips and looked at Vian with grievance. But Commander, I really can't live without my sister. I feel uneasy when I smell something other than my sister's scent around me every day. I have completely become like my sister. I can't live without her. Saratoga, who has a serious sister complex, wanted to get closer to Lexington as she spoke. But Lexington ruthlessly held her face, not allowing her to get any closer. Vian and Clemenceau moved their stools and sat beside them to watch their interaction, while Xiefeng looked as if he was used to it and even yawned. What did Gaga say on the way back? I can't. I won't cause any trouble to the commander. I've been away from the commander for quite a while. I have to be patient. As if predicting it, Lexington covered Saratoga's mouth with a slightly blushing face. It was a close call. It was a close call that Gaga almost let the cat out of the bag. Saratoga suddenly realized that they were no longer just a private conversation between sisters, so she corrected herself immediately. But this guilty look made others more curious about what was going on between them. After all, there are 3 greatest pleasures in life: eating melons, watching plays, and gossiping. Since we have already agreed on this, we haven't finished reporting what happened during this period. If you come here, won't you be interrupting the commander's work? But, sister, Jejia really can't leave you. I thought I could still endure loneliness. It would have been fine if I hadn't met my sister. Now I overestimate myself. Saratoga said as she still put the palm of Saratoga's hand that was pressed on her face like a treasure on her own face, carefully feeling the taste and temperature of Lexington. But I am the commander's shipgirl, and I obey him in everything. Wei, who was originally watching the drama of the sisterly love, noticed that the topic suddenly turned to herself. I'm fine, you guys continue. As he spoke, Wei stuffed the peeled melon seeds in his hand into Xiefeng's mouth as she leaned her head on his shoulder. They have a deep affection as sisters, and they also have a deep affection as brothers. Only Clemenceau, sitting alone next to Vian, felt so redundant. Lexington has a clingy sister, Xiefeng has a loving brother, and where is her sister? However, as an admiral who cares about his own shipgirl, Vian certainly would not let Clemenceau wait alone. So he placed the other half of the melon seeds he had just peeled in the eager hands of Clemenceau. After that, he rubbed her golden hair and gave her a smile in return. It made Clemenceau feel warm in his heart. The admiral is really nice. Saratoga stood there and fell into a brief contemplation after listening to Lexington's words. Jia, 2 months have passed, and now the commander still has a lot of questions. Be good, sister will accompany you when she has time. After listening to the previous words, the thoughtful Saratoga thought of a question. Yes, my sister is his shipgirl after all. 2 months have made me a little complacent and forget this fact. If I make the commander angry now, I think it will be difficult to get along with my sister. But at the same time, she thought of what had happened during this period. In the past, when she was in the Kankali United, she did whatever she wanted and acted badly every day. She had the ability to fight, so no one cared about her. After all, her personality is much better than some quirky shipgirls, not to mention that she is a truly free shipgirl who has not even joined the United Front. During these 2 months, she really returned to her memories of being a younger sister, even though Lexington and Xiefeng had a lot of things to do every day. But after finishing her work, she would always come to accompany her without getting tired of it. Later, she expressed her longing for her sister and told many private conversations between sisters. Especially after they became more familiar with each other, Lexington also accepted this sister who suddenly broke in. There was no more gap between the two of them. In the same situation, Lexington, as the elder sister, certainly hopes that Saratoga will be better. As Saratoga, the younger sister, gets along with Lexington and becomes her mischievous self again. Chapter 114 Free for Sisters. Lexington, who was always emotionally stable and gentle, felt helpless and was forced to begin disciplining his sister. But it was this process of discipline that made Saratoga feel the love and care of her sister. Although she sometimes made Lexington feel helpless, Lexington finally indulged her and forgave her, allowing her to truly indulge in her sister's love. And only when she was disciplined did she feel that she was cared for, and her efforts for her sister were not in vain. Within 2 months, their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. It also made her even more dependent on Lexington, just like she couldn't stand the separation just now. She has fallen deeply into a trap called her sister, and she starts to have wild thoughts when she can't see Lexington. But now her sister is someone else's shipgirl, not hers after all. Compared to his sister, Vian is a more important person in Lexington. She once thought she could spend half of her time in Lexington with Vian, but now she felt she couldn't. So what she is thinking about now is how to own Lexington completely. She was already like Lexington and couldn't leave it at all. Even if there are other Lexingtons in the future, they will not be worthy of her attention. She only wants this sister. She felt like her brain was broken. My sister kept talking about how good her admiral was and how much better he was than other admirals. It's only been a short while since he created my sister. How come she already thinks of him? Especially since she began to call Vian her brother-in-law in private, and Lexington did not refuse. It shows that Vian was poisoned by Lexington in such a short period of time. Anyway, in Saratoga's eyes, her sister was already given to her for nothing, and she couldn't understand what devil Vian had. And now that Lexington said that she was Vian's shipgirl, Saratoga's thoughts gradually went astray. There have always been people who wanted to salvage the ship, but never succeeded. After being influenced by Lexington, she now thinks Vian is not bad. Now I am an outsider, so I can't monopolize my sister openly. If I also become his shipgirl, can my sister be with me every day? After all, my sister also said that he couldn't bear to see his shipgirl being wronged, and I would be wronged if I left my sister, so he couldn't just not give me. The more he thought about it, the more Saratoga's hints at him became stronger. I used to think Wayan was a bit hateful, but now he seems to be quite handsome and good-looking. Lexington looked at his sister who had been in a daze and suddenly turned her head to stare at Vian blankly. He shook her body, but she didn't respond. So he leaned forward and whispered in Saratoga's ear, "Jia Jia, what are you thinking about? Why are you looking at the commander all the time?" "I was thinking, why don't I just be a shipgirl? This way I can stay by my sister's side every day, day or night. My sister is mine." Saratoga was still thinking and subconsciously said what he was thinking without thinking. The dormitory room was small, and everyone could hear what Saratoga said. Wayan, who was feeding Xiefeng snacks, dropped the snacks on the ground due to shaking hands. But the other shipgirl's eyes lit up immediately, especially when a little joy flashed in Lexington's eyes. Contact with Saratoga affected not only Saratoga, but also her. As an elder sister, she felt sorry for her younger sister who had been living alone all these years and missed her. She knew that this kind of life was not easy, especially when she left Wayan for 2 months. She didn't know what happened to her. Ever since Wayan said, "Madam," things between her and Wayan became tense. She didn't know what mental state Vian was in to say such frivolous words, but she felt the difference in the way Vian treated herself, Clemenceau, and Xiefeng. So during the time when she and Xiefeng were away from Wayan, she found herself becoming a little fanciful and would unconsciously think of what Wayan said. There was also the look on his face when he saw me stunned, and his surprise. Usually when I see Xiefeng standing on the deck in a daze, she is also thinking about that person. Especially during this period they traveled to several major war zones and met more shipgirls and admirals. No matter whether it is the admiral of the Navy or the admiral of the Kankali Union, in comparison, she can feel the uniqueness of Wayan more, and what he usually does for the shipgirls. After all, she had seen many shipgirls in other war zones whose eyes had lost their spirit. They were really as calm as weapons. That scene deeply hurt her heart. Wayan, who has lived with the shipgirls since childhood, does care about them more than other admirals. Invisibly, her favorable impression of Wayan increased. It's true that Wayan did nothing and relied entirely on his peers to set him off. But compared to Xiefeng, who can openly hide her feelings, there are still many things that have not been made clear between her and Wan. She could only confide these girls' concerns to her sister at night. She kept saying good things about Vian along the way and wanted Saratoga to have a good impression of Vian. She also was reluctant to leave Saratoga. Just as Saratoga felt that she couldn't live without her elder sister, could she bear to leave her younger sister? But she has more important security. So she has always understood that if she wants something without losing anything, there is only one way to go. Saratoga became Vian's shipgirl. But she didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Before she even opened her mouth to persuade him, Saratoga had already sold herself out in her mind. Saratoga came to her senses and finally realized that she had just said what was in her heart, and immediately covered her face. At the same time, her fair face began to turn red rapidly, and steam was coming out of her head. Although she had thought of the option of becoming Vian's shipgirl, saying it so bluntly, and saying it in front of Vian, made her want to find a way to get in. At the same time, he opened a small gap with his hands covering his face, and kept observing the situation around him. Seeing everyone's expressions, especially Lexington's happy look, she felt that this choice seemed to be a good one. Because it seems that only this choice can make my sister happy. She wanted to make Lexington happy. After all, if she and Vian had a quarrel, Lexington would be the one who would suffer the most. Her sister by Gay values her admiral so much, and if she doesn't want to lose her sister, she can only become a shipgirl for Wan. And with her around, there is no need to worry about Lexington being bullied by others, because she will protect her sister personally. Chapter 115: The Power of Sister Control. Gaga, are you telling the truth? Did I hear you right? Don't you dislike the admiral? An excited Lexington said, holding Saratoga's shoulders. Seeing such a happy Lexington, Saratoga became more determined in her thoughts. So I stopped covering my eyes and pretending to be deaf and dumb. So sister, do you care more about your sister or the commander? As Saratoga spoke, her eyes never left Lexington. I hope to get the answer I want from her. But this question is like a life-threatening question for the girlfriend. If she falls into the river, she will have to save her mother. And Lexington would not find it as difficult to answer this question as the boys. Her choice is, I care about you all. The commander is the commander, and Gaga is Gaga. You are all irreplaceable. Gentle Lexington's attack on his sister is unmatched. My sister has me in her heart. If Vian knew what Saratoga was thinking right now, he would definitely think that this child was hopeless. It has been controlled by Lexington PUA. Really, sis? The happy Saratoga hugged Lexington directly, causing her to helplessly stroke her childish sister's head. Of course, caring about your sister is what a sister should do. Lexington, who had calmed Saratoga, turned his attention to Vian, who had calmed down. Commander, what do you think about this matter? Looking at Saratoga, who buried herself in his arms and never looked up again. As an elder sister who understands her younger sister well, she of course knows that she doesn't know how to face other people now, so she has to be the one who makes the decisions. In his previous life, Wayan loved the shipgirls, and the two sisters served as his main force most of the time, so it was natural for him to get married. From the very beginning, after he knew Elizabeth's thoughts and had a certain understanding of Saratoga, he had never thought about salvaging the ship. But considering that I needed to focus on Lexington and the others for the time being, I put it on hold for the time being. It wasn't until Lexington and the others went out to do something and Saratoga followed them that he began to want the sisters to have a deeper relationship. The teachings in the academy often mention that the relationships between some shipgirls are surprisingly good, even though they are all independent elves who walked out of the sea. Like Saratoga and Lexington, Akaji, and Kaga. Some predecessors have successfully salvaged the boat using this method. So he thought about the solution. But what he didn't expect was that the effect seemed to be unexpectedly good. Not only does Saratoga have a deep sisterly bond with Lexington, but it seems to be too deep. In just 2 months, a shipgirl who has not yet gained a deep understanding of the game can say that she wants to be her own shipgirl. Is this the power of my wife? If Saratoga is willing, I would certainly welcome it, but it depends on her decision and your thoughts. After hearing Vian's answer, Saratoga secretly raised her little head in Lexington's arms and looked at Lexington quietly. Unexpectedly, Lexington's eyes met hers, causing her to shrink back in embarrassment. How about it, Gaga? Do you want to be the commander's shipgirl? Then you can sleep in the same bed with your sister every day, and you can also go to work with me every day. After getting Vian's definite answer, Lexington already had a plan in mind, so he lowered his head and whispered in Saratoga's ear. Sister, isn't it too fast? I haven't even gotten to know him yet. As a caring wife, Lexington understood that if Saratoga was not taken today, it would be difficult for her to do things normally. When I went out to do things with Xiefeng before, I had to coax Saratoga for a long time. After all, what they had to do was related to security and could not be careless. For now, Gaga is still an outsider to them, but as long as she becomes an insider, it will be okay for Saratoga to know those things. Then do you think my sister has been wronged for so long? Do the other ship girls have a good relationship with him? It seems pretty good. Under Lexington's instigation, Saratoga answered obediently like a child being led. Being the commander's ship girl, Gaga can sleep with her sister tonight. As Lexington is familiar with Saratoga's weaknesses, he can only use his trump card and make some small sacrifices. It was a normal attack for Lexington, but it was undoubtedly a powerful attack for Saratoga. Really? Saratoga blinked her eyes and looked at Lexington and whispered. Her mind was in a mess because of Lexington, and the thoughts that Lexington instilled in her were also affecting her. The only thing I am a little worried about is what kind of people this admiral is like. As a ship girl, she had no choice but to follow her admiral until the end. However, for a ship girl like her who awakens naturally, she will be very distressed after having the choice. The ship girls with admirals have a stronger sense of belonging than them. They have their own admirals and their own companions, unlike them who always regard themselves as individuals. She has memories of living with her sister since she woke up and has been looking for Lexington. Like a child without a home. Even the Freedom ship girls are different. Some of them have once had something and will never have illusions about it again. But she has never had an admiral and never had a real home. She will still have expectations and hopes. Wasn't it because she was still looking for her sister that she rejected so many people in the past? Now his sister is by his side, and the admiral next to him also wants to salvage the boat. She once asked Elizabeth if there was anything different about being someone else's ship girl. The answer you want lies among those ship girls who are willing to be salvaged. The Kankali Alliance has never stopped the admiral from salvaging the ship. Instead, they were more willing to make it happen. The girls around her also left with the admiral they liked, and when they were asked, none of them regretted it. Kankali are naturally sensitive, so it is difficult to approach them with bad intentions. The ship girls who were willing to be salvaged have at least accepted these admirals. Now she is not actually resistant to weigh in. When Lexington and the others reunited with Vian, she stood on the shore and watched their joy and the intimacy between Xiefeng and Vian. She saw that they were relieved and happy from the bottom of their hearts, and at the same time, they felt like they had found a backbone. He was no longer sitting on the deck in a daze as usual. She had never lived so closely with a ship girl with an admiral for such a long time, so she really saw the two states of Lexington and the others. At that moment she felt so redundant. Chapter 116, I Conquered Saratoga. So while thinking about Lexington, she somehow came to Vian and the others' dormitory. Normally, she doesn't want to get close to here. This time she didn't know why she came. Certainly. Commander, will Gaga sleep with me from now on? Lexington said to Vian directly, strike while the iron is hot. No problem. Vian's words were like a shot of adrenaline into Saratoga's heart. Did you hear that? Jia Jia, the commander agreed. So now, as long as Jia Jia nods, you can move in directly with your luggage tonight. Saratoga was led by Lexington and nodded in a daze. Then, according to the process that Lexington had already anticipated, he and Vian signed the contract without knowing what was going on. When the dust settled, Saratoga came to her senses. She belonged to someone else's family and was sold by her sister. Sister. I could only bury my head in Lexington's chest and act like a spoiled child. Vian, who was signing a contract with Saratoga, also completed his contract under Lexington's arrangement in a daze. Lexington took the lead throughout the process and taught them step by step. So Gaga is my ship girl? He didn't expect that while he was still watching the show, there would be a new ship girl, Saratoga. He originally thought that he had a better relationship with Shropshire and was more familiar with it than Saratoga, so the chances of salvaging the ship were greater than Saratoga. Now tell him, what's the surprise? That's the surprise. Saratoga is not a newly built ship like Lexington. She is a battle-hardened ship girl with her own ship and an exceptionally high level of training. From what Vian sensed from the contract, Saratoga's training level had already reached the limit of a free ship girl. Level 100. After signing the contract with him, her training level reached 101, entering another realm of Kankali. But the surprises are not over yet. After owning a ship girl with over 100 training levels for the first time, Vian also discovered the more unique features of Saratoga, which were also his unique features. His Kankali transformation talent has changed a tiny bit. It didn't appear when the training level was 100, but after Saratoga jumped to 101, Vian saw two large bright letters appear next to Saratoga's training level. Renovation. With the idea of exploration in mind, Wayan clicked it and found that this transformation was a real transformation, the same transformation as in the game in his previous life. You can choose to consume 5 aircraft carrier cores to complete the core data of the ship girl. At the same time, He was given a comparison of the data before and after the transformation of the shipgirl. Wayne was drooling at the sight. What did he see? Because Saratoga is already a shipgirl with over 100 levels of training, she also has the special abilities that Elizabeth has. There's more. With the observation of the list, Wayne can better understand how powerful the highly trained shipgirls are. Saratoga is unique compared to Lexington. She has skills. In addition to the skill of storing battleships into the subspace, she also has a skill called Robin. Wayne was not unfamiliar with this skill. It was exactly the same skill from the game in his previous life. The only difference is that in the game the capabilities of carrier-based aircraft are increased according to the percentage of the number of aircraft carriers in the team. Here, every time Vian contracts an aircraft carrier, light carrier, or armored carrier, she can provide a 2 bonus to Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft. In other words, with the same carrier-based aircraft, now that Vian has both Saratoga and Lexington, the performance of Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft can be 4% higher than normal. Wayne talked to others about technology, now Shanghai talked to him about metaphysics, and now Saratoga directly put the coffin lid on him. The effect of the transformation is also very simple, completing all the core data of Saratoga. Let her have a second skill, Aviation Tactics Pioneer, which is simple and crude. Improves the performance of the carrier-based aircraft of the shipgirl who attacks the aircraft carrier by 5, which can be added with other skills. At the same time, the Hell Dive Bomber, which was not previously included in her data, will also appear in her data. Compared with the previous small surprises, this is the real big surprise for Wayne. What does transformation mean in the game? Vian knew it all too well. Some of the shipgirls have been transformed to make them stronger, while others have simply changed their appearance. There are also those that grow directly on the spot. Just like the missile that Wayne has always been thinking about may appear. What is the Kokong destroyer after the transformation? What ship equipment does it carry? Courageous. It's Changchun. The missile it carries is the upstream number 1. Changchun. Although as the earliest ship-to-ship missile in service, it has some shortcomings compared to other missiles that came later, it is still a missile. For him, if there is one, there will be 2. It was a bit difficult to develop the power system of Clemenceau, but it was much easier to modify it into the second model later. It's much simpler than thinking directly from the principle. This was the biggest surprise for Wayne. He found another possible way to obtain missiles. And Xiefeng can also be transformed. Danyang. Gaga's joining is a great blessing for Wayne. No wonder he was stunned now. That's too much information to fit into a short period of time. His brain froze. Looking at the stunned Vian and the coquettish Saratoga, it was Lexington who finally came out to break the deadlock. Let the 2 of them sit down and have a good talk. Saratoga, who had been confident in front of Vian before, now looked away and didn't dare to look at him. Jia, call someone. Commander. Commander. Saratoga said quietly with her head down. What happened tonight was beyond everyone's expectations, and now she has recovered. Welcome to join us. I hope you can live happily with everyone in the future. Welcome to join us. Welcome to join us. The other 2 girls followed Wayne's words. So, can I really accompany my sister every day from now on? Even now, she is still thinking about Lexington. Of course, but do you have anything else you want to bring? Or should Lexington stay with you? Vian asked kindly, considering that Saratoga might not be used to suddenly having an admiral. No, you don't need to. Just live with everyone else. Running back and forth will waste a lot of time. After all, everyone is very busy. Although the incident happened suddenly, as a shipgirl with an admiral, Saratoga understood that she was no longer alone and carefree. Looking at the sensible Saratoga, Lexington, who had always been by her side, smiled with relief. Okay, Jia, excuse me for interrupting you today, but I still have a lot of things to report to the commander. Now that her sister doesn't have to be separated from her, Lexington's ambition to succeed has returned. Sisters, you guys talk. Don't worry about me. I'll just listen. Sarah steals home. Chapter 117. Everything is ready. Listening to Lexington and Vian talking to each other, Saratoga realized how much they had done without her knowing. She thought Xiefeng and her friends usually went to bars, shopping malls, and other places with large crowds to collect information. Unexpectedly, she saw the true colors of Wayne and the others today. Because Lexington took out a golden ship suit from his own ship suit space. If she was not mistaken, it was the equipment of a carrier-based aircraft. She was drooling at the sight. After all, the equipment of an aircraft carrier is quite expensive. Commander, this is the ship equipment we brought back from the Western Theater, a bomber ship equipment. Oh, how did you get it, Lexington? Although rare ship equipment is more expensive, with many battles in the Western Theater and the deep sea, a powerful admiral will not miss the ship equipment. Vian's original idea was to get back some ship equipment used by light cruisers or destroyers, But he didn't expect that Lexington would directly get him carrier-based aircraft. We happened to meet them when they finished their battle with the deep sea, so most of the admirals and shipgirls were carrying spoils of war. This ship equipment was salvaged by a destroyer girl who used torpedoes to attack a deep-sea light cruiser. Because she was in a hurry to get supplies, she was going to sell the ship equipment directly to the Azure Bank. I saw it, so I bought it at a price slightly higher than the Azure Bank. How many? Lexington made a number with his hands. 1.5 million? Lexington nodded, agreeing with Vian's guess. Seeing Lexington's confirmation, Vian took a deep breath. In his opinion, this price would be more expensive than other ship equipment, but one less would be used, and it would be difficult to produce. So this 150W is a bargain. Unfortunately, no other useful ship equipment was found. Xiefeng and I even specifically inquired about the information of large main guns, but none of them were better than Clemenceau's own ship equipment. It's okay. Having a golden carrier-based aircraft is already good. What is this carrier-based aircraft? Vian happily comforted Lexington. A-1. Attack aircraft? Bomber. Hiss. Vian and Saratoga took a deep breath and gulped down the cold noodles. Not to mention the carrier-based aircraft, which cost 1.5 million, let alone a bomber. In other words, if Wayne collects this ship equipment now, Lexington will not have to worry about the problem of carrier-based aircraft in the short term. Compared to torpedoes from torpedo planes, which are easier to dodge, bombers have a stronger ability to attack the top. After all, what we are facing now is not only the deep sea, but also the shipgirls in the hands of the Navy. Not every ship has good protection on the top. Some may just have a layer of wooden deck. One explosion pierces one. So I think I was lucky to have come across this. But because of my and Xiefeng's wealth, others also noticed us. We also saw Yukikaze's rather unique battleship, and the admiral of the Navy tried to salvage the ship. Is there anything else going on? They sent people to follow us, but they were all discovered by Gaga. Then Gaga retracted the battleship and sailed with us at the fastest speed to get rid of them, so it's okay. Nothing else happened, which made Wayne relax. So, Commander, you should use it soon. Wayne, who was already familiar with the situation, was not embarrassed at all. He skillfully collected the ship equipment and turned it into his own data. But Saratoga was stunned. She had some questions in her mind, but she didn't know where to start, so she just waited to ask her sister in private. After carefully confirming the data of the new ship, Wayne was very satisfied. If the bombing capability of B-25 is 20, then the intuitive feeling of A-1 to him is 15. But the aluminum consumption is only half of that of B-25. They were among the best golden bombers that Wayne remembered from his previous life. Commander, how is it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Lexington, you did a great job this time. I will be the first one to install it after your hull materializes. Vian's words made Lexington very happy, so she told Vian everything else that happened between her and Xiefeng. It was 2 hours later when Wayne finished listening, and at the same time he also received the bank card handed to him by Lexington. A little more than Vian expected, up to 26 million Azure coins. He became a multi-millionaire overnight. Saratoga was numb after listening to Lexington's story. Her sister had done so many big things behind her back. It's just a simple move, tens of millions of blue coins. Saratoga could not imagine that such a huge fortune would fall into the hands of her admiral, a rookie admiral. You have to know that she has only saved more than 6 million blue coins in the past 10 years. Her sister earned more money in 2 months than she could have earned in more than a decade. There are also differences between the shipgirls. The elder sister is the elder sister. It also made her admire her sister even more, and at the same time she became more curious about where these ship equipment came from. After all, she usually follows Lexington, and she hasn't noticed where she goes to get the ship equipment. She buried all her little doubts, and she really didn't dare to speak tonight, especially with Wayne around. Just waiting for the night of sisterhood. Vian excitedly took the bank card in his hand, and the biggest stone in his heart fell, which also attracted Clemenceau's attention. These are the resources she needs to materialize the ship. Okay. I'll make the arrangements tomorrow. Clemenceau, get ready, and I'll materialize the ship for you the day after tomorrow. Yes, Admiral. I can't wait. I have prepared for it countless times in the past few months. Excited, Clemenceau hugged one of Vian's arms and grinned. But now I also have something I want to discuss with you all. After Vian calmed Clemenceau down, he looked around. Now that the Navy and the Alliance are in this state, the only one who can protect us is ourselves. Now we have Xiefeng, Jia, and Clemenceau, which will be completed soon, but these are not enough. I have already finished drawing most of the blueprints for your battleship, Lexington, and I will try to complete the final touches within this week. But it's not enough. Our warship types are too single now. There's only one destroyer, and the rest are either battleships or carriers, all large ships. Yukikaze will need to attack alone sometimes, so the rest of you will have no one to protect you. Especially with 2 aircraft carriers, I am even more worried. So I decided to build 3 shipgirls this time to ensure that there are still warships to protect you after Xiefeng leaves the fleet. Chapter 118, the beginning of Clemenceau's manifestation. What do you think? Several shipgirls looked at each other, and finally Lexington poked Yukikaze on the back to remind her. Shall we? Just make the decision. We are just shipgirls. All we need to do is support your decision, execute your orders, and protect your safety. You are the brains of a tutelary fort. The other shipgirls also nodded. However, Commander, if you build so many sisters, what will happen to the resources for materializing the ships? Learn more and think more. Lexington raised his own questions. The existing plan remains unchanged. First, materialize Clemenceau's warships, and then start preparing the resources you and the others will need. We will decide how to materialize them based on how the situation changes. My battleship design also includes a more resource-saving solution, but I won't use it unless it's an extremely urgent situation. Hearing that Vian had already made arrangements, Lexington put aside his worries. Saratoga was the only one who watched their exchange with blind eyes. Does it take a lot of resources to materialize a shipgirl? After all, as a normally manifested shipgirl, Saratoga only consumes about 40,000 resources in total. That's already a lot. Now that Wan has more than 2,000 W Azure coins, can't she build at least 6 ships? So Saratoga found that she had never fully understood the Admiral before, and he had too many little secrets. Make her curious. So Commander, when will you decide to build it? Wait until Clemenceau is fully materialized before going. Nothing is more important than this. Besides, Xiefeng will also be replacing her ship's equipment this time. So everyone will be busy the next 2 days. Wei Yan's words also marked the end of today. Several shipgirls started to do their own things with their own little thoughts. Vian originally wanted to continue drawing the blueprint of Lexington, but unexpectedly, she was dragged out of the dormitory by Xiefeng. Saratoga was about to ask what they were going to do when she saw Lexington shaking his head at herself. Not until Vian and Xiefeng left did she dare to ask Lexington quietly. Sister, where are Xiefeng and the others going? That thing between the wedding ship and the Admiral. Oh, I see. Saratoga, who had been deeply influenced by the book, was not shy or surprised like the other shipgirls. She just looked at the direction they left with some curiosity. So, Jia, do you have anything else you want to ask? Sister sees that you have a lot of questions. Lexington, who had long seen through Saratoga, pulled her to his bedside and asked softly. Next, as Saratoga opened her mouth wide, Lexington explained what was special about Vian. So, our commander is a shipman? That's understandable. Then I suddenly feel that this commander is not bad. At least I don't have to worry about not having the next meal after the last one. Saratoga patted her little chest. After all, she had seen some admirals squandering resources and blue coins on large-scale construction, and then their own shipgirls could not even be fully supplied, and they lived an empty stomach and tight life. At least her admiral's ability to make money seems to be very good. She was also somewhat curious about what Clemenceau's battleship would look like, a battleship designed entirely by the admiral. At night, without any other worries, Saratoga could finally sleep peacefully next to her sister, which made her feel extremely fulfilled. Only the anxious Clemenceau suffered from insomnia. Wei Yan and Xiefeng fell asleep in each other's arms, exhausted. You want to change the dock? Yes, Dean, you also know that it is a waste to have so many battleship cores just sitting there, so I am going to materialize Clemenceau's battleship. Then you can just apply for a separate dock. You have to replace the previous one anyway. I don't think it's convenient to go back and forth between several docks. Let's get a bigger dock so we don't have to change it later. After some thought, Elizabeth finally agreed to Vian's conditions. As a result, Vian replaced the dock with a closed dock that could accommodate 5 warships, and even Saratoga could be docked with them. Hood and the others are here. Shropshire is busy with them for the time being. You can also try to make a good impression on them. Understood. Dean, I'll be leaving first. Are the resources enough? I still have some here. Don't deduct the resources for your own shipgirl manifestation. Elizabeth added, still somewhat worriedly. No problem. After giving Elizabeth a reassuring answer, Vian began his busy day. He gave the key to Xiefeng and asked her to move the boat, gave the bank card to Lexington and Saratoga and asked them to prepare the resources they needed. Vian continued to draw the blueprint of Lexington in the dormitory. It was not until the evening that Lexington and her team purchased the necessary resources. After all, for safety reasons they went to several other places to make their purchases this time. Don't move, it will happen quickly. Vian placed his palm on Clemenceau's forehead and activated his own talent. The energy of the 5 battleship cores was transmitted to Clemenceau's body, raising her mental limit. It directly raised Clemenceau's mental limit to 62,250 tons. Xiefeng, who had experienced this once, also explained to Lexington the purpose of Vian's actions. Clemenceau felt great as he felt the unprecedented computing power within his core. No discomfort, right? It's never been better. That's fine. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow is up to you. The resources are ready. Okay, Admiral. On October 5th, 123rd year of the Azure calendar, in the new dock, the battleships of Yukikaze and Saratoga had already entered the dock early. Elizabeth took into consideration that Vian's warships were relatively large, so this dock was of the highest standards. Let's get started. Clemenceau, who was fully prepared, took his final battleship blueprint from Vian. Compared to the first time the snow wind materialized, this time everyone brought their own stools and were ready for a protracted battle. Because the amount of resources is so huge, this time the resources were obtained by several shipgirls working together. When Saratoga learned that all these resources were going to be used by Clemenceau, her jaw dropped. The resources manifested by a battleship are more than 6 times hers. Although they are both warships, the cost of building other warships is 6 times that of hers. She dare not imagine what such warships will become. Clemenceau communicated with the phantom inside his mind core, trying to bring it down from another space. But in the process, she completely erased the data. Chapter 119, Clemenceau's Manifestation. The battleship that was about to become a solid entity suddenly turned into bubbles in the sky. At the same time, Clemenceau took out his battleship blueprint and sketched it out in his mind stroke by stroke. At the same time, the massive resources that have been laid out around her are also rapidly shrinking. Some blue lights began to appear around her and slowly turned into frames. When he materialized Yukikaze, he was afraid of some accidents, so his ship plans were relatively conservative. With the accumulation of experience, Vian became obviously much more aggressive on Clemenceau's battleship. On the battleship, which is 270 meters long, 31 meters wide, and has a draft of 10 meters, all ammunition and fuel are generated in a timely manner. Clemenceau's displacement can reach 55,000 tons. This was after Weyand had reduced all unnecessary living space. Compared to Yukikaze's close-range assassin-like combat, Clemenceau is the long-range fire support under the aircraft carrier. The Yukikaze has a hole for the vertical launch system, and the Clemenceau also has one, but it is more extreme than the Yukikaze. There was even an idea to equip Yukikaze and other destroyers with rockets, but not Clemenceau. The deck of her battleship was filled with densely packed holes. He even tried his best to reduce the superstructure and bridge. The shipgirls were his eyes, and they reserved more space. Originally, the Clemenceau battleship used high-tech steel, and even with most of the space left, it could reach a displacement of 55,000 tons. This shows how much Vian invested in the protection of the Clemenceau battleship. Vian dares to say that among the ordinary shipgirls, there is no one more stubborn than Clemenceau. Removable steel plates on the upper deck cover the holes underneath. While Yukikaze still had square launching units, Clemenceau had them arranged in sequence from the edge of the deck, from the front deck to the rear deck, with densely packed holes in the parts not blocked by the turret's deflection. Xiefeng and Clemenceau both knew that Vian was preparing for a special weapon, so they didn't think much about it and just followed the order. Even when Clemenceau materialized, she felt terrified because there were too many holes on her deck. If she was not mistaken, including the holes on both sides of the deck, there were a total of 256 holes on her battleship. This is twice as many as the 128 pits on Xiefeng's body. You can see how extreme Vian's efforts were on Clemenceau's hull. In addition to these 256 pits, Vian also equipped her with 3 quadruple 381mm main gun positions, and there is still room for upgrades. Enough to upgrade to 460mm main guns. To support such crazy changes, Vian made full use of Clemenceau's upper deck, leaving no extra space for installing other equipment, except for the fixed number of secondary guns and anti-aircraft guns. The number cannot be changed in the later stage, and you can only upgrade more powerful ship equipment at the original position. As a result, Clemenceau had no space to install torpedoes, and this was where she made sacrifices. Although it is not perfect now, there is hope for the future. Especially now that Weyand has developed the fire control radar, the hit rate of their artillery fire has also been improved. With a 381mm gun, Clemenceau's long-range output is already considerable, and there are basically no situations where torpedoes can be used. Even if there was, it was not Clemenceau's turn to solve it. What she needs to face is of course the opponent's flagship, using 256 missiles to launch an attack that is more saturated than rockets. Baptism takes place from top to bottom. Clemenceau and Xiefeng both knew how much Vian valued secret weapons, and they also understood why Vian reserved so many locations for Clemenceau to install weapons. What kind of confidence is this? Confidence in weapons. With the help of the battleship Elf, the slender battleship with the same prismatic style as Xiefeng was successfully located in the dock. If Saratoga were to be described, it would be an enlarged version of Yukikaze. The battleship's personal style is too obvious. But Clemenceau hasn't stopped yet. She began to communicate the data of her core internal ship equipment. 3 murderous main guns gradually appeared on Clemenceau's deck. The main guns of battleships like Richelieu are more limited than this powerful large main gun. In response to this, Clemenceau gradually stopped his manifestation actions, and more than half of the resources under the dock had now been consumed. The most terrifying thing is the consumption of steel. Almost 3/5 of it disappeared. Before Clemenceau's warship materialized, the largest ship in the dock was Saratoga. Now, compared with Clemenceau, she found that she was still a little small. Although the length of the battleships is the same, Clemenceau looks more murderous overall. After collecting the unused resources into the ship's space, Clemenceau came to Vian's side. Vian could see Clemenceau's uncontrollable smile. "Admiral, the basic materialization has been completed. What should we do next?" In response, Vian handed Clemenceau the ship equipment he had prepared in advance. There are a total of 28 ship installations. There were so many that Wei had to put them in a small box. They were all made before Xiefeng and the others came back. However, this also drained away his last 15,000 watts of energy. Along the way, Saratoga wanted to see what it was, but Vian chose to keep it mysterious. When Clemenceau opened it, he found that there were unexpectedly many ship equipment inside. There are colorful ones, gold ones, and purple ones. Especially that touch of colorful light and shadow immediately attracted the attention of others. "Go ahead, it's all materialized. This is the power system I made specifically for you." In order to ensure future growth potential, Vian chose the same all-electric propulsion system for Clemenceau as Xiefeng. The new power system allows Clemenceau to run easily at 38 knots, but 40 knots may put Clemenceau under some pressure. But if you want, you can exceed the speed of 42 knots. It is faster than Yukikaze, bigger than Yukikaze, faster than Yukikaze, and has more powerful firepower than Yukikaze. It is a true battleship. Therefore, the power system ship suit successfully reached the color standard and was also the first color ship suit developed independently by Wei. Clemenceau obediently absorbed all the ship equipment into his mind core at once, and at the same time began to materialize these ship equipment one by one. The first is the power system made by Vian, followed by 2 radars. The power system was not visible inside the ship, but after the radar was activated, it immediately emerged from the superstructure of the Clemenceau battleship. It is in stark contrast to other warships. Then there is the improved sonar installed at the predetermined location on the bulbous bow. Chapter 120 Clemenceau's Hull. Finally, Clemenceau chose to materialize the remaining 24 one by one. Because these ships are equipped with secondary guns and anti-aircraft guns installed on the deck of Clemenceau. 14 secondary guns stand neatly on both sides of the central axis of the Clemenceau superstructure. There are 4 anti-aircraft guns distributed on the front and rear decks, and the remaining 6 are all near the command room. After all, the most dangerous person in the entire battleship is security. The shipgirl will not die as long as the battleship sinks, but if it is hit by planes and artillery shells from above, it is hard to say what will happen to security. So 6 anti-aircraft guns stood on both sides of the superstructure where the command room was located to protect it. There are 28 twin 128mm secondary guns in total and 40 anti-aircraft guns. Now that most of the shipgirls' carrier-based aircraft are still propeller planes, they can already form a very good anti-aircraft firepower. Even Saratoga was surprised by the anti-aircraft guns on the battleship Clemenceau. She felt that Vian was too cruel. She had never seen any other battleship girl like Clemenceau, who was like a hedgehog. The entire deck was covered with gun barrels. Even Xiefeng was a little envious of Clemenceau's firepower. Compared to the limited upper space of her warship, Clemenceau's broad hull could obviously accommodate more. In particular, the 381mm main gun of Clemenceau was what she coveted the most. Only after the manifestation, Clemenceau returned to Vian with doubts. "Admiral, I feel like there are a few empty positions for the secondary guns." After Clemenceau finished speaking, several people discovered that the 2 T-shaped secondary gun installation positions on the front and rear decks were obviously a bit empty. Because your secondary guns can be upgraded, I later decided to install a 152mm main gun for you. You should have a total of 8 128mm secondary guns on both sides of the battleship, and 6 152mm secondary guns on the front and rear decks. It's a pity that Xiefeng and the others didn't find a suitable main gun this time. This was also a plan that Wei had conceived before. In Wei's memory, the light cruiser gun also had a dual-purpose main gun. Moreover, it is a color gun, which is more powerful than the existing 128mm gun, has a faster rate of fire, and is a triple-mounted gun. The only drawback is that it is relatively heavy, which is why Clemenceau's speed can now be stabilized at 42 knots. This gun was the one originally planned for the Worcester-class cruiser, but was shelved because it was too heavy. Too heavy for a light cruiser, but just right for Clemenceau. If Clemenceau upgrades the main guns and secondary guns and adds a vertical launch system, Clemenceau's displacement must be increased to at least 60,000 tons, and then Clemenceau's speed will drop a little. But Weyand believes that by then he will have completed the research and development of the new power system. Commander, are you saying that the 128mm secondary guns are not enough now? Saratoga, who had already accepted the reality of becoming a security shipgirl, said in surprise. Saratoga was already very surprised by Clemenceau's powerful firepower, and now Vian told her that it could be upgraded. People always want better things. If conditions permit, they will definitely want better equipment. If you are stronger, I will be safer. By the way, Clemenceau, how many resources are left? Although battleships are very satisfying, their consumption of resources is also terrifying. 215,000 steel consumed, 8,000 left. Fuel consumption is 6,000, leaving 14,000. Ammunition consumed 8,000, 12,000 left. Aluminum consumption 0, 10,000 left. Clemenceau consumed almost all of the results of Vian and his team's nearly 4 months' work in just one day. As Clemenceau said this, he took out the remaining resources from his ship's space and handed them over to Lexington. After seeing Lexington's workability, the power to manage resources was temporarily handed over to her. Saratoga, who was present, felt distressed when she heard about the consumption. Her more than 10 years of hard work were not as much as what others used in one day. Fortunately, it did not exceed the original plan number. After understanding the resource consumption data of the shipgirl's manifestation, Vian was able to calculate it in advance. This time, Clemenceau's manifestation was almost exactly the same as his calculation. Can your core still bear the load? Vian expressed his concern for Clemenceau's health. Admiral, it's no problem at all. It's just that I'm not very familiar with a lot of the equipment. I need to learn more about it in the next period of time. After all, Clemenceau's current hull and equipment are very different from before, and the complete form is almost twice the size of the previous hull. That's fine. If you feel unwell, remember to tell the Admiral, Vian said as he rubbed Clemenceau's short golden hair. Now, let's take a good look at this battleship. Compared to Yukikaze's warships, which were materialized in batches, Clemenceau's warships were formed into combat effectiveness in one go. If there was a battle now, they could be sent out directly. During the remaining time, Vian took his shipgirl to tour the hull of Clemenceau, up and down, from outside to inside. If you were to ask Vian what Clemenceau's only shortcoming was, since it cannot sail at a low speed, the fuel consumption will be higher, probably twice as much as Yukikaze. During the process, the other shipgirls were looking at Clemenceau's hull and equipment in surprise, while Clemenceau, who was walking at the back, was quietly wiping her tears. She had been looking forward to every day since she was built by Vian, after witnessing the changes in Xiefeng. And today her dream finally came true, all thanks to Weyand and other sisters. Although Weyand said it is not yet complete, she is already very satisfied. She used to be able to run only 32 knots, but now she can run 42 knots. She used to weigh only 37,000 tons, but now she weighs 55,000 tons, and she will be even bigger in the future. And her armor is also more powerful. All of this was brought to her by her best admiral, which made her clench her fist secretly. She is finally not just an empty shell, strong and powerful in appearance. Now she has strong enough abilities and can protect her admiral like Yukikaze. She no longer had to watch others fight on Xiefeng's battleship. She could only envy them. Clemenceau, come and open the hatch. It's locked. Here I come, Admiral. Clemenceau wiped away his tears while they were not looking back, and walked forward with a smile to control the hatch to open. Because Clemenceau's battleship was much larger than Yukikaze, it took Vian and his companions several hours to visit it. By the time they came out, it was already dark, and even the transformation of Yukikaze had to be temporarily postponed. The main reason is that his energy is exhausted, and everything must first satisfy Clemenceau's manifestation. Now that Weyand has put his worries aside, he can finally focus on arranging other shipgirls and warships, as well as building new ones. PS beyond 2,000 words. Battleship, Clemenceau. Level, 1. Mind core, 62,250 tons. Skills, none. The ship is 270 meters long, 31 meters wide, and has a draft of 10 meters. Standard displacement is 55,000 tons. Speed, 38 to 42 knots. Power system, heavy-duty improved power system type 2. Main gun, French quadruple 381mm gun 3 pieces temporary. Secondary guns, German twin 128 dual-purpose anti-aircraft and anti-aircraft 14 pieces temporary. Air defense, 10 German quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft guns temporary. Radar system, SC-2 air search radar, fire control 8 Malawian Quach's fire control radar. Torpedoes, none. Aircraft, none. Anti-submarine, improved sonar. Missile system, none. Propulsion System, Water Jet. Chapter 121 Hood in the Prince of Wales. Although the Eastern Theater only controls its own waters, it has no intention of launching a joint attack on the shipgirls for the time being. However, the fact that there are fewer merchant ships passing by the Academy recently gives us some clues. The problem caused by the deterioration of relations is that the Kankli Union has lost most of its intelligence and information on the Navy. This is also the reason why Hood and the others came here. It would be too late if they came here after the accident happened. The E-Unit is in a separately designated area. The blonde shipgirl with glasses was quietly handling the task at hand, and two maids were cleaning the room. The room was already very clean, but a strict maid still had to ensure daily maintenance. Shropshire was standing behind the blonde shipgirl, holding a pot of black tea and waiting. The rustling sound of the strokes was particularly prominent in the room until there was a knock on the door. Come in. The visitor has short golden hair, a red outfit, a super short white skirt, and black boots that show off her long and beautiful legs to the fullest. If Chinese people see this, they will definitely exclaim how funny it is. Good. Don't you want to go and take a look? The admiral that Elizabeth is concerned about has already materialized a second shipgirl. Good. I saw Saratoga entering the dock together when I was out on patrol yesterday. The Prince of Wales sat very comfortably on the leather sofa in the room, and Shropshire promptly filled her with a cup of black tea. We'll meet him eventually, but isn't there someone who wants to meet him more than me? Hood, who was working, rarely looked up at Shropshire. Yes. Didn't you praise Shropshire after you came back? You said he was good here and there. Why didn't you go to see him these 2 days? The Prince of Wales teased Shropshire beside him while holding a cup of tea. I am a maid of the royal family. When the master comes, the maid must do what she is supposed to do. Shropshire said respectfully to the Prince of Wales. You're always so polite. You know I don't like it. Although we are nominally a group of shipgirls from the Shipgirls Union, we are all free. If you like to go to that admiral's place, just go ahead. No one will say anything. What do you say, Hood? The Prince of Wales waved his hands helplessly. Prince of Wales. That's what I mean. You've been distracted a lot in Shropshire these past 2 days. Your heart is no longer here. Go if you want to. It's not like we can't take care of ourselves. The two of them exchanged pleasantries about Shropshire. She didn't know what was going on, as her daily life with Wayan was normal. After coming back to work here, I have nothing to do all day long thinking about my daily life with Wayan and the others. She just didn't expect that the other shipgirls would notice it. But as a maid, it was her dereliction of duty to make such a serious mistake. I'm sorry, Lord Hood, I didn't do it well. Shropshire bowed hastily and apologized. This made the two shipgirls very helpless. This is their unique helplessness. The shipgirls of the E-Union have had an identity since the moment they woke up. Their unique identities, including maids, guards, and nobles, create an atmosphere that is different from that of other unions. But after all, the shipgirls are not aristocrats who use their status to oppress others. They can still live together like this just to maintain the etiquette and sense of belonging in their memories. But in fact, they don't particularly value such things. No problem. But since you are all interested in this admiral, you really need to pay close attention to him. But watched as the shipgirls around him were involved with Vian one by one. And even if he wanted to treat them as ordinary admirals, it was no longer possible. Really? Shropshire, who had been blaming himself earlier, showed his unique ability to change his expression in front of Hood and the others. They just shook their heads when they saw it. Well, didn't the Prince of Wales say so? It seems that the relationship between Saratoga and him has become interesting. Isn't it interesting that Saratoga, a nerdy girl who is not interested in anything every day, is interested in an admiral? But said as he reviewed the documents. Maybe it's because of his aircraft carrier, Lexington. After all, she's the sister Saratoga has been looking for. So he is really special. I remember you said that he has 3 shipgirls and only 1 small ship. There are not many admirals like him, and his warship is also special. Did you see anything else, Wales? I'm sure you're mistaken about Saratoga. She was with a heavy cruiser at the time. She must be the Admiral's shipgirl. The destination is a closed dock. It is estimated that it can accommodate 5 warships. It is privately owned. Correction, that's a destroyer. Shropshire, who knew Vian's shipgirls very well, pointed out the mistake in the Prince of Wales' words. Shropshire, will you enter his dock? But looked at Shropshire with interest. Of course not, Lord Hood. After all, I am not his shipgirl. As a shipgirl, when facing an unfamiliar admiral, entering someone else's private dock is a very private thing. Except for the admiral's own shipgirls, most other shipgirls are not allowed to enter the admiral's private shipyard. But in open-air docks and ports, it's okay, and there's no need to worry about gossip. After Hood's reminder, the two of them reacted immediately. Hood, do you mean that Saratoga might have become a shipgirl? Isn't that obvious enough? That's why I said it's very interesting. So why don't you go back and take a look, Shropshire? This. Shropshire was somewhat at a loss for words. She didn't expect that she was still chatting and laughing with Wayan the day before, and the next day Wayan had a new girl behind her back. For several months, she watched the lives of Vian and Clemenceau, and sometimes she wondered what she would do if Vian invited her. She has a training level of 100 and is more perceptive than most shipgirls. Sometimes she can clearly feel that Vian's attention is on her. She understood that look. Other admirals had looked at her that way as well. So this question often echoes in her mind, and it is also the reason why she misses Wayan. When she was with Vian, Shropshire felt very relaxed. She could do things according to her own preferences without having to abide by the rules of her maid. Even when doing the same thing, she felt that being with the shipgirl and being with Vian were two different feelings. She didn't know why. But she knew that if Wayan invited her, she didn't know whether she should refuse. She didn't hate Wayan, but she was conflicted inside. Because she was used to freedom, but if someone made a strong request, she felt that she could not refuse. She was just an ordinary maid. How could she refuse the commander's order? Chapter 122 Construction begins. But now, in just 2 or 3 days, Vian already had a new shipgirl, the seldom-seen Saratoga. Lexington's house was not robbed yet, but her house was robbed first, so Sarah deserved the title of robbed house. For some reason, Shropshire actually felt a little sad inside. Hood, who was already used to separation, had no idea what Shropshire was thinking when he saw her expression. This girl can no longer be kept and will become someone else's. Thinking of this, Hood sorted out the documents in his hand and put them away. Let's go, you are all interested in this admiral. We should meet him after being here for so long. Hood said this and exchanged a look with the Prince of Wales. Then the mighty E-Union shipgirl simply asked Elizabeth and found out about today's security arrangements. It made her more interested. Because today Wayan is going to prepare to build a shipgirl. When Hood told Shropshire about this, she became even more depressed. She was thinking about Wayan while he was looking forward to a new girl. Only Devon, someone helplessly pulling his lost sister, caught up with Hood and the others. And what is Vian doing now? He was bathing, burning incense, performing a ritual dance, and worshipping the snow and wind. Compared to Clemenceau and Siefeng, which were no surprises, Lexington and Saratoga were a bit curious. The admiral was praying for good luck. He said that Siefeng is the symbol of luck. His good luck was brought by Siefeng. I was built by Siefeng's hands. You were built by him after he worshipped Yukikaze. Both times you built a large battleship. But this time, Wayan's prayer was a little different from the previous ones. Destroyer, destroyer, little sister, come to the bowl. Wayan recited silently, then jumped back and forth around Siefeng's body until the 3 incense sticks were burned out. Let's go. I think we can do it today. After saying this, the group headed towards the construction room in a mighty procession. It was a nice, sunny day outside, a good day for building. Even the ship girl on duty today is a destroyer girl. Unfortunately, Elizabeth was too busy today to come and watch Vian's construction. But Hood and the others just happened to catch up with Vian entering the construction room. His ship girl was waiting outside, so she also noticed the arrival of Shropshire and his group. Shropshire turned his attention to Saratoga, who was chatting and laughing with several other ship girls. Indeed, Saratoga looked a little different now than it had when she had seen it before. The relationship between her and Wayan is now too close and familiar, even more intimate than hers. Say hello to the shipgirls of the E-Union. The admiral may have to work with them in the future. Lexington patted Saratoga on the shoulder while she was playing, alerting the other shipgirls. But Wayan, who entered the construction room, knew nothing about it. Now that he has Clemenceau and 2 aircraft carrier girls, what he needs now is a frigate. Light cruisers, destroyers, and submarines are all acceptable. Normally, other admirals would have a bunch of small boats waiting for a large ship to serve as the backbone of the garrison. He was troubled in the opposite way. It's not that he can't afford to build a big ship, but a small ship is more cost-effective. Although he is earning considerable resources now, the consumption of more than 200,000 at a time is still a bit unbearable. So after skillfully placing the battleship core and resources at the designated locations, he began to pray in his heart. The formula he chose this time was also the expulsion formula. 120 fuel, 30 ammunition, 120 steel, 30 aluminum. Taking a deep breath, Wayan invested a battleship core and pressed the build button. 0:20:00. The appearance of time made Vian feel relieved. After all, there is a high probability that he can be expelled in 20 minutes. After he finished using the wrench, a short figure appeared in the construction cabin. When the smoke cleared and Wayan looked at the white-haired girl in a tall hat, he opened and closed his mouth again and again. He felt as if his mouth was blessed. But the girl in front of him looked at Wayan with curiosity. Destroyer, reporting in bold. Those who slack off will be sent to Siberia to dig potatoes. This brought Wayan back to reality. You are so brave, but you need to wait for the admiral. The admiral wants to build 3 shipgirls this time. Changchun. Weian knew who Kokong was even with his eyes closed. After the transformation, it was named Changchun, with missiles that might make him drool. Just like the later Yukikaze, after the transformation they were all warships of the country sea navy. The Qing, Republic of China, and modern navies are collectively referred to as sea here. After all, there are not many sea country shipgirls with ship R. If we count them separately, they each account for a few, to prevent arguments. Okay, Admiral. Kokong walked obediently to Wei and sighed and watched his next move. He was happy that a destroyer had been built, and it was a double happiness that she was a shipgirl closely related to his previous life. So the second battleship core was quickly put into it. 0:25:00. This time makes Weian a little unsure. Expulsion is possible, and the probability of light cruise is also not small. But he chose to believe in the power of Xiefeng. As soon as he used the wrench, the graceful figure of the girl in the smoke appeared in front of Vian. Since it is a head taller than Xiefeng and Kogan, he has a high probability of knowing that it is not a destroyer. Sure enough, when she came out, Weian knew who she was, because he couldn't close his mouth again. My name is Yixian. This is a warship designed by Country Sea. Please let me know if you need anything. Yatsen. Unlike Changchun and Chongqing, who are of foreign descent, Yixian is of true sea country descent. The cruiser designed and built by Country Sea in the 1930s unfortunately sank during the War of Resistance against Japan. It was salvaged and repaired by Country R and returned to Country Sea after the victory of the War of Resistance against Japan. Although she is not as strong as other shipgirls in the game, her friendliness is unmatched by other shipgirls. The long legs with double fouls are called leg fairies. Yatsen. Compared to the Royal Navy's shipgirls gazing at the stars, and the different eating habits of shipgirls from other countries, Yixian is the shipgirl who is more suitable for the physique of the sea country admiral. The most important thing is that Yixian's cooking is really great. So in this case, Yixian was also one of the Weian wedding ships in his previous life. Yatsen. Admiral. Looking at Weian, who was staring at him in a daze, Yixian frowned. Sorry Yixian. I'm just too surprised. Welcome to join us. Weian scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Surprise? I thought it would be difficult to build a sea country shipgirl, but I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. The number of shipgirls in Country Sea is completely incomparable to that of other countries, so there is really no hope of building a probability system to maintain security. So the appearance of Yixian and Kokong was a real surprise to him. He has a chance to make up for those regrets. Chapter 123. The Island Wind is coming. However, Yixian, you also need to wait for a while. We still have one last companion. Weian said as he shook the blue battleship core in his hand. Okay, Admiral. Yixian bowed gracefully and walked to Kokong's side. Hello, my name is Kokong, and I'm a destroyer. Hello, I am the cruiser Yixian. After building 2 shipgirls related to Country Sea in succession, Weian also had certain expectations for the next shipgirl. Will the bloodline continue as before, or will a new shipgirl be chosen by lottery? The appearance of Yixian did surprise him a little. The formula of a destroyer could produce a light cruiser. This made Weian realize that whether a shipgirl could be built depended on the admiral's luck and affinity. After dropping the last battleship core into the builder, Vian closed his eyes and pressed the button. Resources scroll blue light shines. 0:20:00. At the same time as Kokong, it is most likely also a destroyer. Weian, who had already become skilled in construction, used a wrench to quickly reset the time to 0. Inside the steam-shrouded construction vessel, Vian noticed the distinctive ears at the first sight, but her body was even smaller than Yukikaze, which clearly indicated that the shipgirl was still a child. The girl who had just awakened felt someone whose soul resonated with hers, and she understood what was happening. Where's the admiral? Yukikaze is here. The island-style picture I posted earlier was taken down. The little girl couldn't wait to open the door of the builder and jumped in front of Vian. If Yukikaze's height is around 145 centimeters, then Shimikaze's height is only 1.4 m in Weian's opinion. It has golden eyes, pink hair, and 2 erect ears on its head, which move around all the time and are so cute. The black and white sailor uniform was also bolder than any other shipgirl uniform he had seen, because the sides of the island-style pleated skirt are actually slit. Looking down, you can see black suspender stockings and black shoes that wrap around the small feet. With her innocent and pure appearance paired with this seductive outfit, Weian just wanted to say it was a perfect match. Admiral, are you not welcome to Shimikaze? Compared with the previous 2 shipgirls, Shimikaze was obviously more outgoing. When Weian looked at her in a daze, she moved closer on her own. Welcome, Shimikaze. After Weian finished speaking, he saw the little girl in front of him opening her arms towards him. Then Admiral, can you give me a friendly hug? Hearing this, Weian gave Shimikaze a gentle hug. I forgot to introduce myself to the Admiral and everyone as I was thinking about meeting them for the first time. My name is Shimikaze. I'm a Class 1 Shimikaze, and my torpedoes are very powerful. Putting aside the cute appearance of the Shimikaze, it is indeed a famous destroyer. Unlike Yukikaze, who is famous for her luck, Shimikaze is famous for her real strength. Her outstanding strength lies in lightning strikes. High speed, heavy torpedoes. That's her characteristic. Compared to Yukikaze's torpedo speed of only about 40 knots, Shimikaze's torpedo speed can reach 72 knots, which is almost doubled. Moreover, the number of torpedoes fired at one time far exceeds that of other previous destroyers. Previous destroyers could only fire 8 to 9 torpedoes at a time, but Shimikaze can fire 15 torpedoes at a time. If there is any difference between Yukikaze and Shimikaze torpedoes, the torpedo tubes of Shimikaze were mounted on the deck, while those of Yukikaze were hidden inside the hull. This is also the reason why Yukikaze's torpedo launch volume is not as good as Shimikaze. Shimikaze can fire 3 torpedo tubes in the same direction at one time, while Weian arranges them on both sides of Yukikaze's ship. Then I'll leave the battles from now on to Shimikaze. Looking at the confident Shimikaze, Weian said with a smile, "Admiral, just leave the battle to me." Hiki. Shimikaze waved his little fist happily. "Okay, today's construction is over. Let's go out first. There are other partners waiting for you. Are there any other new sisters? Then let Shimikaze go and see them. I can't wait." After hearing what Vian said, Shimikaze hurriedly opened the door of the construction room and rushed out, very lively. Seeing this, Ishian followed Weian and covered his mouth with his hands and chuckled. Gugan blinked and followed Weian. When they went out, they saw Shimikaze running to Yukikaze's side and chattering. At the same time, there was another group of blonde shipgirls there. Xiaowei. It's Sayade Afeng. Xiafeng was very happy about Shimikaze's appearance, and she held Shimikaze's little hand tightly. "Okay, let me introduce it to you first. This is Ishian, a light cruiser. This is the Kokong, a destroyer. This is Shimikaze, and it's also a destroyer." Among the newly built shipgirls, except Ishian, who introduced herself in a ladylike manner, the other 2 little ones had no idea what silence was. Especially Shimikaze, who ran to all the shipgirls in the small circle and introduced herself to them. She was a real social expert. Wukong is better, and he's a little more serious and formal when introducing himself. After they finished introducing themselves, Vian walked over to Shropshire, who had been eagerly waiting for her. Looking at it standing in the front, the first thing he did was to move his gaze from her face to her chest. If you ask him which shipgirls there are among the Kankali, he would not make any mistakes at all, and Hood is one of them. The poster girl of the game. There are also many stories about Hood. What concerned him most was whether the turbulent waves now were real or fake. After all, no matter how you look at the game's illustrations, they don't seem to be that turbulent. So he was wondering if there was really a cat in it? But had still noticed Vian's gaze and frowned slightly. "Excuse me, Miss Hood. What can I do for you? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." While thinking, Weian did not forget the important things. Just when Ishian and the others were getting to know each other, Lexington had already whispered in his ear what was happening outside. He also knew that this group of shipgirls were looking for him. "I saw the ship Shropshire, Devonshire, Hood, and Prince of Wales." How could he not understand that it was the E-United Department that came to look for him? Pay attention to the younger generation's construction and get to know Admiral Weian. After all, you are well known. I can hear your name 2 or 3 times a day. Compared to humans' roundabout way of speaking, the shipgirl's words were obviously much more straightforward, and Hood did not hesitate to tell Vian his purpose. "As you can see, there are 3 shipgirls, but I am honored that a little-known admiral like me can be known by Miss Hood." Vian knew without hesitation who mentioned him in front of Hood, either Shropshire or Elizabeth. "Now you have 2 aircraft carriers, a battleship, a heavy cruiser, a light cruiser, and 3 destroyers?" Chapter 124. Hood's questioning. No. Weian quickly denied it. How come he doesn't know about all these shipgirls? And where did the heavy cruiser come from? But Hood obviously wouldn't let him go so easily, and he glanced at Shropshire's position. She had buried her head. "I've heard her in Shropshire say your name hundreds of times in the past 2 days. This time she came back, and she was different. You still say no?" After saying this, Hood adjusted his red-framed glasses with certainty. "Lord Hood, I did not." "Miss Hood, I..." Shropshire quickly walked over to Vian and Hood and waved his hands in panic to explain. And Vian wanted to explain, but Shropshire's actions silenced him. It is better not to explain. As an admiral, is he still an admiral if he doesn't salvage the ship? What's the difference between that and being a salted fish? Wasn't his dream to log in like his predecessors and inherit everything he had? Watching Shropshire frantically explain what he said before contacting Hood, Vian also understood what might have happened. However, the more flustered his explanation was, the more guilty he seemed, which made the other shipgirls in the E-Union look at Weian with some curiosity. In just a few months, one of their sisters was kidnapped. It's not like us royals to be timid at this time. The Prince of Wales walked up to Hood and said to Shropshire. Now Shropshire feels that it is useless for him to say anything, and he is unable to express his bitterness in words. Although she did have a good impression of Vian, and she would not refuse him even if he was a little tough, she was, as a lady and a royal shipgirl. What she wanted was the admiral's solemn promise and a ceremonial contract when they were alone. Looking at Shropshire, whose face flushed, but she couldn't speak, Vian finally came out to rescue her. Ms. Hood, Shropshire is not my shipgirl yet. When Vian spoke, he did not say anything final about their relationship, and he was also observing Shropshire's emotions. I noticed that she just looked at me without any further explanation or excitement, which meant that she also accepted the situation. But as the flagship of the United Forces, Hood certainly knew the loopholes in Vian's words. That means she will be your shipgirl from now on. But continued to glance back and forth over Vian and Shropshire as he finished speaking, observing their reactions. Seeing that Shropshire still did not deny the matter, Vian became bolder. Salvaging the ship is what every admiral wants to do. Shouldn't the outcome of this decision depend on Shropshire's opinion? Even if we can't salvage the ship, she is still my good friend. Further test Shropshire's reaction, while leaving a way out for friends to avoid completely killing the relationship. After all, he had also seen some admirals' relationships deteriorate sharply after they explained their intention to salvage the ship to the shipgirl. So what do you think? Everyone's eyes were once again on Shropshire. She felt like she wanted to hide now, hiding like an ostrich, so that she wouldn't have to worry about such problems. In the end, she hesitated for a long time and still couldn't express her thoughts. She could only hold the small flower basket she was holding tightly, her fingers turned stiff and white. Wayan, who grew up with Xiefeng and has been with girls every day during this period, has a high emotional intelligence and of course understands what this means. In particular, he had lived with Shropshire for several months, and he had a good grasp of Shropshire's character. As a maid she was serious and meticulous, and as a shipgirl she tried her best to complete orders. But as a person with a mind, she is just an ordinary girl. She is just bound by the two identities of maid and shipgirl. It is this constraint that has shaped her current personality. A maid cannot refuse her master, and the person she is asked to accept is also difficult for her to refuse. She is very passive in character. It was difficult for her to calm down when faced with such sudden emotional events, and when she was the central figure in the incident, her CPU was directly burned. However, as shipgirls, they attach great importance to choosing admirals and making oaths. One of the reasons why salvaging a ship is more difficult than directly building a ship is that they have many choices and this decision will affect their lives. The favorability of the shipgirls whose ships are salvaged will be higher than that of the shipgirls who are built normally, because when they choose the admiral, they will also think about the situation of making an oath in the future. Although the choice of the oath is in their own hands, choosing the wrong person will lead to eternal damnation, just like the Navy's shipgirls. No matter how dumb or stupid a shipgirl is, she will be very careful when her ship is being salvaged. If the period before salvaging the ship is the inspection period, then the period after signing the contract is the adjustment period, and the oath is the final conclusion. If you can make the shipgirl feel that she will not resist being salvaged, then you are basically halfway to success. All you need is the ability to break through the last bit of defense. Isn't this the case with Shropshire, which is now acquiescing and hesitating? Although the maid should devote everything to her master and meet all the master's requirements. However, the master should also protect the frightened maid. Now it was Shropshire who faced more pressure, and Vian chose to walk in front of her to help her block other eyes. Don't worry about it so much. Just follow your truest thoughts. Don't you want to be your true self? You don't have to feel burdened. Every admiral would think it's normal to salvage the ship. Aren't we happy just being friends? Vian's voice was not loud, but he knew Shropshire behind him could hear it. Many of the shipgirls were surprised to see Vian's actions. They originally thought that Vian would deny what he said. But what she didn't expect was that Wayan actually bore the gazes of others on her behalf, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. Even Xiefeng and Lexington were a little surprised by Vian's behavior. They had been out for so long that they didn't know the specific things that happened between Vian and Shropshire. Only Clemenceau looked as if he really understood it. Well, Miss Hood, don't you understand Shropshire's insecure character? If you keep asking, I'm afraid she will faint here today. Wayan's words finally made others give up the idea of asking further questions. Only Shropshire, who was hiding behind Vian, felt relieved when he came over, and his tense heart relaxed a lot. Even her body unconsciously moved a little closer to his back, shortening the distance between them. As an ostrich, she can hide completely behind Vian. Chapter 125: The Tacit Understanding Between the Two. The nervous Shropshire didn't notice it, but the uneasy breathing sound coming from behind him made Vian more determined in his thoughts. It wasn't until Shropshire's head hit Vian's back that she realized what she had done. She quietly looked up and saw that Wayan did not look back, and she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, looking at Wei Yan's back, she felt a sense of relief. Come and sit down when you have time. I won't bother you now. I look forward to your visit. After he had finished speaking, he took a deep look at Vian and his shipgirl, then left with the shipgirl from the E-Union. As the flagship of the E-Union, she had long been accustomed to the fact that shipgirls joined the admiral's staff, so Shropshire's departure was more of a blessing to her. The main reason for coming here is to see with my own eyes what kind of admiral Vian is and his shipgirl. Now that she had seen it, and with a push from Shropshire from behind, her goal had been achieved. Just as Vian somewhat understood Shropshire's character, how could Hood, who had worked with her for a long time, not understand it? Ever since Shropshire was called back, her concentration on work has not been as strong as before. Her mind has wandered away. If I don't help her, I don't know how long she will be troubled. When leaving, Devon wanted to help his sister, but when he saw Hood shaking his head at her, he finally gave up. The departure of the group of shipgirls immediately made Wei in the focus of everyone's attention. Especially now that the admirals of the academy are working hard to improve their strength, there will be quite a few admirals coming to build it. You can see Vian surrounded by a group of shipgirls, and the envy in her eyes is naked. Wei has gotten used to these looks. Okay, they're gone. Are you okay? Vian asked in a low voice as he turned to look at Shropshire, who had his head bowed. No, I'm fine, thank you. As Shropshire stammered her answer, Vian and the other shipgirls gathered around. Commander, what's going on? In the end, it was Lexington who asked the question with the expectant eyes of the other shipgirls. But now was clearly not the time to answer, especially in front of Shropshire. He could only gently shake his head and glance at Shropshire. Lexington, who was in tune with the situation, immediately understood what was going on and returned to the other shipgirls to explain it in their ears. At the same time, Yukikaze and Lexington led the team, and several shipgirls followed and left together, leaving only Vian and Shropshire. Shropshire felt more nervous being alone with him than when she was with a large group of people. Will he ask me to be his shipgirl today? What should I do? What should I do? Let's go for a walk and take you back to the dorm. Huh. Shropshire, who was preparing himself mentally, was subconsciously surprised when he heard Vian's words. Come on, do you want the others to keep watching? As Vian spoke, he glanced at the people who kept looking over here and reminded Shropshire. Along the way, Vian walked in front and Shropshire followed behind, without saying a word to each other. If you ask why Wayne didn't press on to win, in that case, wouldn't it force Shropshire to make a choice? Although it's probably not likely that Shropshire would refuse, it's a bit mean. At the same time, Wayne finally had some enlightenment in his heart. In the eyes of others, the admiral who works as a nanny also has connections with the salvage ship. Instead, he now feels that the process of salvaging the boat is like falling in love, and he is in the process of pursuing it. The past few months have been spent getting to know each other, and today it was Hood who broke that layer of window paper, preventing Shropshire from deceiving himself, and at the same time, making Vian's thoughts clear. Now he and Shropshire both knew that Vian, wanted to salvage the boat. The question is how to start talking. So Vian didn't want to choose this method of forcing others. In fact, he even felt that he owed Saratoga something because of the contract between him and Saratoga. Signing a tough contract with Saratoga with the help of Lexington is not what a person with conscience and bottom line should do. But now all he could think about was how to make it up to Saratoga, so he would not refuse Saratoga's request unless it was particularly outrageous. What he wanted to do with Shropshire was to bring up the matter after both of them had calmed down, and she was mentally prepared. Now that Shropshire has not clearly refused to see this happen, doesn't that mean it has acquiesced? That's why the admiral who was interested in destroyers was caught. Because children's minds are not as mature as those of the older sister shipgirls. Although they are also wary of salvaging the ship, the probability of success should be higher. Wayne stopped only when he returned to the dormitory. Shropshire, who had been lost in thought, bumped into his back. Woo. I won't go in when we get to the dormitory. Looking at Vian smiling and waving at him, Shropshire felt confused. In front of the dormitory door, Shropshire couldn't help but look back again and saw that Vian was still there as usual. Unable to control her thoughts, she quickly walked in front of Wayne. You really don't have anything to tell me? Wayne understood what she was saying, but he just gently tidied the hair in front of her bangs that had become messy from walking to the side of her ears. During the whole process, Shropshire had no intention of dodging, but just stared at Vian shyly. Is it really what you want to hear if I tell you now? At least change the time until you calm down. Go back and get some rest. Wayne looked at her tenderly. But, after all, she is a shipgirl, and she is different from ordinary girls. They dare to love and hate, and even if the person they approve of is not that good, they will still support him as always. She felt uncomfortable being disturbed by such tangled emotions, so she wanted to know Wayne's answer. She had never been so obsessed with looking forward to someone's answer, and admiral's answer. So they stood there staring at each other for 2 minutes. In the end, Vian was defeated by the persistent Shropshire. Then if I tell you, will you agree? I have no idea. But when Wayan talked about this issue, she wanted to escape again. She was afraid to face it, so she could only bury her head, but she couldn't see her feet. The curious and fearful character is displayed to the fullest. Since Shropshire insisted on this, as a green leaf among thousands of flowers, he certainly knew that he now had 2 choices. One is to continue to comfort her and talk about it later, and the other is to go for it now and take advantage of her when she is in a tangled mood. Chapter 126: Shropshire's Thoughts and His Choices. So are you ready to become someone else's shipgirl? Be ready to leave your previous life behind and live with the admiral and his shipgirl. Carry out the mission he assigns. You may need to take care of him. Most importantly, your ship will also be boarded by others. Are you ready for all this? Wayan spoke softly, and she listened quietly while thinking about the questions Wayan asked. At the same time, when Wayan asked if he could let others get on board, her mind automatically substituted Wayan's image. Suddenly, she felt a little shy and her face turned red, but the more she thought about it, the calmer she became. She thought that if it was Vian who came on board, she would not be so resistant, and she might even be looking forward to it. She also wanted to explain to Wayan the function of her warship and the specially prepared tea room so that they could drink tea and chat on the deck while enjoying the sea breeze. Thinking of this, she felt much better. It seems pretty good. As Shropshire thought about it, an answer popped out of his mouth, which directly angered Vian. Originally, he wanted to use these questions to make Shropshire think carefully and calm down, and let her know that now was not the right time. But Shropshire's sudden turn of events was too much for Vian to catch up with. What's not bad? Look, if we live together, I can see Clemenceau every day. And didn't you say we were going to practice with Clemenceau? In that case, we can practice every day, and I can even teach her how to fight. As for taking care of people, didn't I make your breakfast before? If you need my help with cleaning and changing clothes, I can do that. After all, I am also a maid. Of course, this is premised on you. As for getting on board, you can get on board if you want. It's quite cool on my deck. Shropshire spoke in a lower and lower voice, until finally he could not even look at Vian's face. She realized that the source of her happiness and sorrow was this person. It was supposed to be Wayan's rhetorical question, but she didn't expect it to be her response. But all of this is based on the premise that you have become someone else's shipgirl. Shropshire, who spoke his mind, also became bolder. If the window paper was punctured before, now the entire window has been removed, and the 2 of them are speaking frankly to each other. Vian, who was originally considering Shropshire, is now paralyzed by the bravery of the shipgirl. Nowadays, girls have swallowed their shame and expressed their feelings to you. If you don't say something, wouldn't you be worse than an animal? Won't you regret it? If regret is useful, I only regret that Saratoga got there first, even though I had so much time and opportunity. Shropshire, who had let go and become bold, did not hide his inner thoughts at all, while staring straight into Vian's eyes. Her eyes were as clear as sapphires. When they looked into each other's eyes, their breathing could hit each other's face. If the favorability of a shipgirl is expressed numerically, the favorability of a newly built shipgirl towards her admiral may be 20. If you want to salvage a boat, you will have a chance only after you level from 0 to 50. Now that Shropshire has expressed its feelings in this way, it is clear that it has a strong favorable impression of the county. So Vian, who got Shropshire's answer, quietly took her little hand holding the flower basket. Her fingers were delicate, white, and boneless, but because it was autumn, they were not very warm. Being held by Vian's big hand, Shropshire, who already understood his inner thoughts, did not resist, but just let him hold his hand. At the same time, he felt the information from the core of his mind and understood what he was doing. So he closed his eyes and carefully felt the core of his mind that had never been opened before. He was open to others, and a vague sense of intimacy came from the person next to him. She finally took this step and left the United Department after meeting many sisters. Today she is about to start a new life like them. Feeling the information coming from the Shropshire contract, Vian sighed inwardly. He just respects the shipgirl like he respects normal people, and he can make a shipgirl willing to follow him. I feel more and more the world's preference and prejudice towards this unique elf. That's my answer. Is that okay? Vian said as he looked at Shropshire, who was holding his hand tightly behind his back. Obviously. Although both are contracted shipgirls, Shropshire's favorability is obviously much higher than Saratoga's. Yeah, but I suddenly found that this feeling is not bad. Shropshire found that after he made a contract with Vian, many of his previous worries and negative emotions disappeared. I feel unusually relaxed now. So now I want to live with you. Shropshire inquired, blinking. After all, their dormitories were next to each other, basically separated by a wall. If you like. Then let's go anyway, my things are all in the ship's space. Seeing the smiling Shropshire, Vian put his worries to rest. Shropshire didn't let go of Vian's hand all the way. It was not until he stood in front of his dormitory door that Wayan thought of how to explain this matter to everyone. Originally, we were planning to build 3 shipgirls today, but now we ended up bringing an extra sister back with them. But obviously, his shipgirl wouldn't give him too much time to think. Before he knocked, the door was already opened, and several shipgirls were chatting around the table in the room. Now that the door was wide open, the 2 of them coming back hand in hand were extremely conspicuous. Several old shipgirls were quite surprised, but Clemenceau looked at the 2 holding hands and nodded with satisfaction. "Commander, what are you doing?" Lexington blinked at Vian, trying to get the answer from his eyes. But the security guards were already relaxed as the matter was settled. "Shropshire, everyone already knows each other, and will live with us from now on." Hey, why? The last sound was uttered by Clemenceau. Although she was very happy that Shropshire, with whom she had a good relationship, had joined the big family, she thought of Shropshire's cooking skills. Thinking about the day when she would lose consciousness, she was afraid that this would happen more often. But soon everyone welcomed Shropshire's arrival. After all, the more shipgirls Vian has under his command, the stronger they are, and the safer Vian will be. No shipgirl would refuse her admiral to become stronger, unless it is her marriage ship and it is a Yandera one. If you were to ask, are there any admirals who were pursued by shipgirls? Yes, an admiral who is favored by a Yandera may be pursued by him. Chapter 127, United Changes. The newly joined shipgirls Wayan also needs to be properly guided to get to know each other, especially now that there are more and more shipgirls. He also discovered a problem. The time he could spend on a shipgirl was dispersed. When Xiefeng was the only one, he could accompany Xiefeng every day. After Clemenceau joined, he had to spend a certain amount of time with Clemenceau. Now that he has 8 shipgirls, it is impossible for him to divide his time evenly among each of them. Something that happened today also made him concerned. Clemenceau had a better relationship with Shropshire, as did Lexington and Saratoga. Even the relationship between Yukikaze and the outgoing Shimikaze developed rather quickly. Only Ishian and Kokong are not familiar with everyone. What he needs to do is to integrate the newly joined shipgirls into this big family. At the same time, the unexpectedly good relationship between the shipgirls also gave him new ideas. When he could not accompany the shipgirls, he could only let the shipgirls accompany each other. Just like some garrisons with a large number of shipgirls will divide the accommodation areas separately according to the shipgirls' countries, it is easier for shipgirls of the same country to establish good relationships. However, small groups will also be established in the garrison, but after thinking about it, the security guards feel that this is unavoidable. Shipgirls are not weapons, they have their own lives. When you can't be with them, you can't just let them do nothing. So after carefully introducing his newly joined shipgirls, Wayan handed the dialogue scene over to the shipgirls, allowing them to communicate on their own. And he went on to draw drawings of Lexington. On the other side, Hood knocked on a door alone after finishing a day's work. "Come in. How did you find time to come here, Hood?" Elizabeth was still reviewing documents with a headache, and was somewhat happy to see Hood coming. "I went to see the admiral you mentioned today." Hood also stated his purpose directly. "I see. How do you feel? It's a bit unexpected, but did you know that Saratoga and Shropshire might both become his shipgirls? So soon." She wasn't at all surprised by Hood's answer, though. You know, that guy has a good relationship with his shipgirl and is very serious and responsible. It's only a matter of time before something like this happens. It seems that you take good care of him. I don't usually see you praising other admirals so much. It's just to make up for the past debts." Hood understood the things about Elizabeth and Vian and didn't ask too much. "The reason I came to see you alone today is to ask you what you think of him. After all, I am not the only one who owns the United Department. You might be the one who cares about him the most. How do you want to deal with him? Is he in danger?" Hood's new question made Elizabeth serious. If you count Saratoga and Shropshire, he has more shipgirls than most trainee admirals. Now that he has materialized a second shipgirl, he may have more than 4 available warships. Even a third-year admiral may not have his strength. Especially among them, there are 2 shipgirls whose training level exceeds 100. Hood said, and Elizabeth nodded in approval. Compared with other admirals, Wei and strength growth has indeed surpassed the speed of most normal admirals. Although she may have had a little help in this process, it still relied more on Wei An's own abilities and charm. In particular, the addition of Shropshire and Saratoga can be said to have directly pinned a group of ordinary admirals to the ground. I think we can't treat this admiral as a normal admiral. He is already ahead of most people. The Academy's teachings are a bit slow for him, and time is not on our side now. She understood what Hood meant. What has been making her so anxious lately is the Navy's affairs, after she completed the confiscation of most of the garrisons in the Eastern waters. The Eastern Navy finally turned its attention to the Admiral Academy. In the past 2 days, they have often seen naval warships patrolling near the handover area, and they have been confronting the shipgirls from the Admiral Academy. At the same time, what happened in the Eastern waters also made the admirals of the Shipgirls Union uneasy, especially the admirals stationed in other naval waters, who were afraid that they would follow the same fate as the Eastern waters. Knowing that a major conflict could not break out now, the Eastern Navy was relatively restrained. They simply controlled the Eastern admirals, confiscated all their resources, and finally drove them out of the Eastern waters. Some of the cowardly admirals are still crying about their grievances at the headquarters of the Kankali Union. It also further expanded the impact of the incident, and most people were waiting for the Kankali Union statement. Whether it is the Navy or the Academy's shipgirls, as well as the admirals in the naval bases far away in other sea areas. But it was precisely because of what happened this time that different voices appeared within the Kankali Union. The voices of the shipgirls who were originally weak and had a good impression of the Navy became weaker in the Shipgirls Union after the incident. Instead, the voices of the Shipgirls Union, led by the E Union, U Union, I Union, J Union, and G Union, which are more disgusted with the Navy, have become louder. They felt aggrieved. Their repeated tolerance only resulted in the Navy becoming more aggressive. Just like this time, the Ilian department volunteered to come to the college as a result of their hard work. Now is the calm before the storm. This time, the Kankali Union must have a common voice and respond to the actions of the Navy. Can you fight? As the principal, Elizabeth's sources of information were not as well informed as Hood's as the flagship of the United Nations. Strong measures are inevitable. Our E-United forces are stationed here to prevent any accidents. Bismarck and Nagato have already applied for an exercise against them. The U-Link Department and the I-Link Department are responsible for stabilizing the headquarters and providing support. The Kankali Union is like the Navy, where the most capable are on top and strength speaks volumes when there are disagreements, especially since the Kankali Union is still managed independently by the Union. The first group of shipgirls who founded the Kankali Union was a small circle, but more shipgirls gradually joined the Union and the newly established alliance later. Finally, we have to fight them. Elizabeth sighed. That's because they were once Navy girls, so we have hope for them, although we also understand that peaceful coexistence is the best thing to do. Chapter 128, United Changes, 2. But if we still act weak, the Navy will always want to take a bite, so the leader of the Shipgirls Union should be changed. Do these Marines really think we are toothless tigers? Weak little kittens? After hearing what Hood said, Elizabeth became a little hesitant. After all, they have been shipgirls for decades. Can they be defeated? Are you sure this won't cause a split in the alliance? Because shipgirls don't age, unless they make an oath with the admiral, the strength of a shipgirl who is several dozen years old will be improved no matter how weak she is, unless the ship sinks. The training level is not very low. The situation of having several different voices within the Kankali Union has been going on for many years, and the internal conflicts have been increasing. In the past, when the Navy was not very rampant and the management of the old shipgirls was still good, these newly joined units just endured it. After all, infighting among shipgirls is not a good thing. Another reason is that the old shipgirls are inherently stronger. As you can see, it's not just our department that is dissatisfied with the Navy. There are also shipgirls from other departments. We are not fighting alone this time. If we continue to tolerate the Eastern Navy's behavior now, the next time it will be a joint action by other navies. Don't you want to avenge your admiral? Hood's words cut through Elizabeth's hesitation like a knife. Yes, has she really given up that strong girl with a bright smile after all these years? She regretted not being there for her. I see. The Kankali alliance has existed for so long, and there are many Kankali that have hatred among them. Sometimes when you stand too high, it is easy to lose sight of the voices below. There is no direct hatred between those old shipgirls and the Navy. Instead, there is more of a past in which the Navy and them cooperated closely to fight against the deep sea. This shipgirl and this person tend to stay in the past and reminisce about the past, especially when the shipgirl will not choose a second admiral, It is easier for her to live in the past with her own admiral. This time, what Hood and his team have to do is to change this situation. The Navy is no longer the Navy of the past, and the Shipgirls Union should no longer be the Shipgirls Union of the past. So what we have to do is to ensure that there are no accidents at the Academy, wait for news from Bismarck and the others, and at the same time, we may have to change the joint environment later. I'm asking you about your opinion on that, Admiral, now, because the conflict between us and the Navy will never be resolved peacefully after this. At the same time, we also discovered some problems with the Kankali Union. When faced with such a big event, the reaction speed was too slow. The voices of various departments were full of disagreements, and the final decision-making time was prolonged. The Navy has its own Governor-General. When I discussed the room with Bismarck and Nagato before, most of the joint departments did not oppose the election of a Governor-General. Elizabeth immediately realized what had meant. So you think that Kidwayan has a chance? I just think he has potential. After all, there are still many powerful admirals in the alliance. The few shipgirls he has now are far from enough. But the most important thing to be a governor is strength, followed by attitude. If he wants to be strong enough, he can't avoid fighting the deep sea and the Navy. So I'm here to ask you what his attitude is. Not the type to cower in the background. That's fine. But you don't have to worry too much, Elizabeth. The election of the Governor-General must at least wait until the internal reorganization of the alliance is completed. As long as nothing unexpected happens to him by then, he should have a chance. Before that, let him worry about the assessment of the joint department. Hood skillfully picked up the black tea on Elizabeth's table, poured himself a cup, and suggested, "But he's only in his first year. Isn't this a little too fast? Then how do you think his ability compares to the other admirals? It's only held once a year, and there's no requirement that only senior admirals can participate." Because she wanted to protect Vian's safety and Vian had just started school, Elizabeth had never mentioned this matter to Vian. What is the biggest difference between the elite admirals of Kankali United and ordinary ones? It's in this annual assessment. During the assessment period, most of the joint departments of the Kankali Union will send responsible Kankali to recruit admirals. After rounds of screening and evaluation, the top 10 admirals were given the choice to join various joint departments or continue to be directly trained by the Kankali Union as before. Because Vian's strength had not been updated yet, Elizabeth did not think of it for a while, because she wanted to let Vian enter the E-United department in advance through the back door through her own connections. What is more important is to protect Wayan's safety so that he won't be remembered by other admirals and shipgirls. But now that their shipgirls union is preparing to break up with the Navy, there is no safe place. Rather than being an assessment for the recruitment of admirals by the Joint Department, it is more of a test and ranking of the admiral's abilities. Normally, each admiral would make more or less changes to his own shipgirls. Except when encountering deep-sea battles, most of them were kept in the dock. But when fighting with the deep sea, who would pay special attention to the other party's strong points? This kind of assessment is also an exercise environment, and there are shipgirls specifically for the assessment. Isn't it a time to test the admiral's ability? What's more important is that the Kankali Union will never neglect the training of admirals and Kankali, especially those talented admirals. Of course, there are rewards for ranking high. These rewards are issued by the Kankali Joint Headquarters and do not occupy the small warehouses of their various headquarters. The most precious things, in addition to various resources, are the various precious ship equipment that have been collected by the Kankali Union over a long period of time. Even special battleship cores can be encountered. The Azure Bank outside is just an ordinary trading market after all, and these resources are collected and purchased by the Kankali themselves, so many unused resources are just left there. This is also the reason why Lexington and her team cannot find powerful ship equipment on the market. Normally, you cannot buy resources in this warehouse with ordinary blue coins. You can only use tokens for completing the joint mission of the shipgirls. Just like, why did Elizabeth stay in the position of college principal for so many years? Isn't it just for that little bit of salary? What is the ship's suit she used to transform her power? Isn't it just exchanged from the Kankali Joint Warehouse? If there is any other way to get tokens besides working and completing tasks, among them are assessment rewards such as funding this time, as well as resources that can be exchanged for colorful ship equipment and special cores that you don't need. Chapter 129, Moving to the Dormitory. When Elizabeth went to tell Vian about this the next day, she was stunned. Yesterday she was still discussing Vian's new shipgirl with Hood, but today she saw Shropshire being affectionate with him, and Saratoga, who was following them, also became friends with his shipgirl. After asking with a serious attitude and getting a positive answer, Elizabeth still felt that Vian was a little abnormal. She had always just wanted to give it a try, but now that Wayan had put the results in front of her, she felt so complicated that she couldn't express it in words. The reason why Elizabeth was able to find Vian today was that Vian came to her on his own initiative. Because after his shipgirl broke through the 8th rank, there were a total of 9 people including him. The original 6-person room in the dormitory was not enough, so Wayan came to apply for a new dormitory. At the same time, his life also changed a little bit. Before, it was Lexington who managed his life, but now with Shropshire joining in, the two of them quietly completed a secret agreement without Vian's knowledge. When he woke up this morning, his 2 older sisters helped him up, and he couldn't do it himself. Saratoga looked envious. Her sister ran around for a man every day, and her eyes were full of him, but now she is Vian's shipgirl, and her previous jealousy is gone. She could also feel that the contract was restricting her, which made her look at Wei and more favorably. There are no more rooms in normal student halls of residence. If you want to change halls of residence, you have to change accommodation areas. However, there are only 2 accommodation areas close to your dock, but according to your situation, there is only one area you can go to. Dean, you say. One is the area where the E-Unit is stationed, and the other is the destroyer dormitory. E-United Forces? Well, so it depends on whether you decide to go or not. If it's not close to your dock, there are other areas to choose from. Vian did not answer Elizabeth's question immediately, but turned around to look at the shipgirl beside him. He found that they were all staring at him, waiting for his decision. The advantage of being close to the dock is that in case of an emergency, you can get on board the ship immediately and routine maintenance can be done faster. How far is the Dean from the dock? Your dock is 700 meters outside the accommodation area. But if you want to move there, you have to discuss it with Hood first. But with Shropshire, it should be no problem. Elizabeth's gaze caused Shropshire to look away. But then you'll have more interactions with them. If you mind, you can only use 2 dormitories like you do now. What's your suggestion, Dean? I definitely want you to go to the E-Union department. There are dozens of shipgirls stationed there. I also want you to get along well with them. Elizabeth had been wanting him to join the E-United department for some time, so Vian was not too surprised. More importantly, things might get really chaotic next, which is why I came to you today to talk about this. Elizabeth then told Vian about some problems within the Kankali Union and the subsequent joint assessment. So the Dean wants me to build good relationships with them as soon as possible, so that I don't have to spend time getting to know them after joining the E-United department? Yes, it may not be as safe as before. The Navy has been increasing its actions recently. It is nice to be under a big tree and enjoy the shade. If you are recognized by the E-United department, it will at least provide a huge boost to your growth. In the end, Vian accepted Elizabeth's suggestion. As for the reason, after hearing about the rewards for the joint department's assessment, he was tempted. Since he cannot take the initiative to seek deep-sea battles now, the only way for him to get good ship equipment is to buy or develop it himself. The warehouse of the Kankali Union gave Wayan at least some new hope. After witnessing the capabilities of the Golden Deep Sea Heavy Cruiser, he could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat other Golden Deep Sea Cruisers and obtain new special cores in the future. And now an opportunity is before him. In the past, special cores were only used for him to build designated shipgirls, but now he needs to use these special cores to transform his own shipgirls. Apart from the heavy cruiser core which he can produce himself, he needs to find an opportunity to get at least one for the others. Even if Elizabeth didn't give him any advice, he would still choose to go there in the end. During this period, he had nothing to do, so he would ask about the situation of the Shropshire Federation, and he had a general understanding of each federation. He was also more inclined to join the E-United department, not to mention now that Shropshire had joined. It was not until Vian took the form signed by Elizabeth and arrived at the destination under the guidance of Shropshire that he realized that he had narrowed his mind. Because the accommodation area of the unit is a villa area, but after thinking about the elegance of the royal shipgirls, he was not surprised. Even Hood's problem was easily solved by Shropshire, but the way Hood looked at him and Shropshire made him feel uneasy. After receiving a separate detached house, Wayan discovered that a new problem had arisen. In the past, he and his shipgirl lived in a small room with a few beds. But now that the room is spacious, it can ensure that every shipgirl has her own room. He can rest by himself, and the shipgirl can have her own privacy. The happiest ones among them may be Ishian and Kokong. After all, they are both newly built shipgirls. Ishian is as conservative as an Oriental woman. Even last night, she went to another room to rest with Kokong. While Shimikaze chose to huddle together with Yukikaze, Lexington was entangled by her sister. Now Lexington, Siefeng and Shropshire are discussing who should live in the room next to Vian. But in the end, Lexington was towed away by Saratoga, giving the opportunity to the other 2 shipgirls. When leaving, Lexington could only sigh to his sister. After everything was settled, Wayan had some time to think about what he had learned today. He was not too worried about the Navy. It was only a matter of time before they would cause trouble. What is more important is the struggle within the Kankali Union. From what Shropshire told him, he knew that the change in the internal decision-makers this time also determined the change in the main body of the Kankali Union. When you change from a conservative to a radical, there is a possibility of more fighting, but it also means more opportunities. There is no way he would miss the opportunity for the Joint Department assessment. Therefore, he needs to complete the assessment in the next 2 months and enter the United Department. Meanwhile, we are waiting for information from the Joint Headquarters. The first thing is to complete the arrangements for Ishian and the others. Chapter 130 Clemenceau and Shropshire Exercises 1. Since Shropshire had been staying by Vian's side for a long time, which explains some problems, even Devon came to Vian's house to give him some advice on his sister's living habits. Let him bear more. At the same time, the arrival of an admiral in the E-Link accommodation area aroused the curiosity of other shipgirls, making Vian feel like a rare animal when she went out every day, being surrounded by these girls. October 15th. A message came from the United Headquarters, which made Hood and the others feel relieved. The 340 shipgirls led by Alfonso XIII lost the naval battle exercise between the J-Union and the G-Union. They left their positions with real power and became ordinary shipgirls. Several allied shipgirls who had already made preparations took up their corresponding positions directly according to the pre-planned plan. The person in charge of the Kankali Union has changed. On the same day, Hood returned to the Kankali Joint Headquarters to discuss matters with the flagships of several other joint departments. Hood did not return until the 17th. He returned to the academy quietly and convened a meeting with several important shipgirls from the Federation Department. Shropshire was originally going to attend the meeting, but now that she is a member of Vian's fleet, her place was eventually cancelled. Wayan didn't know what they talked about, but he saw that the shipgirls of the E-Union were having fun less often. At the same time, as their reputation increased, they knew that things were not simple as they went out to sea more often every day. During these 10 days, after several newly joined shipgirls became familiar with Yukikaze and the others, they finally understood what was truly special about their admiral. As for Ishian and the others' new construction, they just thought that their admiral was very powerful, but Shropshire looked at Vian with a monster look on his face. She has gone through so many battles to get to where she is today and become so strong. Especially after Shropshire knew that the heavy cruiser core Vian that she had used before could be manufactured, she only regretted that she had not met Vian earlier. During those 2 days, Vian ate a lot of food that made him question his life because of that little resentment about Shropshire. At the same time, during this period, Vian also completed the upgrade of Xiefeng's battleship. It cost 8,000 energy to install a radar and 4 golden 6-tube torpedo loading systems. The space on both sides of the ship's hull was fully occupied. When the transformation took place, Shropshire and Saratoga swallowed their saliva, especially when they heard Wayan tell them that Xiefeng could fire a torpedo salvo every 20 seconds. They didn't know what words to use to describe the complexity of their hearts. Even Shimikaze was drooling when he saw Yukikaze's torpedoes. Because her torpedoes, like Yukikaze's previous torpedoes, take several minutes to reload. Although we ran faster, we couldn't withstand the heavy snow and wind. Because when Wayan helped Xiefeng install the torpedoes, he initially chose to install them hidden inside the hull, which allowed him to achieve a surprise victory most of the time. A battleship that looks like a heavy cruiser on the surface, but its most powerful weapon is the torpedo hidden inside its body. There was still artillery fire at each other in front, and the next second they rushed towards you with full power, firing 12 torpedoes in a 20-second round. How can you hide from it? Shropshire is fine. After all, she is a heavy cruiser and has long-range bombardment capabilities. But Saratoga was a lot more troublesome. After all, she had no ability to resist except for her carrier-based aircraft. If she were to encounter a torpedo attack from a battleship like Yukikaze, she would have no choice but to sink with the battleship. The destroyer Yukikaze alone was enough to surprise the other shipgirls. Now they were even more curious about how powerful Clemenceau, to whom Vian had put more effort, was. After the Clemenceau's hull took shape, she spent every day in the dock familiarizing herself with the operation of her warship and applying the knowledge she had learned before to practice. It has come to this day. An exercise had been promised for Shropshire. A 1v1 exercise between her and Clemenceau. It's not just Vian's shipgirl who is looking forward to this, but also Elizabeth, Hood, and others. If they want to conduct an exercise, the security guards will need a venue, and if they need to apply for one, they will definitely have to go to Elizabeth. As for Whited New, Vian's accommodation area is next to Hood and the others, and the dock is of course not far away. They patrol every day, so they definitely can't hide. And Wayan had no intention of hiding. The hull of Clemenceau is too prominent, more eye-catching than Yukikaze. He couldn't let Clemenceau stay in the shipyard for his whole life. Without practical experience, everything would be empty talk and Clemenceau would not truly grow. So in the end, he told Elizabeth and the others directly that Clemenceau was about to have a sea trial and complete an exercise at the same time. Elizabeth and the others all knew about the materialization of the hull of Vian's second shipgirl, but Vian had been closing her dock for some time, so they didn't know what the situation was inside. Because of the need for rehearsal, the venue this time is not as large as the venue used for Xiefeng last time. There were already several warships parked and waiting on the sea outside Vian's dock. Inside the dock. Xiaowei, which battleship are you commanding this time? Xiefeng's words gave both Clemenceau and Shropshire some anticipation. Shropshire wanted Vian to come on board her ship and have tea with her, while Clemenceau wanted Vian to guide her in battle. As for Saratoga, she had already pulled Lexington onto her battleship and was waiting for Vian and the others. As for letting Vian get on board, it was not that she couldn't, but she was just a little shy now. I'll get on your boat next time. Since it was Clemenceau's first time to go out to sea, Vian could only choose Clemenceau under the expectant gaze of Xiefeng and Shropshire. At the same time, it is also to confirm the effects of the new equipment on the Clemenceau battleship as soon as possible. Jia, I'm sorry to trouble you with the communication. Don't worry. In the absence of radio, Vian could only communicate with his shipgirl through Saratoga. Then let's go. As he spoke, Vian pressed the remote control that controlled the dock hatch. Xiefeng and Yukikaze were the first to slowly sail out of the dock, followed by Saratoga, Shropshire, and finally Clemenceau where Vian was. Yixian and Gukong are now on Clemenceau's hull with Wei. Although he had heard that Vian's warships were special, Hood was still stunned when he saw Xiefeng for the first time. What did she see? A destroyer more than 250 meters long? But when Clemenceau, whom Elizabeth and the others had been expecting, appeared, they realized that he was too small. They are all too small. The three warships in front were too small in front of Clemenceau. Even Hood herself compared her ship with Clemenceau's and found that she lost, and not just by a little bit. Chapter 131 Hood's Doubts. The identical hull styles of Clemenceau and Yukikaze show at first glance that they were designed independently. The 270-meter-long battleship was extremely magnificent, and all the warships except a few battleships looked tiny in front of it. It immediately drew attention to Shropshire and Saratoga. Because of the water jet propulsion, the speed of Clemenceau was much slower when it was just started. It allows others to observe the weapons on the Clemenceau battleship completely and accurately. They gasped when they saw Clemenceau's powerful equipment after reducing the superstructure. When Vian met Elizabeth and the others, Elizabeth immediately jumped onto Clemenceau's warship. You can get a closer look at Clemenceau's quadruple 381mm main guns, as well as the secondary guns and anti-aircraft guns scattered across the deck. It's not cheap to install so many ships, and can she calculate the cost of such a large battleship? The Richelieu-class battleship in Elizabeth's memory was not so powerful, and there was no similarity between them except for the three main guns. Fortunately, with the help of Saratoga and the others, the Clemenceau battleship has been accelerated. Dean, you know my talent. Calculation and load are not a problem. That's good. A warship this big should have a displacement of 50,000 tons. 55,000 tons. How are the other features? It's still unknown. It depends on how the sea trial goes today. Okay, then I'll wait for your performance. Elizabeth, who was curious about the performance of Clemenceau's battleship, did not waste too much time. She quickly returned to her battleship and began to command the fleet to set off. Only Vian and Hood, who was walking side by side with Clemenceau, were left staring at each other. Hood's first impression of Clemenceau was that she was beautiful, followed by her size. In Hood's eyes, Clemenceau's hull was truly elegant and beautiful, much better than those other shipgirls who just mindlessly added weapons to their warships. But just as Elizabeth had seen Richelieu, so too had she. She also knew that Vian's warships were all designed by him, but she didn't expect the difference to be so great. It was already two different battleships from the Richelieu in her memory, and she had even seen the Clemenceau of the F Alliance. Clemenceau's change made it curious about Vian for the first time. She had seen ship hull modifications, but she had never seen the operation of directly replacing the ship. Finally, it was Vian who spoke under Hood's blazing gaze. Miss Hood, is there anything you would like to ask? Did you design the battleship? Why install so many anti-aircraft guns? Now that you have an aircraft carrier, the pressure on air defense is not that great. You can use the limited space to strengthen the frontal firepower. While Hood was speaking, Vian was observing Hood's ship. The hull is longer than that of the Renown, reaching 262 meters. As the flagship of the E-Union, its ship outfit is obviously more luxurious than that of most other shipgirls. In Vian's memory, the Hood's main guns consisted of 8 381mm main guns, for twin-mounted guns in total. But now the main guns on the hood deck took up more space and were longer. Wayan estimated that they were at least 406mm main guns in 4 triple mounts for a total of 12 main guns. It has the same number of main guns as Clemenceau, but is more powerful and has a longer range. The cost is also very obvious. Because Hood's superstructure has obviously not been specially modified, the overall style of the battleship remains the same as before. This resulted in the deck of the battleship being somewhat compact. As a result, 2 of the 12 BL 140mm MK.I guns on Hood's deck were missing. As for anti-aircraft guns, there were none at all. However, the 6 533 torpedoes originally included in Hood's core data were retained by her. Because Clemenceau was relatively close to the Hood battleship, Vian noticed the marks left by the Hood battleship near the water surface. She simply removed all the anti-aircraft guns on her battleship and left space to transform them into more powerful main guns. It allows her to handle battleships in deep sea with ease. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. Because she changed the most important main gun, the result is a greater weight. She had to reluctantly transform the interior of her ship, increasing space utilization while reducing the weight of the battleship. Control the displacement of your own warship. Can be controlled normally. This was not the first time Vian had heard Hood ask questions like this about anti-aircraft guns. When facing the deep sea, the pressure of air defense is mostly shared by the aircraft carriers, so it is unlikely that they will specifically cancel the anti-aircraft guns when they are deployed alone. I'm afraid that Saratoga and the others won't be able to take care of it, and the Navy shipgirls don't know how their carrier-based aircraft are, so I added anti-aircraft guns to Clemenceau just to be on the safe side. Vian's caution made a nod in approval. For this reason, Hood did not ask too many questions, but just maintained speed and sailed parallel to Clemenceau. This time the sea area is closer than the last time, and not all warships have a fast speed, so they all drift slowly at a speed of 18 knots. A speed of 18 knots is the normal cruising speed, which is not a problem for Clemenceau. Although it was a fleet composed of Elizabeth and others, Vian still arranged his own formation. Clemenceau led at the head of his fleet, followed by Saratoga, who followed behind Clemenceau. Shropshire and Skeffing protected Saratoga in the center, one on the left and one on the right. Elizabeth and the others did not ask too many questions about Vian's arrangements. On the contrary, I support Wayan's decision. In a naval battle, once discovered and attacked, the aircraft carrier is the least able to resist. Vian's formation was to protect Saratoga with limited force. At the same time as the main battleship, Clemenceau can engage in battle in time at the front. After all, it is a battleship controlled by a shipgirl, not like a battleship controlled by an ordinary ship. Stronger and more powerful ships sailing ahead of the fleet can also fire faster and harder at the enemy. This creates a situation where the big bully the small, and at the same time, there are carrier-based aircraft from the aircraft carrier in the sky to escort them. As for why Wayan arranged such a formation, for other admirals, the purpose of operating an aircraft carrier may be to seize air superiority. But for him, before missiles were available, aircraft carriers were responsible for reconnaissance, seizing air superiority, and striking important targets. The most important thing is that the aircraft carrier is the only means of ultra-long-range strike he has now. Compared with the battleship firefight, at least he can see the enemy. This one really has the ability to kill the enemy invisibly. This time, it is also to make my shipgirl familiar with the formation to be used in the future. Chapter 132 Sister Jiaqian, Saratoga. After all, in Wayan's view, the only difference between the types of ships in his fleet is aircraft carriers and frigates. No matter how big the gunboat is, it is just a follower of the aircraft carrier. Even if missiles come out, the aircraft carrier cannot be replaced. The true heart of the fleet. As for the reason, when there is an aircraft carrier in an attacking fleet, there is more time to prepare for unexpected problems. At the same time, the carrier-based aircraft of the aircraft carrier can be recovered and then launched again. A missile really consumes resources every time it flies out, and its consumption is also much greater. In daily use, aircraft carriers are too irreplaceable. Xiefeng and Clemenceau have known Vian for a long time, and they also understand that Vian loves aircraft carriers. So they had no objection to being a small follower frigate. Only Saratoga and Shropshire, which joined later, were very surprising. Even Lexington, after learning about aircraft carriers in this world, often marveled at Vian's peculiarity. While others used aircraft carriers as auxiliary ships, he used them as the main force. Even the battleships that others valued the most were used as frigates for aircraft carriers. Who can be so luxurious? So there was a scene where Saratoga hugged Vian's thighs and cried late at night. She really had never experienced such a scene. She originally thought that after becoming Vian's shipgirl, she would just fight with the deep-sea plane and assist Clemenceau as before. But the reality made her flattered. Would she ever be valued one day? Even admirals would prefer battleships if given a choice. After knowing that the core of Vian's fleet was the aircraft carrier, Shropshire was also stunned. He even touched Vian's forehead very considerately to see if he had a fever or was dizzy. However, after getting confirmation from other shipgirls, she calmly accepted the result. However, after learning about Vian's plan for his aircraft carrier, Saratoga was the happiest. Because the materialization of Lexington's hull would require a lot of resources, he needed timely combat power. Saratoga is the best candidate for the main force. She really didn't expect that one day she would be able to carry as many bombers as the Bumblebee could. For this reason, she felt that Wayan was much more pleasing to the eye. But in the end, Vian's poor situation temporarily suppressed Saratoga's joy. However, what Vian did not expect was that he still underestimated the temptation of bombers to an aircraft carrier girl. After everyone finished talking about their plans and went back to their rooms, Saratoga tossed and turned in her bed, unable to fall asleep. Seeing the cute bomber right in front of her, but not being able to have her made her feel like ants were crawling on her body. She felt very uncomfortable. But knowing that Clemenceau had materialized the ship, she also understood that her sister would need a huge amount of resources. Currently, Wayan has no channels to obtain more resources, and resources are extremely scarce. But she wanted the cute little plane very much, so she thought of the reason why Shropshire and Vian met. So she quietly opened the door and groped her way to a room and walked in quietly, instead of disturbing Lexington, who was supposed to take care of Vian the next morning. She couldn't wait a moment longer. She wanted a small plane, so she decided to go directly to Wayan to ask for it, since she still had a little bit of pocket money. She hasn't used it much in all these years. Wayan woke up, feeling shortness of breath and discomfort. I turned on the light in the room in a daze and saw the Saratoga duck sitting on the quilt that was covering me. The blonde hair hit him right in the face, startling him. Gaga, what's up? It's so late. Wayan said this while quietly lifting the quilt. Commander, I want a small plane, okay? I want a bomber. Is that all? The Admiral doesn't have the extra energy to make ship equipment for you right now. I'll make it up to you as soon as the Admiral has money. But can you get off the Admiral now? I can't breathe. Vian was relieved to hear Saratoga's words. He thought that Saratoga came into his room so late to launch a night attack. After all, a naughty ship girl like Saratoga could really do such a thing. Saratoga, who was only thinking about the bomber, obediently got off the quilt that Vian was covering her with and sat on the edge of the bed. Commander, it doesn't matter. If you don't have money, I have it. Saratoga couldn't wait to open her ship's space and took out a bank card. 10 million Azure coins are in this card. Is it enough to upgrade my ship? If not, I still have more. As she spoke, she slapped the bank card into Wayan's hand. Like Shropshire, as a ship girl with the same level of 100, Shropshire is only a heavy cruiser after all, and the resources she can obtain are also limited. But Saratoga, as an aircraft carrier, is still sailing normally. She can launch 75 carrier-based aircraft at a time, and her hangar can perfectly accommodate so many aircraft. Precisely because she is a regular carrier and has Robin to enhance her skills, the results she can achieve on the battlefield are beyond the reach of an ordinary light carrier girl. So her savings accumulated quickly. As her wallet gradually became fuller, she also wanted to find some powerful carrier-based aircraft to supplement her arsenal, but in the end reality slapped her in the face. Compared with the battleship ship equipment, the aircraft carrier's ship equipment is obviously more difficult to produce. At the same time, the number of ship equipment used by aircraft carriers exceeds that of other shipgirls. If she wants to meet her requirement of 75 bombers, she will need at least 5 carrier-based aircraft, and the number will increase if she needs other carrier-based aircraft. The price is also more expensive than other ship equipment. For this reason, Saratoga, who was not short of money at the time, picked and chose in the market, and finally found that most of the carrier-based aircraft were not as useful as the carrier-based aircraft that came with her when the ship was materialized. So while searching for Lexington, Saratoga was also working hard to collect ship equipment that she could use. She found many carrier-based aircraft, but they were basically not as good as her own ship equipment. When she heard about better ones, they were snatched away by others. In the end, Saratoga just gave up. She even felt that the high prices of carrier-based aircraft and equipment were all driven up by the popularity of aircraft carriers. There are too many monks and too little meat, and at the same time, aircraft carrier girls are richer than girls of other types of ships, because they can participate in several battles at the same time. So now that Wayan can give her more powerful carrier-based aircraft, how can she sleep well? The little plane that she had been thinking about so much was now right in front of her, and there was no way she would let it go. If Wayan can't do it, she has plenty of money. Chapter 133: Clemenceau's Bombardment. Looking at the bank card in front of him, Wayan was stunned. He really didn't expect Saratoga to be so wild. It's not a question of money. After all, Saratoga wanted it right now, and he only had 2,000 points on him now, and even if he squeezed them all out, he could only make one ship outfit for her. Isn't the commander enough? Saratoga said this and prepared to take out some more things from her ship's equipment space. Stop. Stop. It's not a matter of Azure coins. If you want ship equipment, you can only install it slowly. The ship equipment I can make every day is limited. I see. It doesn't mean you have to pay more. Saratoga breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and was about to put the bank card in her hand back into the ship's space, but she suddenly felt a force on her hand. It was Wayan who grabbed her hand holding the bank card. But I do need resources. After I finished making the ship equipment for Clemenceau, my wallet is empty. The air became quiet after Wayan said this. The two looked at each other. In the end, Saratoga couldn't hold back. So, Commander, what resources do you want? Tell me, and I'll see if I have any. Just use the battleship core. When it comes to maintaining security for one's own shipgirls, sincerity has always been the main focus. Then, how long will it take Commander to make it? As long as there are enough battleship cores, it will be no problem to install 2 ships a day. So, in Wayan's bedroom, the two had a more in-depth discussion on what kind of ship equipment could be made. Then Vian couldn't help crying when he saw Saratoga got A1. She was literally crying with joy. The golden carrier-based aircraft that was impossible to find before, and now the even rarer colorful carrier-based aircraft are safely placed in her hands. And she can have more than one. She watched live as Wayan absorbed the battleship core she had taken out, and then a colorful carrier-based aircraft popped out of his hand. And the cost is only 20W. So she happily gave Wayan 10 battleship cores at one time, and gave the extra ones directly to Wayan. It was a reward for Wayan's hard work. However, the two of them also agreed privately that the previously used carrier-based aircraft would continue to be parked on the flight deck, and all the carrier-based aircraft in the hangar could be replaced with new ones. After all, using new carrier-based aircraft means fighting is underway. In addition to the A1, the Gale-modified J was also produced for Saratoga, a total of 10 ship equipment, and Vian made a small profit of 6 battleship cores. The thoughtful Saratoga didn't even use the resources of the carrier-based aircraft. At the same time, after knowing that Vian had such powerful carrier-based aircraft, Saratoga also asked Vian about the modification plan for the Lexington's hull and the resources required. After all, as a shipgirl with some savings, her first concern now is Lexington. She hopes to attack the little deep sea with her sister as soon as possible. Her sister used a fighter jet, and she used a bomber, and they both had a bright future. But she remained silent when Vian said that number. She knew that the warships designed by Wayan were more resource-intensive, but she didn't expect them to be so resource-intensive. Later, Wayan mentioned the resources that could be saved by preparing a substitute version for Lexington, which made her feel conflicted. If it was a substitute version, her resources would be enough, but when she thought that her sister might regret it in the future, she rejected this plan. She is the best sister in the world, so she must use the best. So Saratoga, which was sailing, looked at the beautiful Lexington beside her and made a secret decision. To make my sister happy. She must gather all the resources to materialize the Lexington hull, and she must work hard to make money, even if she cannot gather all of it. A part of her sister's ship must also be hers. Parked on the deck was the previously used Beat D destroyer, which was her most powerful carrier-based aircraft in the past. However, it was still much weaker than the aircraft parked in the hangar. She did not tell Lexington about the carrier-based aircraft. She wanted to give Lexington a surprise and tell her when Lexington materialized the ship. After all, Lexington doesn't have a hull yet, and she's afraid her sister will be disappointed. She even planned to remind Wayan that this was a secret between the two of them. Although the sailing speed was not fast, we arrived at the designated sea area after 2 hours. Vian, who had already experienced a sea trial, began to command Clemenceau to start the sea trial more easily than the first time. But this time, Clemenceau's behavior is still a little different from that of Xiefeng. At that time, he wanted to understand the difference between a shipgirl operating a battleship and a real person, and at the same time let Yukikaze become familiar with the battleship. Now Clemenceau has been familiar with the ship for some time, and this time his more important task is to demonstrate Clemenceau's performance to Hood and the others. Of course, it is up to Wayan to decide how much to display. Clemenceau, equipped with a fire control radar, is like having an extra pair of eyes. She serves as the central processing and transfer system. All the target's parameters were stuffed into Clemenceau's mind to assist her in shooting. As a shipgirl who has just materialized a ship, the hit rate of her artillery fire is obviously much higher than when she was in Yukikaze. This is also the part that Clemenceau emphasized and is the most intuitive. Clemenceau was assisted by fire control radar, and its initial hit rates of 3 nautical miles, 6 nautical miles, and 9 nautical miles made Hood and the others drop their jaws. The hit rate of closer targets was directly raised to over 90%. What kind of concept is this? Basically, very few of them fail to materialize. More importantly, Clemenceau's gun is a truly large main gun, and it can easily paralyze the target by hitting a small boat. Even at 6 nautical miles, the hit rate can still be guaranteed to be above 70%. A 50 hit rate can be guaranteed up to 9 nautical miles. This was equivalent to the maximum engagement distance for most warships, and Clemenceau was hit by at least 6 shells in one round of bombardment. And you might hit her with nothing. But even so, Clemenceau did not stop his artillery fire. The next round of bombardment of Vienne was directed at Clemenceau within 11 nautical miles. They were numb when they heard the news of the hit at Saratoga. And to prevent it from being a matter of luck, Vienne also ordered Clemenceau to fire 3 rounds at the moving target. On average, the hit rate is as high as 40. However, after crossing this distance, Clemenceau's hit rate began to drop sharply. The accuracy of the bombardment could no longer be guaranteed until 16 nautical miles. 16 nautical miles may not seem far, but when converted into kilometers, it is 29.5 kilometers. After all, naval guns also have a dispersion. The longer the distance, the higher the dispersion. This is also the main reason for interfering with the hit rate. Chapter 134 Elizabeth Doubts Life. Looking at Clemenceau's results, Hood was silent, and Elizabeth was silent. As a shipgirl with a training level of 100, Hood's hit rate can be guaranteed to be slightly higher than Clemenceau's. But these are the experiences she has summed up from long-term combat, and Clemenceau is still a shipgirl who has just materialized the ship. She doesn't even have any practical experience, and now she is told that Clemenceau is just a little bit worse than her. How can I not silence her? As for the reason for Elizabeth's silence, she is not even as good as Clemenceau. However, no matter how shocking it was, Clemenceau's sea trials still needed to continue. When it came time to test the speed, Wayne was struggling with a problem. How fast he wanted Clemenceau to run. Clemenceau, stretched to his limit, can now normally run faster than Yukikaze. A battleship can run faster than a destroyer. So he was conflicted. He was afraid that Clemenceau would run out of 42 knots now, and then Clemenceau would be taken away by Hood and others for dismantling and research. But when he thought about joining the United Forces and working with Hood and the others for a long time, Vienne finally decided to let Clemenceau run at 40 knots. There will always be a time for fighting, and Clemenceau will always be exposed one day. Now the ones here are all the shipgirls he is familiar with, so at least the danger of being exposed is very low. This time, the reference shipgirl changed from Elizabeth to Hood. After all, Hood was famous for her high speed when she was built, and her speed could reach 32 knots. Saratoga in the sky controlled her small plane and observed the changes in the speed of the 2 shipgirls. The 2 shipgirls started their warships, and the winner was determined. Hood clearly had the advantage in starting and accelerating, and when it reached 10 knots it was already 1 bow ahead of Clemenceau. This surprised Elizabeth and Hood. After all, Vienne's battleships yeffing focused so much on power and speed, but now you want to play a slow battleship on a battleship? The increase in the speed of a battleship also represents the power of a battleship. Clemenceau was left behind by Hood at just 10 knots, which clearly showed that it lacked power. However, the reason why Clemenceau's ability to accelerate is relatively weak has little to do with power. It should be said that Clemenceau's power system is more powerful than Hood and others, simply because water jet propulsion is not very effective at low speeds. However, when the speed reached 15 knots, Clemenceau was left far behind and could not even reach Hood's stern. But this situation changed once Clemenceau's speed exceeded 18 knots. Hood, whose speed had exceeded 22 knots, saw that Clemenceau was not further widening the distance between the 2 battleships. Then the group of shipgirls saw that the distance between Clemenceau and Hood was rapidly shrinking, and Clemenceau's acceleration became stronger. Everyone's heart tightened until Clemenceau's speed reached 29 knots. This is a hurdle for today's battleships. Many powerful battleship girls are stuck at 28 and 29 knots. Not surprisingly, Clemenceau, like Hood, crossed this threshold and reached 30 knots. But it was enough to surprise the other shipgirls, as a battleship has a speed of 30 knots. Just when Hood and his companions thought that Clemenceau would maintain the same speed with Hood until the end. Hood, who had reached the maximum speed of 32 knots, watched Clemenceau closing the distance between him and him. Touch the stern of the Hood, reach the middle of the Hood's hull, and then keep pace with the Hood. Vienne could see Hood's astonished look on Clemenceau's battleship. And now Clemenceau's speed is 34 knots. This speed once again silenced them. Elizabeth thought Vienne had changed his usual style and was moving towards low-speed heavy artillery, but Vienne was still the same Vienne. A 220-meter destroyer comparable to a battleship can run at 40 knots. It is no surprise that the battleship Vienne is also a high-speed warship. And surprisingly, it reaches verse 34. But Clemenceau did not stop accelerating, and the speed of 34 knots was fast enough, and Hood was soon overtaken. The disadvantage of water jet propulsion is that it is not very effective at low speeds, but at high speeds, the effect is the opposite. Saratoga, who was observing Clemenceau's speed in the sky, promptly reported Clemenceau's speed to the surrounding shipgirls. Clemenceau is already at 35 knots, and she hasn't stopped accelerating yet. It's the 36th session. It's 40th session. Every time Saratoga told them that Clemenceau was still accelerating, it was like a hammer hitting their hearts. It's not scientific at all. Is this a battleship? A 55,000-ton battleship? It's already outrageous for a battleship to run at 35 knots. Now tell me it can run at 40 knots. Goddess of the kitchen god, hit me and see if it's true. As a battleship girl, Elizabeth knew the price she had to pay to increase her power a little. She modified herself just to get rid of the low speed of 25 knots and barely reach 30 knots, but even in this case the power system occupied most of her old hull. Now tell her that there is a battleship that is bigger, heavier, more powerful, and faster than her. How do you let her believe this could happen? The goddess of the hearth did as Elizabeth said and slapped her in the face. The red slap marks and pain on her face told her that it was not a dream. Hood, who was following Clemenceau, was not as shocked as Elizabeth and the others. After all, she could only see the stern of the ship. But even in this situation, Clemenceau's acceleration has not stopped. Clemenceau is 41 knots. It's 42 knots. Her speed seems to have stabilized. By now, Elizabeth and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. The one who was shocked now was Vian's shipgirl. Yukikaze is not envious at all because she can also run that fast. As a destroyer, Kokon can run at 39 knots, which is not slow. When the Clemenceau's hull materialized, Vian had already produced the ship equipment for the Clemenceau's power system. All that was left was to install it on the Clemenceau, so he didn't mention the matter much. For this reason, only Skeffing, Clemenceau, and Lexington knew how much hair Vian lost for Clemenceau's motivation. But the shipgirls behind don't know. Sister, 42 knots. 42 knots. Not 24 knots. Battleship 42 knots. Commander is amazing. So what do you think of the commander now? Hearing his sister praising Vian, Lexington couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Of course the commander is the best. Saratoga already has a small plane that Vian made for her, and she has long been Vian's little fangirl. It's just that this time the shock caused by Clemenceau was too strong. Chapter 135, Clemenceau and Shropshire Exercises 2. By the time Hood arrived, Clemenceau had already been surrounded by other shipgirls. To be more precise, they surrounded Wayan. Even the next subject to be tested was forgotten by them. However, Wayan expected them to be curious. How did you get Clemenceau to run so fast? The only one who was familiar with Vian was Elizabeth, so she was the only one on the deck of Clemenceau. Let's talk about it when it comes back. So Elizabeth could only look around and observe her ship from the deck of Clemenceau. When it heard the E-Union shipgirl tell her the data of the Clemenceau battleship, her expression was the same as Elizabeth's, and she was doubting her life. Most of the performance displayed by Clemenceau directly crushed her. The only thing that comforted her was that at least her main gun was stronger than Clemenceau's. When she saw Vian, Hood didn't know what to say. After all, unlike Elizabeth, she had some relationship with Vian. But today, Vian decided to let Clemenceau perform, so he had already made all kinds of mental preparations. Ask if you want. Can the speed of Clemenceau and Yukikaze be replicated? Hood and Elizabeth looked at each other, and finally it was Hood who asked. Yes, but the transformation of the ship is quite large, and it requires the mental endurance of the shipgirl herself. So it can only be transformed if the mental endurance is up to standard? Right. Elizabeth had mentioned to Hood about Vian's talent in improving her mental endurance as a shipgirl, but she had never expected that there would be an admiral who would really make good use of such a talent. She knew that Wayan had great potential, but she didn't expect that Wayan had already realized his potential. And it far exceeded their expectations. Then is there any way to increase the speed without major modifications? Still unwilling to give up, but continued to ask. There are only 3 reasons why Clemenceau can sail so fast. A brand new propulsion system, a brand new power system, and a hull designed specifically to increase speed. He modified the propeller directly on the blueprint, made the power system into ship equipment, and also made the overall battleship transformation plan. Apart from the power system, which can be painlessly changed by replacing the ship's equipment, other methods involve removing the skeleton from the ship's body. Just like when the shipgirls' warships are damaged in battle, their bodies will also show corresponding symptoms. The most obvious thing is that when warships are severely damaged, their outfitting will also appear to be damaged in battle. Moreover, the damage suffered by the warships will also be reflected in the pain in their bodies. But in response to Hood's question, Vian still shook his head. He asked Clemenceau to demonstrate his performance just to tell them that the shipgirls under his command would be stronger than ordinary shipgirls after being enhanced by his talents. It is difficult to replicate. This affects their evaluation of him. What about the others? Why does Clemenceau have such a good hit rate? Mental endurance will also affect the calculation ability of the shipgirl. Clemenceau can control a warship of more than 55,000 tons so easily. Her calculation ability is already stronger than most shipgirls. Is that so? Is your shipgirl the only one who can do this? After getting the answer, Hood could only sigh helplessly. This is where they, as free shipgirls, cannot compare to the admiral shipgirls. Not only do you need to find a special core yourself to break through level 100, you can't break through easily like a contracted shipgirl. Even the transformation of the battleships was something they figured out and experimented with on their own, and then they reluctantly made major changes. There is one thing they will never be able to match. The admiral is a talented, capable admiral who can immediately improve the combat effectiveness of the shipgirls. She had seen the Richelieu-class battleship, and there was a huge difference between it and the current Clemenceau. This is where the shipgirls with admirals are more powerful than them. The price they want to pay to grow up on their own is much higher than working under an admiral. Even if they hate the admiral of the Navy, they still cannot leave the admiral, just like the current Admiral Academy. They who possess the ability of battleships are born with shackles and need this key. Wei Yan's shaking head only added more helplessness and sadness to her heart that had been numbed by countless disappointments. After all, the reason why Clemenceau and the others are so powerful now is inseparable from their admiral. Then, with a heavy heart, Hood watched Vian direct Clemenceau to complete the remaining subjects one by one. Clemenceau is equipped with many dual-purpose guns and anti-aircraft guns, and its air defense capability is much stronger than hers. It can defeat all the surrounding shipgirls, including destroyers. Seeing the few planes that broke through Clemenceau's air defense circle, still on fire, made it feel even more complicated. Because this batch of 15 carrier-based aircraft was operated by a light carrier girl from her E-United division, they could not break through Clemenceau's air defense. Not to mention the deep-sea aircraft carriers whose offensive power is even looser. At the same time, she was also deeply impressed by Clemenceau's air defense posture. Their secondary guns are used against battleships, while Clemenceau's secondary guns are used to shoot down aircraft. The more powerful Clemenceau appears, the more complicated it is not only Hood but also Shropshire. Her battle with Clemenceau was planned when Clemenceau had no materialized hull, so at that time she didn't know what Clemenceau would eventually become. Now every piece of data that Clemenceau showed was irritating her nerves. She was Clemenceau's last subject of the day. Before, she thought that she could teach this little shipgirl well with her experience, but now she is not sure. Although Clemenceau's artillery hit rate is not as good as hers, it is not much different. The most important thing is that she can't hit as far as Clemenceau. At the same distance, Clemenceau's ability to cause damage is stronger than hers. As Vian's shipgirl, doesn't she understand that Vian used special steel for Yukikaze and Clemenceau? Generally, the design of battleship armor will take into account the protection against powerful shells from its main guns. The side armor of the Yamato can withstand shelling from a 460mm main gun at a distance of 13 to 16 nautical miles. The armor assigned to Clemenceau and Xiefeng can maintain higher protection capabilities at the same weight and thickness. Their main target protection distance is also concentrated at a distance of 8 to 10 nautical miles. The Snow Wind protects the 320mm main gun. Clemenceau's armor has the protection capability of a 460mm main gun. If the distance is a little further, the 480mm main gun can also defend. Chapter 136 Clemenceau and Shropshire Exercises 3. As for the capstone that all the old warships fear, Wei Yan has also taken it into consideration. The shipgirls under his command can take their time to upgrade their other ship equipment, but the armor must be fully upgraded at once. A destroyer must at least be able to defeat ships below the level of a heavy cruiser, and, except for torpedo attacks, must be able to effectively defend against the main guns of heavy cruisers. Cruisers can easily defeat ordinary battleships, as well as some powerful ones, and can withstand 381mm main guns without any problems. As for battleships, like Clemenceau, they can defend against 460mm main guns. Ensure that they will not suffer losses in confrontations with the same type of ships and reduce the probability of injury. So Shropshire only has 8 small 203 main guns. Unless Clemenceau lets her fire close to the enemy, there will be a chance of penetrating the target. But she was paralyzed when she thought of the distance and hit rate of Clemenceau's artillery fire. But it's not impossible for her to win, as long as she can reach that place and launch her torpedoes. Therefore, Shropshire, who had made plans early on, was not prepared to confront Clemenceau head-on, and she did not have the capital to do so. Before the exercise began, everyone was looking forward to the outcome. Was it Shropshire who relied on his sophisticated experience to teach the younger generation? Or was it Clemenceau who completed a simple counterattack without any manipulation of numbers? All the shipgirls were his in this battle, so he had no command and everything depended on their own ad hoc judgment. However, Vian did not restrict Clemenceau's use of ship equipment. Standing on the deck of the snow-capped ship, Even Saratoga and Lexington stayed beside him. "Commander, who do you think will win?" Saratoga looked at the two shipgirls' ships sailing away and asked Vian curiously. After all, the only one who knows Clemenceau's real combat ability best here is Vian. "Clemenceau." Wayan gave his answer without hesitation. "Is there no chance of her winning in Shropshire?" Wayan thought about this. If Shropshire can successfully use a torpedo attack to cause Clemenceau to leak and reduce its speed, and if Shropshire is not skilled enough to handle these things. Otherwise, I don't know how Clemenceau lost. Just when Saratoga wanted to pull Vian aside to ask more questions but was rejected by him with a smile, she could only pout and start observing the two shipgirls, while explaining the information to others. Elizabeth naturally stayed on Yukikaze's warship, while Hood drove his own ship next to Yukikaze. As Clemenceau walked away, she recalled the ideas that Vian had instilled in her before. Don't think about saving resources and ammunition. If you want to fight, you have to use full firepower. Even if it is a mosquito, you have to use a cannon. Although Xiefeng's fear of insufficient firepower is quite serious in this family, the most serious one is Wayan, who came out of Rabbit's house. At the same time, never underestimate others. So after both sides sailed for a long time, they arrived at the designated sea area. Their shadows could no longer be seen on the vast ocean, and after confirming the start with Saratoga, Shropshire immediately began to observe the movements on the sea through the vision around his warship. She is smaller than Clemenceau's ship, so her concealment is slightly better. If we talk about discovering the target, she must have discovered Clemenceau first. The exercise area used this time is an area of sea with a diameter of 50 nautical miles. Now from Saratoga's perspective, the distance between them is more than 40 nautical miles. Both sides were moving towards the center of the sea with a purpose. However, Clemenceau's speed is obviously much higher. While they were sailing, Vian and the others were a little bored, so she told Vian a few jokes. However, when the distance between Clemenceau and Shropshire was 25 nautical miles, Saratoga finally cheered up. "There are changes. There are changes." Saratoga's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. They are now about 25 nautical miles apart, and Clemenceau just started to slow down. She seemed to have discovered something, and she turned around. Saratoga watched as Clemenceau and Shropshire continued to sail, and sooner or later they would meet each other. But now Clemenceau turned his ship around and pointed the side of his warship in the direction of Shropshire. At the same time, she kept adjusting her sailing angle to keep her in the T-head position. Clemenceau's turret has begun to turn, aiming at Shropshire's position. Now the distance between them is only 20 nautical miles. Clemenceau must have discovered Shropshire's location long ago. Amazing. You can detect the enemy within 25 nautical miles, and now it's still out of sight. At the same time, everyone turned their attention to Wayan. Clemenceau must have known about Shropshire if he had discovered it so quickly. In response, Wayan just looked at Xiefeng. "Sister, has Shropshire left the search range?" "Yeah, he just left my detection range." After installing the radar, Yukikaze has the same search and observation capabilities as Clemenceau. The positions were arranged so that Xiefeng, who ran faster, was at a farther distance, while Shropshire was closer to them. Shropshire has also been on the radar for snow and winds. How could they not understand after hearing what Vian and Xiefeng said? Shropshire had already entered Vian's search range within 25 nautical miles. However, Hood and Elizabeth have become numb to Vian and his shipgirl's ability to create surprises. They just want to see what other surprises Clemenceau can bring them this time. 17 nautical miles. 14 nautical miles. Clemenceau is firing. He's firing at a distance of 14 nautical miles. The roar of artillery fire was deafening. Clemenceau had locked onto Shropshire's position via radar early on, and having been aiming for a long time, she chose to fire alternately. She did not fire her artillery fire once, and her battleship accelerated and changed direction again. But what Clemenceau didn't expect the most was that her artillery fire actually hit the target. She was hit by the 14 nautical mile bombardment. Because after 14 nautical miles her hit rate was already very low, and she was not prepared to hit it on the first try. As for the reason for the hit, Shropshire, she had not yet spotted Clemenceau's ship, so Clemenceau fired at her, and by the time she knew it, the shells were already in the air. So, after predicting the landing points of the first few shells, she, who had rich experience, confirmed that they would not hit her, but also confirmed that she had been discovered, so she took evasive action. But she made an evasive move and caught the shell that was fired later and was a little off target. It is better to be accurate in receiving than to hit. Chapter 137, Clemenceau and Shropshire Exercises. And the sudden situation stunned everyone, and all the other plans that Clemenceau had made before were of no use. Although it is an exercise, the extent of damage to the ship will still be determined. Clemenceau's bombardment was taken up by Shropshire on the quarterdeck. The armor-piercing capability of the 381mm main gun is greatly weakened at a distance of 14 nautical miles. But Shropshire was just an ordinary heavy cruiser, and this shot penetrated her directly. Clemenceau's judgment in the simulation was very accurate. Shropshire is losing steam. A target drifting on the sea, what would be the result if she could not fire at a distance that could reach Clemenceau? Unsurprisingly, Clemenceau spotted Shropshire quickly adjusting their position after gradually losing momentum. With the hit from the previous time, her second bombardment was obviously much easier. With 2 new shells delivered to the Shropshire battleship, the exercise also came to an end. No one expected that the battle would end so easily. Shropshire didn't even use his superb artillery skills and skilled experience. Clemenceau ended the suspense at a distance that she could not observe. If the operation monster can make up for the lack of numerical values by operation, then Clemenceau is not only a numerical monster but also a cheat. They really couldn't understand the Battle of Clemenceau. Battleship duels usually took place at a distance of 10 nautical miles or less. The combat power she displayed far exceeded that of ordinary battleships. In this battle, Clemenceau's advantage of fast speed was not demonstrated. In particular, Hood and Elizabeth also heard the conversation between Skeffing and Vian. The warships under his command have a longer search range and faster speed than other warships. What does this mean? In the absence of aircraft carrier reconnaissance, his warships always have the upper hand over other warships. A faster speed allows them to reach a favorable position faster and take the initiative in battle. Even the choice of whether to fight or not is in the hands of the Vian shipgirl, and the only ship that can catch up with his battleship is the destroyer. But isn't it just plain giving up on someone to let the destroyer chase the battleship and the Snowwind, which is obviously not an ordinary destroyer? As for wanting to break through Clemenceau's air defense circle from the sky, a sufficiently powerful aircraft carrier girl is required. Or it could be an aircraft carrier carrying powerful carrier-based aircraft. It is difficult to meet any one of the conditions. The last tactic that flashed through their minds was to attack from underwater, relying on submarines, which would give them a greater chance. However, submarine shipgirls are rarer than battleships and aircraft carriers. Even the submarine shipgirls of the Shipgirls Union are very rare. It can be said that Clemenceau really gave them an unparalleled shock in this battle. As a battleship, Clemenceau's firepower is not inferior to most of the mainstay shipgirls. Its speed is unique among battleships. Its air defense is also good and can be modified by other shipgirls. But now Clemenceau can guarantee such a hit rate just after she materialized the hull. They dare not imagine how high her hit rate will be after she is trained more. Even at their peak, they could only barely reach her starting point. If they had to wait for Clemenceau to grow to his peak, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. In their eyes, the others were fighters with some impairments in their abilities, but Clemenceau simply turned into a hexagon and could fight anything. And the root of all this lies in her admiral, Wayan. They felt that they had overestimated Vian enough after what happened today, but now Clemenceau slapped them in the face again. That is the upper limit of their thinking, but not the limit of Wayan and the shipgirls. Why can they observe so far? But still couldn't help but ask the question in his mind. Reformation. Wayan's 2 simple words blocked her from asking the next question. Isn't the biggest difference between a shipgirl and other shipgirls the all-round transformation? For Wayan, talents that can improve the mental limit of shipgirls are fine, as only as shipgirls can enjoy them. The security of matters related to ship equipment is still too low. Now as shipgirls can only bully others. They are not the kind that can crush others in all aspects and across generations. They should develop slowly and not recklessly. However, the manifestation of his ship's hull could not be concealed, and there was no need to hide it too much. That is his value as an admiral. In the end, Hood did not continue to ask questions. He just glanced at Vian from time to time and thought, waiting for Clemenceau and the others to come back. The 2 people who came back were in such different moods. One was jubilant, the other was depressed and aggrieved. Shropshire, Vian's shipgirl, also asked Clemenceau about the details of the previous exercise on the way back. He also knew why he was discovered and hid in advance. The reason was the 2 golden ship equipment whose effect she had not known before. At the same time, she felt more powerless inside. Because she is Vian's shipgirl, she knows that Clemenceau and the others are not yet in their complete form. Even though she can't do anything to Clemenceau now, this is still Clemenceau's first-generation ship equipment. How could she not feel sad when she thought about how she had gone through so many battles to grow to where she is now, but was easily crushed by the shipgirl, transformed by Wayan? So after coming back, Shropshire looked at Vian, who was smiling at him, and his originally sad mood could no longer be suppressed. She walked to Wayan's side. Her eyes were red and moist, but she couldn't let her little pearl fall easily. There were other people around, and she couldn't lose face for her master, her admiral. Seeing Shropshire's aggrieved look, Vian felt bad too. This is the ship he salvaged himself in the true sense, and they are all his shipgirls. We are all made of flesh. Clemenceau's loss shows that he has not been reformed enough, and Shropshire's loss shows that this is the case now. I'm sorry for wronging you. You will have it in the future. Because of the presence of other people, knowing what Vian was talking about, Shropshire nodded, wiped the moisture from his eyes, and stayed behind him in silence. Even her own warships did not return. His shipgirls all knew the importance of the ship equipment installed for them by Wayan, so they never mentioned or discussed topics related to ship equipment outside. Their return also marks the end of this exercise. On the way back, everyone has different feelings and thoughts. Some are happy and some are sad, but Clemenceau's performance this time will eventually bring some different changes to Vian's life. But Vian now had to think about how to comfort Shropshire, who was crying in the cabin. Chapter 138: Solution to Hull Dismantling. Without anyone to disturb him, Shropshire finally couldn't help it. It's like I wasn't feeling wronged enough at first, but when I saw the people who were important to me, I couldn't control my emotions. I'm sorry, Commander. I'm so useless. Knowing that Shropshire was in a bad mood, Vian also switched from Xiefeng to Shropshire's battleship on the way back. It's normal that we can't defeat her. Clemenceau is a battleship after all, and I gave her so many useful ship equipment. But I felt so powerless. Even when facing Hood, I was never so powerless. I didn't do anything and it was over. Shropshire, with pearls falling from his eyes, buried his head and dared not look at Vian, sobbing. So this is why I want to be an admiral. The world is unstable, and someone will always get hurt, and it definitely won't be someone around me. What Xiefeng and the others have, you will have too. Vian's love for the shipgirls comes from their kind hearts, which are purer than the complicated human hearts. His love for ships, the sea, and these girls healed his once numb self. When this healing becomes a reality. When he first traveled through time, his idea was very simple: to live a life of idleness with his favorite shipgirl. What happened to his parents and Xiefeng's change? Let him know that his goal may be very simple, but the world does not allow it. This world has the girls he loves most, but there are people who want to destroy this beautiful existence. Just as Xiefeng hoped that he could live like an ordinary person, he also once thought about whether he should just stay ordinary. Although Yukikaze is trying hard to be a sister, she is a destroyer girl after all, and her mental ability is still inferior to other older sisters. If Vian wasn't an adult, he might have been ruined by Xiefeng. So when she often stared blankly at the small hand cannon she was equipped with, Wayan saw it all. After all, Yukikaze is a shipgirl, and he can't allow himself to live in such a numb way. So he tried to imitate those big guys who traveled through time to see if he could inherit his Hong Kong account, and he tried all kinds of metaphysical methods. Don't ask why we should believe in metaphysics, because isn't reincarnation the greatest metaphysics? In the end, I had no choice but to accept myself and start over. The 18 years that Xiefeng has been with him have made him resolute countless times in his heart in his desire to become an admiral. No matter how difficult it is, even if he might die at sea with them, he wants to live happily with these girls he loves forever. As for why having Snowwind is not enough, he's just a Lord of the Rings like any other. Now that he has the ability to keep his shipgirls from getting hurt, he must give them the best. It doesn't matter if he suffers a little, gets a little tired, or loses a little hair, as long as he doesn't let these girls get hurt. This was one of the few things he could do for them. So if he wants to live a purposeful life, he has to eliminate all unstable factors. Whether it's the thoughts of humans, the thoughts of other shipgirls towards him, or the crisis in the deep sea. As long as his shipgirls are strong enough to easily defeat these opponents. The difference between him and other admirals is that the growth of the shipgirls under their command is inseparable from fighting. The growth of the shipgirls under his command is inseparable from his accumulation of resources and the sedimentation of time. He needs time to develop a powerful enough ship. The development of vulgarity has always been his theme. The price he paid for this was that the ship equipment he developed would break the cognition of the shipgirls in this world time and time again. They thought that his ship equipment was already very powerful, and he might have an even more powerful one. It will make them feel powerless and desperate, and they will doubt themselves. So Vian, knowing that Shropshire was feeling uncomfortable, would stay with Shropshire. He understood this sadness and heartache, just like his ancestors did before him. Just like it was built by Ishian, he felt more joy in his heart. Although Ishian's battleship may be a little weaker than most light cruiser ships, but he can finally make up for these regrets here. All of his shipgirls will have this, and he won't let them lose in a battle just because their ship equipment is not as good as others. But my warships have been in use for a long time, and they can't compare to Yukikaze and the others. That's the saddest thing about Shropshire. Both are Vian's shipgirls. She and Saratoga are already shipgirls with materialized ship bodies. Fortunately for Saratoga, her more important function is carrier-based aircraft, and her upper limit is locked. Even Yukikaze's hull is larger than hers, equipped with more powerful main guns, and can carry more torpedoes. Then I didn't say that I couldn't transform your battleship. Really? I'm already a full-fledged battleship. Shropshire asked questioningly and worriedly. The principle of Yukikaze and the others' manifestation is different from yours. They built a new battleship and placed their own mental core on it. so just transfer your mind core out. Wayne has also been thinking about the issue of the shipgirls who have already materialized the ship body. Xiafeng and the others did not use the hull data inside the battleship core to materialize the battleship, but instead engraved the battleship data he prepared into their own mind cores. Then the ship is materialized by consuming resources. Even the battleship elves appear along with the battleship core. The higher the upper limit of their mental endurance, the more battleship elves there are. Therefore, in addition to drastic changes to the hull and dismantling the warship bit by bit, another thing is to completely separate the shipgirl from the original warship. After all, dismantling a battleship is just modifying the original battleship. Once the core is stripped away, it will have nothing to do with the original battleship. But previous admirals and shipgirls have never done this. Because the upper limit of these shipgirls' mental cores is fixed, no matter how they are modified, they cannot exceed the displacement of previous warships. How much improvement can be achieved by replacing a hull that has been used for so many years with a warship of similar displacement? And how much better can the performance of the newly designed warships be than their previous warships? All in all, the cost-effectiveness is too low. If you have that experience, you might as well materialize the hull of another shipgirl. It goes without saying who has the greater advantage when two battleships fight against your one battleship. But these problems are not a problem for Wei-Yin. What he said also refers to the hull. They are all his shipgirls. If their performance does not improve, even the fleet will not be able to keep up. Isn't it expensive to rebuild a battleship? Clemenceau spent so much, and I'm just a made heavy cruiser. Knowing Vian's financial situation, Shropshire's first thought was about the consumption of warships, and he felt distressed and worried for Vian. Even if you're a maid, I'll help you become the best maid, even for the heavy cruisers. I can buy it even if it's expensive. I'd be sad if you got hurt. Chapter 139, Wei-Yin's Fleet Planning. Vian's words calmed Shropshire's heart, especially the heartache she felt for her, which made her cheeks feel hot. I understand. Shropshire could hardly speak properly and stammered. He has also been preparing for the warship planning under his command. After all, it is impossible for every shipgirl to keep adding more water to noodles, and more noodles to water, stacking up the volume and ship equipment. Giving his own shipgirls separate specifications according to the type of ship will help him to copy them in batches when he has more shipgirls. At most, there will be differences in some performance due to the different abilities of the shipgirls. Like Vian, he can use his stubbornness to make his shipgirl faster than other battleships. There is also black technology in the deep sea, and other admirals also have the talent to increase the speed of their shipgirls. Even some of the shipgirls have the skill to increase their speed, and the one that Vian is most familiar with is Hood. Her Royal Parade ability increases the fleet's speed when she is serving as the flagship. As a heavy cruiser, Shropshire is actually in a bit of an awkward position in his fleet. The Yukikaze with modified hull is her superior replacement, not to mention the Clemenceau whose performance is overwhelming. However, you understand my situation. Now we will focus more of our energy and resources on Lexington and Shimikaze. Clemenceau decided the upper limit of what his fleet could currently do against the deep sea. Lexington and Saratoga provided favorable protection for the fleet when it attacked. Although several of his shipgirls now have radar systems and their search and seeking capabilities have been improved, the reconnaissance radius of an aircraft carrier is ultimately not comparable to that of radar. Moreover, the radar's reconnaissance capabilities and the aircraft carriers under his command complement each other. The increase in reconnaissance range actually creates room for the fleet to take action. Previously, aircraft carriers would rely more on their own reconnaissance and then attack when there were bombers on the carrier. If his fleet speed is fast enough, he can easily bomb others in the initial situation without them having the ability to fight back. In order to complete such a deployment, the prerequisite is that the hulls of the two sisters must be materialized. This was also due to his revised plans after Shropshire and Saratoga were added. Saratoga's training level is over 100, and the performance of the carrier-based aircraft he can launch at one time is already impressive, plus he now also has a good bomber. Even the fighter planes are pretty good. Even Clemenceau could not handle Shropshire, let alone an aircraft carrier. Saratoga's capabilities are obviously more suitable for bombing and attacking, while Lexington can bring Gale to do what aircraft carriers in this world do and fight for air supremacy. Vian had thought about letting Saratoga carry out 2 missions at the same time, but he rejected it in the end. The reason why aircraft carriers are all big sisters is that their computing power is unmatched by other warships. The mental body becomes more mature. When trying to seize air supremacy and bomb at the same time, the calculations required of the aircraft carrier girl are even more enormous, and there is a greater possibility of errors. So under Wei-Yin's planning, Lexington's hull will materialize as planned to form a dual aircraft carrier with Saratoga. Wait until Lexington completes the materialization of the ship. What he needed was to materialize the frigate as quickly as possible to shield the little man under the waterproof. When it is discovered that the enemy is an aircraft carrier, the closer it is, the combat range of Clemenceau. If we get any closer, we'll have to rely on Xiefeng and the others. Even if the aircraft carriers can eliminate the enemy quickly enough, they will be ghosts on the sea. In such a planned combat mode, Shropshire seemed a bit out of place in his fleet. Her main gun could not reach as far as Xiefeng. Even every destroyer after him. But just as the importance of ship types is ranked in order of priority, he now prioritizes the striking force, and only after he has equipped the fleet with bodyguards will he have a chance to attack her. This is also where Vian feels he owes Shropshire. Although we cannot achieve beyond visual range strike in the full sense at present, we can already use the long arm to hit the short arm. And if you can't hit him, you really can't hit him, and you can only be forced to be beaten. So given our limited resources, we can only help you install the radar temporarily. The rest will have to wait. A servant's duty is to obey the master's orders. I am very happy to have the master's attention. Shropshire was not sad about what Vian said. Instead, her previously rosy cheeks returned to normal and she spoke calmly. But once the destroyer's hull is materialized, I will help you transform it first. Seeing such a well-behaved and sensible girl made Vian feel lucky, and he also made a promise to Shropshire. The journey home was uneventful. As soon as they returned to the academy, Hood, who had been silent all the way, left first with his shipgirls. He just looked at Vian a few more times before leaving. Hood and the others will have a meeting when they return. They may come to you in a couple of days. Seize the opportunity, kid. Elizabeth, who had worked with Hood for a long time, understood Hood's thoughts. Before leaving, she patted Vian on the shoulder twice and gave him some advice, then separated from Vian's fleet. Without anyone else, Vian could only take his shipgirl back to the dock. After briefly exchanging today's experiences with the shipgirls, I arranged for them to enter the channel. The new dormitory is completely different from the old one. There is a bathhouse in their villa. All he needs to do is prepare the necessary resources for them. The one who helped him was Ishian, who had always been gentle and quiet. He also didn't expect Ishian to take the initiative to help him. Although I have just joined, I also want to do something for everyone to the best of my ability. Ishian, who didn't care at all, helped Wei and take out the resources they needed and put them into the resource delivery area in the channel room. Afterwards, I also prepared small magazines, toys, etc. for the shipgirls to pass the time. Lexington went to arrange dinner for everyone today. Kokong and Shimikaze were excitedly discussing what happened today. The useless admiral had almost all the things he needed to do taken away by his own shipgirl, so he could only return to his office and revise some of the plans for today. A liaison unit stationed area. After returning, Hood immediately summoned several important shipgirls in the E-United department and told them in detail what had happened today. If you still think he has potential before, he is already a powerful admiral now, and will be even stronger in the future. I think you can take the initiative to deepen your relationship with him. Along the way, Hood was thinking about the battles in Clemenceau and Shropshire, as well as some details about Vian that he learned from Elizabeth and the others, and analyzing what Vian could do. Chapter 140. Hood is determined to win. Xiefeng's changes only show that Vian has good talent, but a destroyer cannot change anything. Moreover, the structure and style of the Yukikaze battleship are completely different from theirs, so they will remain skeptical about Yukikaze's abilities. But Clemenceau's change made her realize how talented Admiral Vian was. Just like the whole of Yukikaze involved a complete transformation, which required a huge amount of knowledge. Weian had been with Yukikaze for so long, so it could have been designed in advance. It was only when I arrived at the academy that I had the resources to realize the previous ship plan. When Vian told Elizabeth and the others about his gifted abilities, they were already aware of this problem. If it can increase the mental endurance of one's own shipgirl, the first thing that comes to mind is to transform the ship. This is true no matter who thinks it. You can use more and stronger ship equipment, and you can have a stronger and larger hull. But they also discovered a drawback to Weian's talent. Although the construction of a Kankali ship is much easier than that of a normal battleship, it is essentially still operating an ordinary battleship, with just some slight differences. The actual warship design needs to take into account the hull structure, weapons and equipment, and even the design of the admiral's living area. These are all very time-consuming. Moreover, a parameter may not be designed correctly, or the unreasonable hull design may also affect the performance of the ship. This takes time to hone and validate. Therefore, in their opinion, there are two ways to use Weian's talent. One is to make major changes to the existing warships to maximize the original ship performance, which is also a more time-saving way. The other option is for Weian to design the ship for his own shipgirl. This path requires Weian to think about the construction of warships, but there is no guarantee that the performance of the designed warships will be better than before. And the time required is unknown. Who knows how long it takes to design a battleship? After all, many admirals were ordinary people before becoming admirals, and many of them just like the shipgirls and have the honor of becoming an admiral. The ability to design warships is also unknown. Taking all factors into consideration, they felt that the upper limit of Wayan's talent lay in himself, and as for the resources embodied in the ship, they were trivial matters in their eyes. They had no doubt about the strength of Vian's talent, they just needed to verify Vian's ability to realize his potential. Even with the case of Xiefeng, they will still have doubts. Now that Clemenceau has appeared, they no longer doubt Vian's ability to design warships, and this limiting talent constraint is no longer a problem. How powerful the shipgirls under his command can be depends entirely on how talented and good at design he is. Just like the battleships that can run at 40 knots now, in Hood's view, they are naked genius. If there is a battleship like Clemenceau, then there must be a second and a third one. Hood had no idea how powerful such a garrison could be when there was a fleet of such warships. If it was because of Elizabeth, Shropshire, and Vian's talents, she was very optimistic about Vian and was happy for him to join the E-United Department. Now her attitude is to do it at all costs. At the same time, she was also feeling fortunate because the shipgirls in their E-Union had a good relationship with Wayan, so they had the opportunity to be ahead of other unions. If she let such an admiral become the admiral of other alliance departments, she would regret it to death. The relationship between the admiral and the shipgirls is complementary, and the relationship between the naval base and their affiliated departments is also complementary. Isn't the strength of a federation determined by the strength of the shipgirls in this federation? The alliance is divided into the admiral's shipgirls and free shipgirls, and the admiral's shipgirls have higher growth potential. Why is the J-League the strongest league in the Kankali Union? Isn't it because there are more J-country shipgirls under construction, and there are also more admirals who own J-country shipgirls? Because of the shipgirls, they have a stronger sense of belonging to the J-League, and the shipgirls of the J-League are a group of warmongers. The result is that the number of incompetent admirals in this federation is much less than that in other federations. The more deep-sea battles they fight, the stronger the shipgirls become, the more luxurious their ship equipment is, and the more domineering their tactics are. The status of the J-United Department rose rapidly. Isn't this the reason why the old leaders of the Kankali Union can't defeat the combined forces of the G-League and the J-League? More and more admirals and shipgirls do not agree with their ideas, and some leave. Now there is no successor. How can they win the decisive battle of the Great Fleet? Just as Hood knew when he went to the headquarters for discussion before, this time a powerful admiral from the J-League came to support his two shipgirls. The two sisters Ic and Hyuga. Ic. Hinata. This J-United commander is also a powerful admiral who has been stationed at the front line for a long time, and he is a very warlike type. He often takes the initiative to take his shipgirls to search for deep-sea attacks. Therefore, the two sisters he sent over were both shipgirls with a training level of 110, and their ship outfits were also very luxurious. Even the previous 356mm main guns were all replaced with 381mm main guns, and ISC also replaced them with two 406mm main guns. It can be said that it is very strong. Even Hood, the flagship of the E-Union, is still using 381mm main guns. One of the shipgirls sent by a powerful admiral is using 406mm main guns. His training level is higher than hers. In order to deal with the normal shipgirls that they might encounter this time, they were even temporarily equipped with a lot of anti-aircraft guns and sonars. Even the shells used were special shells for ship installation, which really caused great trouble to Alfonso XIII and her crew during the confrontation between the large fleets. Not to mention that other admirals also sent their own shipgirls to support. The United Front won the victory, and they can get a lot of benefits. So in this case, each liaison department can train admirals that they think are suitable, and they can also provide feedback to the liaison department after they grow up. So now that she realizes the heights that Wayan could reach, how could she possibly give him up to someone else? The joint assessment will be held in a few months. He probably won't give up participating for the joint reward, so it's a bit difficult to get him into the department early. Warspite said as he played with his hair. War weariness. The Union didn't forbid us from training the freelance admirals we like. Just like the J-Union, they can take advantage of loopholes, and so can we. It's just that we feel a little sorry for the other admirals of the same period. Guangwei gently stirred the black tea in the cup in front of him with a small spoon. Radiance. But her proposal made Hood's eyes light up. To train these designated admirals in advances, to put it bluntly, cheating. The process for others is to be selected and then trained by the joint department, but they secretly trained the designated admirals and took the rewards for the assessment. Their strength was improved, and they also entered the joint department of their choice. A world was created where only ordinary admirals were injured. Chapter 141 Hood's Invitation. Under normal circumstances, admirals who participate in the joint selection are in their third year at the academy. During this process, the various joint departments had already gotten to know most of the admirals. Admirals who demonstrate their talents in their studies will also have their information reported by some shipgirls who feel they are a good match for their respective units. Just like what Elizabeth in Shropshire did. While he is still in his first year of study, the shipgirls of the E-Union already know something about him and are paying closer attention to his news. This time was also a test for Wayan, but his situation was beyond Hood's expectations. There was this discussion. Most of the other admirals who were pre-selected by the Joint Department were just like him in that their intentions were very obvious and their talents were also particularly outstanding. The biggest gap occurred when an admiral was appointed by the G League. At that time, he competed with other admirals with 4 battlecruisers and several frigates. Gained the upper hand in the post-naval battle exercise. It's truly a case of the big bullying the small. After all, each federation has its own small warehouse, which contains not only resources but also ship equipment and the like. If the relationship is good, you can even salvage the boat, just like in Shropshire. That's right. He only has 4 shipgirls now, which is a little less than other admirals. It's still a little unstable for him to participate this year. After thinking about it, Hood began to ask everyone present to express their opinions. This time, the effect of Clemenceau's display of ability was very obvious, and basically all the shipgirls who went to watch agreed to the vote. Those who had not gone also agreed after hearing the discussions around them. At the same time, the dormitory area for ordinary shipgirls. The girl with black hair and red eyes found the dormitory of the sisters in Kaohsiung. Kaohsiung, there is new news about the admiral. You say? Hearing the news from Wan, Kaohsiung's eyes immediately became sharp, and at the same time the other sisters locked the surrounding doors and windows. So Norfolk told Kaohsiung everything he had seen and heard that day. Norfolk. After Hood returned today, he immediately summoned several important shipgirls. This may also be related to him. Okay, be careful when you go back and don't get discovered. Kaohsiung remembered what she said and confirmed that it was correct, then quietly sent Norfolk out of the dormitory area. The night is their best protection. After returning to the dormitory, Kaohsiung began to write down everything he heard and looked for opportunities to send it out. Because the E-United Department reached a consensus, Vian was found by Hood 2 days later. At that time, he was relaxing on the beach with his shipgirl and deepening their communication. Miss Hood, what do you want from me? Vian, who had been reminded by Elizabeth earlier, was also guessing what Hood was thinking. Hood glanced at the shipgirls around him who had stopped playing and joking to look over. Some things about His Excellency the Commander may be a good thing for you. This way, please. Vian signaled to his shipgirl not to be nervous and started walking along the beach with Hood. Commander Wan, may I ask what you think of the Shipgirls Alliance? It's an organization established by the shipgirls for self-protection. What about the E-United Department? The place where Shropshire and Elizabeth live, or the joint headquarters spontaneously organized by the E-Country shipgirls? Vian's understanding of the E-Unit came more from Elizabeth and Shropshire's explanations, so he looked at the E-Unit more from their perspectives. Elizabeth should have told you in advance about the problem of admirals between the various joint departments. Well, she really wants me to join the E-United Department. Vian was also particularly frank about Hood's straightball. Then, Commander, what is your wish? When asking this question, Hood couldn't help but clench his hands behind his back. Although Vian now has Shropshire as the shipgirl of the E-League, Elizabeth also has a good relationship with him. But he never responded to this question directly. Just like how nervous ordinary people are when they first try to salvage a ship from a shipgirl, she is also extremely nervous now. Wayan is probably the most talented admiral she has ever seen, and his growth rate is also exceptionally fast. The relationship with the shipgirls is also particularly good. She just saw Wayan getting along well with the newly built shipgirl. Just like the shipgirls of the big sister battleships are loved by most admirals, admirals who are talented and capable of treating the shipgirls well are also loved by them. Not to mention that the abilities and traits displayed by Wayan are so special. Can I take this as an invitation? Although he already knew the purpose of Hood's visit, he still asked his question with a confused look on his face. His concealed expression did not escape Hood's eyes and perception, but she ignored it. Don't think it's an invitation. Hood's words were very straightforward. Don't we have to wait until the assessment period before we can choose the branch we like? You have been unanimously recognized by the shipgirls in the internal meeting of the E-United Department, although it may take until the assessment for the headquarters to retrieve your information. But we can also choose the admiral we approve of in advance. Hood, wearing white boots, stood straight in front of Vian with his hands behind his back, looking sincerely into his eyes. The soft sea breeze blew her golden hair gently against Vian's chest. Her playfulness is in stark contrast to her usual seriousness. Look into the eyes of Sapphire behind the red-framed glasses. So now all I need is a nod? Yes. Miss Hood, you have personally invited me. How can I refuse? Of course, it is your freedom to choose which department to join, but once you choose, you cannot change it. The commander should think carefully about it. Although he was a little nervous inside, Hood said softly with a calm expression. Do we even need to choose? Hood's presence here already represents your attitude. Elizabeth and Shropshire also helped me a lot. Isn't it the E-United department that helped me in disguise? Although Wayan may have many other options, the only one he contacted at the beginning was the E-Unit, even though he knew that the J-Unit and the G-Unit were the strongest. But what's most important is what suits you. What's your answer, Commander? I agree. Such an answer is truly reassuring. I would like to welcome the Commander to the E-Joint headquarters. Vian's answer finally made it feel relieved. But in this case, do I not have to take part in the subsequent assessments? My goal has been achieved, and I don't want to reveal more for the time being. Chapter 142, A Gift from the E-United Department. After all, there were not just 1 or 2 admirals and shipgirls who came during the assessment, but a lot of them. Although the assessment reward was very tempting, Wayan felt that he was not without other opportunities. Unfortunately, Your Excellency Commander, this is not allowed. It should be said that completing the Joint Department assessment is the threshold. The formal process must be followed, and Commander also needs to reach a high ranking. I see. The mandatory assessment undoubtedly shattered Wayan's idea of continuing to hide his incompetence. But don't worry. Since you have been recognized by us, our first goal is to help you pass the assessment. Is this in accordance with the rules? Aren't the rules of the Kamusu Union Kamusu? We have all recognized you, so that complies with the rules. Yes, the Kankali Union was originally established for Kankali, and the first target is always Kankali, followed by the Admiral. In that case, what do I need to do? To compete with other admirals to pass the assessment, just choose our unit. In order to help you pass the assessment, we have prepared this for you. As Hood spoke, he opened his ship's equipment space and handed the things he had prepared long ago to Vian. He got the envelope Hood handed him and was stunned after opening it. There is a resource card inside. Now that you have agreed to our invitation, your files and information will be transferred to our E-Unit after this year's Joint Department exam, and we will be responsible for your training thereafter. You are no longer a new admiral under Elizabeth's jurisdiction. You are now an admiral directly under the E-United forces. You only have 2 months left to study. If we want to help you pass the joint assessment during this time, you will need to defeat a group of third-year admirals. After everyone's discussion, I feel that since you already have several shipgirls, what you may need most is the resources to materialize them and the ship equipment they use. Generally, the admirals who participate in the joint assessment are relatively outstanding, so the minimum number of shipgirls they have should be 6. To be on the safe side, you will also need 3 shipgirls who have materialized their ships. These resources are the welcome gifts for you to join the E-Union. Wayan looked at the resource card in his hand and swallowed. If he was not mistaken, this resource card contained 250,000 steel resources. Arrogant, really arrogant. Now it seems like he is being kept by Hood. But these 250,000 resources. Don't worry, just use it with confidence. From what we have observed, your ship's tonnage is relatively large, and considering that all your modifications may require more resources than normal. This is just a first meeting gift. If your performance in the coming days continues to satisfy everyone, the resources this time will be relatively limited. By the way, the 2 ship equipment in the envelope are my personal support. I am very optimistic about Commander Wayan. Hood, who spoke like a rich woman, had no idea how much shock she had brought to Vian's young heart. Is this the rich woman? If Wayan is not mistaken. Both ship armors are golden, and you can tell at a glance that they are from the same series of main guns. By quickly searching his previous memories, he finally found a similar ship outfit. Trial production of 30 centimeters main gun. To put it simply, it is a triple 300mm main gun, a heavy cruiser gun. It is a bit too big for ordinary heavy cruisers and should be considered a main gun for super heavy cruisers. It may be a little too big for Xiefeng and the Wayan plan, but it may be suitable for his transformation of Yixian. Thank you. These 2 ship equipments are very useful. Then you must perform well. I look forward to your success. After all, there are also admirals who are favored by other departments among the participants this time. How could Vian not understand what it meant by this? Although the various departments help and cooperate with each other, there is also internal competition. Hood and the others gave him this resource in the hope that he would perform well in this joint department assessment, or at least not lose when facing other joint department admirals. This will affect the evaluation of him within the ministry and will definitely affect the resources he can obtain in the future. Having completed his goal for today, Hood felt much more relaxed and looked at Vian with much more favor. However, when they were walking on the beach, there were still a lot of people following them. Watching the 2 of them standing there facing each other for a long time, many question marks emerged in my mind. Shropshire, you are more familiar with the flagship of the E-Union. Tell me why she came to see the commander. Saratoga, who was hiding behind a large tree, asked Shropshire, who was crouching beneath her. At the same time, Lexington and Xiefeng's ears perked up, and even the elegant and quiet Ishin listened attentively. It might be something about the United department, but seeing how harmonious and calm they are, it doesn't seem like it. They're too close to each other. From their perspective, Hood, who was a head shorter than Vian, looked like he was buried in Vian's arms. The two of them facing each other inevitably aroused people's imagination. It's useless, so just look at mine. As Saratoga spoke, her eyes were full of cunning, and a toy-sized plane quietly flew from the palm of her hand over the sky above Vian and the others. Saratoga, isn't it a bad idea to spy on the commander and his men like this? Ishin felt that this was not a good way to do things, so he asked Saratoga worriedly, while glancing at the reactions of others. They all looked curious, especially Xiefeng. Even Lexington, who was always honest and gentle, was full of admiration for what Saratoga was doing. Seeing Ishin's hesitant and curious look, Saratoga curled her lips. Just tell me if you want to see the commander's story. If you don't think it's a good idea, then I won't tell you. Sure enough, the next second Ishin covered her little mouth and shook her head. Anyway, it's not just her who did this. There are other shipgirls as well. If Wayne blames everyone, they're all responsible. The first thought that came to Saratoga's mind after hearing the conversation between Vian and Hood was, her sister's ship is about to be found. Yes, she heard the part about steel resources in Vian and Hood's conversation. After all, Clemenceau only used 200,000 resources, and Vian doesn't have 250,000 resources now. Combined with the resources she has, the materialization of the Lexington hull is a foregone conclusion. But she did not hide the curious looks from others around her. After all, Wayne was basically open about his shipgirl. If she lied to other people, she would inevitably be blamed by her sister. Chapter 143, Tracking Shipgirl. Because of Hood's invitation and the unexpected gift, on the way back Vian saw his shipgirls looking at him with anticipation. He used all his strength to steady Shimikaze, who was resting on his back. Our next goal is very clear. We must get a good ranking in the joint assessment 2 months later. So this time, I will first consider the opponents I will encounter before arranging the resources. 250,000 steel is a generous resource for every new admiral, not to mention how much resources they have earned after patrolling so hard for a month. It's different when there's someone behind you. But for him, 25W resources are consumed very quickly. If the ship is of the highest specification, it can only meet the displacement of 50,000 tons. It was enough for the frigate, but a little difficult to satisfy Lexington's big appetite. Moreover, he was running short of another important resource, battleship cores, and needed a sufficient quantity before he could materialize them. Okay, Commander. The most enthusiastic Saratoga curled her lips and said. But the next second Saratoga suddenly changed and moved closer to Vian. Commander, I feel like someone is watching us for a long time. As an aircraft carrier, her enemy scanning capability is inherently stronger than that of other types of shipgirls, not to mention that she has now changed into the ship outfit prepared for her by Vian. When she travels with Wayne, she will also fly some toy-like planes around to protect Wayne. So the gaze that had been following and watching them was also noticed by her. Saratoga's words made the surrounding shipgirls with sensitive hearing nervous, but they did not dare to move without Wayne's instructions. Can you tell who it is? I'm mobilizing aircraft for reconnaissance. Vian and the others did not stop walking, and at the same time gave Saratoga time. Finally, 30 seconds passed. Found it. The one following us is a girl. Judging from her appearance, she should be a shipgirl. Judging from her attire, she should be a shipgirl from Country J. After listening to Saratoga's words, Vian simply nodded. Just go back first. If she doesn't do anything rash, don't disturb her for now and see what she's going to do next. After that, they returned to the accommodation area and continued chatting aimlessly as if nothing had happened. But there is still a difference from before. After Hood's meeting and the approval of several important shipgirls of the E-Union, all the shipgirls of the E-Union now know that their union has welcomed a new admiral. Therefore, there were many E-Country shipgirls who greeted him with a smile along the way. Commander, the shipgirl who was following us is not following us any further. Keep sending planes to follow her, and be careful not to be discovered. Don't worry, my small plane is several hundred meters away from her location. Elizabeth had mentioned to him before that a shipgirl was following him, but later on, because he often did not do anything extra except attending classes. So because he was too well behaved for 2 or 3 months, others relaxed their surveillance on him. But now it's happening again. After returning to the villa, Wayne carefully put Shimafeng back into her room, letting her sleep peacefully before returning to his own room. Dial the landline. Who? It's me, the Dean. What happened? Those restless shipgirls appeared again. This time, Saratoga discovered them. Kaohsiung and the others? That should be correct. Saratoga said she is a shipgirl from Country J. Don't act rashly for now. They don't dare to do anything rash in the academy. Good. After briefly explaining his situation, Wayne hung up the phone. Elizabeth and the others had a pretty good idea of some of what Kaohsiung and the others did by observing them next to Wei-in. And we found out that they were probably not shipgirls sent by other joint departments, but undercover agents hiding here from the Navy. What we need to do now is to wait for Kaohsiung and the others to reveal their flaws. Especially now that the Joint Department assessment is approaching, it is also the busiest time in the academy. Admirals with talent and strength will join various joint departments, or become admirals directly under the Kankali Union. Ordinary admirals will also graduate after the assessment and begin to be assigned a garrison by the academy. As for the unqualified admiral, they have been cleared out early and will not wait until the 3rd year. Because during this period, many shipgirls from the Alliance will come to recruit admirals. There will be more people arranged at the venue, and it is also a day to show the strength of most of the admirals that year. It's not just the shipgirls in the academy who will pay attention to this. Now that Wei-in has confirmed that he must take the assessment, he certainly won't think about simply getting a rank. Since he is going to participate, the warships of his shipgirls will be completely out of tune with others and will attract attention. But if you can't hide anymore, wouldn't you be a turtle if you still try to hide? He did not forget that the higher the ranking in the assessment, the richer the reward. It is difficult to build a heavy cruiser corps, let alone an aircraft carrier corps or even a battleship corps. The assessment reward is an opportunity that he must seize, not to mention that the United Department is watching him. For this, he went directly to Lexington. "Commander, why are you here?" Saratoga, who was reading in the same room with him, was a little surprised to hear Wei-in knock on the door. "I need you to arrange some things." "Commander, though, it is the secretary's ship's duty to help you get the job done." The surprised Lexington did not forget to welcome Wei-in into the room and even made him a cup of coffee. After spending a long time together, Lexington has understood some of his hobbies and habits. As for Saratoga, who was lying on the bed reading a picture book, she turned around and saw that it was Wei-in, then turned back to continue reading the picture book on the bed. Lexington was very helpless about Saratoga's love of reading books, but when Saratoga acted coquettishly to her, she could only helplessly follow Saratoga. After placing the coffee on Wei-in's desk, she sat down quietly. "Help me collect some general information about the 3-year admiral. I don't need to know too much about their general strength, just prepare for the next assessment." Wouldn't it be better to trouble Dean Elizabeth about this matter? Although she had been reading, Saratoga, with her little ears perked up, answered in advance. "Although it may be easy to trouble Elizabeth, if you can solve it yourself, you should not rely on others. Whether in battle or in life, only we can be strong ourselves." Wei-in felt this deeply, just as he was now somewhat dependent on both Lexington and Shropshire. Chapter 144 Aircraft Carrier Design. But they were all his shipgirls after all, so they were all okay. Elizabeth was a somewhat strange and familiar person to him. Although he knew that Elizabeth would help him, she had a lot of things to do every day, so there was no need to trouble others for such a small matter. "Did you hear that? Jia, when can you be a little more independent?" "Higi, it's impossible for me to leave my sister. I'm just a piece of shit who can't live without my sister." Hearing Lexington's serious voice, Saratoga answered with a smile and finally stuck out her tongue at Wei-in and Lexington. Seeing Saratoga like this, Lexington could only smile helplessly to Wei-in. "Commander, I understand what you said and will complete it as soon as possible. The second thing is about you." Lexington was a little surprised, and Saratoga also focused on what Wei-in was going to say next. "According to the order, I should help you materialize the ship, but if you want to complete the assessment now, some changes may be needed." "Is that so?" "It's okay, Commander. Didn't Clemenceau wait that long? Our overall strength is the most important. Now that we have Gaga, it's okay for me." Lexington narrowed his eyes and answered Wei-in's questions, which made him feel a little blocked. This is a considerate and caring wife. Just as Wei-in was about to answer, Saratoga jumped out of the bed, rushed in front of Wei-in, and interrupted what he was about to say. "Help my sister complete the materialization of the ship. I still have some resources here. I have sold some things that I couldn't use before these days." She blocked Lexington behind her and looked Wei-in straight in the eye. As a shipgirl herself, she understands better how much she is looking forward to the day when her ship is materialized. Only the shipgirls who have embodied the ship can be called complete themselves, and the blue sea and blue sky are completely open to them. Before there were admirals, I didn't understand why these ordinary admirals were loved by the shipgirls. And she only made the Wei-in contract because of Lexington. She didn't care what would become of her next. She cared more about Lexington than herself. Lexington, who brought her a ray of light. He was silently observing what Wei-in did for them, and was also silently giving Wei-in a score in his heart. At the same time, she spent more time with Lexington and knew Lexington's expectations for his ship. And her heart that was gradually sinking. She always did things completely for Wei-in's sake, and often didn't think about herself, just like Saratoga herself did to Lexington. But as a younger sister, I have always seen it. Why did she have to eavesdrop on what Hood and Wei-in said today? Wasn't it because she was afraid that her sister would suffer? My silly sister has devoted her heart to the commander, and the weather has been getting colder recently. When she was reading in the evening, she could see her sister quietly learning to weave a towel for Wayan. But he never told Wayan about what was on his mind, trying to suppress his inner thoughts. Wayan is given a perfect image. He does things neatly and cleanly, has full life skills, is gentle and kind, and takes good care of everyone. She knew that her sister was waiting every day for the ship to materialize so that she could take Wayan out to sea. In order to make her sister happier, and also because Wayan had told her before that there were insufficient resources, she was quite distressed and turned her ship's space upside down. Sell all the useless ship equipment collected in the battle, just to gather more resources and make your sister happier. Even to make Lexington happier, she didn't tell Lexington that she was trying to raise resources for her ship, but just asked Vian to keep it a secret and she would give the resources to Vian when the time came. Everything was done for her by her favorite commander. But now she heard something. Wayan might change his mind. Although she also knew that as an admiral she had to consider everyone and make decisions that maximize the interests of the fleet. But as a younger sister, she couldn't bear to see her sister sad, especially when she was forcing herself to smile. So now she stood in front of Wayan and slapped the resource card on the table. The sudden situation left Lexington stunned. Jaga, let the commander finish speaking. We need to listen to the commander. Lexington quietly pulled down the hem of Saratoga's black skirt, looking a little weak compared to her usual confident look, especially now that she was caught between Vian and Saratoga. Vian hadn't expected Saratoga to be so excited. Ahem. Wayan touched his nose embarrassedly. I think you may have misunderstood me. I meant that I had already finished drawing the blueprints. Now the assessment happened, and there are also the sudden arrival of resources and ship equipment. I need to complete the blueprints for the destroyer and light cruiser battleships and allocate resources appropriately. It may take a few days, but the actual implementation will remain the same. After all, since you and Lexington are both aircraft carriers, the strength requirements for the hull are not as extreme as those of other shipgirls. By improving your sister's hull, the resources consumed can be reduced. As the core of the fleet, your ship needs must be met first. When drawing the blueprints for Lexington, Vian had already changed his strategy. Compared to Clemenceau and Yukikaze, who still have the possibility of close combat and sailing alone, it is impossible for the two sisters Lexington and Saratoga to sail alone. At least there are other shipgirls around to provide security so that they can go out without worry. The combat space is not comparable to that of battleships and destroyers, and the objects they need to protect are not ordinary surface warships, but submarines and enemy aircraft carriers. So compared to Clemenceau and her colleagues who used special steel for all their warships, Lexington and subsequent aircraft carriers all use special steel in specific areas. For example, the flight deck and the underwater bottom of the ship. Therefore, when the Lexington's hull has the same displacement, it is less than half of theirs. Moreover, the most terrifying place where Lexington and her team consumed resources was not on the hull, but on the carrier-based aircraft that were constantly consumed. The aircraft were equipped with missiles, torpedoes, and bombs. These are where they spend their money. The most important thing is that Lexington has a larger hull, a larger hangar, a faster speed, and even reserved space for future power modifications. A portion of the space on the lower level of the flight deck is also reserved for use by the ship's equipment at the rear. The result is that the standard displacement of the aircraft carrier design has reached more than 70,000 tons. Compared to other warships whose shells can be generated on site, the carrier-based aircraft of an aircraft carrier must be generated in the hangar in advance, so the displacement of Lexington can still be increased. Chapter 145 Lexington Ship Data. While most aircraft carriers weigh around 20,000 tons, the Lexington becomes a complete behemoth after the transformation. Even if he wanted to materialize the Lexington's hull, his current dock would not be enough because it was too big to accommodate it. Is that so? Commander, why didn't you say so earlier? Saratoga was relieved to hear that Vian had not changed his mind, but in the next second she seemed to have remembered something and wanted to take back the resource card on the table in a hurry. But her hand was caught by her sister Lexington. It made her freeze like a wooden figure. Gia, you said you wanted to help your sister materialize the ship? Lexington looked at the resource card in Saratoga's hand with complicated eyes, and at the same time looked at Vian. This. The flustered Saratoga finally didn't give a clear explanation, but this attitude only made Lexington more determined in his thoughts. So Saratoga could only look to Vian for help. Gia also had good intentions. She hoped that you could materialize the ship as soon as possible so that she could be happy. But today, Hood and the others gave me more resources. She was afraid that I would give them to others. But since Gia just mentioned this, let's talk about the conditions and problems needed to materialize your Lexington today. After all, the blueprints are now complete, and we're basically just waiting for the other warships. Vian's words finally temporarily diverted Lexington's attention and made her let Saratoga go. Saratoga, who was released by Lexington, immediately hid behind Vian. Sister, I don't care. I will definitely provide the resources for your ship's manifestation. You are not only a ship girl, but also my most beloved sister. I won't allow him to possess all of you. I must have half of your ship. Hiding behind Vian, Saratoga's tone of voice became a little tougher. Wait a minute, I'll talk to you in detail. Lexington frowned as he finished speaking and waited intently for Vian to speak. Wait for me to get the blueprints. It will be quick. After saying that, he ran out of the room without waiting for the two to react and took the drawings back. Looking at the rolled-up drawings in Vian's hand, Lexington and Saratoga knew that this was the aircraft carrier designed by Vian. This was also the ship that they might use in the future, so they all clenched their fists unconsciously. Especially Lexington. She originally thought that Vian would change his mind today, but now the blueprints are already in front of her. With the experience of Xiefeng and Clemenceau as a precedent, she has always been full of expectations for the design of the Vian aircraft carrier. Wayne didn't say, and they didn't ask Wayne what kind of design he wanted. But compared to the curious and patient Lexington, Saratoga was obviously in a hurry. He snatched the blueprint from Vian's hand and opened it on the table. But after just one look, Saratoga was stunned. Who is she? Where is she? What is she doing? What did she see? The information of a warship that had never been seen before was listed in detail on the blueprint. Lexington, who was stunned by Saratoga, also took a look and turned into a wooden figure like her sister. Only Wayne was still drinking his coffee quietly, waiting for them to digest it. After a long while, after the two men finished reading the information on the drawings, they looked at Wayne as if they had seen a ghost. Although they knew that Wayne had always regarded aircraft carriers as more important than other warships, they wouldn't be so cruel. Battleships have always been the main force at sea and in deep-sea strikes, and the ships built with larger displacement are also battleships. But now they saw something, a huge ship on the blueprint. What the hell is a flight deck of 332 meters long? The most outrageous thing is that the width of the flight deck designed by Vian is more than twice that of Saratoga, reaching 76 meters. There was also an angled deck that was nothing like what they had before. They were completely confused as to what the difference was between this design and that of previous warships. The flight deck is so outrageous, let alone the hull below. Now Saratoga feels that her sister has become her big sister. Not only is she older than her, but even her battleship is bigger than hers. At the same time, when Saratoga saw the displacement column on the battleship designed by Vian, she rubbed her eyes repeatedly to make sure she was not mistaken. The ship's frame alone has a displacement of 6W without carrying any carrier-based aircraft. Moreover, the arrangement of displacement and tonnage was carefully arranged by Wayne, unlike her and other aircraft carriers, which have a lot of wasted space. Even in this case, her hangar capacity can accommodate 80 ships when using current carrier-based aircraft. This blueprint is more than twice the size of her hull data. According to conservative estimates, Saratoga can accommodate more than 160 carrier-based aircraft. World War II aircraft cannot be compared with modern aircraft, either in size or weight. Also, the hull structure of the double-decker hangar that they often saw had disappeared, which made her a little curious. If Lexington's hull is equipped with other ship equipment, the displacement can easily reach 70,000. If carrier-based aircraft are added, Saratoga can't even imagine how big her sister can be. The speed requirement for the battleship was raised to 40 knots, the same as Yukikaze and her crew. Saratoga and her crew were already used to it and were not surprised. As for the arrangement of Lexington power, Vian is also preparing to directly use the power system used by Clemenceau. The design of this battleship has already left enough space for installing the power system. Sister, pinch me and see if it's true. Looking at the data given on the Vian drawing, Saratoga still felt it was a little unreal and put her little face close to Lexington's hand. Lexington's mind was blank and she could not hear Saratoga's questions. All she could see was the blueprint. Is this for me? Yes. Looking at the two surprised women, Wayne calmly took a sip of coffee. Commander, is it too big? Not too big, not too big. You are the core of the fleet, so any size is fine. So what does this do? The place Lexington pointed to was exactly the location of the angled deck, which was also the problem that troubled the two sisters. You all had one flight deck before, but this is equivalent to having an extra deck, which can accommodate several aircraft taking off and landing at the same time without interfering with each other. Because the shipgirl herself is controlling the carrier-based aircraft, the landing success rate is not comparable to that of ordinary aircraft carriers. The more important aspect of the angled deck is that it can quickly take off a large number of carrier-based aircraft in a short period of time. Chapter 146: Lexington's Accommodation and Determination. Otherwise, if Lexington uses a flight deck even though her hangar is larger than other ships, her takeoff efficiency will not be improved. if the takeoff efficiency cannot be improved, let alone the combat efficiency. To give the simplest example, the time it takes Lexington to take off 10 aircraft is half that of others, assuming they're all the same carrier-based aircraft. Lexington had already attacked the mission target in advance, while the opponent was still gathering its fleet. By the time the battle started, it would definitely be closer to the enemy fleet, thereby increasing the risk of exposing the enemy aircraft carrier and increasing the success rate of the operation. Of course, this is not the only function. If the landing fails, it can take off directly from the angled deck and land again without having to compete with other carrier-based aircraft for the deck. Is that so? Sister, I want it too. Saratoga was drooling as Vian answered. There will be some in the future. Looking at Saratoga with eager eyes, Vian felt much happier. Wouldn't it be nice if the battleship he designed was loved by his own shipgirls? But let's talk about your sister's problem first. If possible, I would of course like to materialize all of your ships, but Jia also wants to help with the materialization of your ships, which has helped me relieve a lot of pressure. My initial estimate is that at least 155,000 units of steel will be needed, and 5,000 each of other resources. There are only 100,000 resources left for Yukikaze and the others. It's no problem to satisfy 2 destroyers, but Ishian may be a little more difficult. And this time, I will help you increase the upper limit of your mind core's bearing capacity to 76,000 tons, which is 40,000 tons higher than before. It will consume about 8 battleship cores. Yukikaze and Kokang each need 3, and Ishian 5, for a total of 19 battleship cores. If we want to equip you with ship equipment, we will need more battleship cores. We only have 2 months now. So in this situation, Jiajia's resources can be said to have solved the urgent problem. Lexington, who knew Wei's specific situation, knew that this was not nonsense, so he felt a little heavy in his heart. So sister, let me help you. Help the commander, okay? Lexington felt complicated when he heard Saratoga's words. It was okay for Vian to help her materialize the ship. After all, Vian was her admiral, but the one on Saratoga was her sister. It is obvious that the elder sister should take care of the younger sister, but now the younger sister has to take care of and help her, which makes her as an elder sister feel sad. However, the reality is that they now need this aircraft carrier to ensure more chances of winning. Saratoga and Vian exchanged glances as they watched the changing expressions on Lexington's face. Your sister is already a little shaken. Try harder. Receive. Then Saratoga thought of the most important part of her sister's heart, Vian. Humph. I'll let you have it this time. If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't give it to you so easily, humph. Saratoga groaned in her heart, feeling a little unhappy, but for the sake of the overall situation she could only give her sister a little more. Commander, didn't you say before that after my sister materializes the ship, she will be the flagship? Besides, Clemenceau and the others often have to maneuver, which makes the ship very bumpy and uncomfortable, right? My sister has already finished the blueprints, and we are only one step away from having a stable ship. Looking at Saratoga, who kept winking at him, Vian understood what she meant. Yes, yes, yes. Just like Weian always thought highly of himself, even after being on the battleship for a long time, he is now much better than before. But Lexington did not forget that every time Vian got off the boat, his pale lips made her feel a little distressed. And the flagship thing, doesn't it mean that Weian will have to stay with her when he goes out to sea? The sea voyage they took together made her girlish heart begin to bubble with pink bubbles, and her face felt a little hot. And we are staying in the safest place in the fleet. We don't have to worry about your safety, Commander. When it comes to security, it's like a bullet hitting the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. During the days when he went out to sea with Xiefeng, Lexington still remembered every little thing about Vian that Xiefeng remembered, as well as Vian's not-so-good childhood. And when he was a young man wanting to be the admiral, Xiefeng was worried about the personal safety of Weian. This incident had always been firmly in her mind, and now it was poked by Saratoga. Okay, I understand. I'll follow your arrangements, Commander. Seeing Lexington's relenting, the 2 men could finally let go of their worries. Done. Great. I'm finally going to see my sister's ship. My sister's beautiful flight deck, and the island must be nice too. But we need to coordinate well and add your resources. We can't waste them. Don't worry, sister. I have already divided the available resources separately. It will not affect my daily use. Saratoga said as she pulled out her resource card. There are a total of 150,000 steels in it. I have prepared them for you in advance. If the commander wants the battleship core, I didn't care too much about it before. Maybe a few. Then the 2 saw Saratoga go directly into her own ship's space and start searching. At the same time, Vian was also shocked by Saratoga's efficiency. When she was told about this before, she had less than half of the resources needed by Lexington. In just a few days, she had gathered such a huge amount of resources. Weian truly experienced what it means to be obsessed with her sister. Her sister is everything in her world and is the driving force that keeps her moving forward. At the same time, Wayne also felt that he was being kept by a group of girls. It was clearly agreed that he would earn money to support the family and let them live a good life. But now he was helped by his own shipgirls, whether it was Shropshire or Saratoga. Finally found it, but there are only 4 of them. The rest depends on you, Commander. Saratoga wiped the dust off several battleship cores and handed them to Vian. You've helped a lot, Judge. Leave the rest to me. Once I have finished drawing the blueprints for Ishin, I will start materializing the hull for your sister. Then as soon as possible, I can't wait to go sailing with my sister. Only Lexington, who was standing silently by, watched the 2 people's joy and clenched his fists tightly. She must protect her sister and the admiral who care about her. After saying goodbye to the 2 women, Wayne returned to his room and began to work overtime without sleep or food. Chapter 147, Cruisers Positioning and Dilemma. November. The biggest annual event of the Admiral Academy, the Joint Department Assessment, is approaching, and the senior admirals have begun planning their travel plans early. The training area, which is usually sparsely populated, now has many more admirals practicing battles together to prepare for the upcoming assessment. The tense situation between the Navy and the Shipgirls Union seemed to have been eased, and the Eastern Navy has not taken any action until now. It was just to drive out the admirals and shipgirls stationed in the east of the Kanmusu Union, so that the senior admirals could focus more on the assessment of the Union. If becoming the admiral of the Kankli Union means that he has become one of the most advanced people in the world, then becoming an admiral directly under the Kankli Union will undoubtedly be the pinnacle of this group of people. Most of the admirals directly under the Kankli Union are so powerful that ordinary admirals cannot match them. Only a few powerful admirals who come from behind may ignore this condition. But for more admirals who want to develop into better ones in the future, this must be the quickest way. Becoming an admiral of the Kankli Union will gain the support of the Union, without having to struggle like ordinary admirals. In this world, the amount of your resources can be used to assess your strength to a certain extent. The more resources you have, the more shipgirls you may have, and the more shipgirls you have, the stronger you are. They complement each other. When the situation between the Academy and the Navy was tense before, some admirals quietly dropped out and left. As a result, most of the admirals who stayed behind were bold and enterprising. Although many first-year admirals like Wayan are not as capable as third-year admirals, they still decided to take the assessment after hearing the teacher's comments. Even if you fail, you can still gain some experience and prepare for next time. Therefore, the admirals who face the most intense competition are basically those in their second and third years. Some third-year admirals who are not as strong as second-year admirals now look at other admirals around them and think they may be their competitors. There is also a strong sense of tension on campus. Ever since Yukikaze materialized the ship, Wayan has come to class only a few times, not to mention when there were more shipgirls later. Even during class, he was like an invisible person. He was not very familiar with other admirals, and his life always revolved around his girl. It was this concentration that allowed Wayan to complete the blueprints of the Shimikaze and Koken battleships after working hard for these days. After all, he had the example of Yukikaze. Their battleship blueprints only needed to be simply modified based on Yukikaze's original ones. When it came to Ishian, Wayan was left with no time to write. Because Yatsen's positioning is as awkward as Shropshire's. It's better to say that Ishian is more embarrassing than Shropshire. Shropshire's existing hull can still be used and is much stronger than most shipgirls. But Ishian had nothing. Even her original battleship data was just a small boat. It's a bit problematic to call it a cruiser. It would be more appropriate to call it a gunboat. Yukikaze used to weigh more than 2,000 tons, but the Ishian was called a cruiser but was actually only 1,650 tons. Moreover, the positioning after the transformation also made Wayan a little embarrassed. When Wayan started to draw Ishian, he discovered that basically everything that cruisers in this world could do could be done by Xiefeng and the others. What ordinary cruisers in this world cannot do, Xiefeng and her team can still do. What's more, after deciding on the hull data of Lexington, his demand for gunboats was more of a frigate. This is obviously something that Xiefeng and the others can satisfy. The firepower of Xiefeng and her team is not much inferior to that of ordinary heavy cruisers, so what does Ishian need to do? Considering that the world may have to face more deep sea each time, it is impossible for an aircraft carrier to take care of it all. If Clemenceau is aimed at the deep sea flagship in Vian's memory, then the cruiser is aimed at the ordinary deep sea battleship. At least there should be no problem facing the golden deep sea heavy cruiser encountered before. As for the problems with other shipgirls, if you can solve the deep sea ones, you can also solve the ordinary shipgirls. Wayan knew very well that the brief period of peace between the Navy and the shipgirls was just the calm before the storm. It would be fine if it doesn't explode, but once it explodes it will be like a mountain torrent or tsunami. As long as you are facing the Admiral's shipgirl, there will be a biggest problem. The pressure of air defense is not comparable to that of the deep sea, and the admiral shipgirls are more skilled in controlling carrier-based aircraft. At present, most admirals and shipgirls do not pay special attention to air defense, and the problem will be revealed when the battle begins. That's why Vian has been emphasizing the air defense of his shipgirls. Although they don't quite understand, Vian wants to avoid such accidents. Therefore, the most troubling issue for Wayan now is that, when the transformation of battleships and destroyers can already do most of the things, does he still need to divide the ships into two separate types? After all, the emergence of light cruisers and heavy cruisers in the previous life was also due to naval treaties. Just like the transformation of Clemenceau has made the battlecruiser dispensable, its speed is faster than that of a normal battlecruiser, its firepower is stronger, and its armor is also stronger. Now Xiefeng and the others have taken up the space of Yixin and the others. If we further subdivide them into light cruisers and heavy cruisers, the situation will be further aggravated, and they will be stuck in a situation where they are neither too high nor too low. If there is any living space that they can have in Wayan's vision, it has a larger hull than a destroyer, greater ammunition capacity and firepower, and can do things that Yukikaze and her team cannot do. In the security positioning, Xiefeng and her team are more often focused on air defense, anti-submarine, and lightning strikes. What the cruiser can do is to fill the firepower vacuum below the battleship, at least until missiles are developed. It is easier to form a firepower advantage when facing other shipgirls and deep sea. Unlike battleships, which are not easy to build, aircraft carriers are. Apart from destroyers, the easiest ship to build is the cruiser, not to mention that he can now also make heavy cruiser course. And they are called cruisers, so why are they called cruisers if they don't sail long distances? They have to form a firepower deterrent when sailing alone. The upper limit of the main gun will be 15 inches, 381 millimeters, the same as the current Clemenceau. After Clemenceau is able to use better main guns, it will fill the gap in her and even in future battleships. Thinking of this, Wayan felt much better and understood the plans of his shipgirls better. Yukikaze and her companions are responsible for bullying ordinary deep-sea ships and shipgirls, while Ishian Shropshire, as a cruiser, targets the battleships. Clemenceau is comparable to the deep-sea flagship. As for the battlecruiser, Clemenceau runs so fast that it's not an exaggeration to call it a battlecruiser. Chapter 148 Cruiser's Answer. But here comes the painful part for Wayan. The 381mm main gun is already the main gun of a battleship. So there was a huge problem. It was hard to find a main gun of this caliber. Even Lexington couldn't find a suitable main gun. If he had to choose from 381mm, Wayan had no other choice in mind. The Veneto sister uses a powder cannon. The 381mm main gun has a vertical penetration of 406mm and is the most powerful main gun in its class. The disadvantages are also very obvious, such as excessive dispersion and barrel life. But is the barrel life still a problem for shipgirls? As for walking, the depth is comparable to that of 406. What else do you want? Comparing the disadvantages with the advantages, it is not a problem. What's more, the shipgirls under his command have a higher hit rate than other shipgirls after installing radar, which can make up for this shortcoming to a certain extent. The only difficulty is that the source of this gun is Veneto or the Veneto-class battleship. Littorio, Veneto, and Roma all carry this type of main gun, and Veneto also has an improved version. The method to obtain it is also very simple. Find these shipgirls and build good relationships with them, gradually heat up the relationship, and finally make them shy. Needless to say, she was shy. He had never even seen her shadow in all the time he had been in the academy. Before each creation, he would drink a few more sips of coffee just to see if he could create her. I wonder if there is some bond between them, but as expected, there isn't. Hey, Vivi. My grandmother was from the Empire, my mother was from the Empire, and even my last name is Wei, so I have some El Country bloodline. Why don't you come out? Just like other predecessors who have traveled through time, Wayan also has a girl he loves in his heart. Mrs. Lexington was everyone's favorite, but he liked Vivi because she herself fell in love with coffee and wanted to taste what her big torpedo tasted like. Take a sip of the still warm coffee and feel the bitterness. Wayan cut off his divergent thoughts and continued to devote himself to the struggle. Without Veneto, he still has another path, research and development. After all, he has Clemenceau, which has a 381mm main gun. Although it cannot be obtained directly like Yukikaze, a battleship is parked there. As a ship designer, shouldn't he be able to enter the battleship and analyze it carefully? As long as he can understand the general principles, he can already make ship equipment. Wouldn't it be possible to obtain more specific parameters if we could observe the Clemenceau battleship in person? Under such circumstances, making ship equipment would be a piece of cake. As for why Vian knew about this problem, we have to look for the cause from Saratoga. The equipment on her was obviously more valuable than that on Shropshire, and he had been on both of their ships during this time. When he saw the BDD-1 destroyer on the battleship Saratoga, an idea came to his mind. Bomber, Purple Bomber. The main reason why Saratoga is so powerful now is that she is naturally equipped with stronger bombers than most shipgirls. When the aircraft carrier is difficult to mount, fighting like a bumblebee will give you an advantage over other aircraft carrier girls. Although only 15 aircraft can be generated at most, it is much better than having no shipgirls at all. The most important thing is that, apart from being found in deep-sea spoils, the only other sources of this type of bomber are those that come with Lexington and Saratoga. Unfortunately, both shipgirls were here with him. He didn't dare sell colored carrier-based aircraft, but there was no problem with the purple ones. There were many aircraft carriers like Saratoga that lacked bombers. Then the resources he may be lacking now can be quickly filled if shipments are slow. By this group of rich women. And why did it take so long for Lexington and Stefang before? Because they went there to scout the market for future sales. So when Wayan had some free time, he would stay on Saratoga's ship and observe these carrier-based aircraft. Then I spent 2,000 energy points with some pain, and as expected, the difficulty of imitation was lower than I expected. In particular, the parameters of many ship equipment are more detailed than those in his talent collection. He knew the general principles and perfected them himself, but he only understood the ship equipment on Saratoga bit by bit and copied it by example. It only took 2,000 energy points, and except for the first time when I failed due to lack of skill, I easily completed it the second time. It also opened up a new world for Wayan. The previous ship equipment of the Kankeles were no longer useless data and could really be used by him. He also found that he understood the meaning of the data on other carrier-based aircraft equipment that he could not understand before. The real treasure trove lies not in his talent, but in the shipgirls around him and their ships. Just spending a little bit of resources would allow him to have a much better understanding of this type of ship equipment, which would be of great help to his research and development inspiration. Therefore, in the absence of a powder gun, Clemenceau's 381mm main gun is also an alternative for Vian. But after all, he expected the battleship's displacement to be around 30,000 tons, and the space occupied by the quadruple main gun would be larger than that of the triple one. Moreover, after the quad-mounted main guns are installed, if they are changed to triple-mounted ones in the future, the current ship design will still have an impact on the future. The use may not be so perfect, unless he gets the data on the powder cannon later and changes it to a quadruple mount. Wait, change it to quadruple. Thinking of this, Wayan's mind suddenly became clear. What are his cruiser requirements? The firepower against conventional battleships may also be the warship that he will sail most frequently besides destroyers in the future. Because he wanted to control the battleship's displacement to around 30,000 tons, so after meeting the most basic speed and fixing the reserved holes. In the case of heavy air defense and firepower, other equipment will definitely be reduced. The advantages of the quadruple turret are also obvious. It shortens the length of the core area, making it easier to protect. It makes it easier to concentrate firepower and can also reduce the tonnage of the warship with the same number of main guns. Disadvantages: high failure rate, low hit rate. The turret is large, and the width of the hull is forced to increase. But most of the problems can be solved by Wayan, so that's not a problem. The quadruple cannon has a lot of negative buffs stacked up, but if these problems can be solved, it will undoubtedly be the strongest main gun in the same level, no doubt about it. As long as we can get deep-sea combat recovery capabilities and improve the fire control system. His cruisers will also be the strongest cruisers. They can do what destroyers can do and deal with opponents that battleships can deal with. Their only weakness may be that they are a little fragile. The battlecruiser that belonged to him for security, the assassin in the fleet. P.S. I've had enough rest this month. I'll start updating 3 times a day tomorrow. Please give me some small gifts to kill me. Chapter 149. Admiral of the Navy. Brother Yuan, what does the governor mean? In the quiet corridor, the bespectacled young man in a white Navy uniform asked in a low voice to the tall and thin man who had just walked out of the room. He was also accompanied by a blue-eyed, blonde girl who followed him silently, like a robot. If Wayan were here, he would definitely recognize that this girl is very similar to Hood, the flagship of the E-Union. Or rather, she is the Hood. After March, they took action when there were the fewest people. By that time, the assessment of their academy will have been completed, and most of the admirals and shipgirls will have dispersed. There will be no new admirals entering the academy, and that will be the time when they are at their weakest. Although they also wanted to dismember the shipgirl group as soon as possible, they also wanted to do so in a way that reduced casualties. But it was also the best time to catch them all in one fell swoop. An insider from the Kankali headquarters reported the information and went to a joint department, which was the E-Joint Department, which was not very strong. So how many people are we sending out this time? According to the governor's emphasis on those shipgirls, most of them will go, except for those who stay to guard the deep sea. If this worry is not removed, the governor will never be able to sleep well. Is that so? Thank you, Brother Yuan. I'll go back early to prepare. Don't plunder too much this time. Leave some resources for your commanders. We'll need them as cannon fodder this time. Clear. The boy with glasses walked away at a rhythmic pace and had followed him indifferently the whole time. Watching the boy's back completely disappear, the tall and thin young man sighed. Who knows if we will be cannon fodder again this time? Compared to the young man who just left, Zhou Yuan, as the closest commander to the Eastern Navy governor, has experienced much more than them. No more. Most of the admirals here were selected by the Kankali Union, and most of them were eliminated due to their good conduct or were expelled from school. The Navy gave them the opportunity to break away from the ordinary class and become an admiral. It just has a bad reputation. Ever since the Governor-General declared war on the shipgirls, those weak women did not even have the courage to launch an attack, just as they had expected. Or are they still holding on to that ridiculous kindness? The boy who just left was a microcosm of their Eastern Navy. During this period of time, many admirals came to ask him when to send troops. They were eager to expose the false faces of those self-righteous people. But only a small number of Navy officers, including him, knew why they had not sent troops yet. Most of the admirals in the Navy had opinions and prejudices against that group of shipgirls. They believed that they blocked their chances of climbing up the ladder and arrogantly shut them out. It is obvious that they all have the talent to become admirals, but they are not even given the chance. Fortunately, the Navy allows them to build shipgirls, and now they have become admirals. The Admiral Academy is like a goddess that keeps them out. If you don't become an admiral there, you are a failure. Most people still believe that the admirals there are the most orthodox. Especially after arriving at the Navy, the big fish eat the small fish internally, and the oppression and exploitation of the weak admirals by the powerful admirals above made them jealous of those admirals who were assigned jobs safely after graduation. Why can they easily get the rare resources that they can only obtain through fighting, robbing, and cheating? And you don't have to be watched so much by other admirals. The Shipgirls Union has been tolerant and retreating for a long time, and most of the shipgirls who are often on expedition missions are not very strong, but they do not have to live such a hard life like them. Just set your sights on this piece of fat meat. A group of the most useless admirals occupied most of the garrisons in the resource-rich sea areas, while a group of war consumables that could be consumed at any time were riding on the heads of their navy. Obviously, they are the admirals, and the shipgirls dare not disobey their orders. However, some disobedient shipgirls are prone to sinking themselves, which gives them a headache. Zhou Yuan once voluntarily left the Admiral Academy, so he was not as extreme as other naval admirals. In the 20 years since he came to the Navy, he can no longer go back to the past, and can only go down this path to the end, witnessing a lot of darkness here. At first I knew about the Kankali Union, then I hated it, and now I understand it. Most of the admirals in the Navy are not like that. At least in his eyes, they are just a group of extremists who are easily instigated. They always think about taking revenge on the Kankali Union, but they don't realize that this weak image is also what the Navy's top brass like to see. How can we make them willingly become cannon fodder and fight against those actually very powerful shipgirls without brainwashing and incitement? The more they are exploited internally, the more they will pounce on it like a vicious dog when a piece of fat meat appears in front of them. Seeing them treating the shipgirls like consumables, he felt extremely heartbroken, but the only thing he could protect was the girl next to him. This was the last kindness in his heart as the former admiral of the academy, and he can never go back. "Commander, what are you doing here?" The Colossus came over with a lunchbox as usual and saw his commander standing there stupidly. The sight of the giant statue woke him up from his dream. Looking at the girl who was closest to him, it touched the softest part of his heart. "Colossus, we are going to go to war with the Kanmusu. I don't know how many Kanmusu will be sunk in the battle. Although I feel bad for the sisters who have to face these commanders, we have already prepared for death. Isn't this the purpose of being a weapon? But you are obviously not a weapon. You are just a bunch of silly girls. So now I am your marriage ship. It's a feeling they will never understand. Thank God for letting me meet you. Okay, don't worry. I will be with you even if something unexpected happens. Eat well, Algeria, and I made a loving lunch for you today." Algeria. How can such a group of lovely girls be regarded as weapons? I know, but I will still protect you. This was his promise to his ship girl as an admiral, and he has done it until now. From the Navy he had come into contact with over the years, he did not think that the Navy now had a complete chance of winning, especially when facing those powerful ship girls he had seen before. There is a huge difference between fighting with weak admirals within the Navy and fighting together with the ship girls. He felt that he needed to do something now, not for himself, but for the two wives who had always supported him. Chapter 150 Hood's Curiosity. Ever since he handed over the resources to Wayan, he has been staying in his own villa, as if he had forgotten about the assessment of the joint ministry. While the other admirals were training him, he was building the ship behind closed doors, which made Elizabeth and Hood want to know his latest situation. However, their busy tasks and work do not allow them to spare the time, and they can only watch Wei and being mysterious every day, which makes them feel itchy. Especially Hood, who in the United Department is most optimistic about Wei and has the highest expectations for him. That's none other than Hood. After all, she has spent the resources and just wants to see some results. Finally, after completing all his tasks ahead of schedule one day, Hood knocked on the door of Vian Villa. But it was Shropshire that received her. "Where's your commander?" "I'm working." Shropshire pointed to Vian's room. "Doesn't he go to the training ground to practice with other admirals to familiarize himself with his opponents in advance?" The commander said that he has sent the two Saratoga sisters to gather information. "Is that so? Then when will he be done with his work?" After listening to what Hood said, Shropshire sighed helplessly and replied, "Now, apart from his daily cleaning, we basically take care of him all the time. Workaholic." Hood was somewhat surprised to hear Shropshire's answer. "Well, as long as the commander is in a good state, he will be like this unless his mission is completed or there is something important." Shropshire, who has been with Vian for a long time, already knows Vian very well. "Then maybe I'm not here at the right time today." Just as Hood lowered his head in thought, Vian's door opened. "I did it. I finally did it. Ha ha ha." A crazy and hearty laugh came from the door, attracting their attention. His beard was quite thick and the deep dark circles under his eyes showed how busy Vian had been recently. However, in his excitement, he saw Hood who was visiting here and immediately shrank back into the room. "It seems I came at the right time." When he came out 2 minutes later, he was the same handsome young man again. "Miss Hood, I'm sorry for not coming to see you. I've been busy lately. Please forgive me." Commander Wayan is so happy. I guess he has accomplished something important. The elegant Hood sat upright with a smile on his face. Half a month has passed, and it is now mid-November. Today he finally worked hard to come up with the hull plan for Ishian. So how could he not be happy? He has already finished drawing all the blueprints of his warships. He only needs to gather enough resources and build the ships. Then he will be a very capable admiral. He didn't hide much from Hood. After all, the rich woman was right in front of him, and drawing the battleship blueprint was not such an important matter. "I just finished the battleship blueprints they needed, so I'm happy." "Oh, right." Hiss. After hearing what Vian said, Hood still took a breath of cold air. Vian now has 4 shipgirls. If there are 4 more, there will be 8 shipgirls in total. Moreover, most of his warships are special warships. She also knows that 2 of the unmaterialized shipgirls are new types of ships. Wouldn't that be telling her that during this period of time, Vian not only completed the drawing of 2 destroyers, but also studied 2 new drawings? How long has it been? Not even a month. How could Hood not be surprised by Vian's abilities? So it was no wonder that he had stayed in the room all the time, and Hood understood it all at once. "Now that you have completed the ship's manifestation, are you confident in the assessment?" Hood did not have the audacity to ask Vian about the blueprints. After all, the data and abilities of each admiral's shipgirls were secret. No one knows what the outcome will be until the end, and the admiral of the J-Union this year is a bit strong. Wayan also collected some useful information about the admiral appointed by the J-United Forces through Lexington and others. He is a third-year admiral who has achieved very good results in the previous 2 assessments and has gained the attention of the J-United Forces. We have been supporting him since the end of last year, and it has been a year now. Compared to Wayan drawing blueprints in the room, the admiral was obviously much more glorious and did not mind exposing his strength by practicing with others. After all, his strength is really strong. There are already 9 shipgirls who have materialized their ships, and it is inevitable that his strength will continue to improve for some time. Because he is already quite famous in the academy, his talents and the types of ships he controls are well known to everyone. The main reason why he attracted the attention of the J-League was his talent as an admiral. While increasing his affinity with the J-country shipgirls, he can also enhance the performance of his shipgirls by 10, which can be applied to the warships. What a concept! A battleship with a speed of 30 knots can be increased to 33 knots by him. If he has a shipgirl who can improve the speed of the fleet, it can be even faster. 10% of the performance is an all-round enhancement of the battleship. Firepower, armor, speed, and even enemy detection. Even the number of aircraft launched from aircraft carriers can be increased. Previously, only 10 aircraft could be launched at a time, but after the increase, it may be possible to increase to 11. Even if they are 2 identical warships, her overall performance is 10 higher than yours. Then she can shoot farther than you, with a higher hit rate than you, and even the penetration of her main gun will be greater than yours. Originally, the 2 battleships were exactly the same, and their main guns could penetrate their own armor, but after being reinforced by the opponent, they might not be able to penetrate it. So you can see how powerful this ability is. It is more powerful than those talents that only increase firepower. The most important thing is that the lineup of shipgirls under his command is also very powerful. 2 battleships, 2 battlecruisers, 1 heavy cruiser, 1 light cruiser, and 3 destroyers. The European Emperor has 4 large battleships, 2 medium-sized battleships, and 3 small boats. Compared with most admiral destroyers as flagships, his 4 large battleships put a lot of pressure on people. The only drawback may be that there are no aircraft carriers, not even light carriers, so the air defense pressure on the battleships is a little bit greater. However, when the fleet basically acts together, light cruisers and destroyers can solve some of the problems. However, other admirals were mostly on small warships, and if they were hit by a large ship, they would probably be destroyed on the spot. Not only is his ship powerful, but his talent is also strong. The effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This is why he was chosen by the J-League. Hood was able to provide him with 250,000 resources, not to mention what kind of help the J-Union, which is even stronger than the E-Union, can provide. How will his strength grow next? Chapter 151, The Beginning of the Fall. Will there be another ship girl manifested in such a short time? When Lexington and the others reported to him, Wei-Yin felt extremely heavy in his heart. A duel with other admirals is different from a deep-sea duel. The opponent will also use terrain and tactics instead of mindlessly charging into you. Even in such a situation, although there were admirals who were keeping an eye on him and wanted to drag him down, there were also other admirals who wanted to join the J unit and huddled together with him for warmth, forming a small group. Therefore, he was not afraid at all of his strength being exposed and being targeted by others. After they eliminate the others together with the admiral who wants to join the J Union, won't the top spots belong to them? That's why Wei-Yin didn't guarantee that he would win. Although his warships were more powerful than the opponent's enhanced warships, they were outnumbered. That's true, but it's a pity that his talent is more suitable for the J unit. Otherwise, we in the unit would be very interested in him. But your talent ceiling is higher, and I believe you won't let me down. Are you that confident in me? Looking at Hood's very determined eyes, Wei-Yin was a little surprised. Since I have chosen you, I have no choice but to trust you. Besides, I don't feel any tension from you and the ship girl. Although I don't know why, I think you should have a solution, and Shropshire is not weak. If you win first place this time, more shipgirls will recognize you in the E-Union, and the support the Union can provide you will be better. I look forward to your performance. Hood said and sat elegantly waiting for Wei-Yin's answer. Miss Hood has said so. If I don't work hard, I will be betraying your trust. I trust my girls. I believe them too, but the fact that you were noticed by our E-Unit has made other units curious. Maybe in a while, other ships from other alliances will come to you, especially the U Alliance, which is very interested in you. Why? Because you have 2 aircraft carriers, and they are 2 very important aircraft carriers for the United States. Even though Saratoga didn't join the United States before, it doesn't mean they don't want Saratoga to join. The assessment hasn't started yet, and everything is still not settled. They must want to see what kind of admiral you are. Then why are you telling me this? Aren't you worried? Hood understood what Wei-Yin meant. Since everything has not been settled yet, there is still a possibility that Wei-Yin may change his decision. After all, such things have happened before. This is also the reason why Elizabeth has never allowed other departments to contact Wei-Yin. In addition to not wanting him to be disturbed, she is also afraid of being noticed by other departments. After all, unlike the E-Unit, she knows everything about the team and can take better care of Wei-Yin. It's useless to worry. You can't stop someone from changing. I trust my own judgment and decision. I believe you are not that kind of person. The nice guy card had caught Wei-Yin off guard. But Ms. Hood, are you so sure that I can't change? I'm just an ordinary admiral. No matter how bad a person like you can be, what can he be? Why would Shropshire follow you? And you are more familiar with our E-United department, aren't you? But the U-League seems to be stronger and richer. People are least steadfast in the face of money. Who is the strongest besides the G-League and the J-League? That must be the U-United department. In particular, there is a wealthy woman in the U-United department who is very good at making money, Santiago, and she is responsible for the logistics of the entire U-United department. Wei-Yin's first startup capital was obtained from Santiago. Wei-Yin's words this time made Hood silent. Because when she thought about it carefully, Wei-Yin was indeed an admiral who was relatively short of resources. The other admirals' embodied ships can just be modified on the original basis, and the shipgirls' original ship equipment can also be used. However, all of Wei-Yin's shipgirls have been transformed, and most of their ship equipment needs to be replaced. She had also seen some of the ship equipment on the Clemenceau battleship, which were relatively expensive in the market. Not to mention that Wayan now has several shipgirls that need to be materialized, especially one of them is an aircraft carrier. Why do they distribute the deep-sea spoils in such a way that whoever sinks the ship last gets it? It is because the admiral's thinking is different from theirs. They don't care who gets it, as long as everyone destroys the deep sea and everyone gets something. But people do argue. When they formulated the support plan for the admiral, it was not that they could not give more, but they were afraid that giving too much would be a disadvantage and make the admiral lose the motivation to work hard. He became a useless admiral who relied on funding from the United Nations, because such an admiral really did appear. If you really care so much about profit, you can't even pass Elizabeth's test. She has been observing you the longest. Hood's answer this time was not as firm and confident as before, but instead revealed some lack of confidence. So this is where the Kankeles are relatively simple and kind. They clearly know the bad side of humans, but they are unwilling to believe it and foolishly think that humans are the same as them. Even as the flagship of the Federation, she has experienced more things than other shipgirls. If you really are such a person, then just consider it as bad luck. I'm used to it anyway. Hood tried to remain calm, but her shaking hands could not hide her inner panic. All right, Commander, stop bullying Lord Hood. Didn't she know Vian Shropshire? Now she even knew the color of the tea hat he wore when he was a child. How could a young man who is willing to suffer for them make a decision that would make everyone sad? Even if Wayan really needed money, he would only think about going to other places to make money. I'm sorry to have worried you, Miss Hood. If they want to come find me, please do so. If it weren't for the help of Elizabeth and the United Department, would I have been able to grow so fast? Besides, if I really went to the U-League, wouldn't Shropshire come to me and cry and complain? She's so sad. What I fear most is the little maid crying out of grievance. Commander, I didn't. Shropshire, who was shy, patted Vian's shoulder gently with his hand to express his dissatisfaction, especially in front of Hood. Really? Then I feel relieved. Vian and Shropshire's words made Hood relax, but at the same time, she was a little curious about what kind of person this was. As the first human who makes her feel mysterious and special, he doesn't like to interact with others and instead spends the whole day with the shipgirl. He could also tease her without any burden, tease the flagship of a joint ministry. Hood, man, you got my attention. Wayan, high-end hunters often appear as prey. Chapter 152, Lexington's Mental Limit. Is the commander ready to begin? Lexington looked at Vian expectantly. After Wayan completed the battleship drawings of the cruiser, he began to prepare for the next step. The most important of these is the embodiment of Lexington's hull. So at night in Vian's room, he called Lexington over. Because he had this experience several times, Wayan was familiar with the process this time. It's just that Lexington is a little shy. She already had some vague thoughts about Wayan in her mind, not to mention that she and Wayan were now in the same room. And she also understood Wayan's thoughts. At least after Vian built her for so long, they haven't had any close contact. So now Wayan was leaning against her in the chair, which made her face feel a little hot. Don't be nervous, Vian said as he stroked Lexington's pretty face with one hand and began to activate his talent. Every time you help your subordinates to increase the upper limit of their mental core, you need to leave enough margin. But now that resources are scarce, he needs to try his best to help Lexington improve while ensuring that it can form combat effectiveness. The displacement of the hull frame is constant, and changes in the displacement of an aircraft carrier are basically concentrated on carrier-based aircraft and other weapons and equipment. Lexington will also have a higher hull utilization rate than most other freighter-converted aircraft carriers. So Vian set the displacement of Lexington at 70,000 tons. So this time Wayan needs to spend 34,000 energy to replenish it. But in order to have some margin, I'll just collect 35,000. Compared to other shipgirls, Lexington's reaction is more sensitive. With her mental limit nearly doubled, Lexington felt that her thinking speed had increased a lot. After all, she had not yet materialized the ship's body and therefore had no burden. At the same time, she looked at Wayan's skin more clearly and carefully. As for the feeling of improvement, she felt a cool energy entering her mind, which was very comfortable. She couldn't help but relax her body and just leaned lightly on Wayan's shoulder, feeling extremely at ease. Commander, are you done? Lexington whispered quietly as he felt the breath disappear from his body. It's done. The next step is to materialize your ship's hull and equipment. Thank you, Commander, for your hard work during this period. Compared to what you've done for me, what I've done for you is nothing. Wayan looked at the pretty face with eyes closed leaning on his shoulder and said gently, as the secretary's ship, it is my duty to share your worries. You haven't had a good rest during this period and you have lost weight. Lexington opened his eyes and looked at Vian's heavy dark circles. He felt a little distressed, and his slender fingers touched Vian's face as if possessed by a magician. It's worth being a little tired now. I don't want to regret it later because I didn't work hard enough, especially at this critical moment. The cool and delicate little hand made him look at Lexington in a daze. After spending so much time together, his unnatural feeling towards Lexington has disappeared. Lexington was used to keeping things organized every day, helping him share some of the work, and taking care of his daily life together with Shropshire. Just stayed behind him silently and supported him. So after this busy period, Commander, can you take a good rest? You didn't have a good time at the beach last time. Everyone is worried about your health. Then take a good rest after the assessment is over. Lexington seldom made requests to Vian, so Vian, who felt she owed her, did not reject Lexington. Lexington was a little greedy for the feeling of dependence, and the warmth of the boy's broad shoulders made her eyelids heavy. It was a rare moment of peace and quiet in the day. Her commander was also with her, but she knew that she couldn't keep clinging to such a feeling. She was still just the commander's shipgirl, unlike Yukikaze, who was his wedding ship. She felt a little sad when she thought of this. She knew what Wayan was thinking, but he usually tried his best to hide his thoughts, which made her feel distressed. After all, he had lost his composure in front of her once. At this point, Lexington opened his eyes and tried to leave Vian's shoulder, but found that he was staring at him in a daze. Lexington's actions finally interrupted Vian's wild thoughts. His relationship with Lexington has always been very strange, because he subconsciously called her wife. Lexington's attitude towards himself was also a little strange. He wants to be close to her, but doesn't dare to be frank with her because of this reason. However, she usually devotes herself to him like a wife. She does most of the things a wife does, and even though Shropshire can do it, she still asks for a share of the work. She wants to take care of Wayan herself, and she supports Vian no matter what. Most of the things we talk about every day are about work and daily life, not about intimacy. Just like an ordinary old couple. So he was stunned when he saw the pretty face, defenseless and relaxed, leaning against him. She invaded his heart silently like a virus, not to mention that he already liked Lexington. So the first thing he did when he woke up was to turn his head away, not daring to look Lexington in the eye, feeling a little guilty. At the same time, his ears turned red, and Lexington saw the whole thing. Really, you are not honest, Commander. Commander, what's wrong with you? Looking at Wayan, who was so cautious and not frank, Lexington began to want to tease him. No, nothing, just thinking about something. Vian, who was always talkative with other girls, was like a mouse meeting a cat when dealing with Lexington. Then why don't you dare look at me, Commander? If you want to look, just look. I am your shipgirl. Lexington looked at Vian's face, which was beginning to turn red, and pressed forward. Vian felt as if his secrets had been exposed by Lexington. He stole a glance at Lexington, then quickly turned his head away when he noticed she was looking at him. Lexington looked helpless, but secretly happy at the same time. What's helpless is that Vian is too timid. He can face other girls and Siefeng bravely, but he always avoids her, even when facing Saratoga. She is the only exception. The good news is that Wayan is not completely cowardly, at least he is still secretly watching her. But when she thought that her ship would be materialized next, and she would have to invite Vian on board, she was afraid that Vian would avoid her. So Lexington figured something out. She placed her hands on Wayan's face and turned his head to face her, her deep blue eyes looking straight into his. What's wrong, Lexington? Lexington's sudden attack made Vian a little panicked. Chapter 153, Lexington's questioning. Commander, why have you never dared to look me in the eye? Am I that scary? Now that they were the only two in the room, Lexington became a little bolder. No, Lexington is beautiful. Then, Commander, don't you have anything to say to me? Wayan couldn't turn his head, so he could only look at the beautiful face and her fixed eyes in front of him. Say what? Wayan had an answer in his mind, but he didn't dare to answer it. After all, Lexington's aura was too strong now. Wayan was completely stunned. Commander, what are you thinking now? Perhaps feeling that his pressure was not enough, Lexington moved a little closer to Vian, until their noses were almost touching. Vian could even smell the faint fragrance of Lexington. At the same time, his body left the stool, as if supporting himself on Wayan. Looking at Lexington, who is completely different from his usual gentle self, what is Vian thinking now? Madam, you are so handsome. But he didn't dare say it. Lexington, it's a little close. Wayan could only bite the bullet and say it against his will. As a shipgirl, she is a shipgirl who lives with Wayan on a daily basis and has improved her mental limit. Of course, she knew that what Wayan said was a lie. And now that she has come this far, it is impossible for her to let Wayan go easily. Then, Commander, tell me why you called me that before. Otherwise, I won't let you go easily. Wayan now feels like he wants to escape, but he can't. There were only two people in the room, but he seemed like a victim. But after all, It was Lexington who asked the question, so the heat on Vian's face eased a little. It is because of this title that he and Lexington have such a strange relationship now. How can he take the initiative to talk about this issue? Now that Lexington has torn open the gap, he knows that he can no longer escape. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble at the hands of Lexington tonight. Which one? In order to confirm again what he was thinking, he did not answer the question directly. The first time I saw the one I was talking about. Lexington was somewhat happy to see that Vian had relaxed a little and did not avoid the question. Mrs. Although he felt that he had prepared himself mentally, Wayan still felt a little guilty when he said it out loud like this. But as the person who asked the question, Lexington still felt the heat and temperature on his face when he heard Vian admit it with his own ears. She underestimated the lethality of Wayan's words. It was clearly what she wanted to hear. As soon as Vian said this, he felt Lexington's small hand on his face tighten. So, why? Why did you call me like that? Lexington stuttered a little, but her curiosity didn't let her let go of Vian. She really wanted to know the answer to this question, which had been bothering her for a long time. At the same time, she fell in love with it because of this title. Now that things have become like this, she really wants to know why Wayan calls her madam. It was clearly the first time they met, and she was clearly just a ship girl who had just awakened, and she was clearly the first Lexington in this world. Or has he ever met someone who is very similar and close to her before? But based on what she and Xiefeng knew, they already knew this was impossible. So she wanted to understand why Wayan only called her this, and not just once. She could feel that Wayan subconsciously wanted to say this name many times, but stopped in the end. Tell me why. In fact, it took Vian a long time to get used to calling Lexington. After all, he was already used to calling her wife in his previous life. So many times his subconscious thoughts took control of his body, and he shouted out. Now that Lexington asked him this question, Vian knew that this was an opportunity for him and Lexington to open up to each other. The first sight of Lexington was like that of a gentle and virtuous wife, and that is indeed the case. But it feels a bit rash to yell like that the first time I see Lexington. I'm sorry, Lexington. Yeah. But the commander obviously knows about Lexington. Gaga even said that I was the first Lexington. So what's going on with the commander? The longer Lexington spent with Vian, the more mysterious things she discovered about him. So she didn't believe the answer at first. And she could feel that way and felt a little guilty, and this was not the most truthful answer. The question that Lexington suddenly asked was one that Vian had never thought about before, so he was confused by the question. Then he hurriedly wanted to answer Lexington's question. Commander, don't lie to me. You know I'm a ship girl. Don't worry about what I might think. You are my commander, and I am yours. Feeling that Vian had been covering up the problem, Lexington whispered that he hoped Vian could relax and be more calm. Seeing Lexington staring at him intently, Vian's thoughts were a little confused, but he didn't know where to start. After all, most of his knowledge of Lexington was from his memories of his previous life. As Lexington knew Vian well, he certainly understood the panic in his heart. If the commander can't answer, I'm asking you, can you answer me? Lexington tried to speak as slowly as possible and used his fingers to gently soothe Vian's frown. Then commander, did you know me and Lexington before? So calling me madam means wife? Lexington felt a little shy to ask this question in person, but she suppressed her shyness and asked it anyway. Wayan's answer made her happy and confused. After all, the only ship girl that Vian had come into contact with in the past was Yukikaze, but now that Vian told her it was his wife's intention, how could he make her not confused? I've never seen how she likes her. So is the Lexington your wedding ship? This question made Lexington a little nervous. This question also made Wayan silent. Does he have other Lexington is a wedding ship? Yes, in his previous life, it was his first marriage ship. He was still playing with it until the day he traveled through time, and it accompanied him until the last moment of his life. But that was just a paper man after all, and the Lexington in front of him was the real person. Although he also wants his wife to become a real wife, she is just an ordinary ship girl to him now. So his answer was just a nod and a shake of his head. Lexington, who sensed Vian's emotions, discovered that Vian was not lying. P.S. There is another chapter being written. Chapter 154, The Shy Wife. So these are his truest thoughts. It made her even more confused. Then commander, is she still there? Lexington asked the question cautiously. Looking at Lexington's confused eyes, Wayan slowly calmed down during the question and answer session. It's gone. It's just a dream. It's gone when you wake up. Dream. Lexington discovered that Vian's answer was actually true. Well, I saw Lexington in my dream. It was like a past life of mine, a very clear dream where I knew about Lexington. Seeing Lexington asking questions cautiously and curiously, Vian sighed inwardly and finally decided to confess. After all, Siefeng already knew about his time travel, so it didn't matter if there was another Lexington now. So the reason why the commander knew Lexington was because of this dream? In the dream, is she your wedding ship? So the reason why the commander called me was because of her. And what kind of person is she, Commander? After knowing the reason why Vian knew her, she was eager to know what Lexington was like in Vian's mind. She wanted to see if she could do it. After all, the person who appeared in Wei Yan's dream must be his favorite. Otherwise, he wouldn't call her wife directly. She is just like Lexington, gentle, beautiful, virtuous, and intelligent, just like you. She is the perfect wife. The perfect wife. Hearing Vian's praise, Lexington felt like his head was about to burn. Does the commander still want to see her? Although the Lexington in Vian's answer was from a dream, it was like a substitute to her. Seeing the beautiful lady's question, Wei Yan was stunned for a moment. Want to say what he wants? Most likely, they don't want to. In his previous life, he could only face paper-like shipgirls, but now these shipgirls can appear by his side. The wife whom he loved very much in his previous life was now in front of him. I don't want to, and I don't want to think about it. Why? I have the real Lexington. Isn't that a dream come true? Looking at Lexington's pretty face, Vian could finally speak his mind frankly. Then if you said it was a beautiful dream, why do you keep avoiding people? I just don't know how to tell you. Can you believe that the person in your dream has come to reality? And your wife is perfect. I'm afraid I will have a bad impression. So you're just avoiding me? Vian could feel the resentment in Lexington's words without even reading it. The reason for avoiding her is because she is too perfect or something. How can anyone believe this? So Lexington still pouted when he spoke. Not anymore, from now on. Really? Then Commander, do you like her or me? Knowing what Vian was thinking, Lexington became a little bolder. You. When he said this answer, Wei Yan could clearly feel his heartbeat quickening. After so long, he finally expressed his love for Lexington. Hearing Vian's personal admission made Lexington feel as sweet as eating honey. Then I couldn't hold back my tears. She felt wronged. Because Wei Yan had been avoiding her, he was alone with his thoughts as she fell deeper and deeper into depravity. It was obviously him who teased her, and he was also the one who kept avoiding her in the end, but she was the one who took the initiative to make this matter clear. Lexington's sudden burst of tears made Vian a little at a loss. Usually Lexington was very calm and composed, so this was the first time he saw Lexington cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pear blossoms in the rain, but they did not destroy her beauty. Instead, they made her look even more pitiful. Lexington, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Wei Yan comforted her and wiped the tears from her face with his hands. This was the most intimate contact Wei Yan had had with her in such a long time, and it made her nose even more sour. Sometimes strong people don't mean they won't be sad or cry, but they've become accustomed to numbing themselves with strength. Just like she needs to take care of her sister and fulfill her role as an older sister. Normally, she would need to be mature and strong to face Saratoga. Now she can act like a girl in front of Wei Yan. She thought she could control her tears, but Wei Yan's comfort only exacerbated the problem. It's like a kid who can hold it together by himself after falling down, but suddenly loses control when an adult asks him if it hurts. This is what Lexington looks like now. Commander, you've been avoiding me. I thought you didn't like me. Lexington's red eyes made Vian feel distressed. No, my favorite is Lexington, otherwise I wouldn't have called her madam. After it was made clear, Wei Yan's psychological pressure was gone. Such a sincere answer went straight into Lexington's heart. Then Commander, from now on. Lexington, who understood Vian's feelings, raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes and stared at Vian with burning eyes. At the same time, her little hand tightly grasped Wei Yan's big hand that was caressing her face. Vian also understood what Lexington meant. He has already revealed what he is thinking, so there is no going back to the previous relationship. As a scumbag who wants to be the Lord of the Rings, is it possible for him to have an ordinary relationship with Lexington? He also understood Lexington's expectations and decided to test Lexington's level of acceptance. Mrs. Different from the previous one. This time it was a name he called after realizing that Wei Yan liked it. Lexington felt like his brain was breaking down and he could hardly think. His body was also very honest and he let go of Vian's hand, covered his eyes, and steam came out of his head. The strong look she had before was gone. She was just an ordinary shy girl. Commander. The mosquito-like murmur did not refute, but only strengthened Wei Yan's confidence. That's foul, Commander. Mrs. Wu. With another soft cry, Vian saw Lexington burying her head directly into his shoulder, not wanting him to see her face. At the same time, her delicate body was shaking constantly. Commander. Lexington, with his head in a panic, could only keep muttering. Seeing the usually mature and steady Lexington now throwing herself at him like a steam princess was both joyful and helpless. Good news. Lexington's relationship with him is progressing by leaps and bounds, and his shy wife is very cute. The bad news. The word wife is too powerful and could easily turn Lexington into a daze. Chapter 155 Lexington's Hull Manifestation 1. Boom boom boom. A sudden knock on the door woke the two people who were immersed in the beauty. Sister, it's time to rest. Saratoga, who hadn't seen Lexington for a long time, couldn't sleep and came to see her sister. The usually steady Lexington suddenly broke away from Vian's shoulder in panic, not daring to look at Vian. Commander, I'm leaving now. Lexington stroked his hot face with his little hands, checked that his clothes were not wrinkled, and fled. Only Wayan was left sitting beside his bed, grinning foolishly. He and Lexington are finally able to open up to each other, and my lady, she's so sweet. Wayan had never seen his wife look so lovely. It was unforgettable for him. Lexington was finally able to calm down after returning to his room. Thinking back on what happened tonight filled her heart with sweetness. Wayan, who called her, was also very handsome, and even when he was comforting her, he was unusually gentle. The gentleness that once belonged to Xiefeng finally came to her. Her commander still treated her differently. So when Saratoga talked to her at night, she was distracted. She was looking forward to seeing her commander tomorrow, but she was also afraid of tomorrow. The two emotions filled her heart and made her unable to sleep. She only took a short rest until dawn, and overslept. In the end, it was her sister who woke her up by looking at her sister with a ghost expression. In the past, Lexington always got up early because he had to help Vian make breakfast and so on. He would only call Saratoga after he finished everything. But what she saw today was that her hard-working sister actually slept in today, and it took her a long time to wake her up. Moreover, she clearly felt that something was wrong with her sister after she came back from Wayan yesterday, but she knew what her sister was thinking and did not ask much, for fear that her sister would be shy. But now she was curious about what had happened to cause such a big change in her sister. So he looked at Vian and Lexington with suspicion all morning, constantly switching targets between the two of them. Until the destination. Vian specially found a new dock for Lexington to materialize, because his current dock cannot accommodate the hull of Lexington. Shropshire, on the other hand, practiced artillery with Xiefeng and Clemenceau. Although Xiefeng and Clemenceau's bombardment hit rate was very high, that was more because Vian had reserved more mental limits for them and their ships were better equipped than Shropshire's. They themselves also needed to grow. The other two little girls were handed over to Ishian. Today he only had Lexington and her little tail Saratoga with him. Commander Yu. Seeing that her sister no longer kept her distance from Vian as usual, especially the smile from the heart on Lexington's face, she suddenly seemed to understand something. Her sister and the commander had a breakthrough. Her words seemed to remind the two of them, and they retracted the expression that they had unconsciously revealed. What's wrong? Jejia. Wayan, in a good mood, turned around and spoke softly. With the look from her sister, Saratoga walked to Vian's left side and whispered in his ear. How long have you been swearing to my sister? Although the sound was very small, Lexington, who was closer to Vian and more perceptive, also heard it. Her ears gradually turned red, but she did not refute and wanted to hear Wayan's answer. Ahem, you should ask your sister about this. I don't have the final say. After all, in this world, the admiral and the shipgirl need a vow to reach the final step in their relationship. The initiative of the oath lies in the hands of the shipgirl. Vian posed the question directly to Lexington. All is up to the commander. Finally, Lexington Mosquito, who couldn't bear it anymore under the gaze of Saratoga and Vian, said. Her answer only confirmed the matter. Saratoga's eyes lit up, but she also felt a little sad. My sister finally achieved what she wanted, but from now on she belongs to Wayan. So she was brainstorming along the way. The sea breeze on the beach path blew on them, and their casual navy uniforms became a beautiful sight. Against the backdrop of their slow pace was a flat-deck warship on the sea, the battleship belonging to Saratoga. Ever since she knew that she was going to give Lexington a physical body, Saratoga had been asking to be in the same dock as Lexington. After all, she can't live without her sister, and her battleship must accompany her sister every day. And she was also the one who helped Lexington materialize its hull this time, so Vian naturally chose to satisfy her. He skillfully opened the dock door and welcomed the battleship Saratoga, Indiana. He also had to start the most important thing of the day. Lexington's hull materializes. No matter how the plan changes, the realization of the Lexington's hull is the top priority, not to mention after knowing that there is a strong competitor this time. This further emphasizes the importance of the Lexington's hull embodiment. When faced with a large number of such large gunboats, it would be a waste of time to engage in a duel with their gunboats. At the same time, Wei-Yin also had a question in his mind that he wanted to verify. Are you ready? Wei-Yin asked as usual. No problem. I've watched them materialize so many times. Then let's get started. Vian handed the drawings he had prepared to Lexington, and the two sisters began to transfer resources to the dock. In order to prevent sneak attacks from underwater villains, Wei-Yin specially thickened the armor on the underwater part of the aircraft carrier. From the beginning of his design, he never worried about the issue of air supremacy. The current Lexington's hangar capacity alone is equivalent to that of 2 to 4 other aircraft carriers. This still cannot guarantee stable air superiority, and he can bury himself. What limits Lexington more is her mind and whether it can handle such a large carrier load. However, this number will also decrease as Vian develops more powerful carrier-based aircraft. The larger the ship, the more equipment it will have inside. Even if Wei-Yin only strengthened the armor of some core areas, the consumption would stabilize at twice the normal consumption. The construction of Lexington's hull frame consumed 11 W of steel resources, which is cheaper than other warships. But even so, the Lexington has better armor protection than other normal aircraft carriers. Looking at her ship, which was smaller than Lexington, Saratoga still had some envy in her eyes. If she had never seen the light, she might have been content. Chapter 156 Lexington's Hull Manifestation 2. But now she had met a commander. He prefers aircraft carriers to battleships, and is more willing to believe in the combat effectiveness of aircraft carriers, and he trains them as the core of the fleet. He must be the admiral that all of them, the aircraft carrier girls, dream of having, not to mention his ability to make the aircraft carrier even more powerful. She couldn't even imagine how powerful Lexington would become in the future. The completed frame was just a lump of iron. Next, Lexington began to construct the interior of the battleship according to the requirements on the drawings. Make the details as perfect as possible. At the same time, Wei-Yin began to take out his own pocket. Take out the ship equipment that has already been made. Radar, power, sonar, and carrier-based aircraft security are not manufactured now. One ship-mounted aircraft carrier is needed for 15 carrier-based aircraft. If Lexington can carry up to 220 aircraft, at least 30 ship-mounted aircraft carriers are needed. Fighters and bombers each require 15, which requires 6 W of energy. If converted into Azure coins, it would cost 600 W, and this is when he produces it at the lowest cost, not to mention the cost other admirals need to spend to arm an aircraft carrier. Moreover, the ship's equipment cannot guarantee that it is equipped with relatively powerful carrier-based aircraft like Lexington. The more Lexington materialized, the more he discovered what was hidden inside her hull. Because her hull is larger than other shipgirls, Vian also hid something inside her hull. The front deck of the Lexington. A large amount of space was reserved below the deck, which she was now gradually filling with resources. As a ship designer who likes small people in the sky, the more he knows and understands about aircraft carriers, the more knowledge he has. He doesn't have to think about the electromagnetic catapult now because it is impossible to manufacture it, but the next replacement for Lexington's carrier-based aircraft may not be propeller aircraft. At that time, more advanced catapults will be needed. Although he thought about making the catapult into a ship's equipment, he gave up in the end. The catapult requires modification of the ship's hull, so he directly drew all the detailed information on the drawing. It is directly materialized when Lexington materializes. So now Lexington could feel that her flight deck was not a complete whole. There are several decks that can be raised and lowered, for in total. There are 2 decks on the bow and 2 flight decks on the sides. Lexington couldn't figure out the function of these decks, and Vian didn't tell them what they were. Because that was not the jet deflector prepared for the current situation at all, in order to prevent other equipment on the deck from being burned by the aircraft's tail flame, or to prevent Vian himself from being burned. After all, the takeoff of carrier-based aircraft is also controlled by Lexington and her team. Corresponding to this are 4 special devices that are hundreds of meters long. This is also the part where Wei-Yin had the most trouble designing the aircraft carrier, just like his research and development of the ship's equipment. He had no way to deal with the electromagnetic catapult, but he could still handle the inferior steam catapult. At the same time, it is also a preparation for the future improvement of Lexington's power system. The high-temperature and high-pressure steam generated by boiling water can be utilized, and there is no need to use extra hulls for steam as it is now. In order to facilitate future use, it is necessary to avoid the need to modify the hull and deck separately at that time. In other places, Wei-Yin converted most of the cabins that were no longer in use into hangars and arranged them for the power compartment. At the same time, Vian did not forget to reserve the same vertical launch system as Clemenceau and the others on the aircraft carrier, but it was used as a different offensive weapon than theirs. The reason why Vian arranged vertical launch for Lexington was to prevent the villain's underwater torpedoes, more of a defensive nature. Therefore, only 16 launch units were reserved and installed on the deck behind the island. So she took the remaining ship equipment from Wayne and used them one by one and materialized them. This marks the completion of today's mission. At the same time, Lexington's displacement reached 6W. Steel consumed 12W, oil 1,000, ammunition 1,000, and aluminum none. The power system uses the same power system as Clemenceau. Because the space inside the Lexington's hull was more ample than that of the Clemenceau, he gave the Lexington 2 powerful engines to form the battleship. The several ship installations together cost Vian 7,000 energy. Vian was not relieved that Lexington was saving him resources. After all, the most expensive part is the carrier-based aircraft. The resources that will be consumed are not just steel, but also aluminum and tens of thousands of kilowatts of energy. He would have invested even more resources in Lexington than Clemenceau. Looking at his current ship, Lexington's eyes were filled with joy. She really liked the hull that Vian designed for her. No matter how you imagine it on paper, it won't be as spectacular as when it's actually in reality. Although the deck was still empty, she had no doubt about the performance of the battleship. In particular, she could feel the powerful power inside the ship. It was equipped with the same power system as Clemenceau, but with double the power. Although the speed cannot be doubled, it is no problem to push this 60,000-ton warship to easily pass 40 knots, and she even feels it is easy to continue to increase it. As for how far she can reach, she hasn't made the specific voyage yet and doesn't have an accurate result. After all, as an aircraft carrier, the hull is larger. The longer the waterline of the ship, the further the power requirements will be reduced. The same water jet propulsion is more efficient at high speeds. All in all, the Lexington can only run faster than Clemenceau, even if the Lexington reaches 80,000 tons or even 100,000 tons. As for why Wayne made such arrangements, his modified warships can run at more than 40 knots. As the core of the fleet, the aircraft carrier will certainly not be a drag. The maximum speed of a fleet is determined by the slowest warship. Currently, the maximum speed of his warship is 31.5 knots. Shropshire speed. Moreover, now that Lexington and the others are still using propeller planes, they can run faster, and it will be easier for them to launch carrier-based aircraft against the wind. Without using catapult takeoff, the lift that can be obtained by taking off against the wind will be stronger for the same rolling distance, and the faster you run against the wind, the stronger the lift will be. So handsome. Saratoga stood on her deck and sighed as she looked at the hull of Lexington. She didn't have such feelings when she materialized Clemenceau. After all, Clemenceau was a gunboat. Now that an aircraft carrier like hers has been materialized after being modified by Wayne, she really feels the gap. A more handsome appearance, more powerful carrier-based aircraft, more usable space, and performance that is more powerful than hers. I'm still writing. I'll read it tomorrow morning if I can't wait. Chapter 157. Lexington calms down. What followed was an intense feeling of happiness. She could finally fight alongside her sister. He simply returned the unused resources to the ship's space and lowered the ladder on Lexington's own battleship. Vian and the impatient Saratoga were welcomed up. "Ma'am, how do you feel?" Wayne, having let go of his burden, spoke out what was on his mind very naturally. But I underestimated the lethality of this sentence. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Commander." Lexington hadn't expected Vian to suddenly call her that, especially in front of Saratoga. It caught her off guard. So he could only quickly observe his sister's reaction and found that there was no special change in her. After letting go of the tension in his heart, he stuttered and answered, "What's wrong? Are you still not used to it? Or, I'll just call you like before." Looking at the stuttering Lexington, Vian realized that she might have been too relaxed and forgot how damaging this word was to her. So I added 2 more words with apology. Lexington was so flustered when she heard this that she couldn't speak, but her little head shaking like a rattle told him her answer. "Then calm down a little. That's it. It's good like this." She finally got closer to Wayne, and she didn't want to go back to the way things were before. Mainly because her sister was around, she had a lot of things she wanted to say to Wayne, but she couldn't say them. She usually thought her sister was cute and adorable in every way, but now she wished it was just her and Wayne, just like last night. Then she felt that she had let herself down yesterday. Things were going so well, but she actually lost her composure. "That's great. Let's tour the battleship first." Lexington was gradually accepting himself, which made Vian secretly happy. Vian had invested more effort in the hull of Lexington, so he was more eager to take a closer look at this battleship than Saratoga. As the designer of the battleship, all the twists and turns on Lexington's hull were in Vian's mind. and he didn't need Lexington to lead the way. He walked ahead, and Lexington followed behind him with Saratoga, blushing. While observing the ship's unique hull, she asked Lexington in a low voice, "Sister, how far have you and the commander come? It was strange that you came back yesterday. Did I disturb you?" The bold Saratoga made steam start to rise from Lexington's head. "No, nothing happened." A nervous Lexington whispered back, feeling somewhat disappointed. Because of her incompetence and her escape, she couldn't sleep that night, and she was still thinking about Wayan until she fell asleep at dawn. Thinking back to the tenderness Wayan showed when he called her, she wanted to covet his tenderness even more. But she messed it up because of her own panic. Fortunately, Wayan has not changed today. Just like he said yesterday, she is also trying to overcome the tension in her heart and enter a new state as quickly as possible. Before he confessed, Vian was nervous, guilty, and uneasy when facing Lexington. Now that he has confessed, their roles have been reversed. Lexington, who had previously been able to tease Vian calmly and sinisterly, had become a shy little wife, especially when Saratoga was around, and she was particularly timid. While observing along the way, Vian kept feeling around and explaining to Saratoga, who was following behind him. As for Lexington, he couldn't take his eyes off Vian, and his mind was full of random thoughts. As for Saratoga, she certainly didn't believe what her sister said. How could Saratoga believe it given her current distracted look? There was nothing innocent between her sister and the commander. If Vian and Lexington knew what Saratoga was thinking, they would definitely cry out in injustice. After all, the two of them are really innocent and nothing happened. After all, Vian's few words had almost made Lexington faint from shame. So how could he do anything else? Although Vian was definitely a little distracted when facing his wife who was full of contrast, he stopped his bad thoughts in order not to further stimulate Lexington. Saratoga, who was following Vian and listening to the explanation, nodded from time to time to make sure she understood, while observing her dazed sister. As to why Lexington has been so sluggish, she was suddenly enlightened by Saratoga's words. Isn't the reason she's shy because she feels guilty? She's afraid that Saratoga will know about her deepening relationship with Vian and then make trouble with Vian. But Saratoga knew it now and didn't act like it minded. So after she calmed down, although she was still a little uncomfortable with the rapid change of her identity, hadn't the thing she was most worried about disappeared? What gave her the most headache was that her younger sister, who had always been clamoring to snatch her sister from Wayan, no longer minded. What else does she have to be afraid of? Now that her favorite commander can call her affectionately as she expected, isn't this the best outcome? After all, the shy lady was in a state of temporary discomfort, which washed away her inner shyness, and Lexington gradually calmed down. She and Wayan have already gone through the hardest part. Isn't it time to reap the rewards? Her face turned red because she was thinking about something, but her gaze remained on Wayan. Knowing that Lexington was shy, Vian didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that Lexington would faint in front of his sister. So he didn't take the initiative to talk to Lexington and provoke her. After completing the observation on the deck, we will enter the island to observe the situation inside. As he was heading towards the power room, he heard a yawn. It was Lexington, who had not gotten enough rest last night, rubbing his eyes. "Are you tired?" The two people in front suddenly stopped and looked at Lexington. "It's probably because I didn't get enough rest last night." "It's okay, Commander, we just need to keep watching." "Then why don't you go take a break? We just walked past the lounge." "No, just keep watching." But as he spoke, Lexington yawned again, full of sleepiness. Even Saratoga thought of her sister's confused look this morning. "Sister, why don't you go and have a rest first? We'll call you later." "Take a break first. It's not far anyway, and manifesting the ship is quite exhausting." The continuous yawning also made way and make the decision for her. What bad intentions can my wife have? She just wants to rest. Chapter 158. Ishian's cooking skills are fully. Then he took Saratoga and Lexington into the lounge. The spaciousness of the ship also makes the lounge more comfortable than Yukikaze, and it also has space for other activities. Lexington yawned constantly along the way, expressing her sleepiness. So much so that Vian could see Lexington's increasingly light steps. For this, he glanced at Saratoga. As a good admiral, isn't this the time for him to show his abilities? "Let me help you walk." Vian walked forward and put his hand on Lexington's shoulder, causing her body to stiffen, but she did not reject Vian's kindness. This was also a small test of Lexington by Vian, and he felt happy when he saw that she did not refuse. Only Saratoga looked at the two people standing close to each other with a confused look in her eyes. She also wanted to help her sister, but she didn't expect Vian to do it first. But then she thought that Lexington didn't refuse Vian, so wouldn't it be meddling if she went up to help? So she could only slow down and walk beside them. Looking at Lexington Vian holding this soft body with his head down, Vian was a little nervous, But he didn't wait to think about it and reached the bed. Wei gently put her down and covered her with a thin blanket. He wanted to leave, but he felt that the fingers of his hand that had just been covered were being grasped by a cold, delicate, and soft little hand. Her naughty fingertips were still drawing circles in the palm of his hand. His pupils trembled. Of course he knew who had caught him. The breathing of the pretty fair face under my gaze was gradually becoming steady, and she was falling into a deep sleep, but the little hand that was hidden was very uneasy. Moreover, he tried to pull it out gently, but found that he couldn't move at all. But Saratoga, who was standing behind Vian, didn't notice all this. "Commander, are we going to stay here with my sister? Or should we continue watching?" Saratoga saw that her sister was sleeping soundly and wanted to take advantage of this time to take a good look at her sister's hull. Looking at the peaceful, sleeping face, Wei originally wanted to leave, but he definitely couldn't do that now. The naughty wife wouldn't let him go. "Just stay here with your sister. It's a good opportunity to have lunch." After Wei finished speaking, he felt the little hand, and it drew a pattern on the palm of his hand. If he was not mistaken, it was a heart. Oh well. She didn't suspect anything about Vian staying by Lexington's bedside, but just started observing her surroundings. "Commander, is there anything you want to eat? The kitchen here happens to be usable. When sister wakes up, let her taste my cooking. Just do what you're best at." After being tortured by Shropshire, Vian felt that his iron stomach could do anything, and he was not afraid of Saratoga as long as it was not too outrageous. And the better you are at it, the lower the rollover rate. "Then, Commander, you should look forward to it." Even though she has been a Vian shipgirl for so long, Saratoga has never shown off her cooking skills. After all, she has a more versatile sister. There is also Ishian, who is usually quiet but surprisingly good at cooking. Even Shropshire helped in the kitchen every day. As for why Ishian became their cook, it was because she didn't want to just stay in her room quietly reading books every day. She also wanted to do something for her admiral, but the other two more heartless girls did not have this awareness. After all, her country used to be a poor country, and the environment she lived in was not very good. So she is also a girl who knows how to manage the household, although her abilities are limited now. He wanted to do something for everyone within his ability, and she is the best cook among the sisters. So after helping Lexington and Shropshire cook and making some of his own specialties, several girls saw Wei crying. The other two girls were Western-style food cooks. Looking at the ketchup in the kitchen and the pineapple fruit after the meal, Ishian made a pineapple sweet and sour pork dish. Wei had not thought about this aspect when he built Ishian. Even the food that Xiefeng made for him since he was a child was more Western style, and the food that Xiefeng made better was mostly desserts, and his usual food was more Japanese style. It's fine after he gets used to it. But now, the taste of his hometown still brought back some memories for him. It also allowed the other girls to witness Ishian's excellent cooking skills and Wei-en's love for the dishes. It was immediately decided that Ishian would take turns in the kitchen with Lexington and the others. But after tasting the dishes cooked by Ishian, they were indeed impressed by his cooking skills, especially a Shropshire girl who knows all about the cuisine of her homeland. For this reason, Wei eats his hometown food more often, and sometimes even orders dishes for him. For Ishian, who has maxed out his cooking skills, this is not a problem at all. Ishian prepared dishes that they had never heard of before, which impressed them again and again. At the same time, they also understood that Wei-en's taste was closer to Ishian's, and basically, the food he liked was only cooked by Ishian. Lexington and Shropshire were troubled for a long time, and finally decided to study at Yatsen University. However, the results are not exactly the same. Lexington's learning ability was very high, and he learned it quickly, but the dishes he made still had some of the same characteristics as before. As for Shropshire, it was a bit disastrous, and Vian was curious as to how she could not tell the difference between sugar and salt. It's obviously the maids. And now it was her turn, Saratoga, to show Vian. She used to live alone, and her sister did everything perfectly, so she was her younger sister. Although she may not be as good as her elder sister, she must not fall too far behind, otherwise she would embarrass her elder sister. Her elder sister is so capable, and she cannot be inferior to her. So her cooking skills are also good. Saratoga's departure also made the lounge quiet, and the breathing of the two people could be clearly heard. At the same time, Vian felt his hand being held tightly by Lexington. "What's wrong?" Vian turned around and saw Lexington staring at him. The sleepiness on his face disappeared without a trace. "Commander." Lexington spoke softly, but the space was small, so Vian could still hear him. At the same time, he could see Lexington's little face slowly turning red. Because she was doing bad things secretly. Wei could feel his fingers being spread open and crossed, and clenched by slender fingers. Lexington's small hand clasped his palm tightly. If he held it in reverse, their fingers would be intertwined. Although he was shocked by this, since Lexington had done this, was it possible for him to back down? That couldn't be possible, so Vian also took the opportunity to closely connect with Lexington. Chapter 159, Lexington's Love. The two of them started with a small misunderstanding and spent several months getting to know each other. In their daily life, they feel each other's affection, but they cannot express their true feelings to each other due to some problems. Even after the misunderstanding was resolved, Vian was still worried that Lexington wouldn't be able to change his mindset, so he was cautious and careful with all physical contact. Slowly, but even so, after they resolved the misunderstanding, their ordinary relationship progressed rapidly. It's just that the speed was a little surprising. But what Lexington did today was like a floodgate that released a flood, pouring out their already uncontrollable emotions. Mrs. Feeling the little hand tightly holding his own, Wayan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. This time, after calming down, Lexington, without Saratoga's disturbance, was finally able to face Vian calmly. The rosy face did not avoid the gaze, and her sapphire eyes met Wayan's gaze. Commander. Clemenceau has the youthful aura of a girl. Xiefeng has their own unique cuteness and ethereality, and the older sister in front of her also has her own unique charm. Her rosy face and dreamy eyes, not to mention her natural beauty, were a huge shock to the young Wayan. And now Lexington's soft and tender voice was also striking at Vian's sanity. Vian just stared at Lexington blankly. Boo. In the silent room, a small noise could still wake Vian up, but the person he was looking at was Lexington, who was only a millimeter away from him. But her sapphire eyes were now tightly shut, and the pressure on his neck showed that it was her arms that were clinging to him. The softness of her lips that had just left her, and the eyes she dared not open, told her she had just done something daring. When Vian was staring at Lexington, she could clearly see the fire in his eyes, and she also knew that Vian was addicted to her charm. But just like the bold Xiefeng before, Lexington also had a bold idea in his mind when he looked at Vian. She thought about this after she calmed down. She also had a deep memory of Xiefeng and Wayan's emotional breakthrough. That was the biggest act Xiefeng had done without Wayan knowing anything, and she accomplished everything in a world where there were only the two of them. Although she couldn't be as bold as Xiefeng, she was very happy today. She and Vian finally no longer had to worry about anything else. She knew that Vian liked her, and that was a love that belonged only to her. Originally, she thought that the ship's manifestation was just an ordinary manifestation. But there was a slight change in their relationship the night before. Not to mention, now they were standing inside her battleship, where Saratoga was no longer there. There were only the two of them. Unlike in Wayan's room, she was still worried. Here she is the master. Everything is under her control, and she can clearly know that her sister is still busy. Originally, her confusion was just her little trick. She knew that if Wayan went back, she would have to go back to living with other girls today. Although their relationship had made a breakthrough, she felt it was not enough and she wanted more. The cautious way Wayan treated her along the way only intensified her bold thoughts. She wants more. If Xiefeng can do it, she can do it too. Originally, she just wanted to stay inside her ship with Wayan for a while longer and enjoy the time with him. But now Saratoga was gone, and Vian was looking at him foolishly again. During this period, the feeling of liking someone but not daring to speak out continued to torment her heart. If the initial favorability of the shipgirls whose ships are salvaged is relatively high, then it will be easier to improve the favorability of the shipgirls that are built, because they will be more likely to feel the kindness of their admirals. Otherwise, even if the admiral of the navy is not very good, although he regards them as weapons, he will be assimilated under the influence of the environment. Their essence is weapons. In this case, although those shipgirls cannot leave their admirals, their relationship with their admirals will not improve much, but it can still be maintained at a low point so that they will not feel disgusted with their admirals. Not to mention that Wayan would rather suffer himself than let his shipgirls suffer, as well as his previous liking for the shipgirls and the influence of Yukikaze on him in this life. And there was the entanglement between Wayan and her. Her affection for Vian was also growing rapidly and had already reached that critical point. She was no longer satisfied with just being Vian's shipgirl. Her feelings for Vian are not just the kind of admiration and liking that a shipgirl has for an admiral. It is a deeper love. However, as a perfect shipgirl, she needs to try to restrain herself and be a perfect sister in front of her younger sister. Only now Vian was alone in front of her, in the safest place in the world she felt, inside her battleship. She boldly did something that was out of character for her. Wayan's obsession with her also ignited the fireworks in her heart. Touch her red lips lightly. She kissed Vian gently. When Vian regained his senses, his mind went blank due to Lexington's unexpected action. Although he also had feelings for Lexington, as a virtuous, perfect, and never impulsive wife, Vian felt that he still understood her a little. Even though she is a little bit sinister, it is normal that she may want to playfully bully him sometimes, but Lexington is unlikely to do anything out of line, because she will control herself. So this behavior was totally unlike that of the gentle Mrs. Lai, and it really caught him off guard. But Wayan forgot that the wife in his memory was just a rough representation of his personality on a paper figure. And now in front of him was the girl he was getting along with day by day, a complete girl. She also has her own emotions, her own thoughts, and her own little impulses. Not to mention that she was facing the person she loved. That emotion made him unable to calm down, let alone her. "Madam, you..." Swallowing his saliva subconsciously, Wayan said blankly, "What's wrong, Commander? Don't you like it?" Seeing that Vian was not angry but just looked a little surprised, Lexington tried to calm his rapidly beating heart and replied calmly. Wayan was speechless and could only nod subconsciously. "You read first. I'll write first. Chapter 160 thing. Why does it smell like another woman?" But before Vian could answer, Lexington had already taken action. After the first time, Lexington was obviously much easier and more skillful the second time. After the first raid by Lexington, Vian obviously had to be mentally prepared for the second raid, and finally turned the tables. Vian didn't let Lexington go until she was out of breath. "Commander, you are very naughty." Lexington poked Vian's chest with her finger and chuckled as she looked at Vian's left hand around her waist. "Mrs." A finger blocked Wayan's next words. "So the commander needs a little punishment." Boo. Just a quick glance. As for why Lexington kissed Vian again and again, she felt an immense joy in her heart, and her lingering love for the smell of Vian's body made her addicted. Their increasingly skilled movements also showed that their relationship was gone forever and there was no turning back. "Ma'am, why?" Although Vian was very happy with Lexington's initiative and enthusiasm, her rapid changes also made him deeply confused. At the same time, I was a little worried about Lexington, wondering if she was imagining things. Is it strange that a ship girl likes her own commander? Lexington, whose waist Vian did not let go, stroked Vian's neck with his fingertips to feel his beating pulse. "But soon. After Commander materializes my ship, more attention needs to be paid to them. Even if it's just for my own selfish reasons, I want to stay with you for a while longer. I don't want to disturb you when the Commander is busy. Let me remember the Commander's feelings a little more now. I also hope that the Commander will remember me." At the end, Lexington followed Vian's gradually tightening arms and threw herself into his arms, her long golden hair scattered on his chest. "Mrs. I'll finish what's next as soon as possible." Lexington's heartfelt words made Vian's heart sink. As the number of shipgirls under his command increased and the situation around him changed rapidly, he had to be busy every day and had to conceive more equipment, so his time was gradually dispersed. The county he saw most in a day was Shropshire, and the next was Lexington. In order to maintain perfection, she needs to restrain herself in front of Wayan and not disturb him. Even so, the time he spends communicating with the shipgirl is getting less and less every day. It is completely different from the time when we were in the old dormitory. Now everyone has their own room. Except for communicating during meals, he locks himself in the room most of the time. I have less communication with the girls. Now he understands that what he needs to do is not only to work hard for everyone's strength, he also needs to take good care of these girls who care about him. Even after Yukikaze had more shipgirls under his command, when they came to see him, it was usually in the second half of the night when he was not very busy, so they had some time to themselves. The more restrained Lexington will only be more patient than Xiefeng. In this case, they will have very few opportunities to be intimate with each other, not to mention that their relationship has just broken through and is heating up. "Madam, I'm sorry for wronging you. I'll wait for the commander." After Lexington finished speaking, he took a deep breath, helped Vian straighten the wrinkled clothes on his chest, then gently pushed him away and lay down on the bed. At the same time, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the lounge. Saratoga is back. Her sister was still asleep, and Vian sat on the edge of Lexington's bed, thinking, just as she had left her, "Commander, come and have a taste of my cooking." A standard U.S. dish, a very appetizing hamburger. As soon as Saratoga put it in front of him, he could smell the mouth-watering aroma of meat. The plump beef patty burst with juice mixed with sauce in your mouth with a light bite, which is different from the worrying seasoning of Shropshire. Vian was surprised by Saratoga's cooking skills. The taste of this beef burger was no better than that made in Lexington. Vian was satisfied only after he finished the burger quickly. "Gaga, very good. As long as the commander likes it." She was also very pleased with Wayan's reaction. After all, it was just a fake sleep, so Lexington only rested for a short hour, and then they continued to observe the interior of the battleship carefully. However, unlike before, after the breakthrough in Lexington's relationship with Vian, she gradually became bolder. When Saratoga wasn't looking, she would hook Vian's palm with her little hand and smile back at him. Vian and the others didn't leave until Lexington was satisfied. Lexington, who had spent enough time with Vian, was just as Vian had expected, and on the way back they were just like before. The perfect wife was as elegant and ladylike as before, while keeping a little distance from him. But only he and Lexington knew that everything was different. Now that Wayan has returned to his room, he has put aside some of his messy thoughts. Lexington is thinking about him, so he can't let Lexington down. Get to work. But a new idea also sprouted in his mind. Although Lexington did not mention it, the relationship between him and Lexington is still that of an admiral and an ordinary shipgirl, not a married ship. Lexington took 90 steps for him today, and the last 10 steps were taken by him. Having already kissed and felt her love, he also wanted her to feel his love. He owes Lexington a ring. He also didn't expect that the first ring he owed after coming to this world would come so soon. He originally thought that he would have to wait until he had his own tutelary fort and had enough time to communicate with the girls. Only then may the relationship warm up and change. He has one more thing in his unchanged plan, to give Lexington this ring. However, the other shipgirls also knew that they had returned. And now a petite figure came into his room. When the door opened, Wayan knew who it was without even listening. Among the shipgirls under his command, there is only one who never knocks on the door and can come in directly. His sister and bride ship, Yukikaze. As soon as Xiefeng entered the room, he threw himself into Wei-An's arms and took a deep breath on his shoulder as usual. But today she found something unusual. She smelled a scent on Vian that didn't belong to Vian, but it was very familiar to her. It's the smell of the shipgirl next to Vian. The fact that it can still be preserved means that Vian had long-term close contact with the other party. Today, only Lexington and Saratoga stayed with Vian. Xiaowei, why do you smell like Lexington? I'm so sleepy. I'm going to have a good sleep. Chapter 161. Things that must be said about Bismarck and Nelson. Wayan knew his sister's character very well. Her fatal question was not a problem to him. Wayan briefly told Xiefeng about what happened between him and Lexington. So, did you and Lexington make out too? Ever since Wayan decided to become admiral, Xiefeng knew that this day would come sooner or later. Now she is going to have a new sister, and she is her brother's favorite big sister. Wayan has always been very honest with Xiefeng and never lies to her. But we haven't kissed for a few days, make it up to me now. Wayan was originally prepared to accept Xiefeng's scolding, but he didn't expect that her train of thought was even more bizarre. Sister, aren't you jealous? After all, we have very little time to spend together now. Holding Xiefeng, who was sitting in his arms, Wayan said with a hint of apology. What's the point of being jealous? It will only make Xiaowei sad. Lexington is always very helpful to you. As a sister, I have to be generous. But the time now belongs to me, and I am not allowed to think about anything else. After Xiefeng finished speaking, she used her little mouth to block what Wayan wanted to say, not allowing him to speak or refute. Wayan could only gently stroke Xiefeng's purple hair again and again while responding to her. Return Xiefeng's kindness. Is this the place where the heavy cruiser sank? Under the endless sea, inside a deep-sea submarine with purple lines on its hull, a girl with golden eyes and white hair murmured. Because the Academy repelled the deep sea and the Navy broke up with the Kankli Union, the waters near the Middle East Strait are now back under the control of the Kankli Union. Compared to the previous long-term Navy stationed here, the Shipgirls Alliance has to investigate and defend more places, so only a few shipgirls are arranged to patrol on time every day. Therefore, through a long period of reconnaissance in this area, she discovered the cruising patterns of the Joint Fleet Girls and took advantage of their absence to sneak in with her submarine fleet girls. Now she is in the place where the Golden Heavy Cruiser sank. Why did you sink? The Golden Light Cruiser turned on the sensitivity of his mind core to the maximum inside the submarine. If the strength of Purple Deep Sea is similar to that of ordinary shipgirls, then the training level of Golden Deep Sea has already exceeded level 90. At the same time, their more powerful ship equipment makes it impossible for even shipgirls with the same training level to beat them. After humans began to fight back and take back the sea, the advanced and conscious deep sea also noticed these humans whom they had looked down upon before. I also learned about these shipgirls who awakened from their purified mind cores. Compared to the endless and irrational deep sea, these shipgirls who have their own consciousness and thinking as soon as they wake up have attracted their attention and curiosity. These high-level deep-sea creatures can have their own consciousness because they have absorbed the power of other deep-sea creatures in repeated fights. And the shipgirls can easily gain consciousness, so how can we not let them pay attention? There are not enough deep-sea people among them who have thoughts, and they are not enough to fully control all areas of the ocean. So they also need to contact these shipgirls, fight with them, and observe them to see if they can gain anything. The deep-sea heavy cruiser came here to clean up the disorderly deep sea and the waters under its control, but it didn't expect to lose its life. Compared to the mutual restraint between shipgirls and humans, there are also struggles and friendships between them in the deep sea. The two of them are good friends. Compared to their boring life of fishing and sunbathing at sea every day, The rich entertainment methods in the human world deeply attracted them. The two of them also formed a deep friendship because they loved reading picture books about the human world. She didn't know why there were so many stories in the human world that could never be written. This time, she came not only to find out the reason why the deep-sea heavy cruiser sank, but also to bring the notebook that the deep-sea heavy cruiser had entrusted to her. While thinking, she was still using her mind core to sense the remaining information here. The battleship core among the salvaged spoils was already pure and flawless. She sensed the peeled-off deep-sea material and detected the information remaining inside. This ability can only be used after reaching the golden deep sea, and it also requires one to be familiar with the opponent's deep-sea material before it can be used. In other words, they should try this method only if they are familiar with each other. Finally, 2 hours later, she finally sensed a faint information response. At the same time, a faint light emanated from the dark seabed. She immediately commanded the submarine to open the hatch, and she dived to the bottom of the sea alone. And a massive pitch-black substance is rapidly consuming and shrinking. She could clearly see the images flashing in the light of burning matter. They were the memories of the battle of the Golden Heavy Cruiser, but they were scattered. She saw the Golden Heavy Cruiser being surrounded and attacked, and also saw the mines that had been laid during its escape. I also saw her unwillingness when she died. Let me see who sank you. Looking at the deep-sea material that had not yet burned out, her heart moved. The next moment, the deep-sea matter that had not yet burned out disappeared dramatically, and a new picture appeared in the light. The slowly sinking battleship could be seen on the sea surface, where a black-haired boy was salvaging the spoils of the sunken Golden Heavy Cruiser, and next to him was a strangely shaped battleship. We also saw him slowly removing the mines, but the material had already burned out during this process. But the Golden Light Cruiser had already obtained the information she wanted to know. A strange human and a battleship. But it turns out that I didn't sink you head-on. I made you get used to using your powerful ship to bully others. Now I'm the only one left without using my brain. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was sunk by a surprise mine attack. If a warship capable of sinking the Golden Deep Sea appeared, they would need to pay attention. This was also the purpose of her exploration, to see if any powerful shipgirl appeared. Now that she had the information she wanted, there was only one thing she needed to do. If Wayne were here to see her in action, he would be amazed. She is using the ability that only shipgirls have. She opened the ship space, took out a few notebooks, and quickly soaked them in seawater. Things that Bismarck and Nelson have to say. The cover of the book shows Bismarck pinning Nelson against the wall. I haven't even read Meow Meow Cat's latest book yet. Now I'm giving it all to you. The Golden Light Cruiser suppressed his heartache and tore up the soaked notebook into pieces and threw them into the sea. Chapter 162 Ship Equipment Renovation. The Golden Light Cruiser sitting inside the deep-sea submarine summarized the information obtained during this period. A war is about to break out in this sea area. Those humans are really strange creatures. Can't they help us clean up the disobedient deep sea? If they insist on fighting among themselves, it will be difficult for us to deal with those troublesome deep seas in the future. If the deep-sea heavy cruiser is closer to the Kankali Union, then she is closer to the Eastern Navy. Her deep sea also discovered what was happening between the Kankali Union and the Navy during this period. We have collected almost all the information now. It will be a bit of a headache if they integrate their forces. Let's go back to Lord Barbarossa and see what she decides. The deep-sea submarine slowly sailed towards the uninhabited area, just as she came quietly and now left quietly. But she also remembered the culprit who attacked her relatives during the tour. The time for the assessment is gradually approaching, and the admirals of the Admiral Academy are actively preparing for the battle. Wayne has begun his next plan based on the information collected and integrated by his own shipgirls during this period. Although it was a selection of admirals by the United Nations, he also learned from some old admirals that this was also a rare opportunity to demonstrate his strength. After all, only a part of the admirals can be selected by the Joint Department every year, and the rest of the admirals are not doing useless work. This is especially true for first and second-year admirals, as they can also try their best to demonstrate their strength as shipgirls in the assessment. After all, during normal study and missions, there are rarely occasions like this for admirals to compete against each other, let alone a competition among admirals from all over the Academy. Admirals who are not favored by the Joint Department can also improve the Academy's evaluation of them if they perform well in the assessment. So everyone is working hard to improve their own strength. The shipgirls who have embodied the ship body work hard to replace the ship's equipment, and those who have enough resources build new shipgirls. Each of them has a bright future. The information that Wan has been asking his shipgirls to collect during this period is about the classification of most admiral shipgirls. As Wan expected, there were only a few admirals who owned large warships, and most admirals were mainly engaged in light cruisers and destroyers. However, there was some surprising news for him. There were slightly more admirals who owned aircraft carriers and shipgirls in this assessment. Most of them were built recently, and the delivery rate of aircraft carrier girls has been slightly higher recently. But this is good for him. Aircraft carriers are good, and the most profitable thing is aircraft carrier equipment. If admirals want to quickly improve the strength of their shipgirls, the easiest way is to change their ship outfits. Although most admirals are not as wealthy as Wayan, the admirals who dare to take the assessment are all strong and are willing to spend money on their own shipgirls. Not to mention that Vian's target for selling ship equipment this time was other powerful shipgirls who came to the academy and his biggest rival. The E-League will provide funding resources to enable him to grow quickly, not to mention the fact that the admiral of the J-League has been favored by the J-League for a longer time and has more outstanding talents. Moreover, through the information he had investigated about previous years, he found that during this period of time, the price of ship equipment traded near the academy would go up a bit, and a large number of ship equipment of unknown origin would appear. There are many people who have the same idea as Wayan. In particular, many admirals who graduated from the academy would save some ship equipment after they had their own garrison and wait to sell them at this time when the resource pressure was not too great. You can earn a little more. This was also good for Wayan's dumping of ship equipment. Even if he was noticed, he was not as worried as before. After this time, the number of his warships will reach 8. A week had passed since the Lexington's hull was materialized, and Vian had wasted no time during this time. Now he has successfully copied the BTD, 1 destroyer purple, and quadruple 380mm gun by exploring them on battleships. But the style of the main gun of Clemenceau is still too obvious. So Vian also spent some time improving Clemenceau's original main gun. The understanding of Clemenceau's main gun through the study of physical data cannot be compared with the data of other ship equipment. Therefore, Vian modified 2 improved models within a week, and also slightly changed their turret style and armor coating. Obtained the purple ship equipment of twin 380mm main guns revised, and the gold ship equipment of triple 380mm main guns revised. Except for the internal data of the main gun, it looks very different from the one used by Clemenceau on the surface. However, Wayan also spent 10,000 energy, leaving only 28,000, and there were only 200,000 blue coins left in his wallet. Even Elizabeth and Hood would very much like to get the 380mm main gun, not to mention the other shipgirls who came to the academy this time. According to normal prices, the cost for Wayan to make a large main gun ship equipment is 300,000. The 380mm main gun is also very scarce in the market. He once tried to ask Lexington and others to find it but failed. Large main guns of this specification are basically used by the company first, and it is very difficult to see them on the market. So the pricing is entirely up to him, provided that it can be sold. After all, caliber is truth. The larger the caliber, the farther the hit, and the better the penetration, the more results can be achieved. And there is also the BTD, 1 destroyer package that Wayan prepared specially for those aircraft carrier girls. This time he must rob a lot of other wallets. Lexington's largest consignment order for ship equipment this time is how many ship equipment? 473 ship equipment. Hiss. Wayan suddenly felt that his vision was a little narrow. Others sold 473 ship equipment once a year, which meant that at least 200 deep-sea ships were sunk. At first glance, it is obvious that it was consigned by a frontline admiral. Therefore, Wayan also had a rough idea of how many ship equipment he would make this time. While giving priority to large main guns and carrier-based aircraft, small and medium-sized main guns are also fully loaded. This time he did not make any other ship equipment, but only made the most expensive ones, which also have the most obvious effect in improving combat power. However, in order to ensure safety, he would only sell the same type of ship equipment once for the time being. For the first batch, he decided to sell the 380mm main guns, which were also the most scarce for most shipgirls. The energy he currently has can only produce 9 ship suits. For this purpose, 3 triple gun and 6 twin gun main guns are allocated. As for why more twin guns are produced, it can be compatible with more warships of different sizes. After all, the smaller the number of guns, the smaller the space occupied by the turret, so some small warships can also be equipped with it. There are many people who like small boats and cannons. At the same time, triplets with small quantities are more likely to sell at high prices. Chapter 163 Mrs. Red. The blonde girl in a red dress walked into the trading area of the Azure Bank with a calm face. She is Lexington, but if anyone is familiar with her current attire, they will definitely mistake her for Empire. The 4th ship of the Veneto class. Although Wayan now has more shipgirls under his command and is no longer afraid of exposing some of his abilities, he still wants to avoid trouble if possible. They are all familiar with his shipgirlhood. If he sells so many ship equipment at one time, they will always have some guesses in their minds. So Wayan thought of a joke from his previous life. The red lady, Empire, and the white lady, Lexington, look very similar, So now Lexington disguises herself as the Empire to conduct business. The main reason is that the 380mm main gun can attract too many people, and the shipgirls who need these ship equipment are relatively powerful, so you can't be careless. And there are also several golden ship equipment. By observing the recent ship equipment prices, the same ship equipment prices will increase by 20 compared to before. After briefly looking through the ship equipment list in the trading area and confirming that there was no ship equipment with the same 380mm main gun, Lexington skillfully took out the ships and equipment that needed to be traded this time and filled in the prices for them respectively. The gold triple 380mm main gun costs 2 million yuan, and the purple main gun costs 9 million yuan. After that, Lexington sat down and began to carefully observe the passing shipgirls and the new ship equipment that appeared during this period. At the same time, Lexington has seen the shipgirls that he usually sees in the E-League. There were many admirals and shipgirls coming and going, so Wei's ship equipment list had already attracted some people's attention as soon as it was released. When they saw the ship equipment on it, they all gasped. What did they see? The large main gun is not the small caliber 280mm and 320mm main guns, but the very rare 380mm main gun. The main guns that many powerful and famous battleship girls may not have are now placed in front of them, and there are 9 ships with a total of 21 main guns. I am not mistaken. This time the new ship has a 380mm main gun. Which powerful admiral has so many of them that he can't use them all? No, I have to tell them right away. The movements of these people also attracted the attention of more people, who rushed to look at the ship equipment list released by Lexington. One of the tall ladies saw the ship equipment above and tore off 3 ship equipment sheets after just one glance. All the main guns are purple. 3 ship equipment pieces were sold in just 2 minutes, which shows how attractive this main gun is to other ship girls. This is when the price set by Wei is already more expensive than a normal large main gun. A normal, more mainstream 356mm main gun, even if it is a golden ship installation, basically ranges from 600,000 to 900,000 yuan. You can then know how expensive these ship equipments of Vienna are. But there is no way, if you miss this village, you will miss this store. People were moving around, and some of the girls ran out of the trading area as soon as they saw the ship equipment and went to inform their friends who had large battleships. During this waiting time, 3 more purple main guns were taken away from the watch hung up by Lexington. Only 3 golden ship suits are still hanging, which makes people drool. They also want to buy it, but one ship equipment costs 2 million yuan, and those who can afford it have already bought twin-mounted 380mm main guns. After all, the twin-mounted guns can already meet the basic layout of 2 in front and 1 in the rear, so all the main guns on their ships can be replaced. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the purple one is better. Although it is a bit painful, it can also improve their firepower to a higher level. The firepower density may not be enough, but distance is king. You have an advantage if you can fire first. So everyone is waiting and watching the remaining golden ship equipment. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, footsteps were heard one after another outside the trading area. During this period of time, a ship girl had already gritted her teeth and took away a golden ship uniform, emptying her wallet. After all, if she missed it this time, she didn't know how long it would take for the next chance. Money can be earned, but if the ship equipment is gone, it is really gone. As expected, the newcomers include people Lexington is familiar with. The Prince of Wales from the E-United Ministry. As a powerful shipgirl of the E-Union, she has accumulated a considerable amount of savings through the continuous battles over the years. But when she wanted to replace her main gun, she needed the hood more, so she delayed again and again. This time, when she heard the news about the 380mm main gun, she immediately ran over, and her hands were shaking when she saw the price on the list. It's not because the main gun is expensive, but because she can finally replace the 356mm main gun on her battleship, which has insufficient firepower, especially now that her training level has reached the limit of 100. The 356mm main gun limits her performance, but she clearly has a higher ceiling. The arrival of the Prince of Wales shattered the hopes of others, and she took away the last 2 ship equipment at once. She felt that 4 million was worth it. After all, even the insignificant Saratoga could save up ship equipment worth hundreds of thousands of resources over the years, not to mention her, a powerful ship girl who was the core of the E-Union. It took only about 20 minutes in total, and Lexington had completed its mission for the day. Deduct the 230,000 yuan handling fee required by Blue Bank. With 11.17 W Azure coins in his account, Lexington quickly converted these small coins into 22 battleship cores. Even when withdrawing money, Lexington was very careful, and her carrier-based aircraft were always hovering around for reconnaissance. When she went back, she could still see some older sister shipgirls walking towards the trading area with fast steps, and she even saw Hood. Lexington, who was walking on the road, suddenly frowned. She discovered that someone was following her, not an ordinary shipgirl, but a shipgirl from Azure Bank. I've been following her since she came out. But the perfect wife has already prepared for this situation. She turned and walked toward a side alley, using the carrier-based aircraft on the Saratoga to call her sister. On the deserted street, as she turned the corner, the blue light on her body flickered, and her red clothes disappeared, turning into the white navy casual clothes she wore every day. At the same time, the two shipgirls who wanted to follow were also blocked by Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft. When she came out of the alley, Saratoga, who was at the corner, came up to her and took her arm. "Sister, it's done, let's go." Saratoga rested her head on Lexington's shoulder and whispered to her. How can the two shipgirls who got rid of the carrier-based aircraft and ran through the alley behind still see the Empire? There were only girls shopping on the streets. Chapter 164, Sad Elizabeth. Vian thought it was quite normal that Lexington was being followed. After all, it is impossible for others not to pay attention to someone who can produce so many powerful warships at once. Moreover, when he was making the large ship-mounted main guns, he had already figured out that he would only sell those main guns once in the Kankali Union for the time being, and he would let Lexington sell them in disguise, so it was not a big problem. What's more important is what he's going to do next. Wayan has always been aware that the resources consumed by the girls under his command are extremely terrifying. Therefore, he asked Lexington to exchange all the money from the sale of ship equipment for battleship cores. After his high-profile behavior the first time, he had to be a little more low-key the second time. He already had an idea in his mind for this. A total of 11 W of energy, enough for him to slowly spend before the assessment begins. In addition to the eye-catching large main guns, he also has carrier-based aircraft, medium main guns, small main guns, torpedoes, sonar, and deep-throw missiles to choose from. In fact, according to Vian's calculations, the battleship cores brought back by Lexington this time plus the previously unused resources can already materialize their hulls to the minimum extent possible, including carrier-based aircraft and ship equipment. But if this happens, all his resources will be exhausted. There may not even be enough resources to replenish the resources consumed by the shipgirls. There is still more than a month left before the assessment, which is enough time for Wayan to expand the resources at his disposal. In this way, he can fully equip the shipgirls under his command, while also leaving a considerable amount of resources for later use. He had already made arrangements for the 11 W of energy. Bomber, Beat D, 1 Destroyer, Purple, 2 Comet 4. Torpedo Planes, Tien Shan, 3, Swordfish 3. Fighter, 30 Fighter Type 52. The torpedoes were the Type 92 4-mounted 610mm torpedo tubes, obtained from Yukikaze, and a total of 5 were made. 3 240mm main guns used by Yukikaze were also produced. The light cruiser gun Wayan chose the unprofitable twin 150mm main guns and produced 20 of them to make up the number. And 30 of Yukikaze's original 127mm twin-mounted guns were also produced. He made 10 128mm dual-purpose guns, which once earned him his first pot of gold and are still used on his warships. He also made 10 sonars and 10 deep-throw missiles, half of which were standard and half were improved. It only takes 13 days to complete the manufacture of all these ship equipment. Finally, 6,000 kilowatts of energy were left to improve the power system that Ishian needed to use. For Wayan, who has had 2 experiences in power development, he feels that 6,000 is enough. And these 13 days are the time for him to transform his power. After finishing, he still needs to cherish the last little time to practice with his ship girl to familiarize her with the ship, as it may be time for the assessment. So this time after Lexington sold his ship equipment, he had to start his busy life again. The 380mm main gun that appeared in the trading zone today still caused a stir in the academy. Many admirals who took part in the assessment became nervous, not to mention the ship girls who came from other places. They all knew that powerful ship equipment had appeared in the trading area during this assessment period. Some admirals whose families were relatively well-funded began to report the situation to their families, and they received a little bit of care. Many battleships and battlecruisers began to secretly pay attention to what was happening in the trading area. The powerful ship equipment that has appeared recently are all very good, so I wonder if there will be any rare ship equipment next time. Only the head of the academy, Elizabeth, frowned. The Azure Bank is an organization founded by shipgirls and serving shipgirls. So the shipgirls in the Azure Bank established here in the academy have a good relationship with her. The news of what happened in the trading area today was also placed on her desk, especially since it slipped right under their noses. This made her a little sad. As the joint assessment is getting closer, more and more shipgirls and admirals are coming to the academy, and their control over the area around the academy is also decreasing. Especially those admirals who sent shipgirls back from the front lines to sell equipment, they did not dare to offend them too much. But this time, the shipgirl who sold the large main gun and the admiral behind her made her a little concerned. Elizabeth knew without a doubt that the admiral who could sell such a set of equipment must be very powerful, and he must be an admiral who frequently fights in the deep sea. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to gather so many precious ship equipment. And here comes the biggest problem. If one wants to engage in a more intense battle in the deep sea, the garrison must be located deeper into the sea to control the area. And the deep sea over there must be more active. Among the 4 war zones, only the deep seas of the Eastern War Zone and the Southern War Zone are more active, and they are also the deep seas that are most likely to attack human waters. The Northern Theater and the Western Theater are a little calmer, or it can be said that their invasion times are more regular, invading only during a designated period of time and then retreating naturally after that. Therefore, among the 4 major theater commands of the Navy, the Eastern Theater Command and the Southern Theater Command are the most warlike, while the Northern Theater Command and the Western Theater Command are slightly more Buddhist. Therefore, this shipgirl who easily escaped tracking is most likely from 2 relatively active war zones. If it was the Southern War Zone, it would be fine. At least there is no conflict between them now. If it comes from the Eastern Theater, then there will be a big problem. Because they no longer have any admirals from the Kankali Union in the Eastern Theater, and they have almost been cleared out by the Eastern Navy. The suddenly disappeared shipgirl might be the unstable factor coming from the Eastern Navy, and they have no way to deal with this shipgirl. After Lexington and the others returned, Elizabeth had already received the news and sent Bumblebee and the others to search around the academy. There was no trace at all. It was as if that shipgirl had disappeared, and the only useful information was that she was wearing a red dress and had golden blue eyes. In Elizabeth's memory over the years, there was only one shipgirl who was dressed like this. Her admiral, Vian's mother and grandmother, the USS Empire. How can I give her peace of mind? Especially in this turbulent time. So now she is very sad. A shipgirl who might be from the Eastern Navy sneaked into her academy and was not discovered at all. If a shipgirl like this who comes and wants to attack the admirals whose strength in most of the academy has not yet grown, the shipgirls' alliance will be very passive. Investigate and increase supervision of the academy. I'll trouble you to work harder recently. Nothing can happen to the academy at this critical juncture. Vian didn't know that the preparations he made just to avoid being noticed had caused Elizabeth to rack her brains. Chapter 165. The J-Union suddenly came to visit. December 10th. During the time when Wayan was making ship equipment and developing new power systems, he did not forget to observe his opponents. So basically he took Shropshire to observe the exercise area every morning. Before, there was still a long time and they had more room for improvement. Now that time is getting closer, the admirals with weaker potential have basically reached their full strength. All they can do is arrange more exercises for their shipgirls to improve their training level. It also gave Wayan a good opportunity to observe. But just as he was observing others, there were others observing him. But today Wayan was found by someone else. The 3 ships sailed directly towards Shropshire. If Vian was not mistaken, the shipgirls standing on the deck were ISC, the 2 Hyuga sisters, and Nagato. They are all shipgirls from J Country. Commander, could you spare a moment of your time? As the leader, Nagato spoke first, and at the same time, the ship was already very close to the Shropshire warship. Although his tone was very gentle, his actions were not gentle at all. Only after the 2 warships behind approached did he see that there was another man on IC's ship. It was the admiral of the J unit that he had been keeping an eye on. It didn't take Vian long to know that these shipgirls were all related to the J League. But what made him a little curious was why the J United department came to him at this time. You say? Wayan, who wanted to see what tricks they were up to, replied politely. The approaching Nagato gradually and steadily walked parallel to Shropshire before he began to answer. Commander Wayan, do you have any thoughts on joining the J United forces? The eldest sister Nagato spoke to Wayan straight to the point. Asked me to join the J United department. But I have already promised the E United department that I will join the E United department after the assessment is over. Wayan, who had already promised Hood, would not change his mind at this time. This was not his character. Nagato and the others had already anticipated Wayan's answer. It's okay. We know that the E-United Department has already started to sponsor your studies. We also have these in the G-United Department, and more than them. This is not about money. Everyone in the E-United Department is my friend. Then how can we help you get a good ranking in this assessment? Before Nagato could speak, Matsubayashi had already spoken, and at the same time, Ise and Hinata moved a little closer to Shropshire, speaking in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Watching their actions, Wei-in frowned. If soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics? What do you mean by this? Hearing Wei-in's somewhat cold tone, Nagato stopped Songlin behind him and glared at him. Sorry. Commander Songlin has a bad temper. Nagato quickly tried to smooth things over and adjust the somewhat awkward atmosphere. We are here to invite Commander Wei-in to join the G-United Department and work together to achieve better results. There's really nothing I can do about it. I've already promised the E-United Department. But Commander Wei-in is quite talented, and your starting ship is still our J country's Snow Wind. Are you really not going to consider it again? Just like Songlin said, if you join our J unit, it will be easy to get a good ranking in this assessment. Among the potential admirals in the E unit, there aren't as many strong admirals as in our J unit. It would be a shame if we were eliminated because of this. Although Nagato spoke gently, it sounded so annoying to Wei-in's ears. Threatening words in the mildest tone. After all, after deciding to join the E-United Department, Wei-in had already understood the situation of this assessment. In this assessment, the most admirals intend to join the J unit, followed by the G unit, then the U unit, and finally the E unit. The number of admirals that the United Front Department was interested in ranking was only 4th. This year, Admiral Songlin, who was sponsored by the J United Department, stood out, which also made some people change their minds and decide to join the J United Department. After all, it's nice to take shelter under a big tree. With the powerful strength of Songlin in front, it will be easier for other admirals who are interested in joining the J League to get good results. The next in line is the G League, which is the strongest league besides the J League, and it is also the league with the largest number of members in previous years. Originally, the E-United Department could be favored by more people than the U-United Department, but the atmosphere of the E-United Department is not as free as that of the U-United Department. Finally, most admirals who like to be free are more willing to join the U-League. Now that the J-League came to him and said these words, Wei-in narrowed his eyes. Shropshire, who had been standing next to Vian, was also a little angry. As a former shipgirl of the E-United Forces, she must of course protect the E-United Forces. Nagato, this is a bit bad of you. Don't you think that no one in our E-United division is bullying us? Shropshire argued with Nagato with a red face. No, I'm just stating a fact. We in the J-Union have heard of Commander Wei-in's talent. A talented admiral like him shouldn't be eliminated in this assessment. After all, he is only a freshman and his strength is relatively limited. If he joins our G-United Department, he can be trained in advance and embark on a bright road. But you, the E-Unit, can't do that. In this assessment, you can only waste Commander Wei-in's time. Only we, the J-Unit, can win in the end. Commander Wei-in, are you really not going to consider this? The Admiral of the J-Union this time is very strong. You should know this from your frequent observations here. Shropshire was about to speak, but was stopped by Vian. Thank you for your kindness. The E-United Department has been very good to me, and she has many friends in the E-United Department in Shropshire. I am sorry to refuse your kindness. If the results of this assessment are not good, it can only be said that my skills are inferior to others. Facing Nagato's words that threatened the E-United Department, Wei-in still responded gently and calmly. If you are worried that they will support you and it is not a good idea to change their minds now, our G-United Department can also help you repay the support. If you join the J-Union, you will be able to pass this assessment easily, and then you will be assigned your own tutelary fort soon and be able to display your skills. But if you don't join, even if we in the G-Union don't make things difficult for you, the admirals of the G-Union and U-Union will still have to compete with you. This time, the strength of the third-year admiral of the U-Union is not strong enough. You shouldn't waste your time here. It's a pity that Elizabeth and the others got there first. Shropshire wanted to refute, but seeing Vian's face darken and his understanding of the United Nations Department, he finally stayed by Vian's side obediently. Nagato was right. Although Hood hoped that Vian would defeat Songlin, the other admirals of the E-United Forces were not strong enough. Chapter 166, Songlin's Provocation. The opponents he needs to face are not just the admiral of the J-Union, but also the G-Union, the U-Union, and the other 8 unions in total, who are all the opponents Wei-in needs to face this time. Instead, all the pressure is on Wei-in, a freshman. This is also the reason why Wei-in came to personally observe the strength of these admirals. He had never thought about forming a team with other admirals. For Wei-in, A large-scale fleet is a big target, and acting together with other admirals will slow down the speed of his fleet. It's not good for his performance. Looking at Wei and who was thinking silently, Song Lin spoke again. If you really insist on doing so, we will be rivals in this assessment. I also want to see what kind of strength the admiral that the United Department has high hopes for is capable of. After signing up, I have already carefully learned about the abilities of most of the admirals. I don't think an admiral like you who is the center of attention is hiding his true colors. You didn't get in through the back door, did you? The shipgirl next to you is so protective of the United Forces. Could it be that you plundered the shipgirl of the United Forces and then got in through the back door through her? It's a heavy cruiser. I can't wait to see how badly she's damaged. What's wrong with joining our United Department? You can easily pass this assessment. Why do you have to go against us? Seeing Wei's answers in a gentle tone, Song Lin decided to speak boldly. The J-League and his strength gave him strong confidence. You nonsense. Seeing Song Lin provoking Vian, Shropshire, as his shipgirl, yelled at him angrily. I didn't expect that. Otherwise, why are you so anxious? I know you're not strong enough to take the back door, so why did you come to participate in this year's assessment? Nagato-sama and the others still think highly of you, but I can't see it that way. Because of Wei's previous rejection, Nagato, who was a little angry, did not stop Song Lin from rubbing his nose in his face. But compared to Shropshire's angry look, Vian seemed calm. I'm sorry, Miss Nagato. Everyone in the unit has been nice to me. Even the other people have been friendly in their conversations. If this is what the people in the G unit say, I'm really disappointed. So you mean you refuse? Well, I hope you can figure it out later. The difference between the E unit and our J unit in today's losses is not just a little bit. Let's go. After saying this, Nagato led his men to turn the boat around, leaving behind an angry Shropshire and the calm Vian beside her. Boy, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Let's meet in the examination. Let me see what you are capable of. You didn't even come when I invited you. And I'll ask you to clean up your shipgirls. I also want to see if you can still stay calm when they're badly damaged. Humph. Song Lin snorted coldly as he left, and looked at the Shropshire warship with disdain. Compared with the several capital ships under his command, Shropshire's petite hull seemed vulnerable to him. Commander. Looking at Vian, who was still standing at the bow, Shropshire looked at Vian with some concern. It's okay, let's go, just do your best on the test. Vian smiled and stroked Shropshire's long hair to soothe her. Commander, we can definitely defeat them. They are so abominable. I believe in you. Let's go in and rest first. We haven't tasted your cooking yet. Okay, wait a minute, and I'll make you some tea. I've prepared some new flowers today. After confirming that Vian was not angry, Shropshire went to prepare tea for Vian with peace of mind. After she turned around, Wei's eyes, which were full of tenderness, turned cold and looked back at the pine forest as it left. You want to see the big break, right? I also want to see if your strength matches your words. In order to test the strength of the admirals and the shipgirls in the real battlefield, this kind of assessment is usually a live-fire exercise, with shipgirls from the Shipgirl Alliance patrolling and protecting the exercise area throughout the process. A serious damage to a ship means leaving the battlefield. Wei didn't care that others were targeting him. Even when Song Lin talked about him, he wasn't very angry. But he mentioned the girls of Vian. I originally wanted to keep it simple and just pass the assessment and try not to offend anyone, but now. Commander, your tea is ready. Come and try my snacks. Here I come. After rubbing his face to make it look better, Wei returned to the cabin. But after returning to the villa, Shropshire and the others saw that Vian had locked himself up. She could only briefly tell Lexington and the others what happened today. They could only watch with worry as the concierge closed the room. It was not until night fell that Wei came out of the room, feeling relieved. Commander, are you okay? Xiao Wei. Admiral. Lexington looked at Vian with concern. She was worried that Vian was keeping his troubles to himself. It's okay, but I have a few things I need to tell you. Looking at the girls around him who were worried about him, Wei felt warm in his heart. His life was fulfilled with such a group of silly girls accompanying him. All he had to do was to prevent them from getting hurt and crying. He wants to protect them. Ishian, the power system you can use has been completed. Once the funds are recovered, you can materialize the ship together with Gukong and the others. At the same time, Shropshire and Saratoga, your power systems must also be replaced in order to keep up with the speed of the fleet. Shropshire, Saratoga, when you sell your ship equipment, please pay attention to whether there are 280mm or 300mm main guns for sale. If there are any, bring them back. Sister, don't be busy for the time being. Starting tomorrow, I will help you partially modify the hull. Next, I will assess you in Kogan. Shimikaze is very important. They were unable to react to Wei's series of words, but Xiefeng, who knew them best, knew. Xiao Wei, you are angry. Since I was a child, I like to lock myself in the room to think about solutions when I get angry. He bullied Xiao Wei so much. This time, sister will deal with them no matter what. Don't keep it to yourself. Now you have us. We will all be with you. After Xiefeng finished speaking, he hugged Weiyan in front of everyone. That's right, Weiyan was very angry. Originally, Weiyan just wanted to get through this assessment safely, but now he felt that it was not enough. He didn't want to let any of the admirals of the J unit go. For this reason, after he came back, he quickly modified the previous drawings of Xiefeng, and at the same time prepared to replace the main gun that had not been replaced before. Originally, everything was planned to be replaced after we had a garrison, but now it is not enough with only 2 aircraft carriers. Chapter 167 Didi's Apology. At the same time, the torpedoes that have not been used since the installation of Yukikaze should also be replaced. As for the reason for the replacement, he now has better torpedoes, and after selling all the ship equipment this time, he will have enough funds to replace it. But what may be a little anxious is time. Because torpedoes are still data within Shimikaze's mind core. He was interested in Shimikaze's Type 0 quintuple-mounted 610mm torpedo, which could reach a maximum speed of 72 knots. Although it has become a 5-barreled torpedo, the faster speed of the torpedo will also bring a higher hit rate, not to mention that Weiyan can continue to modify this torpedo and add a reloading system. 72 knots high-speed torpedo C within 8 nautical miles, and 36 knots torpedo strike at the farthest 20 nautical miles. In addition, the 280mm or 300mm main guns that Weiyan is preparing to replace will further enhance the combat range of Yukikaze and her team. The price may be to reduce the 2 128mm dual-purpose guns, but 4 quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft guns can be installed. The overall performance has been greatly improved compared to now, and the torpedo speed of 72 knots is enough for his shipgirl to use for a long time. December 14th, 123rd year of the Azure calendar. The ship's outfit that Vian had completed had been handed over to Shropshire and Saratoga to sell. As a shipgirl with a training level of 100, she still has some savings, which is a good cover. It can also prove that part of the resources for Weiyan to realize so many shipgirls come from the support of 2 rich women. But only they knew that their wallets were empty, one for buying the heavy cruiser core and the other for the Lexington physical hull. They will be happier if the shipgirls under Vian become stronger, and part of the resources this time will also be used for them. So there is no need to say much about the enthusiasm of the task. Now Vian was in the cabin of her battleship with Xiefeng. Because when Weiyan first designed the Yukikaze hull, he had already taken into account the problems that would arise in the future, and all of his warships adopted a modular construction solution. It is much easier to dismantle, modify, and upgrade it than other shipgirls, but the modification process still makes Yukikaze feel a little uncomfortable. But it's much better than the feeling of scraping bones and cutting flesh for other shipgirls. Xiefeng, whose face was a little pale, was now sitting in Vian's arms, controlling his ship with his eyes closed, and adjusting the structure of the bottom bit by bit. For Weiyan, who has already developed a heavy-duty improved power system, he feels that the power system currently used by Xiefeng has some flaws. And for safety reasons, no water jet propulsion was directly installed on Xiefeng. This time, the transformation of Xiefeng also focuses on these 2 points. Therefore, Weiyan used up the last 3,000 energy and developed and produced the light improved power system Type 2. Once the transformation is completed, according to Weiyan's calculations, Xiefeng will be able to maintain a maximum speed of 37 to 45 knots while ensuring a displacement of 12,500 to 15,000 tons. Even in the deep sea, most warships cannot catch up with Yukikaze and her crew, let alone the shipgirls led by ordinary admirals. Unless the admiral's talent is to increase the speed of the ship, and the shipgirl also has the ability to increase the speed, otherwise the initiative will always be in his hands. Xiao Wei, I'm a little tired. Let's take a rest first. After feeling that the bottom structure of his ship had become what was drawn on the Weiyan drawing, Xiefeng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the cold sweat on Xiefeng's face, Weiyan kissed her on the forehead with some heartache. Thank you for your hard work, sister. This time, the snow wind reconstruction cost Vian 1,000 steel, which was not a lot. Song Lin's attitude made Weiyan realize that there would be a battle with the J-League after all, and his previous idea of taking it easy and picking up something in the end would not be easy to achieve. That's why we were in such a hurry to help Xiefeng complete the transformation, but such transformation is not complete yet. He still has to wait for Shropshire and the others to bring back resources and main guns. In fact, Weiyan has another choice. He made the prototype 30cm main gun, given to him by Hood, and gave it to Xiefeng and the others. But there is a problem that Hood only gave him one, so if it appeared in large quantities on other shipgirls, Hood and the others would definitely find something wrong. This golden heavy cruiser is not much stronger than it, so it is not easy to buy. So he didn't want to use this gun until he could find another one. But if you can't find it, you have no choice but to use it despite the risk. Now that Song Lin and he have a conflict, there will definitely be a loser this time, and he cannot back down, for himself and for Shropshire and the others. Especially if he passed the assessment, he would be able to select the garrison in advance. Wasn't it partly because of the Whale Sea garrison that he joined the E-United Forces? This garrison is under the jurisdiction of the E-United Department. However, when he was carrying Xiefeng back, he met Hood on the road. It would be more accurate to say that he met her rather than that she was waiting for him at the door of his villa. I heard the report about your relationship with the J-United Department yesterday. I don't think they made things difficult for you. Fine. Looking at Wayan's nonchalant response and thinking back to what was said in the report, Hood sighed secretly. She knew that people from other liaison departments would come to contact Wayan, but she didn't expect that it was the J liaison department that would directly start using threats and inducements. This made her a little disappointed in them. They had lost even the most basic sense of dignity. It was obviously not like this before. Such changes only occurred after they and the G-Unit gained the final say. Recently, the G-Unit has been acting a little more arrogantly, but not as obviously as the J-Unit. Right now, our E-Union is indeed not as strong as theirs, and we don't attract as many commanders. I'm sorry that I can't seek justice for you in time. But we can't let them bully our people so easily. We can't conflict with the J-Union, but they can't help the admirals with the assessment. They and the G-Union recruit more admirals. Even if their resource pool is a little larger than ours, the funding for most ordinary admirals is definitely not as good as ours. Others don't know your shipgirl's strength, but we know it and can catch them off guard. So today, after discussing with the other members of the E-Union, we decided to provide you with an opportunity to fight a decisive battle with the G-Union Admiral's fleet. Hood said to Vian apologetically. What do you mean? The other admirals from our E-Unit will hold back the other admirals from the G-Unit, giving you the opportunity to fight Song Lin alone. After all, you have two highly trained shipgirls, Shropshire and Saratoga, which will give you an advantage in the fleet decisive battle. But the premise is that your other shipgirls can form sufficient combat power during the assessment. Chapter 168, Stuffed Cat Didi. Can you form enough combat power before the assessment? Hood stared into Vian's eyes with a serious face. What about the other admirals? The J-United Forces have more people than us, and this will affect their performance. Wayan did not talk about his own problems, but talked about other admirals who were interested in the E-United Forces. So that's why I came to you. Oh, Elizabeth and I both believe in your talents and abilities. Even the shipgirls who have made decisions in the E-Union are optimistic about you. Nagato is right. We cannot delay your growth, so we have this plan to limit your growth in the academy. The knowledge that other admirals need to learn, such as illustrations, caring for shipgirls, etc., don't seem to be applicable to you. Even the growth trajectory of your shipgirls is different from that of ordinary shipgirls. Within less than a year of enrollment, we already have 6 shipgirls who are close to reaching full combat capability. Only 2 admirals have achieved this in the history of the academy. One left the Kankali Union and became the current governor of the Northern Theater. The other one died in the sea expansion in the Eastern Theater. At that time, he had a large fleet of 30 shipgirls and was a truly powerful admiral. And you are even better than they were at that time. This is our E-United Department's opportunity, and it's also your opportunity. I am very willing to believe that you have the ability to make the E-United Forces strong again. So I used my status as the flagship to convince others to approve this plan. We don't have much of anything, but we have too much money to spend. We didn't support many admirals in the past, so we are looking for an admiral who is willing to act with the E-Union fleet this time. No matter what the final result is, you can go to the academy to receive 1 million Azure coins. Although there are not many admirals who intend to join our joint department, there are still many who come here to gain experience and learn, as well as individual admirals who are not optimistic about the future. Their joining can also delay other fleets for some time. Looking at the pretty face gradually approaching, Vian was stunned by Hood. But if this is the case, won't the Kankali Union do anything? Now the Kankali Union is managed by our various departments. If they don't like it, they can learn from us. However, there are so many admirals willing to join the J-Union and the G-Union, and they don't have that much money to spend. Although we are all shipgirls of the Shipgirls Union, we still have to fight for the interests of our own union. Just like Nagato came to you, our union rarely supports admirals, and the basic talents we like are all good. So they set their sights on you for the development of their own alliance. Vian was really shocked by Hood. Maybe 1 million blue coins may not seem like a lot for an admiral, but most of the admirals in the same period as him only have one shipgirl. They can only get thousands of resources by fighting in the deep sea with their own shipgirls, but these 1 million can easily get 10,000 resources. Why can he start faster than other admirals? Isn't it because of the inheritance left by his parents, the funding from the Union, the support of his own shipgirl, and his strong ability to make money? His ships are also stronger. Other admirals are not like him. They can even transform destroyers into ones with strong combat capabilities. Most of the time, she takes the destroyer girl to accumulate resources little by little and then builds a destroyer, a type of ship with relatively weak combat effectiveness. So why is Songlin favored by the J-League? He is so lucky that he has a total of 4 battleships in 3 years. Many ordinary admirals can only look up to him. The fleet's weakness also means that its ability to fight in the deep sea is not strong, and the speed of acquiring resources will also be slower, which is a vicious cycle. After all, the resources used by the shipgirls mainly come from mining in relatively dangerous waters and salvaging spoils of war. Wayan's ability to make ship equipment is simply a bug among bugs. This 1 million is just enough to buy 2 ships for Wayan, but for an ordinary admiral. If he has many destroyers without hulls materialized, he can materialize 4 to 5 of them, which can greatly enhance the strength of his fleet, enable him to gain more from deep-sea battles, or send shipgirls on expeditions, escorts, etc. Therefore, this Admiral's Academy is extremely cruel. If you don't have a good character, you won't even be qualified to enter the Academy. Going to the front line without good talent, commander ability, luck, building Europe and Africa, and funds, purchasing ship equipment, and transforming shipgirls, is courting death. They can only stay safely in relatively stable sea areas, do low-value tasks to maintain the operation of the garrison, and live a better life than ordinary people. This time, it is conservatively estimated that the number of admirals taking part in the assessment is between 200 and 300. In the end, only the top 10 will receive rewards from the Kankali Union and will be able to freely choose the department they want to join. As for the rest, it all depends on whether the joint department is willing to recruit them. Because this is the threshold, each department also has its own recruitment standards. That's why Hood's words shocked Wayan. He didn't expect Hood to think so highly of him. After all, he usually tried to hide his special qualities. Hood, miss, is this worth it? If I lose? Hood used his own reputation to support him, which made him feel very complicated. It's normal for you to lose. After all, the opponent is a third-year admiral, but you won, which is good for you and me. Can you gather 8 warships before the test? Able. That's right. Even if you lose, I won't lose. As the first-year commander of 8 warships, doesn't this prove that I have good vision? All right. Wayan felt relieved after hearing what Hood said. For Hood, no matter what the result was, she would not lose anything. As expected, she is the shipgirl in charge of a joint department. So please don't let me down. I still feel bad after spending so much money. What Hood didn't tell Vian was that some of the money came from her and Elizabeth. Without knowing it, Wayan was once again living off the rich Kankali. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Prepare for the battle well. I won't bother you anymore. I look forward to your performance. As soon as Wayan finished speaking, he saw Hood quickly saying goodbye to him in a panic, while covering his chest and walking away quickly in small steps. At the same time, Wayan seemed to hear the sound of a cat's meow. Thinking about Hood again, Vian looked at Hood's back with a strange expression. It couldn't really be stuffed with a cat, right? It only got that big after stuffing ginger and fish cakes, so how barren it must have been originally. Looking at Hood walking away, he quickened his pace a little, as if he wanted to escape from here. Xiaowei, where did those 2 cats come from on Hood? Xiefeng, who had just woken up, saw 2 cats running out from Hood, one with a tabby pattern and the other with a black and white pattern. Chapter 169. 3 sentences made them spend 300 million on me. Such a huge move by Hood and others immediately caused an uproar in the academy. Especially the admiral of the G-United Forces almost burst into curses after seeing it. After coming back, Songlin told them that this time they had to eliminate the E-Unit first, as the E-Unit was their main opponent in the assessment. But unexpectedly, the E-United Forces launched a counterattack the next day. Moreover, he is so wealthy that he spends money to win people's hearts. Minister Nagato, look at this. Songlin frowned as he listened to what the Admiral of the United Department said and asked Nagato. It's okay. They just want to stick together. Are you afraid of those admirals with destroyers? That's not the case. When they meet ISC and the others, they will know how big the difference between the types of ships is. Do Firefly dare to compete with the Bright Moon? Just follow the original plan. I didn't expect that the United Department has always liked to use this method. Now the United Department will also use it. It's not a big deal to have money. Thinking of the wealthy Union Department and Union Department, Nagato felt a little sad. Because their G-Union and G-Union are relatively strong, they recruit the most admirals and spend the most resources, not to mention that the garrisons they manage are mostly in the east and south. The two deep-sea war zones with the most serious unrest also put enormous pressure on them. If they were not strong enough, the shade of the trees was large enough, and the E and U Union departments were not very selective, they would never have been able to get the first candidate position. Compared with the E Union and U Union, the shipgirls from both of them are a bit warmongering, especially the G Union, who love fighting even more than them. So those who do business are not very good. Unlike the U Union department next door, which has Santiago in charge of the logistics and finances of the U Union department and travels all over the world to make money for the U Union department, and the E Union department, which has a simpler vision and aristocratic pride of its own. There are not many admirals recruited each year, and the sea areas they control are mainly in the west and north, which are relatively stable. They go to the deep sea to withdraw money regularly every year, and the losses are relatively small. If you save up slowly, you will have money. There is a reason why Vian is so well liked by Hood and the others. His parents are from the E United department, and Elizabeth also works in the E United department, not to mention that Shropshire has now become his shipgirl. I didn't expect them to be so protective of their own people. They must be venting their anger on that admiral. So you should be careful in this test in Songlin. Don't worry. Judging from the situation, the boy's strength should not be that good. He may just have some talent. I am here to protect him. After all, he's just a first-year admiral. How much can he grow in less than half a year? It's better to be safe than sorry. How could the admiral that those people in the E United department could be simple? It is said that the U United department and the I United department are also trying to contact him. No. Song Lin curled his lips, and his contempt for Wei deepened. I want to see how talented you are. What can a first-year admiral become? After all, in his first year, Matsubayashi had only 2 shipgirls, and they had to accompany their seniors in the assessment. So he was a little jealous of Wei. It received attention and funding from the E United department in the first year and is a wealthy unit. That's why he squeezed Wei. Each joint department will fund the joint department admiral for a different period of time, some for 1 or 2 years, some for 4 or 5 years, and the longest may be up to 10 years. The J Union has a large number of people, so each of their admirals gets a relatively small share, but the J Union's shipgirls are strong enough to guarantee the safety of their naval bases, so that can be considered as an exchange. So if this person suddenly appears and wants to share his cake, would he be willing? Especially when he is sure to win this year. He wanted to teach Wei and what it meant to respect seniors. You will be eliminated first in this assessment. Also because of this incident, the admiral of the academy also learned about it from some admirals of the J United forces. The cause this time was that the E unit took a fancy to a new admiral in the academy, and this incident arose because of the conflict between him and the J unit. Therefore, the admiral of the academy was also very curious about what kind of magic this admiral named Vian had. Just a few simple words made the E United department spend 300 million yuan on him. As for why the Kankali Union does not stop the behavior of squandering money like the E Union and the U Union. The joint department has independent jurisdiction and is not affected by others, but most ordinary admirals will eventually come under the jurisdiction of the central government. Didn't the money they spent eventually go into the pockets of ordinary admirals and help them improve their strength? Isn't this just a disguised way of providing benefits to the Kankali group? Only 10 admirals can receive rewards from the Kankali Union each year and freely choose to join various alliances. There is only one chance to enter the rankings, and this is also the only chance to obtain precious resources from the joint warehouse in the easiest way. It contains precious ship equipment that cannot be bought outside and precious cores that cannot be found outside. Even the alliance of your favorite shipgirls can provide you with information about such free shipgirls. It depends on you whether you can salvage the ship. You can also have powerful shipgirls stationed directly in your garrison during the initial stages of building it to help them through the most difficult times. Therefore, this joint department assessment is not only a competition among the admirals for their own rankings, but also a competition among the joint departments. The more admirals you favor in the rankings, the more precious resources they will obtain, the faster they will grow, the stronger they will be, and the more feedback they will receive to the Joint Forces Department. There were even admirals who felt they had no immediate use for these precious resources and traded with the ministry to obtain more usable resources. Just like the 380mm main gun, it is difficult to find its trace outside, but it is different in the joint warehouse. Also, many shipgirls are stuck at level 100 and cannot go any higher, and special cores are very rare, so the joint warehouse is an opportunity. This is a waste of time to increase the chances of winning for your own alliance. The United Front spent money, and the admiral it favored won a ranking and was rewarded, and ordinary admirals also received a portion of the resources, making it a win-win situation. So why stop it? December 21st. This batch of ship equipment was not as valuable as the previous ones, so they were sold out one after another within 7 days. Vian now holds the 30 battleship cores that Shropshire and her friends had exchanged for as planned, as well as 10,000 each of the 4 resources, plus the remaining 520,000 unspent blue coins, and is ready to start working hard. However, when exchanging resources, it also attracted the attention of Elizabeth and others, but after knowing that it was Shropshire and Saratoga selling ship equipment, they did not think much about it. After all, they didn't know how many resources the 2 legendary shipgirls had. The only pity was that he did not find any suitable 280mm and 300mm main guns, so he could only use the 300mm main gun given by Hood. This time his 3 warships materialized at once, transforming Shropshire and Saratoga at the same time. P.S. In addition to 2,000 words. Protagonist resources. Oil, 22,640. Ammunition, 20,910. Steel, 297,640. Aluminum, 19,910. Battleship core, 30. Mine core, heavy cruise 0. Azure coin, 902700. It feels like I haven't built a shipgirl for a long time. The last time the most voted was grapes, so I was thinking about whether to build it or salvage the ship. Chapter 170, The 3-Man Ship, 1. The arrival of this day made Vian's shipgirls very excited, especially Ishian, who joined last. Today, when Wei-Yin placed the battleship blueprints they needed in front of her, she was speechless. I can only cry silently. Although she is a cruiser, she is the smallest in size and tonnage among all Vian's warships. Even destroyers can't compare to it. As the 2 people who know Vian best, Xiefeng and Lexington, often tell her not to worry. Vian will help her complete the earth-shaking transformation. Because there are quite a lot of shipgirls who have materialized the ship's body this time, all the girls have gathered at Vian's first dock. Snowwind, Clemenceau, and Shropshire are already listed here. The smallest of them is Shropshire, but as a legendary ship girl, her strength cannot be ignored. I already said it last night. Today, Kokong will go first, Shimikaze will go second, and Ishian, you will go third. Come one by one. Let's materialize the ship's frame first. After Vian finished speaking, he asked Lexington to start allocating resources. When deciding to materialize the ship today, Wei-Yin had already helped his shipgirls to improve their mental limit. Both Kokong and Shimikaze used 3 battleship cores, increasing 15,000 tons, while Ishian used 6, increasing 30,000 tons. With Xiefeng's previous experience in materializing the ship, the resources that Kogan and the others are going to use are now very clear. The hull frame and the construction of the battleship require a total of 49,000 steel resources, and 2 battleships require 98,000. As Vian's secretary ship and financial manager, Lexington also allocated resources to Kokong and Shimikaze as needed. Then they stood at their respective positions and began to materialize the ship. Are there any changes to their hulls? Some. Because they haven't materialized their ship yet, the battleship blueprints that Wei-Yin gave them were modified just like Xiefeng's. After being equipped with its new power system and propulsion system, it can run at a maximum of 47 knots based on its current displacement. There will also be some minor changes to the ship's outfit. With the experience of several predecessors in materializing the ship's hull, Kogan and Shimikaze easily materialized their own ship's hull framework. Wei-Yin nodded with satisfaction. The 2 of them were docked right next to Xiefeng. The 3 warships with exactly the same style and appearance were docked together, looking very neat. Then Wei-Yin nodded to Ishian. She walked towards her own ship somewhat awkwardly. Although she already knew that the ship she would be using in the future would be as heavy as 30,000 tons, it would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. When Xiefeng first learned that he would be using a battleship weighing more than 10,000 tons, he felt very uneasy. And her span is twice as high as Xiefeng and the others. Isn't it because her battleship is so weak that she has been silently doing her part for everyone? The main gun of a cruiser is 150mm, which is even smaller than that of some destroyers. The maximum speed is only 20 knots, which is weak in all aspects for a cruiser. It is even a question whether it can compete with Yukikaze's initial battleships. And today she is about to undergo a transformation. When it comes to expectations, others are no less excited than her, especially Shropshire. The ship that appeared this time was the 4th type of ship designed by Vian, and Vian also told them very clearly. From then on, the drawings used for his battleships and cruisers were all of this specification. When Shropshire was later modified and the hull was replaced, it was the same as Ishian. The mainstay of his fleet, it combined the hulls of two types of warships. Because this was the first time he had materialized Ishian's type of ship, and he didn't know how many resources it would require. So he gave Ishian a total of 160,000 steels. A longer wait than for Kokong and Shimikaze. Ishian separated himself from the original ship, and then constructed new data inside his mind core through the blueprints. Outlined the hull of this warship stroke by stroke. At the same time, with her eyes closed in reality, the outline of the ship began to appear around her. Compared with the destroyer, the Ishian's hull is a size larger. In order to allow the Ishian to install a 380mm main gun, while also taking into account other armaments to better adapt to combat in multiple scenarios. The beam of her battleship also reached 30 meters, only 1 meter lower than Clemenceau. The length of the battleship reached 250 meters. Compared with several other gunboats, it appears to be much more bloated, and the consequences are also very obvious. Although both use the same series of power systems, her maximum speed is only 40 knots, which is even lower than Clemenceau. But it can also meet the needs of the security fleet. Ishian's hull is materializing, and the consumption of resources is also very obvious. After a while, Wayan saw that more than half of the steel placed next to Ishian had been consumed. By the time Ishian opened his eyes, only a small amount of steel was left. "How are you, feeling okay?" Ishian walked up to the dock's platform, looking back every few steps, and Wayan looked at her with concern. "Well, I didn't feel any discomfort. I just felt that my calculation ability had increased." Wayan is no longer surprised by the increase in the mental computing ability of his shipgirls. The more their mental upper limit increases, the stronger their computing ability becomes. During combat, you can more easily control your ship's combat capabilities. However, the amount of calculations required for gunboats is still much less than that required for aircraft carriers. One is only used to calculate the hits of its own main guns that will be used by the enemy, while the other needs to maintain the operation of its own ship while constantly operating different carrier-based aircraft to fight according to the battle situation. And Vian learned from Saratoga that every time her training level increased, she could feel that her calculation ability also improved. Although not much, they are real increases. If reflected in the data, Vian also found some changes in Saratoga. Her mental core limit is not locked like a gunboat and cannot be increased. Her current mental limit is not 36,000 tons like the previous Lexington. Instead, it reached 43,200 tons. Wayan calculated that with one more carrier-based aircraft, the mental limit would increase by 100 tons. For the convenience of statistics, after all, the weight of each carrier-based aircraft is different, and the difference between fully loaded and half-loaded is also huge. The additional 7,200 tons is exactly the number of 72 additional Saratoga aircraft that can be launched at the same time. In other words, if Vian pre-orders extra mental limit for Lexington, Lexington can skip the leveling process that other aircraft carrier girls need to go through. You can directly show off your terrifying hangar. One ship is better than 4. But it still needs to be verified by Vian. Chapter 171, 3-person ship, 2. Although he knew nothing would happen, Ishian's words made Wayan put his worries aside. Approximately how much steel was used? 125,000 for the ship's frame and the buildings on board. As he spoke, Ishian handed over all the remaining resources to Lexington. At the same time, Shimikaze and Kokong also gathered around. Now that their ship's frame has been completed, what remains is the warship's armament, which requires ship equipment made by Vian. The production of these security equipment began as soon as the ship equipment started to be sold. So not a problem at all. The power system has a total of 3 seats and 3,000 energy. 6 triple-mounted 300mm main guns, 9,000 energy. There are 16 twin 128mm dual-purpose anti-aircraft and anti-flag guns in total, with 8,000 energy. There are 12 quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft guns in total, with 6,000 energy. All 3 warships are equipped with sonar and depth projection, with a total of 4,500 energy. There are 6 radars of both types, with 12,000 energy. After careful consideration, Wayan planned to equip Ishian with his improved triple 380mm main guns. The quadruple 380mm main gun is too obvious. It is exactly the gun used by Clemenceau and Richelieu. There is no problem for Clemenceau to use it himself, but the question is, where did Ishian get a modified shipgirl? This time, the triple-mounted 380mm main guns were purchased from the Blue Bank near the Academy. Navian had sent Lexington and the others out for so long and luckily, he happened to buy it. This ship equipment consumes the energy of VN 9000. There are 51,500 energy in total, but it is not a problem for Wayan, who has 90,000 energy. So when these ship equipment were taken out, the dazzling light they emitted made Wayan's face look unusually white. As for why no torpedoes were made for the two destroyers? Because Wayan plans to modify the torpedoes used by Shimikaze and install them on them in the future. So next, everyone received their own ship equipment and necessary resources in the previous order and began to use them one by one. The resources required to maintain the ship's equipment have long been known. The resources required for Kokong and Shimikaze are 6,300 steel, 2,600 ammunition, and 500 fuel respectively. And Ishian has a little more. Steel 8,100, ammunition 4,300, fuel 1,000. Soon, the weapons they needed appeared on several warships. The main guns of Kokong and Shimikaze, which are more majestic than Yukikaze, stand on the deck, and 4 anti-aircraft guns that Yukikaze did not have installed are also installed on both sides of the middle part of the battleship, close to the superstructure where the command room is located. And Ishian's weapons are obviously much more terrifying than Kokong and the others. It has a main battlecruiser, and 3 380mm main guns are neatly installed on the central axis of the battleship, 2 in front and 1 in the back, like a battleship. There are 8 secondary guns, 6 of which are located at the front and on the left and right sides of the superstructure behind the main guns. The last 2 secondary guns are installed on both sides of the middle of the battleship. This ensures that if a salvo is fired from the side of the ship, a total of 5 secondary guns can attack simultaneously. The length and width of the ship also give Ishian more deck space, allowing her to install such ship equipment while also fitting in 6 anti-aircraft guns. And they are neatly installed on both sides of the front, middle, and rear decks of the battleship. Because the weapons installed on the Ishian are more densely packed than those on Xiefeng and the others, the number of vertical launch system slots reserved by Wayan for the Ishian has only increased slightly compared to those on Xiefeng and the others. There are 160 vertical launch units, and this is when Vian also makes use of the edge of the battleship's deck. But even so, Wayan was already very satisfied. Under the current circumstances, it is faster than a conventional destroyer, better armored than a conventional battlecruiser, more powerful than a conventional battleship, and can continue to do what a light cruiser needs to do. Air defense and anti-submarine security were not neglected, and even the close-range combat capability security was not forgotten. That's right, Ishian still has 2 torpedo tubes that have not been installed, and he is waiting for Shimikaze torpedoes just like Yukikaze and the others. Even its enemy searching ability is unmatched by other ordinary shipgirls, and it can be used anywhere. You can set sail with just 1 battleship, without having to worry about the villains underwater or in the sky. You have the first mover advantage against most ordinary shipgirls, and your firepower can be stronger than that of most battleships. Wayan piled Ishian with weapons, which could also alleviate her fear of insufficient firepower. Only Wayan understood how much of a luxury it was for the shipgirls from Country C, like Ishian, to be strong. Moreover, even in this situation, Ishian can add 3 more main guns, which is comparable to the battleships and battlecruiser girls in the hands of most admirals. As for Clemenceau, she is not competing against an ordinary shipgirl, but a deep-sea flagship. After watching Ishian use up all the ship equipment, Wayan could sigh as he looked at his gradually empty wallet. Admiral, look, Shimanayan has become even stronger. Shimikaze, who had completed the ship's equipment faster than Ishian, ran to Wayan and grabbed his arm and shook it. Our island style is the best. Wayan stroked Shimikaze's little head like he was a child and praised him. But the torpedoes that Shimaniko loves the most are gone. Admiral, Island Nyan wants torpedoes. Sister Xiefeng has torpedoes. I want them too. Even Kokong was staring at Wayan with anticipation. After they used the ship equipment, they found that Wayan did not prepare torpedoes for them. But when she saw that Xiefeng had them, she also had doubts in her heart. As a sensible girl, she did not question the Admiral's decision. After all, Vian had made her much stronger than before. But what Shimikaze mentioned was of course what she hoped for. After all, everyone wants to be stronger. Ishian, who came back last, did not have the same expectations as Kokong. She was already very satisfied with herself now. She never thought that this day would come. She couldn't believe this was reality. She abandoned her former weak self and replaced it with new cannons and a new body. The her who couldn't hit others, couldn't outrun others, and could only fight without fighting back no longer exists. Now she can do her best for the Admiral who brought her a new life. She didn't want to let down the Admiral's investment in her. If you want to hurt the Admiral, just go through my body. If Yatsen was the most stunning, then the second most stunning was Shropshire. She never dreamed that there would be such a big difference between the two cruisers. Moreover, the Ishian is nominally a light cruiser, which is larger than her heavy cruiser. Is this reasonable? Is there any law? And what is the main gun of Ishian? If she was not mistaken, wasn't it a modified version of Clemenceau's main gun? So she chooses, "Commander, I want a cannon this big too." Chapter 172, The Greedy Wife. Looking at the girls surrounding him, Wayan could only explain one by one. "Don't worry, Shropshire. Your ship will be the same as Ishian and the others in the future. It won't be any worse. Yukikaze, stop shaking. The admiral is about to get dizzy because of you. Your torpedo, admiral, has already been arranged." "Really? Admiral? What kind of torpedo is that? Is it as powerful as the torpedoes that Shimanayan used to have?" Yukikaze jumped happily beside Wayan. "Don't worry, I'll definitely satisfy you. The admiral has decided to use your torpedoes for the transformation. So next I'll trouble you to materialize the old torpedoes so that the admiral can learn from them. But we only need to manifest one." "Really? Admiral? Admiral is so nice." Hee meow. After Vian finished speaking, he nodded to Lexington, and she understood and took out 1,000 pieces of ammunition and 1,000 pieces of steel that materialized the torpedo and handed them to Yukikaze. "Okay, it's your turn next." Vian then turned his attention to Saratoga and Shropshire. "Because you are all legendary shipgirls, you can send your warships to another dimension every 24 hours. So when the speeds of other warships are relatively high, you don't have that much pressure on the speed for the time being. The only situation where we can't keep up with the fleet is when we can't put the ship into the alien space, and the sea area where we're testing this time isn't very large. According to my plan, the transfer requirements for the fleet are relatively high, and your speed is a problem for the time being. But the current resources are not enough to support you to replace the hull. You can only carry out partial transformation, which may be a bit painful. Commander, what are we going to change? Commander, what are we going to change? Will I still be afraid of pain? Your power compartment must be constructed to at least be able to accommodate my power system. Then come on, Commander. How can a maid refuse the master's order? Commander, please do as you please. The two of them didn't care about the pain that Wayan mentioned. After all, they were both legendary shipgirls and were used to the pain. After getting their agreement, Wayan took out the blueprint of a two-person battleship that he had prepared long ago. Compared to redesigning a battleship by yourself, which requires more consideration, their battleships can simply copy the data in the contract. So Wayan only took 2 days to modify their drawings. First, dismantle the original power system. Don't worry, I'm already very skilled. Then Wayan found a lounge chair for them both to rest. After all, they had the experience of Yukikaze's transformation, so as expected, when they just started to modify their power cabin, they frowned. At the same time, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She found the recliner that Wayan had prepared for them and lay down on it. Lexington looked at them both with some concern. Commander, are you really okay? Gaga and the others looked so miserable. I actually wanted to replace their hulls directly later, but the current situation does not allow me to do so. It's just the power cabin. I just need to expand the space a bit. I didn't change the propulsion system because I was afraid they couldn't handle it. So how much improvement can they achieve after this transformation? Considering that Shropshire has a relatively small displacement and the battleship is relatively long, it also has propellers like the Yukikaze before. It uses the same propulsion system as Yukikaze and the others. Although the ship's structure does not have a bulbous bow like yours, it is already good enough to reach 40 knots. And Gaga is slightly better. Her hull is longer and has more space inside. It uses the same power system as yours. Clemenceau can run 42 knots at the limit. She'd be lucky if she can run 41 knots. Although the transformation of Saratoga and Shropshire was uncomfortable, it was not the first time they had transformed themselves, so they quickly adapted to the pain of the transformation. At the same time, they used the ship equipment given to them by Wayan. Feeling the motivation that was even greater than before and how huge the leap in their improvement was, they were filled with shock. They finally understood why Xiefeng and the others could run so fast. It relies on this unprepossessing power system made by Vian. If the space on Shropshire's hull was not too small, Vian would have wanted to give her the power system used by Ishian. In this way, she will no longer need to change the power system when she changes the hull in the future and can directly use the current ship equipment. But there's nothing I can do. However, Saratoga will have one less power system to use in the future. At the same time, the completion of their power system transformation also meant that Wayan's resources were reduced significantly. Fuel 2000, steel 2000. Commander, after experiencing the ship suits you made, I am even more excited about the future ship hulls. I dare not imagine how much I can improve with such a strong hull. Shropshire looked at the Ishian ship with envy and said to Vian. If she had never seen the light, she could still endure the darkness, but now she really couldn't bear it at all. Once we have the tutelary fort, we will have everything. As for Saratoga, it is obviously much better. After all, their strength depends on their carrier-based aircraft. She had already drained away Vian's powerful carrier-based aircraft. At this time, Shimikaze had already materialized his torpedo and invited Vian to observe and learn. Vian and his team did not come out of the dock until dark. During the day, Vian was carefully exploring Shimikaze's torpedoes and drawing the blueprints. There is no rush for Lexington's carrier-based aircraft security. After all, he didn't know how much energy he would need to study torpedoes. Just to make 14 torpedoes, he needs 14,000 energy. Yukikaze's main gun is still 240 millimeters, and he has not had time to make Yukikaze's anti-aircraft gun during the time he received the battleship core. He didn't even have time to make radars for Lexington, Saratoga, and Shropshire. Only after their ship equipment is assembled can Vian make specific plans for the carrier-based aircraft used by Lexington. It depends on the situation whether to decide to increase the mental limit of Lexington or to fully utilize both fighters and bombers, or to keep them half for the time being. After all, if Lexington is fully equipped with all its carrier-based aircraft, it will require 6W of energy, which is already the amount of energy required by Kogan, Shimikaze, and Isin to use as the battleship core to increase their mental limit. So although Lexington's displacement of more than 60,000 tons does not consume as much steel as other warships, she is not economical at all in her shipbuilding. A hangar with 220 aircraft requires 1,540 tons of aluminum just to fill it up, which is close to 5,000 when converted into other resources. Not to mention other admirals arming their own aircraft carriers. There is no most expensive, only more expensive. It can consume more than 1,500 aluminum at a time. Think about the earning ability of other ordinary admirals. A battleship core can be consumed in one meal. My wife loves to spray aluminum. Chapter 173 Assessment Content. Especially now that Lexington is still using A-1 bombers, each of which consumes only 7 tons of aluminum. If it were using B-25, a carrier-based aircraft that crashed into a hangar would consume 3,300 tons of aluminum. There are even more powerful carrier-based aircraft, and the consumption will be even more terrifying. It is indeed very cool to be a little man in the sky in a bomber, but it is also very painful when replenishing the consumption. For 2 days, Vian was thinking about the torpedo problem. Combined with his previous experience in imitating other ship equipment, Vian only spent 4,000 energy to develop the new torpedo. Not only does it have the same high speed as the original Shimikaze torpedo, but it also has a much faster reloading speed. Therefore, this time the quality of the Type 05 Unit 610 torpedo system directly broke through the gold and turned into a dazzling color. During this period, the girls who obtained their own ship uniforms were not too excited because they knew that everything was not yet completed. At the same time, he also had a very clear idea of the number of ship equipment that his shipgirl would need, and he could also roughly calculate the consumption of these ship equipment. As a result, after he calculated the ship's equipment except for the Lexington carrier-based aircraft, he found that these remaining ship equipment alone had drained all his remaining energy. Fortunately, Wayan had anticipated this situation and bought so many resources for this purpose. And now is the time to deploy his resources. After all, their hulls have been completed, the bulk of the resources consumed are gone, and the resources consumed by other ship equipment are also very clear. To this end, he made a simple conversion of his resources, and now that the assessment is approaching, he has no worries about selling his resources. Fuel, 18,640 10,000. Ammo, 10,410 20,000. Steel, 50,940 30,000. Aluminum, 199105000. Battleship core, 0140. Azure coin, 902,700 374,700. Energy, 32,500 102,500. It took a full day to complete the final integration of resources. At the same time, he has also produced 2 torpedoes. However, according to Vian's calculations, after he completes the production of all the ship equipment for Lexington, he still has half a month to let his shipgirls complete the most basic cooperation, which will allow him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just when he was busy making the ship's equipment, Lexington brought him some bad news. On December 30th, the countdown to the Joint Department assessment entered the final month. Many admirals who had previously maintained their composure and did not rush into training also began to cram in the last month. As the admiral who led all the candidates for the J-League this time, Matsubayashi built another shipgirl in the nearly last minute. He also announced that he would complete the materialization of his shipgirl before the assessment. However, there is some news that can put Wayne's mind at ease. Although Matsubayashi built a new shipgirl, his high-profile attitude also made everyone know about his new shipgirl. It is a light carrier named Condor. Condor. Compared with other shipgirls, one disadvantage of aircraft carriers is that it is difficult for them to become combat effective when their training level is not high, and they are limited in the number of ships that can be launched. Moreover, the carrier-based aircraft carried by most aircraft carrier girls are not very powerful. However, for Song Lin, who did not have an aircraft carrier before, the addition of a light carrier made up for the problem of his fleet's insufficient search capability. This is very good news for the admirals who also want to join the J-League. The stronger Song Lin is, the better results they can follow. At this critical moment, even the slightest change can change the outcome. However, Vian was not too anxious. His strength was getting stronger, not to mention other talented admirals. He just needs to continue with his plan in an orderly manner. As time passed, the information Wayne collected revealed which admirals supported each of the coalitions. There are 77 third-year admirals in total, 40 of whom want to join the G and J branches. This year, the J branch, led by Song Lin, has a little more people than the G branch. There are only 9 people who want to join the E unit, and the U unit has 3 more people than the E unit, for a total of 12 people. The rest are admirals who want to join other units. After all, the weaker the alliance, the more relaxed the requirements for the admiral may be, and even if one does not get the final ranking, one may still join the alliance. The remaining second-year and first-year admirals total 134. This time, Hood and the others are spending money to win over the second-year and first-year admirals. When Vian saw the news brought back by Lexington, he shook his head. Compared with the third-year admirals, most of the admirals who signed up for the lower-year positions are second-year admirals, although the admirals who remain from the first year now already have at least one shipgirl. But the admiral who embodied the ship's body is still good. In particular, some admirals who were originally relatively poor were unexpectedly lucky enough to build a battleship. In less than a year, they did not even have enough resources to build the ship. So I could only watch others take the assessment and see them go to receive tasks from the E-United department. There are also admirals with good talents and strong resources who now have 2 available warships. Even if an admiral who is interested in the resources of the E-Union is lured over, he still has a huge problem to face. After all, they are fighting on their own and are here to get some resources, and the strength of the shipgirls is definitely not as good as that of others whose warships have been trained and modified for several years. All we can do is to hold back some of the people in the G-United department, but we can also help others achieve results. The Academy has also announced the news of this assessment as it is approaching. Just like previous years, it will be a live-fire melee assessment, with each student fighting on their own. The assessment location is in the Central Theater, close to the waters of the Northern Theater, where the exercises and examinations are conducted in the sea areas that have been blockaded by the Kankali and Major Joint departments. The sea area has a radius of 250 nautical miles, and there are various island blocks for docking and rest. It is very simple to achieve a higher ranking. Just make more warships lose their combat capability. The longer you stay on the sea, the more admirals you defeat, and the better your result will be. It also avoids some admirals who want to achieve good results by hiding and staying until the end. Every bit of achievement must be exchanged for victories. The factions formed by the commanders of the various joint departments are like illegal teams in a chaotic battle. Although on the surface everyone is an opponent, inwardly they have secretly united together. The Shipgirls Association has no objection to this kind of behavior. It is impossible to fight against the deep sea with only one admiral and one shipgirl. This is why more people are willing to join the J-United department this year. Songlin has several battleships that obey the command of an admiral, and their combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of other admirals in groups of 3 or 2. This is also the reason why Hood is more optimistic about Wayne. Chapter 174 Fleet Complete. There are 100 brains for 100 admirals, and it is impossible for them to agree with each other. Even if several admirals with good strength get together, they will have different opinions. And the shipgirls only listen to their own admirals. Wayne only needs to command his own shipgirls to match the battle results of several admirals at the same time, because these shipgirls can rely on each other and make appropriate sacrifices. However, under such rules, there is another way to quickly achieve victory: beheading. After all, the assessment is to select the admiral. When the admiral's command ship is beheaded and destroyed, all the shipgirls led by him will withdraw from the assessment and their results will be frozen. This is also one of the advantages of having multiple shipgirl admirals. They have more opportunities to trial and error. This is also the advantage of Songlin's construction of the light mothership this time. The light carrier does not need close contact combat like other warships, and the probability of being severely damaged is not high, so the probability of the admiral being eliminated is also reduced. This made some admirals of the G League who had originally planned to eliminate him by focusing their fire on the Songlin battleship very angry. Not to mention that this time, according to the information Wan received, there were only 2 admirals who owned submarines, and they were fighting on their own. One intends to join the Phi Union Department, and the other intends to join the AR Union Department, because their shipgirls are of these 2 nationalities. Are 2 lone soldiers willing to go down into the water and face the pine forest? The probability of this happening is very small, unless one is lucky enough to encounter one and there are no other warships around him. At the same time, the warships manifested by the shipgirls are obviously different from ordinary warships. Ordinary warships may need to return to port for repairs after being damaged in battle before they can continue fighting, but they can continue fighting after just taking a bath, which is different from the ordinary warships that may take 10 days or half a month. They may be fine in a few hours or even more than 10 hours. As long as the shipgirl is not badly damaged, she will not be eliminated. She can find a suitable island or area to rest, and then repair the warship and prepare for the next battle. After the assessment content is announced, the busiest time for all admirals begins. Many admirals have to make targeted arrangements based on the sea areas where assessments are to be conducted. And now Vian was staying in his study with his shipgirl. He was holding a pen and drawing on the map he got from Hood. The sea area used this year is much larger than last year, and there are 9 islands where we can take a short break. It seems that the Union still hopes to give other admirals a chance. Because the strength of the admirals last year was relatively similar, Vian learned from Hood that the previous assessment sea area was only 150 nautical miles in radius, and the battle was relatively fierce and chaotic. But this year, the existence of factions like Songlin and E-Union further squeezed the space for admirals who were willing to join other unions. It is possible that the warships of their 2 unions will be exhausted. It was a one-sided fleet advance. Then Admiral, will it have any impact on us? The bigger the space, the more advantage we will have. We just need to stay away from the main group before we start. Our advantage over other fleets is that we have strong enemy detection and reconnaissance capabilities, long strike range, and our fleet speed is beyond their reach. Then Commander, aren't we going with those admirals from E-United? Lexington asked his own question. No, if we follow them, we will be too conspicuous and won't be able to play to our strengths. Besides, Songlin is also keeping an eye on us. It's too dangerous. There are 8 entrances in total. All we have to do is to do a good job of reconnaissance and hide ourselves. There is no rush to fight. And Gaga and Shropshire, you will stay with me on the battleship Lexington from the beginning and summon the battleship after you enter. There's no need to expose your strength right from the start. Okay, Commander. Things like weigh-in holding combat meetings for shipgirls are happening in every dormitory in the academy. Some, like weigh-in, discussed with their own shipgirls alone, while several admirals discussed with more than a dozen shipgirls together. But their goal is the same, to win. January 15th. Weigh-in looked at the excited girls, and his heart finally settled down. After more than half a month of making the ship uniforms, today each of them got the ship uniform they wanted. Shimakaze's torpedoes, Yukikaze's main guns and anti-aircraft guns, Saratoga's radars, and Lexington's carrier-based aircraft security were all arranged for them. Especially Lexington's carrier-based aircraft, Vian gave him 15 of both types of carrier-based aircraft. It can be achieved that each type of carrier-based aircraft can fill the hangar of 220 aircraft. As a result, his resources have been greatly reduced in the true sense. Oil, 10,000. Ammunition, 4,300. Steel, 9,600. Aluminum, 5,000. Battleship core, 0. Mine core, heavy cruise 0. Azure coin, 374700. Energy, 10,000/infinity. But it also means that all the shipgirls under his command have already formed combat effectiveness and are now just waiting for security inspection. Admiral, I love this torpedo island. After replacing her original torpedo, Shimakaze felt that this torpedo was more powerful than her previous one. Then Shimakaze should use more torpedoes in the future. He pinched Shimakaze's collagen-filled little face like he was coaxing a child. Shimanayan must use torpedoes to defeat all enemies for the Admiral. Seeing that they were all destroyers but had different hobbies, Weian was filled with emotion. While Shimakaze preferred torpedoes, Yukikaze was more attentive to her own main guns. She prefers this sturdy and powerful main gun. After all, if she wanted to use torpedoes, she would need to get close to the enemy and engage in battle. As Wei Yan's sister, she didn't want to make him worry. But Kugan likes all the equipment. The one who had the biggest reaction was Ishian. She had never thought that she would have a share in the torpedo this time. Looking at the equipment on her battleship, she wanted her two sisters to see the changes in herself. Things she couldn't do before, she can do now. Commander, thank you for your hard work during this period. Looking at Vian, who seemed relieved, Lexington stood behind him and rubbed his shoulders with some heartache. Especially since she was in charge of Wei Yan's finances, she could more deeply understand how huge the amount of resources Wei Yan spent on her was. It's all worth it. Now I'll have to work hard for you guys. I've done what I needed to do. Just leave it to us, Lexington said, and then he called the other girls together, especially Shropshire and Saratoga. Gia, you guys put away the warships first. The commander has arranged an exercise for us today. Their people should be here soon. Chapter 175. What's so scary about an aircraft carrier? As Vian's largest investor and the person who trusts him the most, Hood of course agreed when she heard that Vian wanted to conduct an exercise with the E-Union shipgirls. As for why Wei Yan proposed this exercise, the rich ladies have spent all their money, so they have to show others the results. Besides, the strength of the E-Union shipgirls is not comparable to that of ordinary admirals. It is more stressful to compare yourself with them and find out your own shortcomings. For this reason, when Hood heard the opponent chosen by Vian, she fell silent. There was not a single destroyer, light cruiser, or heavy cruiser. What are the requirements? Battleships, battlecruisers, aircraft carriers, submarines, and even her name were all on Vian's list. How can she not remain silent? Have you really thought it through? The shipgirls on your list are all legendary shipgirls. I'm afraid that the gap in strength is too big, which may backfire. That's it. How can there be motivation without pressure? Besides, letting them experience it for themselves can also relieve some of your pressure. Lexington and his friends often walked around the E-United Division's garrison area, and he understood the pressure Hood was bearing for him. Especially since such a large sum of money was spent on him this time. Although those shipgirls would not say anything to Hood, they still had some opinions about him. After all, he hadn't done anything yet, but Hood, Elizabeth, and others had already put so much effort into him. Then you can also choose those shipgirls whose strength is close to that of this assessment. This way you can better practice your strength. These legendary shipgirls are too strong. It's okay. I believe in my shipgirl and my own transformation technology. Well, I look forward to your next performance. A warship has already docked on the sea outside Vian's dock. Standing on the deck were Elizabeth and some shipgirls beside her. I don't know what surprises he can bring us this time. Hood looked expectantly at the closed gate of Vian dockyard. I don't know much. Xia Feng just told me that Lexington has been greatly changed. Elizabeth also said with emotion. She never thought that Wei Yan's growth would exceed her expectations. She witnessed Wei Yan's admission to school, his efforts in helping the Yukikaze ship materialize, and his outstanding performance when facing the deep sea. Even so, she felt that Wei Yan was already very capable among admirals of the same age. But now Wei Yan told her with facts that this was not a problem, and she still underestimated Wei Yan. He is already much better than his parents and has reached a level that they have never reached. Xiao Xue, I hope you can also be relieved in heaven. Hood, you guys keep talking about how awesome she is, but today I want to see where he gets the courage to challenge us. Don't worry, I won't let you down. That little guy is very interesting. The Prince of Wales patted Agincourt on the shoulder as she waited with interest for the dock to open. Agincourt. When Vian was taking Clemenceau on an exercise before, she was already itching to get her hands dirty, especially since Shropshire, who was also a legendary shipgirl, had no ability to resist at all. She longed for such an opponent. In particular, she has now replaced her main guns with the 380mm main guns she bought, with a total of 2 installed on the front deck. At the same time, perhaps because of the memory fragments of the battleship, she has a little fear of airplanes. So compared to other shipgirls around her, she specially installed anti-aircraft guns. Finally, the gate of the dock opened as they were eagerly waiting. As expected, the familiar Xia Feng was the first to appear, followed by 2 warships that looked exactly like her. Hood, who was quite familiar with the Vian shipgirls, immediately figured out who these 2 destroyers were. I didn't expect that he already had 3 destroyers. Elizabeth looked at the warships with admiration in her eyes. But I don't know if it's my illusion, but their main gun seems to be a little bigger than last time. Didn't Shropshire and Saratoga sell so many resources? I guess he changed them at that time. Elizabeth explained to Hood while eagerly waiting for the next warship. If I remember correctly, he had a light cruiser. So this is a light cruiser? If Xia Feng and the others had seen it before, they would be used to it. Clemenceau was a relatively large battleship, so they could understand it. But what did Ishian, who had just sailed out, see? but looked back at the main gun installed by Elizabeth with some suspicion, then rubbed his eyes and looked at the main gun installed by Ishian. Elizabeth, your main gun is 380 millimeters, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Look at the main gun on that battleship. It seems to be 380 millimeters as well. And it's the same type as the main gun whales just replaced. Ishian's appearance not only stunned Hood, but also the other shipgirls following her. Except for the aircraft carrier Glory, the others that came with them this time were battleships and battlecruisers. Therefore, they are most sensitive to cannons, and most of them have not yet installed 380 millimeters main guns. This time, the Prince of Wales ran fast and took down 2 main guns, which made them very envious. Now it told them that this was the main gun of a light cruiser. How could they believe it? Although my main gun is not weak, Wales, please pinch me. Agincourt was still a little bit unbelievable. This is totally unreasonable. And what's going on with that hull? They could only remain silent as they looked at the 250-meter-long ship. Among them, only Hood can be compared with Ishian. The size of a light cruiser is far beyond theirs. The shipgirl who had some doubts about Wayan's talent and ability no longer has any doubts now. The 380 millimeters main gun is justice. But it's not over yet. The next person to come out is Clemenceau. After Ishian's shock at the beginning, Clemenceau and the others felt numb after hearing Hood and the others' introduction. Therefore, the Warspite, whose battleship performance was relatively poor among them, had already approached Hood. Little Hood, this battleship should be his strongest battleship. It's great. It has large-caliber main guns and so many anti-aircraft guns. It makes people feel safe at first glance. Saratoga, who used to be in the U-League, is now a shipgirl. Hood said after thinking for a moment. If I remember correctly, Xiefeng said that he likes aircraft carriers more and values them more. Elizabeth added a sentence for Hood in time. I see. But it's so difficult to train an aircraft carrier. What's so great about it? Wouldn't it be more efficient to use cannons? War-weary put his little hand on his lower lip and said suspiciously. Chapter 176 Big Brother's Concerns. Today we will know what his aircraft carrier is like. I hope it is not what I think. The Prince of Wales, who had a phobia of airplanes, trembled all over. Then you don't have to worry. Don't I know Saratoga well? Leave your air defense to me. As a legendary aircraft carrier girl, she also believes that she is no weaker than Saratoga. Finally, after these 5 warships sailed out, the door of the dock was closed. Dean, Miss Hood, let's talk while we walk. Lexington and the others will come and meet us later. Vian stood on the deck of Clemenceau. Although Hood and Elizabeth had many questions in their minds, they were prepared to slowly understand them during the exercise. He just kept his eyes on the warship following Elizabeth's ship. Among them, reputation and counterattack are somewhat complicated. They had known Vian since they started school, and he knew about what happened between him and Elizabeth. So they are also the ones who witnessed Wayan's changes day by day. The snow wind had already given them a great shock before, and now there were a few more powerful warships. Sister, do you think he has a chance? Counterattack, who was standing next to Reputation, never took his eyes off Clemenceau. It's very slim. After all, there is a big difference between a legendary shipgirl and an ordinary shipgirl. Although the performance of his warship is very good, it is still a little worse than our battleships and battlecruisers. The scattered shipgirls on the sea looked at the fleet moving away from the academy with only surprise in their eyes, not to mention the unique style of Vian's warship, which also made some admirals who had heard of him know who he was. Finally, after they had been sailing for half an hour, they finally saw Vian's aircraft carrier. A warship that is impossible to ignore on the sea. If Clemenceau was already a huge warship in their eyes, then when Lexington slowly sailed over, they felt that they still underestimated Vian. While Lexington was slowly catching up with the fleet, the 3 battleships, Kokong, Shimikaze, and Yukikaze, had already begun to change their formations. They gave up the center position of the fleet, and at the same time they moved out a few hundred meters to the left and right of Lexington to guard her. At the same time, Ishian increased his speed and sailed to the front of the entire fleet. The 3 battleships Clemenceau, Elizabeth, and Lexington were all escorted. Wayan did not give any instructions during the entire process, and everything was done in one go. The sight of a gigantic battleship towering over the sea was already shocking enough to them. Now Hood and the others finally understood what the core of the fleet was. Even the battleship Clemenceau was now sailing in a position that seemed to be guarding Lexington. A completely different tactical position from other aircraft carrier girls. Come on, Agincourt, pinch me. This time it was the Prince of Wales' turn to stare at Lexington's hull in shock, but Agincourt was in a similar situation. It should be said that the shipgirls of the E-Union are now speechless. The hull of Lexington is completely different from the aircraft carriers they are familiar with. The others all had a flat flight deck, but the Lexington's flight deck was completely different. However, they were all legendary shipgirls who had experienced many storms, so although they were shocked, they quickly calmed down. At the same time, Elizabeth quickly moved her warship closer to Clemenceau. Lexington, how much does she weigh now? But couldn't wait to ask them what they were thinking. 71,000 tons. Hearing Wei Yan's calm answer, all the ship girls took a deep breath. But can she control such a large ship? Guang Wei, who is also an aircraft carrier, asked the question in her heart. Only as an aircraft carrier could she understand the direct problems brought about by the huge Lexington. The number of hangars on the Lexington is much larger than that of a normal aircraft carrier, and the calculation requirements for the aircraft carrier are also higher. If the number of aircraft that can be launched simultaneously cannot be increased, it will be useless even if there are more aircraft crammed into the hangar. Isn't my talent to help my ship girl solve these problems? Wei Yan answered with a smile. At the same time, as the ship girl of the aircraft carrier, Glory asked a question that she particularly wanted to know. Then how many carrier-based aircraft can your aircraft carrier's hangar hold? More than 180. Wei Yan glanced at the expectant eyes of the other ship girls around him and implicitly said a number. But even with such an answer, their pupils still dilated. 180? Guang Wei asked in disbelief. After all, as a 23,000-ton aircraft carrier, how big is the hangar? 57 aircraft. But what did she hear now? 180 aircraft, more than 3 times larger than her hangar, and Lexington's combat power limit is much higher than hers. If Saratoga can fully demonstrate her strength as a legendary ship girl, then Tejas is an aircraft carrier girl that is dragged down by her own hull. The upper limit of her hangar is only 57 aircraft, and her growth limit is reached when her training level reaches 82. Subsequent training levels will no longer increase the number of carrier-based aircraft she can launch. Right. The Prince of Wales, who suffers from a phobia of flying, could already feel himself sweating. The battleship's memory fragments are the air raids, fighter planes all over the sky, and surprise bombings by bombers. She now felt that her anti-aircraft guns were a little insufficient. Not to mention her, even other battleships and battlecruisers were aware of this problem. When a ship girl appears that can dispatch 180 carrier-based aircraft at the same time, even if they can defend against some of the aircraft, what should they do with the rest? Moreover, what used to require 3 or 4 ship girls to accomplish, Lexington can now do it alone. As I said, the more people there are, the easier it is to make mistakes in coordination. Even if Lexington is half fighters and half bombers, there are still 90 of each type of carrier-based aircraft. It is entirely possible for fighter jets to contain and attack enemy aircraft carriers while conducting airstrikes and bombings at the same time. Especially Nelson, Rodney, and War-Weary, their faces had turned pale. Nelson, Rodney. Although they have modified their power system, they are not as slow as before. But the price is that they cannot add some anti-aircraft guns like the Prince of Wales and other ship girls. So, have you equipped your carrier aircraft? With a trembling voice, the Prince of Wales asked Vian. Thanks to Shropshire and Gaga's support, most of it has been configured. Vian's words were like a death sentence, turning the Prince of Wales's clenched fingers white. What she was most worried about happened. This time the exercise might be bombed. Chapter 177 Kamikaze Attack. After all, she did not forget that Wei Yan also had an aircraft carrier girl, a legendary one at that. Before seeing Lexington, they were still very relaxed about this exercise. But now, even before the security work started, they were already putting pressure on them. Originally, Guang Wei didn't want to come. She would rather read more books and study knowledge with that time. It was Hood who told her that there were Saratoga and a new aircraft carrier, and that the pressure on air defense would be a bit too much if she didn't come, so she came. As a result, she may be the one who suffers the most this time. Now it is no longer a question of whether the air defense pressure is great or not. With the propaganda of Hood and Elizabeth, these important ship girls of the E-Union all know that the ship girls after Vian's transformation will undergo earth-shaking changes. The most obvious thing is that the performance of the battleship has been greatly improved. She had already overestimated the performance of Wei Yan's new aircraft carrier. Now she is still conservative. She didn't even know what would fly out from Lexington's empty flight deck, and whether she could still maintain air supremacy. According to the previous exercise ideas, they were originally prepared to try their best to maintain air superiority when the Glory faced the Saratoga, and then they would rely on the more powerful strength of the legendary ship girl to win the artillery battle. Trying to help Wei Yan, who has deviated from the normal trajectory of Admiral, corrected. Even when they reached the target sea area, they were still chattering about information about Lexington. You still gave us a big surprise. I shouldn't say it's a shock. After explaining the rules of today's exercise and when the two sides were about to separate, Hood turned around and said to Vian, "We must live up to the expectations of Miss Hood and the Dean. Perform well. I also want to see the aircraft carrier you put so much effort into." Along the way, they had already obtained some general information about Lexington, so they would not treat her as an ordinary aircraft carrier that had just materialized. Perhaps her only shortcoming is that she has no practical experience. But didn't Wei arrange this exercise just to test the strength of his own shipgirls and find their shortcomings? Because this is a confrontational exercise, the exercise area is far away from the academy. The designated area is 50 nautical miles in total, which is beyond the normal gunboat engagement distance, but it is also relatively easy to enter the attack range. In the process of heading to their respective destinations, Vian had already transferred from Clemenceau's battleship to Lexington's battleship. "Commander, what should we do next?" Lexington gently massaged Vian's shoulders as he sat in the command seat, while Saratoga and Shropshire were also in the command room. "This time, the task of contacting everyone and seizing air supremacy from the Tejas will be handed over to you, madam. You will be in charge of attacking the surface ships and eliminate the Tejas first. Although the range of 50 nautical miles is not very large, we still have the advantage of the first move. We cannot directly confront their gunboats. If we gain air superiority, we can suppress their gunboats from the air." Just as Hood and the others understood that Vian's operations center was not on the gunboat at all, Vian knew it too. "But Commander, I'm afraid that the gap between me and Glory is still too big. She has been a legendary shipgirl for so many years, and her proficiency in operating carrier-based aircraft must be higher than mine." Lexington was a little worried about Vian's arrangements. "Yes, Commander, why don't I go face Glory instead? I will definitely deal with her easily." Saratoga quickly agreed. "Madam, winning or losing is not important. What's important is to help you get familiar with fighting with other carrier girls. Even if you are not good at operating, you can choose to fight with more people against fewer, one plane to contain the attack of another, or even directly perform suicide attacks to exchange planes. If you use up all of the carrier-based aircraft stored in the first wave of the Tejas, she will only generate 4 carrier-based aircraft every 10 minutes, while you can generate 15 at a time. We don't launch a single assault. We use consumption, persistence, and containment. It's always better to be careful when facing these legendary shipgirls." "Yes, Commander." Lexington took his task seriously. "Shropshire, you and Ishian will block them at the front together and engage them in battle. Xiafeng and the others will cover you with torpedoes. Remember, don't be too aggressive, just take your time and don't get hurt. Whether we can win this time depends on how long you and Ishian can hold them off. What we have to do is to pull out the teeth one by one. Without air superiority, they will be sitting ducks." As they were talking, the high-speed fleet had already arrived at the sea area that Wayan had decided on at the beginning. "Begin the fight." With that, Saratoga and Shropshire rushed out of the command room, leaving only Lexington and Vian. For this exercise, Vian has used up all of his remaining energy, and now Lexington's mental limit has reached 81,000. At the same time, aluminum resources have been distributed to Lexington and Saratoga in a ratio of 3:2. The mental limit of Lexington, which is 10,000 higher than its normal displacement, determines that the number of carrier-based aircraft that can take off at the same time is 100, which is almost twice that of the Glory. We are traveling at the fleet's fastest speed, so they have probably not reached the target yet. Let's start reconnaissance. Only by grasping their information can we fight better. While Vian was talking, Lexington closed his eyes and began his operation. He controlled his warship to turn and speed up in the direction of the headwind, directly reaching 40 knots. One after another, the Yukikaze lift platforms were transported to the flight deck. As Lexington opened his eyes, the Gale-modified J directly entered the designated position and began to take off with the reverse deck wind. "Commander, let as many fly as possible." 15 planes, searching in a fan pattern. Because carrier-based aircraft are also the eyes of the aircraft carrier, their normal methods are simpler and more brutal, and they directly use attack aircraft. It can both detect and fight enemy carrier-based aircraft. Seeing Lexington start to launch carrier-based aircraft, the other shipgirls also took action. Because the opponents they faced this time were only surface ships, they were not afraid of sneak attacks. So except for Clemenceau, which did not move away from Lexington quickly, the other warships all headed towards the direction of the carrier-based aircraft launched by Lexington. They had to gain enough space for Lexington and Saratoga, while at the same time compressing Hood and his men's activity area. The sound of the propeller and the engine was discovered by Guanghui from a distance. Everyone knows that the shipgirls underway and run fast, which means he will definitely be the first to land. Chapter 178. Glory. Is this the way a shipgirl should attack? She prepared for defense early on. Hood, that guy's reconnaissance plane is coming. We have to move quickly. We can't let him know our current location. We have to shoot him down first. Glorious, you should also prepare to attack. Don't let his other carrier-based aircraft get close. Receive. The shipgirls of the E-Union acted in unison and aimed their guns at the fighter jet that was scouting over. Looking at the fighter jet that was still 10 nautical miles away, War-Weary pursed his lips and closed one eye. The next second, the two 380mm main guns on her front deck roared twice. She opened fire. On the other side, Lexington, who was controlling more than 10 carrier-based aircraft at the same time, wanted to operate the carrier-based aircraft to dodge when he heard the roar of the main gun. Then 2 more shots were fired, heading straight for Hood and her fighter jets along different trajectories. As Lexington's first battle after the ship was materialized, she was still in the process of getting familiar with the operation of carrier-based aircraft. As expected, the carrier-based aircraft crashed. The commander has discovered their location. Continue to mobilize fighters from other locations. Keep up. Tell Gaga to prepare for the attack. Your second batch of carrier-based aircraft can also take off, 60 aircraft. While Wayan was giving the command, the fighter jets hovering over their own battleship began to convey Hood and the others' information to them. Kokong and Shimikaze, who had originally deviated from their direction, immediately corrected their sailing direction and sailed towards the position arranged for them by Wayan. In the command room of Lexington, Vian looked at the sand table in front of him. His advantage was that he had long arms and could run fast, so he arranged Kokong and Shimikaze to be exactly in front of the left and left of Hood's fleet. According to normal expectations, Clemenceau, Yatsen, and Shropshire would meet them head-on. Xiafeng went alone to block the sea area on their right side. Tactics developed specifically for this exercise. Because the area of their exercise this time is limited, such a dispersed layout can compress their navigation space. At the same time, Saratoga and Lexington began to take off large numbers of carrier-based aircraft, the older sister fighters and the younger sister bombers. On the other side, the Tejas, who was taking off a fighter jet and maneuvering it to conduct counter-reconnaissance in the direction where the Lexington fighter jet had flown, was a little annoyed. She had just sent off 4 fighter jets when 10 carrier-based aircraft roared in around her, and their purpose was very clear. He didn't even approach Hood and the others, but just kept his eyes on her. The Seafire she had just flown out was already fighting with the gale. Seeing the opponent's obviously clumsy operating skills, we immediately realized that it was not Saratoga who was operating. Hood, it was that guy's new aircraft carrier that came to scout. Saratoga hasn't made a move yet. This guy is a bit bad. I only had 4 fighter planes, but he directly exchanged them for 10. When I was about to operate a fighter plane to attack, his fighter plane that was closer directly crashed into me. He's using up my hangar. Air control is in trouble. As she spoke, the 4 Spitfires that had flown out had all crashed, and she had destroyed 7 Lexington fighters. We underestimated him. He used his advantage very well. He turned and headed straight in the direction of the plane at full speed. Time is not on our side now. If we lose air superiority, we will be attacked. Saratoga has bombing capabilities. Hood said this and began to turn and set off with the gunboats. At the same time, another Tejas fighter was exchanged with 3 Lexington fighters. Guangwei also adjusted the position of her warship and began to retreat in the opposite direction of the planes and hide behind the gunboats to reduce the probability of being attacked by the security warships. Commander, there are only 4 planes left from the first batch, and the second batch is still on the way. Hood and the others have been misled and are heading towards Kokong and the others. Hold the carrier-based aircraft of the Tejas and don't let it fly out of the encirclement of Clemenceau and the others. You and Gaga head towards the direction of the snow wind. The Kokong radar has detected the enemy fleet and is rapidly closing the distance between the 2 sides. Looking at the Kokong WAN that might be broken through next, he pondered for a moment. Yixian, don't move for a moment. Shimikaze can go towards Hood and the others. Be brave and launch torpedoes directly to disrupt their progress. How long will it take for your fighter jets to arrive? 16 seconds to 2 minutes. Suppress the Glory first. We can't let her send out any carrier-based aircraft. Vian looked at the A-1 still taking off on the deck of the Saratoga next to him. The third batch of 40 aircraft, let's go. While Saratoga was still taking off, Lexington, with its angled deck, had already launched its second batch of carrier-based aircraft. At the same time as Lexington launched 60 fighters, the Tejas had already launched 34 Seafires, and without any hesitation, they concentrated their fire on the carrier-based aircraft that were entangled with Lexington and destroyed them. The enemy aircraft has been destroyed. I am expanding the reconnaissance range as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Guangwei quickly released its carrier-based aircraft in a fan-shaped formation just like Lexington did before. She knew that if they stayed together, she would only be forced to be beaten and would not get any useful information. They are now under Vian's nose, but they have not yet discovered any of Vian's warships. But the next second she felt very uncomfortable. The suicide planes from the opposite side came again, and most of their targets were her fighter jets flying in other directions. And she discovered a major problem. Hood, we seem to have underestimated this guy. His fighter is not right. It's so fast. My fighter is flying at 540 kilometers per hour, and that guy's plane is at least 640 kilometers per hour. Seeing the Lexington plane being used to ram her directly and violently, she had already decided to give up the fight for air supremacy because she could not do it. She just wanted to discover the enemy fleet as soon as possible and provide effective information to Hood and others. As long as the other gunboats were dealt with, the aircraft carrier would just be waiting to be bombarded. At the same time, she also had an illusion that her opponent was not a shipgirl, but the deep sea. Because the current usage of Lexington fighter jets is very deep sea. However, her scattered control method finally achieved results. Although a small number of fighter jets failed to shake off the Yukikaze that were chasing them relentlessly, they still managed to detect useful information. Hood, there is a destroyer of that guy right in front of you, and there is also one in front of your left. The direction this fighter jet was flying was exactly towards Kokong and Shimikaze. Commander, the Glory has given up the battle for air superiority and has dispersed the fighter group to conduct reconnaissance. Don't release any of Sefeng's fighter jets. Block them all. Don't let her find Sefeng. Let Gaga go ahead and bomb the Prince of Wales. Kokong, Shimikaze, fire all your torpedoes, fire them when they are ready, and retreat as you go. Yishian, Shropshire, fire your torpedoes, and cut in from the side of their fleet at the same time. You and Gaga follow Yukikaze's way, will give Guanghui a surprise. Chapter 179 Royal Parade. But listen to the Tejas' continuous reports of his downplanes and what he might face next. She didn't expect that just through the transformation of the battleship, a shipgirl who had just materialized the ship's body could undergo such a drastic change. She had never seen an aircraft carrier girl like Lexington, who was still a little unfamiliar with operating carrier-based aircraft, fight with a legendary girl like this. It would be normal if you can't beat Saratoga, but it would be very strange if you can't beat a shipgirl with a training level of 1. The sense of déjà vu between Clemenceau and Shropshire is not that strong. After all, they are two different types of warships. But as both are aircraft carriers, the contrast is extremely strong. While they were moving quickly, they were also bombarding the planes in the sky. Compared with the carrier-based aircraft of other legendary aircraft carriers, they all felt that Lexington's operating technology was a bit clumsy. Therefore, the probability of fighter jets within their attack range being hit is quite high. But even in this situation, Lexington really crushed the Glory with its naked performance. The battleship's hangar, takeoff speed and quantity, as well as the quality of its fighter planes are all better than those of the Tejas. What may be lacking is the micromanagement skills. The performance of the Lexington fighter also made up for the shortcomings of the Lexington to a certain extent, especially after Guanghui set his sights on reconnaissance. The Gale is more powerful than the Seafire, and it is difficult for her to escape the pursuit of the Lexington. Once she is entangled, another fighter will immediately launch a suicide attack on her. That's why she felt that Lexington was like the deep sea in disguise, which was a common fighting tactic used by the deep sea. The aircraft carrier girl that they thought would be difficult to form combat effectiveness became a different person in Wan's hands. The air supremacy in this battle was almost lost, and they had not yet come into direct contact with the enemy's warships. Hood, if this continues, we'll become sitting ducks. Warspite, who was following Hood in a single column, roared loudly. At the same time, the cannons on the battleship did not rest. After cooling down, she immediately reloaded and fired at the Gale ships circling near them. The other shipgirls on other warships also had serious expressions. The battle situation so far has exceeded their expectations. I originally thought they were here to test the new admiral's abilities, but now they are here to test them instead. At the same time, the light hovering above their heads began to shout. Hood, they have a large number of fighter planes coming. At least 70. I have to protect myself seriously, Hood. After saying that, the fighter planes that were hovering above Hood and her warships also returned in the direction of the Glory. Guanghui's words made them look sideways, and sure enough, dark shadows appeared in the distant sky, dotted on the blue sky. Their pressure suddenly doubled. Oh my God! The Prince of Wales has already begun to turn pale. Looking at the large number of approaching fighter planes, the other shipgirls present no longer doubted the strength of Lexington and Vian. Disperse. Don't get caught in Saratoga's concentrated fire. Looking at so many carrier-based aircraft in the sky, Hood knew without hesitation that Saratoga had taken action. At the same time, he glanced at the Prince of Wales who was at the front of the team and made a prompt decision. Reputation, counterattack. Wales, follow me and turn to attract fire. The rest of you continue to move forward along the original route. Hood yelled and closed her eyes. A blue halo appeared around her as she stood on the island. Then an invisible wave spread from her body to a radius of 2 nautical miles centered on her. Royal Parade. The warship that was immediately enveloped seemed to be pushed, and its speed, which had already been pushed to the limit, increased to another level. Hood, you're too ruthless. The opponent is a rookie admiral, and you're using a legendary skill. Although they are at a disadvantage now, as the pride of the Royal Navy and the legend, the others will not go all out against a newcomer. But unexpectedly, Hood, as the flagship, was the first among them to use a legendary skill. Legendary skills are also the reason why the shipgirls are called legendary after their training level exceeds 90. Some shipgirls will gain some special abilities after reaching level 90. This special ability is called a legendary skill. Different legendary shipgirls can obtain different legendary skills, and some legendary shipgirls do not have any legendary skills. Therefore, reaching level 90 is also a threshold. The strength of a shipgirl with legendary skills will make a qualitative leap, while without legendary skills she will be weaker than others. However, the shipgirls have existed in the world for so long that they have also summed up some rules. Whether the shipgirls can possess legendary skills is related to the warships and their memory fragments. Rumors, achievements, and fame may all turn into special powers to bless them. Therefore, there are not many shipgirls like destroyers that have legendary skills. And when a shipgirl uses a legendary skill, it means she is giving it her all. But face the security forces. Her legendary skill is also very simple and crude. The speed of the warships marked by her within 2 nautical miles can be increased by 4 knots, and her own effect is twice that of other warships. So now all other warships of the E-League within range have their speed increased by 4 knots. Hood was originally a high-speed battlecruiser, and she had also undergone some simple modifications to her own battleship and obtained a ship with an advanced power system in the warehouse of the Shipgirls Union. She increased her speed to 32 knots, plus the speed added by her own legendary skills. As a 46,680-ton battlecruiser, she could reach a speed of 40 knots. So how could she not be surprised when Vian's battleship could run at 40 knots? She had to use legendary skills to reach this speed, and Vian's warships could easily wipe out her advantage. The effect of the legendary skill is very obvious. The reputation she carries makes them relatively high-speed battleships, and after being blessed, they are more flexible than most destroyers. Don't hide it. This is a good opportunity for us to see where his limits are. Hood was a little excited when he spoke. She had previously worried that Vian might be too arrogant in appointing a few legendary shipgirls, but now she just wanted to test Vian's abilities. Clear. Several shipgirls following behind her also responded seriously. Wang Wei, who was commanding the carrier-based aircraft in the distance, felt the changes on her own battleship, and she immediately understood what Hood had done. Since Hood is already used it, I don't have to worry about not being able to hold my head up high in the future. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The murmuring Guang Wei also closed her eyes like Hood, and a blue light circle slowly rose from the bottom of her feet. Legendary skill. Pioneer's first battle. After saying this, the blue halo surrounding her turned into a blue digital light ball that surrounded her. Chapter 180. Times have changed. She immediately felt that when the carrier-based aircraft she was controlling faced the strong wind, the speed of the strong wind slowed down in her eyes, and at the same time, the number of carrier-based aircraft she could launch at the same time also increased. Unfortunately, the number of carrier-based aircraft she could launch had already exceeded the limit. The effect of her legendary skill is very simple. Aircraft carriers, armored carriers, and light carriers within 3 nautical miles of her can gain a boost in computing power, increasing the number of carrier-based aircraft that can be launched at the same time by 5. So Lexington, who was fighting with Guangwei, immediately noticed something was wrong. The Seafire, who was originally entangled by her fierce wind and had difficulty in getting rid of it, seemed to have eyes on its back and easily dodged the fierce wind's attack. It was also the first time that the Glory broke through the Lexington aircraft group and detected more sea areas. Commander, the aircraft of Glory are very strange. They have become much more powerful all of a sudden. The speed of Hood and the others has changed significantly. What? Why did Hood and the others' speed change? But has directly shaken off the other ships around her and is rapidly approaching Shropshire and Ishian at a speed of at least 35 knots. Just when Vian was still curious, the carrier-based aircraft of Saratoga left on the Lexington side made a sound. The opponent used a legendary skill. I didn't expect to encounter 2 shipgirls with legendary skills at once. Although Wei had heard of legendary skills, this was the first time he saw a shipgirl use a legendary skill. If he remembered correctly, Saratoga also had legendary skills. Jia, since you are also a legendary shipgirl, why don't you use it? Well, Commander, you didn't let me use it, so can I use it now? There was something eager in Saratoga's words. Okay. Commander, that's the best. With that, Saratoga's voice disappeared. Her entire battleship also emanated a light blue halo. At the same time, Lexington immediately noticed that the bomber flying behind her fighter was flying much faster. If the effect of the glorious legendary skill is relatively subtle, then the effect of Saratoga is very direct. Now that Vian has 2 aircraft carriers, the effect of Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft can be improved by 4 in all aspects. The first batch of Saratoga bombers had also arrived at the designated bombing area. Hood, who had been surrounded, and the others were separated, so it was Hood who she met under the sea area of her plane, but she ignored Hood and ran straight to the Prince of Wales behind her. At the same time, the closest of Vian's other ships was 20 nautical miles away from Hood. Compared with the aircraft's maneuvers, Xiefeng and the others were slow, not to mention that Lexington was 35 nautical miles away from them. The 40 Saratoga bombers ignored Hood and flew backwards, and at the same time began a collective dive, gradually approaching the Prince of Wales. Disperse. A crucial blow. The final glory. Because Hood was far away from the Prince of Wales and others, she was not afraid of being affected. However, with a reputation close to Wales's in speed, they could not avoid counterattack. After all, 40 bombers swooping down will definitely not aim at just one target. Boom, boom, boom. It wasn't just Hood and the others who noticed the Saratoga bombers. There were also the war-weary people in the distance, so in order to avoid casualties on their side, they immediately set their sights on Saratoga. But it is obvious that Saratoga is not a rookie shipgirl like Lexington. As a legendary shipgirl who has experienced many battles, her skills in operating carrier-based aircraft must be very impressive, not to mention that she is now using her own legendary skills. However, this time her goal was reputation, and the Prince of Wales did not surrender, but used his legendary skills at the first opportunity. At the same time, the secondary guns and anti-aircraft guns on Prince of Wales and her warships were also pouring out their firepower at full capacity. Wanted to cause damage to Saratoga. A series of extremely nimble bombers swooped through the hail of bullets and dropped their bombs directly onto their decks. And it quickly rose and went away. Except for the 8 downed fighter planes, the rest flew away safely. At the same time, reputation and counterattack were going on for the 3 of them. They could no longer bear the sight of this exercise on their warships. The traces left by the various exercise shells also announced the end of this exercise for the 3 of them. The carrier-based aircraft operated by the shipgirls are under unified command, and the combat efficiency is unmatched by ordinary aircraft carriers. Not to mention that the A-1 is a golden bomber with very good carrying capacity. It's a pity that Vian had specifically observed the weapons mounted on the A-1, but did not find the air-launched torpedoes and air-launched rockets he wanted, only aerial bombs. The fighter planes only have machine guns. He even asked her to generate a torpedo plane that Saratoga had previously owned for observation. The result was not beyond his expectations. There were only air-launched torpedoes on the plane. The quality of the ship's equipment only affects the performance of the aircraft themselves and their ability to carry loadouts. Looking at the bomber flying away freely, the Prince of Wales still had lingering fears in her heart. When the plane died down just now, her mind almost went blank. Fortunately, this was just an exercise, and Saratoga only dropped a bunch of practice bombs. But now their warships are definitely colorful, and there is no clean place to be found. Although 8 planes were destroyed, Saratoga's hit rate in this air raid was as high as 80 due to its extremely high operating skills. Seeing 3 warships destroyed in an instant made the other shipgirls in the E-Union dumbfounded, mainly because they could not normally fight like this. Normally their opponents are mainly deep sea, and air defense is solved by other aircraft carrier girls to help them. Or the training level or ship equipment of the aircraft carrier you are facing is not strong enough. Just like Guangwei, she actually wanted to try the feeling of bombing. This time she bought 4 purple bombers in the academy, which she had never owned before. If Vian saw these bombers, he would definitely recognize that he had asked Saratoga and the others to sell them. Now there is a legendary aircraft carrier girl who has gathered powerful bombers, and she has also taught them a lesson. After losing the air superiority of the aircraft carrier, although they had anticipated the possibility of being bombed, they did not expect that just one bombing would render their 3 warships incapable of combat. I also truly understood the difference between a powerful aircraft carrier and a normal warship. Come on, Hood. We'll go to Elizabeth's place and wait for your good news. The Prince of Wales, who had recovered from his shock, said this with a pale face and waved to Shangren and the others to leave. Chapter 181. The sky is blue, and there are paper cranes outside the window. Jia. This bombing directly caused the 3 warships to lose their combat capabilities and withdraw from the battle. Madam, how is Guangwei? How about you? She has more than 10 fighters approaching us. I have dealt with the others. The 1st and 2nd squadrons have all crashed, and the 3rd squadron is about to arrive. Commander, do you need to release Team 4 immediately? More than 10. Wan thought for a moment. Now Saratoga's 1st batch of bomber squadrons is returning for supplies, and the 2nd batch of 40 bombers has already taken off. At the same time, the 2 sisters' hangars were constantly generating carrier-based aircraft, compared to the Glory, which only produced 4 in 10 minutes. The 2 of them can generate a total of 21 fighter planes in 10 minutes. Notify Gaga. She will generate the fighters next. Madam, you generate the bombers, and the 3rd team will disperse and continue to search for the fighters that are entangled with the Tejas. The 4th squadron has 50 bombers and 20 fighters. The fighters will be responsible for dealing with the aircraft approaching us, and the bombers will support Gaga. The sudden reduction in the number of the enemy also made Wayan realize how poor the air defense of the gunboats and shipgirls in this world is. Now that the Tejas has lost most of its carrier-based aircraft, he should organize a bombing squadron as soon as possible. Unfortunately, due to his conservatism, most of the carrier-based aircraft that Lexington prepared before coming this time were fighter jets, a total of 170 aircraft. Only 75 planes have crashed so far, and not even half of the inventory has been destroyed, but the enemy's air defense has been completely lost. He underestimated the performance of the Tornado and overestimated the ship equipment of the Glorious. Even she only had 45 Sea-Fires, and the rest of the carrier-based aircraft were F-4F Wildcats. The colorful carrier-based aircraft were against the blue carrier-based aircraft, and the span was huge. At the same time, Yukikaze approached Glory at full speed, put some pressure on her, and fire directly when you were within range. Ishian, Shropshire go directly to engage Hood. Kokong Island Wind let Nelson and the others go and retreat to help Ishian and the others. Next, Madam, you and Gaga will also support Ishian and the others. Once Hood is dealt with, their speed will drop. Your warships should retreat and not give the enemy any chance. Wayan, who had the information advantage, immediately issued new orders because of the change in the situation. Since the air defense is so bad, let's have a little airplane shock. Although Saratoga's attack this time was very fierce, it also gave Hood and others a chance to catch their breath. The bombers at Saratoga needed to return for supplies. Don't get too close, or you might get blown up by the enemy bombers. Hood commanded, feeling somewhat powerless at the same time. She could only watch the Saratoga planes fly over her head, and all she could do was support with a salvo, shooting down a Saratoga bomber. All that was left was to watch her ravage her teammates. However, the flying Guangwei finally got the news he wanted. Good news, she discovered the locations of the opponent's other ships. The bad news, Yukikaze was now only 10 nautical miles away from her. Compared to the other shipgirls whose routes were constantly changing, Yukikaze's direction hardly changed, and in order to avoid Lexington's carrier-based aircraft, Glory had a clear distance between herself and Hood and the others. So she immediately took off the last two carrier-based aircraft in her hangar and wanted to notify Hood and the others. However, the third batch of fighters that took off from Lexington had already split into two groups. One group of 20 planes searched in their own direction, and the other group flew directly towards the Glorious battleship. As expected, the two fighters were surrounded by more than 20 tornadoes on the way, and neither of them escaped. The message she wanted to tell Hood was never conveyed. This time, in addition to seeing her own Skefang approaching quickly, she also got a clear look at Vian's other warships except the two aircraft carriers. We also saw that Hood's encirclement was gradually becoming isolated due to the loss of the support of 3 battleships. According to her observation, when Yin Zhan and the others could see the Vian shipgirl, the distance was less than 8 nautical miles. At the same time, even if Warspite and the others wanted to support Hood, they would first have to face Shimikaze, who was sandwiched between them and Hood, which could also delay their pace. Therefore, looking at the fighter jets that were hovering above its own warships and the majority of the others that were deep behind its own side, Glory now only felt powerless. This time they were facing a rookie admiral and made a serious mistake in assessing his capabilities. She was even beaten into a boat stick by a shipgirl who had just materialized the aircraft carrier. Although she had just regenerated 4 fighter planes, as expected, they were shot down by Lexington just after taking off. Her flying airspace had been controlled by Lexington. She could not launch her carrier-based aircraft and could only wait for Xiefeng to approach her. She had no other options. But before she could get over the sad mood, her fighter saw something new. But it was this sight that turned her from powerlessness into despair. What did she see when she went deep into the fighter plane behind Divine? There was a sea of black planes, and a conservative estimate was that there were 100 of them. At the same time, because of the battle with Lexington and the others, I also remembered the appearance of their fighter planes. Most of the fighter planes were bombers, and the bombers returning from Saratoga also appeared in her eyes. So she understood that these planes were still gathering and waiting for the next attack, and she also felt a little afraid of Vian. They also knew that an aircraft carrier would have a relatively high upper limit and might have stronger combat power, but that was all their imagination, and Wayan turned it all into reality. The combat power of just 2 aircraft carriers was enough for them to handle. Well, that's it. The powerless Guangwei finally chose to move out a beach chair on her flight deck, took out her book, and began to study, waiting for the arrival of the snow wind. She gave up resisting. Ishian, what did the others say? Shropshire, who had already straightened the battleship and aimed his guns, asked Ishian. Shimikaze and the others have already launched their torpedoes, and the admiral's planes are coming over, so let's get ready. At the same time, they could already see the shadows of warships appearing on the sea opposite. Good. Torpedo launch. Torpedo launch. At the same time, on the other side, Shimikaze and his men had already launched their third round of torpedoes. Shimikaze alone had fired 60 torpedoes, half at Hood and half at Warspite and the others. After all, Lexington told them the exact location. Hood looked at the dark mass of fighter planes approaching her rapidly in the distance, as well as Ishian and Shropshire appearing on the sea with a solemn expression. She knew it would be hard to win this time. But the next second she was stunned. The sonar on her battleship sensed something. Torpedoes came from underwater, in front of her right, in front of her left, all were torpedoes. The first batch sensed already had 30 missiles, and the number was still increasing, with some fighter planes already reaching above her. His sapphire pupils dilated and his mind went blank. I'm boiling shit. Chapter 182 Air Supremacy. This scene was watched by Hui, who had already started to play badly. In the end, she just sighed with relief. There was only one Yukikaze on her side, while Hood was besieged by several shipgirls. Although Hood's speed was 40 knots, this attack had surrounded her, and there was no way to avoid it. Even if she turned the ship around now, it would be useless. She tried to calm down as thoughts kept flashing through her mind, but the final answers were all unanswerable. She didn't come to her senses until the torpedo and bomber attacks fell on her, declaring that she was forced out. However, Lexington and Saratoga, which had accomplished this victory, did not return home. Instead, a large number of fighter planes had not yet attacked. So their target changed. They were war-weary on the ground, Nelson and the others. Fighter planes roared past them, and they could only shoot down a few of them helplessly. The rest of the practice bombs also fell steadily onto their decks, until finally Yukikaze's torpedo hit the Solitaire, announcing the end of this exercise. The legendary shipgirl from the E-Union didn't have even the slightest ability to fight back. It was not until Wayan brought his shipgirls back to them that he saw that they all looked dazed. As to why Vian could win so easily this time, wasn't the opponent a legendary shipgirl? Or maybe the shipgirls in this world don't pay enough attention to air defense, and although aircraft carriers consume a lot of resources, carrier-based aircraft are, after all, mobile bombs that can be generated by spending resources. It's better than being on a battleship and suffering from bumps and bruises. After all, if the gun is broken, it has no attack capability, and if the power system is broken, it will be a coffin floating on the sea. They are proud of their gunnery skills and battleship command capabilities. As long as my ships are out of your attack range, they will be sitting ducks. Another reason is that they lost air superiority. The Glory couldn't even take off its plane and was directly controlled in its own hangar and deck, waiting to die, not to mention that the other shipgirls had no ability to counterattack. Wayan's previous life was the era of aircraft carriers and battleships, which was gone forever, and the emergence of missiles nailed the coffin lid of battleships. The performance of Lexington and Saratoga in this battle also surprised Vian. It has a faster takeoff speed than normal aircraft carriers, more balanced carrier-based aircraft flight technology, and fighter jets that can be replenished in a timely manner without returning to port for resupply. The upper limit of the battle between an aircraft carrier operated by a shipgirl and a battleship shipgirl can only be greater than a normal naval battle. The difference in training levels between shipgirls can also seriously aggravate this problem. Even if they are two identical aircraft carriers, their training levels are different. It is also possible that a highly trained aircraft carrier can easily defeat a weaker aircraft carrier and cause it to lose air superiority, and the opponent's surface fleet will begin to die a passive and slow death. Looking at the two aircraft carriers protected by several gunboats in the center, Hood and his companions could only stare blankly. With only one aircraft carrier, they were beaten by the other side's two aircraft carriers, a fleet of 9 shipgirls in total. Elizabeth did not participate in the battle. On the other side, all of Vian's shipgirls gathered on the battleship Lexington. Admiral! Admiral! This time, Shimanayan didn't even try hard. They were defeated. I will try harder next time. Shimikaze pouted and shook Vian's hand. Shimikaze did a great job this time. Without Shimikaze's efforts, the Admiral would be in danger. Compared to the active Shimikaze, the other shipgirls are obviously much quieter, especially Clemenceau, Yukikaze, and Shropshire. The three of them looked at the two Lexington sisters with complicated eyes. They knew that Wayan had always valued aircraft carriers and had put a lot of effort into it, but just like Hood and the others, they're all gunboats, especially Shropshire and Yukikaze, both of whom are shipgirls who have lived in this world for many years. Their views are the same as those of most shipgirls. They are more optimistic about the role of gunboats and believe more in the role of battleships at sea. But today, in just a few hours, all of this was turned upside down. As Hood's opponents, the commands they heard were mostly about buying time for Lexington and others and creating more space. The rest would be left to them. Even the torpedoes they launched were mostly intended to restrict Hood and his men's sailing route and speed. They are really doing what a frigate should do. While the Yukikaze's hull is being remodeled, Vian also has to carefully battle the deep sea. When the Clemenceau's hull was remodeled, it was able to crush legendary shipgirls like Shropshire. Now that the aircraft carrier has been remodeled and the fleet is taken shape, they have defeated a legendary fleet with an underdog. They already have the power to change the course of battle. So Clemenceau and the others could only look at the two aircraft carriers with complicated expressions. They could feel the powerlessness of Hood and the others at that time. On the way back to the academy, Hood and the others did not talk to Wayne immediately, but just kept looking at the aircraft carrier. Only after Vian had arranged for his shipgirls to enter the channel did Vian sit alone on the big sofa in his villa, facing several girls with complicated eyes. Ms. Hood, Dean, don't just stand there and watch. If you have anything to say or anything you want to ask, just ask. Wayne filled a cup of black tea for each of them. Is this your aircraft carrier? Hood's fingers were tightly clenched on the handle of the teacup, and he spoke intermittently. Why is it so strong? Air supremacy. Air supremacy? Maybe you, Dean, usually deal with the deep sea. Seizing air superiority is more to prevent the carrier-based aircraft in the deep sea from interfering with your surface ships. It is more troublesome for surface ships to deal with carrier-based aircraft, so there is a method of using gunboats to deal with gunboats and aircraft carriers to deal with aircraft carriers. This has become a habit over a long period of time. Aircraft carriers are difficult to train, so people tend to overlook the fact that aircraft carriers can do more than just seize air superiority. They can also provide offensive advantages after gaining air superiority. So everyone's air defense awareness is not strong enough. As a result, they have no ability to fight back when attacked by people like Saratoga. And maybe everyone is not as extreme as me and equip the shipgirl with a complete bomber. You can see the effect. It is worth the money. They had already reacted to what Wayne said on the way, and at the same time, they felt even more bitter. Is there a solution to this? But looked at the culprit who caused all this with expectation. Unless we get close enough to the aircraft carrier to make it lose its combat capability, we can either seize air superiority or strengthen our air defense firepower. Chapter 183 Commander, your current talent is not the sum of your strength, right? Or we could have a means of attack that is farther away than an aircraft carrier and destroy them the moment we discover them. Ms. Hood, you don't have to worry too much. How many admirals like me do you think there are? And aircraft carrier girls like Lexington? How many admirals really value aircraft carriers? After saying that, Wayne sighed. The fact that his aircraft carrier is strong does not mean that other people's aircraft carriers are also strong, and it will not bring much change to the world. Today, I wanted to help you correct your thinking and stop fighting on the aircraft carrier. At the same time, I wanted to see your strength, but I didn't expect it to be beyond our expectations. Is this the potential of an aircraft carrier? But that's good too. No one will doubt your ability anymore, so I don't have to worry about this assessment. After had finished speaking, the other shipgirls who had previously been suspicious of Wan also lowered their heads and did not refute. Don't worry about your future safety. We, the legendary shipgirls, can't do anything to you, let alone the other admirals in the deep sea. After had finished speaking, he took a deep breath, calmed down, and looked at the other shipgirls around him. Do you have any objections to supporting Admiral Wan? The E-Union shipgirls shook their heads and said nothing. Then do you have any objections to raising Admiral Wan's funding plan to the highest level? This time Wan clearly felt their gazes on him, and they all shook their heads. Agincourt, who was particularly opposed to Hood's insistence on favoring Vian, was the fastest to shake his head. But then smiled and looked back at Vian. Let me explain to you the highest level of funding. 1. After you build your garrison, the E-Union will unconditionally send 3 shipgirls to protect the safety of your garrison. The daily expenses will be borne by the E-Union. You can choose any of the shipgirls in the E-Union, including me. 2. You can receive a subsidy worth 20,000 resources per month for the daily consumption of the shipgirl. 3. The E-Union's expedition and trade routes will be open to you. You can do business in all the places guarded by the E-Union. At the same time, the E-Union's shipgirls will escort you. Everything you earn is yours, but there will be no fixed annual resource subsidy. 4. You can choose any unmanned garrison owned by the E-United Forces. You can also choose any unmanned island or area outside of extremely dangerous waters. The E-United Forces will help you. 5. You can run for the position of governor of the E-Union, but you are the only admiral with the highest authority for so many years, so you have no competitors. 6. Your garrison has complete autonomy and has priority in rescue in times of danger. But there's a price to pay. If you accept this condition, you can no longer choose other alliances. You have to stick with Alliance E until the end. We will also issue a statement to other ministries, and they will not come to snatch people away. Would you like to? At this moment, none of the shipgirls in the E-Union were not nervous. Now Wan is no longer just a potential admiral, but a truly powerful admiral. And he had been admiral for less than half a year. If you don't fight for it, you're a fool. Have I ever changed my mind? Of course I have. Hood's conditions still made him very tempted. Not to mention that he earns resources every month just by doing nothing. What does the opening of flight routes for him represent? In the future, he can sell equipment and resources under the banner of the E-Union. In addition to trading with the shipgirl admiral, he can also trade with other unions. There is no such thing as tolls in between. There are also shipgirls from the E-Union to escort him, providing free labor and security. He can also ask Dee Dee to come to his naval base and work for him. However, what excited him the most was that he could freely choose the naval base. No one chose his parents' naval base, and only the shipgirls of the E-Union were stationed there. Hasn't he been working all this time just for this day? As for his autonomy, he doesn't have to be afraid of the Kankali Union assigning him tasks or something. He can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't betray the Kankali Union. As for rescue, if a deep-sea invasion occurs in the same sea area, the chances of survival will be greater if you are rescued first. However, among so many conditions, what attracted him the most was that it could do things for him. As a blonde girl with glasses, how could he not like that? Isn't the reason he works hard to become stronger so he can live a free and happy life with the shipgirls? If he could go to the bathroom, he wouldn't want to work so hard, but now he still has a long way to go. Question Fady, understand Fady, recognize Fady, and become Fady. But now there is a little obstacle on the road, whether it is the Navy or the deep sea. So he won't dare to relax until the day when he grows up, and these problems are no longer a problem. Vian's answer immediately made them happy. At the same time, Hood took out the form he had prepared long ago from his ship's space and handed it to Vian. Just wait for Wayan's signature and it will take effect. Wayan did not refuse and signed in one go. The agreement came into effect immediately, waiting for Wayan to go through the process and pass the assessment of the Joint Department, and then transfer his information to the E-Joint Department through the Kankali Joint Headquarters. He is the Corps Admiral of the E-Union Department, and he can graduate early and choose his own naval base. Elizabeth was also relieved. She finally saw this day. The agreement signed between them became binding on both parties. Wayan finally joined the E-Department, and she no longer had to worry about Wayan being snatched away by other departments. But the happiest person was Hood. She had worked hard for this day for so long, believing in Wayan despite everyone's doubts, and now she had reaped the rewards. A rising star had joined the E-United Department. Their E-United forces will also become stronger. Now Vian is the fastest growing admiral she has ever seen. She dare not imagine how powerful Vian will be when the day comes when the shipgirls jointly run for governor. Now his fleet of 8 battleships can already defeat most of the legendary shipgirls in their alliance. When he grows a little more, he will be able to deal with the entire alliance. She had no idea where his limit was, and the powerful Wayan gave her unlimited hope. She hopes to restore the glory of the E-United Department, which is what she has been doing since she joined the E-United Department and became its flagship. Now the dawn is just ahead and all the previous worries are over. The other shipgirls from the E-Union who served as witnesses have already gone back, and only Hood is left in Vian's villa. Commander, your current talent is not the sum of your strength. Hood's beautiful eyes stared into Vian's and he spoke. Chapter 184, That Touch of Tenderness. Hood's words made Vian's heart tense. Commander Wayan, you have other talents, right? Hood still caught the fleeting change on Vian's face, and it also made her more determined in her inner thoughts. What do you mean? Doesn't every admiral have only one talent? That's not the case. Although the probability of having 2 talents is very small, it does exist. Especially when both parents are admirals, the probability of having 2 talents is higher than that of normal admirals. But slowly narrated the story without taking his eyes off Vian's eyes, taking in every change in his expression. But I really only have 1 talent. Vian did not lie. He indeed only had 1 talent, but this 1 talent was extremely powerful. But Commander, you forgot one very important thing. Apart from your shipgirl, Elizabeth, and I have the most contact with you. I am the one who pays the most attention to you. I am sure that you are hiding your strength, Commander. Hood was very serious and confident when he said this. Vian is not as worried as before about what he might find, as his shipgirl's strength has grown. Then Miss Hood, why do you have such a guess? Hood felt that Vian's tone was a little unnatural, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She was now more convinced. You've neglected it. The resources manifested by your ship are at least 120,000 to 130,000. Maybe they didn't notice it, but I noticed that the bombers used by Lexington and Saratoga are a little different. A-1 bombers. I have seen this type of bomber in the warehouse of the Joint Headquarters. Lexington and Saratoga used at least 12 of them. The Joint Headquarters does not even have so many of these golden bombers. And if you equip them all, this one aircraft will be worth more than 3 million Azure coins, not to mention that the total is more than 30 million. The resources we provide you are not enough to complete the refitting of the Lexington and Saratoga bombers. This alone cannot constitute evidence. I also have the battleship core that I traded with Shropshire before, which is also a considerable sum of money. Wayan did not refute Hood's words, but just calmly stated his own point of view. Seeing that Wei didn't have much psychological fluctuations because of this, Hood felt relieved a little. The point is not the money, but that this kind of ship equipment is hard to find. Even if you search all 5 war zones, you may not be able to find 12, not to mention the fighter jets on your Lexington that we don't recognize. With such excellent performance, it must not be an ordinary fighter. Don't you understand how rare the equipment of an aircraft carrier is? Unless the ship equipment comes from you. Why do you have such an idea? I am just an ordinary admiral. Can I make ship equipment? The ship equipment recognized by this world can only be salvaged from spoils of war. Wayne held his chin with one hand and took a sip of the teacup with the other hand. But you have already broken the rule that shipgirls cannot be modified on a large scale, so it's not surprising that you can make ship equipment. Looking at Wayne's behavior, which seemed to be making things more obvious, Hood's eyes were full of smiles. And your ship equipment is very uniform, most of which are very rare. Your Ishian 380mm main gun is very similar to the one Wales bought and used. If you are the one selling the ship equipment that appeared near the academy, then it would be much more reasonable to sell the rare ship equipment that can be equipped with so many warships. As she spoke, she had already put her pretty face close to Wei and stared at him intently. I am very sure that you have other talents. I can tell the result by carefully observing the places where your ship girl usually goes in and out. After the Prince of Wales purchased the main gun, I sent people to guard the Azure Bank, but I didn't expect to see your ship girl. The ship equipment they sell at Saratoga is too regular. As he spoke, Hood took out some things from his ship's equipment space. Vian looked carefully and found that it was the ship equipment that he had asked Saratoga and the others to sell. This time, Hood brought out a 128mm dual-purpose gun and a triple 240mm main gun. These 2 guns are used on your ship, right? The 240mm main gun should be useless now. After all, it has been replaced with the triple 300mm main gun I gave you, right? It wasn't easy for me to find so many main guns, but your 3 destroyers have installed 9 of them. How can I not think deeply about it? Seeing Hood's confidence, Wayne could only sigh and lie down on the sofa. Well, Miss Hood, what good would it do if I could make ship suits? The ability to change the world, to improve the difficult environment of the ship girl. But I'm just an ordinary admiral. I don't have that ability, and changing the world is not my idea. After saying this, Vian turned his head and stopped looking in Hood's direction, with a complicated look in his eyes. Could it be that he didn't know how much change his talent would bring to the world? Some powerful ship equipment can be sold at a huge profit. Doesn't it show how difficult it is for many ship girls to get a powerful ship equipment? It's not that they don't have money or resources, it's that they simply don't have powerful ship equipment to sell. It's the output of ship equipment that limits the upper limit of ship girls, especially aircraft carriers. Wayne can fully trust the cute and kind creatures like Kamusu, and by cooperating with them, he can quickly become strong. But in the end, he still chose to grow cautiously, trying not to be involved in this relationship. He was only one person, but the number of ship girls was countless, and the troubles that came with it were also countless. But Hood and Elizabeth's regard, help, and support for him were all sincere. He owed them since he met them and had fallen into this vortex. But foolishly believed in him just because he had a little talent, and did a lot of things for him silently. Looking at Wayne, who was unwilling to confess to her even in this situation, but didn't know why she felt uncomfortable and sad inside, and she, who was always calm, didn't know what was going on either. Maybe it was because Vian was too good to his ship girl, which made her expectations of Vian too high. It may also be that her honesty and sincerity led to such a result. She propped herself up and put her little face in front of Wayne, staring silently at Wayne, who didn't dare to look at her. I feel extremely uncomfortable. You, woo. When it leaned over to say goodbye to him and went back to calm down, Vian figured out his thoughts, turned around and felt the softness in front of him. Hood's pupils dilated, and he lost his strength on the coffee table due to nervousness, and fell directly into Wayne's arms. Wayne also subconsciously hugged her slender waist. Chapter 185, Wayne's reply. The sudden change left both of them stunned, especially since it stayed in Vian's arms, not daring to move, nor did he push him away. She didn't know what was happening to her. Such close contact only surprised her, but didn't make her feel disgusted. Even the aggrieved feeling she had originally felt had now disappeared. Since it didn't move, Vian didn't dare to move either. Even now, his body was a little stiff. Although he really likes Didi-chan, nothing will happen until both of them express their feelings to each other. Just like with my wife. Now he was just afraid that he hadn't done anything well and made it angry. Eventually, Hood regained consciousness, held onto his chest, and tried to leave his body. But she didn't expect that her body was so limp because of nervousness and shyness. This time, not only did she not stand up, but she sat steadily on Vian's legs, and her hands subconsciously climbed onto Vian's shoulders. Seeing that it didn't dare to look up at him, Wayne finally spoke. Is everything all right? Miss Hood, you were going to say something. Wayan changed the subject in time to ease the embarrassment. Hood, whose inner sadness was washed away by the accident, then remembered what she wanted to say before. But all that was echoing in her mind now was the kiss she had just had with Wayan. She felt herself becoming strange. I was originally full of resentment and wanted to blame him, but it turned into nothing when it came to my lips. Can't you help us? We need your strength. Hood said quietly, not even glancing at Vian's head, which also lifted up. Looking down at Hood's pretty face, Vian could only feel full of grievances. So how many people are you talking about? A union? Kankali Union? Academy? Or more people? My abilities are limited, and there is a price to pay if I want to use them. After thinking about it, Wayan realized that no matter how he argued or refuted, he had nowhere to hide in front of the shipgirl. Not to mention a legendary shipgirl like Hood. His ability has been exposed, so he can only think about how to arrange things next. It is better to guide than to block. Although he can always refuse to admit it, doing so will undoubtedly distance him from Hood and the others. The relationship that had been built up with great difficulty today has suddenly returned to the state it was before liberation. Then we can only take another path, which is cooperation. But the extent of cooperation is up to him. Not to mention the accident that just happened with Hood. Although it was an accident, no matter how surprised she was, a calm and normal shipgirl should have pushed him away immediately. What's more, shipgirls are not like ordinary human girls. Although they also have emotional fluctuations, they are only when facing the people they care about. When facing people with whom they have ordinary relationships, they may even appear more indifferent than ordinary people. This is also a way for them to protect themselves, or it can be said to be an emotional defect. So the fact that it didn't push him away for so long, and even now hasn't left his arms, made Vian think of two people, Shropshire and Lexington. One of them was willing to become his shipgirl imperceptibly, and the other one was also willing to become his shipgirl imperceptibly, and the relationship between the two of them was broken. And without his knowledge, Hood's affection for him intensified. So this meant that Vian had already pried a hole in Hood's heart without her knowing, and the accident that happened today made the hole even bigger. So Wayan acknowledged his ability to make ship equipment. At least now we know that it's Hood, the shipgirl, who has a good relationship with him. The risk is also much smaller. You don't need to help too many people, as long as you can still bring hope to everyone. Are the side effects serious? Hood didn't care at all that she was still in Vian's arms. Now all her energy was focused on what Vian said. Vian did not answer Hood's question immediately, but pulled away and put her on the sofa where he was sitting. His movements were very gentle. When she reacted, her body was stiff. When he put her down, her face turned slightly red. Although Hood may have overlooked it, Wayan, as a man of integrity and self-esteem, could not pretend not to see it. Well, the energy consumption is serious, so I said my ability is limited. The number I can produce each year is limited. I only have so much physical strength and energy. I also have my own shipgirls who need ship equipment, not to mention other shipgirls using them. I also need time to rest. And the biggest cost is that this kind of ship equipment certainly cannot be conjured out of thin air. It requires a medium in energy. So what do you need? Is it precious? The core of a battleship. The more powerful the ship equipment, the more it consumes. I am just different from ordinary salvage spoils in that I can make the ship equipment I use multiple times. This time, what Vian said was half true and half false, but Hood, whose attention had been diverted by Vian, did not notice the falsehood in Vian's words. I see. No wonder your shipgirls need so many battleship cores every time. I thought you were going to use them to build shipgirls, but you never used them. I see. Vian's words made it ponder and recall some unusual things about Vian. Well, can you help us? We will compensate you. You can cooperate with us. You don't have to take such a big risk to sell the ship equipment outside. The ship equipment you sold this time has attracted the attention of some people. We really need you, and I want to be stronger so I can protect everyone. The possibility of restoring the glory of the E-Union is just around the corner. When he thought of that day, Hood excitedly grabbed Vian's hand. Anyway, they had both been kissed by Wayan, so now it felt that there was something different between him and him. She had never experienced a day as emotionally complicated as today, and the source of it all came from a young admiral. Of course, this is also because he did not take precautions against Wayan and trusted him, which led to such a thing happening. Seeing her lowering her posture and begging for forgiveness, Wayan felt a little uncomfortable. Especially after experiencing Shropshire, Vian couldn't understand that Hood was now on the verge of collapse. It's hard to get rid of her ties with me. Helping her is actually helping yourself. 3 ship equipments a month is already the most I can make. And I need to prepare the prototypes of the ship equipments that need to be copied in advance, as well as the corresponding number of battleship cores. I can't make more than that. If I become more powerful in the future, I might be able to copy more, but this is all I can do now. Chapter 186, Hood's biggest secret. Really? That's great. Seeing that Vian agreed, The excited had grabbed Vian's hand and cried with joy, hurting his hand at the same time. He felt helpless and could only use his free hand to hold the tissue and wipe her tears. She did not avoid such intimate actions and watched Wei Yan's gentle movements. I just feel happy. But don't be too happy too soon. The costs of making different ship equipment are different. Every time you want to make something, show it to me and I will know the specific price and cost. Just like there are differences in collaboration. There are two modes of cooperation between Wei Yan and Hood. One option is that he fully demonstrates his ability to manufacture ship equipment and then leaves the sales channels to Hood and others, and he is only responsible for manufacturing. However, this will consume a lot of his energy in making these ship equipment, and the number of precious ship equipment in the market will increase, which may lead to a drop in prices. The other one is what Vian is telling Hood now. It is quite difficult for him to manufacture ship equipment, and the production is limited, so he resorts to hunger marketing. Hood and her colleagues make ship equipment on a custom basis, and each different ship equipment has a different price. It is easy for him, and he can also maneuver in the middle to relieve himself of the pressure of making money. This time, Hood discovered that her sale of ship equipment also reminded him that the large-scale sale of precious ship equipment would indeed easily attract other people's attention. Fortunately, it was Hood who discovered it. It's okay, at least we have hope, right? So, do you have any ship suits you want to make? And what are you going to do with 3 pieces of ship suits a month? I don't need it for now. There are other shipgirls in the E-Union department who need more powerful ship equipment than me. Wait until they have all changed before you talk to me. Her goal has always been to strengthen the E-United forces, and her ability to improve has been limited. Then tell me when you've made up your mind. The resolution of his problem allowed Hood to relax and finally recall what happened between him and Vian today. My heart beats faster unconsciously. He kissed me, wiped my tears, and hugged me. Wow, how can I be so bold as to hold his hand? When Hood was daydreaming, his eyes were fixed on the hands held by her and Vian, or rather, she was holding Vian's hand. She had just used too much force due to her excitement, and now there were red marks on Wei Yan's hands which she could see clearly. So now there was silence between the two of them. But why did the uncomfortable feeling disappear when I got close to him? It might be because Hood's heartbeat was too fast and her body was gradually heating up, which made the little cutie in her arms feel something was wrong. Meow meow. The two people, who were so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard, were suddenly awakened by 2 catcalls. At this time, it was too late for Hood to cover up. In Hood's ashamed and Vian's surprised eyes, 2 cat heads popped out from her collar and jumped onto the table. Her originally magnificent breast shrank rapidly at this moment, from D to A. Now it felt like running away. All kinds of embarrassing things happened to her in front of him, whether it was the unexpected kiss, sitting in his arms, the miserable look of failure in the battle, and even now her biggest secret, the cat, was known to him. Meow. Ginger and Fishcake licked their fur on the tea table while looking at the strange man holding hands with Hood. It's okay, I understand, but Hood is unexpectedly cute like this. If Vian were to describe Hood's current appearance, it would no longer be Steam Queen, but a kettle would be more appropriate. Not only was there smoke coming out of his head, but his little mouth was also breathing heavily. There was no white spot on his face, it was completely red. Looking at the deflated airport, Vian felt much more coordinated. Just now when he was hugging Hood, Vian had already felt Hood's restless chest, but he didn't expect that the ginger fish cake would jump out directly in front of him today. Hood's brain is shut down and he is now unable to even think. Wei Yan's praise was like a life-saving straw for her. Really? I could only answer Wei Yan's questions subconsciously. Yeah, it's very cute. This kind of Hood has a different charm. Looking at the back of his hand, which was already bleeding from being scratched by Hood's nails, Wei Yan continued to praise him. He understood what had just happened meant to Hood, that her private affairs were known to him, although he already knew it. So, do you like it? The string of reason was broken, and Hood looked at Vian, watching her smiling face and gentle words. She asked this question out of shame and feeling wronged. I like it. I like every look of Hood. It was like a bullet that broke through her psychological defenses. He likes. Lord Hood, the most powerful flagship of the E-Union, has always remained calm in the face of him. She fainted on the shoulder of a young man as he watched, but she did not let go of Wei Yan's hand when she fainted. Seeing Hood fainted also frightened Vian. He immediately checked Hood's breath and confirmed that she had just fainted. Vian heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that he would faint because of such a small thing. Didi-chan is still more concerned about these things. But looking at her holding his little hand tightly, Wei Yan sighed silently. It hurts, but I can't pull it out. And she definitely won't be able to wake up for a while. After today's exercise, all the shipgirls fell asleep when entering the channel, and they won't be able to come out for several hours. Not to mention that the E-United Department's flagship felt like he was on a roller coaster, with physical and mental fatigue compounded on top of each other. He couldn't pull his hands away, and he couldn't wake the person up. It was almost evening when they came back, and the sky outside was already dark. He couldn't just leave Hood on the sofa outside. Didi-chan, don't be angry. This is to allow you to have a good rest. As Wayan was thinking about it, he took action. When Hood woke up, the sky was already pitch black, and everywhere she looked was also black, but she could still observe some things through the moonlight. She was in a strange room and a strange bed. In the room illuminated by silver light, Hood turned around and saw the young girl lying on the bed resting, and her clenched hand in the palm of her left hand. Is this his room? When Hood woke up and found himself in a strange place, he checked his condition and found nothing unusual. Chapter 187. Wait for me, Commander. Her clothes were all intact except for her boots, which had been removed, and her glasses were within easy reach beside the pillow. Thinking back to what happened this afternoon, she sighed inwardly. After calming down, she thought carefully about everything that happened today, and she finally found out what was wrong with her today. There was something wrong with her emotional fluctuations when facing Wayan, whether it was concern, disappointment, bitterness, sadness, or even every move she made with him. She exudes weirdness everywhere. As the flagship of the E-Union, she had come into contact with at least several hundred admirals, and the feeling Wayan gave her was unique. When she first joined the Kankali Union, she was able to meet many admirals who were interested in her. At that time, her goal was to fight the deep sea and become stronger. Later, the shipgirls united with shipgirls from different countries to work together to survive and fight. At that time, as a shipgirl of E-country, the skills she awakened after the legend were very powerful and could bring huge changes to the battlefield. More and more E-country shipgirls are willing to cooperate with her and fight together, and her reputation among E-country shipgirls is also rising. Until more and more shipgirls formed a group like this and formed a large group, the Shipgirls Association decided to set up different joint departments with these shipgirls. Let these shipgirls manage it on their own. It is indeed easier for shipgirls of the same culture to live together and be managed together. In such a situation, there must always be a leader in the joint department. And relying on her reputation among the many shipgirls of the E-League, she was pushed to the position of the flagship and led everyone in the E-League to fight hard. At the beginning, other wing units were not as easy as the E-Wing to select their own flagships, so the combat efficiency of the E-Wing, which already had unified command at that time, was not comparable to that of other wing units. Under her leadership, they once became the strongest alliance. Because her legendary skills are so powerful, the results of the increased speed are very obvious. Whether it is tactical transfer, support, seizing advantageous positions in battle, evasion and defense in battle, etc., as well as her legendary skills, all shipgirls within the range can enjoy them. However, it gradually declined under the G League led by Bismarck and the J League led by Akagi. Compared with them, the number and quality of admirals and shipgirls of the E-Union are not as good as theirs. Now the U-Union has surpassed them and is challenging the G-Union and J-Union. The longer she served as the flagship, the greater the distance she felt from others, and her focus and goals gradually shifted to the construction of the E-United Department. This is her hard work, and she has no time to worry about anything else. Countless admirals had tried to salvage the ship, but all failed without exception. So she understood what was strange about herself today. She did not resist Wayan's contact, or rather, she was actually taking the initiative to contact Wayan. The fact that she was still holding Wayan's hand was proof of this. She could feel how tightly she had held him when she woke up. Wayan's small actions could cause her to have drastic mood swings. She would also pay more attention to some important things happening around him. Whenever he might be in trouble, she would take the initiative to approach Elizabeth to find a solution. She didn't know when it became like this. After witnessing the sisters leaving the E-Unit one by one, she calmed down and realized what changes had taken place in herself. Something she had not noticed or expected was gradually coming to her. Most of the admirals of salvaged ships in this world are basically shipgirls who fell into it unconsciously. She realized that she had fallen into this emotion. As is her nature as a shipgirl, her body is accustomed to security. When I am nervous, I unconsciously want to hold Wayan tightly because I feel inexplicably safe when I am around him. Although her mind hadn't figured it out at the time, her honest body had already made the choice for her. Admiral. She knew that she was gradually following the same path as her other sisters before her, becoming a solo shipgirl. Unlike Shropshire, who could still deceive herself, she had experienced so much and was very aware of the changes in herself. With the Admiral, what should everyone in the E-Unit do? How should they choose him? Hood, lying on the bed, had complicated eyes. Compared to Shropshire, who was just a little maid and could leave the E-United Department without any burden and start her own life, she was the flagship of the E-United Department and a beacon for everyone. She has been leading the E-Link Department since its establishment. She has experienced glory and lows, but now there is new hope, and she has changed. So she was also confused. Becoming someone else's shipgirl means that she will leave the E-Unit. Even if everyone is reluctant to let her go, she must leave because it will affect her judgment, her admiral, and everyone in the E-unit. After all, the Kankali Union is an organization of Kankali. But if she continues to choose the E-unit, what will she do now? She could feel that it was already past the second half of the night and the sun was about to rise. She had never slept so peacefully in all these years because he was by her side. She once couldn't understand why the shipgirl would care so much about the admiral she recognized, but now she understands. They are war machines, but they are also ordinary girls. They are not fearless, nor do they need an admiral. It's just that the person who touches their hearts has not appeared yet. Now that person appears. With him by her side, she didn't want to think anymore. She just stayed like this, feeling inexplicably at peace. The warmth from his hands was transmitted to her body. The loneliness that she had not cared about for so many years made her so sad at this moment. Give me some time, I will stay by your side. But looked at the face illuminated by the moonlight with gentle eyes, and then quickly fell silent. At the same time, she quietly and carefully pulled back the little hand that was holding him. As the flagship of the E-United Department, she still had a lot to do. I dressed myself in the moonlight, quietly, for fear of disturbing him. But when she quietly walked to the door of the room, she felt a sense of sadness in her heart. She looked back at Wei Yan's back lying on the edge of the bed and took a deep breath. Then she quietly helped Wei Yan onto the bed, took off his shoes, covered him with a blanket, and finally watched him breathe steadily. I breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little lost inside. Looking at his fair face, her eyes showed a tenderness she had never seen before. Place a gentle kiss on his lips. Wait for me, Commander. Chapter 188. Sarah steals the house. It was not until Hood's figure quietly left that Vian slowly opened his eyes. He had already woken up when Hood pulled his hand back, but he just wanted to see how Hood would react. He didn't open his eyes, but he didn't expect to know such an unexpected result. If Hood wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him on the spot. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think about what would happen to Hood and could only wait for time to settle. The sun hadn't risen yet, so Wei Yan decided to rest a little longer. On the other side, Hood, who had just come out of Vian's room, was seen clearly by a pair of blue eyes. The man only walked out of the darkness after she completely left Vian's villa. At the same time, she was also a little cautious. She even turned around to look in the direction of the entrance to the sewer room. After confirming that everyone else had not returned, she quietly opened Wei Yan's door. The sound of the room door opening and closing startled Wei Yan, and he looked over and saw only a head of golden hair. Hood. Wei Yan thought it was Hood who had returned. After all, his shipgirls were still in the channel entry room. Because they needed to enter the channel for a long time, they could also take a bath in the bathhouse used by the shipgirls to rest and sleep. By the time they had a good sleep, they had completed the repair of the battleship. Similarly, normally no other shipgirl except Yukikaze dared to attack him at night, and the shipgirl who entered the room now was obviously not the short Yukikaze. Miss Hood? Commander, could it be her? She had been paying attention to the whole thing, so of course she knew what happened between Vian and Hood in the room, but now she was hiding it very well and showing her surprise. Nothing for the time being, ma'am. Why are you here? When Vian got closer, he realized it was Lexington, wearing navy casual clothes. Madam? The commander and sister are really quick. Saratoga smiled and walked over to Vian's bedside. I just finished entering the canal and found that everyone was still resting, so I came back to see how the commander was doing. Commander, are you feeling unwell? Hood just left, and now Lexington comes looking for him. How can Wei Yan not feel guilty? His girls were entering the canal, but he was accompanying other women. What a scumbag. So Saratoga could notice that Vian's breathing was getting heavier and his spirit was tense. Compared to the battleship girl, her observation ability is stronger. Nothing happened. I was just frightened by you, ma'am. Did something happen? No, I just haven't seen the commander for such a long time. I want to see the commander. My sister usually likes the commander so much. Silly, this is what she should be like when facing him. Saratoga thought about what she had learned from books and acted shy. The shy look of a little girl confessing her true feelings was so adorable in Wei Yan's eyes. Compared with the unclear relationship with Hood, he and Lexington have already opened their hearts to each other, and what happened between him and Hood today was indeed a little exciting. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, can you remain indifferent when you see your girlfriend acting like this in front of you? Swallowed. I'm sorry, ma'am. I've neglected your feelings during this period. We'll have our own tutelary fort soon after we're done with our work. Wei Yan said as he took her into his arms. Woo. Sure enough, my sister had been secretly dating the commander without my knowledge. Saratoga, held in Vian's arms, tried hard to control her body so as not to reveal herself. At the same time, thinking back to the time when her sister was with her, she seemed like a completely different person. The sister who was in a daze like a woman waiting for her husband before disappeared, and instead she appeared smiling foolishly from time to time. She had already seriously suspected that her sister and the commander were in love. If she had to say when it changed, she felt that it started from the day when Lexington materialized, or when she went to prepare food for them, and then everything changed. So tonight, while Lexington was still entering the canal, she secretly came to Vian to inquire about the situation, and she also had some little thoughts in mind. "What's wrong, ma'am? Did I hug you too hard?" Feeling her soft body and the familiar fragrance, the boy couldn't help but hug her tighter. Just like Lexington said, she missed him, and he missed her too. Lexington didn't want to disturb him during this period, so they rarely had physical contact. The main reason is that although Lexington usually looks perfect, the contrast between her and her private life is too great. How could anyone not love her, especially a young man full of vigor and vitality and a wife he loved? "No, I was just a little surprised, Commander." Saratoga knew without thinking that her face must be very hot right now, even though she knew that there had been a small breakthrough between her sister and the commander. But she didn't expect that the two of them were so bold and private. It was so natural to hug each other. But for a young girl like her, this was something she had never encountered before. So she could only try her best to bury herself in Wei-Yan's arms. "I'm sorry if I scared you. I usually want to hug you, but I'm afraid of being seen by others." Wei-Yan softly apologized to Lexington while stroking her golden hair with one hand, comforting his lovely wife and resting his chin on top of her head. It would be fine if it was the real Lexington, but now it's Saratoga. She just wanted to see how her sister and the commander were doing, but she was shocked by what happened between her sister and Wei-Yan as soon as she arrived. And now she has to eat a mouthful of dog food. Even though she is in his arms, the commander has to think about another woman, even though that woman is her sister. She felt very strange in her heart. But on the other hand, she had never seen Wei-Yan like this before. This side of her was not as gentle as the one she showed to other shipgirls. It was the loving tenderness that made her stare blankly at Wei-Yan, not knowing how to face him. "Commander." She had never experienced this before, and her mind was blank. She had put aside what she was thinking about when she came here before. I could only mutter unconsciously. "Well, what's up, ma'am?" Looking at the rosy face, watery eyes, and shy appearance in his arms, Wei-Yan said softly. His wife is still so attractive, testing this old cadre every day. "Commander." Saratoga now felt that her brain was broken, and she could only mutter subconsciously. Chapter 189. Is Jia missing? Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door woke up the two people who were silent in their world of two, and they looked at the door at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. "Commander, are you asleep?" Lexington lowered his voice, but Wei-Yan could still hear it. At the same time, it was as if a bolt from the blue struck his heart, and he looked at the Lexington lying in his arms with horror. "What's wrong, ma'am?" Wei-Yan answered sleepily and pointed to the closet in the room to Saratoga, who was looking at him. He really didn't expect that Saratoga would give him such a big surprise and come to see him wearing Lexington's clothes. Saratoga just entered the closet and squatted down. "Commander, have you seen the child Gaga?" "I haven't seen her since I entered the canal. It's really worrying. I don't know where she went in the middle of the night." Wei-Yan did not answer Lexington immediately, but instead looked into the closet. Saratoga's head shook like a rattle, fearing that Wei-Yan would betray her. After all, they were very close just now. After all, if something happened, it would definitely be her fault. Late at night in Wei-Yan's room, she came wearing her sister's clothes. It was obvious at a glance that she was thinking of something evil. No, what's wrong? Is Gaga missing?" Wei-Yan muttered, his voice full of weakness and sleepiness. Moreover, as an admiral who loves his own shipgirls, he can't even tell his own shipgirls apart. Although he had thought about sisters before, he had already given up the idea when Saratoga showed little interest in him. A forced melon is not sweet. The bigger reason why Saratoga became his shipgirl was because of Lexington. If he were to target his own shipgirls, even though they wouldn't hate him as much as unfamiliar shipgirls, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them, and he already had several beauties he needed to cherish. So whether he can have more or not is up to fate. If they have ideas, he will try his best. "Okay, Commander, I won't disturb your rest. Good night." After Lexington finished speaking, he slowly walked away, muttering to himself. Jia, this child, didn't even tell me when she went out. It really makes me worried. I must educate her properly when she comes back. What if I'm not here at the critical moment and make everyone worry?" Listening to Lexington's angry words, Saratoga lowered her head and crawled out of Wei-Yan's closet. I didn't dare to look Wei-Yan in the eye. She knew that she was at fault tonight and Wei-Yan was the victim, but she didn't expect something like this to happen to the two of them. Why? Wei-Yan looked at Saratoga and could only sigh helplessly. "Well, Commander, don't tell my sister." After that, the two of them fell silent in the room. She didn't dare to go out now, and she also closed Wei-Yan's window tightly. She discovered what happened between Wei-Yan and Hood through the patrol plane outside the window. So there is no way she would forget such a small loophole. What on earth are you thinking? Even if you are being naughty, you still have a chance to explain. I just want to know how my sister and you are doing. My sister has changed recently. I didn't expect this. Saratoga sat beside Vian's bed, with her head lowered and complicated eyes. She was very confused. Wan didn't know, and if she didn't say it, tonight would have been an accident. Chapter 190, I hate the commander the most. It won't affect his relationship with Lexington, and she can still be Lexington's best sister. But that all changed now, when Lexington came knocking on the door. Her identity was exposed and she became unclear with the commander. She didn't want to ruin her sister's relationship. She was just worried that her sister would spend less and less time with her after she had weigh-in. She just doesn't feel safe. When she didn't have a sister, she looked for Lexington all over the world. After meeting Lexington, she cherished this hard-earned sisterhood very much. She was used to freedom and not to constraints, so at first she was worried that Wayan's presence would hinder the relationship between her and her sisters. Later, when she became Vian's shipgirl, she was afraid that Vian would restrict her, but until now, none of this has happened. Wayan was very kind to her and her sister. She would feel sad every day because her sister, who treated her very well, was unhappy in her relationship, but she was afraid that she would lose her sister if she pushed her sister to Wayan. This decision made her very bitter. But she wanted her sister to be happier than to be unhappy herself, so when Vian and Lexington might have some substantial development, although she felt a little sad, she was more happy for her sister. At least Lexington has his own happiness. Behind this smile is a lonely, insecure girl. Rather than letting her sister tell her, she decided to verify it herself. But I didn't expect something like this to happen. Now she knew what she wanted about her sister and the commander, but something more serious happened. She lost her first kiss and wanted to keep it a secret for the best of everyone. Now it has been discovered. She didn't know what to do now. This was a lose-lose situation. It destroyed the relationship between her sister and the commander, and it might also affect the relationship between her sisters. And now she is also worried that it will affect Vian's opinion of her. A shipgirl is so naughty that she comes to deceive the admiral in the middle of the night, especially when he already has feelings for her own sister. She is using her sister's feelings to deceive him. Normally, she doesn't rely on Wayan as much as other shipgirls, so the relationship between them may not be as deep as that between him and other shipgirls. She is still naughty and ignorant. The debuff is fully stacked. Just when she was worried and sad. I have a problem too. Wayan suddenly spoke up. Vian really didn't expect that Saratoga would play role-playing games with him in the middle of the night. Who could react to this? What's more, Saratoga and Lexington didn't look 100 similar, but at least 99 similar. The subtle differences were also obscured on this night. He was still a little hot-blooded. He hadn't recovered from what happened to Hood day and night. Could his charming girlfriend bear to stay in front of him? Is he a monk, or is he Lu Xiaowei? Especially since he is a scumbag who only loves his shipgirl. However, this also sounded a wake-up call for him. Next time he meets twin sisters like this, he must be extremely careful not to fall into the same ditch again. It would have been better if Vian hadn't said this apology, but Saratoga felt even more sad when he did. She really didn't expect that love was so bold. Although she also read about Waldong, the girl falling in love with her sister, and the domineering Bismarck sister, and her otaku sister Tirpitz in the notebook. Bismarck, Persian cat. Tirpitz. But she believes that these are all literary creations and should be different in reality. Today Wei-in taught her a hard lesson. It turns out that literary creations all come from reality. The feelings between lovers are so passionate and sincere. When she thought of the sad and scared things, she began to cry silently. She was afraid that what she had done would change the relationship that had finally stabilized. Not to mention Wei-in's apologetic words, which made her tears flow freely. But now that things have come to this, all he can do is try his best to remedy the situation and solve subsequent problems. I sat next to her and gently wiped away her tears with a tissue, but I used tissue after tissue and her tears didn't seem to stop. I'm sorry, Gaga. The admiral was too reckless and didn't recognize the difference between you and your wife. If I had been more careful. No, it has nothing to do with the commander. It's me. I was too naughty. The commander was resting late at night, so I came here as a sister. Saratoga's tears did not stop, but her face turned red as she spoke, and her voice gradually faded away. It was one thing for him to know it, and another for her to say it herself. As she spoke, the Lexington dress disappeared and was replaced by her own outfit. The navy casual suit turned into a JK sailor suit. The long black stockings turned into black over-the-knee socks, and a small hairpin pinned her bangs up a little. The gray high heels also turned into black leather shoes in the light. Her temperament also changed from that of a royal sister to that of a young girl, and her pretty face, which was already tearful, now made people feel even more pitiful. Being transformed into her original self, Saratoga only heightened her worries. But the tissue that was patiently wiping the corners of her eyes made her heart warm. At least the commander was still so gentle to his own ship girl. It has already happened. No matter how sad you are, you can't change the facts. You can only find a way to make amends. And you may not be able to go out tonight. Your wife is looking for you everywhere. Vian's words made Saratoga clench the hem of her skirt into a ball. Tears are a woman's weapon. She cries not only out of worry and sadness, but also to escape. She was afraid to face this reality, but now she couldn't answer Wayan. Could she tell Wayan that she liked the feeling of being forced to kiss him? She had made many mistakes already, and now she was only afraid that she would make even more mistakes, and that she would end up in pieces. Well, what should we do then? If you can't answer, then you can only follow Wayan's words. You can rest here tonight. You can go out tomorrow after I take them away. I'll give you half of the bed. Just rest like this. Otherwise, if you can't get up tomorrow, we will be caught by your sister. Sleeping can also clear your mind. Let me take care of this matter. You just take a good rest. After Wayan finished speaking, he lay down with his back to her, leaving the quilt for her and most of the bed space, and began to take a nap. Are you being nice? The commanding words made her feel calm instead. She turned around and looked at Wayan, who had closed his eyes. She was afraid of being caught by her sister, so she took off her shoes obediently, lay down with her back to Wayan, and covered herself with the quilt that smelled of Wayan. Normally she disliked the commander, but now his smell made her feel at ease. Will the commander hate Gaga? I like Jia. How about you? I hate the commander the most. Saratoga, who felt a little shy after hearing what Vian said, subconsciously retorted loudly. The previous chapters have been abridged. Chapter 191 Love Brain Deity. When Lexington returned to his room and wanted to change his clothes, he saw that one set of clothes was missing from the closet and suddenly realized something. Jia, I hope this child won't scare the commander. As warships, both ships could be mistaken for each other, not to mention the two sisters now. She understood where Saratoga had gone. Lexington closed the closet helplessly, took back the carrier-based aircraft he was looking for Saratoga outside, and returned to bed to rest alone. January 28th. There are only 2 days left before the assessment, and the Academy's shipgirls have begun organizing the admirals who will be taking the assessment to go to the assessment area, and Wayan is no exception. This time he followed the large force led by Hood and others, and they were accompanied by other admirals who were willing to join the United Forces. His warships have a unique style from others, and admirals often cast curious glances at him. Also, after Hood went back that day, the E-Joint Department had already sent the information to other joint departments that Wayan was the admiral they would focus on training, resulting in people from other joint departments wanting to meet this admiral who seldom went out. Hello, Admiral Wayan. A curious and outgoing admiral has already greeted Wayan. Hello. Although he was puzzled, Wayan remained polite and returned the gift. My name is Gu Hong, a third-year admiral. I have long wanted to meet you, a famous person. Oh, I'm famous. Yes, everyone knows you and Admiral Matsubayashi of the J-Union this time. One of you has 9 warships and is the best among all the others, while the other has already become the core admiral of the E-Union after only being enrolled for half a year. Especially when it's so hard to get into the E-Unit. How can you not be envious? You are here to compete for the rewards of the Alliance, while we have to work hard to fight for the opportunity to join the Alliance. Comparing with others will only make you feel depressed. Gu Hong's words were full of envy. Good luck, good luck. Wayan said modestly. Lucky? I don't think so. As Gu Hong spoke, he looked around at the surrounding warships. Because I also want to join the E-United Department, so I have long wanted to see what you are like and why you are so valued by the E-United Department. Now it seems that the gap between us is still too big. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I believe that an admiral who had only been enrolled for half a year could have 6 battleships? I only have 6 battleships. Looking at the warships around Wayan, his words were full of sighs. This is inseparable from the training of the E-United Department. Now that I have seen you, I am satisfied. I know the gap between us. Next, I wish you good results in the assessment. I already know the arrangements of the E-United Department. You will not act with us. After Gu Hong finished speaking, he called on his shipgirl to drive the warship away from Lexington where Vian was. He was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would only feel more sad. They are both admirals, so why is there such a big difference between them? He worked extremely hard and studied tremblingly in the academy for 3 years, investing all the resources he gained into his own shipgirl, and he was lucky enough to even have a battleship. Only then can he own 6 warships today, and he has seen Vian's warships. Any warship can be compared with his main battleship. The fact that they did not break through in front of Wayan shows that he has excellent expression management. Not to mention the shock he felt when he first saw Lexington. He was sure that he had never seen such a huge battleship. The doubts I had about Wayan before meeting him disappeared after I saw these warships. He was not the only one who had this idea. There were other admirals who wanted to join the United Forces. It turns out that the gap between geniuses and ordinary people is so huge. If Songlin's great talent and luck made them unable to feel jealous, then Wayan's talent made them even breathless. They have so many powerful warships after only half a year of enrollment. They dare not even imagine how powerful Wayan will be in his third year of enrollment. Will there really be an admiral who can defeat him by then? They didn't know that Wayan would graduate after completing the assessment this time. Just like Songlin, he had actually met the requirements of the J-United department in his second year, but he still came to take his third assessment. Hood, who was leading the way in the front, also felt extremely complicated at this time. Although she decided to work hard to hand over the affairs of the E-Link department in the coming period, she did not expect that she would experience such a big change. Vian was like a poisonous seed planted in her heart, spreading and growing. Vian was following behind her battleship, but she didn't dare to look back. She has her own duties now. Now she has a new understanding of why the Kankali Union never restricts the Kankali whose ships are salvaged from leaving. If I have to give an explanation, this group of innocent shipgirls are all love-brained, just to varying degrees. And it is obvious that Hood has a more serious love-brain problem than other shipgirls, and is affected more deeply. The figure of the other party appears in her mind every day. How can she do other things well? Miss Hood, who was usually smart and capable, spent most of her time daydreaming about men after she left that day. I was talking about Shropshire before, but I didn't expect that I would become like this. Commander, what should I do? For a shipgirl like Hood, whose body is still in the shipgirls' union, but whose heart has long drifted away to another person, this is the norm in the shipgirls' union. How can they stop it? It will only make the alliance worse and worse, so it is better to let them go. Don't let your mind wander. Don't let your mind wander. These few days are very important. Hood quickly patted his face to force himself to wake up. Wow, but I really want to kiss you. Reputation and Counterattack, who were traveling behind Hood's ship, looked at each other with serious expressions. During this nearly half month, as maids, they certainly noticed something unusual about Hood, but as Hood was the flagship, they did not dare to ask him openly. Sister, Lord Hood is now like those sisters who left before. Counterattack said worriedly as he looked at Hood, who was staring blankly at the deck, like an idiot. Don't make random assumptions, Lord Hood. We just need to do what a maid should do. Mingyu taught his sister a lesson seriously. But Lord Hood became like this after returning from Admiral Vian, and the same is true for Shropshire. What magical powers does he have? Admiral Wayan is excellent and treats the shipgirls very well. It's not surprising that he is liked and recognized by everyone. He praised Wayan with great recognition. Chapter 192, Deep-Sea Transport Ships Panties. Are you sure it's 6 battleships? Song Lin asked the admiral who came to report. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. That guy brought 6 warships this time, and all of them are different from our warships. I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. He already has 6 combat-ready warships within half a year of enrollment. It seems I underestimated him. Songlin said to himself. No wonder Hood and the others think so highly of this admiral. That's why. It's a pity that he doesn't want to join the J-Union. After hearing about Wayan's situation, Nagato finally understood why Wayan was recognized by the E-United department and sighed. Hearing Nagato's sigh, Songlin frowned. Lord Nagato, this time our J-Unit will definitely teach them a lesson. It was his mistake not to choose the J-Unit. There was a gleam in Songlin's eyes as he spoke. He didn't want Wayan to really join the J-League and share resources with him, especially since Wayan's talent was somewhat beyond his expectations. Then I will wait for your good news. The same thing happened in other alliances. When Vian's battleship was exposed to everyone for the first time, they finally understood why Vian was the admiral who was trained as the focus of the E-Alliance. In particular, several shipgirls from other alliances were so angry that their teeth were itching. When they learned about the Admiral Wayan, they wanted to contact Wayan. But he was unexpectedly stopped by Elizabeth. Now that he knew Wayan's strength, the E-United forces had gained an advantage and the outcome was a foregone conclusion. After all, Wayan had already signed an agreement with the E-United department, and this assessment was truly a formality for him. But for the reward from the Kankali United headquarters, Wayan couldn't let it go. After truly in-depth cooperation with the E-United department, Hood and others also satisfied Wayan with some of the information he wanted to know. He also knew what the real rewards for the joint department's assessment were like. Deep-sea transport ship loot. In his previous life, when he played games, he could obtain transport ship trophies by defeating lost deep-sea transport ships during activities. This also became a reward for the joint department's assessment. Different rankings would receive different numbers of transport ship trophies. First place 30. Second place 15. 10 third place. The 4th, 5th and 7th. 6th to 15th. There will be no more from now on. Vian also learned from Hood the importance of the transport ship spoils. The transport ship loot in this world is just like that in Wei-An's previous life. They all dropped from the deep sea, and they all dropped from deep-sea transport ships. At the same time, as the flagship of the E-Union, Hood, who had used the transport ship spoils, also knew the true meaning of the so-called warehouse of the Shipgirl Union. Why is there everything in the warehouse of Kankali Union? Let's start with the spoils of the transport ship. If the spoils from ordinary deep-sea salvage are random, then the role of transport ship spoils is directional selection. The treasure chest has fixed transport items inside, waiting for others to open it. The transport ship spoils open a channel to a world with endless resources for you to choose from. However, if you want to take things out, you have to consume the corresponding transport ship spoils, because each transport ship spoils contains special energy. Therefore, even the Kankali Union is collecting transport ship spoils. They are the highest level resource in the Kankali world and also the most precious resource. After obtaining the spoils of transport ships, most admirals would generally go to the warehouse of the Kankali Union to select ship equipment that suits them, and they would recycle these bitter tea seeds for their own use. If there is no ship equipment and resources in the warehouse, they will use the spoils of the transport ships handed over to them to materialize the ship equipment for them. However, as the founder of the E-Unit of the Kankali Union, he still knew the secret of this Kankali Union. She decided to tell him only after she knew that Wei-An had a talent for making ship equipment. If he could enter the resource world and select the ship equipment with the highest utilization rate, it would greatly improve the shipgirls under his command. Therefore, Wei-An, who knew the news, would never give up the 30 transport ship spoils. 30 bitter tea seeds mean 30 transport ships. Hood also explained to him where the transport ships appeared in this world. They were all warships that could only be encountered in dangerous waters outside the areas currently controlled by humans and shipgirls. It is unrealistic to expect these warships to invade the sea. Only by taking the initiative to attack deep into dangerous waters can you encounter these transport ships and obtain bitter tea seeds. 20 bitter tea seeds can stably obtain a special battleship core, and 10 bitter tea seeds can materialize a ship equipment. It is said that some relatively useless outfits can also be materialized. Different outfits can be materialized for different shipgirls who use the spoils of the transport ship, and the prices are also different. But it can allow the shipgirls to have more beautiful clothes that are not afraid of getting dirty. Change clothes. But this is the worst choice for Kankali to use Kachako. If the admiral uses bitter tea seeds, another special item will appear in the resource world. Ring of the Oath. Unlike the ordinary ring that Vian bought for Xiefeng, the Ring of Oath can bring different effects to the shipgirl and admiral who initiate the oath. It ranks first in the list of admiral transport ship loot usage. Just the most common function, ignoring distance and space, and communicating with the mind through the ring as a medium, is crazy enough, not to mention other different effects. It is also the admiral's life-saving weapon. In the incident that Hood told Vian, there was an incident in which an admiral was worried about his elementary school sister who was on her first expedition mission, so he followed her. As a result, they encountered a deep-sea eruption halfway and became separated from the main force. During the escape, little Expellee took him into the deep-sea area, and his sister was injured and could not go back. Finally, he used his wedding ship, another ring as coordinates, and led the shipgirls of the naval base to fight all the way to bring the admiral back. You can then know how rich the rewards for the annual Joint Department assessment are. So how could Wei-An give up such a reward? He can make his own ship equipment and salvage the core of the warship, so why not give up the ring? How can he not change his wife's clothes? As an admiral who wants to become the Lord of the Rings, how could Vian give up putting a ring on his girl? Especially that day when Hood told Vian the information about the ring. Her eyes were full of moisture and her little face was rosy, although Hood did not tell Vian what she was thinking. But Vian was very self-aware and thought he owed her a ring, as well as his wife, his Saratoga, and his sister Xiefeng. Chapter 193, Are You Looking for Me? After a day of sailing until the evening, Wei-An and his team finally arrived at the assessment destination. But before they could take a break, the drawing of lots began. Because the scope of the assessment sea area this time is relatively large, and there are also relatively large numbers of people, it is divided into 8 entrances, and the entrances are now being drawn. Wei-An drew B, the second entrance, and also received the flag of the E-Union from the E-Union shipgirl as a symbol of friend and foe on the battlefield. It is here that Wei-An is about to say goodbye to the shipgirls of the E-Union. The entrance they are responsible for is the E-entrance. But before parting, Vian went to where Hood was. Wait for my good news. Facing Vian's farewell, Hood turned his head to look at the other warships and answered him coldly. Vian was not angry about this. He just smiled and let Lexington turn around and leave. When the stern of Lexington had become a small dot, Hood turned his head back and looked at his pretty fair face, which was already very red. Commander, waiting for your return. Sister, Lady Hood's face is so red. As expected, she and Commander Vian. Shut up. Reputation glanced at Hood's position and turned back to distribute the flags of the E-Union to other admirals. Commander, how do we act this time? Lexington asked, squeezing Vian's shoulders as he walked back to his seat. There is no rush now. We will take specific actions after entering the sea area for reconnaissance. This time our opponents are not a few warships, but hundreds or even thousands of them. During the voyage, Shropshire and Saratoga, who had been keeping an eye on the other admirals, felt a lot of malice towards Vian. Another part of the malice comes from the admiral of the E-United Forces. After all, no matter how talented Wayan is, there will always be many people who are jealous of him. They don't necessarily want to see Wayan in good health. However, the sea area this time is wide enough and the space is large enough. We have a big advantage. Even if we encounter a large number of teams, we are not afraid. Regarding the last exercise with Hood and the others, after returning, the shipgirls who had experienced the Vian bombing secretly installed anti-aircraft guns, but did not disclose the situation at that time. Even the other shipgirls in the E-Union only knew that on that day, several of the shipgirls who were in charge were away for a day. Not to mention that the area was cleared at that time and no one else would see him. Even if the shipgirl and admiral found him on the road, they would only know that he had been traveling with the shipgirl of the E-Unit for a day, but they didn't know what he did. So even now that the other admirals know that Vian owns 6 battleships, they don't know his specific strength. The battleships of Shropshire and Saratoga are still in the alien space, and Vian is not planning to let them attack for the time being. Even at the speed of Lexington and his crew, they still had to sail for another night. It was not until the sun just rose that Vian and his crew arrived at the port of entry. The shipgirl who had been stationed here for a long time noticed his arrival and immediately came to greet him. Hello, I am Scipio, the African conqueror of the I-Union. I am a Roman commander-class cruiser. Welcome. Please register and rest for a while. You can enter the sea at night and wait for the assessment to begin tomorrow. Italian kindergarten. Looking at the white-haired little lowly in front of me, I still feel a little excited. Okay, please take me there. There were many admirals who arrived earlier than Vian, and most of the warships were docked on the shore of the island next to the entrance. And in the tents on the island, people were constantly coming in and out. Wayan was no exception and needed to register. At the same time, his eyes kept scanning the area of the I-Union shipgirls in the hope of gaining something. His actions attracted Lexington's attention. Commander, what are you looking at? VV. Wayan, who was concentrating on searching, said subconsciously. Wei. Lexington looked at Vian with some curiosity. But when Lexington was staring at him, Vian immediately put away his curiosity. A battleship. I'll tell you when I have the chance. As expected, there were too many ships on the sea for Wayan to keep track of, so he didn't notice anything. He felt a little disappointed. He was not the only admiral queuing outside the tent. Through observing these admirals, Wayan had a general understanding of his opponents this time. Most of the admirals who were about his age were accompanied by little girls and young girls, and only a very few were accompanied by older sisters. This way, we can roughly know the strength of some admirals. Next, a soft and gentle voice came from inside the tent. When Wayan went in, as he had expected, the shipgirl in charge of registering him was also a little girl with a baby face and big breasts. Kaio Durio, the second ship of the Andrea Doria class, is known as Marina, and is very similar to Marina Akazuki from a certain father's village. Jenna. What made Vian regretful was that he didn't see Andrea Doria here. The cute little Ellie, known as Akazuki Ellie, was Kaio Duirio's sister and his beloved daughter in his previous life. The author's daughter. My little Ellie. Commander, is there anything on my face? Vian's gaze made Kaio Duirio, who was working, feel a little shy. Oh no, I was just thinking. Wayan quickly waved his hands and explained. Okay, Commander, your registration has been completed. Please have a good rest here until night. I wish you a smooth assessment. Kaio Duirio handed a small sign to Vian. There was a number 9 written on it, indicating that he was the 9th to enter. I'll lend you my good words. Vian certainly didn't want to waste such a good time, so he took Lexington for a walk on the island and observed other admirals. What's up, Kaio Duirio? Big sister, the admiral you're concerned about is registered with us. Got it. Let's go down. The owner of the cold voice reached out a small hand from behind Kaio Jurio's chair and placed the coffee cup on the desk. Wayne, are you related to that guy? Do you think highly of the United Forces? Interesting. Let me see for myself what kind of person you are. Do these people from the United Forces really think I can't find out? How dare they steal our people? The petite figure quietly slipped out from behind the tent. Wayne was patrolling the island and observing the shipgirls of the I-Union, and he sighed inexplicably in his heart. It's worthy of being an Italian kindergarten, full of children. Compared with the shipgirls of other alliances, the shipgirls of the I-Alliance are obviously far behind in height and body shape. After more than an hour of aimless searching, Wayne didn't find what he was looking for and was a little disappointed. It turned out that they were not destined to be together. Vivi, where are you? Wayne murmured softly with a sigh. You looking for me? Author's wife. Chapter 194C Situation. Wayne, who had originally wanted to have a good rest and recharge his energy for tomorrow's test, has given up the search and is preparing to go back to rest. The voice behind him was a little unbelievable to him. Boy, you're looking for me, aren't you? Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Veneto looked at Wayne, who was standing there without daring to look back, and said in a cold tone. Lexington, who was following Vian, had already carefully looked at the little girl in front of him. She had white hair, red eyes, and was wearing a black dress, which was different from the other children. The arm-wrapped miniskirt paired with black suspender stockings creates a sense of contrast against this childish look. Hello. Lexington just looked at Vian and stuttered as he met her before. What do you want to talk to me about? I was patrolling here and heard you mumbling. He had always wanted to see her, but when it all became a reality, he was a little at a loss. He went to see Veneto just to see her and ease his longing for her for more than 10 years. After all, she is like Hood to the United Forces. As the flagship of the United Forces, the United Forces is already a competitor to him. I just want to see the famous flagship of the I-Union. Wayne honestly revealed his thoughts. Well, now you've seen it. That's it. Veneto handsomely shook off the small cape draped over his body and turned to leave. That boy really looks a bit like her. Commander, is she? Veneto, a battleship. Battleship. Looking at the skinny figure of the girl going away, Lexington was a little surprised. Even though Vian already has a battleship, Clemenceau at least still has long legs and a better figure than Veneto. If Veneto is a real flat loli, then Clemenceau can be said to be a young loli. If this mental entity appeared on a destroyer or a cruiser, she would not be surprised, but now it was a battleship. Yes, but don't be surprised. It's Italian kindergarten. The average height of the shipgirls in the I-Union is not as high as that of the other unions. Their shipgirls tend to be young. Even though she is like this, her other two sisters are almost the same as her, and they all look like little girls. I see. After getting Vian's answer, Lexington suddenly understood. Let's go. We'll have a chance to see each other again in the future. Yeah. As the sun gradually set, the fleets passed through the entrance one by one in order. Wayne and the shipgirls had already made preparations. A group of gunboats escorted Lexington's battleship in the center, and by the time Vian entered the sea, the sun had already set. Under the cover of night, the only sounds on the sea besides the waves were the sounds of the warships in his fleet. Commander, my carrier-based aircraft cannot detect us at night. What should we do now? Even Clemenceau and the others are now on the battleship Lexington, waiting for Vian's instructions. Why let these admirals enter the sea in advance? Giving him one night to move around is also a disguised way of protecting the weak admiral so that he doesn't have to be chased and intercepted as soon as he enters the sea. So now this is precious time left for Wayne to evacuate. Only a fool would linger near the entrance. It's okay. Didn't I develop the radar just for this moment? Now his shipgirls all have radars and have more reconnaissance and search capabilities than other shipgirls. Even on nights when the impact is relatively large, the impact on him is not as great as that on others. What is your search range now? After Wayne finished speaking, all the shipgirls closed their eyes and observed the scanning range of their radar. No impact. We can still scan the warships that are moving away. Lexington spoke first, and the other shipgirls nodded in agreement. That's fine. The scope of the assessment sea area this time is 250 nautical miles in radius. Basically, all warships within the range can reach the other side within one day. But it cannot be said to be too small. Throwing hundreds of admirals into such a large sea area is still very small, especially when some of the admirals are traveling in a group. The danger of being discovered alone is self-evident, especially in this assessment. As long as he is not directly defeated and eliminated, he can fight and score as much as he wants in 10 days. Commander, there are carrier-based aircraft flying overhead. It's okay. It should be the carrier-based aircraft recording the data. In this assessment, the shipgirls of the Shipgirls Union will continuously patrol the sea area and record the results. As for how to distinguish, Lexington immediately saw the carrier-based aircraft flying in the night sky like fireflies. They were painted with special paint. The night is particularly prominent. Let's find an island first and then make a decision. It's better to do well with 7 islands as soon as possible. Keep a distance of more than 20 nautical miles from other fleets. Okay, Commander. Clear. On the night of preparation, different admirals made different decisions. The admiral, who was relatively weak, was found by Lexington and her team's radar scan to be at the edge of the sea area designated for this assessment and was moving slowly. He displayed his own loose spirit and did not dare to get close to the central sea area. Wayan was in a similar situation as them. He needed more space and distance than other admirals. So even at night, Lexington's carrier-based aircraft did not rest, flying back and forth above their fleet. The carrier-based aircraft controlled by the shipgirl are not afraid of mistakes at night. It's just that the visibility is slightly poor. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Vian, who was dozing off at his seat, was awakened by Lexington. Commander, we have arrived near island number 7, but there are many signals of warships around the island. Should we approach it? No. Continue to scout towards island number 5 and keep your distance. The sea area for this assessment spreads outward from island number 6, and the entrance Wayan entered is the north shore where there are fewer islands. Here, only island number 5 is located in the northwest, island number 7 is due north, and the next is island number 6 in the center. The remaining 5 islands are all located in the southern waters, which is also the area with the most intense competition. So this is also an opportunity for Wayan. There will be fewer admirals gathered on the 2 islands north of island 6, so his chances will be greater. What's more, island number 7 is more than 100 nautical miles away from island number 6. It would take at least 3 hours for a normal warship to sail over, not to mention that island number 5 is 220 nautical miles away from island number 6. The distance between island number 5 and island number 7 is more than 120 nautical miles. At present, the battle distance between these admirals is only about 10 nautical miles. He only needs to carry out reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance in the sea areas covered by the north entrance, west entrance, and northwest entrance. Chapter 195 Mafia Fight. With the speed of his warships, the other admirals could not stop him. What's more, can the shipgirls under these admirals be more powerful than the legendary shipgirls in the E-League? As long as no other admiral can break through the air superiority of Lexington and Saratoga, they will be iron lumps waiting to be bombed in this vast ocean. At the same time, the shipgirls from various joint headquarters who had sent all the admirals gathered together. Although battleships were eliminated due to the emergence of Kankali, the research and development of battleship science and technology also stagnated. Not to mention that in the perception of people in this world, ordinary warships cannot defeat the deep sea, and the cost is even higher. But just like electric lights, the technology for wired communication still exists. Now they gathered together to listen to the information conveyed by the referee shipgirl in the sea area. In a makeshift tent, several famous shipgirls from the major alliances gathered. E United Flagship, Hood. I United Flagship, Venado. U United Flagship, Washington. Falling Cherry Axe. J League Flagship, Akagi, Nagato. On My Fox Wife. G League Flagship, Bismarck. F Union Flagship, Richelieu. Sisterly. S United Department Flagship, Project 72. C United Flagship, Yatsen. And the flagships of other allied departments. The question is, how to ride it when there are only 2 or 3 ships? After so many things happened this year, the joint assessment is really exciting. The girl in the Kyudo uniform was holding a small white porcelain cup in her hands and taking a sip. There is a blush on her face that never goes away. Ishien, the wine brewed by your alliance is still so intoxicating. Drink less. Let's get down to business now. Nagato frowned as he looked at Akagi, who was drinking happily next to him. Drinking is my thing. Would you like some, Kaga? Akagi said as she handed the unfinished white wine in her hand to the white-haired girl in the Kyudo uniform standing behind her. Kaga didn't hesitate to take it and drank it all in one gulp, and at the same time his eyes lit up. Add drink. When Akagi wanted to continue pouring wine, he took the bottle from her hand and poured it into the gourd on his waist. Looking at his sister's obsession with wine, Akagi chuckled. I knew you liked it. While others looked at the interaction between the 2 sisters who were eating and drinking with a frown on their faces. He does nothing all day and just eats and drinks. Well, don't worry about them. Let's continue. Nagato stroked his forehead helplessly and said to others, It's a rare day for us to get together. Right now, the Eastern Navy is a little unstable, especially with so many admirals taking the assessment this time. Don't worry, except for the necessary guards, all the other members of the G and J units are here. I will also let those scumbags know about the angry artillery fire. If they dare to come, I will make sure they never return. Bismarck said solemnly. No one doubted her anger towards the Navy. But since so many shipgirls have been transferred for the assessment, won't there be any problems with guarding other places? In previous years, our only enemy was the deep sea, which was no problem, but this year. Richelieu said worriedly, frowning. The fact that they have so many flagships sitting here means that most of the shipgirls here are the main force, and the guarding forces in other places will be temporarily empty. For example, the coasts of other islands guarded by the Central Theater, the Joint Headquarters, the Admiral Academy, etc. Don't worry, Admiral Academy. Most of the E-Union's shipgirls are still stationed at the Academy. Hood replied calmly. The Academy still has a lot of shipgirls, so it shouldn't be a problem. We can provide support in time, not to mention that Germany and the others are supporting us in the south. Germany. What's more important now is to protect these admirals who haven't grown up yet. Washington, who had been playing with his axe and thinking, spoke up in time. Humph, of course it doesn't matter to you. You are in charge of the western and northern war zones every day, and you don't have to fight. Veneto's cold and unhappy voice came out. The ship girl who was in the big tent looked around, and she seemed a little out of place. They are all big sisters, and she is the only little sister staying in there. How can she be in a good mood? Especially Washington's chest, which shook when he spoke, was particularly glaring in Veneto's eyes. Little tablet, you want to fight? Washington, who was originally polite, became cold in his tone because of Veneto's words. Bite. The axe she had brought with her was nailed to the table between them. The originally harmonious atmosphere became tense. As the big sister of the I-Union, Veneto always has the final say, and the shipgirls under her always obey her orders. Can you still be scared by a few words from Washington? Besides, what did she just say? Small tablet? This sentence deeply hurt Veneto and touched her sore spot. Are you going to take action? The coffee cup next to her was shattered by her delicate white hands, and at the same time, she stood on the chair with her short body and confronted Washington. We are all partners with the same goal. Comrades, please stop arguing. What is more important now is the matter concerning these admirals. The white-haired Project 72 stood directly between the two of them. At the same time, the other shipgirls quickly pulled them apart. Looking at these two pairs of enemies, everyone felt helpless. Each alliance's shipgirls have their own unique atmosphere and culture. The U-Union and the I-Union do not seem like normal organizations at all, but rather like the mafia. One is responsible for the more active southern and eastern theaters, and the other is responsible for the more stable northern and western theaters. Therefore, the losses of the admirals and shipgirls of the I-Union are generally greater than those of the U-Union, not to mention that the U-Union is stronger than them and stays in relatively safe waters. There were also frictions between the shipgirls of their two joint departments, not to mention the two leading flagships. The Central Theater Command is so small that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. This is how the friction and conflict between the two joint headquarters arose. However, for a long time, it was Veneto who suffered losses, whether it was the number of allied shipgirls, the number of powerful admirals, or even her strength. Not to mention her height and figure, which are what she cares about the most. She is also the boss of the mafia, but she is suppressed by Washington, and she is very angry. Moreover, compared to Veneto, who is a pure mafia, Washington is obviously more knowledgeable and talented, and Veneto cannot compare to Washington in every aspect. So their daily meetings were full of tension, but it was usually Veneto who instigated the trouble. After all, Washington is also a shrewd businessman who never takes the initiative to provoke trouble. However, as the big sister, if she is provoked, she will let the provocateur know why she is the big sister. She relies on the axe in her hand, her methods, and her strength. If you just take care of this stupid little tablet, there won't be so many problems. Washington picked up his axe nonchalantly and said with disdain. Chapter 196 Wan's True Strength. In the end, the furious Veneto was pulled out of the tent by a group of shipgirls from other alliances, and Empire sat in her seat to continue the discussion. I'm sorry, Big Sister has caused trouble for everyone again. Empire softly apologized to everyone present. It's okay. I'm used to her childish personality. She's obviously a battleship, but she's just like an elementary school student. Washington waved his hand and said he didn't care, but the other shipgirls present were all frowning. Half of the responsibility for Veneto's current situation lies with Washington, who is very sharp-tongued. Everyone knows she is a child, but they still make her angry every time. Don't worry about the defense of these admirals. There are a lot of people from our U-United division coming this time. Even if I have one division, I can guard it. You can put the defense force somewhere else. Without Veneto, she finally had peace of mind. There's no problem with two naval governors in the Northwest? If you have money and don't make it, you're a fool. Don't worry, I've already dealt with them. That's fine. Richelieu felt relieved only after Washington spoke. But I heard that this assessment is quite interesting. What kind of admiral is Hood that makes you, a group of arrogant nobles, go through so much trouble? The admiral of the J-Union this time is pretty good. He has been among the top admirals in recent years. What is there for a first-year rookie admiral to compete for? Washington's words were not only her thoughts, but also the thoughts of most of the shipgirls present. The training plan for the Corps Admiral proposed by the E-Union would be considered very unreasonable by other shipgirls in the G-Union, J-Union, and even U-Union. After all, the first two value strength the most and will do whatever it takes to recruit people. The U-Link department simply has a lot of money. From the establishment of the E-United Forces to now, Wei-in is the only Corps Admiral. He is still in the first grade. How can people not be curious? Veneto, who had been dragged out before, now secretly popped his head out from the tent behind Empire, ready to listen to Vian's message. She knew about some of the connections between Wei-in and the E-United department, but as an admiral with connections, it was not worth it for the E-United department to do so. Even the shipgirl she had gone to see Vian before was stopped by Elizabeth and was not allowed to see her. Later, she was even moved directly to the E-United Forces stationed area, making it even more difficult to contact the shipgirls under her command. So she wanted to know what she had missed that made the E-United department stop her like this. Why don't most of the federations compete with the J Federation this year? Isn't it because Songlin is strong enough? There were basically no admirals who wanted to compare with him during the same period, and even if they were supported, the cost would be too high and not worth it. Therefore, when other departments basically gave up on this assessment, the department went against the current and sponsored the selection of a first-year admiral. Now they have received news that this admiral already has 6 shipgirls. But there is still a gap between him and Songlin. If he takes the assessment in the second year, it goes without saying that there is no admiral in his class who can compare with him. This is our E-United department's business. If you want to know, you will know after this assessment, right? Seeing Hood's mysterious look made them feel itchy. Are you really that confident? Are you really that strong? Washington's questioning was met with only a smile from Hood. If she told this group of people Wei-in's true strength now, how could she see their jaw-dropping expressions? Besides, she had just told them that the shipgirls of the E-Union could not beat an admiral. How could she say that, even though he was already a commander she recognized? It's boring, but I heard that a legendary shipgirl in your federation became his shipgirl? Once again, Washington was beating around the bush. How? Hood raised an eyebrow and smiled. There really are old women eating young grass. To become a legendary shipgirl, she has been awake for at least 20 years. It's hard to be deceived. What kind of magic power does she have? This time Washington didn't say anything. Veneto, who was carried by the Empire to stand on a stool, said in surprise. Veneto's words made Hood's cheeks turn slightly red. She is one of the women who eat young grass. But it seems that there are not only legendary shipgirls from the E-Union, but also legendary shipgirls from your U-Union. Nagato said promptly. Oh. Washington exclaimed. The one you guys are staying at the headquarters this time. I saw her in the academy. She has been following the admiral. I just don't know if she was also plundered by him like the legendary shipgirl of the E-Union. Wait? Saratoga? How come she was also salvaged? Doesn't she hate human admirals the most? Washington's first reaction to what Nagato said was disbelief, but looking at Hood who was smiling the whole time, she felt a little unsure. I was wondering why she hadn't come back for so long, I see. But through what Nagato and the others said, the other shipgirls also realized one thing. The news we received before was that Vian only had 6 shipgirls, and this time he only had 6 warships appearing, but now there may be 2 more shipgirls. They are also legendary shipgirls, and one of them is a legendary aircraft carrier shipgirl. Even in the U-League with many aircraft carriers, there are very few legendary shipgirls. Now he is beside a new admiral. Is this true? Bismarck looked at Hood inquiringly. Humph. Hood didn't even look at Bismarck and turned away. Just as Veneto had had trouble with Washington, she had trouble with Bismarck. But as the person who probably knew her best besides Hood, Bismarck already had the answer in his heart when he saw Hood's proud expression. I see. No wonder your E-Union department values an admiral so much this time. He has been enrolled for nearly a year and has 8 warships, including 2 legendary shipgirls. There is no one who can compare to him in the history of the Academy. It seems like the outcome of this time is unknown. Nagato, do you have anything to say? Washington, what is the strength of your Saratoga aircraft carrier? Although Nagato knew Saratoga's name, he was not very clear about her specific strength. Curiosity about other people. There are 3 legendary aircraft carriers, one of which is Saratoga. She has reached the legendary level in just 20 years, and that's because she is lazy and stays at home. The remaining 2 are Yorktown and Enterprise. Saratoga is a little weaker than Enterprise. Washington's answer was definitely not good news for the J-League. It means having a full-fledged bombing offensive capability like the Enterprise. These admirals have less than 2 highly trained aircraft carriers, and they don't even have anti-aircraft guns installed. I think they're going to get attacked. Washington added something that made Nagato frown. I remember when we entered the sea, the most eye-catching thing was also an aircraft carrier. If it wasn't Saratoga, hiss. 2 aircraft carriers. Veneto suddenly realized something and took a deep breath. Chapter 197 Referee York City. Wayne didn't know that someone on the other side already had a rough idea of his approximate strength. He has now brought his fleet to a location 30 nautical miles away from island number 5 and is gradually slowing down their speed and moving forward slowly. Commander, what should we do next? Find out how many admirals there are here and which joint department they belong to. However, even though Vien's location was closer to the edge of the sea, there were 4 warships sailing steadily according to Lexington's radar. If the assessment had not started yet, Wayne would have prepared to give them a surprise late at night. The assessment will last for 10 days. We don't need to rush on the first day. We just need to collect some tolls between islands 5 and 7. After all, this assessment is a live-fire battle, and the consumption of resources is also real. Although he made some money during the last period of assessment and bought some aluminum. But it was only enough to bring down 1,000 A1s or 1,400 Gale planes on Lexington and Saratoga. If distributed over 10 days, an average of no more than 100 aircraft can be consumed per day. Otherwise, the 2 aircraft carriers will be coffins at sea. So on the first day when the conflict might be the most serious, Wayne decided to play it safe. In addition to the air advantage, he also has other advantages, especially Yukikaze, who did not perform well last time. Before setting off this time, she kept pestering him to show her abilities. And they consume less ammunition than Lexington and others. The best time for them to attack is not during the day, but at night. The first day is also the best time for them to conduct reconnaissance. Receive. That's it. I'll rest first. Call me at 5 a.m. tomorrow. If there are any approaching warships, shrink the formation and stay away until the assessment starts at 6 a.m. You and Gaga will take turns guarding for half the night. Clemenceau is resting now, and so are Xiefeng and the others. Yes, Commander. This is also a possible weakness of the shipgirls. They also need to rest and cannot fight intensely for a long time. However, most of the time, their rest time is the same as Iryu's, so it doesn't matter. Like Wayne, most of the admirals woke up one after another when the assessment was approaching the last hour or two, and began to move away from the island with their shipgirls. Only some admirals who formed a group and felt they were more powerful continued to stay on the island. Before 5 o'clock, Vian was awakened by his own shipgirl. The number of warships displayed on the radar also changed to 8, and it can be seen that there are 3 fleets. The nearest fleet to them was only 18 nautical miles away. Commander, do you want to continue the transfer? How long will it take for the assessment to begin? 1 hour and 8 minutes. After Lexington answered, Vian looked at the widening coastline and the sky was gradually brightening. We can start reconnaissance now. All 30 fighters, all waters within a 50 nautical mile radius of us. Because it was an assessment, the ratio of Lexington's carrier-based aircraft this time was also increased to 30 fighters, and the remaining 190 were all bombers. Anyway, Lexington can regenerate 15 fighter planes every 10 minutes, so just give priority to replenishing fighter planes. Let them rest for a while. Today won't be so easy. After giving the order, Wayne did not forget to care about his girls. Riding the deck when to release her own gale, she began to continuously report the situation in the sea to Wayne. The J United Department hopes you will not let me down. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and the shipgirls' referees in the sea sent them a message that the assessment had begun. At the same time, the shipgirls' carrier-based aircraft hovered behind the warships of each admiral. Even the shipgirl of the aircraft carrier who was in charge of security was someone Vian had not expected. It was none other than Yorktown, one of the legendary shipgirls of the U-League. York City. If nothing goes wrong, they're the referees, and if something goes wrong, they can also fight in time. But now it's not just Vian who is shocked, but also York City. She came here because the flagships of various joint departments notified her overnight and asked her to come and take charge of some admirals in the surrounding waters. The focus is on this admiral with his unique aircraft carrier. But when she actually arrived, she realized what unique meant. The flight deck and hull were completely different in style from those of their aircraft carriers. She was also amazed by the number and quality of carrier-based aircraft that took off quickly from her 2 decks. In order not to expose his target, Vian even ordered Yorktown to land its carrier-based aircraft directly on the deck of Lexington to follow them. At the same time, she conveyed the news that the flagships of various joint departments were concerned about. We have arrived near the Admiral. This is a really beautiful aircraft carrier. There are already 30 carrier-based aircraft taking off. Its strength is also very good. 30? Are you sure? 30 takeoffs from just one newly materialized aircraft carrier. The first to ask was Nagato, who frowned. Yes, and her fighter plane seems to be better than mine. It flies so fast. Then did you see any other aircraft carriers around him? No, there is only one aircraft carrier. However, their formation is a bit strange. It is not a formation centered on battleships, but rather centered on aircraft carriers. The other gunboats are guarding the aircraft carriers from a distance in the center. It seems like he's an admiral who focuses on aircraft carriers. How strange. Just as Saratoga prefers surprise attacks, Yorktown prefers to seize air supremacy and engage in air battles with enemy aircraft carriers. Therefore, she is also a legendary aircraft carrier who is willing to be a supporting role, and also a shipgirl who advocates mainstream aircraft carrier ideas. It seems to be confirmed. With 30 carrier-based aircraft launched, plus Saratoga can launch more than 70 aircraft. This time, the air supremacy test will definitely be all this, guys. Even if this aircraft carrier has few bombers, as long as Saratoga can bomb and attack safely, then the other admirals will be beaten. Hood, you guys are really ruthless. You think the opposite of everyone else and fund an admiral who plays with aircraft carriers. Washington praised Hood. Hood's mind was full of question marks when she heard Washington's praise. What did Vian playing with an aircraft carrier have to do with their United department? It was obvious that Vian himself liked aircraft carriers. But in order not to expose Wei-Yan's strength, Hood could only accept her compliment with a smile. So Saratoga, is she here with the admiral as well? After hearing what they said, Yorktown finally understood why Washington was so concerned about this admiral. After Saratoga left, she hadn't seen her for a long time, and she didn't reply to her letters. She thought Saratoga had sunk out there. It made her sad for a long time. After all, she could still find the shadow of her Lexington predecessor in Saratoga. The Yorktown-class aircraft carrier was an improved design based on the experience of the Lexington-class aircraft carrier. Chapter 198 York City, Num. The assessment had just begun, but the roar of artillery fire could be heard on the calm sea. Some weak admirals who did not leave in time were followed and attacked as soon as the assessment began. There are also admirals who think they are quite powerful and remain near the island to fight for control of the island. Fortunately, Island number 5 is the farthest from the central island number 6, so there are the fewest admirals here. Thanks to Lexington's investigation, Vian has obtained the information he wanted. There are a total of 22 admirals within 50 nautical miles of his fleet, and only 2 of them have more than 5 warships. In other words, the 2 of them are leading the other admirals to compete for control of the island. The remaining admirals each had 2 to 3 warships. A total of 15 admirals gathered near the island, while the others were drifting on the sea. Commander, there are warships coming towards us. They are 2 destroyers. Lexington's sudden report from the scout woke up Vian, who was thinking. What's the speed? What's the distance? 30 knots. 43 nautical miles. 15 bombers. Take them out. Don't let them get close. Yes. Yorktown, who was still observing the battleship Lexington, felt that the battleship under the plane was moving quickly again. At the same time, the lifting platform began to transport carrier-based aircraft to the deck and released another 15 aircraft in her surprised eyes. This time she observed it closely, and there was no way she could be mistaken. It was a bomber with bombs hanging on it. This aircraft carrier has launched 15 more planes, bombers at that. She has launched 50 fighter planes. York City, which did not forget its mission, reported Wei-Yan's information immediately. You can even send out extra bombers? Where did you find this monster admiral, Hood? Washington said in surprise. As the only federation with 3 legendary aircraft carriers, the Union understands that the combat effectiveness of a legendary aircraft carrier is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Hood, give Wei-Yan back to our United forces. You guys stole his money. He should have been in our United forces. Veneto sat on the stool and watched Hood gnashing his teeth. Then where were you when he needed you? It's too late now. Hood, who was smiling the whole time, replied with a sentence that was all directed at Veneto. As the first unlucky person to be operated on by Vian, when the Lexington bomber arrived, it was only confirmed that he was a second-year admiral flying the flag of the J-Union. A second-grade admiral with 2 battleships can only be said to be relatively weak in the second grade. Still, the 2 destroyers can also show that he is quite strong. After receiving information from the referee near the opposing battleship and seeing the 20 bombers returning intact, Yorktown was surprised and added the points of 2 destroyers to Vian's score, for a total of 2 points. It took only 15 minutes for the Lexington bombers to set off and return, and the enemy didn't even see their people. Admiral Wei-Yan, we have sunk 2 destroyers in 15 minutes, and there is no damage. After hearing about Wei-Yan's achievements, many shipgirls were no longer surprised. An aircraft carrier with a large number of bombers has an offensive capability that is not comparable to that of their gunboats. And now Wei-Yan has set his sights on several admirals who are fighting for Island number 5. After all, the assessment results are based on the number of destroyed warships. While the bombers at Lexington were being resupplied. Go a little closer to Island number 5, sail west, and keep a distance of 40 nautical miles. Commander, are you planning to launch an airstrike on the admiral on the island? Well, we can't give up such a large amount of points. After all, the guy from the J United Division brought so many people with him, and the number of destroyed vehicles must be quite a lot. If we don't take some points today, there will be stronger admirals or those who stick together later. Receive. At the same time, the command was transmitted to other warships, and a fleet began to relocate quickly. Lexington also turned his attention to the admiral of the battle on island number 5. There were a total of 36 warships on both sides, 17 on one side and 19 on the other side, firing at each other from a distance of 5 nautical miles. However, what was unexpected was that the admiral on the 17th ship side had the advantage. Because there was a light carrier among the battleships on this side, and it also had a torpedo plane. It didn't get close to the battleship at all, but just threw torpedoes at close range and ran away. Disrupt the other side's formation and attack rhythm, and if you don't dodge, you will be hit by torpedoes. Commander, what should we do? After listening to Lexington's report, Vian was in deep thought. Since we have decided to attack, we must maximize our benefits and must not make things difficult for them. Then we need to attack and destroy it. Moreover, the admirals on both sides were from the J Joint Department and the G Joint Department respectively, which had nothing to do with him. J Unit, 1 battleship, 4 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, 1 light carrier, 8 destroyers, 17 in total, 6 admirals. G League, 1 battleship, 1 battlecruiser, 1 heavy cruiser, 3 light cruisers, 13 destroyers, 19 admirals, and 9 others. Attack the ones with higher scores first and intervene forcefully. Destroy them first in the order of their scores. You can mobilize fighters in other positions to ensure air superiority. In order to succeed, send all bombers flying. Receive. Unfortunately, Vian's fleet was quite far away from the island, so it took his gunboats much longer to get there than the carrier-based aircraft. So Yorktown, who originally thought that Vian was going to leave after dealing with the admiral who was approaching her, saw a scene that left her speechless and stunned. A larger number of bombers than before took off in front of her. 1, 2, 10, 40, 60, 80. The number of bombers released from Lexington exceeded the number of bombers in the Yorktown hangar. At the same time, the fighter jets she was observing in other airspace also saw the Lexington fighter jets moving rapidly in one direction. My God, what a terrible aircraft carrier. The bombers filled the sky like a dark cloud, and the shock they brought was incomparable. She is an aircraft carrier, so she knows better how powerful Lexington is. Including fighter jets, a total of 110 carrier-based aircraft were launched, which was almost enough to match 1.5 of hers. Most of them are bombers, the most difficult to obtain. Because the direction of the Lexington carrier-based aircraft's flight was very purposeful, Yorktown, which had communications with other referees, already knew Vian's target this time. Report, Admiral Wayan may intervene in the battle between the J Union and G Union admirals for island number 5. How many warships do they have? 36. Then how many warships did he send? How long will it take to arrive? York City organized its language. Not a single warship approached. Only aircraft from special aircraft carriers were dispatched. Chapter 1990V0. How much can 15 bombers achieve? At most 2, maybe they will attract the attention of other admirals. Although he is a great admiral, he is still too impetuous. If he intervenes in other people's battles at this time, isn't he afraid that they will turn around and attack him first? Although aircraft carriers have certain attack advantages, they cannot eliminate the enemy's manpower in time, so if they are approached, they will be in great danger. Washington shook his head at Vian's decision. After sitting there for so long, she felt a little thirsty and drank some fuel-powered cola. He launched 80 bombers and 30 fighters, a total of 110 carrier-based aircraft, which is much more than my hangar has. Puff. Washington sprayed a mouthful of fuel cola directly into the face of Quincy, who was following her. It took Quincy a while to realize what Washington had done. Why would you waste delicious fuel coke, big sister? 0v0? 0v0. She did not show any anger about the coke Washington sprayed on her face. Instead, her eyes were full of confusion. Looking at Quincy's puzzled smile, Washington could only sigh, apologize to her, and then help her wipe it carefully. What? 110? 80 bombers? Are you kidding me? Is this a rookie admiral? A rookie aircraft carrier? Are you sure you're not a legendary shipgirl pretending to be a rookie shipgirl? Good. I hate you. Give me back little Vivi. The other flagships had been able to keep calm before, but this time they couldn't hold back at all after receiving the latest news. 80 bombers, not 80 fighter jets. Just the thought of replenishing so many fighter jets is a terrifying number. Not to mention the 110 carrier-based aircraft taking off at the same time. They dared to guarantee that even if this aircraft carrier was within their attack range, as long as the opponent could take off half of their bombers, they could destroy their superstructure 2 or 3 times. They couldn't imagine the suppressive force that 110 aircraft taking off could cause. There is still one legendary aircraft carrier that has not been sold. The combat capability of Vien's 2 aircraft carriers is almost catching up with the combat capability of the 3 legendary aircraft carriers. And this is just the assessment of the Joint Department. The training level of the shipgirls led by a group of admirals may be more than 10 or 20. Even the strongest Matsubayashi, most of his shipgirls have a training level of only 35. Even Nagato's expression now looked somewhat grim. Although she also warned Songlin not to let his guard down and not to underestimate Weian. But now she felt that she had always underestimated Weian, seeing the strength that Weian had shown now. Just 2 aircraft carriers would be enough to make Songlin helpless, not to mention that Weian was previously famous for being a powerful destroyer. Now there is more than one. She had been confident of winning, but now she was unsure. Moreover, in terms of combat efficiency, aircraft carriers are much more efficient than battleships, and are far ahead not only in terms of attack means but also in attack distance. An aircraft carrier only needs to launch its own carrier-based aircraft to bomb, but a battleship must let the enemy enter the range of its bombardment first and then count on the hit rate. But she couldn't remind Songlin, who was currently taking the test. On the other side, Lexington's bombers were already approaching the skies above the warring parties. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What's that noise? The 2 warring parties listened to the sound coming from the sky with some confusion and began to look around at the same time. At this time, the J-Union's light carrier girl was controlling her carrier-based aircraft to find out the source of the sound. The torpedo plane crashed, but she still saw something before the plane crashed. It's planes. So many planes. There are so many that I can't see clearly. Longxiang immediately reported to his admiral. Airplane? The commander of the J-United Forces frowned in thought, but his expression changed immediately. It may be the intervening admiral. Prepare for defense quickly. I wonder if it is the support called by the other party. This is trouble. At this time, the admiral of the G-League also saw the dark clouds in the sky. As the third-year admiral leading the team, he looked at He Yin and associated the sound just now and immediately realized what it was. The fleet is dispersing quickly. It could be the support from the J-United Sky people. One thing that all the admirals who volunteered to join the alliance understood was that among all the alliances, the J-Alliance and the U-Alliance had the most aircraft carriers. Therefore, admirals with aircraft carriers are basically willing to join these 2 joint departments. However, the aircraft carriers of these admirals are not strong, and their carrier-based aircraft are not good either. If they want to defend themselves, they can still take down some of them, but even so, the damage is extremely low, but the insult is extremely high. Like a fly, you can't hit them, but you get tickled at the same time. Over time, he was labeled a villain. The warring parties dispersed their fleets at the same time, but this move also made them realize that they were not the other side's people. It's bad. It's an admiral from another department. It's bad. There's a yellow bird. After the previous battles, most of their warships were damaged, and some were even damaged. And looking at the fighter jets flying from other directions, they knew they definitely couldn't escape. The school teaches that when facing an aircraft carrier, in addition to seizing air superiority, the only thing to do is to try your best to shoot down the planes and not think about getting rid of them. Unless their target is not you, even if you make the shipgirl run away exhausted, she will not be able to escape the entanglement of the aircraft carrier. All they can do is fight. However, the 2 parties that had just fought each other had no chance to shake hands and make peace even if they wanted to fight against the forces from a third party. After all, the distance between them is more than 5 nautical miles. So now they only have one thought in their minds. Hit the other side, brother, I didn't mess with you. The admiral of the J-United Forces muttered to himself. This time, the J-Union has provoked a lot of people. Only if the big brother beats them will we, the admirals under him, have a chance. Meet the opponents, don't come over. Lord, bless me. The admiral of the G-Unit Forces clasped his hands together, looking very pious. Although they were not as strong as the admirals ahead of them, the location of the entrance was good this time. They also recruited some fellow admirals and decided to work hard to get a good result so that they could have better arrangements when allocating the garrison. So they really don't want to stop here. This year is their last chance. But the approaching bombers certainly couldn't hear what they were saying. They wanted Vian to attack the opposite side, but Vian chose to take them all. The 80 bombers were divided into 2 groups and died down. In the order of battleship, battlecruiser, heavy cruiser, light carrier, light cruiser, and destroyer, they would attack the next ship only after severely damaging the one in front. Continuous explosions were heard from the sea, and warships continued to lose their combat capabilities. They are both on the battleship, so they will definitely be given special care. Finished. The 2 thought at the same time before the bomb fell. Chapter 200 Explosion, brilliant like fireworks. Bombs rained down, and the explosions created brilliant flowers. When the Lexington bombers flew away, all that was left behind was a shattered block of iron. This attack directly caused 2 battleships, a battlecruiser, 5 heavy cruisers, 1 light carrier, 6 light cruisers, and 4 destroyers to lose their combat capability. Also, because the 2 third-year admirals were on the battleship, they were both eliminated without exception. Although they did not suffer much damage under the protection of their own shipgirls, the continuous explosions directly knocked them unconscious. The referee's tugboat left the sea area, leaving only the 4 first-year admirals of the G League and their destroyer girls on the sea. As for the other destroyers that Lexington did not attack, their flagships were beheaded, and they also left the battlefield. The remaining admirals looked at the disappearing shadow of the bomber, and they still haven't recovered from the shock. They were evenly matched with others, but when some planes came over, their opponents were gone, and even their big brother disappeared. When they followed their boss in normal exercises with other admirals, they had never been defeated so quickly, but they saw it today. Are we going to leave? The remaining admirals discussed it together. Can you leave? An admiral pointed at the fighter planes that were still flying above their heads. Is this the difference between the powerful admiral and us? Maybe. But we haven't seen such a powerful aircraft carrier during our recent exercises. Who is this low-key senior? It has nothing to do with us now. Pack up and go back to the academy. Why? Why? As expected, after waiting for 20 minutes, they finally saw the bomber arrive. Commander, a total of 23 warships have been eliminated. Madam, thank you for your hard work. York City, who was responsible for recording data for Wan, looked at this one-sided battle and recorded his results in silence. Battle column, 2/7. Battlecruiser, 1/5. Heavy patrol, 5/3. Light mother, 1/3. Light cruiser, 6/2. Eviction, 8/1. Together with the 2 points he had scored previously, the total was 59 points. He has eliminated 17 out of a total of 211 admirals. Hood and the others who were waiting for news outside also received first-hand intelligence. The battle on Island Number 5 has ended. It took 42 minutes. Admiral Wan eliminated 15 admirals and 23 warships, and only lost a few fighter planes. Although everyone knew that the aircraft carrier under Wan was very powerful, this result still shocked all the shipgirls present. Originally, they still had some confidence that the admirals of the J and G units could hold on for a while longer, but they didn't expect that they would all be eliminated in just 42 minutes. There are 15 admirals. Most of the time, the number of people willing to participate in a joint department is less than 15. He was easily dealt with by Wan. Doesn't that mean any weaker admiral of the joint forces would be a piece of cake if he met Wan? Didn't those admirals think of fighting back or escaping? Bismarck said, frowning. This time, the admiral was shocked and wanted to join them, so she asked more questions. The admiral of the J Union used the light carrier's aircraft to resist, but it was easily destroyed. He didn't even have a chance to launch his aircraft. The remaining admirals were tracked and pinned down by fighter planes. There is no possibility of escape. Relying on the anti-aircraft guns and main gunfire on the battleship, they destroyed a total of 10 bombers until the end of the battle. Yorktown's words made all the departments except the E department feel depressed. Before, they were all optimistic about the performance of the J League this time, but now everything has become unknown. Although the admirals of the J and G joint forces had caused a lot of damage to each other this time, the offensive capability of a single aircraft carrier was enough to make at least 30 warships helpless against him. What's more, he had other warships that didn't take any action at all. In previous assessments, the larger coalition forces would eventually eliminate the lone and weaker admirals. Then a superfleet showdown will be held to determine the final winner. But now it can be seen from Wan's combat effectiveness that he is at least comparable to 20 ordinary admirals. How's the situation in the Pine Forest? Nagato asked with a frown on his face. Admiral Songlin has already joined up with the other admirals of the J United Forces. A total of 34 admirals are heading towards Island Number 6. However, the E United Forces has also gathered 43 admirals and are heading towards Island Number 6. At the current speed, they will meet at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Okay. Yorktown's words made Nagato's brows relax a little, compared to the third-year admiral who was eliminated on Island Number 5. There are at least 20 third-year admirals in Songlin, and together with the first and second-year admirals, the number of their warships is at least over 120. Although Wan is showing strong fighting ability now, there are more people on Songlin's side. Although the quality of those warships may not be as good as those under Vian, when the number exceeds a certain level, the quality can only be defeated. After all, he only has 8 battleships and 2 aircraft carriers. Even if the 2 aircraft carriers can deal with more than 40 warships at the same time, there are still 80 remaining. Navian's other warships also have to face at least 13 warships at the same time. What an exaggerated ratio. Moreover, the bodyguards that the E United Department found for Wan might be eliminated by Songlin and others today. Although there are more than 40 admirals, most of them are first and second-year admirals. The quality of the battleships is not as good as that of the admiral of the J United Forces. In the same way, in the following period of time, Songlin can continue to summon the admirals of the J Union. When they meet, Wei-in may have to face more warships, not fewer. Therefore, Nagato could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although Wei-in's fighting ability is a bit outrageous, luck doesn't seem to be on his side and his teammates may be gone. Yorktown's words also made Hood feel worried. Although their E-United department spent a lot of money, it also went through a long period of exercises and training. The initial excitement has disappeared. Most of the admirals have realized their own strength and are here to create atmosphere. Therefore, out of the 211 admirals who entered the assessment, only 70 admirals accepted the commission of the E-United department, and together with Wei-in, the total number was 80 admirals. That's the entire strength of the E-United department. Now, if these admirals of the J-Union are eliminated, there will be more than 30 admirals with their card names scattered everywhere and will gradually be eliminated. This is not good news for the E-United department.